In a world where the sky is forever shrouded by the wings of gargantuan monsters, humanity has only one path to survival: training on the Demon Star. Legend has it that anyone who climbs over a mountain of corpses to reach level 80 will break the shackles of mortality and grasp superhuman power. But behind that glorious facade lies a survival rule so cruel it's suffocating. For the impoverished, it's nothing more than a twisted joke. Jiang Kai was born at the very bottom of society, where a human life is worth less than a crust of dry bread. After his parents were torn apart by monsters, he became nothing but a hollow shadow. She clung to life through constant beatings and the scorn of the strong. But when the Grim Reaper's scythe touched her throat, a primal instinct for survival unlocked a maddening escape route. This gambler's system doesn't use money, it uses her very life as a betting chip. With the ability to multiply damage by up to 1000% based on critical hits, Jiang Kai began crawling up from a pool of blood. She is no longer prey. From a wretch, she has transformed into the bloodthirstiest nightmare for both the monsters and those who once trampled her. Do you believe in destiny? That destiny will lead you to different endings based on the different choices you make? Or do you believe that no matter what hellish choices you make, you are still fated to trudge toward the exact same ending? Before that philosophical concept could even sink in, boom, the scene immediately shifts to a frantic, life-or-death survival mode. A girl drenched in sweat screams desperately, "Help! Run! Don't leave me behind!" But life isn't a fairy tale. A young man sprinting for his life can only scream in despair as well. Ah, those human-faced monsters are too terrifying. Don't come over here. And, as luck would have it, misfortune always comes in waves. A string of curses erupts in sheer helplessness. Damn it, there's a cliff ahead. There's nowhere left to hide. Hurry and hide. Meanwhile, on top of the barren cliff under the scorching red sun, a gaunt creature with jagged tentacles stands in a menacing pose, terrifying to behold. The girl from before can only curl up behind a boulder, muttering prayers non-stop. "Don't notice me. Please don't come over here. Please don't come." But whether her prayers were answered or not, the moment she looked up, a grotesque, pitch-black face with jagged teeth and a grin stretching ear to ear was right in front of her, leaving her stammering. Too bad. No miracles today. The girl's body slowly slides down in absolute horror, her vacant eyes staring into the void, her mouth still clinging to a trace of desperate sound. No, don't. The brutal, bloody scene unfolds, eclipsing the fiery sky. In another event, not far from there, our male protagonist, with a face full of tragedy and bruises, sits slumped on the ground, questioning his existence. So, this is it? Demon Star? Is this the beginner's trial? It's way too hard. He gasps for air, casting a hateful glare upward, muttering at this damn script. They said I just needed to survive on the Demon Star for 5 minutes after using the class change item to complete the transition. But for an ordinary person, surviving in this hellhole for even a minute is an almost impossible task. For those who don't know, my name is Jiang Kai, and right now I'm in the middle of a beginner's trial on a planet called the Demon Star. In reality, this is a giant planet that appeared right outside Earth, completely out of nowhere 50 years ago. Fortunately, the arrival of this massive planet didn't cause any gravitational disasters that would knock Earth out of orbit like in those disaster movies. However, the joy was short-lived. Ever since the Demon Star appeared, animals and plants on Earth suddenly went haywire. They mutated into disgusting monsters called spirit beasts and began rampaging and destroying everything across the globe. Naturally, with humanity's current primitive firearm technology, these spirit beasts were completely beyond control, driving the human population to the brink of extinction in a heartbeat. But the heavens never cut off every path to survival. Right in this period of absolute despair, the survivors discovered that mysterious portals had suddenly sprung up all over Earth. Through them, humans are digitized into code and sent straight to the Demon Star. The moment they bravely step through those portals and set foot on that planet, they realize the Demon Star seems to be an incredibly realistic virtual world, just like those grindy RPGs. In this chaotic fairyland, humans can class change into various cool occupations, each with their own stats, unique gear, and skills. They can even level up like characters in a real game to attain boundless, powerful attributes. Even crazier, they discovered that once you reach a certain level on the Demon Star, you can actually bring this supernatural power back to Earth and use it. Which means, by then, humans would be just as formidable as the spirit beasts in the real world, and would finally be able to go toe-to-toe with them. In short, if humanity wants to break through this biased adversity and survive, they must do everything in their power to obtain strength from the Demon Star. And so, the daredevils who decided to pack their bags and head to the Demon Star were respectfully called the Pathfinders. But it seems my road is about to come to an end. I mutter in a cold sweat, realizing, this is bad. I'm the only survivor here. My gaze darts around the barren cliff, now completely empty, but there's nowhere left to run. The black shadow of the tentacle monster rising up to block the sun from atop the rock makes me bitterly tilt my head back and ask myself, did I really spend all the money my family scraped together just to come to this demon star and die? Thinking of this, I grit my teeth, sweat pouring down my forehead, while naive words of encouragement echo in my mind. Brother, just do it if you want to go to the demon star. In his fond memories, his little sister, with sparkling eyes and a radiant smile, once clenched her fists to cheer him on. Big brother and I will do our best to save money for you, but the reality is incredibly harsh. Jiang Kai thinks bitterly about how his sister had to go through all sorts of trouble, working hard at such a young age just to save enough money for him to have a chance to set foot on the demon star. Not stopping there, his older brother is still having to break his back doing heavy labor in the mines even though he's been diagnosed with kidney failure. And if they can't gather enough for the surgery in the next 2 months, he's surely going to face a harsh reality. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, consumed by self-reproach and despair. How could he still be so far from completing his class advancement? Was he really going to die here, wasting all the hard-earned money his family had scraped together? Just then, the beast god monster dived from the mountain peak like an arrow, determined to take the intruder's life with its razor-sharp claws. Watching the shadow of death closing in, Jiang Kai screamed in his heart, filled with resentment. No way. Instead of just sitting there and waiting to die, he decided to go all in, leaping off the treacherous cliffside. I have to gamble my life for my family this one time. Even as the monster's sharp thorns grazed his body, digging into his flesh with searing pain, he stubbornly told himself he had to hold on to this only chance to survive. Beneath a sunset as blood-red as the sky, his body fell freely from the towering cliff into a bottomless abyss. On the cliff edge, the human-faced monster roared in fury for letting its prey escape right from its jaws. As Jiang Kai squeezed his eyes shut, accepting his fated fall, suddenly, a mechanical notification rang in his ears, followed by a familiar blue light interface appearing before his eyes. The system text scrolled steadily across the virtual screen, delivering joyous news. Your actions align perfectly with the style of a gambler. Congratulations, you have luckily triggered the 1 in a million chance to unlock a hidden class. The notification board continued to glow brilliantly with a proud announcement. You have completed your class advancement. We hope you will bring glorious honor to your hidden class. And so, the brand new class name appeared in a super cool display, accompanied by images of magical playing cards and dice. Gambler. A moment later, Jiang Kai woke up in the middle of a dense forest. He clutched his chest, coughing violently, and looked around in a daze. Seeing the rocks and trees around him still intact, he muttered in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" He jumped to his feet, checking himself all over, surprised to find why he was completely unharmed after falling from such a high cliff. Had all those bruises and wounds from earlier already healed completely? Before he could make sense of anything, a familiar alarm rang out, and a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted right before his eyes. From within the blinding light, a beautiful white-haired woman, in revealing, alluring attire, stepped out. Jiang Kai widened his eyes at the beauty and hesitated to ask, "Are you some kind of existence on the demon star?" He received an answer appearing on the screen. "You could put it that way. And congratulations on your successful class advancement. Now, I will explain the innate talents you possess as a gambler." The virtual screen immediately displayed details about the multiplier talent. All system rewards and penalties you receive will automatically trigger a multiplier effect, doubling them, with an additional 1% chance to activate a super multiplier effect, multiplying rewards or penalties by 10 times. The beautiful AI calmly closed her eyes and continued to explain. Because you triggered the multiplier talent the moment you received it, the system will provide you with a second gambler talent as a bonus. Hearing this, Jiang Kai couldn't hide his extreme excitement and shouted, "What? I can possess 2 talents after my class advancement, while everyone else only gets 1? The AI nodded in confirmation. That is correct. She then opened the parameter board, displaying his second talent, named Super Critical, which increases critical damage by 20,000%. But the base critical rate is only 0.1%, leaving him confused as he looked at his level 1 attribute board. "I have a total of 36 base attribute points," he pointed at the screen, asking rapidly. A normal person usually only receives about 20 base attribute points after completing their class advancement. So why do I have 36 points? The AI patiently explained that it was because his bonus attribute points after class advancement had also been doubled, making his jaw drop. Even that can be multiplied? Jiang Kai's brain quickly did the math, and he thought to himself with a smug smile, if that's the case, doesn't it mean that every time I level up on the Demon Star, I'll receive 20 attribute points instead of 10? That means every time I go up one level, it's equivalent to someone else grinding for 2 whole levels. He stared at the blue system board to confirm it again. Plus, I also have the second talent, Super Critical. When others land a critical hit, it only deals 200% damage, but my critical damage goes up to 20,000%. He tightened his fist, smiling confidently and dangerously. Although I currently only have a 0.1% critical rate, as long as I find a way to increase that rate later, the damage output will definitely be absolutely terrifying. After saying that, Jiang Kai turned and walked away, his eyes catching sight of a piece of metal stuck in the barren ground. Is this the weapon that the human-faced beast god used earlier? Then he mused to himself. Initially, he only wanted to finish the class advancement as quickly as possible to earn some money for his brother's surgery. He approached and bent down to pick up the iron bar, thinking that no matter how weak a class on the Demon Star might be, one could still earn more money than in the real world. However, he really didn't expect that he would accidentally trigger the hidden conditions to own a super powerful hidden class, like the gambler. Jiang Kai stood tall, gripping the iron bar, confidently smiling toward a bright future. I think I will soon earn enough money for my brother's surgery. After that, my whole family will have a better life in the future. But before he could dream for long, the blue quest interface appeared, reminding him of the challenging reality. You have completed your class advancement. Please complete the quest to reach the Sacred Glory City safely. Which made him think to himself, but completing the class advancement is only the first step in my beginner's challenge. Now, what I need to do? He stared intently at the navigation map flashing with a yellow route, which was to complete the main objective of the beginner's challenge. The map shifted slowly, marking a long, winding path, which was to reach the destination of this beginner area, Sacred Glory City. Within 7 days, as the sunset faded and darkness covered the dense forest, Jiang Kai walked alone and silently assessed the difficulty, which was extremely hard to navigate safely. The beginner area is crawling with monsters, and the quest will fail immediately if you are killed, and the system will deport you straight back to Earth. From the shadows of the canopy, tentacles filled with disgusting red eyes twitched, as if to warn Jiang Kai. Even though our physical bodies on Earth suffer no harm if we die on the Demon Star and we can log back in here again, but only the rich think sacrificing a life is no big deal. He gripped his weapon tight, his face hardened with the determination of someone from the bottom fighting to get ahead. Logging back into Star Demon costs a fortune, which is why the rich have countless retries to fix their mistakes. But for a dead broke guy like me, I have to clear this trial on the first try. There's no second chance for me. Suddenly, from deep within the bushes, piercing cries of agony rang out, startling him into a halt. Jiang Kai quickly ducked behind a large tree, his face full of suspicion as he muttered, "That scream sounds familiar. Could it be?" Just then, a giant snakehead with a blood-red mouth full of jagged, razor-sharp teeth lunged from the shadows, letting out a threatening roar. Before his eyes stood a big, burly guy, holding a yellow energy shield in front of his fists, sobbing and screaming at the top of his lungs. "Ah, oh God, help me." The guy threw punches wildly into the air while wailing, "Stay away from me, I hate snakes." It turned out to be Jiang Kai's childhood best friend, Yuan Chu. Jiang Kai strained his eyes to assess the situation. He was actually surrounded by ground snakes. He felt a pang of worry. Those snakes are incredibly poisonous. Even those human-faced beast monsters would drop dead after just one bite, and there were 3 of them here. Thinking of their bond, Jiang Kai decided he couldn't just stand by and watch. He shouted to clear the way, "Chu, don't worry." He braced himself and leaped out from the bushes, swinging his iron spear with immense force. "I'm coming." Seeing him drop from the sky out of nowhere, Yuan Chu asked in bewilderment amidst the chaos, "Kai, why are you here?" Then, the muscular friend started bawling again in panic. "Kai, forget about me, run. These snakes have high stats and are super venomous. Rookies like us don't stand a chance. Just go." Ignoring those warnings, Jiang Kai thrust his spear downward decisively, unfazed, leaving Yuan Chu with his jaw dropped in shock. A critical strike pinned the snake's head right into the stone floor, leaving Yuan Chu stuttering in disbelief. "What, Kai? You can slay a ground snake?" Capitalizing on the momentum, Jiang Kai nimbly shifted to the next target. "Just as I thought, I can use Yuan Chu to draw their fire and then sneak attacks from behind." But the 2 remaining snakes quickly realized who the real threat was and turned around, their eyes fixed on him now. Yuan Chu screamed in a panic, "Look out, Kai!" These snakes have insane agility stats. Jiang Kai smirked, his expression full of confidence, as he sidestepped an attack by a hair's breadth. Is that so? Seeing Jiang Kai do a smooth mid-air flip to dodge the blow, Yuan Chu gawked in awe. Whoa, you even dodged that? He thought smugly to himself as he landed perfectly. Heh, my stats doubled after the class change. My agility at level 1 is basically equivalent to level 2. As expected, there's no way these level 1 ground snakes can keep up with me. Jiang Kai tightened his grip on the iron spear and signaled his comrade. All right, Yuan Chu, keep their attention. Yuan Chu, fired up, responded, got it. Sharp spear strikes tore through the air, painting powerful blue streaks across the monsters. In just a few seconds, 3 snake carcasses lay flat on the ground, leaving Yuan Chu staring blankly, breaking into a cold sweat. He thought, I only drew their attention for a second, and Kai actually slaughtered the whole bunch. Jiang Kai watched the experience points notification spike. My class is supposed to be low strength and high agility, right? He wondered. But I was able to deal enough damage to finish off level 1 monsters instantly. He smiled, looking at the crude iron spear in his hand. I guess the iron spear I picked up from that human-faced beast earlier was a great piece of gear to boost my strength in the rookie area. A small note for those who don't know, strength is basically attack power in Star Demon. Before he could even enjoy the victory, Yuan Chu rushed over and hugged Jiang Kai from behind, sobbing again, making him gag, nearly scaring his soul out of his body. Whoa! I've only heard of rookies being killed by monsters, never a rookie slaughtering them. Kai, how did you do that? Jiang Kai struggled to push his clingy friend away and pretended to be modest. Pfft, it was just luck. I just completed my class change and got lucky with the gambler class. Don't go blabbing about this to anyone, okay? This left Yuan Chu looking confused. Oh, a gambler? Yuan Chu immediately flexed his muscles and showed off his level 1 fighter class stat board. I don't know what that class is, but mine isn't bad either. Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he thought. A fighter? No wonder he could hold out for so long against 3 snakes. That class is ranked 5th in the Sacred Glory Kingdom. In reality, the harsh truth is that the first thing every Pathfinder must undergo after entering Star Demon is the class change. Whether you end up with an overpowered class or a useless one depends entirely on the class change item you paid for before logging in. Usually, the filthy rich don't hesitate to spend tens of millions to buy top-tier class change items like fighters, knights, or mages. Meanwhile, the poor can only grit their teeth and buy the cheapest items, often ending up with weak classes like janitor or drunkard. To make matters worse, these classes are assigned randomly by the system. Returning to reality, Jiang Kai looked at his friend suspiciously and asked, but you needed 50 million to buy the fighter class change item, right? Did you take out a predatory loan? Yuan Chu scratched his head and gave a nervous laugh. Heh, it's not like that. It's a long story. I'll tell you later, he said, changing the subject. Really? Well, we should clear out these snake carcasses. I heard we can sell them for cash. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement, because in Star Demon, you can trade loot like monster carcasses, minerals, or gear for real money. And he was planning to pay off his family's debt with the money he earned here. He leaned down and touched the piles of snake remains, which were slowly dissolving into digital light particles. As for items obtained in Star Demon, like monster parts and gear, he watched the remains fade away and told himself, they'll automatically turn into cards once they drop, so it's easier to trade or sell them. Jiang Kai walked away, silently evaluating his own strength, leaving a bewildered Yuan Chu behind. And based on that fight, it seems like this gambler class is way stronger than a fighter. Just as the two of them were strolling along, a sound of stealthy footsteps and a soft whisper suddenly emerged from behind the bushes. Oh, hello everyone. The sudden noise made Yuan Chu jump in shock, clutching onto Jiang Kai tightly. He immediately shifted into a defensive stance and shouted, Hey, who's there? Out from the foliage stepped a girl with incredibly cute pink hair, who shyly and timidly spoke up. My name is Suiai. It will be very difficult for me to pass this trial on my own. Can I form a party with you all? Jiang Kai sighed and coldly refused without hesitation. Sorry, we are barely surviving ourselves. It will be much harder if we have to drag you along. Meanwhile, Yuan Chu could only click his tongue. Oh, another pioneer, huh? Seeing this, Suiai hurriedly ran over and tugged at him with pleading eyes. No, please don't leave me alone. My profession is a healer, and I can heal all of your wounds. As she whimpered, she pointed at the carcass of the earth snake nearby to prove her ability. If you happen to run into venomous snakes like this again, I can extract their toxins to buff your weapons. so please don't abandon me here." When Yuan Chu heard that, his eyes lit up like floodlights, and he immediately turned to convince him. "Oh, a healer who can also buff weapons? That sounds amazing." Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, deep in thought. A healer, huh? That's one of the top-tier high-level professions. Jiang Kai pondered the pros and cons. It seems we will have to rely heavily on healing abilities in this treacherous beginner's trial. And if I hadn't automatically restored my health from that recent job change, I probably would have been dead already. After making his decision, he cheerfully held out his hand to welcome their new member. "All right then, I'm Jiang Kai, and he is Yuan Chu. Let's form a team and head to the destination." Su Ai replied, overjoyed, "Thank you." Seeing that heartwarming scene, Yuan Chu leaned close to his ear and whispered with a mischievous expression, "Jiang Kai, you changed your mind faster than flipping a pancake. Is it because you've taken a liking to her already?" Only to receive a scathing glare from Jiang Kai. "I'm about to beat you up." At that same moment, on Earth, within the Holy Glory Kingdom, in Jiangzhou City, where the base for the massive Demon Star portal, number 18, was operating at full capacity. Inside the modern data research room, a professor wearing glasses was nodding in satisfaction. These modern beginner smartwatches are truly miraculous. Thanks to them, we can pinpoint the exact locations of the pioneers on the Demon Star. The sound of high-heeled boots striking the floor echoed with authority, accompanied by the chatter of the staff. Of course, they say most smartwatches on the market today can detect all sorts of data on the Demon Star, and the more advanced the watch, the more overpowered features it has. A beautiful, attractive woman in a tight-fitting police uniform strode into the surveillance room, asking with clear concern in her voice, "Professor Lee, how are the beginners doing? Is my sister all right?" As it turned out, she was Su Lanlan, the inspector for this beginner's trial. Professor Lee sighed, looking at the computer screen before answering uneasily. Based on the GPS tracking from their watches, most of them have already been eliminated. As for your sister, Su Ai, let me check. It seems she has formed a party with 2 others. Su Lanlan gasped in shock. "What?" The inspector immediately flared up, gnashing her teeth with worry. "Is that kid so shy that she had to join a party with others? I specifically warned her not to team up with anyone while she's still a beginner." Professor Lee pensively explained the reason in a serious tone. "That is because the more people gathered in one place during the beginner's trial, the more the scent of humans attracts huge, brutal monsters that come to slaughter them." Just as he warned, deep in the forest, 2 giant, shadowy figures with blood-red, ghastly eyes were stalking right behind Jiang Kai's group. Back in the research room 3 minutes later, Professor Lee suddenly turned pale, his face frantic. "That's right. We just detected 2 Faceman beast gods in the immediate vicinity of Su Ai." Su Lanlan turned ghostly pale upon hearing this, panicked. "This is a disaster. Even a single Faceman beast god is more than enough to send a whole group of beginners to their graves. Not to mention there are 2 of them, there's almost no way Ai can survive." In reality, although dying on the Demon Star is essentially the same as a video game character dying, it causes no physical harm to their real bodies back on Earth. However, the experience of death is incredibly realistic and excruciatingly painful, leaving severe psychological trauma on the victims. Like a young man who had just been resuscitated, screaming manically, "Ah! I saw the monster chewing my body bit by bit. Monster! Monster! Run! Run away!" Thinking of that horrific prospect, Su Lanlan immediately turned to run away with absolute determination. "I must go and get III out for psychological therapy immediately." But her footsteps were halted by the professor's exclamation of surprise. "Wait, it seems like III is still alive." She couldn't believe her own ears. "What?" The professor with glasses frantically typed on his keyboard, eyes glued to the screen in terror at the 2 Faceman beast gods. The entire research room was suddenly in an uproar. The assistants crowded around to look at the radar screen, which showed the monster's life signals had vanished. "It looks like they destroyed them," everyone exclaimed in confusion. How on earth could that have happened? Rewinding 3 minutes back in time, the maddening roars of the 2 Faceman beast gods were shaking a corner of the dense forest. Seeing the shadows of the 2 blood-red monsters suddenly jump down, Yuan Chu was terrified to the point of screaming, "Oh God! What the hell is that?" While Su Ai ran for her life, holding her head and shouting, "Ah, they look like Faceman beast gods. Run!" Jiang Kai ran as fast as he could while glancing back at his 2 slow-moving companions, worried sick. "This isn't good. Their agility isn't as high as mine. Those monsters will definitely catch up to them in the blink of an eye." Immediately, he slammed his heels into the ground to pull off a sharp, sudden stop, then shouted forward, Yuan Chu, you two keep running. Hearing his voice, Yuan Chu whipped his head around, two streams of tears falling helplessly. Kai! Jiang Kai stood in their way, both hands gripping his iron spear, his face etched with determination mixed with recklessness. Just run. Leave it to me to handle this, he calculated to himself. If we keep getting chased around like this, all three of us will end up dying together. Pushing off the ground with force, he leaped into the air, swinging his iron spear, which radiated a brilliant white light, and charged straight at the monsters. I have no choice but to stay and try to take down these human-faced beasts. A piercing strike shot straight into the red monster's chest, sending black blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Kai flashed a confident smile when he saw the hit land true. All right, but his smile quickly faded when he realized that the monster, despite being skewered, was staring back at him with wide, furious eyes. The beast went berserk, swinging its massive arm and swatting him to the ground like a ball, leaving him only enough time to let out a cry of pain. Jiang Kai scrambled to his feet amidst the rubble, clutching his chest and coughing uncontrollably, feeling helpless. This isn't good. It seems these human-faced beasts have massive health pools. I can't finish them off in one hit. Two giant black shadows with savage grins loomed over him, slowly closing in and cornering him. Fresh blood trickled down his forehead, staining his face. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, bitterly asking himself, damn it, am I really going to die here? Is my novice trial ending like this? In the distance, Suai panicked, covering her mouth with both hands to stifle a sob before hurriedly shaking her muscular friend. Yuan Chu is in danger. Let's go back and help him. But at that moment, Yuan Chu was trembling like a leaf, cold sweat pouring down his face, his hands clenched tightly in conflict. Meanwhile, in an old apartment building in the Jiangzhong City residential area back on Earth, Yuan Chu's mother was serving tea to a guest with a kind smile. Oh, so you're the kind soul who gifted Yuan Chu the class transfer item to become a martial artist? She sighed softly. I'm curious. What did you see in my Yuan Chu? He looks strong and capable, but in reality, he's quite timid. As she poured the tea, she confided her worries to the mysterious man in the hooded cloak sitting on the sofa. If he ever runs into monsters on the demon planet, I'd bet he wouldn't even dare to fight. The hooded man bowed slightly to pick up the hot cup of tea, leisurely explaining, Oh, indeed, Yuan Chu's mother. Your son would truly be terrified when facing danger. Beneath the exercising sunlight streaming through the window, the mysterious guest's back exuded a profound aura. But I did notice one thing. No matter how scared he gets, whenever he sees someone in trouble, he slowly took a sip of hot tea and firmly insisted that the boy would never run away from a fight. Back on the demon planet, it was as if a nerve of pride had been struck. Yuan Chu's eyes suddenly glowed with a fiery golden light, veins bulged on his face, and he let out a roar that echoed through the mountains. Get out of here! The muscular friend leaped forward, landing a punch coated in holy fire square in the face of the human-faced beast. The powerful punch sent the monsters reeling. Yuan Chu turned and shouted at Jiang Kai with tears of indignation. Kai, are you kidding me? Just because I'm a coward, you treat me like an outsider and try to protect me all by yourself? Jiang Kai looked blankly at the massive, burning back of his best friend, and whispered, Yuan Chu. Yuan Chu tensed up, his flaming fist ready for battle, and shouted with courage, We're brothers, and brothers have to walk the same path together. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in astonishment at his best friend, as Yuan Chu stomped his feet and charged. If we have to die, the friend shouted with all his might, throwing a suicidal flaming punch. We'll die together. The flaming fist burned with a blinding light, carrying a scream that reached the heavens, born of a bond of brotherhood. If we have to die, we'll die together. An earth-shaking explosion erupted, sending rocks flying and dust swirling from the fiery confrontation. Witnessing his comrade's burst of power, Jiang Kai silently wondered if Yuan Chu could really take down a human-faced beast in one hit. However, his damage output seemed a bit low. Yuan Chu stood heroically atop the giant monster's carcass, leaving Jiang Kai in awe. So this is the true defensive power of a martial artist? While he was still dazed, a warm green light in the shape of a cross suddenly enveloped his body, accompanied by a worried shout. Kai, please, just hold on a little longer. Jiang Kai turned in surprise to see the pink-haired girl working hard to heal him. Suai, why did you come back? Your job isn't a combat class, is it? Suai, eyes red from crying, shook her head firmly, shouting, No, I will absolutely not leave as a healer. Once I see a patient injured, no matter how scared I am, I will never allow myself to run away. In her mind, the painful memory of her heroic father appeared. Many years ago, My father sacrificed himself in the battle against a monster outbreak just because there was no medical support nearby. The girl sobbed, pouring all her strength into her call. And now, my team members are in desperate need of help. The healing light on her hands shone brighter and brighter. How could I heartlessly leave you guys behind and just run away by myself? Under the magical effect of the healing spell, Jiang Kai was shocked to realize his entire body had recovered 100%. His wounds were completely healed. He sighed softly and gave a helpless smile, lifting his steel spear and standing tall. Man, you guys really have no fear of death at all. He looked toward the two monsters looming ahead and analyzed the situation. But even if the three of us combine forces, our damage output still isn't enough to finish off these human-faced beasts. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, making his pupils contract. Wait. He immediately recalled the valuable suggestion the pink-haired girl had given earlier. If you guys run into those venomous snakes again, I can extract their toxin to buff your weapons. Jiang Kai hurriedly pulled out the earth snake card he had collected and shouted, Aye, you said you could extract venom from snake corpses, right? As she nodded in confusion, he held the earth snake high and proposed a bold plan. Then can you heal Yuan Chu while coating my weapon in snake venom at the same time? Su Ai immediately channeled 2 different colored spells into her hands, sweat beading on her forehead. I don't know if I can do it, but I'll try my best. Seeing the dark purple poisonous aura beginning to coil around his sharp spear tip, Jiang Kai thought, this is the only way to survive. If my intuition is correct, we can completely turn the tables this way. Up ahead, Yuan Chu was bracing himself, holding his shield against the onslaught. My health isn't enough to be a punching bag for those monsters right now. But Yuan Chu is more than capable of taking on that role. My current HP isn't enough to act as a punching bag for those monsters, but Yuan Chu is more than capable of taking that role. Su Ai, positioned in the back, was also concentrating intensely to maintain the light shield. Her damage output wasn't enough to take them down, but she was a healer with top-tier attribute buffing abilities. A classic tactical formation suddenly sparked in his mind. So, our team is basically a standard composition. A tank, a damage dealer, and a healer just like a VR RPG. A bright purple light flared, accompanied by a system notification that the venom extraction was complete. Jiang Kai, enveloped in a purple aura, darted forward like a god of war. Alright, who cares if we're just newbies? He leaped into the air and shouted his orders. Yuan Chu, control and stun that human-faced beast for me. The martial artist replied with intense enthusiasm. No problem. Yuan Chu flexed his muscles, shielding them valiantly and bolstering Jiang Kai's confidence. As long as the three of us coordinate like a real team, we've got this. His friend's flaming punch slammed straight into the monster's face, fulfilling his role perfectly. Jiang Kai dove down like a lightning bolt, thrusting his venom-coated spear into the target's weak spot. The purple-tipped spear pierced the beast's neck as he smirked to himself. Even these human-faced beasts, notorious for slaughtering newbies, were no match for a devastating critical hit that made the monster let out a pathetic wail. They had no choice but to lie down and die. Debris and dust swirled throughout the dense forest, followed by a glowing notification. Level 2, X1 human-faced beast eliminated. Current EXP, 5,100. Jiang Kai wore a triumphant grin, while Yuan Chu breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, We actually did it. Su Ai wiped away tears of joy. Seeing its companion go down, the remaining monster roared in a frenzy, glaring at the trio with murderous intent. Standing tall in formation against the final monster, Jiang Kai confidently declared that their coordination was truly effective, so even with another one appearing, the three launched a simultaneous assault. Their spear strikes and flaming punches tore through the night. The two attacks, venom and fire, combined rhythmically, raining down on the monster's head. We've got more than enough power to send this one to the afterlife, too. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room back on Earth, Su Lanlan stared at the computer screen, her eyes wide with shock. What? According to the data from their wristwatches, they actually took down 2 human-faced beasts? But just one of them is enough to wipe out a whole group of newbies. How could the 3 of them possibly do that? The bespectacled professor broke into a cold sweat as he analyzed the data. That's right. Based on the watch data, Su Ai currently has no offensive skills, and the martial artist on her team doesn't have the damage output to pull that off. He quickly typed, bringing Jiang Kai's file up on the main screen. It seems this Jiang Kai is the only one capable of dealing the finishing blow, but the strange thing is, our system can't detect his class. Su Lanlan stepped closer, staring at the unknown class designation, her face turning pale. Unable to detect his class? How is that possible? And he eliminated 2 human-faced beasts? Yet we can't even identify his profession? Under the blood-red sunset fading over the mountains of the demon planet, Jiang Kai's figure suddenly seemed incredibly mysterious. This newbie, who exactly is he? As for Jiang Kai, 2 level 2 monster cards dropped. Player Jiang Kai received 2 level 2x2 human-faced beast corpses as they collapsed to the ground. After the tense battle, the three breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, we did it. We really did it. Yuan Shu laughed in applause. Haha, it's all thanks to Kai's intelligence when we were in a pinch. You're so cool. Su Ai clenched her fists in excitement, declaring confidently, now we have enough strength to fight the human-faced beasts. Reaching the finish line will definitely be a piece of cake. Yuan Shu nodded in agreement. That's right. We can head straight to the goal and end this trial right now. However, Jiang Kai smiled enigmatically and slowly stopped them. No need to rush. We still have plenty of time before we have to head to Shenrong City. He calmly suggested, let's just take our time and enjoy ourselves here. He left his two teammates looking at him with question marks, blinking in confusion. Huh? Seeing their bewildered faces, Jiang Kai explained, don't worry. We all know they rank us based on our score after the trial is over. If we make it into the top 3, the military will reward us with some insane gear. Thinking of the sparkling artifacts, he added enthusiastically, I hear military equipment is top tier. It will be a massive help for newbies like us surviving on this demon planet. Waving his hand to summon a series of monster cards, he laid out his get-rich-quick plan. Since we can kill monsters now, we can trade their carcasses for points, which will make our chances of hitting the top 3 much higher. With a cunning grin, he winked and proposed, so why don't we go hunt more monsters to rack up points and snatch those military rewards for ourselves? This overly bold proposal immediately left both Yuan Chu and Su Ai frozen in shock at his recklessness. As night fell over the gloomy, dense forest, Yuan Chu asked nervously while walking, Kai, are you sure we'll get points doing it this way? Holding a trembling torch to lead the way, he stammered, it's not like I'm scared, mind you, but you want me to lure a whole swarm of giant earth snakes? Looking back and seeing 3 red, snarling snakeheads waiting to swallow me whole, Yuan Chu cried, wondering, am I going to get bitten to death, man? Jiang Kai sat perched on a tree branch, relaxed, and looked down to reassure him. Yuan Chu, don't be afraid. You're a martial artist. Your durability and ability to hold the line are your biggest strengths. Su Ai was also ready, channeling her blue magic to support them, and we've always got Su Ai standing by to heal us. Watching the snakes open their wide mouths as they lunged from above, Jiang Kai declared with full confidence. We won't, he leaped, performing a powerful spear sweep that tore through the night. Go down that easily. The 3 snake carcasses lay severed on the ground, accompanied by a system notification. Objective met. 3x level 1 earth snakes eliminated. Current EXP, 10,100. Absorbing the deep blue spiritual energy into his body, he calculated silently. Because on the demon planet, only the one who lands the final blow receives the monster's EXP, and since he was currently the only one strong enough to finish them off, both of them had decided to let him take all the experience points for now. Just then, another swarm of famished earth snakes wildly lunged forward, jaws agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Jiang Kai swung his spear in a lethal arc, cutting the monsters in half. He told himself he had to be the first to level up. His wind-imbued spear strikes whistled with overwhelming power, turning the late-night battle into a one-sided slaughter. A spark of determination flickered in his eyes under the cover of darkness, as he pushed himself to ensure the absolute safety of his entire party. The day passed quickly, and as dawn broke over the forest, a vibrant blue system notification suddenly chimed with a congratulatory message. Congratulations to the traveler Jiang Kai for reaching 100,100 experience points. You have reached level 2 and triggered the double effect. You will receive double the attribute points upon leveling up. Sitting on the ground and looking at his overpowered status screen showing his level 2 gambler class, Jiang Kai cheered with delight. Awesome. After a long day of grinding those earth snakes, I finally made it to level 2. Yuan Chu rushed over, clapping in celebration. Congratulations on the level up, Jiang Kai. Meanwhile, Su Ai asked eagerly, tell us, did your attribute points change much after leveling up? Jiang Kai flashed a casual smile and replied lightly, I received 20 additional attribute points after leveling up. So now at level 2, I have a total of 56 attribute points. It was generally still under control. Hearing that staggering number, the two of them were stunned for a few seconds before Yuan Chu's jaw dropped in shock. Wait, you said how many? Looking back at his own pathetic status screen with a total of only 26 points, the fighter clutched his head and cried out, "Oh my god. I know that leveling up increases strength, stamina, agility, and spirit, but a normal person only gets 10 attribute points. Why did you get 20? Poor Suai, whose total attribute points were a mere 12, felt her head spinning, her eyes swirling like whirlpools. And you have a total of 56 points at level 2? At this rate, you could totally go one-on-one with a level 4 player already. That's terrifying." Seeing his teammates on the verge of a mental breakdown, Jiang Kai laughed and explained, "It's no big deal, it's just a unique feature of my class. It doubles the rewards I receive upon leveling up." Then he leaned in close to whisper seriously, "But remember, the penalties I receive are doubled too, so please keep this a secret for me." Suai clapped in admiration, even though her mind couldn't quite process all the information. "Got it. I don't really understand it all, but your class seems incredibly powerful." "Ah, that made Yuan Chu green with envy. Damn it, isn't that basically way better than my fighter class?" Suddenly, a mysterious blue light flared brilliantly amidst the silent, dark forest of the newbie zone. A beautiful, ethereal goddess appeared from the light, accompanied by a favorable system notification. "A normal player receives one class skill upon reaching level 2, but thanks to your gambler class talent, you will receive 2 skills." Jiang Kai wore a smug smile, cheering excitedly in his heart. "Nice. I even get double the number of class skills upon hitting level 2. Wait, what? Does that mean you currently possess 2 class skills?" Suai's eyes widened, amazed by her teammate's luck. "Huh? You can even double the number of skills you receive?" Yuan Chu was completely crushed, muttering, "I just can't believe it." The system immediately displayed the first skill on the screen. Confirmed. Your first class skill is Phantom Card Throw. Detailed description. Items you throw will possess a 20% chance of piercing. When throwing card-type items, excluding prop cards, the piercing effect increases by 200%, but spirit consumption increases by 100%. This skill can be upgraded. Immediately after, the second skill information appeared brilliantly. Your second class skill is Phantom Focus, which comes with an overpowered effect. Your vision and target tracking ability increase by 50%, and spirit consumption increases by 100% upon activation. This skill can be upgraded. Seeing the 2 holographic skill panels floating before him, he scratched his head and wondered, "Are both of these long-range skills?" Then he thought contentedly, "Even though I don't know how to use them yet, Gambler seems to be a long-range damage class. It actually suits me pretty well." Jiang Kai confidently stepped forward to lead the way. "Alright, I'm much stronger now. Let's go find some monsters that give more experience." Suai's eyes sparkled as she agreed enthusiastically. Yuan Chu could only grumble in frustration behind them. Damn it. This guy is starting to act cocky. 2 days later, at the advanced monitoring room on Earth, the technical staff were still glued to giant data screens shimmering with blue light to track the situation. The bespectacled professor turned to talk to Supervisor Su Lanlan. "Inspector Su, it has been 2 days. I really can't believe your younger sister is still alive." She just replied coldly. "Is that so?" She curled her lips into a mysterious smile. To survive safely after teaming up with other newbies. It seems that kid, Jiang Kai, is actually quite something. Suddenly, an officer rushed into the room, his face pale as a sheet, and shouted in alarm. "All personnel in charge of the newbie zone, please pay attention," followed by urgent warnings. Something extremely dangerous is about to happen during the newbie trial. Please be on the highest state of alert. This sudden appearance made both Su Lanlan and the professor jump in surprise. They exclaimed in unison, "What was that?" The soldier hurriedly saluted a powerful figure who had just entered the room. "Reporting to my superior, we have discovered that the enemy nation is once again sending infiltrators into our newbie zone. And this time, it is a large-scale invasion," said the stern, silver-haired commander. "Attention, everyone." The supreme commander of Jiangzhou City, Wei Ying, walked in with a majestic stride, his eyes sharp as razors, as he roared his command. "All of you had better be ready to deal with this." Su Lanlan broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe her ears, and asked, "A large-scale invasion? Are you sure about that, Elder Wei?" The old General Wei Ying sighed helplessly. If this were fake news, this old man wouldn't have bothered coming all the way here. Su Lanlan's face darkened with extreme worry. "This is bad. Those infiltrators are professionals sent by the enemy nation to slaughter newbies from other countries in order to stifle their growth and strength right from the very beginning." On the screen, scenes of newbies walking through the portal, excitedly congratulating each other, were displayed. The growth and strength of their opponents right from the newbie zone. On the screen, Rookies were shown stepping through the portal, excitedly wishing each other luck. Good luck, and we will do our best. Meanwhile, the brutal rules appeared as a result of the regulations set during the Demon Star newcomer trial. High-level players are not allowed to enter this area to assist newcomers, so the newbies must fend for themselves and rely on their own strength to survive. Su Lanlan gritted her teeth and punched her palm, feeling anxious. However, the intruders sent from Country L possessed a very special profession. The archived footage recorded high-tech masked assassins, easily slipping through the defensive perimeter. They could utilize the unique characteristics of their professions to infiltrate the newcomer zones of other nations, leaving the victims completely helpless and unable to interfere. And these intruders would slaughter the newcomers of other nations in the most brutal and savage way, bringing them a terrifying and painful death amidst their desperate cries. "No, don't!" The screen turned a deep, deathly red, while countless heartbreaking screams of the newcomers echoed throughout the trial space. In a hospital room back on Earth, a surviving newcomer was clutching his head and screaming crazily in front of the doctors. Their main goal was to inflict extreme psychological trauma on the newcomers, scaring them so much that they would never dare to log into the Demon Star ever again. This effectively reduced the number of new players from opposing nations significantly. Just as the panicked boy shouted, "No, don't kill me. I will absolutely never return to the Demon Star," a furious fist slammed down onto the desk, accompanied by Su Lanlan's indignant cursing. Damn it all. Her face turned pale with fear for her little sister. Su Aiai was inherently very fragile. If she accidentally runs into those bastards, then Commander Wei Ying closed his eyes slightly and sighed, giving instructions. 2. Get yourself ready to provide psychological counseling for the survivors, because the large-scale invasion has officially begun. Then, he asked in a low voice. So, regarding this newcomer trial, meanwhile, the silent atmosphere of the cold night once again blanketed the dense forest on the Demon Star. While walking, Jiang Kai suddenly jolted and whipped his head around, his sharp gaze directed toward a rustling bush over there, causing Yuan Chu to ask in confusion, "What's wrong, Kai?" Jiang Kai took a defensive stance, staring vigilantly into the deep darkness behind them. "There is something over there." Seeing this, Su Aiai tilted her head and asked blankly, "Ha Kai, what are you doing? We just walked past that spot." Yuan Chu also nodded in agreement, wondering how there could be anything over there. His eyes suddenly emitted a strange green light as he activated the illusion focus. "No, it's deeper ahead." He suddenly turned around, putting all his strength into throwing his spear, which tore through the night sky. There was definitely something there. From afar, the ancient tree canopies swayed violently in the silent dark night. Jiang Kai stood still, observing, a confident and satisfied smile playing on his lips. He immediately dashed off like a gust of wind. "Hit it! Let's go over there and check it out," leaving Su Aiai stamping her feet in confusion. "Huh?" Meanwhile, Yuan Chu wondered in bewilderment. "We didn't even see anything, so how could he have hit it? Is Kai crazy?" The full moon illuminated the river, lazily flowing by the edge of the remote, desolate forest. In front of them lay the carcass of a giant wild boar with a spear pierced through its neck. A notification board appeared. Traveler Jiang Kai has eliminated 1, level 2 short-spined wild boar. Current EXP, 199,200. Yuan Chu's eyes widened as he shouted in admiration. "Oh my god, Kai, do you have eagle eyes or something? How could you see a wild boar from that far away?" Su Aiai chimed in, equally impressed. "And you even managed to take down a level 2 wild boar all by yourself." Casually pulling the spear out of the beast's carcass, Jiang Kai smiled and replied, "Nothing to be surprised about. It's all thanks to my new skills." Immediately after, he reached out and pressed the Accept button on the system panel that appeared. "Do you want to harvest 1 short-spined wild boar carcass and 19 boar spines? Spines can be used to craft weapons." He silently evaluated his new power. Currently, his illusion card throw profession skill had significantly increased the damage of his thrown items. And the illusion focuses was basically a combination of slow-motion effects and a telescope, giving his attacks superior range and precision. Looking at the monster cards flying around him, he smiled smugly. This meant he could stand at an extreme distance without being detected by low-level enemies and silently assassinate them. Jiang Kai continued walking. "Alright, I only need 1 more EXP point to reach level 3, so let's hurry and find another spot to hunt monsters." Su Aiai happily agreed, while Yuan Chu sighed dejectedly behind them. "Sigh, here I am, still stuck at level 1. Suddenly, the pitch-black water rippled violently, accompanied by a sinister voice. "Haha, Captain, our second team is truly lucky." Hearing the strange noise, all 3 of them hurried to stop and turned toward the riverbank. From beneath the water, Horrific dark shadows rose up creepily. We just got here and we already have some tasty prey delivered right to our mouths. Then, the leader spoke coldly. The assassin revealed a bloodthirsty smile beneath his face-covering mask. Time to enjoy some fun. Jiang Kai immediately reached out to shield Su Ai behind him, shouting loudly, "Who are you people?" One guy leisurely drew a sharp sword from its sheath and mocked them. "Don't be so worried, little kids. We aren't bad people." He held his gleaming blade high and casually offered a bone-chilling suggestion. "We just want to slice your chests open, and then hang you upside down to drain all your blood." From the darkness, a series of other men approached and surrounded the three of them, laughing maniacally. "Or perhaps we'll skin you alive and lure the human-faced spirit beasts here to lick you until you die. Ha ha." Suddenly, a leader wearing a dark mask slowly emerged from the cold water. "After all, our superiors have only entrusted us with a single goal this time." Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat, his pupils contracting under the terrifying pressure radiating from the opponent. What was that? The leader, wearing a bizarre bird-beak mask, curled his lips to reveal sharp, savage-looking teeth. The self-proclaimed captain of the second invasion squad stepped forward and coldly declared, "That is to ensure that all the newcomers from then Vin City will suffer a miserable failure in this trial." Su Ai stared at her watch screen and screamed in panic, "Kai, I know who these people are." Then, stammering and trembling, she explained, "They appear to be underground intruders sent here to massacre newcomers." Both Jiang Kai and Yuan Chu were startled, crying out in unison, "What?" The girl shivered as she looked at the biological radar panel displayed on her wrist. They shouted in unison, completely stunned. "What did you say?" She was trembling, staring at the bioradar display on her wrist. "I even discovered that they were all level 3 or higher, and as for the strongest one among them, a green light engulfed the Black Crow leader, revealing a message of absolute despair. He has already reached level 5. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat as he faced the brutal reality, not to mention their overwhelming numbers. They actually have a level 5 traveler, he quickly calculated, comparing his current attributes to theirs. I can only hold my own against a level 4 traveler. And if I want to defeat a level 5, unless I can. The captain's blood-red eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. "Boys, it's time for a fun hunt." Jiang Kai tightened his grip on his spear and resolutely stomped his foot, charging forward. "Damn it, this is the only way." He swung his long spear in an arc to block the enemy's path, then shouted a command. "Chu and I, you two team up. We'll split up and run right now." Vian Chu hurriedly grabbed her hand and took off. "Huh? All right." Watching the three figures fleeing in a panic, the Black Crow captain sneered mockingly. "Oh, running away already? Are the people from Shenrong City really that cowardly?" He waved his hand, ordering 2 level 3 lackeys. "You two, go chase that one, running alone. The rest of our squad will slowly torture the other 2 and make them beg for mercy." 2 black shadows darted away like lightning, chasing closely after Jiang Kai's path through the dense trees. Jiang Kai dashed alone into a clearing, running while never forgetting to keep an eye on his pursuers to find a chance to counterattack. The 2 assassins laughed mockingly as they chased. "Ha, this punk is pretty fast," the leader said smugly. "But we're about to catch you, darling." Suddenly, Jiang Kai stopped dead in his tracks, creating a powerful gust of wind that kicked up dust. Seeing his opponent suddenly turn around to take a stance, the pursuer behind him cried out in surprise. "Huh?" The lead assassin still had a wild grin on his face. "Heh, kid. Are you trying to play hide-and-seek with us?" he threatened chillingly. "This is actually quite exciting. The moment I catch you, we're definitely going to cut off your legs first." Responding to the trash talk was a slash wrapped in a sharp blue light that tore through the air. The assassin raised his sword to block, his lip curling in contempt. "Oh? This punk is trying to fight back?" he said, with overconfidence. "But I can block an attack from a trashy newbie like you with ease." However, when the axe blade and the spearhead collided violently, a massive shockwave exploded instantly. Witnessing the unexpected scene right before his eyes, the accomplice standing behind him stood there, mouth agape. "What the?" The force was so strong that the cocky assassin was sent flying like a ball, slamming hard into a nearby ancient tree. The accomplice trembled and approached, stammering in confusion. "Hey, why did you get wiped out so fast? Are you okay?" Looking closer, his limbs went weak when he saw his friend pinned firmly to the tree by the spear. "What? Is he dead?" He clutched his head and screamed, "How could this happen?" Jiang Kai stepped out of the shadows, his lips curling into a sarcastic smile. "Huh, down after just one hit. Turns out these infiltrators only have this much strength." The remaining one jumped back in alert. "What?" Jiang Kai calmly drew out some sharp throwing knives, a wicked smile on his face. It seems you guys aren't as strong as I imagined. The assassin broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly activated his watch to scan his data. You just a newbie from Shenrong City? How the hell did you kill my level 3 teammate? A red alert attribute panel appeared on his scan screen. Level 2. Strength 10. Stamina 10. Agility 20. Spirit 20. Defense 0. Looking at those absurd numbers, the assassin shook violently and pointed a finger, screaming, "What is this? I'm already level 3 and my total attribute points are only 45. How can this newbie be level 2 and already have nearly 60 points?" He clutched his head and shrieked. "How can this be possible?" Jiang Kai coldly appeared right by his side with lightning-fast stabs. Why wouldn't it be? The assassin could only gasp in terror. "What?" A piercing, heart-wrenching scream rang out before the assassin collapsed to the ground. Standing amidst the two corpses, Jiang Kai was satisfied and told himself, "I did it." Sure enough, with a total attribute score on par with a level 4 traveler, I can easily send these level 3 infiltrators to meet their ancestors. He smirked, his mind calculating. He realized that the reason he had suggested splitting up earlier was just to reduce the number of enemies tailing him, making it easier to take them out one by one. He recalled the scene from earlier when he had proactively swung his spear to block the path and lure the enemies away to ensure his two teammates could escape safely. Looking at the dissolving body of the assassin, he silently calculated that he was still a little short on experience to break through to level 3. And furthermore, based on the knowledge he had learned on Earth, once he eliminated another traveler, he would be able to. The system goddess appeared once again amidst a brilliant blue light, offering two choices. You have successfully eliminated a traveler. You can collect the victim's wristwatch and choose whether you want to plunder the victim's experience points before their body disappears completely. The goddess's illusory face smiled meaningfully as the system notification chimed. You have eliminated 2 level 3 travelers. You can plunder 100 experience points from each of them. Conversely, the target will lose double the amount of experience points you plundered from them. Jiang Kai laughed excitedly, his eyes shining brightly. Oh, I can actually plunder their experience points? Slaughtering a traveler earns 10,000 times more experience than hunting monsters? He immediately tapped his hand to make the decision on the virtual screen. Then I choose to plunder all 100 experience points from each of them. The system responded immediately. Understood. His eyes ignited with a brilliant, white aura of power as the system sent a congratulatory message. Congratulations, you have officially leveled up to level 3. He stretched refreshingly amidst a burst of internal energy. Haha, I've finally broken through to level 3. With his attribute panel showing the gambler class, his strength, stamina, and agility were incredibly superior. Bending down to pick up the enemy's weapon, he calculated with a confident smile. My total attribute points are now up to 76, while that level 5 infiltrator captain probably only has about 60 at most. He tucked the Black Crow saber into his waist, hoisted his spear, and walked forward steadily. Jiang Kai smiled coldly. All right, what's next? Jiang Kai clenched his fist, his eyes shining with determination. Finally, I have enough strength to go back and rescue Vian Chu and Su Ai right now. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the forest, Yuan Chu was on his knees with his head bowed, his breathing shallow and rapid, his body covered in lacerations. Su Ai, standing beside him, wasn't faring any better. She sobbed, while desperately trying to channel the last of her healing magic. The surrounding assassins burst into cruel, gleeful laughter. A martial artist and a healer. Ha! To think we'd bagged 2 top-tier classes on our very first raid. Then the guy next to him chimed in. High-tier classes. Indeed. The leader grinned sinisterly, leaning in close to intimidate them. We're going to take our sweet time, enjoying the sight of you lot suffering. Despite Yuan Chu's weak and weary resistance, tears streamed down his cheeks. Su Ai asked in a small, worried voice, Chu, there are 2 intruders chasing after Kai. Can he really make it back? Pulling himself up with a blood-smeared face, Yuan Chu insisted with conviction, he'll definitely come back, before adding with a touch of humor. He might be shy when it comes to girls, but whenever his friends or family are in danger, the assassins began raising their weapons, preparing to finish them off. Even so, he secretly believed that no matter how desperate the situation was, Kai would return. The Black Crow team leader impatiently barked an order. Enough playing around, it's time to skin them alive. His subordinates shouted in response. Yuan Chu roared his final words. He'll definitely show up. Right on cue, a pair of glowing green eyes, filled with murderous intent, suddenly tore through the dark night to save them. Jiang Kai descended from the sky like a god, unleashing a volley of razor-sharp wild boar quills. One assassin screamed in agony as a quill pierced straight through his throat, leaving the rest of the gang in shock. What? Staring at the quills embedded in the assassins' heads, Su Ai gasped in surprise. Those spikes? Yuan Chu cracked a relieved smile, despite his battered body. I knew it! I knew Kai would come back. The Black Crow captain began to panic, darting his eyes around. Who? Who's there? Then he cowardly shouted, Was that the guy who ran away earlier? If you've got guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. The only response to his screaming was a terrifying, dead silence, followed by a spear from above that slammed straight into the ground. He scrambled to dodge, sweat pouring off him like rain. I can't see him. I don't even know where he is, he muttered in a panicked frenzy. Could it be that Shenvin City has a new class that allows high-level players to enter the newbie zone? Upon that realization, he immediately turned and bolted for his life. Run! I have to get out of here. He left his gawking subordinates behind. Su Ai pointed at the fleeing figure, bewildered. The intruder captain is running away. Jiang Kai emerged from the bushes, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust. You torture my friends and think you can just walk away? His green pupils narrowed, focusing intensely on his fleeing target. Stay. He gathered his strength and launched a throwing star, slicing through the wind straight at the opponent's back. And leave your life here. A critical, piercing strike hit home, causing the captain to scream in pain before collapsing. The battle ended in a flash. All the infiltrating scum had been wiped out, lying scattered across the ground. Jiang Kai walked over casually. I've cleaned up the intruders. Su Ai, are you guys okay? It made her exclaim joyfully. Kai, you're finally back. However, she sobbed, clutching his shirt tightly. But Yuan Chu, she pointed to their friend. He's badly hurt. Looking at Yuan Chu's battered form, she choked up. My powers, I can't heal him any more than this. Yuan Chu coughed weakly and managed a faint smile. Cough Kai. I knew you'd come back to save us. His voice faded. But I don't think I can keep adventuring with you guys anymore. He closed his eyes and slumped to the ground, unconscious. Yuan Chu lay flat, whispering his dramatic, tearful final words. Kai Su Ai, the adventures I've had with you two are the best memories I've ever had. From now on, you'll have to carry on for me too. Their friend kept his blood-stained eyes tightly shut, sniffling his instructions. Please, do your best to get through this trial. Su Ai shrieked in despair, tears flying everywhere. Yuan Chu, brother Yuan. Jiang Kai bowed his head, darkness veiling his eyes, making the atmosphere feel incredibly somber. Smack! Jiang Kai kicked an unconscious intruder straight into Yuan Chu's face, snapping, What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? It sent the martial artist flying, blood spraying from his nose. Oh, Lord, Jiang Kai casually explained his plan. I intentionally left 6 intruders alive. You guys just need to land the finishing blows to steal their EXP. That way, you'll level up and fully restore your HP. Su Ai blinked, then cheered. Oh, that's right. On Demon Star, we can earn EXP and level up by taking down other travelers. This left Yuan Chu covered in soot, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Huh? That's a thing? He asked. Wait, have I been acting like a clown this whole time? Jiang Kai sighed and shook his head. I knew you were just putting on a comedy act. Jiang Kai offered a bright smile. Besides, these intruders beat you guys black and blue, right? Now, you can take this chance to send them off and get back more than what you lost. Both Su Ai and Yuan Chu broke into dark, sinister grins, their eyes gleaming with vengeance. Let's show them what real karma tastes like. Hey, Boss Kai, are you sure we're allowed to do this? The 3 of them crept forward like ghosts, smiling maliciously. Hey, why not? In Shenvin City, we call this a traditional culture, repaying kindness with kindness, and grudges with grudges. The assassins wailed, begging for mercy. What kind of demons are these people? Don't come any closer. Meanwhile, at the Data Research Center of the L Country Infiltration Division, the system suddenly blared with a series of bright red warnings. This is terrifying. This is absolutely horrific. The high-tech soldiers of L Country clutched their heads, screaming in a panic. A rookie in Shenvin City just slaughtered our entire team. He's even more ruthless than us. My level plummeted after he snatched all my EXP. The high-ranking official of the L Country management broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is happening? How were the intruders wiped out just like that? Is there a new class in Shenyang City powerful enough to counter the invaders? Meanwhile, at the High Command Center of the Shenyang Kingdom, a researcher wearing glasses reports in a panic. This is bad. Based on the data from Su Ai's watch, her team has definitely had a head-on collision with the invaders. Supervisor Su Lanlan's eyes widen in shock and she bellows, "What? Does that mean Suai has?" High Commander Wei Ying sighs softly and lifts his coffee cup. Sigh. No rookie has ever escaped the clutches of the invaders before. Prepare the psychological counseling session for the kids after they're gone. The researcher waves his hands quickly to correct him. No, that's not what I meant. He points at the glowing green data screen and explains frantically. I mean, based on this data, not only did they not die after clashing with the invaders, but they actually leveled up. Hearing this, Su Lanlan and Commander Wei Ying freeze for 5 seconds before shouting in unison. What? The commander leans close to the screen and asks in disbelief. Huh? How is that possible? They didn't just survive the invaders. They leveled up too? Are you telling me the invaders were volunteering to be grinding bags for them to farm XP? The researcher is dripping with sweat as he analyzes. No, if she had only leveled up once, I might believe it was just farming. But based on the real-time data, she jumped 2 levels straight away. Both of them stare at the screen as a crazy theory sparks in their minds. Could it be that the kids wiped out those invaders all by themselves? The room falls into absolute silence. The shock is so great that the cup in the commander's hand drops to the floor, splashing everywhere. Su Lanlan cries out in alarm. Commander! Wei Ying immediately regains his composure and commands loudly, "Show me the data from Suai's team right now." The researcher quickly replies, "Yes, sir." His fingers fly across the keys. The commander locks his sharp eyes onto the scan. The large screen displays the status info for the 3 of them. Jiang Kai, level unknown, class unknown. Suai, level 3. Healer. Yuan Chu, level 3. Fighter. The commander breaks into a cold sweat and gasps. The kids really reached level 3? If they didn't wipe out those invaders, there's no way they could have jumped 2 levels in the blink of an eye like that. Su Lanlan frowns skeptically, pointing out the anomaly. But don't you think something is off? Suai isn't a combat class, and a fighter in the early stages can't deal that amount of massive damage. Are you saying Jiang Kai is the one who beat the invaders to a pulp? That's insane. Wei Ying smirks with interest. I have a feeling this was all Jiang Kai's doing, but both his level and class are showing as unknown. What kind of secret is he hiding? The researcher rushes to explain. I've found the reason behind Jiang Kai's hidden info. Normally, travelers are equipped with smartwatches to collect necessary data. The screen displays an image of a Lu Shi watch, but Jiang Kai is using a first-generation model that is extremely outdated. It's an antique watch from the early days that can be used on the Demon Star. However, we stopped providing service to its server over 10 years ago, so it's very hard to connect to the network. That's why the system can't pull his data. Su Lanlan's eyes widen in amazement. What? In this day and age, someone is still using that antique first-gen watch? High Commander Wei Ying strokes his beard and laughs delightedly. Good, this is interesting. He immediately turns around and strides out, giving a firm order. Investigate every detail about Jiang Kai in the real world. I want to know who he really is. Everyone answers in unison. Yes, sir. During this tense atmosphere, if you're enjoying the video, please leave a like. Back on the battlefield, Yuan Chu glows with muscular energy and cheers excitedly as his level 3 status appears. Awesome. I never expected that leveling up would magically restore my HP to full like this. Beside him, Suai glows with the brilliant light of her level-up stats. She cheers happily. Me too. Yuan Chu excitedly shows off the new skill he received upon leveling up. I also just gained a new class skill, Seismic Stomp. Then he yells excitedly, now I can truly knock back enemies near me. Meanwhile, Suai proudly displays her attribute interface. I've also activated my healer class skill, Compassion. My healing ability is much stronger than before. Hearing this, Jiang Kai rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought, and smiles with satisfaction. Not bad for a fighter and healer class skill. They are all extremely useful in every situation. Yuan Chu immediately tilts his nose up, triumphantly teasing his friend. Kai, I'm actually 1 level higher than you now, you know? Do you think I can take on the invaders by myself like you did earlier? Jiang Kai just scoffs and pulls up his stats screen right in his friend's face. What nonsense are you spouting? You think reaching level 3 is enough to fight them? I reached level 4 ages ago. Look at my stats. Yuan Chu's eyes bulge in shock. What? Witnessing this, Yuan Chu clutches his head and wails in frustration. You monster, when did you reach level 4? Weren't you only at level 2 just a moment ago? Suai's eyes sparkle with admiration. Not to mention you have a total of 96 attribute points. You're basically on par with a level 8 traveler already. Oh, please. Faced with his teammates' astonishment, he explains nonchalantly, as if it were a common occurrence. Earlier, while we were running away, I took out 2 invaders to reach level 3. Then, I wiped out 5 more. And I even took down a level 5 one. That was enough points to go straight to level 4. Beside him, Yuan Chu cries his heart out. Damn it, why is he so much stronger than me? I can't take this blow. Su Iie quickly asks, Kai, what should we do next? This makes him repeat, next? After a moment of thought, his gaze becomes pensive as he analyzes the situation. Right, I heard that leader mention they belong to the second squad of the invader group. Suddenly, Jiang Kai wears a challenging smile and points ahead. We are going to take the initiative and hunt down their first squad. This makes his 2 teammates freeze and shout, What? Soon, half a day later, in a gloomy forest in the newbie area, the mocking laughter of the invaders rings out, breaking the silence. Ha ha, where did you come up with that joke? At the same time, a member of the first squad sneers with contempt. Team 2 got wiped out by a bunch of trashy newbies? I couldn't imagine such a ridiculous thing even in my wildest dreams. The guy beside him added mockingly, Exactly. They should just retire and save everyone the trouble. However, the burly level 5 team leader cautioned his subordinates, Stay sharp, better to be safe than sorry. If the superiors warned us, it's a real possibility. We need to stay on high alert. Yet, a cocky lackey dismissed him. What's there to worry about? In this newbie zone, they can only reach level 5 at best, and we're all level 5. Whoever dares to show their face here, we can easily snap their necks. The whole group of thugs agreed in unison. That's right. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Su Ai whispered anxiously, Are you sure about this, Kai? Yuan Chu was also sweating nervously. Are you really going to face 9 level 5 invaders alone? He urged. Maybe we should just give up on this crazy plan. Jiang Kai smiled confidently and tightened his grip on his spear. Don't worry. With my current stats, even if I can't wipe them all out, I can definitely get you guys out safely without any trouble. Then, he added sternly, because if we don't take them out right now, they'll surely go and slaughter the other newbies from our country. Instead of sitting around waiting for them to come to the door, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning toward the enemy. Why don't we take the initiative? Yuan Chu could only call out, Hey, wait! At that moment, the team leader squinted and turned around. The burly leader suddenly sensed a powerful killing intent approaching and shouted in shock, Watch out, someone's coming. Fast as a flash, a lackey scrambled to turn on his scanner and laughed triumphantly. Haha, I scanned his stats, he's just a level 4 newbie. The guy next to him speculated in surprise. Level 4? A newbie surviving here is already a miracle. How could he level up so fast? He must be the one who wiped out Team 2. Seeing this, the burly leader flashed a cruel, eager grin. Good. This is going to be a huge payday. Without hesitation, he waved his hand to command the team. All of you, listen up, hold formation and take him out. Whoever brings me his head gets a big reward. The thugs roared back. Understood. As for Jiang Kai, seeing the enemies following his lead in formation, he frowned and muttered, Damn it, these invaders even know how to maintain a tight, coordinated formation? He mentally reviewed the trap he had laid on the ground earlier. The original plan was for me to act as bait to lure them into one spot. Then, when the timing was right, Yuan Chu would use his seismic stomp to knock them all back. And finally, I'd use the window of time while they're CC'd to deliver the finishing blows and send them all packing. However, watching the enemies spread out while chasing him, he quickly realized the flaw. But they're moving too far apart. If Yuan Chu can't crowd control them all at once, he narrowed his eyes at their stretched-out formation along the path. Those outside the skill's range would surely have a chance to escape or counterattack. Even so, Jiang Kai smirked confidently as his legs picked up speed. But even if it comes to that, it's not like we didn't prepare a backup plan. With that, he slammed his heels into the ground to brake and spun around. If I want to wipe them all out in one go without a single one escaping. Immediately, his body erupted with brilliant blue mana, crackling with powerful, electric sparks. Without hesitation, he turned and charged into the center of the enemy circle. I have to give it my all to play the role of the tasty bait. When they saw the bait turn into a hunter and charge back, the lead guy's eyes went wide with terror. Why is this kid suddenly turning around to attack? An assassin chasing behind Jiang Kai laughed gleefully. Haha, where do you think you're running, huh? He taunted. Too scared to even know what to do anymore, right? Moments later, his eyes bulged with rage as he swung his blade down. Stop dreaming, kid. After the attack, Jiang Kai only coughed slightly while narrowly dodging the strike. Cough? No way. He sped up again like a flash. Still not close enough. The pursuer growled in frustration. You're injured? Yet you can still run that fast? Seeing 3 other invaders lying in ambush ahead, Jiang Kai chuckled to himself. They've finally gathered together. Instantly, he parried their lethal strikes with his blades effortlessly. Still not close enough. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Kai's silhouette moved fluidly like an illusion, painting sharp streaks of blue light that tore through the dark night. Watching the scene from afar, Yuan Chu couldn't help but yell in utter bewilderment. "What on earth are you doing?" Meanwhile, an assassin trembled, his eyes shrinking in terror. "We're all level 5. How can this level 4 kid dodge every single one of our attacks?" He hurriedly looked at the scanner on his wrist and shouted, "Something's wrong, Captain." He stammered as he reported. The initial scan was too fast to catch all his attributes, but I just rescanned him thoroughly with this high-end watch. He continued, his skin crawling. I still don't know his overall stats, but I read his agility speed. The result left them all stunned when he screamed, "His agility is at 30 points. Hearing this, the burly leader's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? 30? 30 points in agility? However, the spiky-haired guy yelled in denial, "You must have read it wrong. My level 5 agility isn't even 20 yet. If his speed is that much higher than mine, how could I possibly kill him?" Still, the leader felt uneasy and broke into a cold sweat. It can't be wrong. How could a high-end data scanner be wrong? Thinking of the terrifying theory, he shuddered as he realized the opponent's calm smile. If he really has that much agility, does that mean he's only been pretending to be hunted this whole time? The leader roared in absolute panic. "It's over! We've been played! Run!" But the confused minions turned around, not yet understanding what was happening. What? Suddenly, Jiang Kai stood towering behind them with a cold smirk. "Haha, you idiots finally figured it out, but now, I've lured your entire squad into one spot." At the same time, he glanced up at the bright moon overhead and curled his lip defiantly. "Want to run now?" From the air, Yuan Chu descended like a meteor, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura. It was too late. With a powerful stomp that shook the earth, a massive shockwave erupted, sending the assassins flying into the air as they let out miserable screams. Seeing the enemies CC'd, Jiang Kai smirked triumphantly, waving his hands to control a flow of blue light. Nice work. He then lunged straight into the middle of the monsters, suspended in midair, delivering the finishing blow with determination. "Leave this to me." In a heartbeat, the battle ended as he landed gracefully, breathing a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Cleaned them all up in one go. Yuan Chu's jaw dropped in disbelief, clutching his head in admiration. "Oh my god, 9 level 5 assassins wiped out in an instant. Kai, what kind of monster are you?" Meanwhile, the system notification flashed repeatedly with congratulations. Traveler Jiang Kai has eliminated 5 level 5 intruders and looted a total of 2,000 experience points. He had officially reached the maximum level for the beginner zone, level 5. He thought to himself, every time you take down a higher level adventurer, the experience you can loot doubles. Could a level 5 adventurer drop 400 experience points? Suai jumped up in excitement. "Wow, Kai, you've already reached level 5? I heard level 5 is the absolute cap for this beginner zone." This made Yuan Chu feel salty. "How annoying. You hit the level cap already?" He smiled softly in response. "It's nothing. Travelers get way more experience points when they take out other travelers." Pointing at the ones still struggling on the ground, he generously shared the spoils with his teammates. "I left 4 intruders with low health for you two. You guys hurry up and finish them off for the experience." They were overjoyed. "Roger, what should we do next, Kai?" Jiang Kai looked toward the deep forest and smiled with confidence. "Before, to raise my combat power quickly, I slaughtered monsters to level up. Now that I'm strong enough, it's my turn to lead you guys to hunt for points. Once we have enough points, we'll march straight to the finish line." Yuan Chu raised his fist, fired up, and cheered in unison with Suai. "Awesome. Haha, finally, it's my turn to hunt monsters." Meanwhile, as the trio walked under the bright moonlight of the quiet forest, the system voice suddenly chimed in to warn them. "Attention players, because you are getting very close to the finish line, earning a lot of points here is highly feasible." Hearing this, Jiang Kai immediately took the lead, instructing his teammates with a very serious expression, making Suai nod timidly. "However, the closer we get to the finish line, the scarier the monsters will be. There might even be boss monsters in the beginner zone. So, we must be extremely careful." But as soon as the warning ended, a terrifying roar tore through the night ahead, causing Yuan Chu and Suai to jump in utter confusion. Appearing right before their eyes was a gruesome sight. 2 human-faced monster corpses lying in a pool of blood with jagged bite marks. Yuan Chu approached out of curiosity and exclaimed in horror, "That's right, these are the bodies of the human-faced beasts." Suai stood beside him, trembling. "There are so many bite marks on them. Did something bite them to death?" Faced with this strange situation, Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, focusing intensely to activate his special skill. Focused Eye. His eyes suddenly glowed with a magical green light, with spell circles spinning continuously as he tracked the perpetrator's trail. Thanks to his keen vision, Jiang Kai muttered, analyzing the energy flow he had just seen. I saw this golden light from afar just now. Looks like some golden creature took down these two human-faced beasts single-handedly. Immediately, golden sparks flickered and appeared rapidly all around them. A golden bolt of lightning shot toward them as fast as a speeding arrow. What kind of freakish creature could easily bite two human-faced beasts to death? Is it aiming for us? In the blink of an eye, the brilliant golden light rushed straight toward the group like a meteor at an incredible speed. The force of the gust blew Suai's hair back, and she screamed in panic. Help! What is that coming towards us? Yuan Shu hurriedly covered his face with his hands to block the attack as the streak of light brushed past him. Yellow, it really is a golden creature. Damn it. This thing is actually attacking us. The golden streak changed direction, lunging straight at Jiang Kai's face while he stood still like a stone statue. Facing a surprise attack at point-blank range, Jiang Kai's expression flickered, revealing a moment of surprise. Yuan Shu, having had his arm slashed, clutched his wound in pain and shouted to warn his teammates, Kai, watch out. Its attack power is terrifying. It'll bite you to death. Whatever you do, don't let it bite you. However, the golden streak of light continued to circle around Jiang Kai, creating dazzling light trails without even touching a single hair on his head. Witnessing Jiang Kai standing still and taking it, both Yuan Shu and Suai were so shocked they held their breath. But when the light faded, Jiang Kai was standing there with a blank face, holding a chubby, pitiful-looking hamster in his hand. The little golden-furred hamster was captured firmly in his large palm, its eyes bulging in confusion and bewilderment at the cruel reality. Yuan Shu froze for a few seconds before stammering, pointing his finger. What? The thing that was moving as fast as lightning turned out to be? Suai covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Did you just catch it with your bare hands? Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow at the tiny creature struggling in his hand and commented casually and humorously. Huh? You guys thought this thing was fast? Isn't it just a fat mouse? Insulted. The hamster grew angry, steam coming out of its head as it shrieked in protest. Squeak! You jerk! Who are you calling fat and slow? I just got careless. That's why you caught me. Jiang Kai chuckled with amusement. Oh? Seems like this little guy isn't convinced yet. All right, I'll keep my word. Jiang Kai opened his hand and let the hamster drop to the ground. I'll let you go so we can try that again. As soon as it hit the ground, the little mouse erupted in a brilliant golden flame, roaring proudly. You've got some nerve? Looking down on me? It turned into a streak of golden lightning, circling Jiang Kai constantly, trying to find an opening for revenge. Seeing the risky move of letting a tiger back into the woods, Yuan Shu grabbed his head and wailed, Kai, oh Kai, why would you let it go? That thing bit two human-faced beasts to death in a heartbeat. Before Yuan Shu could finish, Jiang Kai's hand moved so fast it left countless afterimages in the air. He smirked confidently, once again snatching the fat mouse out of thin air. Don't worry, its speed is still way too slow for me. With the perfect combo of my superhuman vision and superior agility stats, Jiang Kai caught the mouse 10 times in just 1 second, leaving Yuan Shu dripping with cold sweat. Wait? How is Kai's speed this terrifying? Meanwhile, Suai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Whoa, that's so cool. After a few minutes of a one-sided game of tag, the fat mouse lay on its back, surrendering unconditionally on Jiang Kai's palm, even holding up a tiny white flag that said, Mouse surrenders. Jiang Kai smiled triumphantly and showed his obedient catch to his teammates. Looks like this little guy has been completely tamed by me. It won't dare to run away from now on. Yuan Shu could only weep in silence nearby. Good grief, did you just catch a speed-type spirit beast with nothing but your bare hands? Looking at the two monster carcasses on the ground, Jiang Kai nodded and calculated. Even though I don't know if this mouse can be tamed as a combat unit, at least we picked up 2 human-faced beast carcasses for free. He turned to instruct his 2 friends. Aye, you two are almost at level 4. Hurry up and loot these 2 corpses, then we'll find a few more monsters to get you both to level 5 before this trial ends. Looking at Jiang Kai's capable back, Yuan Shu could only cover his face in helpless self-reproach. Oh my god, I feel like my dozen years of martial arts training are just a child's game compared to Kai's. Meanwhile, at the edge of the trial zone, a mysterious figure in a black cloak stood on a high cliff and let out a smug laugh. Haha, I've arrived. Finally, I'm here. After all these days, I've finally finished the beginner trial zone. He looked down in satisfaction at the deep valley, where a majestic, splendid castle radiated an ethereal blue aura under the moonlight. He slowly strode down the long stone steps to head toward the main gate of the grand structure. The massive gate slowly opened, and 3 guards in majestic silver armor immediately came out to welcome him, along with a solemn greeting from the guide. Xia Tao. Welcome, rookie. Congratulations on successfully passing the trial. We are the rookie guides. Welcome to your official start as an explorer of the spirit ghost realm. Xia Tao regretfully patted the mysterious cloaked rookie on the shoulder. It's a pity someone already took the top spot before you arrived. But anyway, rankings aren't that important. Passing the trial as a rookie is already very impressive. The cloaked figure let out a cold, arrogant snort and pulled a blue glow from his robes. Humph. Sir, I am certain I'm not the one who came late. He fanned out a series of glowing monster harvesting cards before the stunned guide's eyes. So, why would you think I'm not the top ranker? Xia Tao broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. What? The ranking is based on points? But this pile of monster cards can be exchanged for a massive amount of points. You're just a rookie. How could you possibly kill so many monsters? The mysterious figure smirked, letting out an incredibly annoying, smug laugh. Ha ha, how ridiculous. He tossed his hair, revealing a haughty face as he declared, I am the second young master of the Huang family. I am Huang Wei. In the future, I will be a high-ranking member of the Xuanwu Guild. Even before arriving at the spirit ghost realm, I had already undergone special training. The guards nearby immediately broke into surprised whispers. What? Does the Huang family own the Xuanwu Guild? The Xuanwu Guild is one of the largest in St. Glory. His background is truly extraordinary. Captain Xia Tao immediately changed his attitude and offered a warm congratulation. Then congratulations. Based on these points, you not only top the trial, you might even break into the top 10 of all St. Glory. Huang Wei tilted his head back and laughed loudly, reveling in the admiration of the guards. Ha ha ha. That's right. Today, I, Huang Wei, will hand over these cards. Topping this trial is just the first stepping stone for me. He unleashed a dark, murderous aura, his eyes revealing a wild, crazy ambition. From now on, just give me a little more time, and this entire spirit ghost realm will belong to me, Huang Wei. Meanwhile, deep inside the beginner trial zone, Jiang Kai's group was still moving forward. He muttered, That's strange. We've been walking for a while. Logically, the closer we get to the destination, the more monsters there should be. Jiang Kai carried his spear and wondered, while the fat mouse was still sleeping soundly on his shoulder. It's really weird. The closer to the end, the more monsters there should be. So why haven't we run into any yet? Suayai looked at the mouse sleeping soundly and had a naive thought. Maybe the monsters were scared away by this mouse? How could that be? It's so cute. Suddenly, a roar rocked the entire forest, causing Yuan Chu to pale in extreme terror. 2 giant, blue flaming wolf claws slammed into the ground in front of Jiang Kai. This was a ferocious pack of wolves, emerging from the darkness, blocking the group's path, making Yuan Chu scream at the top of his lungs. The shadowless wolves? Are you serious? The wolves kept baring their fangs and growling, their paws burning with deadly blue flames. From behind, a giant white wolf with a long scar over its eye appeared with great majesty. It was the beginner zone boss, the shadowless wolf king of the St. Glory Nation. Yuan Chu was terrified, his face drained of all color. We're done for. That's the beginner zone boss, the shadowless wolf king. Turns out the reason there were no monsters earlier was because we wandered into its territory. The 3 of them were immediately cornered as the wolf pack surrounded them, snarling. We're surrounded. Yuan Chu trembled as he turned to Jiang Kai for help. Kai, I heard the Wolf King is the strongest creature in the beginner zone, and has never been defeated. Meeting it is a death sentence. What do we do now? Jiang Kai gripped his spear tightly, sweat dripping down his face as he calculated. What should I do? The pack is too large. If we're surrounded, I might be able to escape alone. But Yuan Chu and Iie definitely won't make it. Seeing his teammates trembling and ready to risk their lives, Jiang Kai immediately stopped them and shouted his decision. Yuan Chu, Iie, we can't run away anymore. Our only path to survival is to take down that Wolf King. He then rushed forward to lead the way, shouting the battle cry. Let's coordinate and take down the Wolf King together. Hearing this, his 2 friends immediately regained their spirit and shouted in unison. Understood. Yuan Chu took a running start and leaped into the air, his fist blazing with fire. Take this! He slammed his foot into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that sent the surrounding wolves flying. The ground cracked violently under the power of the move, and the tremors made Jiang Kai, who was following behind, laugh and praise him. Great crowd control. Jiang Kai immediately shouted for support. Su Ai, hit the snake with your poison. She quickly tossed a glowing purple orb of venom. Got it. Jiang Kai instantly triggered his strongest skill combo. Now, watch me put on a show. Ultimate focus, ghost hand throwing cards. A massive, razor-sharp beam of blue light descended from the heavens, striking the head of the shrieking, frantic, Void Wolf King. Jiang Kai's powerful attack slashed, but it was easily deflected by the shadowless Wolf King's steel-like hide. Seeing their attacks prove completely useless against the monster, Su Ai and Chu could only gasp in horror. Kai broke into a cold sweat, staring at the beast in disbelief. What? It's impossible to pierce the Wolf King's defense? The shadowless Wolf King threw its head back and let out a triumphant roar that shook the entire forest. Immediately, the pack received the order and swarmed them, desperate to devour all three. Chu struggled to fend off the sharp claws, shouting at the top of his lungs. This is bad. The Wolf King is ordering an all-out attack, Kai. Our combined attacks aren't doing anything. Any other ideas? Kai took a defensive stance amidst the circle of ferocious wolves, sweat pouring down his face as he calculated. I can't. The Wolf King's defense is too strong, and there are too many wolves to wipe them all out at once, just as they were hanging by a thread. The little mouse, Squeaky, suddenly popped his head out of Kai's collar and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way! All of you!" The chubby little mouse stepped forward, standing defiantly before the pack. The giant wolves dismissed the tiny creature as a mere nuisance. Squeaky frowned in annoyance when the system highlighted him with a mocking label, calling him the culprit. Meanwhile, Kai was busy swinging his flaming blue blade to keep the surrounding wolves at bay. Suddenly, the chubby mouse erupted with intense red energy, activating his berserk state. In a burst of extreme morning rage, the mouse transformed into a massive beam of golden light, piercing right through the Wolf King's dense defenses, causing the beast to howl in agony. Kai stared in shock at the horrifying sight. He quickly activated his ocular skill. Wait, that mouse he tore through the Wolf King's fur? Focusing his vision, he saw Squeaky perched proudly on the Wolf King's bleeding wound. Kai felt a surge of joy. The mouse managed to rip open its flesh? That's it. The earlier attacks failed only because the Wolf King's defense was too high. He smirked with confidence, blue flames once again enveloping his body. If the Wolf King's hide is torn, I just need to focus my attacks on that wound. Kai launched himself into the air, pouring all his strength into the decisive blow. The Wolf King's defense was useless now. His storm-like slash came crashing down onto the open wound, causing the Wolf King to roar in pain, while Squeaky nimbly landed on the ground, safe and sound. Kai landed gracefully, spinning his weapon with a smug grin. Success. Now, if I keep using my ocular skill to focus on that wound, I'll definitely. He followed up with 3 lightning-fast shuriken, striking the beast's vital spot as it staggered. The unexpected attack triggered a terrifying critical hit effect from the system, a 200-fold critical damage boost. Su Ai and Chu shielded their eyes from the blinding flash, shouting in unison, filled with awe. What? Kai got it in one hit? He finished off the shadowless Wolf King? Kai sheathed his blade and stood there, dazed. Even he couldn't believe his own luck. A system notification appeared, congratulating him. Congratulations to Explorer Kai for defeating the beginner area boss, the shadowless Wolf King. He scratched his head and gave a bitter laugh. I was actually planning for a long, drawn-out battle. How did I suddenly trigger a 200-fold critical hit? Seeing their leader taken down in an instant, the surrounding wolves began to whine and retreat in fear. Well, it makes sense, Kai thought. It's been a while since I landed a crit, so one now is perfectly reasonable. Su Ai was ecstatic, pointing and shouting, Kai, look. Chu, standing beside her, was also beaming from ear to ear. The wolves look terrified and are running away. Kai turned to look at his 2 friends and calmly asked, Chu, Su Ai, do you 2 still have the strength to fight? They shouted back in unison. You bet, making Kai nod with a smile. Good. Kai's eyes glinted with ambition. Blue light flared around him. Now that the Wolf King is gone, this pack is nothing more than lambs waiting for the slaughter. Su Ai clenched her fists in anger, and Chu gritted his teeth, ready for revenge, as Kai continued. Just remember what they were planning to do to us earlier. Fueled by motivation, Chu and Su Ai unleashed their golden power, charging in to wipe out the pack and finish the battle in a blaze of glory. Chu and Su Ai unleashed their brilliant skills, coordinating to wipe out the remaining wolves in the blink of an eye. Kai softly closed his eyes, deactivating his ocular skill as the battle drew to a close. Seeing the wolves lying flat on the ground, Chu laughed heartily. Haha, it's over. Su Ai jumped for joy. I can't believe we managed to wipe out the entire beginner area boss pack. We are just too good. Kai pointed toward the remaining weakened wolves. I've left a lot of the wolves with low health. You two go finish them off to get more points. This excited Su Ai. Ooh. So, what's next? Kai smiled confidently, looking toward the end of the path. Now that we've accumulated enough points, the next step is, of course, to head straight for the finish line. A few hours later, the group arrived at a magnificent, white city on the spirit planet. Chu looked around in amazement. Haha, so this is our sacred radiant city territory on the spirit planet? Su Ai was in awe. It's so beautiful. Kai smiled and explained. That's right. Sacred Radiant City is the largest operating base for our people here. Suddenly, Squeaky the mouse jumped off Kai's shoulder and bolted into the corner of the corridor, startling Su Ai. Kai, the mouse ran away. Kai waved goodbye with total indifference. It's fine. That's just that little guy's freedom. If we're fated to, we'll surely meet again. The three of them entered the reception hall, which was filled with cutting-edge technology and bustling with other players who had finished the beginner trials. The guide, Xia Tao, approached them with a smile. Congratulations on passing the trial. I'm Xia Tao, your beginner guide. All the beginners for this session are currently gathered here, Kai politely asked. Sir, may I see the ranking board for the beginners who have passed the trial? Xia Tao nodded. Of course, but before Xia Tao could act, a sarcastic laugh cut him off. Ha ha ha, what a small world. I didn't expect that the servant of my house would also participate in this trial. Why don't I show you the ranking board so you can open your eyes? Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at his rival with a cold gaze. I didn't expect this guy, Huang Wei, to get here so early. Huang Wei opened his brilliant virtual board, boasting triumphantly. Look, I'm in first place. You guys are at the top too if you count from the bottom. Ha ha ha. His lackeys chimed in with mocking laughter. Look at these losers. How do they have the nerve to ask about the rankings? Haha, a bunch of nobodies who couldn't even earn a single point. Kai stared fixedly at Huang Wei. Memories of his sister's struggles came flooding back, how she had to work herself to the bone at the Huang family estate to earn money for him to reach the spirit realm, only to be constantly harassed by this piece of trash. The humiliating memory of being stomped into the ground by Huang Wei surfaced again, too, and this scumbag would constantly use his brother's illness to mock him, calling him a sick dog, and calling him a coward. Yuan Chu's face flushed with anger, and he was ready to lash out. Huang Wei, you'd better watch your mouth, he warned, but Jiang Kai gently held him back by the shoulder. It's all right, Yuan Chu. Jiang Kai stepped out in front of the crowd and calmly declared, Pardon me, everyone, but I'd like to announce that the leaderboard is about to be reshuffled, because the top 3 spots are about to belong to us. The entire hall fell dead silent at Jiang Kai's arrogant proclamation. A moment later, Huang Wei and his lackeys burst into mocking laughter. Ha! What is this? 3 bottom feeders claiming they'll sweep the top 3? Are you trying to rank up with just your big mouth? Sir, I think some people have gone insane. Exactly. It's time to send them to a mental ward. The jeering laughter echoed through the hall. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of idiots. Jiang Kai looked at Yuan Chu and Su Ai and whispered, Yuan Chu, Ai, we don't have to pretend anymore. Su Ai smiled softly and nodded confidently. Yeah. Yuan Chu let out a shrunk-white laugh and tapped on his watch. Heh, I've been waiting for you to say that. Time to show them our trump cards. Instantly, a series of blue light pillars containing hundreds of monster corpse cards ignited, forming a massive wall of cards behind the 3 of them. Huang Wei and his goons froze, their eyes wide and mouths agape in bewilderment at the surreal sight. What is this? Huang Wei broke into a cold sweat, his pupils shrinking in terror. How is this possible? How could there be this many monster corpse cards? Damn it. Not only humanoid beasts, but a whole pile of phantom wolves too? He stumbled backward, trembling at the sight of the cards floating all around the air. It was unbelievable. A giant glowing card clearly displayed the image of a white wolf with a large scar. I even see the Phantom Wolf King's card there. Huang Wei went berserk, screaming in rage and helplessness. This is ridiculous, you trash. How could you possibly kill this many monsters? Even the Phantom Wolf King? How could this ever happen? Facing his hysteria, the 3 of them just looked at each other and smiled with utter disdain. Jiang Kai replied leisurely, whether it's real or not, the leaderboard will give you your answer. At that same moment, the surrounding newcomers began to shout, Look, quick, the leaderboard really updated. Oh my god, their points are actually real. This makes Huang Wei's face turn pale. How is that even possible? Everyone was stunned as the leaderboard clearly displayed their 3 names at the top. They had truly taken all 3 top spots. What? Huang Wei stared at the board, trembling. Jiang Kai kept his smirk and tilted his head. Oh, did you think this was the end? He turned to ask Xia Tao. Sir, could you please explain how points are calculated for eliminating invaders? He calmly tipped his bag over, dumping a pile of locators from the invaders that clattered onto the floor. Do these count toward the score? Xia Tao's eyes bulged in shock. Aren't these the locators from the invaders of the Lu Kingdom? The newcomers buzzed with excitement. What? Invaders? Huang Wei clutched at this straw and shouted triumphantly to smear them. Ha, their masks have slipped. How could a newcomer kill an invader? They're clearly a bunch of frauds. He turned to the crowd, trying to incite them and pile on the pressure. Besides, there haven't been any invaders in this trial. Has anyone here seen any invaders? The crowd shouted in unison. No, we didn't see anyone. Huang Wei triumphantly pointed at Jiang Kai. Sir, you see? Everyone can testify that no one saw any invaders but them. They're definitely lying. I demand their results be disqualified and a thorough investigation be conducted. Xia Tao broke into a nervous sweat, while Huang Wei's lackeys continued to scream. Deal with them. You have to handle this severely. Punish these frauds right now. Just then, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from the back. Everyone, do not worry. A pair of polished black leather shoes stepped slowly into the hall. The owner clearly and firmly stated, "The truth is, invaders did indeed appear during the trial. We just hadn't had the chance to inform everyone yet." Huang Wei jumped and turned around. A man in a sleek white suit walked slowly out from the military ranks. At first, I was very surprised to hear this too, but my superiors specifically ordered me to come here and commend Jiang Kai and the others, which proves this is absolutely the truth. Huang Wei and his cohorts went pale and trembled. What? That's the deputy commander of the Jiangzong City Military District. Why is such a big shot appearing here? So, they really did eliminate the invaders? Is this for real? The deputy commander stepped in front of Jiang Kai and announced kindly, Jiang Kai, to reward your contribution in resolving the invader crisis, the military has decided to break protocol and upgrade your equipment rewards. Lu Jun adjusted his glasses and continued, smiling at the envious crowd. The original rewards for 2nd and 3rd place will be upgraded from rank B to rank A. He smirked and announced Jiang Kai's 1st place reward, which made even Jiang Kai's eyes go wide with surprise. And Jiang Kai's reward is upgraded straight from rank A to rank S. Hearing this, Yuan Chu laughed out loud and slapped Jiang Kai on the shoulder in celebration. Huh, that's incredible. Thank you, sir. And Su Ai chirped happily. This is great. Huang Wei stood to the side, wailing miserably, unable to accept it as he clutched his head. What? The rewards were actually upgraded to rank A. And rank S? We're just starting. How do they already have such insane gear? A gear breakdown diagram suddenly appeared on the virtual screen. Welcome to Jiang Kai's beginner class. Currently, equipment in the spirit realm is divided into ranks from F to S, where F is the absolute worst and S is the best. The illustrative diagram continued to explain intuitively. Normally, rank B and C equipment is already very good, while the rare rank A and S gear are treasures that any adventurer would dream of possessing. Huang Wei gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in envy. Damn it. Not only did Jiang Kai get rank S gear, but he even dared to push me out of the top spot and down to 4th. He shrieked in uncontrolled madness. This isn't fair. There's definitely cheating on this leaderboard. Jiang Kai's family is just a bunch of low-class peasants. How can a lowlife like him surpass me? Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly flickered with a cold, murderous blue light. Huang Wei, the military has already come to verify everything personally. Isn't that enough for you? And let me warn you, don't you dare insult my family. Huang Wei goes mad, draws his sword, and lunges forward, ignoring the guards trying to stop him. Huang Wei, what did you say I got wrong? Your family is nothing but low-class trash. He sneers maliciously as his lackeys chime in. Your brother is a sick dog, your sister is a lowly maid, and you're just a piece of garbage that I used to crush under my heel and smash against the wall. Today, you actually dare to challenge me? Hearing this, Jiang Kai remains silent, with his head bowed, shadows veiling his cold face. Huang Wei of the Jiang family wears a disgusting, distorted look, trying to provoke him to the end. Remember, your sister, the maid, is still working at my house. You've got some nerve trying to cross me. Watch out, or one day, I'll crush you. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Kai's eyes ignite with a piercing, overwhelming killing intent. He draws his blade and lunges with the speed of an afterimage. A sharp slash tears through Huang Wei's shirt, leaving him frozen in shock. The entire hall screams in terror at Jiang Kai's decisive action. What? Jiang Kai actually dared to attack Huang Wei? Deputy Commander Lu Jun, standing nearby, narrows his eyes and watches, a faint, meaningful smile touching his lips. What a decisive strike. The surrounding rookies whisper in fearful agitation. Huang Wei comes from the Huang family, who owns one of the largest guilds in the country. Where on earth did this kid, Jiang Kai, get the guts to slash him? At this moment, Huang Wei kneels on the ground, clutching his blood-soaked wound, coughing up blood as he growls. Jiang Kai, you dare strike me? Do you even know what kind of power you're up against? Jiang Kai towers over him like a grim reaper, blocking out the light, his deep blue eyes completely emotionless. Oh, a piece of filth who dares to threaten my family. Do you really think I care who you are? Only now does Huang Wei truly feel overwhelming terror, his face drained of all color. Jiang Kai walks slowly toward him, each footstep landing heavily. In this apocalypse, my family is the most important thing to me. If anyone dares to touch them. Meanwhile, Xia Tao and Lu Jun watch in silence, with no intention of intervening in this personal purge. Facing Huang Wei, who is cowering and trembling, Jiang Kai coldly continues. No matter who that person is, I will send them to their grave personally. Huang Wei panics and begs. Wait! Jiang Kai decisively raises his glowing blue blade, delivering the death sentence. Die. The decisive slash descends, and Huang Wei screams in agony before drawing his last breath right on the spot. A system notification instantly pops up. Adventurer Jiang Kai has successfully eliminated Tier 1 Adventurer Huang Wei. You have gained 6 experience points. Do you wish to collect them? Jiang Kai clicks his tongue, looking at the experience reward, and mutters with disdain. Huh? Only 6 experience points? How is a family so wealthy, so stingy? Meanwhile, the surrounding rookies are trembling, their faces deathly pale as they whisper. What? He actually dared to kill the second young master of the Huang family? Even though dying in Yulin Tin doesn't mean actual death in reality, the Xuanwu Guild of the Huang family is a massive force. That kid has way too much nerve. In contrast, Deputy Commander Lu Jun, standing nearby, narrows his eyes and smiles with interest. Indeed, while this kid is a bit impulsive, he's very courageous, completely worthy of the person my superiors want to meet. However, Lu Jun immediately clears his throat and speaks loudly to the entire waiting hall to settle the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, Huang Wei was the one who provoked this fight, and Jiang Kai was merely acting in self-defense. Let this matter end here. After that, he turns and waves for Jiang Kai's group to come over. Jiang Kai, you 3 come with me. I'll take you to claim your rewards. Jiang Kai nods. Yes, thank you, sir. Yuan Chu chirps with flattery. Wow, Kai, you looked so cool back there. Su Ai also blushes. Yeah, absolutely powerful. The group leaves the hall, walking out to gaze at the panoramic view of the magnificent Holy Radiant City under the brilliant golden sunset. In a quiet pavilion, Lu Jun places 3 treasure boxes on the table and smiles. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the special equipment the military has gifted you. Go ahead and open them. The group speaks in unison. Thank you, sir. Su Ai curiously opens her box first. A green light bursts forth, making her exclaim, Ah, it's the Life Jade. This is the starter equipment every healer dreams of in the early stages. Lu Jun pushes his glasses slightly and smiles, explaining further. This piece increases your constitution by 15 points and spirit by 15 points, while also boosting healing and potion effects. It's very effective. It's his turn, and Yuan Chu excitedly opens his box, immediately donning a sleek black leather armor, posing with excitement. Wow, look, mine is leather armor. It's so cool. Lu Jun nods in satisfaction, introducing Yuan Chu's item. This is Blackstone Rhino leather armor. It increases defense by 16 points and strength by 16 points, and also reduces incoming damage by 16%. This is high-quality equipment that balances both offense and defense. Yuan Chu grins from ear to ear. Ha! This is super practical. Suai then urges Jiang Kai. Kai, hurry up and open your box to see what you got. Jiang Kai nods in agreement. All right. Jiang Kai's box opens, emitting a brilliant golden light, but the screen displays the message. Equipment unidentified. Appraisal required. Yuan Chu finds it strange and scratches his head. Wait, do you need an appraisal card to see the equipment stats? Oh man, if it needs an appraisal card, this thing must be incredible. Lu Jun chuckles and pulls a sparkling blue crystal card from his pocket. That's right, the higher the quality of the equipment, the more likely you need an appraisal card to unlock its attributes. I just happen to have a few cards that can help you appraise it. Immediately after, Lu Jun places the crystal card on the box to begin the attribute decoding process. The system screen instantly displays the detailed stats. Cursed Blade, S-rank weapon, increases strength by 9, armor penetration by 9, and agility by 9. Special effect. Every time you use a follow-up attack, critical rate and critical damage increase by 10%, stacking up to 90%. After triggering a critical hit, all stacks are reset. Jiang Kai stares at the stats, stunned. Huh? Is this a weapon specialized for critical hits? Lu Jun sighs apologetically upon seeing this. Rookie attack power is usually very low, and critical damage isn't very high either. It seems this S-rank item isn't as practical as an A-rank one. Yuan Chu and Suai hear this and look worried, rushing to ask, "What? Sir, isn't this just a trap for my friend, Commander Lu? Is it possible to exchange this for other equipment for Kai?" Lu Jun looks troubled and replies, "Well, while this is a bit of a hassle, if you really want, I can help you file an application to exchange it." Just then, Jiang Kai suddenly interrupts. Standing tall without hesitation, he declared to his bewildered teammates, "No need to switch. I want this." Jiang Kai caressed the burning red blade, smiling cryptically. "This piece of gear is definitely not a trap for me. As far as I'm concerned, it's the best gear possible." In his mind, he replayed that strike that unleashed blue lightning, because they didn't know that my critical damage isn't just double that of a normal person, it's 200 times. If it lands a critical hit, even the Shadowless Wolf King can't withstand it. However, the system immediately displayed a chart mocking Jiang Kai's extreme luck, highlighting that Jiang Kai's critical hit rate was abysmally low. An average person might trigger 10 critical hits per minute, while it would take him 10 days to trigger just one. Facing a strong enemy, he'd probably be dead before landing a single crit. Jiang Kai looked at the flaming blade in his hand, calculating with excitement, but the 9 Tribulations passive adds at least 10% critical hit rate with every strike. By the 9th strike, the critical hit rate would soar to 90%, almost a guaranteed critical hit. He swung the blade confidently in the evening sun. This really was the perfect exclusive divine artifact for a gambler like him. Seeing his resolve, Lu Jun nodded in agreement. "Fine. If Jiang Kai wants to keep it, then let him. After finishing this trial, you all can return to Earth if you wish." But then, Lu Jun patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder, leaned in close, and warned him seriously, "And, Jiang Kai, I want to specifically remind you that someone might come looking for you soon." Having said that, he turned and walked away, leaving his warning hanging in the air. "I advise you to be careful when you return home." The three of them could only stare at each other, confused. Back on Earth, far below the magnificent Holy Brilliant City, lay the poor, dilapidated slums of Jiangzong City, a place where their peaceful life was about to be disrupted. Jiang Kai leisurely rode his bike home, smiling to himself, thinking about how smoothly the novice trial had gone. He wondered how his older brother and younger sister would react to the news. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes narrowing in vigilance at something unusual right in front of the alley. Huh? What greeted Jiang Kai were 2 sleek black luxury cars parked haphazardly right in front of the rundown apartment complex. Why are luxury cars parked in a neighborhood like this? Did someone win the lottery and hit it big? He watched for a moment, then shook his head and pushed his bike into the hallway. "Not my business." Jiang Kai excitedly pushed the door open and called out loudly through the room, "Big brother! NZ! I'm home! Guess how I did on my trial today?" But his smile vanished the moment his eyes caught the reflection of a man in sunglasses sitting comfortably on the chair. The small room had been ransacked, and his brother and sister were nowhere to be seen. The middle-aged man on the chair flicked his cigarette ash, speaking with contempt. "Oh, after all that waiting, the most talented one finally shows his face. Huh? I heard you were quite impressive during your trial today." Jiang Kai's face paled, his back pressing against the doorframe defensively. You're Huang Da, Huang Wei's brother, aren't you? What are you trying to pull?" Before he could react, a heavy hand from behind grabbed Jiang Kai by the hair and yanked him back, and the door slammed shut, cutting off any chance of calling for help. 2 thugs pinned Jiang Kai down onto the cold floor. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. "Kneeling down? Huh?" Huang Da stood up leisurely, resting his club on his shoulder, looking down with a judgmental gaze. "Jiang Kai, do you know that because of that strike of yours on Ghost Planet, my little brother had to go to psychiatric therapy after he respawned?" Jiang Kai gritted his teeth against the pain, while Huang Da continued his arrogant rant. "You should know that the Huang family only bullies others. No one has ever dared to poke the tiger that is the Huang family." He laughed maniacally, his eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red light. "You might have made Huang Wei disappear from the network for a month, but I can make you disappear from the real world forever." Having said that, he coldly swung the heavy wooden club down, aiming straight for Jiang Kai's head. Jiang Kai could only stare helplessly, glaring in anger at the descending club. At that exact moment, the wooden door of the apartment was smashed open by a powerful kick, flying into the room with terrifying force. The door struck the two thugs, pinning Jiang Kai, sending them flying. Even Huang Da lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Huang Da struggled to crawl up, coughing violently while screaming insanely. "Cough! Who? Who dares to interfere?" From the swirling dust, a tall, imposing figure stepped into the room, accompanied by a familiar, reproachful tone. "Jiang Kai, I should have sent someone to remind you to be more careful when coming home." The commander, holding a cigarette and wearing a long overcoat, appeared, looking at him and sighing. "Why didn't you take my warning seriously?" Just then, the beauty Su Lanlan stood at the door, holding up a badge and clearly interrupting the scene. "Nobody move! This is a military operation." Witnessing the appearance of the savior, Huang Da's confidence vanished instantly, sweat pouring down like rain. "What? That's right, that's Su Lanlan, the supreme commander of the Jiangzhong City Military District. Why would such a high-ranking figure appear here?" Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, the middle-aged commander with graying hair walked in, speaking calmly. We came here for Jiang Kai. Today, you lot have offended someone you shouldn't have." Huang Da stood frozen for 5 seconds, his eyes wide, looking over at Jiang Kai. The Supreme Commander came here for Jiang Kai? How could that be? What kind of terrifying background does this kid actually have? Even Jiang Kai himself was just as bewildered, wondering if he was dreaming. What? A big shot like the Supreme Commander of Jiangzhong City actually came to save me personally? Coincidentally, police cars were already waiting downstairs to round up the gang, accompanied by the urging of the judicial police. Be honest. Once things settled down, Jiang Kai scratched his head in confusion, standing on the balcony to talk to the two big shots. Commander Wei, thank you for coming to save me today. I just don't understand why you exhaled such an artistic cloud of smoke." The stern commander explained gently, "Don't be nervous. We came looking for you for a reason. In this novice test, Yuan Chu and Su Ai both performed exceptionally well." He continued to reveal a secret that startled Jiang Kai. "Did you know that after you logged off, both Yuan Chu and Su Ai were invited to join the military? After all, we came here to invite you too." The rugged uncle puffed on his cigarette, looking deep in thought. But his next parting words nearly made Jiang Kai fall over. "You've awakened a new class." Su Lanlan, standing beside him, added with a serious tone to boost the credibility. "Jiang Kai, do you realize the impact of a new class emerging?" To make it clearer, she pulled out a data chart filled with complex academic analysis. Currently, there are many classes for Ghost Spirit Plane explorers, and every explorer must face a class advancement every 20 levels. With each advancement, their stats and skills change. Some rise to the heavens and become stronger, while others plummet. The magical light glowing on her hand illustrated the game of personnel management. Right now, most common classes become obsolete in the later stages. So, to seek more powerful combat resources, the military has been hunting for and developing new classes, and the one you possess seems to be an extremely overpowered new branch. So, Jiang Kai, the red-haired beauty, looked him straight in the eyes and dangled a lucrative offer. "Would you like to join the military to start a brilliant new career?" Noticing the young man's hesitation, she softened her voice to reassure him as the three of them strolled along the hallway. "Don't worry, we don't intend to force you. We are very sorry that before coming here, we accidentally investigated your family background and found out about your older brother's serious illness." The Iron Lady immediately played her trump card. "As long as you agree to join the military right now, we will not only keep your family safe, but also cover all medical expenses for your brother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Kai went silent, bowing his head in deep thought over this windfall. Thinking the prey had taken the bait, the commander flicked away his cigarette butt and turned away with a cool, world-weary stride. "What do you say? You ventured into the Ghost Spirit Plane just for money to treat your brother, right? If you agree, come to the military to report tomorrow. Just look for me then." But just when the man thought he had victory in the bag, Jiang Kai poured a bucket of cold water on him with a nonchalant smile. "Sorry, I refuse to join the military." Both high-ranking officials instantly turned to stone, whipping their heads around with expressions of pure disbelief. "What?" Jiang Kai leaned against the window, calmly deconstructing the sweet trap. "I know joining the military is a great launching pad, but those perks are only reserved for classes guaranteed to have a bright future. Like the fighter of Yuan Chu or the healer of Su Ai," he said, confidently placing a hand on his chest. He brought up a piece of history dripping with irony. "But I'm different. I'm the owner of a new, unverified class. Remember back when the drunkard class first appeared? Didn't the military also talk it up to the skies back then? The glorious past flashed back, when that drunkard was treated by the military like fragile porcelain, supported every step of the way, and stepped to the pinnacle of fame under the bright lights. But then, when the military realized that this drinking to drown sorrows class had no real combat value, the result was that the drunkard who once made waves ended up as a pathetic, ragged beggar on the side of the road. Didn't they just discard him without a second thought? Just look at his miserable state now. Switch to a drunkard class, and your ending will be no different from a beggar's. Jiang Kai looked lovingly at his two younger siblings playing happily in the house and sighed in relief. This time, I was too excited and lowered my guard. I never expected the Huang family to throw away their dignity and personally attempt an assassination like that. We will move away as soon as possible to stay out of their sight. Thank you both for your help, but the three of us have relied on each other to survive for over 10 years now. He clenched his fists, showing the spirit of a man who stands on his own 2 feet. We are still more used to holding our own fate in our hands than living entirely dependent on someone else's protection. Hearing those stubborn words, Su Lanlan shouted in frustration, trying to sway his thinking with the bigger picture. But humanity is currently in a time of crisis. Your new class could bring about a historic change for all of humanity. Humanity needs you right now. How can you be so selfish? Jiang Kai just smiled faintly, replying with a statement that was both practical and incredibly warm. Sorry, I'm not that great. I just want to protect my family and keep them safe, and that's enough for me. Hearing the cold response from the young kid, Su Lanlan's eyes widened, and she was left speechless. Meanwhile, the commander beside her just laughed heartily. Forget it. I understand what this kid is getting at. Turning around and walking away leisurely, the uncle bit his cigar and mused. Habits formed from over 10 years of rough living can't be changed in just a day or two. However, kid, you should know that your brother doesn't have much time left. Flicking his cigarette ash, he dropped a dose of harsh reality. And in this harsh era, fighting alone won't lead to a good outcome. Suddenly, the uncle turned back with a knowing smile and proposed a deal. How about we make a bet? For the next month, the military will continue to protect your family from any harassment by the Huang family. If within 1 month you can earn enough money to pay for your brother's surgery and prove that you have the ability to protect your family, I will respect your decision to refuse joining the military. But on the contrary, if you don't earn enough, the military will cover all medical expenses to save your brother's life. In exchange, you must then obediently join the military for evaluation. How about it? Under the setting sun, Jiang Kai slightly raised his lip, wearing a confident smile. He held his head high and happily agreed to this difficult challenge. All right, I accept. Night quickly fell, blanketing the bustling city. Jiang Kai secretly resolved that now, facing the military's bet, he had to return to the ghost spirit plane as soon as possible to grind for his brother's surgery money. Leaving a note under the bowl on the dining table, he quietly slipped away. Brother, Ying Ying, are you two working overtime again? I've passed the test. I have to return to the ghost spirit plane first. Walking down the dark street lined with homeless people, he quietly analyzed the situation. Also, because of the Huang family's threats, the three of us can't keep living in such a complex place. We have to move to a high-security area to ensure our safety. His eyes gleamed with determination under his hood. So, this return to the ghost spirit plane is an extremely difficult task. But next time, I must return with a very heavy bag of money. Returning to the ghost spirit plane, specifically the sacred Brilliance City, the bustling scene of the houses, explorers were rushing back and forth, making the atmosphere more lively than ever. Looking over the brand new outfit he'd just purchased, he was incredibly pumped. After passing the beginner's test, his adventure on Ghost Planet had officially begun. He'd just changed into his new gear at the trading post, and he could finally start earning money by slaughtering monsters on Ghost Planet. He stopped in front of a large wooden sign engraved with the word Guild. However, if a rookie wanted to make money on this planet, the first requirement was joining a guild. His survival instincts kicked in, highlighted by a series of comically disastrous illustrations. Because the monsters on Ghost Planet were extremely ferocious, hunting solo was a death sentence. That's why adventurers were forced to join guilds to form raiding parties. He thought to himself, a guild is a big collective anyway. Once he joined, he could follow the veterans to hunt monsters and increase his survival rate. Jiang Kai stepped into the main hall confidently and declared, well, let's see which guild is worth joining. Hey there, I'd like to sign up for a guild. But the moment the cute receptionist saw him, she looked awkward. I'm sorry, you must be Jiang Kai, right? You can't join any guilds right now. Why not? As she gave an apologetic smile, She pointed at the wanted poster with a big red X plastered on the wall. Because he'd offended the Huang family, every guild had blacklisted him. Struck by this icy rejection, Jiang Kai froze, his face cracking like a stone statue. So, unless a miracle happened, he would have to fight alone on Ghost Planet from now on. With no other choice, Jiang Kai trudged over to the map selection area on the outskirts of the Holy Radiant City safe zone, where other parties were noisily preparing to depart. Standing before the glowing blue crystal teleportation pillar, he let out a frustrated sigh. What the hell? Just because I offended the Huang family, no guild will take me? Is this adventure going to end before it even starts? Suddenly, a sweet voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Valued customer, are you worried about which area to pick for hunting monsters? He turned around to see a purple-haired girl wearing an alluring pink qipao. She introduced herself. I'm a fortune teller. I can point you to the best place to go, for only 100 ghost coins per reading. The chibi-sized version of Jiang Kai immediately put on an expressionless face, staring at the girl who was winking at him. Try it out, just try it. Without thinking, he waved her off and turned away without a shred of hesitation. Sorry, I'm an atheist. Wait. Seeing his business slipping away, the fortune teller scrambled to chase after him, desperate to keep him. Please don't go. We can negotiate the price. 80 coins? 30 coins? I'll even do it for free. Just consider it a grand opening special. As soon as he heard the word free, Jiang Kai did a 180, his eyes sparkling like stars. Oh, free? Thanks. I've decided to become superstitious. It's never too late. Right? Damn it. He turns right around the second he hears free. This guy is such a stingy cheapskate. The fortune teller sighed in resignation, pulling out her cards to console herself. I'll just treat this as a skill test. Her expression turned serious, her eyes glowing brilliantly as she began to rotate her 8 trigrams compass to predict the fate of the cheapskate in front of her. With a slight turn of the dial, she put on a mysterious face and delivered a bombshell. You are facing a great disaster. If you don't want to get tangled up in this mess, I advise you to go to a glowing teleportation. Marker appeared on her screen. The Valley of the Kings. Hearing this, Jiang Kai crossed his arms and rubbed his chin, analyzing his current situation. Well, a great disaster? I am indeed at risk of being targeted by the Huang family, but the rules in the safe zone strictly forbid killing. They wouldn't dare touch me here, no matter what. He scrolled through the surrounding challenge maps to find a way out. Currently, the top choice for rookies between level 1 and 10 was the Barren Plains, but there was a high chance the Huang family was already lying in ambush there to wipe him out. He looked at another area but quickly shook his head and gave up. Victoria Peak was territory for adventurers over level 15. If he took his little life there right now, it would definitely be a suicide mission. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the fateful marker. As for the Valley of the Kings, it was an area for levels over 10. With his current strength, he could probably handle it for now. The Huang family probably wouldn't expect him to make such a bold move. If they blocked his path to join a guild, then he would conquer this ancient planet all by himself. The Valley of the Kings it is. Thinking it, he snatched the fortune-telling paper from the girl's hand and bolted. Thanks for the helpful advice. He left her standing there, eyes wide with a confused expression. Watching Jiang Kai's back disappear into the distance, the fortune-teller shouted in helpless panic. Wait, why is he going to the Valley of the Kings by himself? Damn it, I meant you should go with a group. A place as scary as the Valley of the Kings isn't a rookie going there alone, basically suicide? But her practical business nature quickly surfaced, and she sniffled while packing her things, consoling herself. Forget it. It's not my business. As long as he doesn't survive to come back and leave me a bad review, it's fine. Ignoring the terrifying warnings, Jiang Kai had officially set foot in the Valley of the Kings, a place with towering mountains and majestic waterfalls. He stepped cautiously, clutching his weapon in preparation. This is the Valley of the Kings. I wonder how strong the monsters here are. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the bushes, making him jump in alert. Something's moving. A red maw filled with razor-sharp fangs gaped open, roaring violently. On the other side of the battlefield, a giant black ape was aggressively swinging its fists, sending a group of adventurers flying. The situation was extremely tense. The entire party of adventurers was being pushed back continuously. They could only scream at each other to hold the line. The monster's stat block flashed bright red, like a deadly warning. This giant black gorilla is level 11, and we're all only level 10. If we go all out, we can definitely take it down. The adventurer party roared, coordinating perfectly as they unleashed their flashiest skills to finish the beast off. Give it a little more. That's it. Hiding behind a large tree nearby, Jiang Kai held his breath while watching this brilliant display of combat. He seemed incredibly fascinated by their coordinated attack. Is this what a party battle among adventurers is really like? That was intense. But the monsters in the Valley of Kings look terrifyingly strong. I wonder if I could actually beat them if I ran into them. People often say you end up facing exactly what you dread most. Jiang Kai suddenly felt a cold breeze on the back of his neck, accompanied by a growing sense of unease. As he turned around, he was met with the sight of three massive, shadowy figures with blood-red eyes, looking at him with affectionate intent. Jiang Kai jumped back in a panic, breaking out in a cold sweat. What is coming? I was just thinking about it. Could it really be such a coincidence? The system immediately flashed a bright red danger alert for three giant black apes, level 12, 13, and 14 respectively. In stark contrast to Jiang Kai's miserable predicament, the adventurer party, over there had just taken down a level 11 monster and was celebrating excitedly. Ha ha ha, we finally won. We really are the best. The shield bearer grinned, not forgetting to butter up his commander. Captain, 4 of us at level 10, and we took down a level 11 black ape without a single casualty. Is this a record worthy of bragging about? The blonde captain smoothed his hair, laughing smugly with an incredibly arrogant expression. Of course, don't you see who the captain is? But his smile froze instantly when his entire team gasped in shock. Huh? Before their eyes, they saw Jiang Kai running for his life, being chased by the 3 giant black apes. He was clutching his head and scrambling away, muttering in frustration. Man, this is bad. Did I accidentally stumble into their territory? A member of the adventurer party pointed a trembling finger, reporting the situation. See, Captain. Someone over there is taking on 3 black apes all by himself, and each one is a higher level than the one we struggled with. Should we go help him out? The blonde captain exploded in rage, shouting harshly. Are you stupid? That guy is definitely just trying to play the hero. That's why he lured all 3 at once. He won't even be able to kill one of them now. If we go over there, it'll be mass suicide. He waved his hand, urging the group to retreat quickly. We need to get out of here. But before he could finish his sentence, a massive explosion rocked the area right behind him. Before the entire team's eyes, one level 12, giant black ape was sent flying into the air, accompanied by a notification. Giant black ape level 12, eliminated X1. Jiang Kai landed gracefully, smiling smugly at the weapon in his hand. Nice. The critical hit rate increases with each strike, and that 5th hit finally triggered a super critical strike. The blonde captain's eyes bulged, his jaw dropping so low it almost hit the floor. What? We had to scrape and claw just to kill one level 11. And that kid wiped out a level 12 in a single second? Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, the 2 remaining black apes roared and charged straight toward Jiang Kai, hoping to avenge their comrade. Facing 2 mobile artillery pieces, Jiang Kai just smirked confidently. All right, you're next. He dashed forward, tearing through the air and unleashing a slash infused with brilliant red lightning, striking the monster directly. The result was exactly as predicted. Another massive level. 13 corpse fell to the ground, with the notification popping up. Giant black ape, level 13. Eliminated X1. Jiang Kai landed lightly, wearing a look of pure satisfaction at his own destructive power. Awesome. I only used 10% of the bonus critical rate from the Pursuer of Life gear, and I already triggered a super critical strike. Staring at the second corpse, the blonde captain clutched his head and screamed in terror. What? Another one? He killed another one? But the game wasn't over yet, as the final giant black ape roared and lunged at him. Jiang Kai quickly braced for impact. Fantastic. Now there's only one left. Watching the giant alpha monster charging, the captain gulped in fear. And that level 14 giant black ape is the strongest one here. I don't believe that kid can actually take it down. Unlike his previous confidence, Jiang Kai was secretly sweating, his stamina reaching a critical warning level. I only have 3 Pursuer of Life claws left in my hand. My stamina and focus are almost tapped out. If this drags on any longer, I won't be able to escape. He looked down at his weapon, which was glowing with a fierce critical aura, deciding to gamble everything on one final move. I have no choice but to bet everything on maximizing my critical rate before it gets its hands on me. Taking a deep breath, he launched himself high into the air, putting his full strength into one strike, gambling to see who would finish whom first. The level 14 giant black ape roared crazily, swinging its razor-sharp claws to meet the rookie head-on. A fiery collision erupted in mid-air, creating a blinding red explosion that lit up a corner of the forest. Landing safely but panting for air, Jiang Kai cheered excitedly. That was awesome. I poured everything into that attack and actually managed to land a super critical strike. The massive level 14 corpse collapsed to the ground without a sound, followed by the achievement notification. Giant Black Ape. Level 14, eliminated X1. Witnessing this shocking solo performance, the entire adventurer party was completely petrified. The captain wailed in panic. Ah, he really truly wiped out all three. Even a party of over a dozen people would struggle to take down 3 giant black apes in a row, right? What kind of monster is this guy? Gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jiang Kai strolled past the massive corpses. Whoosh! I didn't expect these monsters to be easier to deal with than I thought. Looking at the 3 cards hovering in midair, he smiled in satisfaction. Now I've collected 3 monster loot cards. Looks like hunting on my own isn't that hard after all. Without paying any attention to those staring at him in bewilderment, he leapt over the cliff, disappearing like a gust of wind, leaving the captain to watch him go. Regretting the lost opportunity of a lifetime, the captain grabbed his face and screamed in agony. It's all over. The expert is gone. If we had met an expert like that, we should have done everything to build a good relationship with him. He suddenly spun around, sobbing and throwing a tantrum at his subordinates. Which one of you was it that stopped me from helping the expert earlier? I regret it so much. Wasn't that you, Captain? Meanwhile, in the desolate ashen plains, swirling dust and smoke signaled that a violent storm was about to hit. The appearance of a group, the super cool adventurers, had all the nearby newbies whispering in awe. Whoa, am I seeing things? 3 fighters, 1 warrior, and a healer? Wait, isn't that the famous Falcon Squad from the Huang family's Xuanwu Guild? Why would they be out in the ruins of the newbie zone? They looked incredibly strong. Yet, the faces of these level 20 members were twisted with irritation. We've scoured this entire ruin zone, and we still haven't found a trace of that brat Jiang Kai. The Falcon Squad leader roughly grabbed the purple-haired fortune teller by the collar, roaring with threats. I heard you were the last one to see Jiang Kai. Start talking. Where is he hiding? Choking, the beauty let out a few coughs, then asked with resentment. Cough. What do you people want with him? The sexy female warrior beside her sneered maliciously. Heng, isn't it obvious? Jiang Kai offended the Huang family, and we were sent to take his life. Realizing the intentions of these bullies who preyed on the weak, Hunian smirked to herself and gave a response to shift the blame. Is that so? Jiang Kai went to the Valley of Kings. Why don't you go there and find him yourselves? The leader kicked her aside, sending her tumbling to the ground, and hissed a chilling threat. Fine, but if you're lying to us, you're as good as dead when we get back. You hear me? Witnessing the power of such a major faction, the onlookers could only pity Jiang Kai. The Falcon Squad is the top-tier team among the Huang family's level 20 adventurers. Facing a lineup like that kid Jiang Kai is definitely a dead man walking. Clutching her sore neck, Hunian muttered indignantly as she reached for her divination compass. Cough strong, you say? To crude and uneducated people like them, this fortune teller never tells the truth. A cunning glint flashed in her purple eyes. I just secretly cast a fortune for them, and the most likely outcome for their trip to find Jiang Kai is a black skull shrouded in purple hellfire. Death. One day later, at the Valley of Kings, Jiang Kai was already wearing higher-level gear with a radiant smile. One day later, at the Valley of Kings. Awesome. I've wiped out 16 giant black gorillas and finally hit level 6. He cherished the monster loot cards in his hand, secretly calculating his path to riches. I heard giant black gorilla corpses sell for a ton of money, even though they're hard to collect. He smirked in satisfaction. Jiang Kai continued to plan his fortune, thinking, as long as I keep grinding like this, my brother's medical bills will definitely be taken care of. While lost in thought, a strange voice from behind suddenly called out to him. Hey, you want to join us for a hunt? Turning around, he saw a mysterious guy in a cloak leading a group of tough-looking subordinates toward him. The assassin in the group stepped forward to introduce themselves professionally. We have 3 teams here, hunting elite giant black gorillas. Another guy in the group quickly added their goal. The purpose is to farm blood points. The cloaked leader reached out with a friendly smile, but his eyes were full of schemes. Do you want to join us? Jiang Kai acted quite cautious toward this overly enthusiastic invitation. Hunting in a party? But I don't have a team. I'm just soloing. The cloaked man immediately reassured him with a sinister smile. No worries at all. We just need one more person to meet the requirements. The group led Jiang Kai up a treacherous rocky mountain in the valley. Pointing down into the deep valley below, the leader whispered, See that? There are 4 elite giant black gorillas down there, and in the cave they're guarding, there's an elite treasure chest. He began to lay out a very reasonable battle plan. But these 4 giant black gorillas are too strong, and we only have 3 teams. so we need you to lure one of them away." He smiled wickedly, painting a sweet picture. "As long as you lure one away and wait for our 3 teams to finish off the other 3, you can come back, and we'll split the elite treasure chest together." Hearing the words treasure chest, Jiang Kai's eyes lit up, and he calculated in his head. An elite treasure chest? I heard they have tons of good loot, worth even more than normal monster corpses. I have to find a way to get it. However, the sharp-witted kid quickly realized the abnormality in this script. Still, to face a powerful elite monster that usually requires a full party to defeat, they actually want me to lure it away alone. Looking at the backs of the 3 teams secretly plotting, Jiang Kai smiled coldly. It was clear they didn't intend for him to make it back alive. Their goal was for their 3 teams to monopolize the treasure chest, which could only be opened with 4 teams present. Knowing he had fallen into a trap, he still calmly accepted the challenge. But now that I'm already on this pirate ship, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave in one piece if I don't agree. Fine, I agree. The leader waved his hand, ordering the team to move out. All right, let's start the operation. Everyone, stay alert. Each team handles 1 beast. The appearance of the strangers immediately woke the elite giant black gorillas, who roared in alert. The cloaked man turned to urge his sacrificial pawn forward. "Brother, go ahead and do it." Jiang Kai jumped, dashing straight toward his target. "I'm coming." He swung his blade, carving a critical wound across the face of a giant black gorilla to draw its aggro. Provoked, the beast chased Jiang Kai frantically, moving at breakneck speed, forcing him to shout, "Damn it!" Watching the sacrificial pawn lure the beast away, the cloaked man smiled triumphantly. "Ha ha, not bad. That kid actually did it." He quickly turned to cheer on his cronies. "That's 1 less team to split the loot with. Now, all remaining teams, fight to the end." The 3 remaining black gorillas roared in anger, charging into a bloody melee with the 3 adventurer squads. In another corner of the forest, Jiang Kai looked back while running, sneering. The 3 remaining black apes roared in fury, charging into a bloody melee with the 3 adventurer parties. In another corner of the forest, Jiang Kai ran while glancing back with a look of disdain. Whoa! Those guys are actually pretty cunning. Watching the massive beast hot on his heels, he quickly assesses his opponent's strength. The stats of this elite giant black ape must be several times higher than a normal one. If any ordinary adventurer had stumbled in here, they'd be dead for sure. Suddenly, he stops dead, slams his feet into the ground to build momentum, and backflips in midair. His eyes flash with a cold, sharp light. He pours all his power into activating his critical hit weapon. I'm no average adventurer. The crimson, destructive blades strike down onto the elite monster's head. Fast as a squirrel, Jiang Kai easily dodges the attack of the level 15 giant black ape. Seizing the moment, he unleashes a violent strike, creating a massive, blinding explosion right on target. The monster goes down instantly, accompanied by a glorious achievement notification. You have defeated an elite level 15 giant black ape. Nice. I never expected even an elite black ape would not be able to withstand one of my super critical hits. He flashes a sly grin and glances toward the cave. Well, now that the elite treasure chest is there, it's my turn to go loot it. Meanwhile, outside, the 3 adventurer squads are still struggling like crazy, fighting the monsters while screaming words of encouragement to each other. Everyone, give it your all. Once we take this monster down, we can split the loot. Just as the leader in the black cloak is pushing himself to fight, he's suddenly startled by the sight of Jiang Kai looming behind him. Before he can even realize what's happening, he's sent flying away by an invisible force. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Kai nimbly slips deep into the dark cave. He follows a narrow path, thick with tangled vines, heading toward the glimmering light at the end of the cave. Seeing the magnificent treasure chest radiating a golden aura, he beams with joy. I can't believe breaking in here was this easy. And there really is a treasure chest here that looks like it's worth a fortune. He hurriedly reaches out to open it, not forgetting to be smug about his tactics. Amazing. Thanks to that, I was able to lure the level 15 elite black ape away by myself, so easily just now. But before his hand could touch the chest, a cold drop of drool suddenly falls onto his shoulder, making him freeze in alarm. He looks up at the cave ceiling. He stands frozen for 5 seconds as he encounters a giant face with blood-red eyes and a hair-raising grin hanging upside down right above him. Not giving him a chance to recover, the giant creature drops to the ground, blocking his path with a force that shakes the earth. Seeing the true strength of his opponent, Jiang Kai breaks into a cold sweat and shouts in fury, "What? There's a level 20 elite black ape in the cave? Did those people outside not bother to scout before fighting?" The system immediately displays a bright red danger warning. Level 20, Earth Attribute Elite Black Ape. High danger level detected. The giant monster smirks provocatively, leaving the boy to grit his teeth in frustration. It even knows how to block the exit. Seeing no way out, he braces himself for a fight. Guess I have no choice but to fight it out. Jiang Kai flings a barrage of sharp throwing knives at the massive body of the elite monster. However, that storm of attacks is completely useless, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Not even hitting it in the eye does any damage? The opponent's data pops up like a bucket of ice water to his face. Earth Attribute Elite Black Ape, 23 points of defense. Current attacks cannot penetrate the target's defense and deal no damage. He quickly realizes the key to this difficult battle. His character's armor-piercing ability only has 9 points, completely helpless against its 23 points of defense. Could its mechanics be the same as the Wolf King, where you have to break through its defense to deal any damage? Before he can think of a solution, a massive hand from the monster swings down toward his head. A thunderous punch smashes into the ground, creating an explosion of dust and smoke exactly where Jiang Kai was just standing. Blasted into the sharp rock wall, Jiang Kai collapses to the ground, coughing up blood, a wound on his forehead bleeding down his cheek. Feeling dizzy, he whispers in despair, "Ugh, it hurts, the stat difference is too huge. Am I going to die?" The giant black ape slowly approaches and picks him up like a torn rag doll. As he secretly fears the game's penalty if he dies on this star, he'll be punished and have to wait an entire month before he can log in again. Squeezed tight in the monster's giant hand, he contemplates the disastrous consequences. If that really happens, it means I'll lose the bet with the chief commander. Jiang Kai's face darkens with helplessness. Does that mean my brother, my sister, and I will be forced to rely on the military? His eyelids grow heavy, and darkness begins to engulf his vision. But I'm so tired, so tired. In his delirium, a worried voice from a distant memory echoes in his ears. Hey, wake up. Come on, wake up. An image of his brother carrying him while running through burning smoke and gunfire flickers in his mind. Ah, don't fall asleep. That's it, try to stay awake. His brother's heavy, labored breathing mixes with a hoarse, determined shout. Huff, huff, brother, I must. The memory of that life-and-death battle concludes with a firm promise. I will definitely save you from this battlefield 10 years ago. Beast Battlefield. Snapping out of the nightmare of the past, Jiang Kai glares, his will to survive rising powerfully. Oh, what am I doing? How could I think about falling asleep at a time like this? Facing the fanged mouth ready to swallow him whole, he remembers his brother's kindness. My brother once risked his own life to save my sister and me on the Beast Battlefield all those years ago. A crimson aura suddenly erupts, enveloping his hand. So how could I ever just give up here? Jiang Kai's eyes turn a glowing green, his whole body covered in the black and red magic of a true awakener. This sudden change makes the giant elite black ape freeze in its tracks. It feels an invisible, terrifying pressure weighing down on its shoulders. The monster's fierce expression instantly turns into one of utter absurdity. Its eyes widen in horror as it stares at the brilliant platinum soul energy awakening in his throat. The very next second, a red light as sharp as death flashes, tearing through space and blowing the Ape King's head to pieces. The massive corpse collapses to the ground in a cloud of dust. He smiles smugly, silently analyzing the secret to his comeback. Although Earth attribute black apes have extremely high exterior defense, their oral cavity isn't nearly as well protected. You just need to attack the inside of their mouths, and you won't have to worry about armor penetration anymore. It's exactly the same trick as breaking the outer layer before taking down the Ape King. Coincidentally, he turned his head to look at the glittering bounty waiting in the corner of the cave. Next up, the elite treasure chest. Standing before the jackpot loot, Jiang Kai broke into a sinister grin. The elite treasure chest is finally all mine. Half an hour later, outside the cave, the 3 expedition teams finally finished off the monsters and jumped for joy. Haha, we won. The black-cloaked leader stood there, stroking his chin and smirking at his own devious plan. It's a good thing that Brat lured one of them away, otherwise we would have been wiped out. But that kid is definitely dead meat, which is great. If he's gone, we'll have one less person to split the treasure with. He hurriedly urged his underlings to rush into the cave to cash in. Let's go, the treasure is waiting for us inside. Haha, we hit the jackpot this time. But just as they stepped into the cave entrance, one of the henchmen froze, staring blankly into the empty space. The scene inside was deathly silent. There wasn't even a single strand of monster fur, let alone any treasure. The leader clutched his head, eyes bulging, and let out a roar of absolute bewilderment. What the hell happened? Where's the treasure? Why did the elite treasure chest disappear? A gunner standing nearby scratched his head and timidly confessed. Boss, I remember seeing that kid sneaking into the cave while we were fighting. What? Why didn't you say something sooner? The shield bearer turned pale as a sheet and chimed in. I thought I was hallucinating, because I didn't think he could possibly survive. What was that? The remaining underlings immediately started clamoring for their share. Captain, so we did all this for nothing? We've been busy for days because of this. You know, even if there's no treasure, you still have to pay us. You still owe me months of back pay. The black-cloaked man went insane, shouting until his eyes turned bloodshot. Damn it, did we actually get played by that brat? How infuriating. Meanwhile, in another quiet corner of the Valley of Kings, Jiang Kai leisurely pulled out the chest. I've probably lost those guys by now. With that thought, he eagerly rubbed his hands together, ready to open the gift and see what goodies were inside this elite treasure chest. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The chest popped open, and a brilliant golden radiance illuminated the corner of the forest, along with a heap of rare resources. Jiang Kai was ecstatic as he picked up the shiny red stones. Amazing. There's so much iron ore here. And there's gear too. Clad in a brand new cloak, he couldn't stop grinning. The value of the gear and the iron ore on the star was far greater than any monster carcass. I'm about to strike it rich. Suddenly, he noticed another strange, sparkling object at the bottom of the chest. He picked up a pair of gloves with an incredibly intricate design. Another piece of gear? Without hesitation, he slid his hands in to activate the new item. Admiring the heavy-duty mechanical gauntlets, he wondered, what kind of gear is this? Is it offense-oriented? Let me try it out. Instantly, a wave of golden energy enveloped his entire body, leaving him stunned. After putting them on, I feel so much lighter and stronger. Could this be stat-boosting gear? He stomped hard on the ground to test his stability, but his eyes flashed with confident light as he threw out sharp shurikens. Golden, crescent-shaped waves of energy surged forward, easily tearing through the surrounding trees. Jiang Kai intently observed his new gauntlets, his expression thoughtful. Ordinary flames appeared on the short spikes. So this is gear that adds a basic fire effect to weapons? Just then, the system display opened, explaining the game mechanics. On the star, there are many different types of fire, and special flames can inflict varying levels of damage to opponents during battle. The description panel even included incredibly intuitive and vivid illustrations. Ordinary fire has extremely low damage and is almost useless in real combat. It's only suitable for lighting fires or cooking food. Ordinary fire? Is this just to tickle them? Jiang Kai immediately made a blank, disappointed face. Oh man, is this thing only going to be used for grilling skewers from now on? Before he could finish lamenting, a world-shaking roar from the deep forest suddenly echoed, making him jump in alert. What the hell was that terrifying sound? Immediately after, a massive, furry hand slammed into the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. A pack of ferocious beasts loomed, blocking the path in front of the lone boy. They were 4-level 18 Earth attribute elite black apes. Jiang Kai scrambled back in a panic to dodge, sweat pouring down like rain. Oh great, did they get attracted by the attack I just used to test the gloves? He stared at the crowd of monsters, closing in and fired 3 shurikens. I barely managed to deal with 1 elite Earth attribute black ape earlier, and now there are 4 of them? The 4 shurikens flew straight toward the mouths of the roaring beasts. I have no choice but to focus my attacks on their mouths, just like I did with the last one. But contrary to his expectations, the monsters instantly clamped their mouths shut and used their hands to block his slashes. The system flashed red. Cannot penetrate defense. Damage dealt, 0. Jiang Kai's face went pale, covered in cold, fearful sweat. This is bad. He realized in shock that these monsters had become smarter than before. These monkeys actually know how to protect their mouths when attacked? Struggling to dodge the lightning-fast swipes, he nervously searched for an escape route. And even if they opened their mouths now, the weapon in my hand doesn't have enough power to finish off all 4 at once. In this critical moment, he wondered about his fate as a small flame began to spark on the monsters. Am I really going to die here today? However, a strange phenomenon occurred, leaving Jiang Kai completely bewildered. Huh? How did this weak flame spread so fast? Small embers began to burn steadily on the skin of the 4 giant black apes. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, accompanied by huge damage numbers jumping up repeatedly. Minus 2,000 HP. The alpha monster screamed in agony as the flames flared up, violently engulfing its entire body. The remaining 3 black apes were also submerged in a sea of blazing red fire with massive damage numbers. Minus 2,000 HP. Minus 2,000 HP. Minus 2,000 HP. Jiang Kai stood there, stunned by the spectacular scene before him, unable to believe his eyes. Such a huge fire. What is happening? The flames incinerated the solid defenses of the earth-type beasts in an instant, and a monster stared, blankly, at the small flame on its hand, before being completely swallowed by the next explosion. The entire forest shook from a chain of explosions that dealt devastating damage. Haingin Hape, Haingin Hape, Haingin Hape. Landing safely, Jiang Kai was still in shock. Why did the black ape suddenly look? The pile of ashes and 3 charred corpses on the ground? He stammered. They're all dead? A brilliant system window popped up, blaring a resounding victory notification that made his ears. You've eliminated the elite Earth-type black ape, rank 4. But wait, did I just see the fire damage spike from 10 all the way up to 2,000? He stared at the 4 monster cards hovering in mid-air, silently calculating this absurd number. 2,000 is 200 times 10, isn't it? Lowering his head to look at the glowing mechanical gauntlet, Jiang Kai suddenly grasped the true essence of a cheater. Could it be that the ordinary flames emitted by these gauntlets inherit his 200-fold critical hit damage, while also allowing the fire to spread and deal area of effect damage? He wore a triumphant smirk as he discovered an incredibly broken playstyle. You have to realize, even though standard flames have low power, as long as the monster lacks fire resistance, that massive critical damage can completely ignore all their stubborn defensive layers. Thinking of the bright prospects ahead, Jiang Kai felt thrilled and smug. If I can burn through 2,000 points per second like this, I'll basically become a true fire mage. This gear is simply my exclusive, overpowered area of effect damage artifact. He curled his lips into a sinister smile. Once I no longer have to worry about failing to pierce the stubborn defenses of those monsters, I can. And so, that very night, the entire population of giant black apes residing in the Valley of Kings was forced to witness the darkest, most terrifying moment of their lives under a barrage of horrific explosions. In their clan's history, they had never seen anyone so ruthless, intent on roasting them all into grilled frog legs with nothing but a seemingly harmless flame. Under the blood-red moonlight, the beasts screamed and fled in a panic, but they had also never encountered anyone, like this devil, who grew greedy the moment he saw anything with a health bar above its head. The young man strolled through the sea of fire like a notorious butcher, a barbecue-loving demon who would not spare a single living soul. Ha ha ha. Within a 10-mile radius here, I will not leave a single treasure behind. By the second day in the Valley of Kings, the desolate landscape after last night's fire was nothing but gray smoke. Jiang Kai smiled, extremely satisfied with the fruits of his hard work. Very good. The system window sparkled, displaying his rapid level progression. After wiping out dozens of giant black apes, I finally hit level 7 in just one night. Adventurer. Jiang Kai. Profession. Gambler. Level 7. He cradled the critical hit claws in his hands, brimming with confidence in his own overwhelming power. Currently, the fire damage of 10-7. These gauntlets is truly unrivaled in terms of area of effect damage for anything level 20 and below. Looking at the stash of floating cards, he silently calculated the riches he was about to rake in. I've also earned another 10 elite treasure chests, plus this pile of giant black ape remains. This is definitely going to sell for a massive fortune. Suddenly, standing in the vast expanse, he let out a wistful sigh. Man, playing solo on this planet is actually pretty lonely. I suddenly miss the days fighting side by side with Yuan Chu and Su Ai so much. He gazed up at the deep blue sky, silently wondering, I wonder how those two are doing. But at least they have an entire army as a solid backup. Yet, in another corner of the Valley of Kings, his friend Yuan Chu was sobbing uncontrollably, shouting in frustration. They must be having a better time than me. Why is everything disappearing in this dump? Which cruel maniac slaughtered every single black ape in the Valley of Kings? Su Ai stood nearby, clutching her chest and weeping. She complained to the coach, Wah, I've been in the Valley of Kings for days, and haven't even encountered a single black ape. Is heaven trying to kill me? Oh, I really miss Jiang Kai's god-tier monster-clearing efficiency. Hearing the two rookies whine, the night coach glared and barked sternly. Private Yuan Chu, Su Ai, both of you. Stop saying things that demoralize the troops. Adventurer, Li Biao. Profession, Knight, level 38. He began to lecture them with great authority. The only reason you two were able to farm monsters easily before was because you were in the beginner trial zone. But for your current rookie levels, this is a high-level monster zone. If Jiang Kai had brought you two to this Valley of Kings, who knows how badly you'd have been wiped out. I've spent my precious time leading you here to train, not to listen to your complaining. Yuan Chu and Ai wiped their tears and regained their composure. Yes, sir. Let's go. Keep searching for black apes. Understood. But deep down, they both continued to ache. I still miss Jiang Kai. Me too. 3 days later, in another area of the valley, a group of adventurers was leisurely cleaning up the battlefield. Haha, how strange. I've been in the Valley of Kings for a few days, but I've only found these basic black apes. Two henchmen from the Falcon Squad laughed and chatted, acting incredibly arrogant. Eliminating a few regular giant black apes is just small potatoes for us. Ha ha, young Master Huang Wei telling us to kill Jiang Kai? That's really overkill. The assassin in the group sighed and smacked his lips, taking on one each honestly. It's just that. Nothing impressive about it. Just as they were bragging, they stopped in their tracks when they heard some nearby gossip. It turns out the rookie adventurer group from earlier is sitting by a fire, telling stories. A few days ago, we saw a god-tier player slaughter 3 giant black apes all by himself. Seriously, the scene was just insanely cool. Hearing someone dare to steal their spotlight, one of the Falcon Squad members sneered with contempt. So what if he killed 3 of them alone? Maybe that only seems impressive to low-level trash like you, right? The blonde rookie squad leader, chewing on some meat, curled his lip at the arrogant man. Not bothering to argue, the henchman held up a hologram photo of Jiang Kai and probed, "Forget it. Let me ask you, have you seen this person appear in the Valley of Kings?" Seeing the photo, the green-haired rookie's eyes widened and glowed like headlights. What a coincidence. This is the very god-tier player we were just talking about. The one who single-handedly took on 3 giant black apes. He's so handsome. The Huang family henchman burst into mocking laughter. Hey, are your eyes blind? Look closely. This is just a level 1 rookie. That's right. Stop talking nonsense. Just because you're jealous of our reputation. The nun from the newbie group blushed, her eyes turning into hearts as she shyly defended her idol. Haha, if you don't believe me, go find that master yourself. We just bumped into him, leaving the Valley of Kings. I even took the initiative to greet the big guy. The captain of the Falcon Squad heard the juicy news, his eyes bulging in rage, his face contorted with murderous intent. What? You mean Jiang Kai is right nearby? He quickly drew his sword and ordered his cohorts to move out immediately. Let's go, fast. We've been loitering in this godforsaken hole for days. It's time to report back to young Master Huang Wei. And yes, finally, I can kill that brat with my own hands. Watching the assassins dash away, the newbies looked on with faces full of disdain. Are they really going to pick a fight with a high-level expert? The expert's personality suggests he's a calm hermit. These arrogant fools are usually just cannon fodder meant to build up the protagonist in a story. Spot on. Meanwhile, the exit to the Valley of Kings was packed with people camping and setting up tents. At that moment, the exit of the valley was swarming with travelers. I'm so unlucky. Why haven't I seen a single black ape since I got to the Valley of Kings? The people standing in line couldn't help but groan and sigh. Good grief. They say a forest fire happened and wiped out all the monsters. We have to wait for them to respawn before we can go in. True. But everyone has to wait. It's not like someone could just hog the entire map for themselves, right? Little did they know, the culprit behind that terrifying forest fire was currently strolling right past them. At that moment, the perpetrator who had just swept through the entire valley walked by silently. I've wiped out all the black apes in 3 days and hit level 10. I even managed to snag 19 elite treasure chests. Time to head back to Holy Radiant City and sell them for some cash. But the joy was short-lived. A fierce, thunderous voice suddenly boomed from behind him. Hey, Jiang Kai. Stop right there. Jiang Kai froze and slowly turned his head to look at the caller, full of suspicion. Meeting his gaze were 5 members of the Falcon Squad, weapons drawn and wearing cruel smiles. You've been hiding for days, but it sure was hard to track you down. Watching the arrogant blockade, the surrounding players began whispering, Damn, isn't that Team 5 of the Falcon Squad from the Huang family's Xuanwu Guild? How did that kid manage to offend an elite squad like that? Facing the menacing faces, Jiang Kai calmly turned his head to clarify. The Huang family's Xuanwu Guild? Did the Huang family send you here to find me? The assassin captain holding the sword smirked, acting as confident as if victory were already in his pocket. Haha, you know why. Have you forgotten who you offended during the newbie trial? How could someone as lowly as you dare to provoke young Master Huang Wei? Without wasting another word, 3 assassins immediately raised their weapons and lunged at the boy. We're here to take your head, but Jiang Kai just shifted his feet with artistic grace, easily dodging the lethal sword strikes. As he elegantly swayed, he calmly explained the logic to the thugs. Hey, in the newbie trial, Huang Wei was the one who attacked first. I was just defending myself. Are you sure you still want to attack me? The assassin wielding dual blades laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, I don't care who's right or wrong. Do you have any idea how much he'll pay us if we kill you? Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly darkened, and a bright red flame began to flicker and surge over his gloves. Oh, so that's how it is? Once you've chosen to twist the truth just for money, he leaped into midair, swinging his claws in a wind-tearing arc. Then I don't need to hold back either. A powerful attack erupted, pinning tiny sparks of flame onto the arrogant assassins. Looking at the small, harmless fire clinging to his shoulder, the dual-blade assassin sneered in contempt. Ridiculous! You threw a projectile and missed. Is this little spark your only skill? Haha, I'm starting to doubt if young master really was killed by trash like this. His partner chimed in with a laugh, showing complete disdain for the boy's attack. He's actually using normal fire to fight? The damage is so pitiful, it's embarrassing to even use. Haha, is that all you've got? Is this supposed to be a lighter for someone's cigarette? The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curled into a cunning smile. Oh, is it laughable? My fire does have low damage right now, but what if I told you I could make it cause a little more? As he finished his sentence, the tiny spark on the captain's shoulder suddenly exploded with massive damage, causing the man's face to pale in terror. What? -10 HP, -1, -2, 1000 HP. The fire raged, consuming him in a chorus of agonized screams. Witnessing the horrific scene, the two remaining accomplices turned ghost white and shrieked. Captain! The leader struggled in the sea of fire, crying out in despair as his health bar plummeted. Wait, what is happening? When the HP keeps dropping by 2000, how can this common fire be so devastating? Hearing that, the dual-blade assassin standing nearby was terrified as she saw the same fire spreading onto her. The very next second, the forest was once again engulfed in a spectacular explosion of flames, burning away the last of the assassin's will to fight. The remaining two underlings screamed as the critical hits kept racking up. Ah, why is the fire spreading to me too? -2000, -2000, -2000. Ah, me too. The vicious flames burned brightly, sending the entire elite squad to their final resting place. A shimmering system window appeared, announcing the glorious victory of the adventurer Jiang Kai, who had single-handedly wiped out Team 5 of the Falcon Squad and seized all their experience, leaving the nearby newbies gaping in shock. What just happened? Meanwhile, Jiang Kai stepped calmly out of the ashes of his enemies, lightly dusting off his sleeves. Well, since you were so eager to offer up your lives, he stepped over the ashes of the defeated leader, coldly remarking, then I'll graciously accept your filial gesture. The blonde captain of the newbie group, who had been watching the whole time, scrambled back, clutching his head in utter panic. What the hell is this? He wiped out the entire 5th Falcon Squad by himself? These are top-tier elite players at level 20. Damn it. If I hadn't seen him wipe out that entire squad with ordinary fire with my own eyes, I would have thought this was just a staged edit. As he retracted his crit-boosted claws, Jiang Kai smiled with satisfaction as the system began to rack up the stolen experience points. My god, who on earth is this guy? Starting experience absorption. The scarred rookie hurriedly held up his scanner to evaluate Jiang Kai's stats, but the screen only flashed a bright red error message. Oh my god, why? Why can't my scanner read his stats? Evaluation failed due to exceeding allowed limits? How is that even possible? The blonde squad leader's eyes suddenly widened as if he had just grasped a grand truth. I get it now. In his wild imagination, Jiang Kai had instantly transformed into a mighty god reigning over a sea of flames. Could he be the legendary fire mage who used ACS, high-tier items to block outside detection? The fire god, that's it. It has to be. He is the reincarnation of the fire god. At that moment, Jiang Kai casually walked away, his heart soaring as he watched the level-up notification. Great. 2 more levels up. Adventurer Jiang Kai, Gambler class, level 12. As he walked away, Jiang Kai turned to the AI floating beside him, curious. Hey, AI? Why can't they scan my stats? The AI blinked her large, round blue eyes and patiently explained, because the Gambler class's double talent has added too many bonus stats for you. The gap between your stats and others at your level is so huge that external scanners can't evaluate you. Hearing the answer, Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow and muttered, so that's how it is? He looked back at the bewildered players and smiled with amusement. That's even better. If they can't spy on me, I won't have to worry about being targeted. With that, the young man strode confidently toward a building with the familiar scales sign at the center of the ancient Star City trading hub. Hello, I'd like to sell the loot I just picked up. He was met by a trader who was slumped over the counter with a miserable, sluggish expression. Welcome to the shop. Ugh, I've been waiting all day, and the only customer I get is this dirt-poor rookie. Looks like today's sales are going to be a disaster again. Ignoring her arrogant attitude, Jiang Kai casually activated his virtual interface. Alright, I don't have a lot of stuff, but could you calculate how much these are worth? The trader glanced at him sideways and muttered with clear disdain. With your broke look, how much could you possibly? However, before she could finish her insult, he waved his hand and dumped a pile of glowing green cards, making her jump in shock. Take a look. This batch contains dozens of black gorilla corpses I've collected. Not stopping there, Jiang Kai smiled mysteriously and waved his hand again. And this batch too. A series of elite treasure chests sparkling with light appeared, covering the entire counter. These are the 19 elite treasure chests I harvested. Seeing her completely frozen, Jiang Kai waved a hand in front of her face. Excuse me, are you still listening? I'd like to know how much all this sells for. The trader was sweating bullets, her mind screaming in disbelief. Damn it, is this guy from the old river hunting factory? Everyone else sells these one by one. Why is he trying to wholesale the whole lot? 1 second ago she was arrogant, but the next, she changed her tone to be incredibly sweet, waving her hands in a flattering gesture. Haha, don't worry. I happen to be the best salesperson here. Let me calculate this for you personally. My God, this is a huge client. I have to secure this deal no matter what. After frantically typing on her calculator for a while, she respectfully handed him the receipt. Valued customer, your monster cards will sell for 10,000 ancient star coins, and the elite treasure chests along with their contents will fetch 170,000 ancient star coins. Seeing the massive number, Jiang Kai's jaw dropped in sheer surprise. So, a total of 180,000 ancient star coins? The system immediately displayed the glowing currency conversion table. Ancient star coins are the currency of the ancient star. 1 ancient star coin can be exchanged for 10 holy wine coins. So that's 1.8 million holy wine coins. This amount is more than enough to cover my brother's entire medical bill. A moment later, with a huge fortune in his hands, Jiang Kai walked down the street in a fantastic mood. Now, the bet with the chief commander about taking good care of my brother is finally fulfilled. I don't need to join the army anymore. Now I can head back to Earth and get my brother into treatment. Suddenly, a familiar, high-pitched voice rang out behind him, making him spin around. Hey, stop right there. The guy who got a free fortune telling from me before. Wait! The fortune teller, Hu Nian, chased after him, out of breath, her face flushed with shyness as she fidgeted with her fingers. My advice to go to the Valley of the Kings was accurate, wasn't it? I'm sure you harvested a lot and dealt with those rude people. Jiang Kai smiled and nodded kindly at his benefactor. Yeah, the trip to the Valley of the Kings was really helpful. Thanks a lot. Phew. In that case, for that reason, could you please agree to a small request of mine? Sure, you did me a big favor, just say it. The fortune teller smiled shyly, looking mysterious. It's just, she gathered all her courage, blushing as she clutched her chest and shouted excitedly. I'm Hu Nian. I want to join your team. Please, let me fight by your side in the future. Without a second of hesitation, the chibi version of Jiang Kai turned and walked away coldly. Goodbye. What? You just walked away after hearing that? Is reality really that harsh? Looking at his cold, retreating back, Hu Nian slumped, hanging her head in disappointment. Oh man, it's just like before, labeled as useless by the military. How could anyone want me? After walking a few steps, Jiang Kai suddenly stopped and glanced back at her meaningfully. Forget it. I know you like free stuff. Do you want my gear? I'll give it to you for free. This might be the last time I log into the Ancient Star. Hearing that, Jiang Kai's eyes widened, and he asked rapidly, The last time? Are you also broke? Wait, you want to log out forever? Don't you want to make money on the Ancient Star anymore? She smiled bitterly and sighed, lamenting her miserable fate. Oh, I want to, but... She smiled bitterly, sighing heavily at her miserable fate. Oh, I wish I could too, but I can't make any money. Besides, which party would want to recruit a useless person who can only tell fortunes during a fight? Jiang Kai listened silently to her confession, while Hu Nian reminisced about the past, when the military considered feng shui masters a powerful profession. I took advantage of the military's support for feng shui masters to successfully reach level 20, and then advance to become a diviner. An image of a cool, badass feng shui Taoist flashed in her mind to prove how ruthless the system is. But the initial talent of a feng shui master was only a sharper sense of the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity. And after advancing to a diviner, she only gained one extra fortune-telling skill. Continuing her sad story, Hu Nian hung her head and sighed with a choked voice. Later, the military discovered that the diviner profession had no practical combat skills, so they just abandoned us. We ourselves were too weak, so no one wanted to form a party with us, and our levels just stagnated. She clicked her tongue in resignation at the harsh reality. There was no one to carry the party to hunt monsters. I just struggled to get by on the ancient planet. If I went back to Earth to be a scavenger or do heavy manual labor, at least I wouldn't have to live off my savings anymore. The image of her with a messy bun, sweating while carrying heavy sacks at a construction site, appeared so vividly. Hearing this, Jiang Kai couldn't help but break into a cold sweat in sympathy. That's really tough work. My older brother's health deteriorated because of it. How could a delicate girl like you handle that? Yet, Hu Nian suddenly lifted her head and flashed a bright, resilient smile. So what if I can't handle it? I still have my younger siblings back on Earth. I'm the only breadwinner for this family now. I absolutely cannot give up. Looking into her eyes, Jiang Kai suddenly saw the silhouette of his dear older brother in his construction helmet, drenched in sweat, but still smiling warmly. It's okay, I can handle it. He stood frozen for a few seconds by this strange coincidence. Involuntarily, childhood memories flooded back, making his heart ache. He thought his older brother must have been just like this back in the day. He once wanted to develop on the ancient planet and was determined to fight against the god beasts in the future. The image of his brother straining to carry heavy crates on his thin shoulders appeared, full of pain. But after adopting his younger sister and him, his brother was afraid there would be no one to take care of the two of them. So he gave up the chance to go to the ancient planet, until his body eventually gave out. Seeing Jiang Kai silent, Hu Nian turned around and walked away dejectedly. All right, do you want my equipment? If you want it, I'll go to the storage and get it all for you. Either way, I have to go back and face the reality of my life. This time, I have to log out permanently. Goodbye. Watching her lonely figure, Jiang Kai suddenly called out to her. Wait a minute. She turned back in confusion. Huh? The young man stood tall and gave a warm smile. My name is Jiang Kai. I'm also preparing to log out now, but not permanently. If we meet again next time I log in, let's form a party. Hearing the unexpected offer, Hu Nian blushed with embarrassment, her hands clasped tightly as she stammered. Her slender legs trembled, unable to stand still from sheer joy. Really? Jiang Kai waved his hand to say goodbye casually. Really, if I lie to you, I won't make a single cent for the rest of my life. Receiving such a money-obsessed curse from a miser, Hu Nian cried tears of happiness. Haha, you really are such a miser who cares about money so much. Since you dared to swear such an oath, it must be the truth. Overjoyed, she didn't say another word, and rushed to hug Jiang Kai until he couldn't breathe. Thank you, you really are a good person. The intimate scene happening right in front of everyone made the watching newbies cough in embarrassment. Cough, hey, what are you saying? Watch your words. Back on Earth, Jiang Kai excitedly pushed open the door to his dilapidated apartment. Earth, in Jiang Kai's slum neighborhood. Brother, sister, from now on, you don't have to work anymore. I've already earned some money. Sitting by their meager meal, his older brother adjusted his glasses and looked at him suspiciously. Really? His little sister also pouted and interrogated him like a police officer. Where did you get so much money, brother? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? What are you saying, kid? All of this money was earned by me on the ancient planet. Tomorrow, brother can schedule the surgery, and you can go back to school and study hard. His brother teared up as he looked at his brave younger brother with compassion. Jiang Kai, you must have suffered a lot during this time, right? Jiang Kai scratched his head and smiled warmly. It's nothing. Compared to the hardship you went through raising 2 orphans all by yourself, this is nothing at all. He looked at the warm family photo on the table and silently vowed, Brother, don't worry anymore. You were the one carrying the burden before. Now that I have the power, I will definitely let you live a good life. The 3 siblings raised their soda glasses with high spirits. Yes, to a family full of love during these end times. Cheers. Just as he was drinking, Jiang Kai's brick-like phone suddenly vibrated violently. At the other end of the line was the voice of the commander of the guards, who was standing in the middle of a battlefield filled with fire and debris. Hey, Jiang Kai, you won the bet. Are you free now? Jiang Kai quickly held the phone to his ear, listening to the instructions. I'll send someone to pick you up to see something later. Be there. The commander's vehicle picked him up and drove straight to the outskirts of the city, where the fires of war were raging fiercely outside the national safe zone. This was the battlefield against the god beasts. Standing among soldiers armed to the teeth, Jiang Kai stared in shock at the devastation before him. After all these years, has the city where I lived as a child really become like this? He suddenly shuddered in alert as he felt an extremely terrifying pressure rushing toward him from the front. Above the ruined cliffs, the commander stood with his arms crossed, looking toward the fiery red horizon. Commander, I don't know why you called me here. Before the words left his mouth, a sky-shaking roar erupted, making Jiang Kai lose his balance and nearly fall. A horrific explosion of fire erupted in the heart of the ruined city, scorching everything around it. A giant monster with long horns, sharp fangs, and a fiery red mane appeared, tearing through the thick curtain of smoke and dust. 3 shadows of high-level soldiers charged into the battle bravely. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in astonishment at the national-level combat. So, that's what it looks like when a superhuman fights a god beast? At this moment, the system began to display the level hierarchy for adventurers. Currently, adventurers on the ancient planet reach a major turning point every 20 levels, divided into a total of 6 stages. Among them, adventurers from level 1 to level 80 can grow stronger after changing classes, but their power can only be used on the ancient planet. The chart continued to update information on the next legendary tier. However, it is different for Transcendence. Because when adventurers enter the stage from level 81 to 120 and become Transcendents, a qualitative breakthrough occurs. The god beast opened its crimson maw, accumulating a powerful orb of light energy, preparing to unleash fire. Because at that point, the power that could previously only be used on the ancient planet. The battle was fierce, with the blinding light from the Transcendence attack sweeping across the battlefield, so spectacular it was almost blinding. Facing the giant god beast, the warrior with spiky gray hair showed a serious expression with extreme mental focus. This breakthrough caused their combat instincts to awaken strongly. You can extract some of this power and bring it back to Earth to use. The system diagram continued to analyze the importance of this new energy source. The appearance of this transcendent energy not only brought about a massive change in human military history, but is also a key factor in the life-or-death battle against the god beasts right now. Riding the momentum, a brave swordsman leaped high and dove straight toward the giant monster's head, like an arrow piercing the wind. This perfect combination of moves was rated extremely highly by the system. This was the most direct and effective method of attack. Thanks to that precise finishing blow, the sword slice cut cleanly through the giant body of the god beast, causing it to collapse into the dust. Standing below, witnessing that classic scene, Jiang Kai clenched his fists and cheered in admiration. Defeated, that was truly powerful. But the chief commander stepped up from behind and poured cold water on him, leaving him stunned. Oh, powerful? You should know, this is only an ordinary god beast. Yet to take care of that one, he took a slight drag of his cigarette and somberly revealed a brutal truth that left Jiang Kai completely speechless. We had to sacrifice 2 transcendents. Turning to walk away amidst the city ruins, he didn't forget to offer a serious warning. Jiang Kai, the current situation of humanity is not looking good at all. Don't get too comfortable in your safe zone and forget about the lurking dangers. You have won this bet, and I will keep my word and not force you to join the military anymore. To help the lad worry less about the threats behind his back, he added a reassuring comment. As for the Huang family, I have already warned them not to touch you. Taking another drag of his cigarette, he smiled to himself and muttered meaningfully, it's strange why I would keep such a close eye on and care about a kid like you, isn't it? Because I believe in my own intuition. The commander's profound words seemed to etch themselves into Jiang Kai's mind, leaving him lost in thought. My intuition tells me you could become someone strong, and in the future, you might become so powerful that even this entire Saint Radiant nation will need your help. Even so, he remained deeply understanding of the poor boy's burden of supporting his family. But I know that in times like these, you only want to protect your family. After all, joining the military means going to the battlefield, and that place is truly too dangerous. The cigarette on his lips glowed red amidst the gray smoke as he somberly spoke about noble ideals. Yet, every man bears a part of the responsibility for the nation's fate, and the world always needs someone brave enough to stand up and fight those monsters out there. He flicked the cigarette butt into a cold puddle of rainwater, and after all, who knows? One day, I might fall on this distant battlefield myself. But as a citizen of the Saint Radiant nation, his eyes suddenly shone with determination and authority in the pouring rain. If I can sacrifice myself for the motherland, for you, I am willing to do it with all my heart. Before leaving completely, he left one final, hopeful request. Jiang Kai, I won't interfere with your choices, but if Saint Radiant ever faces a crisis, I only hope that if you are still able, you will. The cigarette butt lay discarded on the cold steps, like a testament to his final oath, fight for Saint Radiant. Back in reality, after taking a few days to rest and recuperate on Earth, Jiang Kai returned to the Saint Radiant ancient planet to continue his grinding journey. Walking down the busy street, he still questioned himself, full of doubt about the commander's words. I never expected the chief commander to rate me that highly. Will I truly be strong enough in the future for the Saint Radiant Nation to need me? He brushed that wandering thought aside to focus on tightening his gloves, preparing to hunt. Forget it. I should worry about myself first. The giant black ape in the Valley of Kings is no longer a challenge. It's time to find and take down the next monster. The system immediately displayed a detailed information board regarding his new hunting target. Ghostly Banshee. Elite monster. Special characteristics. Extremely high damage and can eliminate adventurers in an instant. Attacks have a fear effect and possess a spiritual body. Reading the detailed description carefully, Jiang Kai couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the monster's difficulty level. Fear. The Banshee's scream can cause adventurers within a 10-meter radius to be paralyzed and fall into a state of extreme terror. Spiritual body. Only attacks within a 10-meter radius can damage the Banshee. It really is a powerful monster. It will finish off enemies in an instant within 10 meters. But anyone outside that 10-meter range cannot damage it. Realizing this monster was much tougher than the previous giant ape, he clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, this monster seems much harder to deal with than the giant black ape. Perhaps I need to find some teammates to form a squad and fight together. After walking a few steps, he spotted Hu Nian taking a nap while hugging a large wooden sign. She was muttering his name in her sleep, causing passers-by to look at her with pity. Sign, don't bother me, I'm waiting for the captain here. Jiang Kai approached cautiously to wake her up and asked, which made her immediately start whining and acting like a spoiled child. Hu Nian, don't tell me you've been standing here waiting for me since I logged off? As she sniffled and threw herself at him to complain, she received a warm reply from Jiang Kai. Captain Kai, I knew you'd come back. I've been waiting for you for so many days. I always remember my promises. Instantly, Hu Nian flipped her mood faster than a pancake, wore a sly smile, and excitedly proposed, Captain Kai, let's go hunt monsters now. I just found you an extremely awesome teammate. I realized he would be a huge help in fighting monsters. How about it? Do you want to recruit him into the team? Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow, questioning with suspicion when he heard Hu Nian's confident introduction. Oh, useful for hunting monsters? Well, that's good. But he isn't some drunkard, is he? Just then, a fat guy wearing goggles scratched his head and introduced himself with a shy, honest smile. Hello, my name is Nguyen Vu. I am a drunkard. Without a moment of hesitation, Jiang Kai turned around and bolted for his life as fast as he could. I don't need him. Hu Nian broke into a cold sweat, only able to offer a forced smile at the captain's reaction, which was colder than cold. Huh? Captain Kai is always so practical, isn't he? She hurriedly chased after him, trying to advertise the merits of this bundled deal. Captain Kai, you should take Nguyen Vu with you. He's very hardworking and obedient. Seeing Jiang Kai still walking away coldly, Hu Nian immediately played her ultimate card to lure the stingy guy. Nguyen Vu will also cook for you, give you massages, and he even said that as long as you agree to team up with him, he is willing to take 0 loot after joining. Hearing the word free, Jiang Kai immediately stopped in his tracks, his eyes lighting up as if he'd struck gold. He's willing to take 0 loot after joining, huh? Fast as a lightning bolt, Jiang Kai reached out to perform the handshake of the century before the other party could change his mind. Jiang Kai shook the fat guy's hand warmly, his face beaming with camaraderie as if the previous attempt to flee had never happened. Hello, Comrade Nguyen Vu. I am Captain Jiang Kai. I could tell you were a talent the moment I saw you. From now on, you will be a member of my team. He raised his fist and declared, impressively, to the bewilderment of the new member. Today, as your captain, I have no choice but to take you to fight the ghost Banshee. After all, we're family now. Let's go. Nguyen Vu broke into a cold sweat and whispered to Hu Nian. He received a blunt answer exposing the true face of the captain who was excitedly walking ahead. Is our captain always this practical? Haha. We are? Family? Yeah, right. Not really. It's just because you're free. Our captain is always that stingy. Very quickly, the group moved toward a dense, gloomy, and eerie forest. The domain of a terrifying monster, the Valley of the Elite Monster Kings, the land of the ghost Banshee. From the slightly opened, rickety wooden door of a ruined house, a ghostly hand with long, sharp, terrifying claws slowly reached out. The ghost Banshee officially revealed herself in a torn white dress, surrounded by green smoke. The system immediately displayed a warning. Elite Ghost Banshee, Level 20. The monster tilted its head back and roared, shaking the entire corner of the forest, creating a spectral sound wave that made nearby cliffs tremble. Jiang Kai hid in the bushes with Hu Nian, whispering a signal in a very serious tone. Everyone listen. The ghost banshee is a monster many times stronger than the giant black ape. Once exposed, we'll be finished instantly. We must keep our volume very low. He continued to explain the combat tactics very carefully to his teammate, who was nodding nervously. And keep in mind, only attacks within a 10-meter range can damage the banshee, so we must be absolutely silent to find an opening. Understood. Right at that tense moment, a loud, shrill scream from behind made Jiang Kai turn around in annoyance to remind his innocent teammate. "Woohoo, Captain! Hu Nian! Keep your voice down! Woohoo, Captain!" Seeing the noise continue, Jiang Kai turned back sharply to scold. "Hey, Hu Nian, be quiet," which made Hu Nian jump, feeling wrongly accused. "Captain, I didn't say anything." The drunken shouting continued steadily, making Jiang Kai startle and ask in confusion. "If it wasn't you, then who was yelling?" Looking back, they nearly fainted seeing the fat guy, Nguyen Vu, lying drunk among a pile of bottles, raising a bottle high and shouting like a loudspeaker. "Look what I found." The drunkard, unaware that the Reaper was near, continued to howl and offer drinks right in front of the furious monster. "Thanks, let me buy you a drink." The drunken roar angered the ghost banshee, causing it to fly into the air instantly, radiating immense killing intent, ready to rain energy bombs down on the group. The monster opened its red, cavernous mouth full of sharp fangs, accumulating a ball of deadly light in its throat to execute a destructive attack. Jiang Kai's eyes went wide, his mouth agape as he screamed in panic at this disastrous joke. "What the hell is Nguyen Vu doing?" "Hu Nian, didn't you say his joining the team would be a great help in killing monsters?" Making Hu Nian terrified and on the verge of tears. I was just talking nonsense." Then both cried in despair. "Huh? I trusted everything to you." The ghost banshee's heart-wrenching scream poured straight down onto the battlefield. The system displayed the activation of a terrifying area of effect crowd control skill. Scream of terror. The ghostly sound waves crept into their minds, causing all three of their pupils to constrict as extreme fear consumed their bodies. The system continuously flashed lines of red warning text as their bodies were completely paralyzed and unable to move. Warning. Abnormal status. Terror. Facing the immense pressure of the looming demon, Jiang Kai's will to fight completely collapsed. So scary. This banshee is too strong. I can't even move a muscle. While Hu Nian wept in despair, "Captain, we can't beat it. Should we just lie here and wait for death?" The ghost siren lunged forward, baring her razor-sharp claws, ready to deliver a final, fatal blow that would send them both to the afterlife in utter helplessness. Nguyen Vu, dead drunk, suddenly looked at the ghost siren with heart-shaped eyes, full of desire. "Oh, why is there such a beauty here?" He let out a goofy laugh and leaned in close. "Haha, why is there such a beautiful woman here? Did you come here to find me?" Ignoring the danger, the drunkard built up momentum and launched himself into the air, flying straight toward the gloomy monster. He pounced on the ghost siren, hugged her ghostly dark smoke, and began petting her enthusiastically. "Oh, it must be destiny that brought us together. Beautiful. Let me cuddle you properly." The chubby guy caressed the monster's hideous face with pure passion. "Oh my, that's right, this glowing skin is so smooth," he muttered, leaving the ghost siren wide-eyed and frozen in shock. At that same moment, the system display showing the status abnormality disappeared, making Hu Nian shout in joy. "We can move again?" Wait, why is Jiang Kai still stunned? What's going on? Is the ghost siren being controlled by Nguyen Vu? Realizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Jiang Kai immediately activated his glowing red, lethal claws. The siren's terror scream has a cooldown, so I have to strike before she unleashes her second roar. He leaped into the air, pouring all his strength into his sharp claws to deliver a finishing blow and take her down quickly. The glowing red slash swept through, tearing through the black mist and striking the ghost monster while Nguyen Vu was still clinging tightly to her. Even as the claw blast dealt massive damage, the drunkard pouted and pressed his face against the siren, demanding a passionate kiss. "Oh, beautiful. Let me give you a French kiss." Then he excitedly called out to her sweetly, "From now on, you are my wife." A massive blast of energy erupted violently, completely incinerating the elite monster's physical form in a brilliant light. The dust settled, leaving behind the quiet, eerie stillness of the desolate forest at midnight. Nguyen Vu sat on the ground, dazed, scratching his head and looking around with a disappointed expression. "Huh? Where is my wife?" Jiang Kai calmly retracted his claws as the system notified him of a successful kill. "Well done!" Hu Nian exclaimed, cheering excitedly from the side. "Wow, the captain was able to eliminate an elite ghost siren in just a few seconds." Nguyen Vu suddenly dropped to his knees, pounding the ground and wailing in resentment. Sob, sob, you hateful bastard. He pointed a finger straight at Jiang Kai, demanding accountability. You dared to blow up my newlywed wife? With tears and snot running down his face, the chubby guy roared as if he had just suffered the greatest romantic tragedy in the world. Wah! She was the only love of my life. He desperately declared that without her, he wouldn't be able to love anyone else for the rest of his life. Jiang Kai shivered slightly and turned to ask Hunian to verify. Hey, does Nguyen Vu often get this drunk and go crazy like this? She sighed and explained, That's right, Nguyen Vu is a true drunkard. He can't resist drinking, and every time he's drunk, his aesthetic taste becomes extremely terrifying. Hunian excitedly ran toward the abandoned house to clean up the battlefield. Then, Captain, I'll go get the spirit crystal and the ghost's item card for you. Left behind, Jiang Kai stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. But then again, it was clear that Nguyen Vu also got hit by the siren's attack. He peered thoughtfully at the chubby guy, who was fast asleep with snot bubbles forming from his nose. But why wasn't he affected by that attack, and how could he possibly counter the siren? The image of Nguyen Vu bravely charging in, holding tight to the monster's indestructible spiritual entity, appeared in his mind once again, shrouded in mystery. He crossed his arms, watched the chubby guy guzzle alcohol, and formed a theory. The most annoying thing about drunkards is that they lose consciousness after drinking. But could this seemingly fatal flaw actually ignore the siren's terrifying status effect? Thinking of a perfect plan to profit from this, a devious smile spread across the stingy captain's face. Hee, if that's really the case. Right then, Hunian struggled over, carrying a huge wooden chest with a triumphant, happy face. Jiang Kai let out a wicked, squinty-eyed grin, laughing to himself in satisfaction. Wouldn't Nguyen Vu be the perfect, natural tool to deal with ghost sirens? Huh. Witnessing that creepy expression, Hunian shivered and wondered nervously. Why does the captain suddenly have such a creepy, wicked smile on his face? Not wanting to waste time, the group moved deeper into the forest and quickly found a new target, another abandoned house of a ghost siren. From the darkness of the second house, another ghost siren with blood-red, terrifying eyes roared and lunged out. Seeing the opponent appear, Jiang Kai immediately pivoted and delivered a swift, decisive kick to push his teammate to the front line. He aimed at the monster and kicked the chubby guy hard, sending him flying forward. I choose you. Go. Nguyen Vu, the drunkard, was dazed but let out a happy shout when he saw the monster. Hey, there's a new beauty here. The siren angrily opened her mouth and unleashed her most powerful mental control technique. A terrifying scream rang out, but the control move was completely useless as the chubby guy ignored all fear, his eyes showing heart shapes, and he laughed goofily. Hey, beautiful. Why are you drooling as soon as you see me? Are you craving my body, aren't you? The monster shrieked in panic as the chubby guy lunged forward and hugged her tightly. I'm craving you too. Jiang Kai stood by, watching for the perfect moment. Great. Her control skill has been neutralized. Now I can attack in close combat. While Nguyen Vu was still hugging the siren and whispering sappy love confessions. Oh, come on, babe. I fell in love with you at first sight. Let's light up the fire of our love tonight. Fast as lightning, he dashed forward, unleashing slashes that tore through space with destructive power. The entire critical attack rained down on the siren's body, creating powerful, fiery cuts. The massive damage blast exploded, tearing through the night and sending the second monster to the void in an instant. The system immediately displayed the familiar achievement notification. Explorer Jiang Kai has defeated Ghost Siren Elite X1. Meanwhile, Nguyen Vu lay on the ground, waking up in a daze. Huh? Blown into the air by the blast's shockwave, the drunkard wailed in resentment. As Nguyen Vu lay flat on the ground, dazed and confused, he finally woke up. Huh? Blown into the sky by the shockwave of the explosion, the drunkard started wailing and sobbing in resentment. You bastards, you blew up my wife again, he wailed in despair, cursing, damn it all, I swear you scumbags are going to pay for this. He plummeted from the sky, crashing headfirst into the ground in a pathetic heap. Ow! Realizing their sweatshop-style farming scheme was a massive success, Jiang Kai grinned and gave a thumbs up. Let's find the next female ghost before Nguyen Vu sobers up. Hunian excitedly gave a military salute. Yes, Captain. Hey everyone, if you're enjoying this, don't forget to like. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The drunkard Nguyen Vu was launched into the air again, screaming miserably, Don't blow up my 11th newlywed wife. Jiang Kai and Hunian's eyes sparkled like headlights at the sight of the glowing treasure bones. Nguyen Vu sat huddled in a corner, wallowing in self-pity. My 23rd wife, you bastards, blew her up again. The relentless massacre of ghosts continued. leaving the chubby man sobbing tears of despair. Don't let go of my 35th wife. After Nguyen Vu's series of painful sacrifices, a massive treasure bone finally dropped to the ground with a grand thud. Jiang Kai couldn't hide his excitement and laughed heartily. Haha, incredible. I never expected Nguyen Vu to help us net 35 elite ghost treasure bones in a single farming run. They had wiped out every single female ghost in the Valley of Kings. Hunian nodded in agreement. I wouldn't have even dared to dream of such efficiency. Jiang Kai glanced at his updated attribute panel and smiled smugly. After clearing out 35 elite ghosts, I've leveled up twice. I'm at level 14 now. Jiang Kai leaned in to whisper to Hunian, and the only price we paid was a heartbroken Nguyen Vu. You're absolutely right about his utility, Hunian said, casually finding a way to justify it. Exactly. Let's just say we're helping him build mental resilience for his breakup. This sent the chubby man into a fit of indignation. Mental resilience? You two are absolute beasts. Even though Nguyen Vu was exhausted and sprawled on the ground, Hu Nian gave him a thumbs up. Nguyen Vu, you're amazing. She couldn't help but add, you total beast. Jiang Kai smiled mysteriously. And that's not even all. He held up 2 shimmering, luxurious cards and introduced them excitedly. I also collected 2 skill cards in the ghost house. These will give us an extra skill. The first card displayed details for a powerful weather manipulation ability. The first skill is Rainfall, used by those with high mental strength to summon a massive rainstorm. He added, if the terrain is right, high-level experts can even create rivers and lakes from thin air. This is incredibly effective in combat. Jiang Kai casually handed the card to his teammate. Hunian, you're already level 29. Your mental strength is higher than mine, so I'm giving this to you. Hunian's jaw dropped in disbelief. A skill card? For real? She hugged the card tightly, moved to tears. Thank you, Captain Kai. I finally have a skill other than fortune-telling. She choked back a sob, thinking, finally, I won't be useless and just stand there reading fortunes during a fight. Overcome with excitement, she knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. Captain Kai, from now on, you're my big brother. Please accept my gratitude. Jiang Kai hurriedly waved his hands to stop her. Hey, stop that. You completely deserve this card. He watched as Hu Nian danced around in celebration. Haha, I'm not a dead weight anymore. Jiang Kai turned to inspect the other card. Now, this other skill is a one-time skill point for a hidden class. A system notification popped up, explaining the mechanics of the special card. When used, a sub-skill of the hidden class is activated, but it can only be used exactly once and will vanish afterward. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. Alright, let's use it. He stared at the card with high expectations. Even if it's a one-time thing, if it's a skill exclusive to a hidden class, I have to try it out at least once. The card exploded into a magical blue light, revealing the silhouette of a gorgeous goddess, along with a system congratulatory message. Congratulations. The Gambler hidden class has successfully activated the sub-skill, Silver-Tongued Pickpocket. The skill panel appeared, detailing an overpowered but bizarre mechanism. When Silver-Tongued Pickpocket is active, whenever an adventurer nearby notices the gambler steals 1,000th of their total attributes and adds them to their own. After 30 minutes, the skills and added attributes are removed. Jiang Kai stared at the little guardian goddess in disappointment. Huh? That's the only effect? She replied flatly. That's right. He clutched his head and wailed into the night, feeling like the system had pulled a massive prank on him. Wait, such a precious one-time skill only steals 1,000th of someone else's total stats? Jiang Kai sat down, doing the math, and groaned in anger. Damn it. My total stats are only 200. That means I'm only stealing 0.2 points from each person. What's the point of that? Behind him, Nguyen Vu drowsily rubbed his eyes and woke up. Wait, did I just fall asleep? The chubby man clutched his chest, his face filled with unexplainable sorrow. Why? Why do I feel so heartbroken? Hu Nian leaned in close, smiling teasingly. Oh, lover boy of the ancient star, did you forget you lost 35 wives last night? Nguyen Vu jumped in shock as the horrific memories of the previous night came rushing back, and he immediately vomited a colorful rainbow of misery. Oh my God, I remember now. I really was the laughingstock last night. He sniffled and wept, blaming himself. I'm so sorry, Captain Kai. I'm holding you back. I'm just a drunkard and I can't stop hitting the bottle. He hung his head dejectedly. If you're not satisfied with me, I can leave the team. But to his surprise, Jiang Kai smiled and casually handed him a brand new suit of armor. What are you talking about? You were a hero last night. Here, this gear belongs to you. He patted Nguyen Vu on the shoulder, determined to keep this walking gold mine in the party. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by those demonesses countless times already. You're definitely a core member of this team. Deeply touched, her cheeks flushed as her eyes welled up with tears. Nguyen Vu waved his hands, shaking his head in a choked voice. No, Captain Jiang Kai, I can't accept this. I already told you, being on your team is enough for me. That's more than I could ask for. Jiang Kai spoke in a firm, authoritative tone. Just take it. I told you, I would never treat my teammates poorly. Then he turned around and smiled generously. And I have a set of equipment for Hunian too. This left her frozen, eyes wide with pure delight. Her heart skipped a beat at this sudden display of gallantry from her usually stingy captain. What Hunian saw now was Jiang Kai holding a rose, looking bedi, elegant amidst a shower of falling money, just like the male lead in a romance novel. Hu Nian, come over and take your gear. This charm offensive left both Hu Nian and Wenvu staring in awe and worship. Oh my god, is this real? Overwhelmed, they both immediately knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. Captain Jiang Kai, from now on, we are yours to command in life and in death. Jiang Kai was startled, frantically waving his hands. Hey, 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 what on earth are you two doing? Not long after, the group quickly headed to the central trading station to liquidate their loot, the ancient crystal trading hall. As soon as the clerk saw him, she beamed with joy. Our big spender is back, she exclaimed excitedly, before happily announcing the massive total. That's amazing! The total value of your monster remains and treasure chests today is 840,000 ancient crystal coins. Jiang Kai quickly calculated the conversion rate, clenching his fist in extreme excitement. Wow, that's equivalent to 8.4 million Saint Wine coins. That's more than enough for my brother and sister's future living expenses. Right after, he went to the logistics area to audit his personal inventory. In the trading station's fitting room, he realized that besides having enough money to live comfortably, after selling off the surplus loot, he still kept 2 pieces of equipment that suited him perfectly. Jiang Kai tried on the tight black pants and muttered the system stats. One piece is the night pants, which, combined with his previous night cloak, creates a gear set that helps him move around undetected. The night pants, S-rank quality, effectively increases agility by 11 points, strength by 6, defense by 3, and allows him to enter a stealth state for 3 minutes at night. The next masterpiece made him look even more majestic. The second piece is the soul-woven leather armor, which can be used to evade critical attacks by nullifying damage in life or death situations. The soul-woven leather armor, A-rank quality, effectively increases agility by 24 points, strength by 8, constitution by 9, mental strength by 14, and can trigger a nullification effect once every 10 minutes, granting total immunity to 1 physical attack. Looking at the final treasure that had finished being appraised in his hand, Jiang Kai smiled inwardly with satisfaction. The effect of his gloves had also been verified, and they could truly inherit his critical damage. This was a godsend. The fire launcher gloves, S-rank quality, effectively increases agility by 7 points and strength by 6, allowing weapons to have a standard fire effect and wide-area ignition. The flames on the weapon will inherit the user's and the weapon's critical hit rate and critical damage. Stepping out of the fitting room with a confident new look, Jiang Kai assessed his own strength. I feel so much stronger now. Even if I were to face a level 20 adventurer, he glanced at his significantly upgraded status board and smiled proudly. Adventurer Jiang Kai, Gambler class, level 14. Strength 76. Defense 3. Constitution 69. Critical hit rate 0.1%. Agility 132. Critical damage 20,000%. Mental strength 104. I'm confident I'll win. Just as he reached the plaza, the fatty Nguyen Vu came running over breathlessly. Captain, there you are. I've upgraded the pursuit flying daggers for you. Jiang Kai turned, surprised to look at Nguyen Vu. The fatty gritted his teeth, eyes bulging, putting all his strength into carrying a huge, crude log on his shoulder, panting heavily. He took a step and threw the flying dagger with force. It tore through the air, creating a brilliant streak of red light. Just look at the result. Jiang Kai was startled, his face turning pale, and he reflexively raised his hands to defend himself. Nguyen Vu, what the hell are you doing? Don't tell me you're still holding a grudge because I blew up your 35 wives? The dagger zipped by and stopped right in front of him, leaving a chilling breeze that left him stunned. On the other side, Nguyen Vu raised his hands, roaring with excitement as he controlled the object to return. The dagger flew back like a missile, leaving Jiang Kai staring in disbelief. The fatty scratched his head, grinning sheepishly to smooth things over while explaining the mechanism of the upgraded weapon. Captain Jiang Kai, I noticed you have to go pick up the pursuit daggers many times during combat, which is such a hassle, so I installed a magnet in your daggers. Hearing this, Nguyen Vu proudly showed off the convenient feature. Now, after throwing them, you can use the magnet to call them back. Jiang Kai was immediately overjoyed. Really? That's great. From now on, I don't have to worry about how many daggers I have left. The fatty excitedly added another extremely useful critical hit attribute. Plus, since the pursuit daggers can also inflict damage on targets along their flight path while being recalled. Jiang Kai was incredibly amazed and placed a hand on the fatty's shoulder, praising him profusely. I never expected you to be such a talented modification expert. Nguyen Vu scratched his head shyly. I'm self-taught. Am I really that good, Captain? He immediately held up 3 fingers to swear with total credibility, trying to boost his captain's confidence. Of course. I swear to God. Right after Jiang Kai's oath, a bolt of lightning struck across the sky, and dark clouds rolled in, leaving him frozen and speechless, thinking he'd just been targeted by the heavens. Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat, muttering in confusion. Huh? How could this happen? Beside him, Nguyen Vu started to look at him suspiciously, feeling slighted. Huh, Captain? Were you lying to me just now? Just then, Hu Nian came running up excitedly in her bright red cheongsam, shouting, Ha ha, Captain Jiang Kai, that was me. I learned the basics of the rainmaking skill. Although it doesn't seem to do much. This made Nguyen Vu wake up and exhale in relief. Huh? So it was Hu Nian. Jiang Kai smiled and gestured toward the street where everyone was frantically looking for shelter. How could Hu Nian's skill be useless? Just look at everyone running away from the rain because of him. He begins outlining a profound battle plan for the whole team. If you could make the rain heavier, heavy enough to severely hinder the enemy's movement. With the strategic vision of a seasoned gambler, I bet they would become my sitting ducks. Then I could take down whoever I want. At that moment, an unlucky soldier slipped, fell, and screamed, Ah! Realizing he had transformed from a useless guy into a game changer, Hu Nian laughed loudly and proudly. Ha ha ha, really? Am I that useful? Then I will definitely work hard to master this rain summoning skill. Jiang Kai smiled, giving him a warm, encouraging look. Yeah, good luck. Standing in the downpour, Jiang Kai held his head high and told himself, now that Nguyen Vu can fight, and Hu Nian has the rain summoning skill, not only me but our entire team's power has reached a new level. At the same time, on the street, a group of people walking in the rain were complaining loudly. What kind of hellish rain is this? All the equipment we were going to bring to the ice island is soaked. What if the Hoang family punishes us for being late? Jiang Kai flinched, stopping in his tracks when he accidentally heard the familiar name. The Hoang family? He immediately stepped up to stop a passerby to ask. Hold on, guys. Sorry to bother you, but could you tell me about the Hoang family you just mentioned? The guy frowned and spilled the beans. Does your house not have internet? The Xuan Vu Guild of the Hoang family is planning to bring 200,000 people to the ice island to hunt a king-level boss. Defeating that boss could help our nation expand its territory on the ancient planet. Besides the Hoang family, many other explorers are coming to help clear out the monsters too. Hearing that, the words of the chief commander echoed in his mind. Every man bears a responsibility for the nation's destiny. How could he not know such important news? They hurried off, leaving him standing dazed in the rain. Hurry up! Ignore this idiot. You'll be punished if you're late. This left Jiang Kai deep in thought. The Hoang family is going to the ice island for the nation's sake? Could Huang Wei be going too? He looked up, analyzing the battlefield situation. Currently, divine beasts are ravaging the earth, and the only way for nations to fight back is to collect resources from the ancient planet. The system map displays detailed information on occupied resource areas. However, resources on the ancient planet are held by various bosses. Only by defeating them can a nation expand its borders and harvest resources. The system continues to classify the monster power levels. Monsters on the ancient planet are ranked from normal, elite, warrior commander, king-level boss, map boss, all the way to the guardian lord. A brutal battlefield scene appears, illustrating the power gap. Among them, the king-level boss is a terrifying monster, requiring hundreds of thousands of people to work together to even stand a chance. Jiang Kai couldn't help but find this news ridiculous. Yet, the Hoang family actually intends to lead the Xuanvu Guild to contribute to the national cause. Yeah, the image of warriors in full armor with flaming swords charging into battle is truly epic. Still, doubt lingered in his mind. Could Huang Wei's family have truly turned over a new leaf and become people who actually care about the world, just like the chief commander said? The image of the smoking commander with a determined look returned. Every man bears a responsibility for the nation's destiny. Someone in this world has to stand up and fight those monsters. Clenching his fists, he made a resolution and merged into the crowd, moving forward. If Huang Wei is doing this, Maybe I should also go to the ice island to do my part for the country. The scene shifts to a cold, desolate land with a starry sky and blizzards. The ancient planet, Ice Island. The three of them shivered, struggling to take each step across the vast, empty expanse of ice and snow. The chubby Nguyen Vu was shivering, his teeth chattering as he tried to speak. Captain Kai. Meanwhile, Hu Nian complained to Jiang Kai. You said you were coming to the ice island, so why didn't you buy some warm clothes? The stingy captain could only make excuses. Well, I didn't expect it to be this cold. Suddenly, a loud, arrogant shout interrupted their argument. They looked up at the group wearing thick, warm coats standing on the cliff, criticizing them. You idiots. Which team do you belong to? Don't you know you aren't allowed to wander on the lake surface until the battle begins? Despite being frozen to the bone, Jiang Kai tried to stay calm to gather information. This is our first time here. May I ask why we aren't allowed to walk around here? The man in the fur coat glared at the rookies and snapped. Why? Where did you crawl out from? Every rookie knows that beneath the ice island lies a monster den. Looking at the three of them standing alone on the ice, the guy warned with a tone full of contempt. If you keep walking on the ice like that, before he could finish, a giant monster with bared fangs tore through the thick ice and emerged right under their feet. Don't you think you'll provoke the monsters lurking below? The system immediately flashed a red warning about the ferocious creature that had just appeared. Level 22 bipedal merman monster. All three jumped back. Hu Nian exclaimed in panic. What is that? A merman? Contrasting their fear, the group on the cliff stood with their arms crossed, mocking them. Typical idiots. A level 22 merman requires a full team with members all over level 20 to even handle. The monster growled, locking onto its target with blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes. Everyone knows that mermen are extremely excellent in melee combat. Once you get caught by a merman, especially one at level 22, the merman raised its giant claws and lunged straight at Jiang Kai with enough force to shatter the ice. You can consider yourselves as good as dead. Hu Nian was so scared his pupils dilated uncontrollably, screaming in despair. Captain Kai. The moment the claws swung down, Jiang Kai instantly activated the ultimate defensive ability of his new gear, Ghost Shell, neutralizing the attack and nimbly dodging the lethal strike. He casually raised his claws, preparing to counterattack. I thought it was something impressive. Turns out it's just a small fish. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai unleashed a powerful, flaming uppercut, launching the monster into the air. Get lost. The critical damage combined with the fire attribute created a terrifying explosion. A pillar of fire tore through the cold sky of the ice island. Witnessing that insane scene, the group on the cliff stood with their jaws dropped in shock. What the hell? Did he just dodge a close-range attack from that merman? It usually takes a level 20 squad to take down a monster like that. And yet, a kid in his teens? They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Could he really have wiped it out in a heartbeat? After landing the final blow, Jiang Kai smiled and rubbed his hands together in relief. Now that I've loosened up a bit, I'm not cold anymore. He flicked his hand, signaling for his thrown weapons to return. As he recalled them, he quietly assessed his own terrifying damage output. His strength was now at 76 points. All he needed was one critical hit. He recalled how dozens of his tracker daggers had simultaneously pierced the merman's scales, dealing massive at least 15,120 damage. And that's not even counting the extra critical hit damage from the daggers themselves. Even with a conservative estimate based on his lowest current critical damage, he activated his storage space to recall all his weapons. He confidently concluded that his damage output was already at the level 20 range, regardless of whether his opponent was a monster or another adventurer. Watching his two teammates rush over, he thought to himself that they definitely wouldn't be able to survive one of his critical hits. Hu Nian held up the card, showing off their spoils. Captain Kai, I've picked up the merman card for you. Jiang Kai nodded with a smile. Thanks. All right, let's head to shore. Turning to the people standing stunned on the cliff because of the spectacle they just witnessed, Jiang Kai called out, By the way, fellas, do any of you happen to know where Huang Wei is? The three arrogant guys from before immediately changed their attitudes, fawning over him pathetically. Big brother, what are you saying? We wouldn't dare claim to be your equals. We're just your underlings. That's right, just your little underlings. What a coincidence. We actually know where young Master Huang Wei is. Let us three lead the way for you, big brother. A while later, deep within the ice island, Jiang Kai walked alone through a forest of white, snow-covered pine trees. He didn't want Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu involved in the grudge between him and Huang Wei, so he hadn't let them follow. But didn't those three say Huang Wei was here? He just wanted to have a private word with him, but he couldn't find him anywhere. As he was lost in thought, A massive armored foot suddenly stomped, down hard into the snow right behind him, accompanied by a loud shout. Jiang Kai didn't seem surprised at all. He just smiled slightly and turned around to look at the person who had called his name, Huang Wei. His sworn enemy had arrived, clad in shiny knight's armor, stepping forward majestically with a group of escorts trailing behind him. Jiang Kai took the initiative to express his desire for reconciliation, given the situation in the Lam Uwi kingdom. Huang Wei, I'm honestly very impressed that you're planning to lead an army to fight the boss for our country. I think we can set aside our personal grievances. I'm also more than willing to contribute my strength here on the ice island. Before the words had even left his mouth, a bolt of lightning tore through the space between them, making Jiang Kai jump in shock. Huang Wei didn't say a word, swinging his heavy lightning greatsword straight at Jiang Kai's head. Forcing him to exert all his strength to block the fiery sneak attack, he immediately backed away to keep a safe distance. Jiang Kai angrily questioned his enemy's cowardly actions. Huang Wei, what the hell are you doing? I came here to make peace with you. Wrapped in swirling electricity, Huang Wei sneered with a sarcastic growl. Make peace? His face twisted wildly, revealing extreme hatred. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging. You're the bastard who killed me first. I've had to undergo psychological therapy for a long time. And now you dare tell me we should make peace? He pointed his electrified sword straight at his enemy, unleashing the anger he had suppressed for so long. Do you have any idea how much I've craved revenge? After you killed me in front of everyone last time? But the military gave orders to the family. I wasn't allowed to touch you, but I absolutely won't let that happen anymore, he screamed crazily. So, I took the initiative to join the battle to defeat the king-level boss, hoping to use this military achievement to threaten the military into stopping their protection of you. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock at such pettiness. The only reason you went to fight a king-level boss was for that pathetic excuse? Seizing the opportunity, Huang Wei leaped into the air and unleashed a lightning strike. That's right, but I didn't expect you to bring your own head to the chopping block. The battle is about to start anyway, so I'll finish you off first. The lightning blade sliced through the wind, driven by the perpetrator's boundless, arrogant ambition. After that, I'll use the military merits from defeating the boss to retaliate against the army for their crimes. He dodged the deadly bolts of lightning with ease. Jiang Kai sighed in disappointment at having overestimated his opponent. Ha, looks like I thought too much of you. You're still just the same piece of trash you always were. A raging flame burst from his gauntlet, and he confidently threw back a challenge. But if you want to kill me, I suggest you all come at me at once. Besides, I already wiped out your number 5 squad before, didn't I? The subordinate standing behind him burst into scornful laughter, trading insults. Ha! You only wiped out the number 5 squad because you had secret protection from the military. Our young master is now level 10, with a full set of S-rank gear. You still think you can kill him? That's right, you little punk. Suddenly, one soldier looked at the system parameter board and stammered in horror upon seeing the true level of the enemy standing before them. Wait, how could this kid reach level 14? This quickly when he's about the same age as our young master? Before the mockery had faded, Jiang Kai had already lunged forward, throwing a devastating, flame-covered punch. A massive pillar of hellfire instantly swallowed Huang Wei and his S-rank armor. Critical damage numbers kept popping up as his health drained madly. Huang Wei screamed in panic amidst the burning flames. Whoa, what the hell is happening? Why is there fire? Ah! The arrogant young master rolled around in the sea of fire, crying out desperately for help. Ah! Help me! Someone help me! Ah! The subordinates backed away in utter confusion. What the hell? The flames on the young master are clearly just normal fire, right? But why is the damage that high? Jiang Kai coldly turned his back and walked away amidst the flickering flames, leaving behind a chilling warning. Your young master is a dead man. If you don't want to share his fate, get the hell out of here. Suddenly, a charred black hand reached out from the thick smoke. Huang Wei gasped for air, but his eyes still burned with vengeful, unyielding hatred. No, I'm not dead yet. My equipment has activated its lock. At least 1% of my HP to stop me from dying instantly. Otherwise, then, he frantically ordered his underlings. Hurry! Kill him for me! Upon receiving the order, the mercenaries immediately drew their swords in unison, radiating an overwhelming killing intent as they charged straight at the young man from behind. We have to torture him to death, obviously. Jiang Kai stood tall with his flaming gauntlet, sneering mockingly at the lackeys charging toward him. Heh, still want to send more people to their deaths? Without wasting any more words, he leaped into the air and launched a barrage of flying daggers that tore through the wind. Great. I'll use you lot to test these newly upgraded soul-reaping daggers. The glowing red blades whistled through the air, aimed directly at the aggressive, charging mercenaries. However, the lackeys easily dodged all of them. One guy sneered mockingly, "Ch, you threw so many daggers and didn't even hit one. What kind of garbage aim is that? Don't tell me your hands are shaking after seeing that we're all around level 30, the level 32 leader boasted, swinging his sword down directly at Jiang Kai. I'll strike first. Facing the deadly blade, Jiang Kai calmly raised his flaming gauntlet to block it. Humph. Haven't you heard the saying? As fast as lightning, he swiped his hand, creating a lethal arc of fire that tore through the arrogant mercenary's chest. Those who stick their heads out first get struck down first. An explosion immediately erupted, swallowing the foolish leader in a pillar of red flame. The two remaining lackeys hadn't even recovered their wits when they were startled to realize the flying daggers that missed earlier were circling back. The daggers are flying back like that? And how can a level 10 kid kill a level 32 captain? The aggressive captain from before had now turned into a charred corpse, collapsing onto the cold ice. In just a few seconds, not giving them a moment to think, Jiang Kai turned into a streak of red light and darted forward. "It's not over yet," he shouted, raising his hand. He coldly activated the magnetic pull of his new gear to retrieve them. Immediately, the flying daggers obediently flew back, piercing straight through the back of a mercenary who couldn't react in time. Inheriting massive critical damage, flames erupted, incinerating the unfortunate soul from the inside out. Another giant pillar of fire exploded amidst the cold ice island, clearing away yet another obstacle. The last mercenary broke out in a cold sweat, backing away in absolute terror, wondering, what kind of monstrous skill is this? Why is the damage so high? Could this kid be an expert pretending to be weak to hunt the strong? Seeing death approaching, he gritted his teeth and swung his weapon, trying to steady his nerves. "You idiots! Don't you see he's only good at long-range attacks? Attack him together. You just need to get close to him. Understood?" He deluded himself with these expert-level analyses. Jiang Kai must have the assassin class, specializing in long-range attacks with high damage. But if we can get close, the result of that delusional analysis was that he led his teammates straight into a red fire explosion that lit up the corner of the sky. His face went blank with horror as he realized Jiang Kai's close combat power was even more terrifying than his throwing knives. Having finished off the nuisances, Jiang Kai coldly stepped past the charred corpses on the snow. Trash remains trash. He raised his flaming gauntlet, his eyes flashing with confidence. It doesn't matter if you come one by one or all at once. As for Huang Wei, he knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling, unable to believe this bitter reality. "No, this is impossible. The level gap is so huge. How did you do that?" Jiang Kai clicked his tongue and summoned his lightning sword. "Oh my. I was planning to let bygones be bygones. But you've really disappointed me." He pointed the sword straight down at the cowering Huang Wei. "Huang Wei, in short, you're still determined to kill me no matter what, aren't you?" This sent him screaming in panic. "Wait, what are you going to do?" Jiang Kai sneered, raising his lightning sword high to prepare the final blow. "Nothing much. If you want to kill me, I can't help but return the favor. I heard you've been traumatized since I took you down last time. So this time, a sinister, chilling smile spread across the lips of the captain, who was usually known for being kind. "Let me make that trauma a bit bigger." The sword, crackling with lightning, plunged straight down. It etched eternal, absolute terror into the wide-open eyes of the defeated man. A tragic scream echoed through the cold space as the ruthless flames incinerated the last mercenary into dust. A few minutes later, Jiang Kai checked his personal status board and smiled smugly. Killing explorers still yields more experience. Who knew taking out 4 level 30s and that useless Huang Wei would launch me straight to level 17? Suddenly, the system flashed bright red with a critical notification that startled him. "Warning. Because you have killed more than 10 explorers in the same party, you have received the bloodthirsty murderer penalty." Reading the description, cold sweat began to pour like a stream. Bloodthirsty murderer, penalty status. While in this state, all nearby players will know your location, and when killed, the amount of experience dropped increases threefold. Use 10 tears of repentance to remove this status. What? Bloodthirsty murderer? Isn't that a terrible penalty title on the ancient continent that makes everyone want to gang up on you? He imagined being hunted by the whole world, which made him shiver. Those who receive this penalty become a walking experience bag. Your location is exposed to everyone, and whoever sees you will crazily rush to kill you. His cursed innate skill board appeared like rubbing salt into the wound, and my doubling talent could increase this penalty tenfold. So if I'm unlucky, he didn't dare think further. Jiang Kai grabbed his head and screamed, then ran for his life through the white snow. "If I die, I'll lose 30 times the experience. I might even drop straight back to level 1. This is bad. I can't go to crowded places anymore. I have to find a way to clear this status with tears of repentance. The scene shifts to a large, heavily guarded camp on the ice island, the military base of the Huang family. A lackey rushed in to report, his face pale as a sheet. What? The young master, Huang Wei, was sitting slumped on the command chair? General Huang Dong roared in fury, shaking the entire camp. What? Huang Wei was killed? How the hell were you protecting him? I even bragged loudly that the three of us would fight for the country, and now he's dead? Doesn't that make me a liar in front of the whole nation? The deputy commander. Yet he's dead now. Wouldn't that make me a promise breaker in front of everyone? The deputy commander is... The brother of Huang Wei pushed up his glasses and spoke up for instructions. Father, what should we do next? The commander-in-chief slammed his hand against the armrest, shattering the stone beside it. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, attack, immediately. Capture that King Lo boss at all costs. Once the boss is down, we can use the military merit to pressure the army to stop protecting Jiang Kai. His face twisted with a burning flame of hatred in his eyes. When that time comes, I will make that brat Jiang Kai pay the most painful price. Half an hour later, in a remote area on the ice island, Hu Nian pointed in confusion at the words floating above the captain's head. Captain Kai, why do you have the title Bloodthirsty Murderer above your head? Jiang Kai frantically raised a finger to his lips, shushing her. Keep it down. Don't blow my cover. I don't have time to explain right now. The point is, I've officially become an enemy of the Huang family, so we need to get out of here. Fast. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed from afar, causing the group to freeze in confusion. What was that sound? The low, mournful sound of a war horn echoed across the battlefield, making Jiang Kai frown in speculation. Is that the war horn? Why is it sounding now? Could the Huang family have started the attack earlier than planned? Hu Nian pointed forward in panic, warning, Captain Kai, look. The entire surface of the giant ice lake was shaking violently and cracking into massive slabs. From beneath the frozen ice, a disgusting, webbed hand suddenly reached up and gripped the edge of the cliff. Tens of thousands of merman monsters growled as they rose from the bottom of the lake, forming a dense, dark army that surrounded everything. The three of them gasped in amazement at the terrifying scene beyond imagination. It was a blinding column of energy that suddenly shot straight into the sky from the top of the ice mountain. The massive king-level boss, with its imposing appearance and razor-sharp teeth, officially revealed itself with a long, bright red health bar above its head. The fat guy, Nguyen Vu, was trembling so hard his teeth were chattering. Is that the boss? I'm so scared. Meanwhile, Hu Nian gripped her shirt, beads of sweat forming. This pressure, it's just too suffocating. The monster's wide-open maw emitted an ear-splitting screech. At the same time, the commander-in-chief's heroic voice resonated across the entire army. Warriors of the battlefield, the king-level boss, the Frost Merman Lord, has been lured out. Everyone, prepare for battle. Riding on the back of a mighty lion beast, the old general boosted the morale of the troops. If we win this battle, you won't just receive generous rewards, but you will also help our country claim this land and its resources. That will protect your families from the spirit beasts in the future. He waved his sharp sword high toward the gray sky to ignite their determination. So, whether for the present or the future, we must fight to win, even if it means sacrificing our lives. The soldiers' spirits soared to their peak, gripping their weapons, ready to fight to the death without backing down. Their battle cries pierced through the cold, misty air of the ice island. Warriors, once the arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back. The battle with the king-level boss officially begins. Tens of thousands of soldiers charged down the mountainside like a tidal wave, chanting slogans that shook the earth and sky. Charge. Kill. Witnessing the terrifying scale of the battle, the fat guy, Nguyen Vu, tremblingly pulled the captain's shirt, begging, while Hu Nian stuttered in terror. Captain Kai, maybe we should just leave. A battlefield with 200,000 people. Is this really a fight against a king-level boss? Contrary to his teammates' panic, Jiang Kai waved his hand, stopping them. No, we don't need to leave just yet. This left the two of them bewildered by his intentions. He smirked, a sly, triumphant smile appearing as he reassured them. Once the battle starts, the Huang family will be too busy to care about me. We'll stay here and observe this king-level boss fight. I'm sure we'll learn a lot from it. At the same time, beneath the ice lake, tens of thousands of Huang family warriors surged forward with ground-shaking shouts. Kill! The massive, powerful army rushed straight at the giant black shadow, with glowing red eyes standing amidst the cold mist. The monster bared its sharp teeth, growling and threatening the approaching mercenaries. Level 25, Common Merman. A vanguard soldier swung his sword, confidently cheering his teammates on. Don't be afraid, it's just a stinking fish. We have the advantage in numbers, just go straight in and confront it. But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened. In horror, as the giant black shadow bore down on him, the monster opened its wide mouth and swallowed the unfortunate soldier whole, accompanied by his desperate scream, "Help me!" Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The soldier struggled frantically between the beast's razor-sharp teeth. "It hurts! Help me! Someone! Please save me!" That brutal scene made the surrounding soldiers lose their nerve, their faces turning deathly pale as they scrambled back. What? Mermen can eat people? That's so disgusting. Standing on the cliff observing, Jiang Kai frowned in assessment. Is this really just a common-level merman? Is it truly that much stronger than an adventurer? Hu Nian, beside him, also pointed anxiously at the dark army, noting, "It seems like there are even more mermen appearing down there." Jiang Kai kept a serious expression, carefully analyzing the battlefield situation for his teammates. "I've heard that as long as the boss isn't dead, the merman army will keep respawning and appearing." On the battlefield, a mercenary, gritting his teeth while parrying the monster's attack, realized the truth. So, the key to this battle doesn't lie in the clash between the 200,000 adventurers and the merman army. Countless streams of magic and sword chi tore through the ice, striking the core target. This is a battle between the Transcendents. A group of top-tier experts was continuously swarming around the massive body of the pack leader and the boss, and Fire Attribute Transcendent, radiating killing intent, took command of the elite squad. "Everyone pay attention. Our team of 8 has entered the boss's zone." The other Transcendents simultaneously channeled their inner energy, preparing to unleash their most powerful techniques. "Everyone, give it your all and show what you're capable of." They coordinated perfectly, launching attacks to surround the king-level boss from all sides. "We have to give it everything we've got." A massive burst of energy exploded, blinding the entire cold ice island and dealing maximum damage to the boss. The fat guy, Nguyen Vu, and Hu Nian stared in shock at the overwhelming power. So strong. Is this the power of transcendence? It looks like the boss is about to be defeated. But Jiang Kai frowned, his eyes becoming unusually tense. "No, I don't think the situation looks very promising," which made her jump in surprise. He immediately channeled his internal energy, activating a special ocular technique to peer through the smoke-filled battlefield, the Demon Eye focus. Through his demon eyes, the brutal reality behind the massive explosion was revealed. Their skills look powerful enough, but through my demon eyes, I can see that the Frost Merman Lord boss is still laughing mockingly at their defensive systems. They haven't even pierced the boss's defenses. Defense penetration failed. The soldiers below also realized the horrific truth, breaking into a cold sweat and shouting in despair. What the hell? They can't even break through that boss's defense? Before the humans could collect themselves, the boss unleashed a heaven-shattering swing, slamming directly into the elite formation. The terrifying power from the impact created a massive explosion of ice and snow, shattering everything around it. The Merman Lord slowly stood up straight, emitting a savage, triumphant laugh for having cleared the obstacles. Nguyen Vu and his team stood with mouths agape in terror as they realized the heavy losses, and Jiang Kai couldn't hide his shock either. What? One strike from the boss? Wiped out all 8 Transcendents? Just one hit to kill 8 Transcendents. Is this really the power of a king-rank boss? Seeing this, another Transcendent rushed forward. Hunian panicked, clutching her face as she watched a lone figure charge toward the monster to block it. 8 Transcendents joining forces had already lost their lives, so why would someone dare to rush in alone now? Wait, don't go. It was a warrior wielding a long spear, disregarding all danger as he leaped into the air, aiming straight for the boss's head. The soldiers behind screamed in panic, thinking a madman had appeared. It's over, another one going to throw their life away. The lightning spear collided with the giant trident, creating a shockwave that cracked the entire frozen island. The Merman Lord paused for a moment, its savage smile vanishing instantly as it felt an equal amount of pressure. Nguyen Vu and Hu Nian couldn't believe their eyes, and even the soldiers stared in astonishment. What? This person can actually take the boss's attack head-on? The spear-wielding warrior arrogantly issued a challenge, and the system immediately displayed his formidable identity. Humph, you stupid boss. My teammates were just sacrificing themselves on purpose. You didn't really think we were the kind of people that you could kill with just one normal attack, did you? Transcendent, Jiang Fang. Class, Spearman. Title, Strongest Member of the Xuan Wu Guild. Lightning aura erupted violently around Jiang Fang. He roared in rage, pouring his strength into his spear. This is for my fallen comrades. The system instantly activated his extremely overpowered hidden talent, and Jiang Feng turned into a blinding streak of lightning, charging straight at the boss. Talent, Blessing of the Dead. When activated, for every dead transcendent teammate, you receive a 25% strength increase. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Feng's lightning spear descended with immense power. The system immediately displayed a notification that shook the battlefield. Boss defense shield broken. The Merman Lord groaned in pain, spitting blood, eyes wide with horror, as its indestructible defense was shattered for the first time. The soldiers cheered excitedly. So strong, he really can break the boss's defense. This great hero has the potential to kill the boss. Meanwhile, Commander-in-Chief Huang Dong laughed sinisterly and smugly. Did you really think our Xuanwu guild was that weak? Those transcendents who were just killed were all part of the plan to increase Jiang Feng's power. The old man continued to analyze his cunning plan with self-satisfaction. Because Jiang Feng was already a top-tier expert, combined with the blessing of the dead, his power has increased by 200%. Jiang Feng turned into a blinding ray of light and dove straight toward the giant monster's head. Now, Jiang Feng alone could rival an entire army of 20 transcendents. A massive flow of energy surged through the Merman Lord. Old Huangdong smirked arrogantly, certain of victory, as long as nothing unexpected happened. Standing far away, observing the snowy mountain peak shaking violently, Jiang Kai watched the battle pensively. Hu Nian excitedly cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted, cheering, "Go, go, we're definitely going to win." But the joy was short-lived. A giant, hideous black shadow full of killing intent suddenly rose up right behind them. Ocean Merman Elite, level 32. Back at the command tent, the deputy commander ran in, panicked, holding an emergency data board. "Father, we're in big trouble. I just discovered a massive number of ocean mermen suddenly landing behind the ice island." Old Huangdong's eyes bulged in terror as he screamed uncontrollably. "Ocean mermen? You mean the merman army from the deep sea has been summoned here?" The deputy commander reported the war situation with a trembling voice. "Yes, I'm afraid there are hundreds of them, and all of them are elite mermen over level 30. Huangdong was stunned. This bad news hit suddenly, leaving the whole army in a state of chaos and anxiety. Hundreds of them, and all elite mermen over level 30? Looking toward the misty, snow-capped peak, the old commander bit his lip and gnashed his teeth in regret. Damn it. By now, Jiang Feng should have been able to fight the boss in peace because we had stabilized the battlefield. The tactical map displayed the defense areas in detail. The current battlefield was divided into 5 sectors, based on the levels of the 5 types of mermen: common, elite, warrior, commander, and boss areas. Huang Dong recalled his perfect force arrangement plan from earlier. I had assigned a large number of explorers to each area to fight the mermen. This had created an absolute balance on the battlefield. But the sudden appearance of the ocean merman has ruined everything. But if the rear is breached, causing chaos in the battle, then not only will Jiang Feng fail to kill the boss, the old commander fearfully imagined the scenario of the entire army being slaughtered. On the contrary, our 200,000 people will also die here. He shouted at his son, trying to find a way to save the situation. Jiang Feng needs at least another 30 minutes to kill the boss. How long until those ocean mermen reach the main battlefield? Let me see. The red warning panel flashed repeatedly, signaling that the hour of death was near. Warning. A large number of ocean mermen are approaching. 10 minutes at most. Right at the edge of the ice lake, a giant hellfire flame suddenly ripped across the sky, slamming directly into the face of a roaring elite ocean merman. Jiang Kai nonchalantly retracted his fire claws as the system notification popped up. Explorer Jiang Kai has defeated Ocean Merman Elite. Count. 1. Hunian and Winvu clung to each other in fear, shivering. Captain Jiang Kai, why are there suddenly so many ocean mermen appearing around here? Let's get out of here quickly. Jiang Kai wondered, should we leave right now? He looked toward the misty, snow-covered peak, secretly worried about the overall situation. But the current battlefield seemed to be at a very fragile stalemate. If no one stopped these oceanic merfolk, it could lead to the failure of the entire battle. His sharp green eyes narrowed slightly, filled with hesitation and conflict. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, struggling internally. The Huang family were his enemies. He would be happy to see them fail. Damn it, what should I do? But the 200,000 people called here to fight for the country's future were completely innocent. After a moment of hesitation, the corners of his mouth curled into a reluctant yet incredibly firm smile. The stern, responsible teachings of the former commander suddenly echoed like a wake-up call. The nation's destiny is every man's responsibility. The world always needs someone brave enough to stand up and fight those monsters out there. Jiang Kai stood tall amidst the freezing snow, head held high, facing the storm of life heroically. He turned to his two panicked teammates and firmly declared, Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu, we are not leaving. He took a decisive step forward and continued to assign tasks. Not only that, I need you two to lure all the surrounding oceanic merfolk here for me. His green eyes blazed with light as hellfire ignited from both his hands. He confidently asserted, I will wipe out these oceanic merfolk all by myself. That crazy plan made both of them widen their eyes, screaming in terror in unison. Huh? 10 minutes later, the battlefield situation became critical as the Xuanwu Guild's defensive line was continuously crushed by the merfolk army, causing soldiers to fall one after another in pain. A badly wounded soldier frantically ran to advise his commander, Captain, please, stop fighting. Many of our people have spotted a large number of merfolk approaching from behind. If those oceanic merfolk surround us, it's all over. We have to run. The captain could only remain silent and grit his teeth. Fear quickly spread through the ranks of soldiers, who looked at the monsters in despair. That's right. If I die, I won't be able to log in for a month. If I can't earn money for a month, my landlord will kick my family out. Let's retreat, otherwise we're all going to die. Just then, a brave captain in silver armor stepped in front of the fleeing ranks. No, there's no need to run, he said, leaving the stragglers bewildered. Captain? He spoke in a serious tone to make the soldiers calm down. Haven't you noticed? 10 minutes have passed since we first spotted the oceanic merfolk. We were told they would reach the battlefield within 10 minutes. Then he pointed skeptically toward the empty, flat ice lake. But now, not a single one has appeared. What does this mean? The soldiers began to whisper, dispersing the tense atmosphere. Huh, that's right. Why hasn't any of them appeared yet? Could there be a superhuman protecting us from behind the scenes? That's not right. The Huang family didn't station any troops there. The silver-clad captain broke into a cold sweat, whispering in shock. This must mean there is someone incredibly powerful behind the scenes. But to be able to hold back so many oceanic merfolk alone, he looked up at the cliff where the monsters were falling down. There must be an elite group of explorers fighting incredibly hard. At the same time, in the rear, a giant merman opened its mouth wide, ready to lunge and bite. Instantly, Jiang Kai gathered his strength, stomped hard on the snow, and shot forward like an arrow piercing the wind. He delivered a hellfire punch straight into the faces of two monsters at once. The last ones who dared to open their mouths in front of me. The punch erupted with a brilliant red flame, blasting the unfortunate merfolk into the air. The hellfire exploded violently, burning them into ashes. The grass on your graves would be meters high by now. He looked at the system notification board and frowned, complaining to himself. I've wiped out over 20 merfolk, but they keep appearing sporadically. This is a bit slow. Suddenly, Hu Nian came running for his life, screaming, Captain Jiang, save me. I've lured all the oceanic merfolk here. On the other side, Nguyen Vu was also crying, leading a massive swarm of monsters. Captain Jiang, I brought some too. Seeing the giant pile of experience points rushing in, Jiang Kai laughed heartily. Awesome. Leave the rest to me. You two hurry and go hide. Both of them stopped and hid behind a cliff, trembling as they asked tentatively, Captain Jiang, with so many elite oceanic merfolk, can you really kill them all? That's right. It was so hard for you to kill just one or two earlier. Jiang Kai turned his head to look at the rumbling horde of monsters, nonchalantly admitting, it's true. I did have a little trouble earlier when I was only killing one or two. He waved his hand, activating a surging flow of hellfire around him. But what you two don't know is that I feel more comfortable killing them in groups than one by one. His green eyes flashed with arrogance and determination. The hellfire power from his gloves exploded outward, creating a massive pillar of light that engulfed the entire merfolk formation. The spectacular kill notification board jumped rapidly, leaving Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu clutching their heads in shock. Explorer Jiang Kai has defeated Oceanic Merfolk Elite X 257. What is this? Is this really the true power of our captain? Oh my god, he's only just past level 10. How is this damage so terrifying? On the main battlefield, the Huang family superhumans stared in shock at the giant pillar of black smoke rising in the rear. Why is there such a massive explosion behind us? The deputy commander looked frantically at the radar screen, which was now clear of monsters, and shouted in surprise to his father. Father, it seems like a large number of oceanic merfolk in the rear have disappeared. Did you invite reinforcements from the military? Facing his son's naive question, the Huang commander scratched his head, confused. The military? No, that's impossible. I just contacted the military. How could they get here so fast? After a moment of deep thought, he clicked his tongue and ordered the troops to spread out. All right, since the military has arrived to lighten the load, tell everyone to spread out the formation to balance the battlefield so Jiang Fang can focus on soloing the boss. Half an hour later, the epic battle between the ace Jiang Fang and the giant merman boss is still raging with intense ferocity. Thanks to his relentless efforts, the giant monster's health is now down to 65%. The crowd of soldiers standing nearby cheers loudly to boost morale. Amazing. The boss's health is down by 1/3. We're definitely going to win. However, as if to crush that short-lived joy, the giant boss suddenly swings its weapon, preparing to unleash a devastating sweep. It lets out a roar so deafening that it leaves all the soldiers around shaking in terror. The commander, Huang, turns pale and screams in panic. Watch out! After losing 35% of its health, the boss has entered its second stage of berserk mode. Just as expected, in this berserk state, its attack speed is so fast that it's nearly impossible to dodge. Jiang Fang is forced to take the hits head-on, and the key to defeating the boss now depends entirely on whether Jiang Fang can survive these consecutive hammer blows. Sadly, the system immediately triggers a red alarm as the adventurer Jiang Fang's health drops to a mere 5%. A stifling atmosphere of extreme tension engulfs everyone as they tremble and wonder, are we really about to lose? But Jiang Fang, despite his blood-stained lips, flashes a defiant smirk. Humph, you bastard. Do you really think you can finish me off with just this much damage? He declares loudly and activates his high-intelligence talent along with his armor filled with fighting spirit. He lets out a powerful roar to fire himself up. Bring it on! Immediately, a stream of damage immunity notifications pops up as his sturdy armor deflects every single enemy strike. At the same time, the boss itself is the one taking painful counter damage from the armor's reflection skill. Watching from afar, Jiang Kai nods in admiration. That armor is top tier. Not only is it completely immune to damage, but it can also reflect it back. So, this is the power of a high-intelligence talent? The soldiers nearby cheer. Incredible. At this rate, we'll take the boss down, Commander Huang explains smugly. I told you Jiang Fang was our carefully selected trump card. His extraordinary talent allows him to reflect 50% of damage back to the enemy for 90 seconds. While the boss is currently in berserk mode with super fast attack speed, simply put, the faster it swings, the more it ends up hurting itself. The boss's health plummets rapidly to 35%. The commander grins, feeling extremely smug about this turn of events. Haha, just like that, the boss lost another 30% of its health. If this keeps up, this boss is definitely in the bag for our Huang family. But life is rarely that simple, as a terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupts, making the commander's eyes widen in shock. The boss suddenly unleashes monstrous tentacles, lashing out at Jiang Fang before he can even react. A massive collision creates a huge explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the smoke clears, the system ruthlessly announces that the defensive armor has been completely disabled, and Jiang Fang's health is down to just 1%. He's about to kick the bucket. The entire group stands there in slack-jawed horror. What? Is our big shot with the high-intelligence talent really going to be defeated this easily? It turns out the giant boss had just used an incredibly overpowered armor-breaking skill called Tentacle Crush. The commander trembles, helplessly holding the dying ace. I was too careless. I never expected this boss to possess such a dangerous, unidentified armor-breaking skill. As his son anxiously calls out, "Father," he clutches his head in despair and sighs. This is it, it's really over. Jiang Fang was our biggest support in this battle. If even Jiang Fang falls, then this battle is surely a disastrous, unsalvageable defeat. Cries of panic echo everywhere, from the remnants of the army being hunted down. Help! All our aces are down on the floor. How can we even fight? What are we supposed to do now? Run! Another soldier is sent flying, coughing painfully. Bracing against the attack, Captain Li Biao whispers an apology to two of his team members. Yuan Chu, Su Suiai, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought you two to this dangerous place. I only brought you along to prove I was better than Jiang Kai, whom you both always praise. Watching the monster loom over them with its weapon ready to strike, he chokes back tears of self-reproach. But Jiang Kai never would have led you to your deaths. As for me, I'm the one who pushed you both onto the path of destruction. I'm such a useless, failed captain. The healer Su Ai can only weep miserably, looking at the gasping captain. Captain Li Biao. The girl looks up at the sky, crying out in desperate hope. Is there anyone? Can someone please save my captain? I've run completely out of mana to heal him. In the current situation, with the boss still not defeated, the Merman Legion will continue to multiply endlessly. If no one steps up to carry the team and stop this disaster, everyone here is destined to be buried at the bottom of this cold, icy lake. He mumbles his final, helpless words. Is there really no one left? But then, he widens his eyes as he spots a familiar figure appearing. The boss roars madly, spreading terror and causing everyone to tremble and cry out. Is there no one left who can save us all? In that moment of utter despair, a blinding beam of light suddenly shines down on the kneeling captain. It's a flaming hell spear, tearing through the air and slamming straight into the head of the monster about to execute him. The terrifying explosion blows the monster into dust, leaving the captain gaping in stunned silence. What was that? Jiang Kai smirks mysteriously and casually retrieves his weapon. Glancing toward the light, the captain stammers in shock. That's when the two teammates beside him cheer with joy. Haha. Appearing amidst the radiant, majestic red glow is none other than Jiang Kai. It's Brother Kai. He glides past them and decisively charges straight toward the giant boss, not forgetting to greet them. Yuan Chu, Su Ai, long time no see. I'm going to finish this boss. You two, protect yourselves. Struggling to stand after his injuries, Yuan Chu questions reality and mumbles. What did Jiang Kai just say? He's going to solo the boss? Did I hear that wrong? He is suddenly stunned as he realizes something strange. And why? Why can I sense Jiang Kai's position so clearly? Which made Su Ai nod in agreement. Me too. At the same time, on the battlefield, other Yao Fan adventurers are struggling to fend off the merman army when they suddenly freeze in shock. They frantically ask each other, wait, why do I feel like someone is really close by? Me too. It just popped into my head. This must be the effect of the Bloodthirsty Assassin title. Bloodthirsty Assassin? Watching Jiang Kai's back as he dashes off, his two former teammates shout in panic. Captain Kai, what the hell are you doing? You've forgotten your current status. Why are you still wearing that title? That's the Bloodthirsty Assassin title. It will turn you into a target, clearly visible to 200,000 people all over the map. A greedy hunter spots him and licks his lips with a sinister grin. Damn it, just when I thought I was done for, I stumble upon a bloodthirsty assassin. If I take him down, I'll bag a ton of experience, no joke. Either way, I'm going to die by the merman army's hands anyway. Why didn't we just gang up and kill this guy first to make a quick profit? Immediately, Jiang Kai's green eyes flash with a cold glint, and a hellfire explosion erupts, sweeping those opportunists into dust. Watching the smoke rise from afar, Su Ai tears up in fear. What just happened? Did Captain Kai get ganged up on and killed? But Jiang Kai's deep, warm voice suddenly rings out. Arrogant and bold. Just a light, fatal blow from me, that's all. He glides gracefully through the debris of his enemies, not forgetting to taunt the team captain lying on the ground. Well, can you still hold on? The greedy hunters from before are now strewn across the ground, groaning in pain. Ugh, why is that guy's damage so terrifying? Cough, isn't he just a level 10 rookie? What on earth is going on here? Yuan Chu's two teammates cheer with joy as if they'd struck gold. Huh? Captain Kai is completely unharmed. So it was actually Captain Kai who cleaned up those scumbags? He's truly too strong. Watching Jiang Kai's receding back, the team captain stares, unable to believe his eyes. Is this really Jiang Kai? He can escape completely unscathed even when surrounded by a mob of level 20+ enemies? This is completely absurd, right? The deputy commander runs back in a panic to report to his father. Father, I suddenly sensed Jiang Kai, the one who killed Huang Wei, appear on the battlefield, and it looks like he's heading straight for the boss. The Huang commander frowns and dismisses it. Jiang Kai, why are you still worrying about him at a time like this? Does he think he can kill the boss? What we need to worry about right now is how to minimize the clan's losses in this defeat. Though he obeys, his son cannot help but feel uneasy, sweat pouring down his face. But why do I have such an incredibly unsettling premonition in my gut? Why do I vaguely feel like that Jiang Kai could actually take down the boss all by himself? As he dashes off, Jiang Kai softly curls his lip and laughs to himself. Never thought there'd be a day I'd voluntarily jump into the fray to help the Huang clan kill a boss. If it were before, I'd never bother doing something so trivial. Because in his mind, the instructions of Commander Wei from years ago suddenly surface. If the country is ever in danger, I only hope you can step up to fight when you still have the capacity to carry the burden. But I already promised Commander Wei that when the country is in trouble and needs more territory for resources, as long as I still have the strength to carry the burden, I will never stand by and watch everyone fall. Jiang Kai smiles faintly and silently calls out to the AI system. Activate the one-time skill I received earlier. The system immediately triggers the special skill called Casino Pickpocket. Every time an explorer nearby pays attention to him, 0.1% of their total attributes will be stolen and added to his own. After 30 minutes, both the skill and the stolen attributes will vanish forever. He mutters to himself with interest while running. At first, I thought this one-time skill was garbage. I mean, stealing only 0.1%? What's the point? I never imagined it would be extremely useful in a situation like this. Because right now, I'm wearing the bloodthirsty assassin title. Almost everyone on the battlefield is forced to focus their attention on me. Sure enough, the grunts below are in an uproar. Why is there suddenly a bloodthirsty assassin here? I feel it too. Me too. The system continuously displays notifications of attribute theft from those around him. Even though 1,000th of an attribute from each person sounds like a drop in the ocean, remember that there are 200,000 people on this battlefield. If you combine 0.1% of all those 200,000 people, that's an absurdly massive number of attributes, pushing Jiang Kai's strength, stamina, and agility stats into the tens of thousands. His son screams in panic, "Father!" Jiang Kai is heading straight for the boss. He might actually steal the boss kill. The Huang commander's eyes widen in shock, unable to comprehend what is happening. What? Why? His son, sweating bullets, points at the radar screen. "Look, father. My device is suddenly reporting that Jiang Kai's attribute stats are increasing in a terrifying way. His total attributes seem to have already far surpassed even Jiang Feng's." Hearing that insane report, the commander jumps, shouting in disbelief. What was that? At this moment, Jiang Kai has arrived at the area of the warrior-class mermen. Facing a ferocious level 51 hunter shark monster, the grotesque creature immediately lunges forward, swinging its sharp claws, intending to tear the intruder to shreds. The Huang commander watches from afar and sneers triumphantly. That Jiang Kai isn't even bothering to dodge an attack from a warrior-class merman. Haha. Even if I don't know if those absurd stats of his are real or not, that shark-toothed merman bite is an extremely powerful damage skill that even level 60 explorers should fear. He confidently asserts, "Looks like this kid's posturing ends here." But the very next second, Jiang Kai casually throws a powerful punch, followed by a cold command, "Get lost." Witnessing that terrifying scene firsthand, the crowd around him gasps in shock. What? He doesn't even need to use a weapon? He just punch a warrior-grade fishman to death with his bare hands? Are those stats for real? Can he actually take down the boss all by himself? Meanwhile, Jiang Kai continued to calmly push deeper into the commander-grade fishman territory. Suddenly, a massive commander-grade fishman blocked his path, baring its fangs and claws threateningly. It was a level 74 savage creature that had just ruthlessly tossed another explorer into the air. It suddenly opened its wide maw, channeling energy to unleash a powerful sonic roar directly at Jiang Kai. The shockwave from the roar of a creature at the commander grade was so strong it felt like it would shatter the very air, forcing opponents to cough up blood. The commander, surnamed Huang, scoffed dismissively. Typical idiot who doesn't know his own limits. The roar of a commander-grade fishman requires special skills or protective gear to be immune. What the hell is his raw stat build supposed to do against that? That brat really is fearless because he's clueless. He actually wants to take on the boss. He mocked, calling it the delusional dream of a fool. Behind them, Su Ai and Yuan Chu could only hold their heads and scream in panic, "Captain Kai!" But on another corner of the battlefield, Nguyen Vu suddenly chugged several bottles of strength-boosting liquor he had with him. His face flushed bright red from intoxication, and he started bellowing excitedly. "I, Nguyen Vu, have never backed down from anyone in my life." He soared into the air, heading straight toward the commander-grade monster, shouting loudly, "Hey there, beautiful monster lady, I'm just as strong as my captain. Don't go falling for him alone." A massive punch landed squarely on the giant fishman's face, making it yelp in pain. Nguyen Vu laughed hysterically, shouting with comedic flair, "Is a high-quality man like me not charming enough for you? How about I give you a passionate, cross-species kiss?" Nguyen Vu wrapped his arms tightly around the giant commander-grade monster, praying comically, "I hope no one ruins this or steals my wife again." With his face beet red from the booze, he passionately planted a kiss on the ugly monster, leaving even the creature sweating bullets. Forced into a kiss, the commander-grade monster turned bright red with rage and immediately swung a critical, point-blank blow at Nguyen Vu. Even as he was sent flying, he looked delighted and mistakenly praised it. "Wow, you've got such a fiery temper. I absolutely love that about you." He activated his drunken dream state, which greatly reduced incoming damage, but would cause him to pass out afterward. Seeing such a hilariously chaotic scene, the surrounding guild leaders were left dumbfounded. Who is this madman? Whose subordinate is that? How can he ignore the roar of a commander-grade fishman and block the hit with his bare hands? How the hell can one person pull all the aggro of a commander-grade monster like that? Jiang Kai looked back and sighed helplessly with a bitter laugh. Seriously, why didn't Wenwu just run in there like that? Didn't I tell the two of them not to follow me? Just then, Hu Nian's clear voice rang in his ears, making him jump. Captain, do you really think we're the type to abandon our teammates? Hu Nian bravely raised her staff to the sky to activate her magic. Witness my invincible rain-calling magic. She rushed over to Jiang Kai's side to report, Captain, hurry. Nguyen-Vu won't hold out much longer. The level gap between him and that commander-grade fishman is too wide. Over there, even though he was down on the floor, Nguyen-Vu was still crawling to hug the monster's leg, yelling, Oh, fishman wifey, I'm coming back to you. Watching their self-sacrificing teamwork, Jiang Kai smiled warmly to himself, thinking, These guys, I really don't know what to do with them. Right after that, dark, stormy clouds rolled in with a roar, accompanied by lightning that lit up the entire frozen lake, throwing the crowd into a panic. What? She used rain-calling magic? What's the point of such a useless skill? These fishmen live in water. Is she trying to drown them with rain? Jiang Kai patted her shoulder and dashed off. Then I'll leave the rest to you two. Meanwhile, Hu Nian tilted her chin up smugly. Do these people not have any grasp of basic physics? A soldier suddenly turned pale, trembling as he pointed to the sky and screamed, This is bad, everyone. Look up at the sky. What was falling from the dark clouds weren't ordinary raindrops, but a massive, supersized hailstorm raining down with a thunderous roar. The hail pelted the battlefield, causing soldiers and monsters alike to run around in despair. Ah, what the hell is this? This is supposed to be rain-calling magic? It's clearly a meteor shower. And why isn't she discriminating between friend and foe? Why is she hitting us too? Help. Hu Nian laughed triumphantly and smugly. Ha ha ha, taking full advantage of the extreme cold on this ice island. Rain-calling magic naturally turns into giant hail. I didn't have any attack skills before, but now, I can take out 200,000 people at once, so cool. She turned to relay a message to Jiang Kai as he advanced. Captain Kai, just as you said, as long as my magic restricts the enemy's movement, they'll be sitting ducks for you. Now, the hailstorm had drawn all the attention of the fishmen, preventing them from using their roar attacks. He could easily wipe them out and confront the boss directly. Jiang Kai stood in the middle of the white, snowy hail, pausing for a moment to take in the scene. Seeing this, Hu Nian smiled and shouted in encouragement, Captain, remember we're a team. You don't have to fight all alone. Her heartwarming words made Jiang Kai stop for a second, surprised. At the same time, the group of 3 explorers cheered joyfully over the body of a monster they had just taken down, finally having killed a commander-grade fishman. While Nguyen-Vu cried in the distance, Wah! My wife! You guys killed my wife again. Jiang Kai chuckled and blamed himself. That's right. Why did I insist on carrying everything alone? It seems I underestimated the potential of both of them, and thanks to the great support from you two, I can easily clear out these annoying obstacles in a heartbeat. The flames of the fire prison erupted, burning the entire pack of obstructing fishmen into ash, leaving Jiang Kai standing tall amidst the battlefield. The commander, surnamed Huang, and his assistant's jaws dropped in horror. What? Did Jiang Kai single-handedly wipe out all the commander-grade fishmen already? Yuan Chu trembled and muttered in self-doubt. We had to exhaust over 10 teams just to barely hold on until now, you know. Meanwhile, the other leaders stared blankly, asking what kind of bizarre power this even was. Suai, however, cheered excitedly. Jiang Kai is so cool. He glanced at his own overpowered stat sheet and thought to himself, my current stacked stats are already absurdly strong. If the next hit triggers a critical strike, not even the heavens could stop me now. Breathing a sigh of relief, he leisurely stepped toward the final opponent. Whoosh, finally standing right in front of you. You looked so imposing from afar, but why do you look so ugly and disgusting up close like this? While the giant monster's health bar was now down to 35%, the group behind him watched his every move with their jaws dropped. No way that kid actually reached the boss. Could he actually be planning to? From behind, Hu Nian gathered all her strength and shouted to cheer him on. Go for it. Team leader Jiang Kai decisively leaped into the air and unleashed a crushing punch. Of course, the giant boss snarled in fury, raising its sharp trident to defend itself. Yuan Chu turned pale at the sight and screamed a warning. It's over. The boss is about to unleash a violent attack again. With the speed and damage of that blow, Jiang Kai definitely won't be able to withstand it. Instantly, a terrifying power erupted alongside a vicious sweep. Shards of ice flew everywhere, creating a massive shockwave that shook the very ground. Yet, Jiang Kai dodged every single strike. Mid-air, he frowned in confusion. Is this boss really supposed to be this fast? It's clearly so slow that dodging it is way too easy. Then why did that ace from the Huang family back there stupidly choose to tank its attacks head-on? His green eyes shifted, intensely analyzing every opening in the monster's trident trajectory. The crowd behind him looked like their eyes were about to pop out in astonishment. Am I seeing things? Did that kid actually dodge all of the boss's frantic attacks? This made Hu Nian laugh with glee. He, just as expected from our team leader. The Huang family commander and his assistant stammered in total psychological shock. Could it be? Is his agility stat actually higher than the boss's? Right after that, Jiang Kai balanced perfectly and shot along the giant boss's trident like an arrow piercing the wind. Facing the monster's slow, desperate attempt to swat him away, he smiled mockingly. Too slow. He decisively hurled a hellfire, throwing knife straight into its face, accompanied by a cold command. Get lost. A terrifying fiery explosion erupted right in front of the giant monster, causing it agony, and it roared in despair. The massive damage from the punch sent the boss's remaining health plummeting down to just 25%. The crowd around them trembled, their faces ashen. From 35% straight to 25%? Did that bloodthirsty assassin really wipe out 10% of the boss's health with just one punch? Even the genius Jiang Fang had to struggle and attack continuously for 10 minutes just to do that. What kind of monster-level damage is this? Taking such a painful hit, the beast slammed its feet onto the icy ground in a frenzy, creating terrifying, spiderweb-like cracks. It panted with rage, gripping its giant trident, preparing to pour everything into the next strike. Jiang Kai landed gracefully, his gaze calm as he looked at the giant opponent. At this moment, the boss seemed to be pushed into a corner, its entire body covered in a chilling, evil black aura. The Huang family commander whispered in total disbelief. What the even their ace, Jiang Fang, couldn't force this boss to get up and fight back like this. The crowd stared at each other in suspicion, including Yuan Chu and Su Ai. This kid, did he really force that boss-level monster to unleash its full power? Jiang Kai smirked, taunting his opponent. Oh, finally decided to stand on your own 2 feet, have you? Immediately, the monster let out a wild roar and released rays of dark, glowing energy, sweeping across the ice lake. He dodged with artistic ease and let out a scoff. I won't be foolish enough to fall for the same clown show twice. The giant demon lost its cool, gnashing its teeth and thrusting the trident straight at Jiang Kai. Its hammer-like blow missed the target, slamming into the icy floor and sending pillars of snow and debris flying into the sky. In the distance, the onlookers couldn't help but frown in wonder. The minions backed away in fear, swallowing hard as they muttered, "My God, that attack was terrifyingly powerful. Has that bloodthirsty assassin perished yet?" But Jiang Kai's voice rang out, full of sarcasm. Death? For me? He effortlessly blocked the boss's massive weapon with a single finger, causing it to shatter into pieces. You're targeting the wrong person. The boss glared and growled in fury at the overwhelming strength of the tiny human before it. Jiang Kai stepped out of the smoke and calmly remarked, "Ah, looks like you're out of weapons now." He landed on the ground, looking completely at ease. Well, how do you plan to fight now? The minions around them screamed in a panic. What the hell is he? He even used his bare hands to destroy the boss's weapon. What kind of monster is he? Has there ever been a precedent on this demon planet where a boss's weapon was destroyed so easily? Jiang Kai raised his flaming claws and shrugged, sighing in boredom. All right, I feel like continuing to waste time fighting you is pointless. He darted forward at terrifying speed, launching throwing knives at the monster. Let's end this quickly. Immediately, streams of hellfire crashed into the boss's face, exploding into a giant fireball that lit up the sky. A deafening blast echoed out. The giant boss took the fireball head-on and dropped to its knees in agony. The system immediately notified them that its current health was down to a mere 15%. Not giving the enemy a chance to catch its breath, Jiang Kai smiled excitedly and rushed forward to deliver another punch. Keep it coming. Another explosion of hellfire flared up, swallowing the monster's massive form. The boss thrashed and roared in despair as its health bar plummeted, flashing a warning that only 5% remained. Jiang Kai leisurely watched the flames dancing on his hands and retorted with a harsh jab. You think I'm being rude? Even at this stage? You still have the nerve to show that arrogant look? His gaze grew sharp, flames gathering in his fist until it glowed like a miniature sun. I've had enough of your arrogant attitude, you Merman King. He poured all his strength into a decisive blow that shook the earth. It's time for you to die. Commander Huang and his assistant just stood there like statues, jaws dropped, staring in disbelief as the boss's massive body slowly collapsed. In another corner, Yuan Chu and Su Ai also stared with wide, gaping mouths, unable to believe the shocking scene unfolding right before their eyes. In stark contrast to everyone else's panic, Hunien wore a look of immense pride and satisfaction, whispering to himself, "Die." The Fishman King's colossal body crashed down, creating a shockwave that cleared away the vast layer of ice and snow. Amidst the chaotic ruins, Jiang Kai stood tall, dusting off his hands as if he had just finished a light morning workout. The giant boss was now nothing more than a pathetic wreck, dragging himself to his knees, gasping for air in utter humiliation. The system popped up a final notification like a death sentence. The Devil's health bar was now down to a measly 0.1%. Commander Huang was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as he stuttered in despair. "What is this?" He clawed at his hair, howling in complete confusion. "What? He actually defeated the boss? And he did it without losing a single drop of health?" Just as the deal was sealed, a pair of unfamiliar footsteps stepped onto the snow as an authoritative voice rang out. "Lu Jun, you said Huang Dong was in desperate need of our military's help, but after we rushed over here and revealed our identities as the chief commander of the Jianzhong military district, Wei Ying, and the deputy army commander," the man said, hands tucked casually into his pockets, "it looks like we aren't needed anymore, right?" Lu Jun pushed up his glasses and smiled, intrigued. "Indeed. I never imagined the turning point of today's battle would be created by the very young man that Commander Wei has always held in such high regard." Meanwhile, Jiang Kai looked up at the sky and muttered, "Oh, the hail has stopped. Time to send this boss packing." Seeing his prize about to slip through his fingers, Commander Huang turned beet red and roared like a wild beast. "No, the boss only has a sliver of health left. We absolutely cannot let Jiang Kai kill him." He waved his hand, ordering his subordinates like a madman. "All members of the Xuanwu Guild, hear my command. Abandon the fight against the fishmen right now. Kill that bloodthirsty assassin at any cost." His face twisted with bottomless greed as he shouted the reward. "Anyone who kills that bloodthirsty assassin gets a bonus of 50 million holy coins. But if you dare let that bastard steal the boss from us, none of you will see a single cent of your bonuses after this battle." The threat left the soldiers staring at each other in shock. The forced order from above sent the henchmen into a panic. "What the hell? I don't even care about the 50 million anymore. But if I don't get paid, my family is going to starve next month. Oh, right. My kid still needs money for medical bills." Under the pressure of money, one guy gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it. Who cares about these fishmen anymore? Hurry up and take care of that bloodthirsty assassin, or we'll all starve to death." The others silently nodded in agreement. Overcome by greed and desperation, one man went crazy, hoisted his sword, and charged forward, shouting, "That's right, catch him, kill that bloodthirsty assassin." Once the order was given, the others abandoned their shame and scrambled desperately across the ice, fighting to get the reward. A massive crowd of Xuanwu Guild players ignored the surrounding monsters, swarming in like moths to a flame, screaming to kill him. Facing an entire army turning their blades toward him, Jiang Kai just glanced back with a look of disdain. The Huang family was too useless to take down the boss. Now that they see me do it, they're threatening people's lives to force them to kill me. What a bunch of disgusting trash. In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, Jiang Kai stepped up, hoisted the battered silver-haired youth, and asked friendly, "Hey, ace of the Huang family, big brother Huang, you're not dead yet, are you?" Still in shock? Jiang Fang growled irritably. "You bloodthirsty assassin. What do you want from me? You've already crippled the boss. Why not just finish him off?" Jiang Kai gave his signature devious smile and replied calmly, "I'm great at draining a boss's health, but who said I wanted to steal your boss?" He slowly explained his reasoning. "If I steal the boss, the money flush Huang family won't lose much, but the families of the 200,000 people being held hostage are the ones who will truly suffer the consequences." Jiang Kai jerked his chin toward the giant pile of meat lying flat on the ice, wrapping up his point. "But you are representing the Huang family, aren't you?" Looking the other in the eye, he flashed a smile as bright as spring flowers and politely invited him. "So, please, go ahead and deliver the final blow." At this, Jiang Fang was truly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing hundreds of moths rushing toward them from afar, Jiang Kai urged him, "Hurry up. If you don't move, that crowd is going to tear me to shreds. Think of it as doing me a favor, okay?" Knowing there was no time to lose, Jiang Fang charged his legs with blue lightning and nodded decisively. "Fine, I get it. He took a running start and unleashed a lightning-fast kick, leaving behind one word of gratitude: thanks. The lethal kick landed square on the devil's face. The system immediately flashed a bright red notification, signaling the monster's life had ended. Current health: 0%. From the Fishman King's corpse, a blinding beam of light shot straight into the sky, clearing the thick mist over the snowy ground. A golden system notification boomed, freezing the entire battlefield. Jiang Feng of the Xuanwu Guild has defeated the boss-level Fishman King. This was followed by the low-level soldiers below, staring at each other in confusion. What? It wasn't the bloodthirsty assassin? So it was the expert Jiang Feng who killed the boss? At the same time, the monster's massive body disintegrated, turning into countless tiny green light particles that dissolved into the air. The boss had evaporated, and the minions, having lost their leader, immediately dropped their weapons and fled in a panic. The Fishman army is retreating. Suddenly realizing they wouldn't lose their bonuses, the players awoke as if coming back from the dead, beaming with joy. So our big brother really did kill the boss? That means the bloodthirsty assassin didn't steal it, and we'll get our bonuses after all. Standing in a safe corner, Commander Huang and his assistant looked as dumbfounded as ever. What the hell is going on? We won? Wait, Jiang Feng really did kill the boss? Could it be that Jiang Kai, contrary to the commotion, Jiang Kai nonchalantly turned on his heel and walked away? With an incredibly cool back turned, he voluntarily gave up the chance to kill the boss. Once the burden of making a living was lifted, the soldiers immediately flipped their attitudes like a pancake, praising the protagonist to the high heavens. Oh, so we won? Turns out this bloodthirsty assassin is actually a good guy. He really gave up the boss kill. He is truly a great hero. That's right. From now on, whoever dares to touch our benefactor, I'll risk my life to stop them. As for the protagonist's sidekicks, Yuan Chu and Su Ai were excited, clapping and cheering loudly. Damn, this move by Jiang Kai was absolutely top tier and showed how noble he is, totally badass. The veteran teammate puffed out his chest with pride, nodding as he exclaimed, "Seeing is believing. Today, I'm truly sold on Jiang Kai. He's the greatest hero of this battle." The purple-haired beauty beamed, her eyes crinkling as she quickly tried to bask in the glory. All hail the bloodthirsty assassin. He's so generous. Heh. Now you guys know how strong our captain really is. Don't forget who was the one who chose him as captain. Meanwhile, the mercenaries began turning their spears toward their scummy employer. That's right. Now that they thought about it, the way the Huang family threatened them earlier was truly disgusting. Yeah, they wanted us to go to our deaths. And in the end, when we failed, they wanted us to pay the price. Anger surged, and a wild, spontaneous strike broke out, with insults raining down on the leadership. Drop dead, you capitalist pigs. Think money makes you invincible? If you've got guts, come down here and fight us man to man. I'm leaving the Xuanwu Guild. Yeah, I'm quitting too. Facing the intense backlash, the assistant broke into a cold sweat and turned to his boss for help. Father, we're doomed. 200,000 people are leaving the guild all at once and badmouthing us. This is going to tank our reputation to rock bottom. All our dirty little schemes have gone down the drain. The Huang commander's bloodshot eyes bulged as he hissed. You bastard, I'm going to mark this Jiang Kai. Realizing the situation was completely out of control, the assistant hurriedly ushered his boss away. Let's retreat for now. Next time, we'll definitely make that Jiang Kai pay. The old man gnashed his teeth in frustration. Fine. Back at the center of the battlefield, Jiang Feng stepped forward, extending a hand in a solemn, respectful manner. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jiang Feng. I owe you a massive debt of gratitude. Although he shook his hand in a friendly way, he couldn't hide the burning curiosity in his eyes. But I really want to know, how did you get such insane stats? Jiang Kai kept a stone-cold, believable expression as he quickly spun a grand excuse. Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Kai. I got these stats by using a one-time skill. The young man looked skeptical. Is there really a one-time skill that powerful? He continued acting humble to extinguish any suspicion. Actually, it's not that strong. It just vanishes after one use. Jiang Feng nodded, cutting him off. So Jiang Kai kept rambling, making up nonsense to brush it off. I just happened to exploit the penalty mechanism of the bloodthirsty assassin title. And then, before the words could leave his lips, a mass of slimy green tentacles erupted from thin air and wrapped tightly around him. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Kai's body was jerked backward and dragged through the snow, making his new acquaintance gasp in alarm. Jiang Kai, those disgusting tentacles are tightening. Then, it dragged the protagonist into a pitch-black, infinite dimension, drowning out his weak, muffled struggles. As Jiang Fang stood there like a statue, the purple-haired beauty rushed over, looking for him. Captain Kai? Where's Captain Kai? The silver-haired man could only kneel, utterly helpless. I'm so useless. Is Jiang Kai your captain? Yes. Breaking into a cold sweat as he recalled the terrifying legends of the underworld, Jiang Fang swallowed hard. I'm very sorry, but I have to tell you some bad news. In this situation, it's very likely that Jiang Kai has triggered the boss's death curse. Hearing those words of destiny, the beauty's pupils contracted in sheer terror. She stammered, "The death curse?" The sky suddenly darkened, carrying the chilling breath of the Grim Reaper. The explanation hit like salt in a wound. The death curse is a special skill that certain bosses possess after they've been defeated. It's incredibly terrifying. Once the boss succeeds in taking revenge on a player, he added a vivid, bone-chilling description. Jiang Fang sealed the protagonist's grim fate. That player will suffer an unimaginably horrific punishment. Being tortured to death is only the first step of their revenge. Recalling the chilling tales, Jiang Fang explained clearly, the most horrifying part is that after the player, who suffers the death curse, is brought back to Earth, they often can't bear the memory of that brutal torture and plead, "Please, just kill me already." The haunting story ended with the image of a splash of bright red blood, signaling an agonizing death. Thinking of that tragic scene, the girl's limbs went weak. She hugged her chest, trembling as she muttered, "Captain Kai, will he end up like that? No, please don't." Meanwhile, in a silent, misty, submerged dimension, the calls for Captain Kai faded, replaced by the moans of the victim. Ugh, it hurts. Why does it hurt so much? Why does it feel like my whole body is being crushed? Where am I? As he opened his eyes, staring back at Jiang Kai was the image of a massive, pale blue octopus monster, eyeing its prey with a demonic grin. Its two eyes glowed in the darkness, and its sharp, jagged teeth were ready to tear apart the one who dared to take its life. Before he could gather his senses, a slimy tentacle cruelly pierced through Jiang Kai's cheek, making him sweat profusely. His entire body was tightly bound by a mass of tentacles with no escape. He gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-shattering pain. Ugh, something is growing inside my body, it hurts so much. Just as things were at their worst, the system interface flashed a bright red warning to mock him. Warning: the one-time skill pickpocket and the obtained stats will soon disappear. Time remaining, 20 seconds. Please prepare for the removal of your stats and skills. Watching the cruel countdown tick away, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, realizing the truth. So that's it. I'm being tortured by this monster. And perhaps thanks to the support of those massive stats I stole, I'm still clinging to life. The tentacles squeezed tighter like a vice as every second slipped away. He realized the harsh truth. If the stats disappeared, he would be finished immediately. The monster roared, gathering all the remaining grudge-filled shadow of the Merman King, determined to crush its enemy to death. Pushed to the brink, Jiang Kai opened his mouth and roared, activating his final survival technique. Void Demon Armor. A violent burst of energy tore the space in two, shattering the surrounding tentacles as the death clock hit 13 seconds. Barely escaping the grip, he slammed both hands onto the ground, gasping for air as the countdown hit 10 seconds. Looking at his own hands, Jiang Kai was stunned to realize that thanks to voidification, his body had become hollow, shedding those sticky things. Had his body really recovered to its original state? But the monster wouldn't give up so easily. It swung its massive blade, charging forward with a savage roar. "I want you dead." Time was running out. Jiang Kai raised his blazing claws, determined. This isn't good. I'm too weak to dodge. I have to put everything into this hit. His eyes turned icy cold. Calculate the final move. Remove the steel spikes. Remove the short spikes. I'll make use of these stolen stats. Without a second of hesitation, Jiang Kai exhausted all his strength, shooting into the air with his flaming claws to fight it to the death. A destructive collision erupted, blinding light piercing through the dark, gloomy space of the resentful ghost. Hellfire flared up bright red, swallowing everything, and completely incinerating the remnants of the demon that had been clinging on like a leech. As the dust settled, Jiang Kai found himself standing in the middle of a pristine, beautiful ruin, wiping off his sweat with a sigh of relief. Phew, is it finally over? Immediately, a beautiful, shimmering angel hologram appeared beside him with a notification board. Congratulations, you have escaped the Merman King's death curse and discovered a secret treasure area never before found, leaving the protagonist stunned. The system formally introduced the magnificent, chilling scene in front of him. Welcome to the underground Merman Kingdom. Standing before a giant worm statue carved into the ice wall, the system continued to display. This is the secret treasure vault of the Frost Merman King, causing him to mumble in surprise. This is the boss's lair? The angel hologram flashed an incredibly robotic smile and calmly announced the rules, which hit him like a lightning bolt. The countdown to the destruction of the treasure vault will begin in 10 minutes. So, collect as much treasure as possible in 10 minutes and escape. Having just run for his life from one death timer, he immediately hit another. Jiang Kai grimaced and snapped. What the hell? Another countdown? What happens if I don't escape in time? The system, showing no mercy, hit him with a harsh reality. Not escaping in time means death, and all the worm treasures you have collected will vanish. You can only keep the treasure if you escape successfully. The warning had barely finished when the Frost Temple began to shake violently. Rocks fell everywhere, making Jiang Kai look up and curse to himself. What? That fast? It's already starting? No time to cry about it. Jiang Kai cheered himself on and started running headlong. Forget it. I just have to grab as much treasure as I can and bail. I've got to take the risk. He pushed the massive door with all his might and carefully stepped inside. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the protagonist was blinded by mountains of gold and silver piled high, and he exclaimed, "Whoa!" The system immediately reported good news. Congratulations, you have discovered the Merman Secret Elixir, ×3. Drink it to increase your total stats by 60 points. Jiang Kai gulped it down without breathing. No time left, I have to drink it now. The system popped up again with a difficult question. How would you like to allocate your stat points? Wiping his mouth, he made a quick decision. Just add it all to agility. Okay. Not stopping there, the system continued to blast notifications. Congratulations, you have discovered the boss's rare treasure chest. He opened a supersized, glowing, sparkling chest. Standing before the high-quality loot, he calculated excitedly. Awesome. So much treasure. And it doesn't look like anything is below A rank. Probably only 7 minutes left. I have to be fast. But life isn't a dream. The system slapped him with a cold bucket of water, in the form of a friendly reminder. The Underground Kingdom's treasure chest has a lifespan of 90 seconds. Please collect it as soon as possible, making Jiang Kai's eyes pop as he screamed. What? This treasure chest has its own countdown timer too? So, the young man turned into a manual excavator, crazily shoveling gold into his inventory while the clock ticked away. Faster. I have to be faster. 90 seconds passed like a gust of wind, and Jiang Kai collapsed in the middle of the gold and jewels, gasping for air as if he were dying. Unexpectedly, the system dropped more great news. Congratulations, you have discovered the Tear of Repentance. Use 10 drops to remove the bloodthirsty assassin status. He picked it up to examine it. The Tear of Repentance was like hitting the jackpot, getting top-tier items without any extra effort. Hugging the pile of gemstones with both arms, Jiang Kai's face beamed. Nice. Not only did I loot all this treasure, but I also got rid of the bloodthirsty assassin tag. What a steal. Just as he was feeling smug, his eyes froze when he saw an old, worn parchment placed formally on a stone pedestal. The system interface popped up to clarify. Congratulations, you have discovered the Special Class Transfer Scroll. Use this item to complete your level 20 Special Class Transfer. Once adventurers reach level 20, they must transfer classes before they can continue leveling up. He was stunned, a new glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Could it be that with this, I can complete my level 20 Special Class Transfer right now? Cut to the next day, a gloomy scene unfolding before Jiang Kai's memorial portrait decorated with white flowers. Sniffling sobs echoed. Boo-hoo, the captain never showed up. Could what Jiang Feng said be true? The girl with purple hair and her male teammate were crying their eyes out. He even said the captain would eventually commit suicide. Heaven really knows how to be jealous of talent. Wah, the captain died so tragically. In another turn of events, outside the icy cliff, a hand was struggling to climb up. Thinking something was up, the girl raised a massive rock, and the guy took a defensive stance. Be careful, Nguyen Vu, another damn merman is trying to climb out. The two charged forward heroically, ready for martyrdom. We will absolutely not let any merman disturb the captain's grave. That's right, I'll be the one to guard his tombstone. A rock flew straight into the hand of the person struggling to climb, causing the victim to scream in pain. Arg! Jiang Kai was left hanging on the icy cliff. He strained his neck and cursed. Which jerk was that? I was almost at the top. Hearing the familiar scolding, Nguyen Vu, holding a second rock, froze in confusion. Huh? She frowned in confusion. Meanwhile, her teammate shouted heatedly, Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? That ugly merman down there needs to take this hit and pay for what he did to our captain. Amidst the vast, snowy landscape, a strained laugh echoed across the area. Ha ha ha. Jiang Kai stepped forward, wrapped in white bandages, greeting them with a wry smile. Ah ha ha. Long time no see. Hu Yan and Nguyen Vu. I didn't expect you two to miss me this much after just one day. Realizing they had pelted the wrong person with stones, the two teammates could only sweat and laugh it off. He ha, they muttered, clearly still on edge. Jiang Kai roared like thunder. You two traitors, were you trying to assassinate your captain? Do you have any idea how hard I struggled to climb up here? How dare you throw stones at my face? Seeing their leader in a fit of rage, the two scrambled away, denying everything. Ah, we didn't mean it, Captain Jiang. At that very moment, the scene shifted to the Sector 18 login base in Qiantrong City on Earth. A voice rang out. What's the status? Have you found Jiang Kai at the offline location yet? Inside the high-stakes meeting room, an agent reported solemnly. No. But the reason for Jiang Kai's sudden stat spike has been clarified. It turns out he used a one-time use skill that can't be used again. After hearing the report, Commander Wei Ying stroked his beard and let out a laugh. That's right. If a level 20 brat could just change tens of thousands of stats, then those of us at the supreme level wouldn't need to bother training anymore. Beside him, Deputy Commander Lu Jun pushed up his glasses, looking puzzled. However, everyone who was hit by the death curse, along with Jiang Kai, has already been eliminated and logged out. Could that kid still be getting tortured? The blonde guy, sitting with his legs crossed, clicked his tongue and made a bold claim. Tortured for that long? I think that kid is definitely done for. Wei Ying slammed the table and stood up to dismiss the idea. No, don't use common logic to judge Jiang Kai. I think there's a possibility that Jiang Kai not only survived the boss's revenge, but he might have even snatched its secret treasure while he was at it. Hearing his boss say that, the blonde guy hurriedly retorted, No, that's absolutely impossible. It's been 50 years since the demon planet appeared. Only a handful of people have ever survived that wrath and obtained a secret treasure, and those people were all top-tier supreme powerhouses. Lu Jun nodded in agreement. That's right. Jiang Kai has only been wandering the demon planet for about a month. I don't think he has the slightest chance of surviving the death curse. Ignoring his subordinate's pessimistic talk, Wei Ying leaned back in his chair and replied calmly, Is that so? But my intuition tells me that this kid, before he could finish, a female assistant burst through the door, panting, Commander Wei, he's selling items on the personal trading channel. The three powerful men turned to look at each other, confused. Huh? Who are you talking about? What's so urgent about someone opening a personal trade? The assistant clutched her chest, gasping for air, and shouted, It's Jiang Kai. It's Jiang Kai. Not only is he not dead, but he's shamelessly opened a personal trading space on the demon planet. And the total value of the items he's selling adds up to over 400 million Holy Saint coins. The terrifying number made both subordinates freeze for 5 seconds before they shouted in unison. What? What did you say? A few minutes later, the whole group huddled around, staring at the transaction history logs until their eyes popped out. The blonde guy's jaw dropped. Let me see. The data records it. He just sold 1.8 kilograms of blue magic ore worth 18 million Holy Saint coins. Lu Jun also broke into a cold sweat, pointing at the screen. He's even selling 3 kilograms of special white iron crystal. This pile alone is worth 63 million. The further they scrolled, the more stunned they became. It doesn't stop there. There's also hard killstone, black kill crystal, black obsidian steel fossil, gold pear wood ore, and skeleton dew. These items have already crossed the 100 million mark. The two military elites now just stared at each other like country bumpkins. Did this kid really earn 400 million? Being able to sell a pile of rare items like this all at once, that only means, you see? Wei Ying tilted his head back, laughed heartily, and slapped his thigh. Ha ha ha. I told you all, didn't I? Jiang Kai definitely secured the boss's secret treasure. This kid really doesn't disappoint me. Just as he was in high spirits, the assistant reported, Commander Wei, the Hoang family is here to see you. It seems they want to talk. This made the commander frown and sneer. The Hoang family. Huh? Fast forward a few hours, at the item trading office in Saintly City on the demon planet, the young man Jiang Kai walked out looking weary. Damn it, there was so much annoying stuff. I had to spend money just to open a personal trading space to get rid of it all. He grumbled to himself. The system took a huge cut. It feels like I got scammed. Hu Yan linked her arm with his and chuckled comfortingly. You didn't lose anything at all. It's just because you scavenged so much loot that you had to sell it like a rich person. It's truly a problem called having too much money. Hearing that, Jiang Kai clapped his hands and declared generously, That's true. By the way, I also kept a bunch of good stuff for you two. Now, let's split the loot. His two teammates' eyes shone like crystals. Really, Captain? Jiang Kai pulled out items to distribute, like he was handing out candy. Hu Yan, this black ice orb is for you. This orb has a freezing effect. If you combine it with your rainmaking skill, you might even be able to summon a blizzard. Next is for my little brother, Nguyen Vu. This shield is for you. It's an extremely high-quality shield that can temporarily freeze opponents. As he spoke, he shoved a stack of old papers into his teammates' hands. Besides the equipment, I also managed to grab some eternal pages that can be used to upgrade skills. Let me give you a quick refresher course. As everyone knows, there are 2 ways to improve skill levels. The first is by using special skill books dedicated to that specific skill. This type of book usually only drops from monster chests or when completing special missions. The second way is by using a versatile upgrade item, like the stack of papers I just pilfered from the Merman King's treasure chest. It can be used to upgrade any type of skill. They're called eternal pages. He continued to lecture about the rarity of the item. Since it's something everyone needs, it's extremely valuable and hard to find. As soon as you throw them on the trading floor, they're gone in a flash. Even a single page costs at least 500,000 Holy Saint coins, and the amount of paper needed depends on how high level the skill is. The higher the combat skill, the more paper it consumes. Holding the billions worth of paper in his hands, Jiang Kai stuffed them directly into his teammates' hands. So, you two just take this pile of eternal pages and use them first. The higher the rank of the combat skill, the more energy paper it burns through. Holding a fortune's worth of scrolls, Jiang Kai stuffed them into his 2 teammates' hands. You two, take these eternal scrolls and use them first. Stunned, both of them completely. Their jaws dropped, and they were speechless. Ignoring his junior's baffled expressions, he tossed the money out the window, grinning brightly. Don't be shy, just enjoy it, my best buds. At that very moment, in the eyes of Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu, Jiang Kai suddenly shone with a brilliant light, like a living god of wealth descended to earth. Overwhelmed by their boss's generosity, both of them lunged forward to hug him, crying their eyes out, "Captain Kai." Hu Nian sobbed uncontrollably, swearing, "We will pray for your great kindness and hope for all blessings to come to you every day." Nguyen Vu chimed in, sucking up to him. "That's right. Even if you were to kick the bucket, your soul would surely fly straight to heaven." Caught being embraced and pawed at in broad daylight, Jiang Kai blushed and pushed the two away. "I told you two to let go. We're in the middle of the street. What on earth are you doing? It's so embarrassing." Right in the middle of the farce, a guy in blue armor strutted over, his tone full of disdain. Jiang Kai. So you actually know what shame is, huh? A bunch of sloppy lowlifes walking in the street without a care for their image. No wonder you're just a bunch of trashy commoners. Recognizing the troublemaker, Jiang Kai frowned. Huang Da, his 2 teammates asked in a whisper, "Who the hell is that guy?" The arrogant Huang Da held his head high, warning him. "Jiang Kai, I'm warning you to tone down your arrogance. Don't think that just because you have the military backing you, you have the right to keep going against my Huang family. I came here to tell you this." Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a blood-curdling threat. "I will slaughter you without mercy in the upcoming guild challenge. I'll show the military that you're nothing but a loser, not worth their protection." After saying that, he turned on his heels and left with a powerful closing statement. "And once the military dumps you, be ready to die by my hand." After he disappeared, Jiang Kai scratched his head, looking confused as he turned to his teammates. "Guild challenge? What the hell is that? What is that Huang Da guy barking about?" Hu Nian smacked her forehead, explaining it to her clueless boss. "Captain Kai, you really don't know? The Guild Challenge is a competition organized by the military itself to screen and select the most powerful guilds out there." She quickly rattled off the rules. To participate in this tournament, you need to be at least level 21, and it's divided into 4 brackets, spaced every 20 levels, all the way up to the level cap of 100. Each guild must send a team of at least 5 people to compete. They'll be paired up to spar with other teams in the same bracket, and eventually, they'll select the top 3 strongest teams of that bracket. Nguyen Vu quickly added to the excitement of the tournament. Because the military gives out extremely generous rewards to the top 3 of each bracket, every time they open the tournament, a ton of guilds swarm in to participate, bringing together all the heavy hitters. Turning into a chibi form, the young man surnamed Jiang scratched his head, puzzled. "But I didn't sign up for that damn guild challenge, so why is that Huang Da guy targeting me?" But thinking about it, he was too lazy to care. He turned to wave at his 2 teammates. "Forget it. We've made a huge profit this time, so I have to log off for a while to visit my family. Catch you 2 later." Hu Nian and her friend responded happily. "You got it." The scene shifts back to Earth, in the city of Jianzhong, part of the Holy Brilliance Kingdom. A panicked voice rang out in the modern hospital room. "Kai, why did you buy so many supplements? How much did all this cost?" Jiang Kai smiled brightly at his silver-haired brother lying in the hospital bed and replied tenderly, "Brother, you just had surgery. I'm just worried you won't get enough nutrition." His brother grimaced, "But you bought." The scene before them was a mountain of boxes piled high. His brother was speechless. "This is way over the limit." Jiang Kai blinked innocently. "Is it too much?" It made his older brother turn into a chibi, helplessly lamenting. "Doesn't this hospital room look like a food warehouse now?" Rubbing his face wearily, his brother pushed up his glasses and gave some dismal advice. "Kai, the hospital you put me in is already the most expensive one there is. If you keep spending money like water, little brother, I'll try to get back to work as soon as I'm discharged to help you ease the financial pressure." Jiang Kai smiled warmly and gently brushed it off. "It's okay, brother. I still remember your dream from back then. You always wanted to become a superhuman to fight against the spirit beasts and protect humanity, right? After you get out of the hospital, just become an adventurer." The casual words left his brother stunned and rooted to the spot. His brother smiled bitterly, looking down at his hands with low self-esteem. "With this broken body of mine, how could I ever become an adventurer? Besides, going to the Devil Planet is extremely expensive. You going alone is already more than enough." Without saying more, Jiang Kai directly pulled up his account balance, a long string of numbers totaling over 400 million, and clearly declared, "Brother, I've already told you that you don't need to worry about money anymore, and you don't need to go to work either." Making his brother's eyes widen in shock, his glasses almost falling off. His brother turned into a chibi, screaming in disbelief. "Kai, where did you get so much money? This is hundreds of millions." Jiang Kai turned his back to look out the window, explaining, "Brother, this is entirely hard-earned money that I made on the Devil Planet. For all these years, you've worked so hard for me and Anzi. Now that I have the ability, you can live the life you've always wanted." Memories of the heroic past came rushing back. He emotionally continued, "I still remember that moment. With a mortal body, you risked your life to save both me and Anzi in the middle of the spirit beast battlefield. If you become an adventurer," turning back with a brilliant smile, he asserted firmly, "I believe that you will save even more people than that." Gripping the bedsheets tightly, his brother lowered his head, a burning desire igniting within him. "Can someone like me really become a superhuman with this current body?" Answering that doubt, Jiang Kai effortlessly split an apple in half with his bare hands, causing his brother to gasp. He placed half the apple into his brother's hand. The protagonist concluded with a heartwarming line, "You can definitely do it." Leaving the hospital in high spirits, he stretched his limbs and breathed in the fresh air. "Finally, my brother has regained his dream. I'll have to celebrate with a grand meal after Anzi gets home from school." Pulling up his jacket collar, he strolled leisurely down the busy street. Suddenly, a military jeep sped up. The deputy army commander stuck his head out and yelled, "Jiang Kai, get over here and follow me, hurry." Interrupting his pace, Jiang Kai frowned uncomfortably. "Lu Jun, what are you doing here? I don't have time for this. I still have to go pick up my sister from school." Lu Jun adjusted his glasses, his expression growing extremely serious. "Jiang Kai, I came here specifically because of your sister." Your sister. The announcement hit Jiang Kai like a bolt from the blue. She had been in an accident. His pupils contracted in shock. At the chaotic scene, a school bus lay overturned in the middle of the road, thick smoke and debris blocking the traffic. Losing all composure, Jiang Kai gasped and screamed in a panic. He charged blindly through the smoke, frantically searching for his beloved sister. Behind him, Lu Jun and the blonde commander could only stand in silence, watching the young man's desperate figure. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, his heart pounding wildly. Jiang Kai choked out, terrified, "Sister." At the moment of utter despair, a hand rose high, waving amidst the crowd of onlookers, accompanied by a bright smile. "I'm right here." Rushing forward to grab her shoulders, Jiang Kai panted, asking in agony, "Unzi, are you okay? What happened?" She replied nonchalantly, "Jiang Kai, I'm fine. My school bus just had an accident. That's all." Confusion flooded her brother's mind. An accident? She was just laughing, brushing off the tension, and Z recounted, "But luckily, this big brother saved me, and he said he knows you." Saying that, she stepped aside to reveal her savior, who was smiling and waving in a friendly manner. The moment Jiang Kai saw a familiar face, he was stunned. "You are the supreme power of the Huang family, Jiang Feng. Why are you here?" Just then, Lu Jun and the blonde assistant stepped onto the scene, speaking in a heavy, ominous tone. "Jiang Kai, let me tell you something. The most important thing I have to tell you is that your sister's bus accident, it wasn't an accident." The vice commander pushed up his glasses and said, stripping away the brutal truth, the Huang family was secretly behind this. The male lead was left shaking and stunned. Lu Jun frowned. analyzing the situation. Jiang Kai, you've embarrassed the Huang family too many times, and their hatred for you is growing. Now, they've used the war merit from defeating the Ice Island boss to force the military to stop protecting you. Recounting the events at headquarters, the image of Wei Ying, deep in thought, appeared. The war merit from the Ice Island boss was too significant, so Commander Wei had to concede under pressure from his superiors, but he still left a chance for you. Facing pressure from the old men of the Huang family, Wei Ying slammed the table and laid out a final bet. During the negotiations, Commander Wei proposed the upcoming guild challenge. He said that if the Huang family could defeat you in the challenge, proving that your new profession wasn't powerful enough, the military would agree to their demands. Old man Wei Ying stroked his beard, sighing in concern for his nephew. I hope the kid will concede this time. Otherwise, I won't have any reason to directly protect him. Back in the present, Lu Jun looked straight into the male lead's eyes and explained helplessly, "This is the limit of what we can do for you under the current circumstances. And today's incident is the Huang family putting the squeeze on you. If you don't dare to participate, a dark, terrifying vision emerged of demonic hands strangling his loved ones. Your family will suffer." Hearing his family mentioned, Jiang Kai's eyes darkened, and his killing intent flared up. Lu Jun sighed, feeling powerless against the influence of money. "I'm sorry, Jiang Kai. The Huang family is extremely powerful, and the war merit from the Ice Island boss has made some high-ranking officials waver. Therefore, as long as they don't attack you directly, for these kinds of threats today, our military can only turn a blind eye." The blonde guy beside him took a drag of his cigarette, clicked his tongue, and issued an ultimatum. "So now you have two choices. One is to accept the Huang family's bet. Two is to join the military as soon as possible and receive official protection." Hiding behind her brother, little Anzi was still trembling in fear. "Will the military really be able to protect us?" Lu Jun advised honestly. "Right now, Jiang Kai, your new profession still has value. As long as you join the military, Commander Wei will have more ways to protect you and your family. At the very least, for now, you can avoid a lot of trouble." Jiang Kai gripped his sister's hand, deep in thought. "So I have to join the military first?" Memories of his painful past life rushed back. The scene of his family being brutally beaten by the Huang family's lackeys played out clearly. The pain, the suffering, and the scene of himself being trampled under the boots of capitalists, accompanied by vicious insults. "Jiang Kai, do you think you can just sit back and enjoy life after joining the military? You're just a useless gambler, a piece of trash." Ha ha ha. He clenched his fists until they bled, firmly rejecting that cowardly path. "No." Jiang Kai's brain began to analyze at lightning speed. "If I join the military and rely on their protection, once I become a drunkard or a geomancer, and the military abandons me because my profession develops poorly." He gritted his teeth, realizing the disparity in their situations. "My family will be oppressed even more miserably by the Huang family. They have a massive foundation. In terms of resources, wealth, and power, I am absolutely not their match right now." But his greatest trump card appeared clearly in his mind. "My gambler profession has the double talent, which helps my stats get nearly twice as high as others at the same level." Remembering how smoothly he had skewered the monsters, he felt a surge of confidence. Therefore, when fighting an opponent at the same level, my total stat points and critical damage can give me an edge. He calculated the chances of turning the tables. Even when facing a higher-level opponent, if I have the right strategy, I can still defeat them in certain situations. And because gambler is a new profession, the Huang family knows absolutely nothing about my strength. His eyes lit up like car headlights. He wore a devilish smile. "Aren't those my unique advantages? All right, if it's come to this, instead of passively hiding and waiting to die, it's better to gamble on it." An image of the male lead standing tall, shouldering his entire family, rose up with great power. "I will use this opportunity to force the military to bear witness. I will make this bet with the Huang family public. Let everyone in St. Dio know about this. As long as I can defeat the Huang family, the military will definitely pay more attention to my new profession and continue to provide protection." After calculating everything, he mapped out the perfect move while Lu Jun was still muttering. At the same time, under a situation everyone is aware of, if the Huang family dares to move against me again, they will have to weigh the dual pressure from public opinion and the military. "All right. Since you have no other objections, I will help you prepare your military enlistment documents now." Not waiting for the deputy commander to finish, Jiang Kai looked up with a radiant smile and bluntly asked for reinforcements. "Brother Lu Jun, the guild trial team is supposed to be 5 people, right? My team only has 3 people right now. Can I borrow Yuan Chu and Su Ai from the military?" Hearing the protagonist ask to borrow people for a fight, Lu Jun broke into a cold sweat and asked back, "Jiang Kai, What are you thinking? The young man resolutely replied, I've decided. I'm going to participate, causing the deputy commander to frantically try to dissuade him. Jiang Kai, don't be impulsive. You have to understand that once you accept this trial, you will be facing a giant like the Huang family. Looking up at the sun-drenched sky, he calmly said, Brother Lu Jun, don't worry. My mind is very clear right now, and I am very grateful for the plans you have for me. But everyone has their own path to walk. Reaching his hand toward the light, he grasped his ideals firmly. The path I chose is to take hold of my own destiny. His eyes turned cold and full of confidence. He declared clearly, I want to defeat the Huang family in the guild trial. Seeing his boss still hadn't given up, Lu Jun continued to sigh. Jiang Kai, you are too impulsive. I think you should. Suddenly, a crisp sound of clapping interrupted his advice. Good. He Shen laughed heartily in approval. Kid, you've got guts. I support you. I'm starting to like you. This left Lu Jun staring in surprise. He Shen. He Shen stepped forward, patting his chest as he introduced himself with a cool attitude. My name is He Shen. Even the Huang family wouldn't dare mess with me. I promise to help you and lend you my people. His former enemy, Jiang Fang, also gave a thumbs up in approval. Jiang Kai, I really admire your courage, and I still owe you a favor. I will keep an eye on the Huang family for you. If they dare to touch your family again, I will let you know. His younger sister, who had been silent until now, also raised her fist to cheer. Big brother, I support you too. Seeing the whole group ganging up to rebel, Lu Jun held his head in frustration. Hey, you guys aren't children anymore. Why are you following Jiang Kai and acting so impulsively? He Shen and Jiang Fang exchanged smirks and turned to taunt the bespectacled man. Well, we're all like that now. What about you? Knowing he couldn't stop this bunch of troublemakers, Lu Jun had to give in. Fine, okay. I can't stop you two on my own. Besides, Commander Wei already told me to help Jiang Kai more, the kind deputy commander concluded. So, I will take care of your family's safety. Jiang Kai, just focus on preparing for the trial, which made the protagonist's eyes light up. Really? Looking at the three burly men backing him up, Jiang Kai felt touched. Brother Lu Jun, Brother Jiang Fang, Brother He Shen, thank you three big brothers, and Commander Wei as well. He clasped his hands and bowed very respectfully. I, Jiang Kai, sincerely thank you all for your care today. If you need anything in the future, I will definitely do my best to help in return. Late that night, the two siblings were walking down the street. Z asked curiously, Big brother, are you sure you want to go look at houses this late? Jiang Kai replied, Well, the Huang family has completely revealed their true colors. You and our older brother can't keep living in a slum with such poor security anymore. Standing in front of a massive villa complex, his sister looked up, confused. Big brother, did we come to the wrong place? These villas are worth hundreds of millions. We can't afford these. Without a word, Jiang Kai pulled out the black VIP card and swiped it at the gate. No, we didn't come to the wrong place. This was the door that opened to reveal a modern, gleaming, glass-encased super villa. He proudly declared, Our new home. Z's jaw dropped, and she held her cheeks in astonishment. Ah, is this really our new home? Running around to explore, she saw the giant pool. Big brother, this pool is so beautiful. Entering the house, she chirped with endless praise. The living room is huge. It's even bigger than our old house. Is this a restaurant? How many dishes could fit on this long dining table? Big brother, look. Our older brother's health is poor. He can exercise in this room later. While bubbling with excitement, she suddenly stopped in front of a magnificently decorated room and hesitated to ask her brother, Is this? A pink princess-themed bedroom appeared, as beautiful as a dream, making her gasp. Is this my room? Jiang Kai smiled and ruffled his little sister's hair. Of course, Z. Do you like this new house? She teared up from sheer happiness. I love it. But big brother, am I dreaming? This place is so beautiful. Is this really our new home? Feeling the warmth, Jiang Kai promised a bright future. Z. It's real. This is our new home. But everything is just the beginning. From now on, I'm here. You and our older brother don't need to worry about life anymore. The three of us will live better and better. She nodded obediently, beaming. Yes. Scene changed to the next day in the mountain forest area. The young man Yuan Chu complained to his friend. Suai, do you think we were abandoned by the military because we performed too poorly? I will change Suai to Suai to be accurate to the story. Both of them were crying, tears streaming down like rain. Captain Li Biao said there would be a new captain temporarily managing us and told us to wait here. But this is too sudden. The pink-haired girl also sobbed in agreement. I think that's very likely too. Just as the two were mourning their fate, a familiar voice rang out. Yuan Chu, Suai, from now on, I will be in charge of you two. Why are you two so sad? Both were startled and turned around. Seeing the protagonist appear with a cool captain's demeanor, Yuan Chu's mouth hung open in shock. Kai, you are our new captain? Jiang Kai smirked and nodded. That's right, it's me. The sweet girl lunged forward, hugging him tightly in joy. Kai, what the hell is going on? Did you join the military? Jiang Kai quickly explained. No, I didn't join the military. I'm just borrowing you two from the military for a while to cooperate with me on the guild trial happening next month. He began to recount the cause of events. The Huang family used the military merit from the ice island to pressure the military to deal with me, and they even used Z's safety to threaten me. So Commander Wei made a bet with the Huang family through the guild trial to help me. If I win, they won't dare bother me again. His gaze became determined, burning with fighting spirit. You asked for your teammates' opinions, so this time I must win to shut the mouths of the Huang family. Yuan Chu, Suai. Are you two willing to help me? Hearing about his sister being threatened, Yuan Chu got furious and roared in agreement. Of course, how could those bastards from the Huang family dare to lay a finger on Z? I watched her grow up, and they are just absolutely despicable. After venting, he slumped over, looking insecure, as he asked the male lead quietly. But Kai, are you sure you want to team up with us? Jiang Kai asked, bewildered. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yuan Chu began to explain the harsh reality of the military with a grave expression. The military has an extremely complex assessment system. After joining, new recruits must go through an initial assessment and are classified from the lowest E rank to the highest SSS rank based on their combat performance. From then on, the military conducts internal personnel reviews every 2 months. If a new recruit keeps slacking at E rank for 6 consecutive months, they will be kicked out of the military straight away. At this point, he scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly, shamefully admitting the brutal truth about himself. During the first assessment, Suai managed to scrape by with a C rank, but because I'm such a coward, who gets scared out of my wits at the slightest thing, I got the absolute lowest score, an E rank. Yet, contrary to Jiang Kai's fiery spirit, the big guy, Yuan Chu, teared up, worried about becoming a burden, and let out a long sigh. Sigh, Kai, I'm just afraid I'll hold you back. Suai beside him also whimpered and sniffled. Me too. Seeing his two friends looking as wilted as soggy noodles, Jiang Kai smiled confidently to reassure them. It's okay. We'll be teammates for a month. After the guild challenge ends, you two will return to the military. When the reassessment comes, I'll make sure both of you reach at least an A rank. But Yuan Chu remained skeptical of his childhood friend's bragging. Kai, are you sure? Both of us just crawled out of the newbie zone not long ago. Are you sure you can lead us? Usually, a team leader needs to be at least level 15, right? Are you even level 15 yet? Just then, a voice rang out from afar with an incredibly arrogant attitude. Level 15? Who cares about that? As the words faded, 2 strangers suddenly appeared. The purple-haired girl with a hot body proudly boasted for him. Team leader Kai has already reached level 20. He's even preparing for his class advancement. That's right. To ease the confusion of his 2 old friends, Jiang Kai turned to introduce them. By the way, I haven't introduced them to you two yet. These are our new teammates. The purple-haired girl waved her hand happily and brightly. Hunyan's job is a fortune teller. Hello everyone. My name is Hunyan. Heh. I've heard team leader Kai mention you two quite often. The chubby guy in sunglasses standing next to her also clutched his chest shyly and continued, This is Nguyen Vu. His job is a heavy drinker. Great to meet you both. I'm Nguyen Vu. Being naturally outgoing and friendly, Yuan Chu and Suai immediately ran over, shaking hands with their new teammates and talking enthusiastically. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you both. However, the handshaking only lasted for exactly 3 seconds before Yuan Chu and Suai's brains finally finished processing the information from earlier. Both of them froze, eyes popping and mouths agape as they shouted, Wait, holy crap, we're only level 9 and you're already level 20? Facing the awe of his friends, Jiang Kai coolly dropped a bombshell. That's nothing. My goal is to drag all of you to level 20 before the guild challenge begins. Only then will we have the strength to deal with those dogs from the Huang family. Hearing this, Yuan Chu broke into a cold sweat, pointing at himself while stuttering. Level 20? Did I hear that right? If you can actually drag us to that level, you're a god-tier power leveler. Hunyan linked arms with Suai very affectionately, smiling with full trust. I don't know about others, but I believe team leader Kai can do it. In the midst of the heated atmosphere, the leader of the girl group brought up a very practical point. Since we're a team now, why don't we come up with a team name? What Suai said makes sense. What do you guys think? Why don't we call ourselves the Fire God Team? It means the 5 of us are full of firepower and strength. Closing the deal quickly and neatly, Jiang Kai nodded and announced, "All right, we'll rest today, and tomorrow at the crack of dawn, our Fire God team will head straight for the monster territory." With everyone in agreement, the group waved their hands in the air, shouting excitedly. That afternoon, at the edge of the forest, the group parted ways to prepare their gear. The sound of farewells rang out boisterously. "We're heading off first. Kai, see you tomorrow." Once everyone had disappeared, Jiang Kai stood alone, his face contemplative and filled with deep calculation. Memories took him back in time to a night during the newbie challenge. Deep in the challenge area, Yuan Chu's back stiffened, and he started, gasping. "Huh?" At that moment, Jiang Kai turned to ask his burly friend, "In a few hours, we'll reach Sacred Radiant City. When we enter the Ghost Realm, we will face the real challenge. Are you nervous?" Yuan Chu swallowed his saliva, breaking into a cold sweat but trying to act tough. "I'm not nervous. I'm just wondering if I'll ever be able to activate my career talent, the martial heart." Jiang Kai frowned, confused, and replied, "Why? You've performed excellently these past 2 days. You were protecting me and Su Ai during the battles, weren't you?" Yuan Chu clenched his fists, confessing the weakness hidden behind his massive frame. "Even though I tried my best to fight and protect both of you, deep down inside, I am still very afraid. I was just trying to suppress my fear, because I was worried you two would get hurt." He spread his rough hands, staring at them helplessly. "But to truly activate the martial heart, I need to completely cast away the fear from the bottom of my heart and believe that I am an invincible warrior." Frustration surged. Yuan Chu bowed his head, teeth gritting and trembling. "But I can't do it." Indeed, according to the system's records, Yuan Chu's martial heart talent could provide extra cumulative stats for every attribute whenever he changed classes or leveled up. In addition, this talent also helped him perform overpowered combat effects like knockbacks, armor breaking, stunning, sword chi projection, and countless other things. This was truly a top-tier talent. Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, analyzing, but the additional effects from his attacks change based on his level of courage and confidence. Yuan Chu's current confidence and bravery aren't strong enough, so he can only knock enemies back when using the ground stomp skill. The purpose of this violent leveling grind was to stimulate Yuan Chu's courage and help him successfully activate his career talent. He looked at the skill cards fluttering in his hand, planning to himself, "But before that, I'll take this opportunity to increase my own power." He opened the system panel and communicated clearly with the virtual assistant. "Last time, I gave Hunyan and Nguyenvu 55 eternal shards. The remaining 50 shards can be used to upgrade the Ghost Hand Flying Dagger and the Ghost Eye Throwing Star. Upgrade the Ghost Hand Flying Dagger and Ghost Eye Throwing Star for me." Suddenly, the gorgeous AI with long legs and glowing butterfly wings appeared, nodding with a smile. "All right." As soon as the command was given, a blinding light erupted. The beautiful AI stood there, while 2 skill cards glowed with a brilliant emerald hue, preparing for a high-end upgrade. A system panel popped up, announcing that the Demon Hand Dagger skill had been upgraded to max level, granting a 30% armor-piercing effect when throwing items, especially if using throwing weapons in the form of cards. The armor-piercing effect skyrockets to 250%, though the stamina and mental energy cost also increases by 110%. Jiang Kai looked at the stats and praised, "Amazing." After the upgrade, armor-piercing for regular thrown items increases by 10%, and for cards, it goes up by 50%. Even though the energy cost also jumps by 110%, this increase is still well within control. Not stopping there, the system continued to announce breaking news. Gamblers who are addicted to betting often develop increasingly flexible hands after long periods of training. Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus state for Demon Hand Dagger, Gambler's Moment. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with curiosity upon hearing this. A bonus state called Gambler's Moment? The information box immediately provided a detailed explanation. When entering this state, attack speed increases by 100% for 10 seconds with 0 external delay. In exchange, the stamina and mental energy consumption surges by 220%, with a 60-minute cooldown. He gasped, calculating in his head. Attack speed increased by 100%. Doesn't that basically mean my attack speed has doubled? Moving on to the second skill, the system reported that Demon Eye Focus had also reached its peak. Vision and tracking capabilities increased by 60%. Of course, the mental energy cost for using it also increased by 120%. Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, nodding with satisfaction. Demon Eye focus has been upgraded too. Just as expected, the vision and target tracking ability improved significantly, accompanied by an increase in energy consumption. Remembering the perk from earlier, he mischievously looked up and asked the AI assistant, "Hey, does Demon Eye Focus have any bonus states?" The AI assistant smiled mysteriously and immediately provided the answer. In a gambling match, a gambler doesn't just need flexible hands, but also must know how to throw up smoke screens so the opponent cannot read the cards in their hand through their eyes. Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus state for Demon Eye Focus. Cheating state. A detailed skill panel appeared, describing it as a trick using one's gaze to manipulate the opponent's judgment. Its effectiveness depends on the difference in mental strength between the two sides. If the enemy's mental strength is much higher than the gambler's, the effect is almost zero, but there is absolutely no backlash. This state lasts for 10 seconds, consumes 240% of mental energy, and has a 60-minute cooldown. The system's explanation echoed in the air. No matter how high the opponent's mental strength is, you can still influence them. It's just that the stronger their spirit is, the more the effect shrinks, even to the point of being negligible. But the best part is, no matter how great the power gap is, you will never risk being countered. Stretching to warm up his muscles, Jiang Kai excitedly calculated, "Wow, even though the effectiveness of this cheating state will be reduced a bit when fighting higher levels, it still sounds awesome. I'm dying to try these two new skills out." In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed in a flash, and the scenery changed, leading us to a valley with a winding, emerald green river. His steady footsteps landed on the grass, and Jiang Kai's voice rang out clearly, signaling the start of the campaign. "We've arrived. This is the junction between the King's Valley and the Taiping Mountain Trail." The 5-person team stood on a high ridge, looking down at the primeval forest with its jagged, towering cliffs. The place known as the Territory of the Armored Lizards. Hearing that prickly name, Yuan Chu immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes widening in panic. "The Territory? Kai, doesn't that mean there's a whole pack of giant armored lizards here? If I remember correctly, this lizard species is all monsters level 25 and above." The girl, Hu Nian, standing next to him, casually raised her index finger, adding her encyclopedic knowledge, rubbing salt into the trembling heart of her big friend. Armored lizards are pack animals. It's estimated that there are at least 100 of them in this territory. Not stopping there, she tossed another time bomb with a mysterious smile. "Oh, and if I recall correctly, rumor has it there's even a warrior-grade armored lizard here that exceeds level 50. Yuan Shu almost dropped his jaw, shouting loudly, "Warrior-grade?" His brain started processing the risk at lightning speed. Warrior-grade monsters are rare and hard to find. Usually, out of every 20 monsters, there's a chance for 1 or 2 to appear as elite grade, and it takes about 100 monsters to have a chance of encountering a warrior grade. He turned to look at Jiang Kai as if looking at an alien, since almost his entire team was below level 20. "And you're planning to lead us to fight a warrior grade monster head-on? Are you crazy, Kai? You've only ever done this alone." The girl, Su Ai, next to him couldn't hide her worry, and shyly added, "You defeated a king-grade monster on the ice island, so we completely trust your strength. But this time, you have to carry us too. And under that warrior-grade monster, there are at least 25 common-grade lizards and 35 elite-grade ones. Isn't that too risky? After all, the power gap between us and you is just too big." Seeing the team starting to get cold feet, Jiang Kai turned around and spoke firmly to boost their morale. "Besides farming experience, the most important purpose of this trip is to train our team coordination. If we keep slaughtering easy monsters with no difficulty, our team will never improve. Only by putting ourselves in danger can we unleash everyone's full potential, and only intense real-world combat will help us level up at lightning speed." His gaze became sharp, delivering a reason that couldn't be refused. Furthermore, the materials needed for class advancement usually only drop in specific areas, with monsters of warrior grade or higher. Glowing treasures seemed to appear before the team's eyes. Just think about it. The treasure chests of warrior-grade armored lizards, white and purple ones, have a chance to drop holy water. Advancement materials for a level 20 priest or dream cores, things that the level 20 dreamer class is desperate for. And the black armored lizard's treasure chest might very well contain blood warriors. Invaluable materials for promoting the level 20 warrior class. Gasping at the mention of class advancement, the 3 of them, Yuan Chu, Hu Nian, and Wen Vu, looked like they had been struck by lightning, shouting in unison until their voices cracked, "Level 20 advancement materials?" Catching the deep meaning behind the young captain's words, Hu Nian's eyes flashed with mischief as she smiled and probed, "Captain Jiang Kai, You seem so confident. You must have an ace up your sleeve, don't you? Jiang Kai smirked, leaving a mysterious, half-joking reply. That's a secret. An ace, you say? Let's just call it that. With his supplies ready and his spirit high, he waved his hand and dashed into the dark, gloomy forest ahead. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's move out. The deeper they went, the more desolate the landscape became. Seeing trees snapped in half and claw marks on the ground, Jiang Kai raised his hand to signal a stop. He whispered, "These look like signs of an armored lizard. Everyone, stay alert." The team nodded in unison. Understood. Taking advantage of the walk, the muscle-bound Yuan Chuchi approached the chubby Nguyen Vu to seek some advice. "Brother Nguyen, I heard you didn't even flinch when facing an elite-level banshee." "Yeah, but how did you overcome the fear when you saw those monsters?" Nguyen Vu adjusted his fancy sunglasses and replied with an incredibly nonchalant attitude. "Overcome fear? Not at all. Honestly, I didn't feel any fear inside me at all." Yuan Chu's eyes lit up like stars. He grabbed the chubby guy's arm and pleaded, "No fear? You're a master, Nguyen Vu. How did you do it? Please teach me your secret." Nguyen Vu chuckled, pulled out a few large metal flasks, and shoved them into Yuan Chu's hands. "Coincidentally, you know the kind of moonshine us drinkers brew always has special properties. This is a level 2 wine. I just distilled it after upgrading my profession skills with an eternal shard. It hits harder, it's more potent, and it'll definitely be useful for you." After handing over the wine, Nguyen Vu didn't forget to pat his naive friend on the shoulder. "But you're a fighter, the main tank protecting the team. It's best not to chug this while you're in the middle of a brawl." Yuan Chu tucked the precious flasks into his bag and beamed with joy. "Okay, I got it. Thanks a lot, Brother Nguyen." Just as the two were busy with their bribery and booze, Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold blue light, signaling that danger was right in front of them. As they walked, Jiang Kai suddenly leaped into the air, flipping and shouting to warn his team. "Something is under that rock ahead. Everyone, scatter." A deafening roar tore through the air, shaking the very ground. From beneath the rubble, a giant reptile with thick scales aggressively lunged out, carrying a bright red info panel. Level 25, Armored Lizard. Jiang Kai landed nimbly on the grass, taking a professional stance. He looked up at the monster, slightly surprised, and muttered, eyeing the nearest prey. The lizard opened its jar-sized maw, flicked out its long crimson tongue, and lunged straight at Jiang Kai. Seeing the hair-raising situation, the team standing outside turned pale and screamed, "Jiang Kai! Captain Jiang Kai! Watch out!" Contrary to everyone's panic, Jiang Kai remained calm, lifting his sharp throwing knives with a calculated smile. Wait, Yuan Chu still hasn't triggered his profession talent, because he's too cowardly to face the enemy head-on. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for him to practice? It's just a normal armored lizard. Yuan Chu is a level 9 fighter. Even if he can't beat it, he at least won't get bitten to death in a heartbeat. As for me, if needed, I can use my void state to dodge the lizard's attacks at any time. Let's gamble on this. I want to help Yuan Chu realize that he isn't weak. While the captain was busy scheming, his teammates outside were sweating bullets and shouting, "Captain, do something! Jiang Kai! Captain Jiang Kai!" Suddenly, a figure dashed forward. "Jiang Kai, I'm here to save you. I can't just stand by and watch my brother get turned into dinner." Yuan Chu squeezed his eyes shut, let out a desperate cry, and dived from the sky like a fiery comet. With all his might, he slammed a thundering, ground-shattering strike onto the lizard's back, creating a shockwave that cracked the earth. Hu Nian, Nguyen Vu, and Su Ai stood outside, watching this hero saving the beauty moment, their jaws dropping in shock. The provocation plan was a total success. Jiang Kai smiled triumphantly. "Good job, Yuan Chu." But reality wasn't a fairy tale. The lizard wasn't even scratched. It immediately whipped its giant tail, sending Yuan Chu flying far away, causing the poor guy to wail. "What? It counterattacked that fast? Help! Someone help me!" At that very moment, a blazing fire erupted right in the monster's chest, stopping its attack. A flame-engulfed hand was controlling the floating throwing knives. Jiang Kai ordered coldly, "Yuan Chu, I've pierced its stomach where its defense is weakest, but I haven't hit the critical weak point. Hurry up and finish it." Severely wounded, the armored lizard glared with blood-red, furious eyes at the prey before it. Yuan Chu stood opposite, sweat pouring down like rain, his teeth chattering from extreme fear. But his survival instincts kicked in. He gripped his heavy sword tightly and unleashed a sky-tearing, flaming strike. Yuan Chu swung his sword, cleaving the monster's body in two. The scene went strangely quiet. The calls of his teammates echoed in the big guy's ears. "Yuan Chu, Yuan Chu, open your eyes and look. Is it over? Yuan Chu peeked with one eye. He was stunned to see the corpse of the level 25 monster lying at his feet. Did it die? After a few seconds of coming back to his senses, Yuan Chu suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs, his face pale as a sheet. Oh my god. That thing just lunged out of the rocks. It scared the living daylights out of me. He turned and started scolding his chibi version best friend. Jiang Kai, were you crazy back there? If I'd been a second slower, you would have been bitten. I don't know why. My mind went blank. But you said you'd protect me. You wouldn't just watch it eat me, right? Still shaken, Yuan Chu patted his chest, panting heavily. I told you, Jiang Kai, I'm a coward. You know that. The group rushed over to surround the reluctant hero, with Suai clapping and praising him enthusiastically. Yuan Chu, you were so brave this time. Back in Captain Li Biao's Tiger Squad, you rarely dared to attack like that. Getting praised by a girl, Yuan Chu stretched, scratched his head, and chuckled sheepishly. Well, Yuan Chu, I didn't expect your ground-shattering move to be that strong. Huh. It's nothing. Just ranked third in the world, I guess? Seeing this, the chubby Nguyen Vu joined in to praise him. True, you really are a natural muscle-bound fighter. The narcissism session ended quickly when Jiang Kai tapped his rhythm to urge them on. Alright, let's keep moving toward the armored lizard warrior's position. Yuan Chu, hurry up and use the loot card to collect the body. The peasant Yuan Chu immediately obeyed. Understood. Moving a bit further, the team hid behind dense bushes, peering toward the giant limestone pit, where the system displayed the information flickered. Level 35 Elite Armored Lizard. A group of the spiny, vicious-eyed lizards were patrolling the cliff area, their claws pointing toward the hilltop. Jiang Kai whispered, Look, there are 3 elite armored lizards outside the rock forest in the distance. The group held their breath and observed. Jiang Kai analyzed that they were likely guarding a commander-rank armored lizard. Sensing the tension, Nguyen Vu broke into a cold sweat, worried by the dense obstacles in the forest. Near those 3 elite armored lizards, there might be others of the same kind lurking. Everyone, be careful. Jiang Kai's eyes grew deep in thought. He told himself that the only reason he managed to take down so many elite mermen at the ice island last time was because of his one-time skill. Casino card shark. I need to be more cautious this time. With a strategy in mind, the captain turned to assign tasks. Hunian, I need you to use rain prayer to mask our scent and prevent the distant armored lizards from detecting us. It might take 10 minutes. Can you do it? She brushed her hair back, responding confidently. For sure, my rain prayer skill has been upgraded, and after going through the trials at the ice island, I can definitely hold it for 10 minutes without a problem. The plan was finalized, and Jiang Kai commanded clearly. All right, Hu Nian, prepare the rain. Su Ayayi, prepare the poison in case of an emergency. Nguyen Vu, you're responsible for protecting Hu Nian and Su Ayayi. All 3 nodded in obedience. After assigning the support team, Kai turned to pat the muscular youth on the shoulder. As it began to rain, he said, Chu, you and I are heading into the forest. Remember, you don't need to attack them. Just use earth tremor to help me control and pin them down. Leave the rest to me. Yuan Chu struck his chest, fired up. Got it. No sooner had the plan been set than a blinding flash of lightning tore through the sky, signaling the start of their tactical rain. The downpour fell heavily, covering the dense forest. Heavy raindrops battered the branches, shattering beneath the heavy footsteps of the hidden armored lizards. Seizing the golden opportunity while their scent was masked, Jiang Kai surged forward and shouted, Chu, the chance is here, let's go. From the dark, dense bushes, a series of eerie, blood-red eyes began to glow brightly amidst the white curtain of rain. As expected, a swarm of armored lizards crawled out from the grass, baring their claws and snarling to threaten the intruders daring to trespass on their territory. Jiang Kai's cold eyes scanned the monsters. He smirked and directed, Just as I thought, there are still plenty of armored lizards hiding. Yuan Chu, cover me. Facing the hideous, scaly reptiles, Yuan Chu gritted his teeth and channeled his inner energy into his flaming fists, complaining, Ugh, these things are so gross. Without wasting words, the muscular youth stomped a thundering earth tremor onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that tossed the reptiles into the air. Taking advantage of the moment the monsters were airborne and disoriented, Jiang Kai leaped up gracefully, thinking about his new skill. Can this skill really increase my attack speed by 100% for 10 seconds? Time to test it out in a real fight. Jiang Kai's aura erupted like a blazing torch. He activated his newly awakened talent, Gambler's Moment. Instantly, his hands turned into a blur, unleashing countless sharp throwing knives that struck precisely into the fatal points under the necks of each unfortunate lizard. Blazing flames erupted mid-air, creating a storm of projectiles that incinerated the swarm in the blink of an eye. The massacre was over in a flash. The rain created by Hu Nian also ended just in time, returning a clear sky to the silent rock forest. The system interface dinged repeatedly, confirming that a swarm of armored lizards, from common to level 37 elite, had been wiped off the map. Watching this perfect combination, Hu Nian was so excited she couldn't close her mouth. She felt like her very soul had been bombarded by Kai's endless rain of knives. The big guy, Nguyen Vu, wiped away sweat and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen Yuan Chu and Kai's skills combined like that. The destructive power is insane." Proud of his two brothers, Su Ai smiled and explained, "Exactly, it's so strong. Back in the beginner trials, they used this exact same combo. The armor on these lizards is too tough. If you don't expose the weakest part under their belly, they're usually very hard to kill. Even if Captain Li attacked personally, he wouldn't be able to finish them in one strike." Over there, the cleanup crew, Yuan Chu, was busy plunging his heavy sword into the lizard carcasses to salvage the remains. A golden light suddenly enveloped Yuan Chu. He looked happily at the notification of having killed a level 35 elite monster and shouted, "I leveled up. I'm level 10 now." Watching his friend, Jiang Kai smiled and collected the mountain of loot into his bag. "Yuan Chu, I knew you could do it." Nguyen Vu ran over, giving a thumbs up to praise their dominance. "Wow, Captain Kai, Yuan Chu, the coordination between you two just now was unbelievably cool. I'm getting more and more faith in our fire god team." Hu Nian nodded repeatedly. "Absolutely." Su Ai covered her mouth in amazement at this terrifying leveling speed. They hadn't even been out for an hour, and Yuan Chu had jumped from level 9 to 10. The two men's silhouettes suddenly looked grand in the eyes of the pink-haired girl, Su Ai, who was brimming with determination. "Although I knew Kai and Yuan Chu were strong together, I didn't expect the leveling speed to be this fast. Wow, I want to be that amazing too." Jiang Kai smiled and waved over the small pharmacist. "The elite treasure is definitely hidden somewhere in the rocks or cracks around here. Come here, Su Ai, let's look together." She chirped happily and trotted after the captain. "Coming." After finishing with the treasure, the group advanced toward an area of massive limestone formations standing tall like swords. Jiang Kai judged, unless something unexpected happens, the commander-rank armored lizard is definitely nesting inside this rock forest. Seeing the captain's posture, Yuan Chu asked with concern, "Kai, do you want to rest for a bit? That violent cleanup just now must have drained quite a bit of your stamina." Jiang Kai calmly took a breath, his mind still racing at full speed. "It's definitely draining, but not enough to leave us bedridden. Besides, there's probably more than one entrance to this rocky forest, and the commotion we just made was pretty loud." Moving with quick, agile steps, he analyzed the situation. If Trantru took too long, that big shot hiding inside might call for his army of lizards to guard the nest from other entrances. He waved for the team to hold formation and push straight into the tiger's den. "If we're hunting a warrior-grade monster, we need to strike while the iron's hot." 10 minutes later, the squad crept through paths overgrown with weeds. The silence was so heavy you could hear a mosquito buzz, making Vian Chu mutter, "It's way too quiet. Are there even any warrior-grade armored lizards here?" Sensing something was off, Jiang Kai immediately activated his skill, a green light flashing in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. "This is strange. I haven't found a single suspicious trace on the way here." Jiang Kai frowned, scanning around, but the target was nowhere to be seen. "My spirit eyes can't detect any presence of a warrior-level armored lizard. Did I miscalculate?" Just then, Yuan Chu behind me suddenly trembles, clutching his shoulders tightly. Nguyen Vu finds it strange and asks, "Chu, what's wrong? Are you cold?" Yuan Chu replies tremblingly, "I don't know why, but suddenly I feel goosebumps all over." Hu Nian pokes his head out from behind and teases, "Hehe, Yuan Chu, I think you're just too tense." Suddenly, a cold gust of wind rushes past the giant rock in front of them, carrying a spine-chilling murderous intent. Jiang Kai's spirit eyes flash, and he realizes, in horror, no, it's not that he's too tense. It's that something is wrong with the place where they are standing. His face changes, and Jiang Kai immediately shouts to his three friends, "Yuan Chu, Hu Nian, Guan Vu, stop right now." The three of them are startled and freeze, simultaneously looking up at the large rock in confusion. From behind the rock, a massive, scaly tail suddenly lashes out into the air with great force. The tail slams down hard, shattering the corner of the rock and knocking all three of them far away. Jiang Kai barely manages to jump back just in time to dodge. He lands safely, while the other three are aching, struggling to crawl up from the ground. A terrifying monster with bloodshot eyes bares its fangs. The system interface flashes bright red. Monster, warrior-level mutated dragon lizard, level 58. Yuan Chu pulls Hunian back, panting as he yells, "Whoa, I almost lost my life just now. Why is this guy's color the same as the rock? He's really good at camouflage." Hunian nods in agreement. "You're right." Without hesitation, Jiang Kai lunges forward with his flaming iron claws and shouts, "I, run the data scan." Ai hurriedly opens the analysis device, her face pale as a sheet. The system displays a bright red monster warning. Warrior-level mutated dragon lizard. Level 58. Warrior-level mutated dragon lizard, also known as the white lizard dragon. It's about 36 years old and weighs 2 to 2.4 tons. Ai reads the stats aloud. Level 58. Warrior-level mutated dragon lizard, also known as the white lizard dragon. About 36 years old and weighing 2 to 2.4 tons. Hearing this, Yuan Chu cries out in fear. The first warrior-level monster we meet is a mutant. Jiang Kai coldly fires a barrage of throwing knives that slice through the air, aiming straight for the monster's hard armor. Thanks to his skill, 2 critical hits explode on the target, accompanied by system notifications for a critical hit ×1 and another critical hit ×1. Seeing the hits land, Yuan Chu cheers. "Awesome, we finally hit it." Hunian laughs and chimes in. Even if there's only 1 critical hit, it's enough to cause significant damage, let alone 2. Jiang Kai remains serious, warning them, mutants among warrior-level monsters have a richer collection and a higher probability of containing top-tier items in their treasure chests, but their power is also much stronger than regular warrior-level monsters. The analysis screen clearly shows the defense, the skin covering the back of this warrior-level mutated lizard. Not only has a defense stat of over 35 points, but is also covered in thick phosphates, capable of resisting high temperatures and corrosion, making it extremely difficult to pierce. Even its weak points are reinforced. Not only that, but its chest and belly have also formed a protective phosphate membrane, with a defense stat of about 20 points, which also possesses high temperature and corrosion resistance. Hearing this, Yuan Chu, Nguyen Vu, and Hu Nian all turn pale with terror. What? It can't be pierced? Ai tremblingly reads the terrifying stats. Previous data shows that the mental power of a warrior-level mutated lizard of similar size is 100 to 150. Agility is 150 to 170. Strength is 380 to 420, and Constitution is 440 to 480. The beast roars in anger and charges straight at Jiang Kai with terrifying speed. The system panel flashes a warning of impending danger in front of Jiang Kai. The warning that the beast is extremely dangerous makes him frown in surprise. Seeing their captain in danger, the whole team shouts in unison, "Captain Kai, be careful." The beast launches a powerful swipe, shattering the ground in an attempt to crush Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai nimbly dodges the blow and reassures his teammates. "I'm fine, don't worry." As expected, this guy has high temperature resistance and full body armor. Even when the fatal throwing knife lands a critical hit, it can't cause any real damage. It can only be pushed back. Landing on the ground, he silently feels lucky. Lucky I dodged in time. With its strength of about 400 points, if I got hit by that claw, I'd be crushed to pieces. It's a good thing the potion I found in the Fish King's treasure significantly increased my agility. Now my agility must be about 60 points higher than its. Jiang Kai calculates a risky tactic in his head. So, as long as I'm careful, I can draw its attention without getting killed. If I can take this opportunity to push Yuan Chu and get him to activate his armor-breaking talent looking at the monster's sharp teeth, he tells himself. But if that fails, I'll keep luring this warrior-level armored lizard away from everyone and find another chance to escape. Facing the giant mouth ready to swallow him whole, Jiang Kai decides to take a gamble. If this works, maybe I can get Yuan Chu to fully activate his class talent. "Yuan Chu, help me." Hearing his friend's desperate cry, Yuan Chu ignores everything, leaps into the air, and shouts, "Kai, I'm here!" Tremor strike. The powerful stomp creates a violent shockwave that slams directly into the heavily armored beast, but standing in the middle of the crater, Yuan Chu turns pale, realizing the enemy is unscathed. "Oh no, Kai, it seems like it has no effect on it at all." Jiang Kai immediately realizes the critical situation and shouts a warning. "Yuan Chu, run!" The mutated dragon lizard madly swipes and misses. Jiang Kai turns to chase after Yuan Chu. The young man runs for his life, crying, "Wah, this is so scary." Just then, beams of light fly over, blocking the monster's path and leaving terrifying scars on the ground. Jiang Kai dashes forward like lightning, pulling Yuan Chu away from danger. Now this warrior-level armored lizard will definitely focus on me. Chu, Kai, let's lure it somewhere else first. Suddenly, a figure flashes by at an incredible speed, leaving him stunned. Who just ran past? Standing from afar, Hu Nian and I cry out in dismay. Captain Kai, Nguyen Vu, he's drunk. Kai, the saliva of this warrior-level mutated lizard can quickly corrode most equipment and cause damage. Jiang Kai breaks out in a cold sweat, worried sick. Oh no, it's Nguyen Vu! If he actually tries to kiss the lizard with his tongue or something, he'll probably end up rotting away. In his drunken stupor, Nguyen Vu swings his small shield, landing a critical hit straight onto the face of the giant dragon lizard. The massive impact sent the monster reeling, while the drunkard lost his balance and tumbled onto the grass. Jiang Kai lay on the ground, his face flushed from the alcohol, squinting at the gigantic creature in front of him with a silly grin. Oh, a mutated lizard? Jiang Kai stood there, frozen and bewildered by what was happening. What? Why wasn't Jiang Kai seeing this lizard man as a beautiful woman this time? Wasn't he supposed to be drunk? Hu Nian shook his head and offered a dry explanation. I don't know, but it seems he drank some freshly brewed grade 2 liquor today. I never expected this new brew to actually fix the aesthetic distortion he suffers from when he's drunk. But the reality was much harsher as the drunkard started cackling like a maniac. Ha ha ha. I'm a heavily armored lizard myself, you know. I've been searching for an armored lizard lady worthy of me. He reached out toward the monster with eyes full of love. Heaven has finally answered my prayers today. God never abandons those who work hard. I've finally found you among all these armored lizards. Even the bloodthirsty level 58 monster was stunned for 5 seconds, staring blankly at the bizarre human. Jiang Kai was crying tears of happiness, surrounded by imaginary pink hearts. Ah, my love. Let's not waste this beautiful moment. Witnessing this interspecies confession, Su Ai sweated nervously, unable to find words. Is brother Jiang Kai thinking he's an armored lizard? Right at that moment, fire darts rained down on the monster, while Jiang Kai danced around, dodging while shouting about his love. Ah, my darling. He even clung to the armored beast like a professional stalker. Oh, honey, no one can tear us apart. Don't be shy. Tonight is our wedding night after all. Come here. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Watching the chaos from the sidelines, Jiang Kai helplessly buried his face in his hands. Jiang Kai is impossible to manage when he's drunk. If this keeps up, even if we have a chance to kill the armored lizard, I'll be out of stamina and mana. Jiang Kai continued to cackle, trying his best to show off his masculinity. Wife, let me use this sturdy chest to warm your fragile heart. Realizing they couldn't drag this out any longer, Jiang Kai turned and shouted at Yuan Chu. Jiang Kai has lost his mind. I can't control him and fight the armored lizard at the same time anymore. We have to hurry. Yuan Chu, move it. Only your class's armor-piercing effect can get us out of this mess. We need you. Seeing Jiang Kai risking his life to distract the beast, Yuan Chu finally had an epiphany. So was this what they called being fearless? He remembered what Jiang Kai had said with such admiration. Brother Jiang Kai, are you really a god who can overcome fear? No. I truly felt no fear at all at that moment. Fearless? How did you do it, Brother Jiang Kai? Can you teach me? Back then, the drunken man had offered him a special jar of liquor from the drunkard class. Yuan Chu decisively pulled out a jar and downed it in one go. All right, I'm coming. Kai, Brother Jiang Kai. Thanks for the demonstration. I've learned a lot. He let out a low growl and tossed the empty jar aside. The grade 2 alcohol kicked in instantly, turning Yuan Chu's face bright red as a series of system warnings flashed. You have received the cognitive confusion status. In this state, your understanding of your identity, strength, situation, and other aspects of yourself will become chaotic. Warning. Severe. In his manic state, Yuan Chu let out an earth-shaking roar and charged at the beast with everything he had. The teammates standing by watched this sudden explosion of power with trembling limbs. Dongshan shouted in worry. Jiang Kai! Brother Jiang Kai! A terrifying stomp created a massive crater, blowing away all debris. Yuan Chu leaped into the air, his eyes burning gold, and swung his greatsword with arrogance. I, Yuan Chu, am the strongest warrior in the world. The strike carried, earth-shattering power, cleaving through the beast's sturdy defense. Seeing this, Jiang Kai's jaw dropped at the madness before him. Did Yuan Chu drink Jiang Kai's liquor and unlock an armor-piercing strike? Jiang Kai silently analyzed this strange phenomenon. It seems Yuan Chu's perception was distorted by the alcohol. This pushed his confidence to an unprecedented height. This blind confidence triggered his class talent, giving his attacks an armor-piercing effect. He remembered the painful lessons from before, like with the Wolf King and the elite giant ape. Armor-piercing wouldn't directly damage their bodies, but it could shatter their plating. Yuan Chu stood tall amidst a golden aura, roaring with pride. I, Yuan Chu, am the strongest warrior in the world. Who dares before he could finish? The mutated lizard man suddenly whipped its giant tail around for a counterattack. Despite being in a state of peak arrogance, Yuan Chu still had to raise his sword to block the impact, which exploded in a blinding flash. The overwhelming strength of the level 58 monster made the muscular youth cough up blood. Ugh! The recoil sent the strongest warrior in the world flying backward like a broken kite. The moment Yuan Chu was blasted away, a series of flaming throwing knives tore through the air. The fiery blades embedded themselves into the blind spots in the beast's broken armor, causing a deafening explosion. Jiang Kai glided in just in time, catching Yuan Chu's back and sliding across the grass to cushion the landing. After securing his comrade, Jiang Kai's lips curled into a murderous smile. Yuan Chu, thanks. Next, not wasting a single second of the opening, he kicked off the ground and soared, sliding along the armored monster's spine, releasing a series of red light streaks at lightning speed. Jiang Kai coldly delivered the verdict. Let me help you pay it back. A series of terrifying damage numbers, -2000 HP, popped up in red around the lizard's chest and belly, causing it to roar in agony. Jiang Kai's eyes burned with extreme excitement. Good. This armored lizard has no defensive capabilities left after being hit by the armor-piercing skill, and now it can't resist critical hits. With the feast set, the tactical captain shouted, leaving the rest of the stage to them. Yuan Chu, I'm leaving the finishing blow to you. Still in a bloodthirsty frenzy, Yuan Chu roared like a beast let out of a cage. I am the greatest warrior in the world. Who dares to challenge me? He turned into a streak of golden lightning, dragging his heavy sword across the ground, and lunged straight at the dying monster. Every ounce of strength, every bit of drunken, blind confidence was poured into his eyes and the bulging muscles of the young man. Standing far away, watching this brutal scene, Suai asked worriedly, Kai, is Yuan Chu going to be all right? Jiang Kai smiled and replied calmly, Don't worry, Yuan Chu is just drunk, and I already severely damaged the armor of that armored lizard, so it's perfectly safe. The scene shifted, with a brief notification box appearing a few moments later. Accompanying it was an image of a heroic Yuan Chu leaning on his sword, with the massive carcass of the fallen beast at his feet. The system interface erupted with notifications, celebrating the victory. Congratulations on defeating the level 58 mutant armored warrior lizard. You have obtained the armored lizard warrior corpse and an armored grade treasure chest. At the same time, the hero's personal information updated. Explorer Yuan Chu, warrior class, level 15. His eyes still glowing with electric fire, Yuan Chu chuckled smugly. Haha, I told you. Yuan Chu is the world's #1 war god, but the coolness didn't last long before the side effects of the alcohol hit him. The #1 war god wobbled and fell flat on his back with a thud, snoring away in a deep sleep. Seeing such a speechless sight, Hunian forced a smile. Looks like Yuan Chu is pretty wasted. Jiang Kai could only sweat drop and nod. Huh? Yeah. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward as Suai tapped her chin, puzzled. Kai, Hunian, I feel like I've forgotten something, but I can't remember what. Jiang Kai rubbed his chin and thought. You're right. I have the exact same feeling. Hunian's eyes widened in shock. Me too. The three stood in the middle of the empty field, with ellipsis marks floating over their heads as a crow cawed in the background, deepening the awkward silence. Suddenly, all three were struck by realization. Their eyes popped out as they screamed in terror, remembering their forgotten teammate. Oh no, Nguyen Vu. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from Nguyen Vu's direction. He was kneeling on the ground, clutching a tablet showing the monster's carcass, wailing with tears streaming down his face. No, the only love of my life, my wife. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up, his eyes burning with rage as he pointed directly at his teammates who had just rushed over. You guys are like a bunch of bloodthirsty bulls. Nguyen Vu charged madly at the three, who were frozen in place, ranting wildly. I considered you all family, and yet you killed my wife. But before his momentum could fully explode, he stopped short. He sniffed the air, smelling a strange purple mist drifting past his face, and muttered, What is this smell? It's too so smelly. The final sigh escaped before the logistics expert fell face first onto the grass, passed out, and oblivious to the world. Jiang Kai stood there, dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. Meanwhile, Hunyan stared at the vial in the mage's hand with astonishment. Su Ai, feeling their gaze, shrugged and explained proudly. Why are you looking at me like that? Mister, Nguyen was imagining he was a lizard. He might have attacked us. So, I just used a poison I just brewed to help him get a good night's sleep. Realizing this incredible feat, Jiang Kai and Hunyan simultaneously gave her a big thumbs up in applause. No, we mean, great job. Under the sunset, Hunyan's eyes sparkled. Su Ai, please, give me some of this. It's an amazing hangover cure. It's honestly so useful. Jiang Kai, standing behind, joined in and asked for a share. I want some too. And of course, she happily nodded. Okay, no problem. As night fell, the group decided to camp and light a fire on a high cliff, leaving the two drunks curled up sleeping soundly on the ground. In his drunken stupor, the war god Yuan Chu chuckled, clutching the lizard man Nguyen Vu tightly. The two were wrapped in the same blanket, looking surprisingly affectionate. On the other side, Hunyan had also drifted into a deep sleep, leaving the quiet space for Jiang Kai and Su Ai to keep watch by the fire. Su Ai stepped forward softly, handing a water pouch to the deep-thinking captain. Kai, do you want some water? Jiang Kai reached out to take it and asked kindly. Thank you. You're still not sleeping? Clutching the water pouch, he breathed a sigh of relief and shared, today's experience was just too intense. I still can't believe it. Luckily, at the crucial moment, Yuan Chu managed to break through the armor of that mutant armored warrior lizard. With eyes sparkling under the moonlight, Jiang Kai smiled and continued. I really didn't expect Nguyen Vu's level 2 alcohol to accidentally trigger Yuan Chu's class talent so perfectly. Hearing this, Su Ai's eyes lit up with anticipation. Kai, do you think Yuan Chu will trigger more class talents in the next few days? The young man looked up at the night sky, where the wind was blowing softly, his lips curling into a knowing smile. In his mind, he immediately pictured Yuan Chu, completely wasted, hugging Nguyen Vu and demanding a kiss. Wife, give your husband a kiss. Then he calmly explained, this guy is always strong, but he lacks confidence. And today's confidence was just because he was drunk and delirious, which is why he triggered the armor-breaking effect, recalling the narcissistic roar from earlier that echoed through the forest. I, Yuan Chu, am the world's #1 warrior. Wahahaha. Shaking off those strange thoughts, Jiang Kai concluded the matter. Maybe he needs to train more. Either way, I hope he can build up true confidence as soon as possible. And Su Ai happily nodded in agreement. That's right, I believe he can do it. The next morning, the chirping of birds welcoming the new day was suddenly shattered by a terrifying scream. What? It turned out Yuan Chu had just sobered up, his eyes wide and nostrils flared, roaring in excitement. After hearing you guys tell it, I finally realized how brave I was yesterday. Contrary to his excitement, Hunyan turned to tease the logistics expert who was sitting dejectedly in a corner. Nguyen Vu, I have to say, after your chaotic drunken state, when you, acting as a male armored lizard, went to confess to that mutant armored lizard, it was truly. She raised her thumb, her eyes sparkling with mischief, finishing with a sharp, too impressive. Unable to take this mental shock, Nguyen Vu hugged his mouth and cried, vomiting a rainbow of despair. Ugh, stop talking. Ignoring the morning comedy, the group's attention quickly shifted to the massive treasure chest that had just been dropped onto the grass by Xia Fan, shimmering brightly. Jiang Kai cleared his throat to regain his captain's composure and declared, All right, now that everyone is gathered, let's open this treasure chest together. But Hu Nian immediately stepped in to block him, putting on a mystical act. Captain Jiang Kai, this is a rare treasure chest. I just read your fortune, and it looks like you aren't very lucky today. Let Su Ai open it. I can see her radiating good vibes. She has much better luck than you today. Caught off guard by the sudden mention, Su Ai pointed at herself, looking confused. Huh? Me? Jiang Kai took a step back, smiling and nodding with absolute trust in his teammate. That's right, Hu Nian is a fortune teller after all. Su Ai, you open it. Seeing Su Ai still hesitating, Hu Nian put an arm around her shoulder to encourage her. Su Ai, don't worry, just open it. Besides, we were incredibly lucky to even run into this mutated armored lizard in the first place. Hearing that, Su Ai gave a timid nod. All right, I'll open it. As soon as the chest creaked open, a blinding beam of light erupted, shooting straight into the sky. All four of them leaned in, heads huddled together, peering inside with mouths hanging wide open in pure amazement. Su Ai carefully used her tablet to scan the item information, her eyes widening in disbelief. She excitedly picked up a stone and introduced it. This is super-grade phosphate essence. It can plate weapons and gear to boost their defensive stats. It weighs 10.4 kilograms and is worth an estimated 500,000 gold coins. Yuan Shu also clutched a glowing rock, his eyes sparkling like stars. 17 kilograms of nuclear soil, a vital energy source for urban construction, worth an estimated 100,000 gold coins. Next, Su Ai tossed a vibrant red crystal, smiling brightly. And this is 48 grams of blood crystal, used for crafting, optimizing, and upgrading key equipment, worth an estimated 300,000 gold coins. Jiang Kai struck a cool pose with some remains 3 pieces of heavenly bone, essential materials for upgrading talent levels, worth an estimated 210,000 gold coins. Suddenly, Hunian's eyes widened in shock. Wait! In front of them lies a jagged, deep red crystal pulsing with power. Is that a mutated blood crystal? Even though it's only 0.6 grams, it's a key ingredient for crafting secret potions, worth an estimated 6 million gold coins. Jiang Kai's jaw dropped as he stuttered. This stuff is worth 10 million gold coins per gram, and it's just one of the ingredients? Hunian nodded firmly. That's right. Hearing this, sweat started pouring down the captain's face. He suddenly realized a harsh truth. Wait a minute, that mermaid secret potion I drank back then, does that mean I swallowed hundreds of millions of gold coins in one gulp? At that same moment, a system message appeared, explaining that the secret potion enhances physical attributes, an extremely rare ingredient. Only 20 bottles are produced in the entire world per year. One bottle can increase 20 base attribute points and sells for about 150 million gold coins. While Yuan Shu shouted in excitement, truly worthy of a mutated warrior beast, Jiang Kai was off to the side, gritting his teeth and crying internally. I knew it. I really did swallow an entire lakeside mansion in a single sip. If I had known sooner, I would have at least savored it properly. Unlike their devastated captain, Su Ai and Hu Nian were happily hugging a crystal vial filled with blue liquid. This is holy water, Hu Nian chimed in. Holy water? One of the essential materials needed for a healer to advance at level 20. I heard one advancement only needs 5 milliliters, but we have 15 milliliters here. Nguyen Vu gripped his face, shouting with a mix of regret and greed. 5 milliliters of this can sell for 1 million gold coins, meaning this little bottle is worth a whopping 3 million gold coins. Yuan Shu cheered happily. We even got the materials for Su Ai's healer advancement. You're so lucky. After all, even in a mutated warrior-grade treasure chest, the chance of getting 3 advancement materials at once is incredibly rare. Hu Nian's eyes turned into sparkling dollar signs. A normal warrior-grade treasure chest usually only yields items worth about 8 million gold coins, so this chest must be worth at least 10 million gold coins. Seeing this, Nguyen Vu teased, Hu Nian, you look like such a money grabber right now. Mocked, Hu Nian rolled her eyes and gave a cunning smile. Are you sure? Why don't you look at our captain Jiang Kai and see how he looks? It turned out that over there, Jiang Kai was also grinning from ear to ear with eyes shimmering like giant gold coins. He. Counting the previous elite treasure chest, plus the carcass of this phosphate warrior lizard, the total value of our loot is estimated to have already exceeded 15 million gold coins. Seeing the hopeless state of their esteemed captain, both Hu Nian and Wen Vu could only stand there speechless, sweating nervously. After that day, the Fire God team averaged 1 armored lizard lair cleanup per day, sometimes clearing 2 warrior-grade lairs in a single day. As the number of battles increased, Yuan Chu's armor-piercing attacks, combined with Jiang Kai's high crit strikes, made wiping out the armored lizards easier than ever. Of course, the price for this strength wasn't cheap. The only downside was that this tactic consumed a lot of alcohol. In the image, Yuan Chu was chugging a giant mug of beer, his face bright red, shouting, how could it be like this? Yuan Chu was the world's #1 battle god. System notifications were popping off continuously. 10 days later, the Fire God team had swept through almost every warrior-grade lair they encountered. Yuan Chu and Wen Vu both hit level 20, and Su Ai leveled up from 9 to 12. The peaceful forest scene was suddenly broken by the image of Jiang Kai and Su Ai carrying a basket full of strange purple spiked fruits. As the group was walking along happily, Hu Nian asked, Captain Jiang Kai, where are we heading next? We've already scouted this entire area, and there won't be any more warrior-grade monsters appearing here for a while. Suddenly, Su Ai's face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out, causing her to drop the basket of fruit with a loud crash. Seeing her friend acting strangely, Hu Nian turned to ask anxiously, Su Ai, what's wrong? Jiang Kai also chimed in, yeah, Su Ai. Why do you look so pale? Su Ai's voice trembled as she broke the grim news. I just received a message. There was a small but strong team at Fire Mountain. While training, they suddenly bumped into a mutated fallen zombie king Lord-grade monster, catching them off guard. Before the crowd could process what happened, she delivered the chilling conclusion. That entire team has been completely wiped out. This left Jiang Kai, Hu Nian, Yuan Chu, and Nguyen Vu all wide-eyed with horror. The scene showed a hideous, green, bony monster. The fallen zombie king is an incredibly terrifying monster. It appears and disappears without warning. A commander-grade zombie king is usually above level 60, stronger than a mutated battle-grade armored dragon, and the mutated commander grade is even more powerful. The group huddled to discuss. Jiang Kai crossed his arms, analyzing, but that mutated fallen corpse king was also heavily wounded and is hiding to recover. Nguyen Vu added, that guild must be incredibly strong to have wounded a commander-grade monster like that. Hu Nian looked disappointed. If we could defeat it, we'd be rich, but the other group got wiped out instead. The price they paid was way too high. Vian Chu nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's a real shame. Nguyen Vu clicked his tongue. Still, they gave it everything they had. Lost in thought, Jiang Kai looked up and asked, Su Ai, did this news just break? Has word gotten out to many people yet? Su Ai answered nervously. It just happened recently, so it probably hasn't spread far yet, but some of the big guilds have likely caught wind of it and are definitely sending people. She looked at him shyly. Jiang Kai, are you thinking? Jiang Kai's eyes glinted with sharp confidence. In Thangdieu, boss stealing isn't usually allowed, but that rule only applies to king-grade bosses. For commander grade, it's fair game, there's no doubt about it. This wounded commander-grade mutated fallen corpse king has a lot of people wanting to try their luck. The captain tucked his hands into his pockets and gave a challenging smirk. So, should we give it a shot? Invited to join, Hu Nian smirked with excitement, raising a finger in agreement. We're basically experts at fighting those armored dragons around here anyway. Even if we can't take down the fallen corpse king, it'll be a fun new challenge. Hearing that crazy plan, Nguyen Vu shouted in excitement. If it weren't for Jiang Kai, I wouldn't even dream that we could defeat a phosphated armored dragon. Count me in, Su Ai happily agreed. Jiang Kai, I'm going too. Vian Chu, of course, couldn't sit this one out. He flexed his muscles and boasted confidently. How could the fire god team exist without me? I'm the greatest war god in the world. Of course I'm going. Seeing his teammates' sky-high morale, Jiang Kai smiled brightly. Awesome. He immediately gave the command to push forward. Then the fire god team's next target is the mutated fallen corpse king. Let's move. The scene shifts to the next day. The group trudging under the scorching sun on cracked land filled with glowing red lava. Nguyen Vu panted, sticking out his tongue, sweating profusely as he complained. So hot. After walking for a bit, Jiang Kai frowned and reached out to touch the cracked, glowing bark of a dry tree. Huh? These trees look really strange. Su Ai opened her 3D analysis board and explained, these are fire heaven trees, about 20 years old. If they survive past 30, they can transform into fire heaven wood spirits. Killing them can drop a heart of fire, an ingredient that enhances fire element effects. Hearing they'd have to wait a decade for anything good, the three guys stood frozen, staring at the tree with invisible ellipses floating over their heads. Suddenly, Vian Chu broke into a cold sweat and spun around, sensing something. He pointed into the distance, announcing, Look over there. That's a team from the Azure Dragon Guild. I've seen them before. The closer we get, the more teams we're seeing. Around this area, teams of hunters armed to the teeth were rushing in all directions, trying to track down the prize. Suddenly, Hu Nian narrowed her eyes at the horizon. There's another team over there. She frowned and urged them on, just as I thought. Everyone who heard the news is rushing here. We need to speed up, Su Ai added anxiously. Even though we got here faster than the teams from the main city, we still can't beat the teams already training nearby. Hearing that, Jiang Kai's expression hardened as he analyzed the situation. Hu Nian is right. Who knows how many teams are currently hunting the fallen corpse king, and the teams already in the area are definitely waiting for reinforcements. As they hurried along, Su Ai suddenly faltered, falling behind. She gasped for air, clutching her head and blaming herself. I'm so tired, I really can't keep up with everyone. But this boss competition is so brutal, everyone is giving it their all. I can't be the one slowing them down. But the hurried footsteps ahead suddenly stopped. Jiang Kai turned back and handed her a water bottle, saying kindly, Su Ai, have some water and take a break. Vian Chu is one of our main strikers, so he needs to level up first. Nguyen Vu is already high level, so he'll reach level 20 quickly, and Hu Nian has been at level 29 for a while now. He thought to himself with understanding, Only Su Ai is at level 12, yet she hasn't complained once and is still doing her absolute best to keep up. Su Ai waved her hands awkwardly and forced a smile. I'm not tired. As Jiang Kai kept thinking, as the lowest level member and a healer with no combat ability, Su Ai had made it this far. She was definitely stronger than she looked. Seeing she was still pushing too hard, Jiang Kai smiled and teased her gently. If you're not tired, does that mean I am? Heh heh heh. Just consider it resting with me. Vian Chu, standing next to Nguyen Vu and Hu Nian, nodded in agreement. That's right. I see a lot of high-level teams anyway. We should rest and recharge for the upcoming battle. Touched by the team's warm concern, Su Ai stammered in gratitude. But pushing aside her hesitation, the group decided to stay under the dry fire heaven trees, while Jiang Kai began to explain the problem. The fire flame range, where the fallen corpse king is hiding, stretches for about 5 or 6 kilometers. You observe your surroundings, noting that most monsters in this area don't have fixed territories. They just wander around the fire mountain range. With so many teams searching, gaining an advantage in speed or stamina will be tough. That makes sense, so Hunian immediately turns to ask for an opinion. Jiang Kai, what do you think? Jiang Kai smirks, his eyes flashing with sharp calculation. I'm thinking we should stop and consider if we have any unique advantages compared to the other teams in finding the fallen corpse king. Nguyen Vu strokes her chin in thought and nods. Kai is right. With so many skilled teams out there, how could the Fire God team possibly be the first to find the fallen corpse king? As soon as she finishes, a heavy silence falls as both Vian Chu and Hu Nian look blankly, having no plan in their heads. Su Ai breaks into a cold sweat, anxious. I can't think of a way at all. Are we just supposed to rely on luck? Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly flash with a brilliant light. He mumbles, luck? Vian Chu excitedly turns to suggest, hey Hu Nian, why don't you try fortune-telling to see if we're lucky enough to find the fallen corpse king? But Hu Nian awkwardly replies, well, I can't predict things like that exactly. Before she can finish, Jiang Kai shouts with excitement. Luck? That's it. That's the luck, Hu Nian. Our team's advantage is having you. Hu Nian recoils in a panic. Jiang Kai, you aren't actually asking me to tell fortunes, are you? Or maybe do a rain dance? Jiang Kai explains with a smug smile. Hu Nian, have you forgotten? Before becoming a fortune teller, you were a feng shui master. The fallen corpse king is severely injured and hiding to recover. So, where would a hell-type monster choose to rest? Hu Nian's eyes widen as realization hits. She raises a finger and exclaims, a place with the strongest yin energy. Jiang Kai nods, adding, not necessarily the place with the absolute strongest yin energy. It's wounded, so it probably doesn't have the strength to find a perfect spot. But you can calculate which areas around the Fire Mountain range have higher yin energy, and from there, we can narrow down our search. Hu Nian clasps her hands together, her eyes sparkling. Oh, I see. Regaining her expert composure, she winks confidently. Feng Shui is my specialty. You all can take a rest. I'll calculate the most likely hiding spot of that corpse king. Jiang Kai smiles and nods in satisfaction. All right, but before his smile can fade, Jiang Kai's gaze turns icy cold. He silently turns his head to look in another direction. He subtly raises his thumb as a signal to be on guard for danger. Right then, Vian Chu puts his arm around Jiang Kai's shoulder and chuckles. Whoa, I didn't mean to startle you. What are you thinking about that's making you so tense? You didn't even notice me walking up. Jiang Kai sighs softly and replies, it's nothing. I was just thinking that Su Ai already has the materials for her level 20 class promotion. But even though I know the recipe, I still don't know where to find them. Vian Chu pats his captain on the shoulder to comfort him. Kai, you already know the recipe? What are the ingredients? Are they that rare? Jiang Kai frowns dejectedly. They aren't exactly rare. I just can't fathom what they actually are. Remember when I was in the underground palace of the merman boss on the ice island? I found a special level 20 class promotion recipe. After decoding the strange characters, it read, mysterious golden text appears in his mind. Water without a source. Fire that burns itself. Wind that is still. Earth that is never at rest. Metal that is unpredictable. After hearing this, Vian Chu scratches his head in confusion. Wait, water without a source and fire that burns itself. What the heck is that? Kai, are you sure this is a recipe and not a riddle? Jiang Kai gives a helpless, forced smile. This is the only recipe. There's no mistake, but it's really hard to understand. I once thought water without a source meant rain, but what about the rest? Vian Chu claps his hands to analyze. No source. Oh, when you put it like that, it makes sense. So what about fire that burns itself? Do you think it could be at the Fire Mountain range? I heard that place is extremely hot, even if there's no fire like a natural furnace. Don't you find that strange? Jiang Kai is startled and nods. Now that you say it, that might be right. While they are busy discussing, a sarcastic voice interrupts them. Well, look who it is. Isn't it Jiang Kai, the guy lucky enough to show off big time on the ice island? A cocky little brat, aren't you? They both startle and turn back. Before them stands a team, all tough guys armored to the teeth, all reaching level 40, from warriors and knights to mages. The leader sneers. What a coincidence. Vian Chu covers his mouth and whispers. Why does he say it's a coincidence? Kai, do you have a grudge against these guys? They look like they want to pick a fight. Jiang Kai narrows his eyes coldly. Never met them before, but looking at their attitude, they might be from the royal family. Hearing that, Vian Chu flares up and shouts, People from the royal family? Then let me teach them a lesson. But Jiang Kai immediately stops him. Don't be impulsive. They're all experts, and our goal is the mutated fallen corpse king. We shouldn't pick a fight right now. He calmly steps forward, head held high, facing the leader. I'm Jiang Kai. Do you have a problem? The leader takes a step forward and growls, threatening. A problem? You killed members of my 5th Crow team, then you ambushed and killed young Master Hoang while we were hunting the Merman Lord. He leans down close to Jiang Kai, a twisted, distorted smile on his face. Jiang Kai, you've got guts. You're really tired of living. Jiang Kai only responds with a calm, fearless gaze. Not to be outdone, Vian picks his nose and drops a cold, mocking remark. Kai didn't ambush Huang Wei at all. It was Huang Wei who brought 4 lackeys along and still got wiped out by Kai. The leader's eyes bulge, turning blood red with rage. As the taunt ends, the red-haired female mage on the enemy side immediately lashes out with her whip, shouting, The captain is talking to Jiang Kai. Why are you barking? A blast of energy rips through the air, clearly reflected in Jiang Kai's cold eyes. Without flinching, he waves his hand to deflect the attack, creating a fiery collision that sends stone debris flying everywhere. Seeing her attack neutralized so easily, the red-haired girl grits her teeth in anger. You! Jiang Kai just brushes his hands off and smirks. I'm not being cocky. I just see a few flies buzzing around me. It's really annoying. Insulted. The leader draws his sharp sword and growls, threatening, You dare call our Xuanwu guild flies? Originally, we planned to let you two die quickly. He emits a black, oppressive aura, coldly passing judgment. But now, I'm going to make you wish you were already dead. Knowing a clash is unavoidable, Jiang Kai pulls out his flaming flying daggers. These people are clearly determined to act today. It seems this battle is inevitable. Just as the atmosphere is tense as a bowstring, Su Ai suddenly lunged forward, shouting angrily, Shu Feixiang, what the hell are you doing? Do you really intend to fight us here? Seeing her attitude, Jiang Kai glanced over, surprised. Su Ai, do you know each other? Recognizing an acquaintance, Shu Feixiang gave a cold, mocking smile. Su Ai, aren't you supposed to be with the military? Why are you with Jiang Kai? But she immediately puffed out her chest and retorted, I am now a member of the Fire God Squad, and Jiang Kai is my captain. If you attack him, I won't just stand by and watch. The subordinate standing next to Shu Feixiang saw this and leaned in to whisper a warning. Captain, considering her older sister works under Wei Ying, our priority right now should be finding the fallen corpse king. It's best not to cause trouble with the military. Weighing the pros and cons, Shu Feixiang sheathed his sword and sneered with contempt. You're lucky today. I won't fight you unexpected. Jiang Kai, do you like hiding behind a woman's skirt? Using a lady as a shield? Are you? To that cheap provocation, Jiang Kai kept a calm expression, not bothering to respond. The Xuanwu gang members turned to leave, but Shu Feixiang did not forget to look back and throw one more insult. Oh, and you like using darts, right? Well, a guy like you is perfect for such sneaky weapons. But remember this, the next time we meet, I won't just destroy your darts, I will. His eyes flashed with a cruel, red light, sever both of your arms. Hearing that blatant threat, Jiang Kai furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze becoming more guarded. As the figures disappeared, their mocking voices still echoed. Look at them. What a bunch of cowards. How could the 5th Falcon Squad lose to people like that? Hearing this, Yuan Chu angrily prepared to charge forward, but Jiang Kai held out a hand to stop him. Now is not the time to act. Just let them go. After the situation calmed down, Jiang Kai turned to inquire, Su Ai, do you know Shu Feixiang? Su Ai sighed and nodded slightly. He used to live in the military housing complex. I heard he promoted from a novice fighter to a fighter over 6 months ago. Recalling the rumors, she shuddered and continued. His actual combat ability now could even rival that of a successor. Both Yuan Chu and Yuan Vu were horrified, their jaws dropping in unison. A successor? To explain it better, the military information system emphasized the importance of the 4 professional stages before an individual becomes superhuman. Accordingly, levels 1 to 20 are called novice fighters, and levels 21 to 40 are fighters. A leap to levels 41 to 60 makes one a successor, and the peak of levels 61 to 80 is the ancient martial artist. Grasping the information, Jiang Kai mused. I didn't expect Su Feixiang's strength to be on par with a successor. Su Iie also worriedly cautioned. That's right. He has a very good relationship with the Hoang brothers. Plus, his agility is rumored to be extremely high. You must be careful. Jiang Kai's gaze looked far into the distance, his lips curling slightly. For some reason, I have a strong hunch that I will meet him again in the guild challenge. Suddenly, Hu Nian came running from somewhere, holding a scroll high in the air, shouting at the top of her lungs. Captain Kai, I've calculated it. There are 3 possible locations. The whole group gathered to look at the map. Hu Nian clearly explained. First is the Twilight Garden, located in the northwest of the Liaoyan ruins, relatively close to the Fallen Corpse King's territory. Second is San Am Lake, right south of the Liaoyan ruins. This lake is full of yin energy, and is also the closest to the main city. And finally, pointing to a hidden corner on the map, she emphasized, there's this place, a low-lying basin in the west of the Liaoyan ruins. It's not famous and doesn't even have a name. To get there, you have to cross a small mountain. Jiang Kai put his hand to his chin, thinking. Carefully considering the 3 options before him, Yuan Chu rubbed his chin and offered his opinion. The Fallen Corpse King is definitely anxious and wants to retreat to its lair to recover. Should we try our luck at the Twilight Garden? After some deliberation, Jiang Kai decisively gave the order. No, we are going to that basin. The decision to go against, the majority left the other 4 surprised and startled. Jiang Kai began to analyze thoroughly. Although the Twilight Garden is close to its territory, many squads will certainly think the same way. By the time we get there, it may have already been thoroughly searched. Even if the boss is there, we will most likely return empty-handed. He continued his argument. As for Sunam Lake, its yin energy is not as strong as the Twilight Garden, and it's not as remote as the basin. Furthermore, because it is closest to the main city, many people will start searching from there. Pointing to the final location, his eyes were firm, but that basin, even though it's surrounded by mountains and seems inconvenient for the Corpse King to reach, is exactly what makes most explorers overlook it. Finally, the captain concluded with an ambitious smile. So, all things considered, it's best we take a gamble and head for the basin. 2 hours later, the team was present at a dark, dense forest leading to the nameless basin. Upon entering the forest entrance, Yuan Chu broke into a cold sweat, shuddering and muttering, "This bizarre place is creepy even without considering feng shui." Nguyen Vu complained, "But this place is so huge." "The Fallen Corpse King is injured and hiding," she sighed. "Now we not only have to find it but also take it down before anyone else discovers this place. It won't be easy." Carefully walking through the gloomy forest, Jiang Kai analyzed. Because the Fallen Corpse King is afraid of being discovered while recuperating, it will definitely choose the most discreet hiding place, very likely a cave or a tomb. Hearing this, Su Iie hurriedly took out several glowing potions and excitedly showed them off. "This is something I crafted during military missions, a type of potion that can reduce poison damage from hell-type monsters. The effect lasts for half a day. It might be helpful." Jiang Kai nodded and commanded, "All right, everyone take Su Iie's potion first, then we will search for caves or abandoned tombs around here." And the whole group replied in unison, "Understood." After walking a while, Nguyen Vu lagged behind, complaining, "Kai, I really can't walk anymore. Could we count our steps before going any further?" Jiang Kai turned back to urge, "Chu, don't fall behind. Hurry up and catch up with everyone." I also joined in teasing, "That's right, Yuan Chu. What if the Fallen Corpse King suddenly appears? Come here quickly." Hearing that threat, Yuan Chu broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he stammered, "Suddenly appears? No way. Isn't it hiding to heal its wounds?" Hu Nian gave a mischievous smile, leaning in to scare him. "Didn't we say, what if? No one knows what will happen. What if the mutated Fallen Corpse King suddenly gets hungry while healing, smelling a human nearby, and lunged out?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a giant, skeletal phantom with eerie purple eyes suddenly appeared right behind them, causing Yuan Chu to freeze in his tracks. completely abandoning his god of war persona. Yuan Chu bolted for his life toward his teammates, shouting, I'm coming. I'm coming." Watching the muscular man zip past and leave behind a cloud of dust, Jiang Kai called out, "Wait up, Yuan Chu." Then, turning to Hu Yan, he gently chided, "Hu Yan, Yuan Chu is a real coward, don't scare him like that." But Hu Yan just chuckled. Yuan Chu is actually very strong. It's just his timidity holding him back. That's exactly why he needs more training. As he was scrambling away, the god of war tripped over a rock, face planted with a loud thud, and let out a pained yell. He heard his teammates' worried voices calling out, "Chu! Yuan Chu! Are you okay?" But Yuan Chu didn't answer. His eyes were wide with terror as he stared at something in front of him. Jiang Kai halted and warned, "Wait, everyone." As Yuan Chu scrambled back up and pointed forward, he stammered, "Look at this, what is that?" Hidden amidst the dense thicket, an ancient, shattered tombstone emitting a ghostly, greenish-blue light stood there in a grotesque display. Hu Yan gasped, realizing, is this an abandoned grave? It was so well hidden, we might not have even noticed it if we had just walked past. Nguyen Vu timidly pushed up his glasses and wondered, it seems too small. Could it really house a fallen zombie lord of the commander rank? As if in answer to that question, the tombstone suddenly shook violently and radiated a blinding blue halo. Jiang Kai's expression shifted, and he shouted a warning, "This is bad, it's here. Hu Yan, Nguyen Vu, Sui Ai, fall back now." Without a word, the group immediately scattered and retreated. They answered in unison, "Understood." Nimbly leaping up into the high tree branches, Jiang Kai commanded, "Chu, you take the front line. I'll prepare an attack from the shadows." The muscular young man, flames igniting around his fists, nodded. "Understood." Immediately, the ground cracked open, and jets of toxic green energy erupted from beneath the fractured rocks. Jiang Kai shouted, adding a warning, "If you can't hold it, pull back. Don't push yourself. I'll use my soul chaser skill to pin it down whenever needed." Yuan Chu gripped his heavy sword tight and replied, "You got it." The ground exploded as a giant, skeletal hand, glowing with ghostly blue light, tore through the earth and reached toward the sky. Standing before the massive shadow that blocked out the sun, Yuan Chu broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "Man, this pressure, it's just too overwhelming." The monster's grotesque armored body surged up, accompanied by a bright red system warning. Alert. Mutated fallen zombie lord, level 65, commander rank. It crouched and snarled, emitting such a thick aura of death that the entire forest seemed to go silent. Its wicked skull face, with razor-sharp teeth and glowing crimson eyes, locked onto the tiny intruders. Sensing the approach of death, every member of the Fire God squad widened their eyes in horror and screamed, "Here it comes." The shadow of the fallen zombie lord loomed, heavy and suffocating, radiating a murderous aura that engulfed the entire forest. Seeing this, Yuan Chu was so scared he took several steps back, sweat pouring down like rain. "Retreat. Oh my god. This thing looks terrifying." But when the monster unleashed its attack, he gritted his teeth, raised his sword to block, and roared, I'm going in." On the monster's grotesque chest, a massive wound appeared, revealing a red core pulsing inside. Facing the terrifying pressure, Yuan Chu hurriedly summoned a beer mug and grumbled, "Good grief, I can't hold out much longer." He downed the drink, channeling all his strength and the buzz of alcohol into his body. After refueling, Yuan Chu's eyes sharpened. He gripped his sword hilt and snarled, "I don't care what kind of monster or demon you are." He launched himself into the air, his heavy sword ablaze and his eyes flashing with golden light, shouting his signature catchphrase, "I, Yuan Chu, am the greatest god of war in the world." A flaming strike, with enough power to split the heavens and earth, crashed down onto the zombie lord's head, making it roar in pain. The mighty blade plunged deep into the solid armor on the giant beast's shoulder, landing with arrogant flair. Yuan Chu stood still, keeping his grip on the sword embedded in the monster. However, his coolness didn't last long, as the god of war suddenly let out a massive hiccup, right in the face of the furious, fire-breathing zombie lord. Hiding behind a tree and witnessing the speechless scene, Sui Ai panicked. "Oh no, Yuan Chu's sword is stuck." Sensing something was wrong, Jiang Kai zoomed in from behind and yelled, "Trouble! Yuan Chu, run!" The fallen zombie lord angrily raised its massive arm to crush the one who dared to tickle its teeth. Unable to pull his sword out, Yuan Chu had to cross his muscular arms to block the beast's sky-shattering blow. The overwhelming force from the boss pinned his massive frame against the cracked earth. Just in the nick of time, Jiang Kai flew in like a whirlwind and barked. "What are you in such a rush for?" He unleashed a barrage of flaming blades that streaked away like meteors, clearly declaring, "You still have me to deal with." The blades, fueled by firepower, embedded themselves directly into the zombie lord, creating a deafening explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yan and Yuan Vu rushed out, grabbed Jiang Kai, and dragged him backward, urgently ordering, "Quick, hide, retreat safely." Nguyen Vu cheered. "Su Ai, we're back. We're so lucky." This fallen zombie lord was already riddled with wounds, and with the captain's soul chaser skill, it would soon turn to dust. But Jiang Kai frowned cautiously. "Wait, earlier. Yuan Chu's sword didn't even leave a scratch on it. I don't think things are that simple." While they were talking, he noticed Hu Yan staring blankly, and Nguyen Vu asked anxiously, "Hu Yan, what's wrong?" Hu Yan's eyes widened, her pupils contracting in terror as she muttered, "What is happening?" In the distance, the zombie lord was enveloped in a terrifying green aura. She gasped. "Is this fallen zombie lord unkillable?" The system window flickered with a desperate notification. Boss special skill activated. When the fallen zombie lord takes a critical hit, it creates a soul energy shield, significantly reducing damage taken and accelerating wound recovery. Not only that, Hu Yan pointed toward the massive pulsing wound on its chest that was slowly closing up. Not only that, but the huge wound on its chest is also showing signs of healing. As it recovered, the monster frantically swung its claws, unleashing a lightning-fast strike that split the ground as it lunged toward Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai managed a backflip, sliding along the ground while frantically calculating. This fallen zombie lord, even with its armor shattered and suffering heavy wounds, it won't go down, even after taking direct hits from my soul chaser skill. This is truly formidable. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Su Ai frantically shouted out a weak point. Kai must pierce the heart of this mutated fallen corpse king. Otherwise, no matter how heavy its wounds are, it will just keep regenerating. Jiang Kai suddenly realized the problem, so that's it. No wonder it wouldn't die. He had to pierce its heart. Suddenly, the monster roared violently, creating a shockwave that sent Su Ai flying backward. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and let out a piercing shriek, as if trying to tear their eardrums apart. Everyone was hit by the greenish wind, and Su Ai stumbled, crying out in alarm. "Ah!" Not missing the chance, the giant corpse king lunged forward, charging straight at the small girl. Seeing this, Jiang Kai panicked and dashed after it, shouting loudly, "Su Ai!" It suddenly stopped and glanced at Jiang Kai. It swung a wave of energy from its arm like a flood crashing down onto the ground. Just as Jiang Kai was running toward it, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked open. A giant, greenish claw erupted from underground and grabbed him. The brutal impact crushed his chest, and Jiang Kai coughed up blood in agony. "Ugh!" The monster used its evil energy to lift the captain into the air, hanging him there like a puppet. His bones cracked. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "My ribs must be shattered. I thought it had lost its mind. But who would have thought this thing could use tactical misdirection?" He struggled in vain. He absolutely couldn't break free. Meanwhile, the fallen corpse king flicked its giant tongue out, preparing to take the delicious morsel into its mouth to devour. Witnessing the scene where their captain was about to become lunch, Hunan rushed over in a panic and shouted, "Captain Kai!" Yuan Chu also burned with rage, his eyes glowing brightly as he roared, "You filthy monster! How dare you harm my comrade!" The muscular man immediately swung his sword, unleashing a fiery blast of power straight at the giant beast, but he was countered by its wave of toxic bone shards. Down below, Su Ai clutched her chest, coughing violently, her face pale as she warned, "Cough, that's the dark purple toxic bone shard attack." Yuan Chu, "Be careful." System information appeared, analyzing that the toxic bone attack was the specialty of the fallen corpse king. The darker the bone, the stronger the poison. Typically, a commander-level corpse king's toxic bones are deep green, with extremely high toxicity, capable of completely corroding a hunter's flesh in 1 minute. And for a king-level boss, black toxic bones would kill ordinary people the moment they touched them. Looking at the billowing purple poison fog, Su Ai deduced in despair. Even though this mutated corpse king is wounded, it can still unleash dark purple toxic bones. It's between those two levels. Even if it doesn't kill you instantly, the toxicity is absolutely terrifying. The antidote I just gave everyone is almost useless now. Her face went pale as she sorrowfully realized the brutal truth. No wonder. Even in its heavily wounded state, it could wipe out an entire elite guild. Seeing Yuan Chu desperately charging into the toxic fog, Su Ai bit her lip in worry. Yuan Chu has already rushed in to attack, But the power gap is too large. He won't last long. She couldn't just sit and watch her comrades get hurt. She clenched her fists decisively. I won't let it harm Captain Kai. But she froze when she heard a familiar sound. Wait, that voice? It turned out to be Nguyen Vu, the logistics expert, gulping down his wineskin, holding a dazzling blue magic shield as he shouted, I am Nguyen Vu. In this entire life, I have never been inferior to anyone. Seeing her comrade running to his death, Suai frantically reached out to call after him, Brother Vu, but a hand grabbed her and pulled her back. Suai, it's Hunan. She looked stern and pulled Suai back to dissuade her. Suai, don't be impulsive. Stay here. This purple toxic fog is extremely dangerous. You're a healer, you might be our last hope. Although she wanted to rush in to help, Suai helplessly nodded. All right, but Hunan smiled with a smirk and gently advised, So from now on, you have to protect yourself. Suai repeated the instruction blankly, protect myself. While Hunan had already drawn her weapon and turned to leave, seeing her mage friend charge straight toward the toxic fog, Suai frantically reached out and screamed, Hunan, wait! What the hell are you doing? Hunan turned her head and replied with a confident smile, Don't come over, it's too dangerous. The range of the toxic bones is too wide. I have to get close to summon a storm to blow it away. She left Suai standing dazed and alone behind. The young girl stared blankly at her comrade's back. She tremblingly clenched her fists. Everyone is fighting without knowing what fear is. The frustration welled up in her heart, and she gritted her teeth in self-torment. But why? Why? Helpless tears rolled down her cheeks as Suai choked out, blaming herself. As the team's healer, am I really so useless? Can't I do anything? Childhood memories flooded back. She remembered the image of hiding behind her sister. Ever since she was little, her sister had always protected her from every danger outside. She had grown up naively, knowing only how to rely on her sister's protection. Images of the disaster appeared. Then one day, the demon star suddenly descended, and divine beasts began appearing all over the world. Humans could only fight back by overcoming the challenges on the demon star to become superhuman. Images of her father, bravely sacrificing himself, swinging his sword at a beast, surfaced. Her father had sacrificed himself on the divine beast battlefield because he couldn't access medical resources while fighting the monster waves. It felt like she had to grow up overnight. Since then, she was determined to join the army to become the sturdiest support for her comrades on the battlefield. She remembered the moment she joined the Fire God team, smiling under the sun. On her first time arriving at the Demon Star, when she was most lonely and helpless, she had met Kai and Yuan Chu. They had fought side by side in perfect sync. Recalling the past, Suai shared wistfully. Under Sister Tu's guidance, Yuan Chu and I achieved excellent rookie results and were chosen by the army. Finally, just like my sister, I fulfilled my dream of joining the army and thought I had taken the first successful step toward my dream. She lowered her head sadly. But after entering the army, I truly realized the gap between me and the others. I worked hard, but my evaluations were still stuck at a C grade. I comforted Yuan Chu, whose results weren't much better, but in reality, I was even more depressed than he was. Darkness clouded her mind. The young girl trembled, asking herself if she could truly become an excellent doctor. Am I really worthy of protecting everyone? Back to the brutal reality, a ghostly voice echoed through the purple fog. A fallen corpse king, powerful to the point of being overwhelming. How could I resist playing with it? Come on, darling, don't waste any more time. I don't want others to ruin our fun. Intermingled was Yuan Chu's helpless scream. I am the world's greatest god of war, let me go. That demon, it made Suai bite her lip in bitter frustration. Just like now, watching her best friends fighting for their lives while she could only hide behind them, just as she had hidden behind her sister in the past. With teary eyes, Suai was in total disarray. I even started to doubt whether I should have chosen to become a doctor in the first place. Before she could think any further, the Corpse King roared, opening its massive jaws to unleash a soul-shaking, thick, toxic miasma. Regardless of the danger, Yuan Chu and Nguyen Vu desperately charged forward. One swung his sword repeatedly, while the other held up a light shield, struggling to withstand the destructive power. In the distance, Jiang Kai, having been poisoned, collapsed, coughing up mouthfuls of dark blood as he laboriously called out to his teammates, Yuan Chu and Nguyen Vu. Hearing that familiar call, Suai seemed to wake from a nightmare. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she hurriedly reached out, her voice trembling with hope. It was Kai's voice. The sight before her left her horrified. Yuan Chu was brutally knocked to the ground, while Nguyen Vu also collapsed in agony. No longer caring about her own safety, Su Ai scrambled and sprinted toward them, weeping as she ran. Yuan Shu and Nguyen knelt beside their gasping comrades, and she felt a pang of sorrow seeing the cruelty of the poison. Less than a minute in that toxic mist, and they were already suffering severe blood loss. With her hands emitting a warm emerald healing light, Su Ai gritted her teeth to regain her composure. Stay calm, Su Ai. Saving them is the top priority. At that moment, cross-shaped light beams flew out continuously, spreading over the battered bodies of the war god and the logistics expert, clinging to their fragile lives. At the same time, the sky suddenly flashed with lightning, and a giant bolt ripped through the air, striking straight down into the gloomy forest where she was busy healing. Su Ai looked up at the blinding light in surprise. Amidst the downpour falling onto the bony monster, Su Ai cheered joyfully. It was Hu Nian with her storm sweeping in. The toxic mist was thinning out. Indeed, Hu Nian was hiding behind a tree, using all her magic power to activate a wind and rain array to come to the rescue. Although the toxic mist had dissipated, Jiang Kai's situation was extremely dire, as he was being gripped by the Corpse King's giant hand and lifted into the air. His face was pale, sweat mixing with the rain. The captain gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. His body hurt so much, and he could barely catch his breath. His emerald eyes flickered with helplessness. He blamed himself, had he truly been too confident. Memories came flooding back. He remembered the moment of glory in the past, back on the island of eternal frost. If not for the gambler's enhancement skill, he would never have defeated that heavily wounded mermaid boss. Returning to the deadlocked reality, Jiang Kai bitterly looked up at the giant beast growling in the mist. And this time, this Corpse King, this mutated commander-level monster, wasn't even in his plan. I brought everyone here. Looking at his fallen comrades below, he silently apologized. I couldn't protect them properly. Hu Nian stumbled over, weakly commanding the monster. Let Kai go. Before she could finish, the mage collapsed from exhaustion into the mud, causing Jiang Kai to scream silently in panic. No, Hu Nian, have I really been too arrogant, to the point of making such a terrible mistake? In his desperation, the sinister faces of the Hoang family flashed through his mind. The Hoang family, can I really make them pay the price they deserve? Feeling death drawing near, Jiang Kai closed his eyes, letting go and waiting for the end. But life is not a dream, and scripts always have crazy plot twists. A golden light burst forth, accompanied by the heroic roar of two warriors who had just woken up. I, Yuan Chu, am the greatest war god in the world. Who dares to act so wildly? Haha, my beauty. I've returned. Like a god descending, Yuan Chu swung his heavy sword, creating a giant, flaming wave of sword energy that shattered the sky and earth, crashing straight down onto the Corpse King's head, right above the hand gripping Jiang Kai. The thunderous slam from the monster's giant hand hit the ground right where Jiang Kai was, causing the earth to crumble. Blown away by the immense force, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure. Between life and death, the faces of his loved ones flooded his mind. His older brother and little sister were still waiting for him to return so they could enjoy a good life together. And he also remembered his teammates, everyone. Everyone was clearly fighting until the very last second because of him, because of our Fire God squad. Back in the gloomy reality under the torrential rain, Jiang Kai knelt, coughing up mouthfuls of dark blood. He groaned in pain. He gritted his teeth, realizing his terrible condition. My whole body aches as if my bones have shattered. I can't even stand up. Just then, Su Ai rushed over, tears streaming down her face, crying out, Kai Kai, what should we do now? Yuan Chu, Hu Nian, Nguyen them Jiang Kai tried to reassure his friend, Su Ai, calm down. Hu Nian has collapsed, and this storm won't last much longer. He then asked seriously, I feel like every bone in my body is broken, but we have to finish that thing off quickly. Is there any way to help me recover as fast as possible? Looking straight into his friend's eyes, he pleaded sincerely, I'm begging you. Seeing the captain's miserable state, Su Ai choked out a soft, okay. She wiped away her tears and nodded decisively to help him. All right, I understand. On the other side, the giant Corpse King had grabbed Nguyen Vu and was gleefully sticking out its disgusting tongue, preparing to swallow him whole. Stuck in the monster's mouth, Nguyen Vu cursed furiously. You son of a… Immediately, Jiang Kai, wrapped in a golden aura, shot into the sky, screaming to save them. Let my friends go. Instantly, Jiang Kai's thunderous kick struck the beast right in the head, causing it such pain that it opened its mouth and spat both teammates out. Seeing the two saved and hitting the ground, Su Ai cheered loudly in joy. Yuan Chu, Nguyen, Jiang Kai turned back and gave his friend a confident smile before instructing her, Suayai, I'll leave them to you. He sprang into the high sky, deftly dodging the furious claw slam from the Corpse King that had just missed its prey. Suayai hurriedly took out a vial that glowed like a warm flame, loudly explaining, Kai, with my current healing abilities, I still can't help you recover immediately, but this is the primary Phoenix tier that I happened to get during military training. She gathered all her strength to shout so he could hear clearly. Drinking it will help adventurers level 20 and below too. It ignores all wounds for 1 minute and temporarily restores the user to their peak condition. However, the side effect is that after 1 minute, no matter the situation, the user will instantly pass out. Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to use it? Without a moment of hesitation, Jiang Kai reached out and took the precious potion from Suayai. His eyes flared with murderous intent, coupled with a confident, defiant smile. 1 minute was more than enough. He immediately launched a barrage of throwing knives toward the boss. Jiang Kai dodged with artistic precision, not forgetting to taunt with arrogant flair. Come on, if you idiots have any guts, come and try to catch me. He transformed into a streak of light, darting away and leading the frenzied Corpse King on a wild chase through the thick purple mist. Jiang Kai glanced at the sky, silently calculating the right moment. Good, Hunion's storm is about to stop. Seeing the massive stone pillars ahead, he nodded in satisfaction. This distance is definitely enough. The captain channeled all the strength recovered from the potion, and a bright blue energy surged around his body. The ground beneath his feet suddenly split open, creating a long fissure leading straight toward him. In an instant, the Death King's hand erupted from the earth once again. He immediately activated his phantom step to evade. Jiang Kai glided through the air, dodging the strike with expert precision and flashing a sarcastic smirk. You really think you can trap me with the same trick twice? In response to the provocation, the monster hovering above opened its maw and spat out a massive torrent of purple mist, which crashed down and engulfed the area. Yet, all of a sudden, 3 flaming throwing knives tore through the dense mist, shooting back up into the skeletal boss rolled its eyes in shock as it saw the sharp blades piercing its most vulnerable spot. At the same time, a blinding burst of light exploded right beneath its feet, blasting the massive beast into the air. A fierce explosion erupted, bright as fireworks, blindingly dazzling. Amidst the thick smoke, the monster shrieked in agony from the heavy hit. Meanwhile, the 3 knives, having finished their task, shimmered with energy as they spun and fell back down. They slammed into the debris on the ground, waiting for the perfect moment. Enraged at being played by a mere brat, the Death King roared in fury, gathering all the purple bones around its body to prepare a counterattack. It slammed a thunderous blow against the ground, unleashing waves of energy that shattered the stone and rock. Just as it was busy wrecking everything, it startled and looked up at a blunt call. Hey! Jiang Kai was hovering leisurely above it, tossing the 3 knives and jeering at the monster. I'm right here. Your reflexes are ridiculously slow, don't you think? Boiling with rage, the beast craned its neck and fired a beam of purple energy, tearing through the air straight at him. At that exact moment, the 3 throwing knives were already inches from the beast's face. Simultaneously, an explosion blasted directly into the Death King's chest. At the same time, it managed to grab Jiang Kai. Even though its body was shredded and bleeding profusely, it had finally caught him. Watching the heart-stopping scene from afar, I cried out in desperate panic. Kai! The boss smugly brought its prize toward its jagged fangs, opening its maw wide to devour him. Suddenly, its blood-red eyes flashed with tension. Kai smirked, confidently raising his palm, which was engulfed in flames. You rotten corpse, don't tell me you actually think you can catch me a second time? With a triumphant smile, he drove the bursting energy pulse straight into the monster's exposed heart. I only let myself get caught to lure you in, he declared. His flaming hand tightened into a decisive grip. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted, shattering the Death King's chest and throwing Kai into a freefall toward the ground. As he fell, he chuckled, finally catching his breath. Looks like that gamble paid off. As the boss stood frozen with a gaping, burning hole in its chest, Kai began to feel dizzy. The side effects that was too short. The beast's massive frame collapsed like a falling tower, and at the same time, Kai hit the grass with a thud, passing out on the spot. I scrambled over, running frantically to his side. Kai. As his consciousness faded, only one final thought remained in his mind. From now on, I'm counting on you. She knelt on the ground, her hands glowing with warm green light, as she desperately tried to save their captain, her voice choked with sobs. Kai. But as she looked into the distance, I suddenly froze as the truth dawned on her. The three throwing knives were stuck in a tree over there. At first, she thought Kai had missed, but it turned out he had set a trap for the finishing blow. Memories flashed back to the moment Kai used invisible magical threads to control the blades, coldly ordering them to return. Those three blades had curved back, piercing through the monster's back and shredding its heart. She trembled, thinking to herself, could everything have been part of his plan all along? Lost in thought, she suddenly jumped, her eyes widening in sheer horror. To her terror, the beast's body, which should have been destroyed, was still breathing. She screamed in shock. It's still alive? Looking at her fallen, motionless teammate, Kai's final words echoed in her mind. From now on, I'm counting on you. The tearful, weak gaze vanished from her eyes, replaced by a sharp, lethal intensity as she gripped her weapon. She courageously turned and headed straight toward the hideous giant head, shouting to steel her nerves. Ai, stay strong. Your teammates need you right now. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed off the ground, vaulting high into the air. She swung both hands, driving her blade down with all her rage and resentment. At the same time, deep in the dark ruins, the beast's demonic red eyes flared with savage light. The monster's giant hand, radiating a deadly sickly green glow, swiped down as if to crush everything to dust. Yet, the very next second, its body collapsed powerlessly. From the ruins of the impact, thick black liquid splattered across the parched ground. At this moment, the gentle healer's face suddenly turned wild, a terrifying, defiant smirk spreading across her lips. Do you really think you can still get away? The skeletal boss could only widen its demonic eyes, growling in agonizing, utter helplessness as it had been turned the tables on by a girl. Ai's eyes blazed with intense fury. She gritted out each word with murderous intent. How dare you hurt them, my friends? Pouring all her anger into the final strike, she shouted, her voice echoing through the entire forest. Die. Immediately, Ai aimed for the boss's fading heart and struck. Black blood from the monster's carcass sprayed into the sky like a gloomy fountain, marking the perfect end to a life-or-death battle. The next day, the sky was clear and bright with golden sunlight, as if no bloody clash had ever happened here. Their three teammates, Nguyen Vu, Vien Chu, and Hu Nian, were relaxing, sunning themselves on the green grass, enjoying a rare moment of peace with a few bandages on their bodies. On the other side, Ai was tenderly checking the bandages for Kai, acting like a professional doctor as she lectured him. Avoid heavy activity and get plenty of rest. With my medicine, you'll recover in just 3 days. Hearing her fuss over him with such care, Kai just smiled, giving her a warm look of thanks. Caught in his unwavering stare, she suddenly felt shy and awkwardly asked, "What? Is there something on my face?" "No." Kai turned his gaze toward the lake, speaking softly. "I just feel like you're growing up really fast, Ai. You're becoming a truly excellent adventurer." She looked at him, bewildered, and replied, "Excellent? Me?" He then affirmed firmly, "Of course." Ai lowered her eyes sadly, raising a hand to her chest as she confessed insecurely. "But when everyone was fighting the Death King, as a healer, I could only rely on you all to move forward. I feel like I'm dragging the whole team down." Turning back with a radiant, trusting smile, Kai immediately straightened things out. "I think you're underestimating yourself, Ai." He gently reminded her of her quiet contributions. "I've been busy helping Yuan Chu and Wen Vu level up over the past few days, but you haven't complained once. You've even endured your own exhaustion, working hard to keep up with the main group so you wouldn't fall behind." Memories of how impressive she was came flooding back. Kai laid out the truth. "When the Falcon Squad provoked me, even though you knew you weren't their match, you still bravely stood up to protect me. And after I mortally wounded the Corpse King, you were the one who landed the finishing blow without a second thought, successfully leveling up, weren't you?" Remembering the moment she activated her Battle Goddess mode, he proudly added, "You even gained the ability to heal multiple severely injured teammates all at once. Ai, you're a healer with almost no combat capability, but I know that not once have you ever intended to back down. You've done so much. You might not realize it, but we can all see it clearly. You've done an amazing job on this journey. We all care about you." With a sunny, heart-stealing smile, Kai sealed the deal with a heartwarming line. "We need you." With tears welling up and her cheeks glowing bright red, Ai stood stunned, biting her lip in emotion at the words that were so sweet coming from their team leader. Just as the atmosphere was turning incredibly romantic, 3 idle teammates popped their chibi-style heads out to ruin the moment, happily chiming in. "That's right, Ai. If it wasn't for you using your compassionate healer's heart to treat our wounds, we wouldn't be as energetic as we are now." Startled and sweating bullets, Kai retorted irritably, "How long have you guys been here? Ignoring Kai's speechless expression, the group huddled together, sucking up. Nguyenvu stood straight, excited. Exactly. Thanks to Su Ai, we were able to charge forward without any worries this time. Hu Nian added. That's right, Su Ai. Without you, I probably would have been logged out a long time ago. Ignoring the antics of her friends, sparkling tears of happiness still rolled down her cheeks, and Su Ai's lips trembled with emotion. Everyone. She wiped away her lingering self-doubt. The healer burst into joyful tears and shouted, Actually, I love you all too, and I really, truly need all of you. 2 hours later, the tear-jerking moment had passed. The team was once again packed and ready, gathering at the foot of the sheer cliffs to continue their journey. Kai closed his eyes to calm his mind, took a deep breath, and spoke in a powerful, leader-like voice. Is everyone ready? Behind him, the 4 teammates stood with confident smiles, weapons ready in their hands. They shouted in unison, full of spirit. The team excitedly gathered around a massive treasure chest that was radiating a brilliant golden glow in the middle of the grass. Jiang Kai eagerly flexed his steel-armored fingers, a bright smile on his face. All right, let's start unboxing this. As the lid creaked open, a blinding light poured out, accompanied by excited rumors. They say the Corpse King's treasure chest mostly contains gear, and it has a super high drop rate for top-tier loot. Plus, this chest is mutation level. How interesting is that? The golden light was so blinding, it filled their vision, making everyone gasp in unison. Wow. Jiang Kai held a fiery, badass-looking dagger in his hand and read the stats aloud. Fury Fireblade, level 80 Executioner class weapon. Only 2 have ever appeared in Holy Light, and this is the 3rd one. The estimated value is 350,000 spirit demon coins. Nguyenvu's jaw hit the floor. Wait, 350,000 spirit demon coins? That's equal to 3.5 million Holy Light dollars. Hu Nian was calmer. Why are you so surprised? This is top-tier level 80 gear, after all. Yuan Chu sighed with regret. It's just a pity that no one in our team is an executioner, Jiang Kai concluded pragmatically. True, but at least we can sell it for a huge pile of money. Heh. Right after, he pulled out a bulky set of black-silver armor, confusedly asking, Huh? Su Ai, what is this? Su Ai stared at the stat panel, which only showed a huge question mark, and replied awkwardly, This is strange. It doesn't seem to be recorded anywhere. No records could it be that this gear has never appeared before? Fortunately, Jiang Kai was a forward-thinking guy. He pulled out a glowing blue card. Luckily I brought an appraisal card. Back when me and Win were in the army, we occasionally stumbled upon items that couldn't be appraised by our bracelets, so I bought a few cards just in case. As soon as he said it, he did it. Jiang Kai swiped the card over the armor, and immediately a blue light exploded, illuminating the whole area. Insane stats appeared. Spirit Master's armor. Required level 60. Plus 24. Strength. Plus 27. Defense. Plus 33 agility. Plus 71 spirit power. Effect 1. Death's tolerance reduces equipment requirement by 40 levels. 2. Death state immune to neurological attacks for 3 seconds. 10-minute cooldown. 3. Death's torment inflicts psychological damage on severely injured enemies, causing them to experience life and death agony. Only activates when the enemy is critically wounded, lasting until their spirit power is depleted. Nguyenvu gasped and shouted, What? The stat boosts on this armor are insane, especially that plus 71 spirit power. Jiang Kai smiled triumphantly. That's not all. Its special effects are top tier. Effect 1, Death's Tolerance, means even a level 20 adventurer can wear this level 60 armor. He continued to ramble on. Effect 2, Death State, is the core of this armor. Even though the duration isn't long, if we run into enemies like the mermaids using sonic waves or neurotoxins, it will give us a critical window to counterattack. Jiang Kai's face revealed a cunning look. As for Effect 3, Death's Torment, although it only works on enemies that are gasping for air and isn't very useful in real combat, it's an excellent tool for intimidation when needed. 25 minutes later, Nguyenvu scratched his head in frustration. So far, most of the loot is just weapons and armor, and even though they're high level, they don't really suit our team. I guess we'll just have to sell them for class leveling materials. Suddenly, he hunched over, peering at a dark object, and asked curiously, What is this glowing thing? After fumbling with it for a moment, Wien raised his hand high and shouted, startling everyone. Wait, it's a piece of jewelry. Jiang Kai turned back, his eyes bright. This ring looks like high-tier stuff, Su Ai. Try using your appraisal bracelet on it, and she replied quickly, all right. Just at that moment, Jiang Kai pulled a skull-shaped card radiating a sinister aura from the chest. He whispered, what's this? A sexy, three-dimensional phantom fairy appeared with a notification. Congratulations, you have received the exclusive weapon of the gambler class. Death card, the god of death. Jiang Kai blinked, repeating the name, while the AI beauty smiled in response. Yes, she confirmed, as a bright green interface window popped up, clearly displaying the death card. The god card is the exclusive weapon of the gambler class, with no level requirement. A complete set consists of 9 cards, and this is one of them. When an adventurer reaches the superhuman or exotic realm, they can bring this card into the real world. Jiang Kai was ecstatic, practically shouting, does exclusive mean this is the only set in the entire spirit demon realm? And this death card is a weapon specifically for gamblers, with no level cap either. Isn't this tailored perfectly for me? He began to calculate and analyze, muttering to himself as he recalled the special ability of his class, Phantom Card Throwing. It increases accuracy by 40% and armor penetration by 30% when throwing ordinary items. The more he thought, the more excited he became. He continued, but when using card-type items, accuracy increases by 120%, and armor penetration skyrockets to 250%. That means if I use this death card, its damage will be several times higher than a normal weapon. Inspecting the card, he wondered, but what the heck is exotic? Superhuman is for those big shots above level 80, so exotic must be a title of equivalent rank. Whatever, I'll check it later. Jiang Kai closely examined the power stats. The death card boosted his 4 main attributes by 20%, added 50% armor penetration, increased critical hit rate by 15%, and critical damage by 150%. He gasped. Wait, what? The stats on this card scale with percentages, meaning the higher my base stats are, the crazier the boost will be. He smirked slyly, his eyes burning with greed. Now I'm really looking forward to seeing what your special effect is. The illusionary fairy appeared again, announcing clearly, now, let me introduce the special effects of the death card. A scroll unfolded, showing text for Effect 1, Not Yet Time Manual Activation. When using the death card, it automatically attacks the target up to 50 times. The enemy takes 50% more damage and cannot die. Jiang Kai's face twisted into a frown. Attacking 50 times, but the enemy can't die? I've heard the saying, if I want you dead, you must die. But this card is practically screaming, if I don't let you die, you aren't allowed to. Reading the second effect, God's Wrath, Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock at the description. The card spins at extreme speeds, dealing continuous damage and increasing penetration force if the target cannot escape. If they can't run away, the attack gets stronger and stronger, combined with Not Yet Time. No wonder this thing is called the Death Card. Moving on to the third effect, Owner Binding. The parchment clearly stated the card cannot be destroyed and can be summoned or recalled at will through thought. He was thrilled, mapping out his future. This is seriously top tier. Not only indestructible, but it's also controlled by my mind. Even if I have to face cunning enemies like the Huang family, they will never be able to see through all my trump cards. Amidst a fireworks display of pure imagination, Jiang Kai held his precious card high toward the sky, feeling exhilarated. I never expected that, even though I couldn't find the level 20 class promotion materials for the gambler path, I ended up snagging this premium, exclusive weapon. However, one second he looked cool, and the next, he quickly morphed into a chibi state, scratching his head in confusion. But what exactly are God cards? Why is my death card just one of them? And why are there 8 others? Suddenly, the sound of birds rustling and taking flight from the edge of the desolate forest made Jiang Kai flinch and narrow his eyes in vigilance. He immediately activated his ghost eye visual technique to zoom in, focusing on the movement in the distance. Through the lens of his visual technique, deep within the dark, dense trees, it seemed like some force was charging toward him. Jiang Kai panicked as he saw a high-level team stepping out. Damn it, a high-level team is coming. Everyone else was injured and exhausted. If they find out we took down the mutated fallen corpse king and got the treasure chest, they'll definitely loot everything. He turned and urgently ordered his team to retreat. Someone is coming. No time to waste. Pull back now. The group nodded and followed suit. The scene shifted rapidly to a modern skyscraper located right next to a massive, glowing blue teleportation gate from the human world. Inside the luxurious executive office, a stern, gray-haired general stood with his hands behind his back, contemplatively looking down at the bustling city outside the glass. A knock on the door echoed, cutting through his thoughts, followed by the hurried voice of a subordinate reporting in. "General, another country has." A charming, long-legged officer with red hair rushed into the room to report. "General, another country has discovered a linked teleportation formation." Pacing back and forth in the vast office, the general sighed heavily. Another country found one? His gaze was pensive, looking toward the distance, his expression becoming even more serious, given the intense global competition for resources. On the holographic screen, a digital map explained that because the spirit demon planet hadn't been fully explored yet, the exploration areas of different nations were never connected, except for certain special classes that could use unique methods to enter the novice training zones of other countries. The territory of each nation remained completely isolated, but that was a story of the past, when explorers only stuck to their own country's safe zones. A somber, mysterious narrator's voice resonated. However, a year ago, that isolated peace was completely shattered, leaving everyone stunned. That was the moment nations began one by one to unexpectedly find teleportation formations leading to the Forgotten Land. These formations were scattered across the spirit demon realm, but they all led to a single place known as the Forgotten Land. However, this land was filled with mysteries hard to explain. First, the Forgotten Land is incredibly vast, and its location automatically shifts every 6 months. The mystery didn't stop there. Second, this place contains many forgotten ruins, which are mysterious zones never explored by anyone. These dark, ancient ruins were always filled with rare treasures and high-level class promotion materials that everyone craved. One more strict rule was clearly displayed on the system. Third, only adventurers under level 60 are qualified to step into the Forgotten Land. And the most interesting thing was, the moment someone entered, the intelligent AI system would loudly broadcast an announcement. "Welcome to the Forgotten Lands event arena, rookie. This event requires a team of 5, and all participants must be under level 60. Once 80 nations have joined, the event will officially begin." The beautiful lady smiles as she explains the lucrative rewards. Every adventurer will compete, and the top 3 teams will receive keys to the Forgotten Lands in increments of 3, 2, and 1 minute, allowing them to open the ruins and hunt for treasure. Each person can only participate once per level bracket. Back at the general's office, the red-haired officer reports with urgency. So far, 49 nations around the world have found teleportation arrays to the Forgotten Lands. Once that number hits 80, the event will officially kick off. However, our Holy Light Nation has yet to find a single teleportation array. The general takes a deep drag from his cigarette, his voice low as he analyzes the tournament's importance. Only by achieving a high rank in this event can we earn the right to explore the forgotten ruins. And the treasures inside those ruins could completely change the fate of an entire nation. Seeing the boss standing silently, blowing out smoke with a cool air, the officer calls out to him with concern. "General Wei, are you listening to me?" Without answering immediately, he calmly puts out his half-burned cigarette into an ashtray already filled with ash. General Wei spins around and commands with powerful authority, "Gather representatives from all domestic guilds for an emergency meeting." The officer responds solemnly, "Understood, General." Cut to 3 days later at a trading center building, featuring the symbol of the scales of justice glistening under the bright sunlight. Jiang Kai slowly walks down the stone steps, hands in his pockets, looking extremely relaxed after finishing his business. As soon as they spot him, his team, Nguyenvu, Suai, Vianchu, and Hu Nian, eagerly rush over to surround him. "Jiang Kai, did the trading go well?" Jiang Kai smiles faintly, holding up 3 glowing blue vials to show off his success. "Yeah, I just listed the items on the private market, and they were snatched up in a heartbeat. I've already bought the class change materials you all needed too. Everything is ready. You just need to use them to complete your class change immediately." Vian Chu's eyes turn into sparkling stars, and he beams next to Hu Nian. Our haul this time was full of rare materials and sold for a fortune, yet they were all snatched up so quickly? Looks like there are more big spenders out there. Su Ai crosses her arms, thoughtfully analyzing the market situation. "I heard a few days ago that the military held a meeting for representatives of all guilds nationwide. Shortly after, all procurement departments frantically started hoarding rare resources. This might be closely related. As they chat, the sound of shouting and arguing from a street corner reaches them, making Jiang Kai frown in annoyance. Here we go again? Over there, a group of arrogant adventurers is talking loudly, challenging each other. "Hey, the Guild Challenge tournament is about to start. I heard there are a lot of promising rookies participating this year." The guy next to him laughs and chimes in, "Haha, that'll be dramatic. I heard the Xuanwu Guild is especially focused on this year's tournament. They've been bragging that they'll definitely take first place. Hearing the rival's arrogance, Vian raises his fist with spirit and roars. Humph, the Xuanwu guys are too cocky. Jiang Kai, don't worry. I'll be sure to teach them a lesson to get revenge for you. Nguyen Vu, standing behind him, joins in and yells, That's right. Jiang Kai smiles and nods gently. That's the spirit. But first, let's head to the guild area. Vian immediately agrees. Right, since we're joining the guild tournament, we need to join a guild first. Su Ai looks puzzled. Jiang Kai, have you found a place yet? You told me before that because you offended the Huang family, no guild would want to take you in. I thought it would be hard to find one. Hunian adds with wide, curious eyes. That's right, Captain Jiang Kai. Which guild did you choose? Facing the intense curiosity of his team, Jiang Kai just turns away with a mysterious smile, giving a short, cryptic answer. It's a secret. Deciding to keep it a secret until the last minute, the group walks deep into the bustling guild district, where ancient-style houses stand close together under the clear blue sky. After walking for a while, Jiang Kai stops in front of a large iron gate and happily announces to the team, We're here. This leaves Vian looking around, confused. Wait, Jiang Kai, is this really the guild you found for us? Seeing the isolated, bolted gate, Vian can't help but feel uneasy. It looks so empty here. This place is remote, there's not a soul in front of the gate, and I don't even see a guild sign. Just then, Su Ai realizes something shocking. She stares in amazement at Jiang Kai's confident expression. Seeing him casually walk up to the electronic control panel beside the gate, she panics and shouts, breaking the silence. Wait, Jiang Kai, don't tell me you're planning to start your own guild? Ignoring his teammates' shock, Jiang Kai coldly swipes his card against the reader, and the sensor lets out a spectacular flash of blue electric sparks surrounding the gate. A luxurious gold-plated sign suddenly appears, shining brightly with the words, Main God Guild, Branch 319, along with Jiang Kai's proud confirmation. That's right. As the large iron gate slowly opens, the 4 members can only stand there, stunned. Their eyes go wide, and they all hold their breath in absolute astonishment. What appeared before them was a luxurious mansion, magnificent as a royal palace, causing one member to shout in excitement. What a beautiful courtyard! Jiang Kai stands at the entrance, gesturing grandly with both hands in a warm welcome. Welcome, everyone, to the headquarters of the Main God Guild. The scene opens up, filled with splendor. Vian immediately jumps for joy and slaps Jiang Kai on the shoulder. Hey Jiang Kai, since when did you start this guild? You've been so quiet about it. Yet you pulled off such a shocking feat? Hunian follows suit, laughing and teasing her captain. That's true, Captain Jiang Kai. Plus, I never thought a penny pincher like you would be willing to spend so much on a place like this. Nguyen Vu nods in agreement with Su Ai standing nearby. Right? This place must have cost a fortune, at least 1 billion holy jade coins, right? This leaves Jiang Kai standing in the corner of the garden, breaking into a cold sweat. He thought to himself that his reputation for being stingy in the eyes of this group was set in stone. To break the awkward atmosphere of being called out, he cleared his throat and tapped the button to activate the virtual control panel on his wristband. Jiang Kai calmly explained to the team, Actually, I've been planning this for a long time. So, while I was out buying upgrade materials for everyone today, I also went ahead and registered to form a guild. He began to reminisce about the difficult past. When I first arrived in the spirit realm, every guild refused to take me in because they were terrified of the Huang family's power. His eyes shone with the pride and determination of someone who stands on their own. And I realized, instead of relying on fate or luck, it's better to rely on yourself. That's why I decided to start my own guild. The illusion system began running a scan to verify the base information. Verifying the guild base information. The main god verification was complete. Now that the main god guild had just begun, the virtual screen flared up, with brilliant letters officially announcing the main god guild was officially established. Jiang Kai smiled as he watched his teammates cheering and dancing in front of the new villa. But from now on, we finally have a real home in the spirit realm. Nguyen Vu jumped up and shouted, This is absolutely fantastic. The scene shifted to the next day. Vian excitedly punched the air, his roar echoing through the entire room. Yeah, I successfully leveled up. He proudly showed off his adventurer stats to the group, where Vian class, level 21 fighter, appeared in bright letters. Jiang Kai, I've finally become a real fighter now. Vian flexed his fist, confidently bragging about his newfound power. I've got my second talent now, and my attribute stats are super strong. Jiang Kai smiled and retorted, What kind of talent is it? Vian gave a thumbs up, grinned, and explained with smug detail. That talent is called Brawler's Might. It allows me to get a 10% boost in attribute stats compared to other classes when I reach my second advancement. Plus, every time I level up now, I get an extra 7 attribute points. Hearing those unexpectedly overpowered stats, Jiang Kai gave a short, appreciative nod. Not bad at all. Hunyan stood nearby, chin in hand, staring at the stat panel in awe. The growth of the fighter class is truly spectacular when it comes to stat increases. It's well-deservedly one of the strongest classes in St. Glory. I'm jealous enough to go crazy. But Vianchu wasn't done showing off. He turned around, pointed to the sky, and chuckled smugly. But that's not all, folks. Heh. An illustration appeared, showing him fighting furiously one moment and dodging like lightning the next. During combat, I can freely reallocate all my attribute points, switching back and forth between high agility and high attack at will. And after the battle ends, all attributes automatically revert to their original state. Furthermore, this talent gives me a chance to spontaneously comprehend new combat skills while learning new techniques. While Jiang Kai stared in wide-eyed shock, Hu Nian shouted excitedly, "You can freely reallocate attribute points? If used cleverly, that ability is enough to crush opponents of the same level easily. And that chance to learn new skills for free? That's like getting free skills gifted to you." Jiang Kai clapped his friend on the shoulder, proud. "Vian Chu, you might just become the most versatile fighter out there." Vian Chu threw an arm around him and laughed. Hey, see, Jiang Kai, I told you. I'll always be the solid backing to support you," leaving Hu Nian petrified with jealousy in the corner. "I'm so jealous I have no words left." Just as everyone was having fun, there were sluggish footsteps. Nguyen Vu walked out of the room with a gloomy, miserable face, head hanging low in a pitiful manner. Seeing the eldest brother's wretched state, Vian Chu curiously asked, "Brother Nguyen, why do you look so miserable? Did you fail your promotion?" Jiang Kai and Hu Nian also asked anxiously, "Nguyen Vu, what happened?" The adventurer stat panel appeared. Nguyen Vu, class, level 21 drunkard. He whined. "I leveled up successfully, but I was turned into a drunkard class. My talent is Drunken Fall. My strength and agility stats get a 2-point boost each level, but the bonus to my constitution stat dropped from 3 points down to just 2. Jiang Kai crossed his arms and analyzed the situation for his depressed friend. Normally after level 20, you only get 20 attribute points per level, and unless you're in special classes like fighters or soldiers, it's rare to get bonus attribute points. Your class getting 3 extra attribute points per level is already an incredibly rare occurrence. Hearing this, Nguyen Vu looked up, bewildered. "Is that really true?" Hu Nian nodded in agreement and curiously asked about how the new skill worked. "I also think that's very rare. But Nguyen Vu, I'm a bit curious. How exactly does that Drunken Fall talent work?" Nguyen Vu continued to enthusiastically explain the bizarre mechanics of his new class. "The Drunken Fall state taps deep into my subconscious, allowing me to enter a magical, half-awake, half-drunk state. Overall, I find it's quite, he kept stammering and hesitating at the most important part. The three of them, Jiang Kai, Vian Chu, and Hu Nian, all leaned in and shouted, "Quite what?" Nguyen Vu clutched his flushed cheeks and chuckled, extremely smug with his wine-fueled state. "It's quite spontaneous and fickle." Heh. Seeing the fat man's foolish, drunken, swaying, the other three just stood there for 5 seconds with gray, sweat-dropped faces. They shouted in unison, utterly speechless. "It gets even more spontaneous and fickle?" Half an hour later, outside a locked room, Vian Chu frowned and asked impatiently, "It's been half an hour already. Why hasn't Su Ai come out yet? Is she running into some trouble?" Hu Nian crossed his arms and reassured them. "Just wait a little longer. Class advancement is usually very difficult, but I believe Su Ai can do it." As Jiang Kai and Wen Vu stood by, watching in silence, the door suddenly creaked open, and Su Ai slowly stepped out, trembling from head to toe. Fearing the worst, Vian Chu anxiously patted her shoulder. "Su Ai, did the transfer not go smoothly?" "It's okay. We can try again later." Hu Nian also worriedly encouraged her. "That's right. Honestly, my first advancement didn't go very smoothly either." Then Nguyen Vu hugged her from behind and insisted, "Su Ai, don't worry. We're always here for you." However, seeing through her expression, Jiang Kai paused and spoke up. "Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. I think Su Ai has something she wants to say," causing Su Ai to hesitate before speaking. Suddenly, her face lit up radiantly, with shimmering stardust around her, followed by Su Ai's status board. "Doctor, level 21. I didn't expect this to happen. I didn't expect that after advancing to Doctor, I would actually receive a rare talent. Toxin analysis. The probability of this happening is less than 1 in 1,000. All 4 of them, Jiang Kai, Vian Chu, Hu Nian, and Wen Vu jumped in shock and shouted, "What?" Su Ai confidently raised her finger to explain. Behind her was a mysterious purple poison bottle illusion. With this toxin analysis talent, I can increase the effectiveness of my potions by 10%, the effectiveness of toxins by 50%, and my ability to detect toxic substances in ingredients will increase by 30%. Nguyen Vu beamed, asking excitedly, "That's amazing! So Su Ai, are you planning to focus on using toxins?" Su Ai smiled and waved her hand to clarify. "Not exactly, but as they say, medicine is also 3 parts poison. When I craft medicine, I can use this talent to remove the toxins from the ingredients and make the medicine even better." Hearing this, Vian Chu, Hu Nian, and Nguyen Vu all widened their eyes in admiration and nodded. So that was it. Seeing the team had settled down, Jiang Kai turned around, his expression turning serious as he gave instructions. "All right, everyone's class advancement went smoothly this time, but our opponents are very strong teams. These teams have been kept at a lower level on purpose by large guilds and are specially trained to compete in team battles, so we absolutely must not underestimate them." A fire of determination ignited in his eyes. In the coming days, before the Guild Challenge tournament officially begins, everyone needs to keep grinding for levels. With spirits soaring, the whole group shouted in unison, full of energy. "Understood." 7 days passed with grueling training in the dense forest, where the system constantly displayed notifications of collecting countless elite forest wolf and warrior wolf remains. Vian Chu clenched his fist, showing off his bulging muscles alongside his status board. Vian Chu, fighter class, level 25. After 7 days of real combat, I feel like I've become much stronger. Beside him, Su Ai had also reached level 24. Nguyen Vu also took pride in his level 25. As for Hu Nian, he held his magic compass and bragged, "Hu Nian, fortune teller class, level 31. Hey, my rain summoning skill is getting easier and easier to use." Seeing his teammates maturing day by day, Jiang Kai smiled with great satisfaction. Suddenly, a giant pillar of light descended from the sky with a notification board, accompanied by an alarm sound. The guild tournament bracket results were out. The group stared intently at the giant electronic board displaying the text. "Godly Guild, Fire God Team is participating. Within your level range of 21 to 40, there are 32 teams competing. Each team will play 1 match per day. Your first opponent is the Sniper Team from the Xuanvu Guild, led by Hoang Dai. Please be present at the West District Arena at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Note, this match will only be counted as a victory if all members of the opposing team are eliminated." After reading the information, Su Ai broke into a cold sweat and said in confusion, "Hoang Dai? What a coincidence. Our first opponent is the Xuanvu Guild, and it's Hoang Dai again. Do you have any connection with Jiang Kai?" Hu Nian gritted his teeth in anger, analyzing. Also, previously, guild competitions would end when a team reached a certain score, but this time, the only way to win is to kill all your opponents. I think the Hoang family is using their influence to get revenge. Hearing this, Vian Chu flew into a rage, ready to leave, shouting, "I'm going to report this to the military. I want to see if the Hoang family is behind this." Despite Nguyen Vu trying to pull him back and persuade him, "Chu, calm down." At that moment, Jiang Kai stood there, his back exuding a cold and firm aura. He calmly said, "No need." Su Ai and Hu Nian were stunned, calling his name in concern. "Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang." Jiang Kai's eyes blazed with ambition. Behind him was an image of Hoang Dai smirking smugly. "Whether it was intentional or not, this is perfect. I have wanted to go one-on-one with Hoang Dai for a long time. I will use this opportunity to take back everything they owe me." With interest, the scene shifted to the next day, at a vast and majestic arena packed with spectators. The stands erupted in loud cheers, mixed with the announcer's clear voice echoing. "The stage for the level 21 to 40 team tournament will begin in 15 minutes. Please pay attention." The glamorous female MC held the microphone, excitedly stirring up the atmosphere. Today's match is between the Xuanvu Guild, Sniper Team, and the Godly Guild, Fire God Team. If you are already here, please proceed to the ring. Under the dazzling lights, the Sniper Team stepped out to the enthusiastic roar of countless fans. "Sniper is here. No one can stop them. Sniper is here. No one can stop them." The Sniper Team walked onto the field with a cocky look, as if they were just taking a walk in the park. Along with their overly confident cheers, the Sniper Team will make history this time. Xuanvu is undefeated. Meanwhile, in the stands, a young man was trying to impress the blue-haired girl beside him. "You're so lucky to have caught the annual guild tournament. Since you're here, let me take you on a tour. Although you did very well in this month's rookie trial, Don't be too arrogant. Watch how these experienced teams fight. The girl, named Hong Shuang, crossed her arms and replied with a dismissive pout. Humph, what's so special about the group stage? The real excitement is in the finals. Seeing this, the guy quickly raised a finger to correct her. Hong Shuang, don't be arrogant. You might have ranked first in the rookie trial. But in this competition, there is someone who broke the Holy Light trial record that no one has touched for 30 years. Hearing this, Hong Shuang's whole group widened their eyes, mouths agape in shock. Are you talking about Jiang Kai? Back in the arena, Huang Da's teammate kept taunting them. Where is Jiang Kai? Still not here? He's probably too scared to face me. He's too terrified to show his face. The leader laughed smugly. That's understandable. After all, who doesn't know your reputation? Jiang Kai might dare to mess with your younger brother, but does he dare to touch you? Huang Da continued yelling, provoking them like an uneducated villain. Jiang Kai, aren't you frustrated? Stop being a coward now. The Fire God team? They're basically just a bunch of cowards. Suddenly, a voice cut through his wild laughter. Hey, you blondie. From the shadows of the tunnel, a familiar figure stepped out coldly. Jiang Kai led the Fire God team into the light, looking incredibly cool. Yuan Chu stood behind him and retorted sarcastically. What are you barking about over there? Yuan Chu immediately drew his sword, chin held high in challenge. You'll find out who the cowards are once you start fighting us, that's for sure. The scene shifted to a high-tech surveillance room, where all the action on the field was displayed clearly on a large screen. A man was typing on a laptop, reporting the situation to the person sitting next to him. Everything is ready. Throughout the match, we can evaluate the performance of Suai and Yuan Chu at any time. Hearing this, the red-haired man beside him replied, but added another instruction. All right, like Li Ju Shou, we might need one more person. This left the assistant confused. Don't we only need to evaluate the performance of Yuan Chu and Suai? At this moment, a woman in a form-fitting suit sat with her legs crossed, exuding power, and calmly explained, that's because Commander Wei wants to see the evaluation results for someone else. The assistant in glasses smiled brightly, as if he understood the problem, and answered clearly, Oh, I see. Adding one more person won't be a problem. So, who is it? The woman's sharp eyes stared at the screen, and she spoke slowly. The captain of the Fire God team. Back on the battlefield, the camera zoomed in on Jiang Kai, who was calmly facing the blonde guy, Huang Da. Huang Da shouted his name clearly in a provocative tone, Jiang Kai. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai looked at him sternly, with eyes full of disgust and hatred. Checking the stats floating in the air, the assistant with glasses broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Adventurer Yuan Chu, class, level 25 warrior. Adventurer Su Iie, class, level 24 healer. Both of them shouted in shock. What? In such a short time, not only did they both reach level 20 and finish their job advancement, but they also leveled up several times in a row. The female commander slammed her hand on the files, frowning in extreme tension. Just over 20 days ago, when they left the army, they hadn't even reached level 10. Why does everyone who follows Jiang Kai advance so fast? At this moment, the young man in glasses beside her smirked with a mysterious smile. Actually, that's not surprising. Jiang Kai himself is a very interesting person. Outside the arena, the hot MC raised her microphone high, clearly demanding attention. Attention, participants on the field. A giant blue magic barrier immediately covered the entire arena, along with a terrifying warning. After the match starts, no team can leave, surrender, or quit. The only way to win is to kill all members of the opposing team. Understood? Both teams glared at each other, chanting back full of killing intent. Understood, the MC concluded. Then, the match officially. She swung her arm down like a blade and shouted the command to start. Immediately, Huang Da opened his mouth wide and howled like a bloodthirsty, insane beast. Everyone, listen up, kill them. And so, the Slayer team charged forward at breakneck speed, hoping to wipe out their opponents in the first second. But Jiang Kai had already calculated everything. His eyes flashed with a sharp blue light as he decisively commanded the formation. Yuan Chu and I will take the lead. Nguyen Vu, you protect Hunian and Ai. Ai, keep monitoring the battle and provide healing for us if needed. The whole Fire God team was brimming with spirit. They shouted in unison, full of power, while Nguyen Vu quickly activated a shield to protect the two girls behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, a guy from the Slayer team with a crazed face rushed forward like a hungry beast, roaring, I can't wait to hack you into pieces. Seeing the enemy rushing in, Yuan Chu stepped back slightly, sweating profusely as he shouted, "Kai, they're coming." Jiang Kai stood as still as a mountain, reassuring him. "Yuan Chu, don't be afraid, just follow my orders." At that moment, his teammate below shouted words of encouragement. "Yuan Chuzi, don't be afraid, your strength is inferior to no one." This was mixed with a stern warning. "Yuan Chu, if you don't improve this time, even as a captain, I can't keep you on the team. You had better perform well." While the captain sat next to him, deep in thought with his arms crossed, worried about whether Yuan Chu's biggest weakness, cowardice, could be overcome this time. Watching from the stands below, the teammates gasped in surprise. "Yuan Chuzi, what is he doing?" It turned out that up there, Yuan Chu didn't say a word. He casually pulled out a jar of wine, popped the lid, tilted it back, and gulped it down in one go, finishing it with a satisfied, cocky expression. Then, he smashed the wine jar on the floor in front of his shocked teammates, who were confused to the core and exclaimed, "What is happening? He's drinking wine at a time like this? He's actually drinking? Is he a drunkard? You've got to be kidding me." With rosy cheeks, Yuan Chu pointed his sword forward, bent his body into a super cool pose, and declared, "I, Yuan Chu, am the #1 warrior in the world." Meanwhile, his teammate beside him cursed bitterly. This piece of trash always causes trouble for Kai, leaving Jiang Kai, standing behind him, speechless. "What? He's drunk that fast?" Seeing the scene before him, the Slayer guy flew into a rage, swinging his sword to finish the enemy, but before he could, Yuan Chu swung an incredibly powerful strike down with a roar. "You'd better die early." The enemies stopped, panicked and sweating at the powerful attack. At this moment, the purple-haired guy who had been aggressive earlier backed away in terror, sweating, and asked his teammate, "Didn't they say this guy was afraid of fighting? His military rank is only an E. What the hell is going on?" The blonde teammate behind him replied, "I don't know. Clearly, he was just a drunkard." At the same time, in front of them, Yuan Chu suddenly erupted with intense power. Excitedly, he ran at full speed and screamed, "Haha, come here, Yuan Chu is here, who dares to challenge me?" Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Jiang Kai closed his eyes and sighed helplessly, holding his forehead. It seems like Yuan Chu can't be stopped now. Good thing Nguyen Vu is still, but his words were cut short. Stood there silently, with a giant ellipsis over his head. Suddenly, Hu Nian and Su Ai behind him jumped in shock and cried out in alarm, "Yuan Chu! Big brother! Nguyen Vu!" Well, it turned out that fatty Nguyen Vu had been drinking for a while, tossed his bottle aside and lunged forward with explosive energy. "I, Nguyen Vu, am not weaker than anyone. If you guys think you can show off in our Fire God team, I'll be the first one to say no." A bald guy from the Cat Hunter team lunged forward with his sword to block him, but then had to stop and curse in frustration. "Damn it, another drunkard. Deal with him first." Suddenly, Nguyen Vu stopped. His eyes squinted into a strange, weird expression, and he muttered, "Oh." Then, the chubby guy leaped up and charged forward, his eyes turning into passionate, heart-shaped symbols as he started flirting. "What a treat for my eyes, honey. Big brother is here to pamper you." Seeing this, the bald guy's eyes rolled back in his head, and he shrieked in panicked desperation, "What the hell is this?" Before long, a massive explosion rocked the spot where both of them stood. Amidst the smoke, Nguyen Vu was hugging the bald guy, rubbing his cheek against him with a look of pure bliss, leaving his opponent stiff, trying to pull away in disgust. Unable to handle the affection, the bald guy unleashed a kick, sending Nguyen Vu flying into the air with a roar of fury. "Get lost." On the other side, Jiang Kai stepped back quietly, dodging the falling Nguyen Vu, with an ellipsis of speechlessness over his head. Landing quickly, Nguyen Vu licked his lips like a total pervert. "Ha ha, I only like hot beauties like you." Watching that unsightly scene, the 3 remaining members of the Cat Hunter team were extremely bewildered, breaking into a cold sweat and stuttering. Are these Fire God guys all just crazy perverts?" Up in the spectator stands, Hong Shuang wiped sweat from her brow, sighing, "Brother Ha, their Fire God team is really, truly perverted," causing Brother Ha, who was standing next to her, to choke on his water and cough uncontrollably. Safely standing in the back, Su Ai and Hu Nian tried to object. "Now, the entire audience is going to think our Fire God team is just a gathering place for perverts." In the end, Yuan Chu and Nguyen Vu can only unleash their true power when they're drunk. They're just trying to protect us. Realizing the situation was spiraling, Jiang Kai immediately activated his skill. A Demon Eye status window appeared before him, and he told himself, with determination, "Yuan Chu and Nguyen Vu are both out of their minds right now. I have to stay focused." At that moment, Yuan Chu leaped into the air, bringing down a massive attack with his heaven-shaking jump skill. A golden wave of power exploded, shattering the sturdy stone tiles on the arena floor. The enemy behind him scrambled back, dodging and sliding across the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Almost done, for luckily my agility is high enough. Seizing the opportunity, an assassin flew out from the smoke, pointing his sharp blade directly at him, yelling, "Die, you crazy bastard." Seeing his teammate in the line of fire, Jiang Kai immediately stomped off the ground and lunged forward, swinging his blade at the opponent while shouting, "Yuan Chu, watch out." The enemy quickly pivoted and deployed a lightning attribute magic shield to defend. The fiery attack collided violently with the lightning shield, creating sparks that crackled and lit up the corner of the arena. After the fiery impact, the dust settled, and Jiang Kai and Yuan Chu had pushed the enemy against the wall. Hiding behind his sturdy shield, the enemy sneered arrogantly, "Heh, a shield prepared just for you. As long as my shield's defense holds, even if you land a critical hit, you can't kill me." While Jiang Kai and Yuan Chu were held up, another enemy wielding dual swords slipped past the defense, rushing straight toward the two defenseless girls, laughing savagely. "Ha ha. A healer and a fortune teller, neither of them can fight. I'll take care of these two ladies first." Seeing the opponent charging with his sword, Hu Nian immediately spread her arms to protect her friend behind her. "Su Ai, hide behind me, I'll handle him." She immediately waved her magical compass to activate her ultimate skill. Invincible Blizzard. A massive storm carrying countless sharp ice shards poured down from the sky, causing the audience to gasp. "Look, it's hailing." The enemy was pelted by the hailstones, his head aching, and he shouted in frustration, "Damn it! I didn't expect this fortune teller woman to be able to summon hail out of thin air." Hu Nian smiled smugly as she looked at the Mystic Ice Jade status window that appeared. "For the past few days, I've been practicing with this Mystic Ice Jade that Captain Jiang Kai gave me. Being able to create and control hail to disrupt enemy attacks is actually really effective." Suddenly, a sharp blade of sword energy flashed, cutting through the magical ice chunks with ease. The gray-haired assassin from the opposing team slipped through the storm, unexpectedly striking Hu Nian's treasure, shattering it in two, which left her startled and terrified. Sensing danger, Su Ai rushed over to catch her swaying teammate, shouting in concern, "Hu Nian!" The two enemies stood side by side, the gray-haired one folding his arms in contempt. "Now that I think about it, we were actually surprised by a fortune-teller woman when we left. Don't tell anyone we're teammates." The remaining sword wielder roared, rushing toward the two girls. "Stop yapping. The fortune-teller woman is mine. I'll finish off this annoying woman myself." But before he could touch a hair on their heads, Yuan Chu descended from the sky like a meteorite, surrounded by a golden glow. "Where do you think you're going?" "Huh. Your opponent is me, the world's #1 war god." Yuan Chu stomped his foot, creating a terrifying shockwave that cracked the arena floor. Dodging the massive stomping attack, the gray-haired man jumped back, cursing bitterly. "Damn it. This lunatic is as annoying as a fly." Hearing this, the blonde-haired man quickly rallied his allies. "Heh, that works perfectly. Let's chop this Yuan Chu guy up together." The gray-haired man nodded in agreement. "All right." Yuan Chu stood there, breathing heavily, his muscles bulging, radiating a brilliant golden aura, ready to fight to the end. In another corner of the arena, Nguyen Vu was still hugging the giant ice shield, his face as red as a ripe tomato from the alcohol. He muttered, "My darling wife, let me leave the taste of love on your soft cherry lips." The bald guy from the cat hunter team was infuriated by the teasing, eyes bulging as he shouted, "Are you looking to die? Who is your wife? Do you even know who I am?" He frantically attacked with his metal claws, while analyzing, "This pervert's shield has very high defense, so we have to attack the areas the shield can't reach." Ignoring the danger, Nguyen Vu kept hugging the shield and chasing after his opponent, cooing, "Kuung, don't be shy, baby." The bald guy leaped into the air and dived down, intending to sink his claws into the fatty's neck. "Die, you annoying piece of trash." Suddenly, 3 fire-engulfed daggers whizzed through the air from behind, completely repelling the bald guy's claws and saving the chubby guy, followed by a loud shout, "Nguyen Vu, watch out." The bald guy jumped in shock and turned around, breaking into a cold sweat. It was Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai stood tall and composed, his hands moving in a swift mudra as he ordered his team to fall back. Seeing the tide of battle turning against them, the guy shouted a report to his leader, Huang Da. "Captain, he's already using 8 flying daggers." Behind him, Huang Da curled his lips into a sinister smirk, his entire body radiating a shimmering violet electromagnetic aura. "Heh, perfect. He opened his palm, revealing a brilliantly glowing purple stone, a supermagnetic crystal. The stone took effect instantly, triggering a powerful zone of brilliant purple magnetic distortion that blanketed the entire arena. The magnetic field was so intense it sent Hunian's magic compass spinning uncontrollably. She panicked. What is this? Why is my compass not working anymore? I was also caught off guard as her weapon was violently tugged. My daggers are being pulled away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Chu was straining with all his might, both hands gripping his massive sword as it shook violently. Even Jiang Kai's expression darkened as he saw his metal gauntlets becoming covered in purple magnetic energy. Can't I even retract my death-dealing daggers? Standing in the center of the magnetic field, Huang Da laughed heartily as all the metal weapons of the Fire God team floated around him, pulled tightly into his vortex. Watching the daggers floating and struggling against the magnetic force, Huang Da gloated, smugly mocking his opponents. Jiang Kai, don't think for a second that we didn't prepare for this. Immediately after, he held up his treasure to show it off. This supermagnetic crystal was carved from the core of a high-grade supermagnet. It was specifically designed to counter your flying daggers. The villain squinted, looking dangerous. Now you only have one flying dagger left. Do you really think you have a chance against me? Faced with that confident threat, Jiang Kai's face was slightly obscured by shadows, revealing a mysterious, knowing smile. He stepped forward leisurely, the golden flames surrounding him still burning brightly. Huang Da, perhaps you're being arrogant a bit too soon. Seeing the flames flare up, Huang Da jumped in surprise. That flying dagger isn't affected by the supermagnetic crystal? Huang Da's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his arrogance, stomping his foot to summon a giant purple magic shield covered in sharp spikes. It doesn't matter. This brat is as good as dead. Hiding behind the shield, which radiated intense killing intent, he roared madly. Jiang Kai, do you see this shield? Today, I'll show you what true despair feels like. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the red-haired man with glasses was watching the screen and shouted in a panic. Jiang Kai is about to lose. That's the Heaven's Hollow Giant Shield, an extraordinary weapon. Even though it has been downgraded due to match regulations, its defense is still at a terrifying 72 points. A system notification screen appeared, explaining in detail. In GAR, the higher the weapon tier, the higher the level requirement for the user. But if a high-grade weapon is downgraded, low-level adventurers can meet the equipment level requirements. Although this leads to irreversible damage to the weapon and reduces its attributes, its destructive power still far exceeds ordinary weapons. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth in frustration and continued to analyze. I didn't expect Xuan Wu to go so far as to downgrade an extraordinary weapon. And not just that. The supermagnetic crystal and the shield the fighter just used are also high-grade equipment that has been downgraded. They really spent so much effort just to deal with Jiang Kai. The woman in the suit beside him also turned pale, looking anxiously at the screen. But what about I? Is she definitely going to be killed? Outside the arena, Huang Da grinned, revealing sharp, demonic-looking teeth. Slayer team, take your positions. His accomplices all broke into sinister smiles, ready to finish off their prey. Chu Wu prepared to wipe out every member of the Fire God team. At that moment, Huang Da's blood-red eyes flashed behind his sunglasses. Oh, that's right. Take your time torturing and killing them. I want them to fully experience the consequences of messing with someone they shouldn't have. And just like that, the Slayer squad rushed forward like a storm. The purple-haired man in the lead shouted. While the fighters' weapons are being affected by the magnetic field, attack and finish them off. The bald man aggressively lunged at Nguyen Vu, who was currently helpless without his shield. Die, you freak. In the spectator stands, the former captain helplessly rested his head in his hands and sighed. The equipment gap is too large. It looks like there really is no hope left. The two blonde girls who were cheering enthusiastically now spoke in dejected voices. Even though Yuan Chu had found a way to overcome his cowardice, he probably wouldn't have the chance to keep fighting. The guy named Haka crossed his arms coldly, watching the match with disappointment. Jiang Kai, you're definitely going to lose this time. Hong Suang, standing next to him, frowned and replied, What? So Jiang Kai isn't that strong after all? Below the arena, Huang Da hovered in the air, laughing scornfully at the people struggling stubbornly. My entire Slayer team is wearing black T armor, so the equipment we wear won't be affected by the magnetism. Keep struggling, but it's just the desperate flailing of a bug. He pointed his hand forward to focus all the magnetic energy. Suddenly, I and Hu Nian were knocked backward onto the ground. She reached out desperately, trying to hold onto the weapon being pulled away. Huang Da laughed manically, his voice distorted with hatred. Jiang Kai, I want you to die for everything you've done to the Huang family. I will make you pay 100 times over. I want you to realize how worthless your life is. I want you to crawl on your knees and beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. Yet, Jiang Kai stood perfectly still, staring intently at the tiny flame dancing on his fingertip. I, Jiang Kai. His eyes glowed with a cold, icy blue light as he continued calmly. Will never accept this fate. Huang Da saw this and mocked him mercilessly. Ha ha ha, Jiang Kai. Quit struggling. Do you really think that a pathetic little flying dagger can defeat me? In your dreams, kid! Suddenly, Jiang Kai flicked his wrist and launched the last dagger. The bright red flame instantly transformed into a pitch-black hellfire filled with evil, deadly aura. A system notification screen with the words "Devour Transformation" suddenly appeared, glowing and covering the entire arena in an eerie, dark green light. Huang Da's face was completely distorted with terror. He gasped, shouting in panic, "What?" The silver-armored warrior on the edge of the arena also widened his eyes, sweating profusely and looking around in a panic. Wait, what the hell just happened? In the monitoring room, the assistant in the suit stared, exclaiming in shock. What is going on? Jiang Kai's 9 life death-dealing daggers suddenly turned into a card. The red-haired man was equally panicked, sweat pouring down his face as he analyzed. The killing intent is too strong. Is that a weapon with its own aura? On the arena floor, Jiang Kai wore a confident, half-smirk. Of course. After all, this isn't just a death-dealing dagger. It's an exclusive weapon for a gambler, the main god card. At the same time, a majestic phantom of a goddess appeared behind him, along with a system explanation box. Usually, equipment in GSAR is ranked from common to S rank. The notification board keeps displaying images of mythical gear, but in reality, there are even higher tiers beyond S rank, like SS and SSS. The God Lord card is an SSS rank weapon. Remembering the moment he first got this item, even Jiang Kai was left completely stunned. What? An SSS rank weapon? At that moment, the goddess's illusion smiled softly and explained. The God Lord card also had a unique deck effect that left him confused enough to ask again. Deck effect? A dazzling system message appeared with the details. The God Lord deck effect. 1. For every God Lord card acquired, all currently owned God Lord cards have their base attributes increased by 10%, and weapon armor penetration increased by 50%. Immediately following that was a second overpowered skill, God Lord deck effect 2. The Devour and Transform skill can swallow other thrown weapons, inheriting all of their attributes and effects. Devour and Transform does not affect the original attributes of the God Lord card. Returning to the present, Jiang Kai held his head high, triumphant. Before the match, the God Lord card had disguised itself as a killing dagger under the Devour effect. Since it wasn't embedded with strong magnets, it naturally wouldn't be affected by the supermagnetic crystal. He reached his hand out as the hovering card emitted a terrifying killing intent. Huang Da, the next one who has to kneel and beg for mercy, might just be you. With half his face cast in shadow, Jiang Kai's green eye glowed with cruelty. But your begging isn't for me to spare your life, but for me to end it. Sensing the impending danger, Huang Da broke into a cold sweat and stumbled back, trembling. Wait, what the hell is this guy planning? But before he could finish, Jiang Kai gathered all his strength and launched the card, tearing through the air with a roar. The god's wrath was unleashed by the overwhelming attack. Huang Da screamed in panic. What? My sky-piercing giant shield is a legendary weapon that was downgraded. That's just a piece of trash card. How could it pierce through it? Before he could even finish his sentence, the giant shield, known for its absolute defense, exploded into countless fragments under the overwhelming power. He was sent tumbling backward by the shockwave, coughing up blood as he groaned in pain. The purple supermagnetic crystal lost its power and clattered onto the cold stone floor. Noticing this, Hunian cheered excitedly as the weapon broke free from the magnetic pull. The control of the supermagnetic crystal had vanished. Our chance is here. Yuan Chu seemed to sprout wings, slashing his sword repeatedly, forcing the two enemies to clumsily cross their weapons to defend themselves. The long-haired assassin widened his eyes, shouting in panic. What? On the other side, the chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, was also struggling to fend off the attacks of a bald guy charging at him. Meanwhile, the chubby Nguyen Vu, with flushed cheeks, casually teased the bald guy. Darling, why are you sneak-attacking me? You're such a naughty boy. The bald guy was terrified, seeing the fat man charging toward him, his eyes bulging in disgust, unable to even speak. Back in the surveillance room, the female official clutched her head, unable to believe her eyes. What kind of crazy joke is this? A card as thin as paper actually pierced that solid-looking shield? while Huang Da's lackeys on the field were also completely bewildered. What the hell was Jiang Kai's attack? The power is truly terrifying. Huang Da collapsed to the ground, trembling as he tried to stand up in utter humiliation. Ugh, how could this happen? It's impossible. How could I lose to that piece of cursed garbage? Damn it, I can't even stand up anymore. Seeing their boss losing, two lackeys hurriedly turned back and shouted, "Boss, this isn't good. Quickly, hurry up and go help him." But before they could take a step, the chubby guy quickly created a magical barrier to block their path, while Yuan Chu stood beside him, sword in hand, blocking the way. "Your opponents are me," Yuan Chu declared firmly, while Nguyen Vu beside him squinted with a perverted smile. "Where do you guys think you're running? The more you run, the more excited I get." Ignoring the small fries, Jiang Kai's figure loomed as he advanced toward his main target with terrifying pressure. The death card hovered back to him, emitting deadly green lightning. Jiang Kai looked down at the enemy lying miserably on the ground, smiling like a grim reaper. "Huang Da, the real fun has only just begun. Your time isn't up yet." Huang Da's eyes widened in total panic as he realized death was imminent. And then, a series of invisible slashes tore through Huang Da's armor. Blood splattered everywhere as he shrieked in agony. The female official in the surveillance room broke into a cold sweat, gasping at the horrific speed. "He's too strong. My eyes can barely keep up anymore." Outside in the arena, Huang Da was being slashed repeatedly, writhing in painful despair and screaming, "Stop it! Stop it, you damn bastard! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Responding to that weak threat, Jiang Kai just looked at him with half-lidded eyes, glowing with a wicked green light. "You really never learn, do you? But if you think this is all I plan to do to you, you're dead wrong." A brilliant green system board appeared, explaining this brutal torture. Special effect of the death card. The time has not yet come once per hour. If the death card is used, it can attack the target continuously up to 50 times. During this process, the target will suffer 50% more damage and cannot die. Then, blood flowed ceaselessly with every ruthless, merciless slash. The whole arena was filled with Huang Da's gut-wrenching screams, while his body was continuously shredded by green light trails without being able to die. Huang Da screamed miserably under the green light slashes. While the lackeys below were stunned, Jiang Kai maintained a chilling, hair-raising attitude. He spoke in a deep, firm tone of judgment. "Huang Da, killing people is just an everyday thing for you, isn't it? Because you never cared about anyone else's life." Hearing those words, Huang Da's pupils shook in extreme fear. He stammered, begging, "No, no, no, please spare me." A bright red system notification appeared, explaining, "Special effect of the soul-summoning mage armor. Death's Torment. Inflicts mental damage on the enemy. The enemy will continuously experience the mental torture of imminent death. This effect only activates when the opponent is severely injured. It can be maintained until the user's mental power is exhausted." Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with a wicked green flame, signaling that the time for retribution had arrived. In Huang Da's mind, the darkness of death loomed, surrounding him along with his hopeless screams. "No!" Jiang Kai frowned slightly, continuing to rain down relentless torment. His silhouette appeared like a supreme demon god, crushing the will of the enemy cowering below. Afterward, Huang Da was shredded by hallucinations, writhing and crying, it hurts so much. Who is slashing me?" He clutched his mangled body, retching in agony. "It feels like my stomach is being hollowed out, like something is eating away at my guts." He didn't stop there, reaching a blood-drenched arm toward the sky in desperation. "Help me! My body is being crushed into pulp, it hurts so much." Phantoms of swords impaled his body, plunging him into an abyss of endless suffering. Huang Da's face contorted into a pathetic, twisted mask as he frantically questioned, "Why? Why can't I just die?" Trapped in a web of sharp, blue lightning, he shrieked until his throat tore. "I can't take it anymore." Watching the pathetic enemy, Jiang Kai simply replied with cold indifference, "Can't you take it anymore? The pain you're feeling now doesn't even compare to 1/10,000th of what the innocent people you murdered had to endure." Huang Da lost his mind completely, sobbing and begging for death. "Kill me, just kill me already." The system also automatically analyzed the situation. Just as predicted, the combination of the moment yet to come effect from the death card and the tormenting death effect from the soul summoner armor blended extreme physical pain with unbearable mental torture. The result was truly perfect. Even as the desperate screams continued to echo, "Please, just kill me now." At that moment, everyone in the surveillance room broke out in a cold sweat. The woman in the suit asked in a panic, "Why is Huang Da still not dead? That level of damage should have been fatal long ago." The man with red hair replied with a tremor, I don't know, but I'm terrified of Jiang Kai. He seemed to have completely collapsed. Then, the man began to interlace his fingers, deep in thought. What exactly is Jiang Kai's secret weapon? Even I can't see through it. Back in the arena, Huang Da crawled on the ground, coughing violently and weeping, begging for mercy. Jiang Kai, I swear, I will never touch your family again. I was wrong, please, I beg you. Being slashed mercilessly, he continued to moan piteously. Kill me. Jiang Kai stood looking down with an icy gaze, thinking to himself, with such a perfect opportunity, how could I kill Huang Da that easily? Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and let out a cold snort, his eyes fixed on the high observation deck. Someone was watching from there, and that person must be losing their patience by now. The man in armor, sitting with authority on the stand, gritted his teeth in anger. I never expected that after all that preparation, I still couldn't kill Jiang Kai. He's keeping Huang Da alive just to force me to show myself. Unable to hold back any longer, he roared from above. Jiang Kai heard someone calling his name and looked up with a sarcastic half-smile. Oh, if it isn't Chairman Huang of the Black Tortoise Guild, what brings you here? Seeing the arrogant Chairman Huang lose his composure, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Jiang Kai, I know what you want. As long as you don't kill Huang Da now, I swear I will never touch your family again. Jiang Kai stood with his hands behind his back, clearly questioning him back. And why should I believe you, even if you don't touch my family? What about all the others? The old man above barked furiously. Don't push your luck. Ignoring all threats, Jiang Kai turned away and coldly finished. Then do as you please, while Huang Da behind him was still being tortured, screaming miserably, just let me die. Please, just let me die. Witnessing that brutal scene, Chairman Huang bit his lip until it bled, screaming internally. No. Huang Wei is already in psychological therapy. If this continues, little Huang Da will also be completely broken. He had no choice but to lower himself and announce clearly to everyone in the arena, Jiang Kai, right here in front of everyone, I take the honor of the Black Tortoise Guild and swear to guarantee the safety of your family. If you still don't believe me, after the match, we can sign an agreement before the military. Hearing those promises, Jiang Kai smirked, creating a mysterious smile. Fine. However, the death card in his hand still flashed with terrifying blue lightning. That is your promise for after today. If any of you dare to touch a hair on my family's head again, I don't care if you're from the Huang family or the Black Tortoise Guild. His eyes became cold and extremely ruthless. Every word hissed through his teeth. I will root you all out and exterminate you completely. As soon as he finished, the card sliced through the air, delivering a lethal strike that completely cut off Huang Da's life force. Standing tall over the motionless body of his enemy, Jiang Kai spoke coldly. Do you understand now? Witnessing his beloved nephew being finished off right before his eyes, Chairman Huang's eyes turned bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth in extreme rage. The guards beside him trembled, sweating profusely as they whispered, Chairman, he lost his cool, turned, and roared. You idiots! What are you just standing there for? He pointed straight down to the arena and ordered frantically, get down there immediately and find the best experts to check Huang Da's condition. The soldiers scrambled to obey. Yes, sir. Before turning to leave, Chairman Huang didn't forget to throw a look of deep resentment at the figure standing in the arena. Jiang Kai, just you wait. Jiang Kai remained there, arms crossed over his chest with the composure of a mountain. As soon as the man left, his body suddenly broke into a cold sweat, his face turning so pale he could barely breathe. In reality, hidden behind that extremely cool facade, Jiang Kai was gasping for air, leaning on his knees, muttering, I almost couldn't stand straight. Using devouring transformation, wrath of the gods, moment yet to come, and tormenting death, back to back, almost drained all of my mental energy. With sweat beading on his forehead, he pulled himself together with iron willpower. Huang Da is dead, but the enemy still has 4 level 40 warriors. I absolutely cannot collapse right now. Regaining his composure, he immediately stood upright, and the green killing intent flared around him again. As long as I'm still standing, they have to be wary of me. That way, they will definitely be distracted while fighting Yuan Chu and the others. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Chu, bolstered by the power-up buff, swung his sword with fiery spirit. You cowards, why are you hesitating? Do you dare face me in battle again? An enemy soldier with a shield rushed out to block Yuan Chu's fiery attack. Yuan Chu swung his greatsword, delivering a critical blow. With explosive power, the strike sent the enemy flying backward, sliding across the ground in a struggle. Witnessing that scene, the gray-haired assassin standing behind broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in terror, What? Why did his power suddenly increase so many times over? Standing safely behind, Hunien smiled brightly, explaining to Ai, "That is Yuan Chu's innate talent as an all-round warrior. He must have converted all his attributes into strength right at the moment of the attack. That's why even a level 40 warrior can feel the pressure." In the middle of the encirclement, Yuan Chu swung his sword wildly, fighting back against the two enemies charging at him. A teammate behind him hurriedly reminded, "Yuan Chu, watch your flanks." An enemy soldier jumped into the air, aiming to land a lethal strike from above. But Yuan Chu's reflexes were incredibly sharp. He dodged at the last second, leaving the enemy gaping in shock. One of them blurted out, "That speed is incredible." Yuan Chu immediately retaliated with a fiery punch, accompanied by a taunt. "Ha ha ha. I told you guys before, you're nothing but a pile of trash." The former captain and his friend in the stands were stunned, their jaws dropping. Is that really Yuan Chu? He's unbelievably strong, and so fast, too. You're right, he's like a one-man army, holding the front line all by himself. Cutting to another scene, the chubby Nguyen Vu, face flushed red, was chasing the bald guy with his shield of love for dear life. "Honey, give me a hug," causing the audience in the stands to burst out laughing. I never thought I'd live to see a drunkard chasing a level 40 warrior all over the battlefield. It was an unbelievable sight. The bald guy clutched his head, running for his life, occasionally turning back to swing his sword desperately while screaming, "You damn pervert! Stay away from me! Damn it!" That freak's shield had ridiculously high defense. It was hard to deal any real damage. As the bald guy fled from the chubby man, he broke into a cold sweat, glancing toward the shadows and that Jiang Kai. If he attacked someone else, I could focus on my opponent. But he hasn't moved a single inch. The gray-haired assassin's eyes widened in suspicion as he thought, "Wait, he still hasn't moved at all?" Yuan Chu swung his sword repeatedly against the magic shield, roaring with excitement. "You useless trash, is that all you've got? You're an embarrassment to the warrior class. A disgrace, a complete disgrace." Seeing the gray-haired guy sweating, he turned to his teammate. "Something isn't right. Jiang Kai clearly has enough strength to kill us. So why hasn't he attacked yet? Dragging out this fight doesn't benefit him at all." Suddenly, his pupils constricted as if he had realized something terrible. "Wait a minute." He stared at Jiang Kai, who was standing motionless in the shadows, realizing in a panic that he might be completely out of stamina. Cutting to the control room, the woman in the vest stared intently at Yuan Chu's stats, which were skyrocketing on the screen. She clicked her tongue in praise. "Those stats are rising insanely fast. This Yuan Chu kid is definitely no joke." She slammed her hand on the desk, unable to hide her astonishment. What kind of devilish magic does the Fire God team have? A level 20 Jiang Kai can crush a level 40 warrior like Huang Da, and even someone as emotionally unstable as Yuan Chu is performing brilliantly. Letting out a sigh of relief, she smiled and turned to the man in glasses. "But regardless, the Fire God team will definitely win this time. As long as Suiai is safe, I can rest easy." However, the bespectacled man coldly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. "Don't be so sure." The red-haired man pushed up his glasses, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation. "Huang Da is dead. The remaining 4 warriors of the instant kill team might have lost some will to fight, but this is still a life-or-death battle. They won't give up easily." His gaze shifted to the screen showing Jiang Kai. They are primarily wary of Jiang Kai, but since he killed Huang Da, he's just been standing there. The female official broke into a cold sweat, holding her breath as she theorized. "Maybe he's trying to intimidate them, but don't you think it's highly likely he's actually exhausted?" Furthermore, the bespectacled man frowned, emphasizing the severity of the problem. And the worst part is, the 4 members of the instant kill team seem to have realized this too, and are preparing for an all-out attack. As expected, on the arena floor, the gray-haired guy laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, if Jiang Kai is just standing there watching his teammate fight alone, then our guess was right." The spiky-haired guy beside him chimed in. "Exactly. Instead of holding back, let's go all out." Hearing that, the bald guy decided to take a gamble, leaping high into the air to strike down. "All right, let's take a gamble." 2 minutes later, the battle became increasingly intense. Yuan Chu leaned on his sword, gritting his teeth in frustration from exhaustion. "Damn it." Observing from afar, the gray-haired guy whispered to his teammate, "Do you notice his strength? Yuan Chu's power seems to be fluctuating constantly." The spiky-haired guy nodded in agreement. "That's right. Not only that, but every time he unleashes a massive blow, his speed slows down. Could it be?" The gray-haired guy smirked deviously, as if he had figured out his opponent's weakness. "I get it now. He definitely has the talent to swap his attribute stats. He looks strong, but even the slightest mistake could turn into a fatal weakness." Grasping the situation, the spiky-haired guy swung his sword and rushed forward frantically. As long as we find the right moment when he can't swap his attributes, he's done for. And Jiang Kai hasn't moved this whole time. It seems he really has run out of mental energy. The instant kill team rushed toward Yuan Chu, screaming, "If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Didn't you want to fight us for 3 rounds? If you've got the guts, then bring it on." Backed into a corner, Yuan Chu roared, his body bursting into brilliant golden flames. "You losing trash, keep rambling, prepare to meet your end." Yuan Chu swung his greatsword powerfully, but the spiky-haired guy agilely dodged to the side, swinging his vicious blade directly at his back. "Excellent. Once we finish you off, Jiang Kai will be next to die." In the stands, the former captain broke into a cold sweat and shouted in panic, "It's bad. They've changed their strategy. Yuan Chu might lose." But just as the fatal blow landed, a figure flashed by like lightning, intercepting the attack. How incredible. It turned out, Jiang Kai had used his momentum to pivot, swinging his arm to unleash a brilliant blast of fire that sent his opponent flying. "You weaklings, did you really think you could defeat our fire god team?" The two enemies were knocked back, staring with wide, shocked eyes. "What?" A triple-digit damage number -2000 HP flashed bright red, proving the terrifying power of the fire god team's counterattack. In the blink of an eye, a familiar figure blurred past, creating a strong gust of wind that cut across the arena. The enemy collapsed, looking up with eyes filled with despair, trembling as they uttered, "We Jiang Kai, you, how could this happen?" Jiang Kai stood tall, looking down from above, and gave a cocky smile, responding sarcastically, "Curious, aren't you?" The scene flashes back to the night before the guild battle. Su Ai walked over to the fountain and asked the captain, who was sitting in deep thought, "Kai, you seemed distracted while we were eating earlier. What are you thinking about?" Jiang Kai looked up at the bright moon overhead and calmly analyzed, "Tomorrow is the challenge tournament. Huang Da hates me to the bone. He'll definitely find every possible way to deal with us. I don't know what strategy he'll use, but he knows that it relies heavily on the origin of life skill, so he will likely target my weapon." Anxious, clasped her hands to her chest. "Kai, do you have a plan yet?" Jiang Kai smiled confidently, revealing the dark card hovering beside him. "I do. Remember that mysterious card I told you about? The one I got from the Fallen King's treasure chest? With this, I'm over 90% sure I can take down Huang Da on my own. However," she sighed, her face paling with worry, "but we aren't just facing Huang Da alone, and that card has some side effects. Without a proper strategy, the chance of wiping out the entire extermination team might not even be 60%. Hearing this, Su Ai looked troubled. "The Phoenix Tears have all been used up. Honestly, I've been trying to research alternatives for this battle, but I haven't made much progress." She then carefully took out a tiny, dark red pill and placed it in his hand. "This is the only paralysis pill we have. Based on your current attributes, if you use it, your condition will temporarily recover 50% of your peak stamina after exactly 1 minute. As the illustration showed a painful scene, Su Ai warned him seriously, "But the price is that you will be completely paralyzed for that full minute while waiting for the medicine to take effect. And that's not all. This pill has an extremely harsh condition. The user must completely exhaust all their mental energy first, or the pill will be totally useless." She closed her eyes, aching as she prepared to put the pill away. 1 minute of total paralysis was already dangerous enough, and voluntarily exhausting all mental strength during a life-or-death battle was practically suicide. "I'll think of something else." Before she could put it away, Jiang Kai excitedly grabbed Su Ai's shoulders, beaming with praise. You're the best." She jumped, her face turning bright red. "Huh?" Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed with an ambitious blue fire, a confident smile plastered on his face. "Now, the chance of wiping out the extermination team just hit 100%. Just you wait." The unlucky enemies were tossed into the air like ragdolls, screaming incessantly. "Daring to attack me, the world's #1 war god? Prepare to die. Wahahaha." Interspersed with disgusting, seductive calls. "Darling, give me a kiss," and loud swearing. "Get lost." Jiang Kai stood tall on the rubble, his cold gaze fixed. On the enemy sprawled on the ground like a king looking down at a beggar. However, behind that cool exterior, he was silently calculating. "All right, now that Huang Da is taken care of and my mental energy is nearly depleted," that meant a deadly system notification flashed in his mind, counting down the time to recover his status. 1 minute. Darkness clouded Jiang Kai's face. Sharp, crimson magic gathered at his fingertips. He smirked, spreading terror. Too bad. You guys will never have the chance to know that. Just then, in another corner of the arena, a chubby guy staggered toward them, hugging the shield bearer with a lustful, flushed face. Honey, are you still playing hide-and-seek with me? The big guy dodged, sweating and cursing after missing. Damn it, missed. But before he could steady himself, a figure, fast as lightning, trailing intense, killing intent, charged straight at him. Yuan Chu, with his glowing greatsword, swung, splitting the air, landing a critical hit right on the poor guy's face. The guy was sent flying, spitting blood in agony, eyes rolling back in disbelief. How is this possible? Yuan Chu stood tall, resting his sword, his towering shadow covering the enemy as he declared clearly, "Remember this. Dying at the hands of the world's #1 war god is your greatest honor." Seeing the guy collapse, the chubby man with goggles hugged him, throwing his head back and wailing tragically. No, he glared at Yuan Chu, tears and snot streaming down his face in resentment. Why? Why did you kill my precious lover? In contrast, Yuan Chu didn't care at all, laughing arrogantly toward the sky. Why did I kill him? Ha, what a joke. Do I need to explain? I am the world's #1 war god. After all. Caught off guard by his opponent's madness, the chubby man suddenly launched himself at Yuan Chu, with pink heart shapes flying everywhere. My precious lover is gone, so you will take his place and receive my kiss. Smooch, smooch. Yuan Chu's smug face immediately stiffened, his eyes rolling back, his whole body locking up as a foul-smelling green mist hit him right in the face. Suddenly, the chubby man froze in midair, dizzy, and collapsed. Damn it, that smell again. It turned out Jiang Kai had managed to spray a whole can of pepper spray in his face. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his sweat. Phew. Lucky I told Su Ai to prepare a few cans of pepper spray for us. Looks like we'll need more next time. Guan Vu's crazy drunken states are even scarier than before. After clearing away the stinky mess, Jiang Kai turned his head toward the two girls at the edge of the ring. Hu Nian. Su Ai. Are you two okay? Hearing that, Hu Nian and Su Ai smiled brightly, completely relaxed. Don't worry, Captain Kai, we're doing just fine. At the same time, the remaining members of the extermination team turned into shards of blue data and vanished from the arena. The pink-haired female MC, wearing a sexy bunny outfit, stepped into the center, holding the microphone, joyfully preparing to speak. I would like to officially declare this match. Before she could finish, Yuan Chu jumped in front of her, his body engulfed in flames, pointing his sword straight at her. Who is it? Did you come to challenge me? Me, the great Yuan Chu? The MC froze for 5 seconds, blinking in confusion. Huh? Realizing his friend was having another power fantasy, Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat and shouted through gritted teeth. Damn it! Immediately, Jiang Kai and Hu Nian rushed in, grabbing Yuan Chu tightly and dragging him away, despite his continued yelling. We know, you're the #1 war god. Now calm down, Yuan Chu. Yuan Chu kept muttering stubbornly. Yeah, you guys really shouldn't mess with me. The MC finally snapped back to reality, sweating profusely while giving a forced smile and quickly reading the results. Ahem. In this match, the Fire God team is the winner. Please be present at 8 a.m. tomorrow to participate in the second round. On the way out, Yuan Chu put Jiang Kai in a headlock, shouting affectionately in his ear. Kai, remember, from now on I'll protect you. I'll protect you. Jiang Kai's face went gray, helplessly muttering, Yeah. Su Ai, Hu Nian, let's get out of here fast. As the two girls followed behind, covering their faces in shame, they muttered, These two are so embarrassing. The whole Fire God team left in a bittersweet, chaotic scene. Yuan Chu kept his sword raised high, roaring, The war god himself is here. Who dares to cause trouble? Jiang Kai tugged at his arm, urging him, Hurry, let's go, move it. Behind them, a stretcher carried the drunken, heavy-set man, still mumbling about his beloved wife, accompanied by the giggles of the two girls in their group. Suddenly, amid the buzzing crowd of spectators, a group of 3 men with grim expressions called out sharply, Wait! Across the arena, the audience began to murmur in astonishment. I just realized the Fire God team actually won. A team of nameless rookies just wiped out all the elite members of the Mayao team. Another person couldn't hide their confusion. That Yuan Chu guy is one thing, but isn't that drunkard supposed to have one of the most useless classes? How did he get strong enough to chase a level 40 warrior until he was running for his life? Someone else asked, curious. And what on earth is Jiang Kai's class anyway? Not to mention his black card. What kind of broken weapon is that? Hongxiang smiled, intrigued, and turned to the man walking with her. Brother Xia. I finally understand why you were so insistent that we come watch the Fire God team's match. Cutting to the surveillance room, the lady in the suit was still staring at the screen in disbelief. Jiang Kai, they actually won. The red-haired man calmly replied, Indeed. Just as I expected of Jiang Kai. Even the Fire God team under his leadership pulls off moves you can't predict. I'm certain Commander Wei is eagerly waiting for the new rankings. As soon as he finished speaking, someone called out with hot news, The rankings are out! It turned out to be a man in a white, blue suit standing in front of the massive data display. He clearly read the report. Yuan Chu has reached SS rank, but because Su Iie didn't demonstrate any other abilities, her rank remains at C. The lady in the suit was so shocked she broke into a cold sweat, blurting out, SS rank? Jiangzhong City hasn't seen an SS rank under level 40 inches a very long time. The red-haired man spoke gravely, analyzing the significance of this. If he's reached SS rank already, as long as there are no accidents, once he passes level 60, he'll be qualified to go straight into the Holy Light War God Temple training camp. The narrator explained the world's backstory. To counter the rampaging divine beasts, nations established national-level and regional-level War God Temple. Along with them are training camps, where they select and train promising War God candidates. There are two ways to enter the training camp. The first is to demonstrate exceptional combat ability and pass rigorous evaluations at the regional level. This is the path most people try to follow. Besides that, the second way was mentioned, accompanied by an image of a solitary warrior's back. The second way is to be directly recruited by the military. After reaching the required level, candidates are evaluated and recommended directly. However, almost no one meets the standards for this path. The female official was still stunned by the shock of the news. Straight into the Holy Light War God Temple training camp? Sometimes a whole year goes by without a single person achieving that. I never thought Yuan Chu had such great potential. Suddenly remembering the most mysterious factor, the red-haired man turned to ask, By the way, Professor Li, what about Jiang Kai's ranking? At this moment, Professor Li frowned, his expression extremely tense and stumped as he replied, It cannot be determined. Both the man with red glasses and the female official in the surveillance room shouted in astonishment. What did you say? Professor Li began to explain the strange datasheet in detail. That's right, because Jiang Kai's data contains extremely serious contradictions. First, his attributes are absurdly high for a level 20, but since his class is still a mystery, we'll set that aside for now. Second, his stats are still lower than top-tier level 40 powerhouses, yet his attacks display unbelievable destructive power. A 3D simulation of Jiang Kai appeared, covered in tangled data. The professor emphasized, in one specific test, his attack coefficient reached an absurd 24,000 points. This is simply unimaginable. Not stopping there, the evaluation screen kept flashing red with errors. The professor continued. As for his card-type weapon, not only were we unable to find any matching data in any weapon database, but it also caused a system error in the evaluation program itself. The only thing we can confirm is that although his combat performance is extraordinary, he burns through his own energy way too fast. And as a captain, he gives his team members way too much freedom. Professor Li stroked his chin, eyes deep in thought. If we really have to assign him a rank, for now, let's just give him Emperor rank. This decision made both officials gasp and shout again. Emperor rank? After a moment of confusion, the man with glasses regained his professional demeanor. All right, Professor Li, I will report the final results to Commander Wei. Thank you for your hard work. As they stepped out into the surveillance corridor, the lady in the suit kept grumbling as she followed. There's no way Jiang Kai is only Emperor rank. The red-haired man sat down leisurely on a nearby bench, a mysterious smirk on his lips. Of course he isn't. Hearing that, the lady retorted angrily. Then why didn't you object earlier? Actually, the red-haired man explained calmly. Professor Li's assessment isn't wrong. The problem lies in our entire system. This ranking framework was developed based on data collected from countless predecessors. But, Lan, have you ever thought about this? The silhouette of Jiang Kai walking steadily toward the light appeared, hinting at a bold hypothesis. What if someone walks a path completely different from anyone else? Using this system to measure him will definitely have flaws. His eyes flashed with extreme anticipation. Jiang Kai is just like Commander Wei. I really can't wait to see what he does next. Cutting to the next day, under a clear, peaceful sky, Jiang Kai's group was walking down the street. Hu Yan looked up at a large pharmacy sign, happily coming up with an idea. Huh? There's a pharmacy here. Why don't we stop by and buy some ingredients to make a spray? The group walked into the neatly arranged pharmacy, and the owner, who was sorting items, turned around and greeted them warmly. Hello. What kind of medicinal herbs are you looking for? Without hesitation, Hu Yan marched up to the counter and rattled off a shady list. Sir, do you have cornflower, hallucination mushrooms, and black acid berries? The shopkeeper waved them over with a cheerful grin. Oh, I certainly do. I have all three of those things. Follow me, please. Jiang Kai glanced back over his shoulder, feeling a bit puzzled. Where did Su Ai go? He turned around and saw Su Ai standing at the far corner, completely absorbed in browsing shelves packed with jars of medicinal herbs. Jiang Kai walked over to her, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at the shelves. Oh, they sell brewing recipes here too? But tucked away on a wooden shelf were three old, weathered parchment scrolls with ominous-sounding names: Blood Kiss, Eternal Frost Poison, and Aqua Fiend. Su Ai picked up the scroll, blinking as she assessed it. These are forbidden poison recipes, but that's strange. I don't remember ever seeing the name Aqua Fiend at any trading posts before. Seeing this, the shopkeeper leaned against the doorframe, his chest swelling with pride as he explained. That Aqua Fiend recipe is incredibly rare. It was only just recovered from the treasure chest of a mutated general class Aqua Fiend at the Ghost Lake on Taiping Mountain. Hearing the chilling name, Jiang Kai and Su Ai exchanged wide-eyed looks. Ghost Lake? People actually risk their lives going to a place like that? With a vivid mental image of a magical battle against a water monster, the shopkeeper laughed heartily. Ha ha, of course. Take the ascetic monks, for example. Those who follow that class are always so mysterious. The shopkeeper looked up at the ceiling, his tone turning cryptic as he continued. They absolutely love venturing into dangerous, uninhabited regions. That time, one of them just happened to be passing by and was lucky enough to snag the prey while it was still dying. However, the shopkeeper shook his head, offering a sincere warning. But miss, Aqua Fiend is a deadly poison. Its activation conditions are extremely strict, and the brewer can easily bring disaster upon themselves. Even if you successfully brew it, using it is incredibly inconvenient. That is why, despite its rarity, it has never been sold. I advise you to consider buying something else instead. The more they heard, the more curious they became. Su Ai's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, Shopkeeper, how exactly does the Aqua Fiend poison work? A terrifying mental image of the poison-corroding armor appeared, accompanied by the shopkeeper's explanation. Aqua Fiend is an extremely dangerous type of toxin. Once sprayed onto an enemy, it penetrates their armor and sticks firmly to their body. However, for the poison to actually take effect, the enemy must be completely submerged in water. Only then does the Aqua Fiend begin to corrode them. Hearing the activation trigger, both Jiang Kai and Su Ai exclaimed in unison, as if they had struck gold. The shopkeeper stroked his beard, patiently analyzing the fatal weakness while the team huddled around to listen. To put it precisely, even if you kids accept the enormous risk to brew it and successfully spray it on the enemy, that still isn't enough. You also have to knock the opponent into the water. And that's not even considering whether there's a stream, lake, or river at the battle site. But even if there is, before he could finish, a cunning, ice-cold glint sparked in Jiang Kai and Su Ai's eyes. They looked like true villains. As if they had already secured the win, they high-fived each other, faces twisted into smug grins as they shouted, Perfect. We'll take it. The shopkeeper stood frozen in shock, question marks popping up over his head. Huh? At the same time, in a different turn of events, under the hazy moonlight, the Xuanwu private hospital in Jiangzhong City appeared quiet and gloomy. A red-haired man with a scar on his face peeked through the hospital room door crack with a spiteful expression. Inside, the doctor was sweating profusely, clutching a medical record as he reported the situation. Sir President, young Master Huang Da's condition is even worse than young Master Wei's. His mind has been severely damaged, and he is showing early symptoms of a mental breakdown. He needs to be treated immediately. Our current medical recommendation is that young Master Huang Da should not go to the Ghost Planet during this time. We will arrange at least 3 months of psychological counseling for him. They were met with the sight of Huang Da in a blue-striped hospital gown, his face vacant, eyes rolling back, drooling like someone who had lost his mind. Unable to suppress his rage, the red-haired man punched the wall, cracking the tiles. He roared in resentment. Huang Wei hasn't been cured yet, and now even little Huang Da has ended up like this. He is the most outstanding member of our Huang clan. This is all because of that bastard Jiang Kai. The man's bloodshot eyes were filled with terrifying veins. He swore a vicious oath. Jiang Kai, I promised everyone I wouldn't touch your family. But don't forget, I never said I wouldn't slaughter you. After all, the Guild Challenge tournament isn't over yet. Right at that moment, a figure in armor sauntered down the hospital hallway, their voice cold and detached. "President, I heard you were looking for me." The newcomer looked up, revealing a chilling, evil smile. Beneath the messy bangs, they whispered, "Is this about the Guild Challenge tournament?" Over the next few days, the atmosphere at the arena continued to explode. Confetti filled the sky as the Guild Challenge tournament entered its most intense stage. Footage captured a humorous scene. As soon as an opposing team stepped onto the stage and saw Jiang Kai's face, they fearfully raised their hands to surrender. Some teams, having witnessed Jiang Kai's ruthless method of eliminating Huang Da, eventually decided to forfeit before the match even started. At the feet of the Fire God team lay their defeated opponents. Nguyen Vu excitedly raised a beer to celebrate, while the narrator emphasized, other teams, despite fighting fiercely, still had to fall at the feet of the Fire God team. The ranking board continuously marked red crosses, eliminating the opposition. The official announcement board honored the victors. Jiang Kai had finally led the Fire God team into the top 16. That night, under the moonlight outside the villa, Hunian's urgent voice broke the silence. "Captain Kai, the information for tomorrow's match is here." A bright blue notification board displayed clear text, "Match announcement, Fire God team versus God's Sovereign Guild. Congratulations on reaching the top 16. Your next opponents are the Eagle 4 team from the Xuanwu Guild, led by Xu Feitong. Please be present at the West Arena in St. Light City at exactly 8 o'clock in the morning to participate in the match." Vian Chu frowned in thought. "The Xuanwu Guild again? Xu Feitong, why does that name sound so familiar?" Nguyen Vu, the chubby guy next to him, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I think so too." Digging through his memory, the recollection of the fiery clash in the forest that night came rushing back. Jiang Kai said, in a low, grim tone, "Xu Feitong. Eagle 4, that's the team we clashed with while we were hunting the fallen Corpse King." He scoffed coldly. The Huang clan really can't restrain themselves any longer. Vian Chu snapped to attention and pointed angrily at the sky. "I remember now. It's those arrogant bastards." Hu Nian frowned, analyzing the situation seriously. "From what I've heard, the 4th Eagle Squad is considered the elite of the elite within Black Tortoise. While the Assassin Squad is strong, in terms of real combat capability, they don't even come close to these guys." Images of a bloody battle against monsters play in the background as the narration continues. Hu Ngan was right. The members of the Assassin Squad are mostly descendants of high-ranking Black Tortoise officials. They just have tons of resources and top-tier gear. Suai crosses her arms, adding her sharp insight. Meanwhile, Xu Feixiang's team was rigorously selected from countless powerful warriors based on their extensive combat experience, incredible teamwork, and excellent adaptability. Even so, she glances at Jiang Kai with anxiety, especially that guy Xu Feixiang. I've mentioned before that his agility is off the charts. Kai, you really have to watch out for him. Jiang Kai doesn't say much. His gaze remains sharp and unfailingly steady. He gives a slight nod. Got it. The next morning, the stadium is packed with cheering spectators. A life-or-death showdown between the Black Tortoise 4th Eagle Squad and the Fire God Squad. Man, this match is going to be interesting. Down on the arena floor, the crowd's chatter never stops. Everyone knows about the grudge between Jiang Kai and the Black Tortoise Guild. This match is going to explode. Just watch. Another spectator chimes in. I even heard Xu Feixiang bragging that he's Jiang Kai's natural enemy. In the arena, Xu Feixiang wears an arrogant smirk, pointing his thumb downward in provocation. Jiang Kai, we finally meet again. Remember what I said? I'm going to crush those 2 arms of yours myself. Finding it unbearable, Yuan Chu immediately bristles and fires back. Humph. Xu Feixiang, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Have you forgotten how cocky that guy Huang Da was? The grass on his grave is already several feet tall. The mysterious hero Jiang Kai quickly raises a hand to stop him. Jiang Kai stands calm and composed, his green eyes emitting a cold glint. Done talking? Prove it with your strength. Just then, the pink-haired MC raises her mic, excitedly stirring up the atmosphere. Attention everyone, the competitors are on the field. The 36th Guild Challenge Tournament, round of 16, beginning the countdown. The 2 captains' eyes lock, sparks flying through the transparent countdown display. 10. The audience holds their breath, watching the backs of the warriors. 9. Look, the match is about to start. Simultaneously, the scene shifts to the monitoring room, where the woman in the suit grips the railing tightly, nervous. 8 Su Ai, Jiang Kai. Facing the 4th Eagle Squad, can you guys pull off another miracle this time? The support squad in the stands screams until they're hoarse. Chu, keep going. The captain and all of us are rooting for you. Along with the deafening countdown, 3, 2, 1, start. The MC's voice rings out, cutting through the silence. Instantly, the 4th Eagle Squad charges like ghosts, weapons swinging to launch a brutal preemptive strike, a surprise attack. Su Ai frantically warns her team, "Everyone, be careful." Yuan Chu and the chubby kid immediately take defensive stances. In front, Jiang Kai doesn't flinch. A fiery red blaze erupts in his hand, signaling a lightning-fast counterattack, and he rockets forward with wind-tearing speed, slamming his feet into the arena floor and creating long cracks. Hungan smirks triumphantly, his purple eyes glowing. "Humph, with this many tracking throwing knives, let's see how Captain Kai leaves you scrambling." A flaming throwing knife plunges toward a critical spot, but Shu Feixiang is extremely agile, twisting his body to dodge the lethal blow by a hair's breadth. He wears a crafty, scheming smile. I knew it. Behind him, 2 Eagle Squad members immediately rush in to provide support. "Leave this to us!" A powerful bare hand swings up, catching the radiant energy to block the attack. Shu Feixiang's face contorts into a crazed mask in the shadows as he loudly mocks his opponent. "Jiang Kai, now let me show you what real team combat looks like." The muscular warrior raises his giant shield, completely blocking the wave of destructive light from Jiang Kai's rapid-fire throwing knives. The sight makes Jiang Kai's eyes widen in surprise. Su Ai cries out in panic. "What?" The spectators in the stands grab their heads, unable to believe their eyes. The reaction speed is way too fast. That's right, even while their team was charging full tilt to land a killing blow, they quickly formed a defensive line, perfectly blocking all 6 of Jiang Kai's synchronized throwing knife attacks. Even as weapons clatter loudly against the shield, the viewers continue to analyze the opponent's terrifying nature. Even when hit by a critical strike, that guy didn't panic at all, instead, using all his strength to calmly retreat. At the exact moment the shield bearer steps back, the red-haired female warrior immediately leaps in to take his place with a cruel smile. "Ha, leave him to me." The shield bearer nods in perfect coordination. "Got it." A spectator gasps, commenting on the rotation tactic. Not only that, but when the frontline member is knocked back by a critical hit, the rear member immediately steps up at maximum speed. The red-haired girl arches her back, unleashing a whip of bright flame that tears through the air. "Fire God Squad, get a taste of the power from my flaming whip." They have reshaped their defensive formation and launched a counterattack. The whip lashes down, causing the battlefield to explode with heat, forcing Jiang Kai and Su Ai to scramble and retreat. Back in the monitoring room, the woman in the suit observes the tense situation with beads of sweat. "I'd only heard of the 4th Eagle Squad before, but this is the first time I've seen them fight up close, just as expected from a team famous for their coordinated combat ability." Beside her, the red-haired boy also nods, acknowledging the opponent's true strength. That's right. Although the individual class levels of each member aren't particularly outstanding within Black Tortoise, in a guild full of talent, their team spirit is what makes them truly special. Seeing the situation is unfavorable, Jiang Kai takes a small step back and decisively commands, "Retreat." The narration echoes with admiration. Indeed, such flawless coordination can only be forged through countless real battles, constantly hovering on the brink of life and death. Just through one short exchange, he already realized how terrifying his opponents were. With just this one encounter, as an opponent, they are far more terrifying than the Assassin Squad. Shu Feixiang raises his hand, revealing a crystal emitting dazzling purple electric sparks, and smirks triumphantly. "Super magnetic crystal. You still want to retrieve your tracking throwing knives?" The audience in the stands immediately goes wild. "Look, that's a super magnetic crystal." Now the Fire God Squad's weapons are being countered again. Someone clicks their tongue, predicting, "Looks like this time Jiang Kai has no choice but to pull out his trump card right at the start of the match." But a young man suddenly stares, pointing down at the arena. "Wait, look at that." Unlike the panic they expected, the Fire God team stood tall, their weapons glowing with brilliant, powerful light. Blue, red, completely immune to the magnetic field. Shu Feixiang gritted his teeth, his mouth twitching in disbelief. The supermagnetic crystal has actually failed? What the hell is going on? Did you guys upgrade your weapons too? Jiang Kai smirked confidently, raising an eyebrow in provocation. Surprised? After suffering at the hands of the Raptor team, did you really think we'd come here unprepared? The scene flashes back to before the match, at their base, where an excited voice rings out. "Captain Kai, it's a good thing you saved some minerals from the secret mermaid palace." On the table lie refined throwing knives and great swords. Nguyen Vu explains his hard work in detail. "I discovered that this special-grade super-hard iron ore we found, incidentally, creates a repulsive force against the supermagnetic crystal. So, I modified everyone's weapons. Now, even if we encounter those crystals again, We don't have to worry. Jiang Kai pats the chubby boy on the shoulder, beaming with praise. Nice work, Winvu. Back in reality, the tension is broken as Jiang Kai streaks forward with blistering speed. Su Fei Xiang, let me show you absolute speed. Even the most perfect coordination has its flaws. He flicks his fingers, launching a barrage of fiery knives and activating his critical strike skill, Gambler's Moment. The rain of knives forces the Raptor team to scramble. Jiang Kai calculates silently. Perfect. As long as I keep using Gambler's Moment to unleash my 6 lethal throwing knives, they won't be able to react in time. The scene shifts to the control room, where the woman in the suit sighs in relief. In just a few days, Jiang Kai's team found a way to counter the supermagnetic crystal. Phew. That really made my heart jump. The red-haired man pushes up his glasses, smiling knowingly. Perhaps that is exactly what makes watching the growth of Jiang Kai's team so interesting. On the arena floor, Yuan Chu stares wide-eyed and yells, seizing the opportunity. Yuan Chu, Nguyen Vu, our chance is here. Gambler's Moment won't last long. Now is the best time to counterattack. Immediately, Xu Feixiang clicks his tongue with disdain as Yuan Chu charges. Even a tiny shrimp like you dares to challenge me? Ignoring the mockery, Yuan Chu roars, veins popping on his face, pouring all his strength into his weapon. Let me show you the power of the world's #1 war god. Earth-shaking stomp. A blinding golden light erupts around Yuan Chu as he prepares to strike. It forces the enemy to scramble back in panic. Then, a beam of energy sweeps across the arena, knocking the Raptor team members far away to avoid direct damage. As the dust clears, Yuan Chu stands there, sword in hand, looking around in confusion. Huh? Where did they all go? Suddenly, a blood-red streak flashes through the air right behind Yuan Chu. Sensing immediate danger, Jiang Kai leaps into the air, radiating a sharp blue aura, and shouts, Yuan Chu, look out, Ghost Eye Piercer. Behind him, the red-haired female opponent is waving a flaming whip like a poisonous snake, lashing out at Yuan Chu's blind spot to take him out. Taking advantage of Jiang Kai's distraction, Xu Feixiang appears out of nowhere, furiously slashing his sword at him. Jiang Kai, how dare you get distracted while fighting me? I told you, next time we meet, I'm going to kill you. On the other side, Yuan Chu turns around, tilting his head arrogantly at the red-haired warrior. How dare you challenge the world's #1 war god? You've got guts. Yuan Chu's greatsword slams down, clashing fiercely with the Raptor team giant's solid steel shield. The red-haired warrior steps on her teammate's shoulder, vaulting over to his back, leaving a short message. Leave this guy to you. The giant's pupils reflect Yuan Chu aggressively closing in. He is secretly shocked. This madman has impressive reflexes. I really underestimated him. Feeling his battle blood boiling, Yuan Chu grits his teeth, his body covered in a golden aura of combat intent. Growling for a fight, huh? Fine. If you're that desperate, then I will. Yuan Chu roars with immense intensity, putting all his strength into slamming his weapon down. Accepting your challenge, take this. Earth-shaking stomp. Instantly, a shockwave sweeps through, pushing the enemy team back. The enemy leader is sent flying, but still screams crazily. Kill them all. Amidst the chaos, Nguyen Vu tosses a glowing magic potion from the air, declaring clearly, I am Nguyen Vu, and I have never bowed my head to anyone in my life. The giant swings his axe down onto the chubby boy's energy shield, while the boy starts mocking him. Hey beautiful, your big brother is here to play. Taunted so sarcastically, the giant goes mad with rage. You're tired of living, aren't you? However, the 2 girls from the opposing team quickly slip past, not forgetting to mock their teammate. Ha, handle that perverted drunkard yourself. We don't have time to deal with someone so disgusting. A red-haired Raptor team member adds with a sneer while chasing another target. That's right, just let us handle those 2 useless brats. Jiang Kai yells from afar, Ho Yen, watch out. Seeing this, Hu Nian immediately raises a massive snowball, activating a powerful skill. Watch this, Champion Blizzard Enhancement. Su Ai quickly coordinates to support. Great, let me help you too. Just like that, a blizzard combined with energy slams down on the opponents, forcing the 2 Raptor team girls to struggle to defend themselves. At the same time, in the air, Jiang Kai and Xu Feixiang are clashing at dizzying speeds, creating intense intertwined blue and purple light trails. Xu Feixiang steps back, his expression serious at Jiang Kai's relentless pursuit. However, he suddenly wears a sinister smile, raising an eyebrow in provocation. Kid, you really like using throwing knives, don't you? Let me tell you, when it comes to speed, I have never lost. In the blink of an eye, he swings his purple electric dual swords, easily swiping away the entire barrage of incoming throwing knives. Xu Feixiang secretly smirks, triumphantly. Too slow. Jiang Kai's eyes widen in shock. What? He reevaluates his opponent. This guy is really tough. Down in the stands, the crowd begins to go wild. Has anyone ever dodged Jiang Kai's knives at such close range before? The MC screams with excitement. Do you people know who that is? That's Xu Feixiang, known for such extreme agility that even in slow motion, I can't even see how he dodged those knives. Back on the arena floor, Xu Feixiang performed a series of skilled somersaults in midair, nimbly weaving through the gaps in the barrage of throwing knives to close in on Jiang Kai. In the surveillance room, the woman in the suit broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in horror. Xu Feixiang isn't just twisting his body to dodge Jiang Kai's knives. He's using that momentum to close the gap between them. In contrast, the red-haired guy remained calm, adjusting his glasses to analyze the situation. I've studied Xu Feixiang's stats. His base agility is already over 300. With his current equipment, that number is definitely 350 or higher. He continued his cold assessment. Jiang Kai's greatest advantage is his agility, but Xu Feixiang's is at least 100 points higher. Statistically speaking, he is Jiang Kai's natural counter. Outside, Xu Feixiang closed in for a downward slash. Jiang Kai struggling to evade as his opponent roared with arrogance. Jiang Kai, facing me will be the biggest regret of your life. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's pupils contracted as he noticed something abnormal about his opponent. Xu Feixiang spun, delivering a powerful strike fueled by violet light, a gale force slash. The ground exploded violently, and Jiang Kai quickly retreated, muttering to himself, "Wait a second." He immediately activated his skill. Ghost Eye, focus. With the power of his Ghost Eye, he uncovered the truth. From the outside, it looked like Xu Feixiang had only launched a single slash, but his other hand was clearly gathering power. Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat, analyzing the danger. This gale slash isn't just a simple sword attack. Recognizing the perilous situation and considering his own current agility stats, he realized, if I focus only on dodging, there's no way I'll survive both of these consecutive attacks. Therefore, instead of retreating, Jiang Kai decisively flicked his hand, launching a volley of fire-infused throwing knives straight at the charging Xu Feixiang. Seeing his opponent take the bait just as predicted, Xu Feixiang smirked triumphantly in the shadows. He fell for it. He charged directly through the explosions of the knives, his twin swords screeching with powerful violet lightning. A cold violet light flickered in Xu Feixiang's eyes as his twin blades reached the edge of Jiang Kai's combat range. Jiang Kai gasped in realization of the worst-case scenario. What? My lethal throwing knives, they're being controlled again. Meanwhile, Xu Feixiang stood arrogantly, his crossed twin blades emitting a strong violet magnetic field as he let out a mocking laugh. Jiang Kai, did you really think you were the only one in this world who knew how to upgrade weapons? He revealed his trump card with smug confidence. My twin silver swords have been upgraded. They might not be able to control weapons from a distance like that super magnetic crystal, but in close quarters combat, handling a few of your lethal throwing knives is more than easy. Jiang Kai stood frozen, waking up to the reality, and narrowed his eyes in question. So you had this planned from the beginning. Is that why you kept baiting me into throwing more knives? Xu Feixiang leaned in close with his blade, his face full of sinister contempt. What if I did? I have to admit, I don't respect you at all. Even at a time like this, you still have the energy to ask such useless questions. Suddenly, he paused as he looked straight into Jiang Kai's eyes, muttering in doubt. Oh, wait, what am I seeing? How interesting. Despite this, Xu Feixiang still confidently speculated when he saw the light emitting from Jiang Kai's arm. Let me guess. Is that your last throwing knife? Or is it the hidden ace you disguised as a knife in the previous match? He burst into a hearty laugh, as if he had victory firmly in his grasp. Ha ha, just as I thought. Jiang Kai furrowed his brows, angrily retorting with a challenge. What do you mean by that? Xu Feixiang glared with lethal intent, his bloodlust reaching its peak. The reason the 4th Flying Eagle Squad stands at the top, besides our flawless coordination, is that we never underestimate any opponent. He curled his lip, gloating as he brought up the past. That's why, before this match, we watched and analyzed your battle with the Meow Slaughter Squad over and over again. And this is what I discovered. Specifically, Xu Feixiang slowly deconstructed his opponent's every move. You managed to defeat Huang Da by catching him off guard with that camouflaged flying dagger. But after defeating him, you didn't immediately help your teammates. You just stood still. Why? Was it because you trusted your 4 teammates enough to handle their own battles? Recalling that moment, he rubbed his chin calculatingly, replaying the scene. Jiang Kai started breaking into a cold sweat, his expression darkening as he heard his opponent hit the nail on the head. But looking at the expression on your face right now, it seems that wasn't the case at all. Xu Feixiang grinned savagely, like a hunter who had trapped his prey. So, I came up with a bold hypothesis. Your trump card might be a lethal one-shot move, but after using it, it drains a massive amount of physical or mental stamina, leaving you unable to continue attacking for a short time. After careful calculations, we discovered that the recovery time is approximately 1 minute. Hearing his secret exposed, Jiang Kai was shocked, his pupils shrinking as he lost the ability to speak. Seeing this, the guy confidently pointed his lightning-charged blade forward, loudly declaring the state of the match. In other words, if you use that ace on me now, I will definitely die just like Huang Da. But at the same time, in the minute after I'm eliminated, my teammates will have plenty of time to wipe out the rest of the Fire God squad. The scene shifted to Hunian, the girl spreading her arms to protect them. Bye, stay as far behind me as you can. Non nodded decisively. Got it. I'll cast a healing and buffing spell on you. Xu Fei's threats echoed, heavy and suffocating. And then, we'll all join forces to kill you. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, glaring back in silence. On another corner of the arena, Yuan Chu swung his sword and roared with regal arrogance. I'm the #1 war god in the world. Why aren't you on your knees begging for mercy yet? He went berserk, raining down heavy sword strikes, forcing the giant from the Eagle Squad to brace his energy shield against the fiery assault. Seeing his opponent repeatedly back away, Yuan Chu bellowed, his killing intent flaring. Are you trying to run away? The giant with the shield suddenly leaped into the air, unleashing a brutal counterattack. You dare call yourself the #1 war god? Go to hell, you piece of trash! Instantly, the great sword and shield clashed with a shower of sparks. A violent shockwave blasted them both apart mid-air. Yuan Chu tumbled as he landed, but his golden battle aura surged as he lunged forward again. You've got a lot of nerve, you bastard. How dare you question the power of the world's #1 war god? Block this. High in the stands, a guy panicked while analyzing the situation. The Eagle team member kept dodging Yuan Chu's direct attacks. He'd advance whenever Yuan Chu retreated, and pull back whenever he attacked. It was as if he were just toying with him. The blue-armored captain replied calmly. He clearly knew about Yuan Chu's ability to convert attributes. If they fought head-on, he might not have the upper hand. So, he kept testing Yuan Chu's patience, draining his stamina, and searching for any opening. The blonde girl argued indignantly. Isn't Eagle Team 4 supposed to be elite? Using tactics like this just ruins their reputation. The captain then glared at her and explained the harsh reality of survival. This is tactical combat. We aren't like those high-ranking officials' kids who only care about reputation. We have extensive combat experience and know very well that in a life-or-death battle like this, winning at all costs is the only thing that matters. Unfortunately, Yuan Chu had been provoked to the breaking point on the arena floor, panting heavily with bloodshot eyes, ignoring all the advice echoing in his subconscious. Chu, you have to stay calm. Meanwhile, in a different, clueless turn of events, the chubby kid, Ruan Wu, was drooling with his eyes closed, clutching his shield while obsessing over his opponent's curvy figure. Oh, gorgeous. That waist, that chest, and those long legs, I love it. The berserker from Eagle Team went ballistic at that, swinging his axe in a wild frenzy. Shut your dirty mouth. A drunkard will always be a drunkard, the most useless profession on earth. Ruan Wu was blown backward by the immense force, his face contorted as he struggled in vain to block with his shield. Suddenly, the berserker slipped past the shield, twisted his body, and drove his weapon deep into the chubby boy's stomach. And just like your pathetic job, you'll always be nothing but useless trash. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Ruan Wu let out a cry of agony, his eyes rolling back in shock from the fatal blow that tore through his body. Witnessing that horrific scene, all his teammates were deeply shocked. Yuan Chu, Su Ai, Hu Nian, and Jiang Kai all screamed in panic. Su Ai, with tears streaming down her face, risked everything and rushed over to help. Hu Nian, hold on just a bit. I'll find a way to heal Ruan Wu. The red-haired woman from the Eagle Team immediately swung her blazing fire whip to block the way, sneering maliciously. You want to save someone right in front of me? Keep dreaming. Hu Nian didn't hesitate to jump in and take the hit for her teammate, shouting to clear the path. Su Ai, I'll cover you. Hurry. The green-haired mage from the Eagle Team used spatial magic to intercept Hu Nian, smiling coldly. Humph. Let's see if you've actually got the skills for that. Taking the brutal attack head-on, the unlucky girl was sent flying backward, her face pale as the massive wave of magic energy slammed directly into her. Seeing her friend in trouble, the pink-haired girl screamed until her voice went hoarse. Hunyun, the enemy's green-haired mage, waved her fan and laughed triumphantly, as if she'd just hit the jackpot. A fake fortune teller and a healer with zero combat ability. Do you two pieces of trash really think you can take on Eagle Team 4? Ha! Don't dream that your captain is coming to save you. Right now, he's barely holding on for his own life. At the same time, from a distance, Yuan Chu saw his teammate in danger and lunged forward, swinging his sword in a rage. How dare you? The war god is here. Who dares to act so brazenly? Su Ai called out to stop him. The gray-haired guy from the Eagle team rushed over, not forgetting to look back and taunt him. You brat, you're fast, but don't forget I'm your opponent. Yuan Chu was furious, unleashing a flaming strike with eyes filled with bloodshot veins. You bastard, do you have the guts to stand still and fight me one-on-one? The enemy dodged effortlessly and flashed a cunning, demonic smile, showing his white teeth. You idiot. You have the ability to convert attributes. Knowing that's my weakness, why would I fight your strength directly? On the battlefield, the winner lives and the loser dies. Oh? Are you finally starting to lose your patience? Provoked, Yuan Chu swung his greatsword down with burning killing intent. Die! The blade collided directly with the defensive shield, creating a blinding flash of light that cut across the arena. Suddenly, the shield-bearer's pupils widened in shock. He growled triumphantly, as if he'd struck gold. My chance! The scene was torn apart, and a choked, painful groan echoed out. Arg! The audience in the stands turned pale, their eyes wide with panic as they screamed. Yuan Chu froze, standing motionless, while his enemy glided past him with a mocking smile. What's wrong? Can't convert your attributes in time anymore? He slumped forward, clutching the fatal wound on his stomach as blood spilled out, staining the cold arena floor red. The gray-haired guy turned back, looking down with extreme contempt. Number 1 piece of trash. Back to the main scene, Shu Feixiang strolled over, his tone laced with venom as he dripped sarcasm toward Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai. Oh, poor Jiang Kai. All your teammates have been taken down by my people. It seems not only has the result of this match been decided, but the first person to lose their life is about to appear. If you can't bear to watch them die right before your eyes in just a moment, you still have one choice. He leaned in close, his cunning face revealing the dark nature of a predator. Use your trump card to save one person. Over there, the massive berserker stood towering over the young man, Ruan Wu, who was lying flat on the ground. Shu Feixiang added more psychological pressure. But you only have one trump card left, right? His eyes scanned Su Ai and Hu Nian, who were leaning on each other in despair. He smirked. Who are you going to save? The shadow of the weapon rose like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, ready to crush the prey at any moment. Shu Feixiang widened his eyes, which glowed with a wicked purple hue, and delivered a cold, final verdict. Of course, no matter who you use that trump card on, the fate of your Fire God team is already sealed. Yet, facing the barrage of threats, Jiang Kai simply lowered his head, shadows obscuring his expression. The other man became even more smug, adding, It's a total failure. The sky suddenly poured down a heavy rain onto the floor. Jiang Kai looked up, calmly curling his lips. Is that so? But his eyes flashed with a eerie green light, and his familiar, confident smirk returned. I don't think so. The demonic eye focused, shifting the scene to the 2 Eagle Team witches. They charged forward crazily with blazing firepower, using a garbage skill like, Rain here? How embarrassing. You're thinking too highly of yourself. I'll send all of you to hell. Hu Nian spread her arms to shield Su Ai, while a mysterious bottle of essence was thrown through the air. Who said rain can't kill people? The bottle shattered, releasing a cloud of green poison gas. Thick green sigils enveloped the 2 women as they were engulfed by a strange, swirling fog. The 2 female villains winced and struggled in a panic. Damn it, what is this? Who cares what it is? Kill those 2 first. A massive wave of energy shrieked through the air, hurtling toward the 2 small girls with a bloodthirsty roar. Die! In the stands, the armchair experts continued to spout their clueless judgment. Man, what is that fortune teller planning? And what did that healer just throw at them? Some kind of cheap toy weapons? Those 2 are just lambs waiting for the slaughter in front of real warriors. The girl in glasses standing outside the observation room gasped in surprise. No way. The red-haired guy next to her widened his eyes, frantically urging her on. Lan, look. At that very moment, a sharp blade plummeted from the sky, slamming into the ground amidst the pouring rain. The enemy female mage jumped in shock, staring in horror at the bizarre green liquid that was corroding and clinging to her body. What the hell is this? The red-haired woman beside her screamed in agony as the liquid hissed against her skin. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she glared at her enemy with bloodshot eyes, hissing through her teeth. You use poison? Ignoring the accusation, Hu Nian and Su Ai simply stood there in the rain, their gazes icy, ready to finish off their opponents. Pushed to the brink, the red-haired woman swung her weapon wildly, charging like a bloodthirsty beast. She screamed, "I'm going to kill you." But Hu Nian just smirked coldly. She raised a glowing barrier high, crushing the enemy's hope. Even now, you're still delusional enough to think you can kill us? Keep dreaming. An invincible barrage of energy erupted from beneath the ground, heartlessly launching both women into the air. By now, the faces of the two big sisters from the Eagle Squad were battered, pale, and completely unconscious from that critical blow. They fell heavily into the cold puddles, lying motionless like two waterlogged logs. Back in the observation room, Lon was still in shock, obsessively analyzing the scene. What kind of demonic poison is that? Its toxicity is too terrifying. It completely neutralized the opponents. Hearing this, the red-haired guy clicked his tongue and explained in detail. That's green water demon. It's an extremely rare poison, because it requires the target's entire body to be submerged in water to take effect. It's so impractical that no one bothers to use it. But I never expected it to combine so perfectly with that rain call skill. Back on the arena floor, Xu Fei's jaw dropped, his face deathly pale as he watched his teammates collapse. How is this possible? Jiang Kai curled his lips, delivering a stinging, cold truth. In battle, a seemingly useless profession, a seemingly useless skill, and a seemingly useless poison. When combined correctly, they can still produce astonishing results. He looked up, his eyes burning with a confidence that snuffed out his enemy's arrogance. But if you think that's all our Fire God team has, then you're dead wrong. At the same time, some of the cowardly spectators started panicking and pointing. Look, that drunkard is standing up again. Nguyen Vu stumbled, clutching the bloody hole in his stomach, clambering up in a bedraggled, pathetic state. Seeing this, the massive giant sneered and marched forward aggressively. Posturing? You're about to die, yet you're still struggling? You're just a drunkard. Do you really think you can defeat a warrior like me? We're going to wipe out the Fire God team, starting with you. Unexpectedly, Nguyen Vu snapped his head up, his eyes glowing with a savage, eerie orange light as he roared. I am Nguyen Vu. I have never been weaker than anyone in my entire life. No matter who you are, I don't fear a damn thing. The giant paused for a beat, cold sweat breaking out as he sensed something was off. Wait, his gaze, it suddenly changed. He looks nothing like that girl-chasing creep from before. Could this be another trick? Just like that healer? Ignoring the confused enemy, Nguyen Vu pointed straight at him, shouting with immense presence. Today, I'm going to settle this. You will kneel at my feet. You don't have another choice. Feeling insulted, the giant flew into a rage, swinging his spear in a whirlwind strike. Damn it. You dare mock me? Meanwhile, the experts in the stands continued their running commentary. What the hell? I thought that drunk had some amazing ace up his sleeve. Turns out he's still just a pervert who's only good for disgusting tricks. Another guy quickly cut him off. No, look closely. His current state is very strange. If he were sober, he wouldn't say such crazy things. The spectator gulped, guessing. But if he's actually drunk, before he could finish, Nguyen Vu shot forward like a cyclone, quickly dodging the giant's strike and infuriating him. The giant stared in horror at his opponent's speed. Why is his reaction speed so insanely fast? Wait, what the hell just happened? Why do I feel like this pervert's speed is twice as fast after getting hurt than it was before? Standing in the rain, Jiang Kai smiled triumphantly, as if he had foreseen everything. Surprised? Xu Fei gritted his teeth, growling stubbornly. Do you know the difference between human instinct and human reflexes? What kind of garbage are you babbling about? On the other side, the giant poured all his strength into a lethal spear strike, still deluding himself. When people fight, they usually react based on past experience, personal emotions, and external factors. That was definitely just a fluke earlier. Keep your eyes peeled and watch me split your skull with this one. Jiang Kai's commentary continued, steady and calm, while Nguyen Vu He bent his body to dodge the attack as light as a feather, accompanied by a goofy, vacant laugh, yet his instincts were his most primal ability. Hey, beautiful. Your speed still isn't fast enough, you know? The giant roared in a frenzy. Shut your mouth and go die. The voice of Jiang Kai echoed as well. But no matter how much combat experience you have, no matter how steady your nerves are, Nguyen Vu kept his eyes tightly shut, smiling as he dodged the kick like an eel, proving the truth. When faced with pure instinct, human reflexes will always. The spear grazed past by a hair's breadth, completely harmless, missing by a beat. At this point, The giant started to panic, sweating buckets, truly unable to fathom this world anymore. Damn it. This guy is clearly heavily injured, but how can he dodge every attack with such perfect precision? He's even faster than before. I can't catch his movements at all. At this moment, Hunion's eyes lit up as she fully understood the source of the power. I get it now. So this is Nguyen Vu's new talent. Intoxicated frenzy. The chubby Nguyen Vu fell backward, but his face was still filled with bliss, and his explanation echoed out. By activating the most primal abilities, the pure instinct of the body in the intoxicated frenzy state completely awakens my subconscious. It shifts me from being dead drunk to a delicate balance between drunk and sober. In short, I thought it would be pretty wild, but I had to give it a try. Just then, a slender hand gracefully released the sword, letting it glide through the wind. Hunien put all her strength into a kick, sending the sword flying toward her teammate, and shouted across the arena, "Nguyen Vu, catch!" Nguyen Vu caught the sword cleanly, but his face remained drunk and goofy as he flirted shamelessly. "Are you tired already, babe? I'm still waiting for those lush, red lips of yours to intoxicate me with a kiss." The giant roared in fury, swinging his greatsword down with overwhelming killing intent. "You're done for. Today, I'm going to mince you into 100 pieces." Immediately, Nguyen Vu swayed, dodging the attack with such grace that the spectators gasped in astonishment. Look at that. Even though that drunkard's movements are completely chaotic, he's still dodging every single attack. The giant was sweating profusely, unable to believe his eyes at the harsh reality. Impossible. Drunkards are just trash. That's the lowest class job. How could I lose to a drunk? He frantically poured all his strength into a fatal blow, trying to save his dignity. Die! Suddenly, a blue streak of light tore through the space, cutting across the cold rain. At that moment, Nguyen Vu suddenly appeared right in front of his opponent. The tip of his sword coldly pressed against the center of the giant's forehead. The sharp blade pressed against the skin, making the giant freeze, cold sweat pouring down in sheer terror. Yet, instead of delivering the finishing blow, the drunkard grinned like a pervert, the air around him filled with imaginary love bubbles. "Go on, strip, babe." The giant trembled violently, so frustrated he couldn't speak. In a fit of extreme rage, the giant's blood pressure skyrocketed, his pupils constricted, and his chest tightened in helpless agony. Just like that, he collapsed to the floor. Cheers erupted from the stands, excited by the spectacular comeback. Oh my god, that job called the drunkard trash that everyone at Holy Light looks down on actually just took down a star-rank warrior? Team Eagle 4 has already lost 3 members. Can Team Fire God really turn this around? On the other side, Xu Feixiang gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead at the pathetic performance of his useless subordinates. Right at that moment, Jiang Kai slowly stepped forward, lightning crackling and roaring around his body. He looked at the opponent with half-lidded eyes, his tone filled with provocation. "What's wrong? Lost your patience already? Xu Feixiang, weren't you sent here specifically to deal with me?" Xu Feixiang gritted his teeth as he realized something was wrong. "Jiang Kai, so this mystery trump card of yours was actually this." Meanwhile, he only responded with a cryptic smile. However, the opponent suddenly shifted his attack, swinging a sword infused with brilliant purple energy. "But don't get cocky yet, don't forget, my people haven't completely lost yet." At that moment, a lethal slash flew out, shattering the green poison vial that Su Ai was preparing to throw. Seeing her rare poison potion destroyed in a flash, Su Ai screamed in panic. "Oh no!" It turned out the gray-haired guy from the opposing team was laughing savagely, slipping through the poisonous smoke to approach her. "You annoying healer hag, you intended to poison me? Fine. If you want to die that badly, I'll kill you first, then I'll deal with that cowardly warrior." Seeing her teammate in danger, Yuan Shu immediately lunged out to block the opponent's sharp sword with a determined look in his eyes. Behind him, Su Ai slightly bowed her head, her eyes revealing deep, calculating thoughts under her pink hair. A thunderous, earth-shaking clash rang out as Yuan Shu used his entire body to absorb Xu Feixiang's powerful thrust. Witnessing that horrific scene, Su Ai's eyes welled up with tears as she called out in worry. Yuan Shu winced, enduring the pain. Yuan Shu whispered, his face covered in sweat. "A loser." The gray-haired guy thought he had the win in the bag and laughed triumphantly. "Huh, a loser playing the hero? This is the fate you deserve." He laughed maniacally, putting his weight into the sword. "Now I'll grant your wish and let you both die together like a pair of lovebirds." "Haha, what is this? Why can't I pull it out?" But then, the gray-haired guy's eyes constricted in horror as he realized his weapon was completely stuck in his opponent's arm. At this moment, Yuan Chu's entire body radiated a fierce, burning fighting spirit. He grabbed the opponent's sword tightly, raised his head high, and declared clearly, "Do you really think this god of war would die like this?" The sudden burst of power from Yuan Chu caused the gray-haired guy to lose all his initial arrogance, only able to gape and scream in fear. "What?" Yuan Chu stood amidst a swirl of golden lightning, laughing loudly as he explained the reason. "After all, I dumped all of my attribute points into Constitution." Witnessing a scene that went against all theories, the supervisor in the control room sweated profusely. In actual combat, attack and power go hand in hand. Reflexes and speed are linked to agility, and strength plus agility usually decides the match. But Yuan Chu actually used his own body as bait and put all his attribute points into Constitution. Suddenly, the opponent realized his sword was buried deep in Yuan Chu's armor, while the man felt absolutely nothing, leaving him standing there in despair. Not giving his opponent time to recover, Yuan Chu moved like lightning, reaching out to tightly grip the wrist holding the sword. A golden power, like a raging fire, erupted behind Yuan Chu, causing his opponent to shrink back, his face deathly pale as he began to wail. "No! No!" Yuan Chu sneered with sheer dominance and swung his massive fist. "Let's see where you'll run this time." On the other side, seeing his teammate getting crushed, Shu Feixiang stood stunned, his mouth agape in terror. This is impossible." Jiang Kai stood under the downpour, flashing a smug, arrogant grin at his opponent. "What did I tell you? You want to kill my teammates? It won't be that easy." The leader gritted his teeth in pure rage, frantically wondering, "Damn it, how did those losers from the Fire God team suddenly become this strong?" According to our previous analysis, they clearly had no chance of winning. However, Jiang Kai paid no mind to his opponent's confusion. He drew a glowing blue card, bright and brilliant, and declared, "Now it's just you and me, Shu Feixiang. I'm going to make you taste defeat." A close-up of Shu Feixiang's murderous expression. He clenched his teeth hard to suppress the boiling rage rising within him. He roared, his eyes bloodshot like a wild beast. "Jiang Kai, don't celebrate too early today. My men might not have handled your trashy teammates, but I, Shu Feixiang, will kill you myself." Jiang Kai tilted his head slightly, walking forward leisurely as he analyzed the situation. In combat, the most direct way to gain an advantage is Shu Feixiang immediately lunged forward, swinging his sword to unleash a massive, dark purple aura of fury of the twin killers. It left the onlookers in awe. The explosive force was immense. Instantly, Jiang Kai activated his ocular skill, his pupils transforming into glowing emerald magic circles. Even if Shu Feixiang's full-force attack didn't land a direct hit, the residual energy alone could cause serious damage. Jiang Kai quickly calculated his next move, but he knew this meant his opponent would have no power left to follow up with a swift second ethereal strike. Shu Feixiang's brutal strike came crashing down, but it only sliced through the faint, dark smoke of the afterimage Jiang Kai had left behind. Seeing his opponent vanish right before his eyes, Shu Feixiang's eyes widened in shock as he yelled, "What?" Jiang Kai slowly emerged from the white smoke behind him, calmly announcing the outcome. "Shu Feixiang, you've already lost." He held a magic card between his fingers, radiating a powerful blue energy. A giant pillar of magical light shot from the card straight into the sky, clearing the mist around the arena. Refusing to accept defeat, Shu Feixiang spun around, howling madly. "Who says I lost, Jiang Kai? How dare you toy with me? I'll kill you." Jiang Kai remained calm, analyzing in his head as his opponent rushed forward. The more your emotions control you, the easier it is to make one mistake after another. Earlier, my 8 blades of doom were controlled and couldn't land a killing blow. But after the death card devoured the 9th blade, it inherited 90% crit rate. The giant shadow of the Grim Reaper holding a scythe appeared, engulfing Shu Feixiang, accompanied by Jiang Kai's affirmation, plus the base stat percentage from the God tier card's buff. With this strike, the system interface displayed terrifying stats. Death card plus 50 armor penetration, permanent 15% crit rate increase, and 150% crit damage boost, making Shu Feixiang tremble as he gasped. How can this be?" Right after, Shu Feixiang's desperate shriek echoed, followed by Jiang Kai's firm declaration. "Shu Feixiang, death is inevitable. Your fate is sealed." A sharp beam of light swept across. Shu Feixiang's sword shattered into pieces, and he collapsed onto the cold arena floor. Jiang Kai stood tall amidst the magical debris, surrounded by blades floating in the air. He looked at the defeated man at his feet with cold, emotionless eyes. "I already told you, you've lost." The audience fell silent for a few seconds in sheer amazement. Whoa! Suddenly, the entire stadium erupted into wild cheers. "Damn it! The Fire God team won again!" They've actually secured a landslide victory against the Xuanwu Guild's elite squad twice in a row. In the VIP section, the captain excitedly punched the air, shouting, "This is nothing short of a miracle." Seeing the victory secured, Jiang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Hunian jumped up to celebrate, laughing radiantly. Nguyen Vu let out a sigh of relief as he sobered up, while Yuan Chu panted lightly, relaxing his muscles. In the high-tech control room, Lan raised an eyebrow, asking, "It's over?" And the red-haired Li Jusho replied with a smile, "It's over." That was truly a dramatic battle. Jiang Kai's performance was excellent as always, and Yuan Chu didn't disappoint me either. Besides that, Su Ai's performance was also eye-catching. Li Jusho thought to himself about the young girl's talent. Healers who use poison are rarely prominent in combat, but she managed to craft complex water demon poison and apply it directly to the fight. Her talent for poisons is truly exceptional. Hearing this, Lan Lan smiled and nodded in agreement. It's a pity that Professor Li and the others have already finished their evaluations. Otherwise, I believe Su Ai could have received an even higher rank. However, back on the spectacular stage, Nguyen Vu was still tipsy, crying and hugging the head of his unconscious opponent. "My beauty, my sweet treasure, why?" Watching this awkward, laughable scene, Hunian sighed, pulled a spray bottle of poison from behind her back, and spritzed it right in his face. "In critical moments, you still have to rely on me," the female MC standing nearby, pale-faced, screamed in panic. "What are you people trying to do this time?" Meanwhile, Yuan Chu was still in his God of War hyper mode, flexing and roaring, demanding to keep fighting despite Jiang Kai, Hunian, and Ai trying to hold him back. "Come at me. If you dare to challenge this God of War, you'd better prepare to be completely defeated," forcing the whole group to shout until their throats were sore. "Yuan Chu, calm down." At this moment, Jiang Kai could only helplessly rub his temples and sigh deeply. Leading a team is getting harder and harder these days. The charming MC quickly gathered her composure, raised her arm, and announced loudly, "I now officially declare." Her voice echoed across the colorful, vibrant stands. "The winner of this match is the Fire God team." The fans' synchronized chanting seemed endless. "Fire God, Fire God, Fire God." Looking at the wild atmosphere all around, Jiang Kai smiled softly to himself, thinking, this feeling isn't bad at all. The group walked proudly through the tunnel, followed by the roaring cheers of thousands of fans. "Long live the Fire God! Long live the Fire God!" High up in the stands, a silver-haired young man coldly watched their backs and clicked his tongue. The corner of his mouth curled into a mysterious, dangerous smirk. The Fire God team, how interesting. A few days later, at the majestic headquarters of the main God Guild, the sound of hurried footsteps cut through the quiet space, accompanied by desperate calls. "Captain Kai! Captain Kai!" Jiang Kai, Yuan Chu, and Su Ai were chatting when they were startled and turned around. He asked, "What's going on? What has you two so excited?" It turned out to be Hunian and Nguyen Vu rushing in, looking flustered. Gasping for air, she excitedly announced, "I just went out with Nguyen Vu, and we overheard at the trading center that the promotion materials for drunks and feng shui masters aren't just skyrocketing in price, they've been completely bought out." Nguyen Vu grinned, smugly blowing out a puff of smoke. "Ever since the drunk and feng shui masterclasses were abandoned by the military, our promotion materials have been sitting on the shelves for ages." Hunian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She clenched her fists, her face flushing with excitement as she daydreamed aloud. "That's right. Doesn't this mean our classes aren't considered useless anymore?" Jiang Kai crossed his arms and nodded, boosting the group's morale. That should be the case. Everyone's performance was outstanding during the battle against the Fen team. Especially you, Nguyen Vu. When you took down that warrior, the entire audience was stunned in an instant. However, I believe that even within the same class, everyone's talent and experience are different. Your success won't be easy for others to imitate. Hearing this, Hunian and Nguyen Vu giggled like children, huddled together in delight. Vian Chu put a hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder, gave him a thumbs up, and grinned. Of course. After all, no one on Team Fire God is normal. Suddenly, Hunian's communication bracelet started beeping continuously. A holographic newsfeed appeared, leaving her shocked. Breaking news. The report team battled the Dragon team. The Dragon team has been reduced to only one survivor. But in a last-minute comeback, the captain of the Dragon team turned the tides and wiped out the entire report team. The whole group's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Jiang Kai's expression turned grave. He fell into deep thought. If I remember correctly, the report team belongs to the Xuanwu Guild, and they're quite strong. Yet the Dragon team captain managed to wipe them out alone? What kind of monster is he exactly? He turned to instruct Su Ai, who was standing nearby. Su Ai, don't underestimate the Dragon Team captain. Look into him when you have time. We don't want to be caught off guard if we happen to run into him. She gave a firm nod. Understood. Then, Jiang Kai turned to face all the members and announced something extremely important. By the way, I also have an announcement. The battles are getting more intense, and every team has suffered casualties. Our next opponents are also short on members, and knowing they can't beat us, they've voluntarily withdrawn. So, we'll be heading straight to the finals. His eyes shone with joy and supreme confidence as he looked at his teammates. The group erupted into loud, excited cheers. That means we're going to the finals. With our full roster, we're the only team without a single casualty. All of this is thanks to Captain Jiang Kai's brilliant leadership. That's right, we're so lucky to have you, Captain Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai smiled modestly and shook his head in response. The results of this competition are all thanks to everyone's cooperation. Only then could I charge forward without any worries. Otherwise, no matter how strong I am, I couldn't have reached the finals alone. This is everyone's glory. Shortly after, he happily signaled for the group to disperse. All right, you've all worked hard. Since there's still time before the finals, take a day off and relax. The whole group shouted in joyful unison. Watching everyone leave happily, Jiang Kai smiled to himself, thinking he should take this time to head home for a bit. The scene shifts to the peaceful city of Jiangzhong, where luxury villas are tucked away under the shade of lush green trees. On the grounds of one villa, young Anzi, with her black hair and emerald eyes, was holding onto a silver-haired young man, helping him tenderly. Big brother, let me help you back to your room. You just got out of the hospital, don't push yourself too hard. But the young man just smiled and waved it off. Anzi, your brother isn't that fragile. I still want to train a bit more so I can help Kai soon. But no sooner had he finished speaking than he bent over, coughing violently in pain, making his sister turn pale with worry. Big brother, are you okay? From a hidden corner of the house, a figure in a dark coat walked up quietly and placed a hand on the brother's shoulder. Jiang Kai gently draped a coat over his brother's shoulders from behind, smiling warmly and teasing. If you catch a cold, how can you help me? Suddenly, Anzi turned around to see her brother, her big emerald eyes instantly lighting up with joy. Brother, why are you back? But as they walked into the house, Jiang Kai suddenly stopped, his face flickering with confusion. Wait a minute, this is. In front of him was a large round table piled high with elaborate, steaming, fragrant dishes. It was a feast. Anzi happily brought out another large plate of food and beamed, urging them, Big brother, why aren't you guys eating? Seeing them still stunned, she asked enthusiastically, Is it not to your taste? I'll cook something else then. This made Jiang Kai break into a cold sweat as he hurriedly waved her off. Hey Anzi, that's enough. You know I'm not a pig, right? While his brother smiled to relieve the tension. Kai, Anzi is just worried about you. You've lost so much weight lately. At that moment, Anzi pulled up a chair and sat next to her brother, her eyes filled with anticipation. Big brother, can you stay a little longer this time? The silver-haired man picked up his chopsticks to serve his younger brother, his voice full of affection. That's right, Kai. You've done too much for the family. Now that I'm better, you don't have to work so hard at the academy anymore. Jiang Kai bowed his head and scooped a large spoonful of rice, responding with a hint of sadness. Big brother, Anzi, I still have a few things to resolve, so I can't stay long. But don't worry, I'm doing very well. Then he added, I only came back this time to see how you two are doing. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Kai asked in a serious tone. By the way, is the Huang family still bothering you two? This made Anzi startle slightly, but she quickly regained her bright expression and smiled broadly to reassure her brother. Not at all. The security in this villa area is excellent, and Brother Luke also frequently sends people to check on us. Plus, that feeling of being watched or stalked for so long has completely disappeared recently. Memories flashed back to Anzi coming home in the dark, with countless threatening red eyes lurking in the cold night behind her. Hearing this, Jiang Kai smiled slightly, breathing a sigh of relief. Brother Luke really keeps his word. When I have the chance, I must thank him properly. The silver-haired man nodded in agreement. That's right. Now Anzi can enjoy peaceful school days. She must have made a lot of friends, right? This made the girl, who was chewing away, nearly choke. She hurriedly replied, Of course. His brother laughed gently and teased, Hey, that's right. Our Anzi is smart, kind, and adorable too. Jiang Kai also smiled and nodded. That's great. Anzi happily enjoyed the delicious food on the table with an incredibly happy expression. However, looking through the subtle expressions of his younger sister, Jiang Kai felt a secret doubt rise within him. Am I just imagining things, right? And Z looks like she's worried about something. The next day, Jiang Kai hurried back to Star Magic. The Fire God team quickly gathered their full strength, ready for the final showdown. A few days later, in the wild jungle, a massive monster suddenly appeared, roaring crazily with a status board displaying Level 23, Elite Tusk Boar. Yuan Shu immediately lunged forward with a powerful fire-infused slash, splitting the monster in half instantly. He smugly sheathed his sword, flexing his bulging muscles. Heh, dealing with elite trash like tusk boars is nothing for this god of war, Suiai retorted with a tease. Yuan Shu, it's not like only you are improving, you know. Hu Nian chimed in proudly. That's right, I've taken down at least 3 of them myself. Witnessing the rapid progress of his teammates, Jiang Kai smiled, feeling immensely satisfied. Everyone's coordination has improved a lot. It seems the pre-match training was a very wise decision. As the group chatted happily, Suiai suddenly stared at her magic device screen and shouted, "The news about the finals is out." A brilliant notification board appeared in mid-air. Main God Guild. Fire God Team Match Notification. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. Your next opponent is the Ngoa Long team of the Thon Long Guild. Please report to the West Arena of Thin Duong City at 8:00 a.m. tomorrow. Yuan Chu was stunned. Ngoa Long team? I can't believe their captain personally made it to the finals. Hu Nian shuddered. What a terrifying guy. Suiai quickly handed her tablet to Jiang Kai. Kai, you asked me to investigate the captain of Ngoa Long. I've got his information right here. A detailed profile of their opponent immediately popped up. His name is Detang, class, warrior, level 40, weapon, silver longsword. He's a rookie who just joined the Thon Long Guild this year. As soon as he joined, Detang started building the Ngoa Long team. Under his leadership, the team has ascended at a dizzying pace, becoming the guild's dark horse in just half a year. Suiai analyzed the stats thoughtfully. Since Detang is a newcomer, and the Ngoa Long team isn't as prominent as the Fen 4, there isn't much data on them. I noticed he uses a lightning-fast technique called Ghost Shadow Unseen Slash. It can almost finish off an opponent in one hit. Hearing the name, Yuan Chu made a connection. Ghost Shadow Unseen Slash? That sounds like the technique that Tufi Tuangai used, doesn't it? Hu Nian crossed her arms, puzzled. Another agility-based fighter? Jiang Kai's expression became extremely serious. He stared silently into the distance and evaluated inwardly. Hu Nian might be right, but someone who can rise to such prominence in a top-tier guild in just 6 months and fight their way to the finals alone means he is at a completely different level than Tu Fai Tuang. Lost in thought, Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with caution when he heard a strange noise from the bushes behind him. The bushes rustled, and suddenly a shadow tore through the wind, launching a lethal slash aimed straight at Jiang Kai, but he agilely dodged and blocked the razor-sharp blade. However, the attacker showed no anger. He just smirked in appreciation. Oh, your reaction speed is better than I thought. Jiang Kai didn't say a word, just silently glancing at the stranger with ice-cold eyes. The attacker did a backflip and landed, then immediately swung his longsword, creating a massive crescent-shaped slash that tore through the air. He raised his glowing sword high, speaking with pride. You truly deserve to be the one who led your team straight into the finals. Captain of the Fire God team, Jiang Kai. Suddenly, Yuan Chu, Nguyen Vu, and Hu Nian rushed forward from behind to stand in front of their captain, roaring angrily. Where did that masked coward come from? That's right, if you've got the guts, let's have a fair fight. Behind them, Suiai suddenly froze, her eyes widening in suspicion as she assessed the opponent. Wait, this height and this build. Seeing Jiang Kai raise his hand to signal his team to back down, Yuan Chu grumpily scratched his head. Kai, why are you stopping me? This guy was trying to kill you. Jiang Kai remained calm, his lips curling into a knowing smile. No, he was just testing me. He didn't actually intend to kill me. Besides, the penalty for intentionally killing an opponent before the finals is quite severe. He looked the person straight in the eye and clearly called out his name. Isn't that right, Detang? The opponent pulled down his mask and smiled slyly. Ha, you figured it out? Seeing the real face of the attacker, Yuan Chu was shocked, his eyes bulging in disbelief. It really is him. Detang leisurely stepped closer, crossed his arms to compare heights with Jiang Kai, and teased him dismissively. Looking at you closely, you're still just a kid, aren't you? Yuan Chu immediately flew into a rage, pulling out his fang sword and pointing it directly at the opponent's face. Hey, captain of the Ngoa Long team, right? Don't think just because you made it to the finals we're afraid of you. If you dare spout any more nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson right now. Detang immediately waved his hands, grinning to cool down the hot-headed fighter. Haha, don't misunderstand. I really don't have any hostile intentions. Jiang Kai, I'm actually here to negotiate with you. Jiang Kai frowned, skeptically asking. Negotiate? Detang nodded, glancing over every member of the Fire God team. That's right. I've watched all your matches. Not bad. He looked at Jiang Kai with a gaze full of both respect and calculation. Especially you, Jiang Kai. Your ace up your sleeve left a very deep impression on me. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can beat your team. Jiang Kai crossed his arms, his expression unreadable as he asked bluntly, What exactly are you trying to say? Detang's face turned menacingly dark. He raised one finger and proposed, I want you to face me in a one-on-one duel, and the result of this match between us will decide the outcome of the entire tournament. However, this unusual proposal made Jiang Kai squint, silently waiting for the next condition. Throughout the match, you are not allowed to use them. Detang added with a cunning smile. Of course, for the sake of fairness, I won't use any weapons that can counter your throwing darts, including shields or any armor with defensive effects. Hearing this, Yuan Chu couldn't hold back his rage, jumping up and protesting vehemently. Hey, have you gone crazy just to win? What kind of ridiculous condition is this? We're not stupid. Why on earth would we agree to your terms? The fighter grabbed his teammate's shoulder, turned around, and started walking away. Kai, let's go. Don't bother with this psycho. Jiang Kai shook his head in refusal. Sorry, I'm not interested in your offer. Behind them, Detang smirked, his smile triumphant, as if he had Jiang Kai exactly where he wanted him. Jiang Kai, you've unlocked a new class, but with your current strength, you haven't even completed your first job advancement yet. I'm guessing you don't even know what your promotion materials are, do you? He played his trump card, one that carried immense weight. What if I told you that our guild could give you the coordinates to a hidden realm that would solve this problem for you once and for all? Would you still not be interested? As expected, this high-value information made Jiang Kai stop in his tracks, his face showing clear surprise. He turned around and asked sternly, A hidden realm? Detang smiled and confirmed. That's right. Detang excitedly painted an enticing picture. To put it simply, a hidden realm is a mysterious, unexplored area filled with the resources needed for adventurers to level up. Every country's hidden realms are managed directly by the military, especially the large-scale ones. He continued to explain the mechanics in detail. Of course, the military also allocates exploration quotas for some, smaller realms to major guilds to encourage their members. On the holographic screen, an image of a powerful frost guardian appeared amidst an ancient magic circle. These realms usually have a guardian that sets up challenges. By overcoming those trials, the guardian will grant you rare resources as rewards, or answer specific, high-difficulty questions for the explorer. Daitong decisively held out a glowing blue information card in front of the group, smiling confidently. This card contains the coordinates to a hidden realm our guild discovered. However, Yuan Chu still stood with his arms crossed, looking on with suspicion. Really? He asked, while Jiang Kai just remained silent. Su Ai placed a finger on her chin, pondered for a moment, and then confirmed. It's probably true. I heard my sister mention that the Azure Dragon Guild discovered a hidden realm in a government-allocated exploration zone not long ago. Detang stepped closer, his voice full of feigned empathy, as if he could read the other person's mind. I heard the Huang family has been constantly causing you trouble lately. You must be desperate to complete your job advancement and level up quickly to become stronger, right? Seeing the young man's hesitation, he made his final move to seal the deal. If you win, the information about this realm will be entirely yours. Detang wore a smug grin, looking at Jiang Kai with a satisfied smirk. Jiang Kai, what do you think? This deal is clearly in your favor, isn't it? Jiang Kai looked at him, thought for a moment, and replied softly, Your offer is indeed very tempting, but I still cannot agree to it. However, this unexpected answer made Detang's expression change instantly, and he gasped in shock. Both Yuan Chu and Hu Nian, standing behind, gasped and tried to persuade him. Why not, Kai? Haven't you always wanted to advance your class? Su Ai hurriedly chimed in. That's right, Captain Kai. If you can complete your job advancement, you'll be able to continue leveling up smoothly. Detang frowned, asking seriously, Jiang Kai, are you sure? Jiang Kai smiled faintly at his teammates, whispering to himself. Everyone has given their all to fight their way into the finals. If I, as their captain, were to abandon the glory of the Fire God team just for my own selfish desires, then what kind of captain would I be? What kind of friend? Let alone talking about trust. He stood tall and proud, bravely facing his opponent. Hearing those righteous words, Yuan Yu, Su Ai, and Hu Nian all welled up with tears, deeply moved by their captain's dedication. Jiang Kai bluntly waved him off, signaling for him to leave. If there's nothing else, you should leave. We need to get back to training. Suddenly, Yuan Chu rushed over, throwing a heavy punch straight at Jiang Kai's cheek, knocking him to the ground. Jiang Kai clutched his reddened cheek in pain, shouting in confusion, "Yuan Chu, what the hell are you doing?" Yuan Chu hung his head, radiating a dark, suppressed intensity. "Kai, are you saying that because you don't believe in yourself? Or because you don't trust us?" He suddenly looked up, shouting emotionally, "You don't want to give up the team's glory for your own selfish desires. But do you really think we would just stand by and watch you sacrifice yourself because of our selfish wishes?" Jiang Kai's face froze for a moment. He broke into a sweat, unable to find the words. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Hu Nian laughed mischievously. "Honestly, I can't wait to see Captain Kai beat this arrogant guy to a pulp," while Yuan Yu enthusiastically agreed. "Exactly. Captain Kai, I'm still waiting for you to complete your job advancement so you can keep leading us to grind levels." Suddenly, Su Ai stepped gently to his side, casting a cool green healing spell on Jiang Kai and gently advising him, "Kai, don't worry. Just as you have always trusted and cared for us, we are completely ready to trust and support you unconditionally." She beamed a radiant smile that lit up the whole space. "This is the true meaning of a team, isn't it?" Jiang Kai stared at his amazing teammates, a spark of clarity flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the corner of his mouth lifted into a warm smile, and he looked straight at his opponent with pride. "You guys fine. If we lose, don't go blaming me for it." Hearing this, the entire Fire God team cheered loudly in excitement. Jiang Kai turned to Di Tang, who was standing far away with his arms crossed. "Di Tang, I accept your terms," he said, his voice hardening as he warned him, "but you will definitely regret making this bet with me." Because Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with a sharp light, he declared resolutely, "I will personally destroy you." Di Tang didn't flinch, just smirked in provocation. "We'll see." A few days later, the scene shifted to a magnificent arena under the morning sun. Where massive airships soared through the sky, the MC's voice rang out. "The moment we've all been waiting for. The finals for levels 21 to 40 are finally starting today." On the stage, the fiery MC grabbed the microphone and excitedly announced the shocking news. Also, with the agreement of both participating parties and the tournament organizers, this match has been changed from a team battle to a one-on-one format. The arena's massive screen lit up, displaying two portraits side by side. Jiang Kai of Team Fire God would be facing off directly against Tang of Team Sleeping Dragon. The audience in the stands erupted into a frantic debate. What? A one-on-one duel? Isn't Team Fire God at their peak strength? Why would he suddenly give up such a huge advantage to fight solo? Are they crazy? Someone scoffed. This Jiang Kai was incredibly arrogant, though others were filled with excitement. This is exactly what makes it interesting. The incredibly powerful Tang versus the dark horse Jiang Kai. You guys take a guess who's going to win. On the bench, Yuan Chu fidgeted, scratching his head and ears. "What's going on? I suddenly feel so nervous, even more so than when I was on the arena floor myself. That guy looks so cunning. Will Kai be at a disadvantage?" Hu Nian had to reassure him. "Captain Kai will definitely handle it." Nguyen Vu nodded in agreement. "That's right. If it's him, there won't be any problems at all." Only Su Ai sighed softly. "Sigh. This is the first time I haven't been able to fight alongside Captain Kai. Just sitting here watching it feels so restless." On the stage, the female MC bowed, gesturing toward the entrance with great ceremony. "And now, let's give a warm welcome to our fighters as they enter the arena." The entire Team Fire God held their breath, focusing all their anxious yet expectant gazes toward the walkway. They were there. The two opponents stood facing each other at opposite ends of the vast arena, a suffocating tension enveloping the entire stadium. Detong curled his lip, flashing a confident and provocative smile, as if he had already secured victory in his grasp. Jiang Kai maintained his icy expression, his sharp green eyes locking onto every slight movement of his opponent. The female MC standing in the center cleared her throat professionally to command attention. "Ahem. Please allow me to reiterate the rules of the match one more time. The only criterion to win this fight is for one side to defeat their opponent." She turned to look at the two with expectant eyes. "Have both captains understood?" Jiang Kai and Datong both replied coldly, and in unison, concisely. "Understood." Immediately, the female MC's voice rang out crisply over the speakers. "All right, I now declare." The members of Team Fire God on the bench held their breath in suspense. She shouted clearly, "The match officially begins," and Datang immediately lunged forward like an arrow piercing the wind, yelling provocatively, "Jiang Kai, let's see if your darts or my sword is stronger. A single match will tell us everything." Jiang Kai nimbly took a defensive stance, a stream of blue spiritual energy beginning to gather at his fingertips as he quietly analyzed his opponent. Although this guy was fast, his own agility was not low either, not to mention the agility stat bonus from his fate pursuit. His eyes suddenly ignited as he activated his focused demon eye skill. He inwardly steeled his resolve. As long as he could seize the opportunity to land a hit on him, everything else would be a non-issue. However, Datong's speed far exceeded what he had imagined, as the distance between them closed dizzyingly. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. In the blink of an eye, Datang had closed the gap and leaped into the air, swinging his sword with a smug laugh. "All right, this is it," he screamed, unleashing his ultimate move, Demon Shadow Void Slash, transforming into a sharp stream of sword energy slashing down, as if to tear space itself apart. His thunderous strike slammed directly into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that sent debris flying everywhere. Amidst the thick dust, Jiang Kai's silhouette unexpectedly rolled in midair, attempting to escape the radius of the fatal strike. Yuan Shu in the stands was scared into a cold sweat, stammering, "Thank God Kai's reflexes were fast enough." Not only did that guy easily dodge fate pursuit at point-blank range, but the explosive power he gains when drawing his sword has skyrocketed too, Su Ai explained seriously. "That's right. It's because Demon Shadow Void Slash can balance both defense and instant offense, which is why Datang considers it his most prized ultimate move." Seeing that near-death scene, Weanvu and Hunian were so terrified their jaws dropped, hurriedly biting their own hands to stop themselves from screaming in worry. The dust gradually cleared, and Datang coldly scanned the area, trying to find traces of the opponent who had just vanished. Suddenly, from high in the sky, Jiang Kai unexpectedly appeared, waving his hand to release 3 burning fireballs that plummeted toward his opponent's position. Datang looked up, his lips curling into a scornful, arrogant smirk. "Humph." He sidestepped to dodge the fireballs easily, then used the momentum to lunge back into the air, with his sword tip aimed straight at Jiang Kai. This unexpectedly fast close-in caught Jiang Kai by surprise, his eyes widening in shock, cold sweat dripping down his forehead because he couldn't defend in time. In the split second of a life-or-death moment, he barely managed to dodge by a hair's breadth, secretly terrified. So fast, even faster than before. Datang laughed manically in triumph as he saw his opponent struggle. "Jiang Kai, it seems the outcome between you and me has been decided here." He swung his sword, creating a powerful slash named Illusion Manifestation, causing Jiang Kai's teammates in the stands to scream out in unison in a panic. "Kai, Captain Kai." But as the dust settled, Jiang Kai was still standing firmly behind Datang, protected by a flow of blue spiritual energy, turning around without a scratch. He lightly wiped a slight graze on his cheek, offering a calculating smile. "Over the past while, I have also reviewed the match videos of Datang." He mentally assessed his opponent. Compared to the terrifying speed he is showing now, it is clear that previously, he deliberately hid a great deal of his true strength. Datang slowly turned his head back, narrowing his eyes with interest. "Oh, is that demon armor? You dodged that strike again?" He then muttered to himself, "Even though, from the guild's standpoint, I desperately want to win, the fact that I could meet an interesting opponent like you," and then he cracked a wide, incredibly insane and excited grin, "makes me feel extremely thrilled." Su Ai, in the stands, was so worried she clenched her hands, her face paling. He really is a terrifying opponent. In just a few close combat moves, he almost took Kai down. Kai must be under immense pressure right now. Yuan Chu, sitting next to her, was also sweating and frustrated, but then he felt a sense of respect. This guy is annoying as hell, but damn it, I have to admit he's truly talented. At the same time, Nguyenvu and Hunian looked down at the arena, whispering anxiously. Captain Kai Datang and Jiang Kai continued to keep their distance, probing each other on the arena floor, which was now filled with cracks. Jiang Kai smiled confidently, responding firmly, "I'll return that to you. On the contrary, you've just ignited my desire to win as well." Datang, amused, gave a mocking thumbs up. "What a stubborn kid. I'm starting to feel a bit sorry that I have to strike you down." He then offered generously, "How about this? I promise you, even if you lose this match, I can still sponsor you to join our guild." "Qing Long, what do you think?" Suddenly, Jiang Kai kicked the ground, launching himself into the air, coldly cutting the other guy off. "Stop talking nonsense. The match isn't over yet." Hearing that, Datang grinned broadly, looking excited. "A predictable answer, but I think I've been underestimating you. Or have you lost your mind? If you want my life, you'll at least need to throw a few more darts than that." However, he immediately activated his teleportation skill, turning into a bolt of blue lightning to dodge the attack from above. Jiang Kai twisted his body skillfully in midair, quickly activating the gambler's time skill. Detang closed in from below, swinging his sword with a crazed hiss. Ha! Are you trying to get closer to finish me off? Then he unleashed the Ghost Shadow Slash. You're too naive. Jiang Kai could only widen his eyes in shock at the freakish speed of his opponent's attack. The blade carried a massive sword aura that tore through the air, slamming into the ground and creating a violent explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust. The razor-sharp sword aura swept over Jiang Kai like a storm, making it impossible for him to dodge completely. Jiang Kai landed in a staggering stance, trying to stand back up even as his chest was racked with excruciating pain. Seeing that scene, Yuan Chu and the entire Fire God team in the stands shouted in alarm. Kai, Captain Kai, the surrounding crowd whispered and marveled. Man, that really is Detang's signature killer move. Just the shockwave from that slash was enough to wound him this badly. If he'd taken that head on, he'd be dead for sure. Jiang Kai collapsed to the ground amidst his glowing protective aura, using his hand to support himself, silently confused. Why? Why did this happen? He remembered the moment he broke into a cold sweat when the blade pointed at him. When he used the Ghost Shadow Slash the first time, he had deliberately hidden some of his true strength, but at least back then, he could barely dodge it. But this time, even though he tried his best, his body was still hit by the shockwave of the blade. His green eyes narrowed with vigilance. Was the distance too close for him to react in time, or had his Ghost Shadow Slash really become faster than before? Seeing his opponent go silent, Detang stood from above, arms crossed, looking down and mocking. Able to stand up already? But you look pretty pathetic right now. Suddenly, Detang realized something strange. That's not right, he thought to himself. I think I missed a crucial detail. I remember in a previous match, Si Feixiang said he never lost to anyone in terms of speed. Right? Then, Detang tilted his chin arrogantly and declared, well, let me tell you this. No matter how fast my opponents are, they will definitely still lose. Because the stronger the opponent I face, the stronger I become. Contrary to his bravado, Jiang Kai stood there silently, with his head bowed, shadows covering half his face so no one could guess what he was thinking. Suddenly, he clenched his flaming fist, spun around, and unleashed a lightning-fast kick that tore through the air. Who said I haven't lost yet? Seeing this, Detang dodged, shouting excitedly, what a stubborn kid! I like it. Then he immediately regained his cruel demeanor. But I won't go easy on you because of that. Suddenly, a blue streak of sword aura cut straight at Jiang Kai, accompanied by Detang's disappointed sneer. Is that all the tricks you have? How boring. Detang swung his sword victoriously, hissing. At your current speed, you can't even touch the hem of my robe. He dove down like a hawk on its prey, thrusting his sword straight at Jiang Kai. Give up. My next strike won't give you any chance to breathe. The sharp, cold blade swung upward, radiating a murderous intent meant to finish his opponent instantly. Jiang Kai couldn't withstand the impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood and coughing violently. Witnessing that tragic scene, his teammates in the stands widened their eyes, speechless with fear. Su Ai teared up, sobbing into her hands with extreme anxiety. This is bad. Kai's condition looks terrible. The neutral spectators began to jeer. Wow, look how painful that is. What a completely one-sided match. Another mocked. Jiang Kai, finally, had to taste bitterness. Throwing away the chance to fight in a team battle just to demand a solo duel, I wonder what on earth he's trying to prove. Jealous people from other defeated teams also took the opportunity to laugh. Besides showing off, what can he actually do? A nobody who just got lucky getting into the finals. The person next to him nodded smugly, adding, that's right. I think this Jiang Kai guy deserves to be beaten to a pulp. Immediately, Yuan Chu, standing nearby, heard those insults, his face turning red with anger. He ground his teeth so hard they made a creaking sound. The two spectators who were mocking them suddenly choked, their eyes bulging in terror as their collars were suddenly grabbed. It turned out Yuan Chu had reached over and lifted the two loudmouths up by their collars, roaring like a wild beast. What did you two just say? If you're so brave, say it again. I dare you. This made Hu Nian and Su Ai rush to intervene. Yuan, don't be impulsive. Meanwhile, the spectator being grabbed still tried to shout for his buddies to help. Don't bother with this mad dog. Don't pay attention to this trash that only knows how to bite. And his cowardly accomplice nodded in agreement. That's right. The guy he was cursing sneered defiantly, even though cold sweat was dripping down his face from fear of Yuan Chu's strength. Still, he tried to scream stubbornly to provoke the fighter. I said that Jiang Kai guy deserves to die. What the hell are you barking about? The surrounding crowd began to turn their eyes toward the stands. The accomplice cheered, inciting the crowd. That's right. Everyone, come look. There's a good dog here rushing out to protect its master. Yuan Chu's veins popped in anger as he heard that. Gritting his teeth, He roared, "You bastards!" Just as the brawl was about to break out, a booming, authoritative voice rang out from behind. "What is all this noise about?" The entire gallery fell silent instantly. Lan walked forward in her uniform, looking stern. She coldly ordered the guards, "This is the spectator area. Get these troublemakers out of here, now." The guards immediately complied. Su Ai turned around, surprised to see who had appeared, and whispered, "Sister." Lan walked over to comfort her sister, ignoring the guards dragging the two screaming troublemakers away. "In this match, Jiang Kai is going one-on-one with Di Tong. I was worried you'd be too anxious watching, so I came personally to see how you were doing," she explained as the two pests were tossed out of the hallway. "They probably belong to the Xuan Wu Guild. They came here to cause trouble just to vent. After all, your Fire God team coming out of nowhere cost them their spot in the finals and made them lose face. It's easy to see why they want Jiang Kai to lose." Yuan Chu crossed his arms, huffing with annoyance. What a bunch of annoying flies. Su Ai turned her eyes back to the arena, nervously whispering her lover's name. Kai. Down on the field, Jiang Kai was still kneeling, panting, his weary back turned toward Di Tong, who stood waiting leisurely in the distance. Even so, he tried to suppress the pain, his chest heaving. As the blue defensive spirit energy flared violently on his hands once more, Di Tong walked closer, acting pitying. "Jiang Kai, why suffer so much? What for? You're definitely going to lose this match. Stop this pointless resistance. Just agree to join our Azure Dragon Guild, and you'll still have a chance to enter the secret realm." However, Jiang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up firmly, his eyes cold. "I haven't lost yet." Di Tong froze, shocked by the burning intensity in his eyes. The kid was clearly in a desperate situation, yet there wasn't a hint of fear or panic in those eyes, only a calmness and determination that bordered on stubbornness. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt and lunged forward, roaring, "Fine, if you'd rather die than accept your fate, then I have no choice but to crush your confidence completely." He swung his longsword again, unleashing his lethal move, Ghost Shadow Slash, which transformed into a massive wave of sword energy, rushing straight at Jiang Kai. Seeing this, Yuan Chu and his teammates in the stands panicked and screamed, "What's going on? Why isn't Captain Kai dodging?" Su Ai couldn't bear to watch the cruel scene, quickly covering her eyes in agony. The slash, carrying Di Tang's world-shattering power, crashed down directly on Jiang Kai's position, accompanied by sharp, blinding rays of light. Suddenly, in the midst of the brilliant sword energy that seemed to have swallowed its target, Jiang Kai's green eyes flashed with an eerie light. His deception and ignition status skills activated simultaneously, turning him into a black shadow that tore through the opponent's sword energy and darted away. Di Tang suddenly felt his whole body go numb, exclaiming in horror, "What is this? Why do I suddenly feel an electric current surging through my body?" He darted his eyes around, but it was useless against his opponent's dizzying speed. Why? Why can't I track this kid's movements anymore? The sword energy exploded right behind him, and Di Tang screamed too late. "Oh no! I've been played!" Suddenly, Jiang Kai dove from above, swinging with a powerful, decisive blow. That was the moment. The strike landed accurately on Di Tang, making him cough up blood and groan in pain. A massive explosion of energy erupted from the point of impact, and a blinding blue light swept away all the dust around the arena. As the smoke cleared, Di Tang was trembling on his knees, bracing himself with his sword, while blood trickled from the wound on his chest. Suddenly, a cold blade was pointed straight at his forehead, freezing him in place, too afraid to move. Jiang Kai looked down at the defeated man coldly and declared clearly, "You lost." The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. No one could believe their eyes at the classic comeback that had just occurred. A spectator above stammered in surprise, What? Then the crowd erupted into chatter. What? Did I see that right? Had Jiang Kai really pulled off a comeback? The stands were in chaos, everyone confused. What the hell is going on? How did Jiang Kai manage that? Unbelievable. Su Ai opened her eyes wide with joy, while Nguyen Vu and Hunian cheered and jumped with excitement. Yuan Chu, nearby, wiped tears from his eyes and shouted triumphantly to vent his earlier frustration. "I knew it! I knew Kai wouldn't be defeated that easily." Di Tang trembled, looking at the projectile pressed against his forehead, sweat pouring down his face, bitter and frustrated. You found my weakness?" Still, he couldn't let it go and asked, "Since when?" Jiang Kai calmly watched his defeated opponent, his tone icy. "I have to thank you. A single sentence of yours accidentally awakened me." Di Tang's eyes widened, and he asked urgently, "What do you mean?" However, a flashback from 15 minutes ago played in his mind, when Jiang Kai was struggling under the blue defensive spirit energy. That's not right, he thought. I feel like I missed a crucial detail. What could it be? He recalled Tang's arrogant boasting earlier. I remember Xu Feixiang once said in a match that he had never lost to anyone in terms of speed, right? And then his self-satisfied add-on. Well, let me tell you, no matter how fast an opponent is, when they face me, they are destined to fail. Jiang Kai had a sudden realization. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he becomes. That's it. Because he could become stronger in the face of strong opponents, Jiang Kai smiled to himself. I think I understand now. Back before the match at the God Guild, Jiang Kai had carefully studied his opponent. I also watched your matches before the tournament. You always managed to take down your opponent with the Ghost Shadow Slash at the most critical moments. He rubbed his chin, calculating, how fast can his speed actually be, and began to draw his own lessons. At that time, my focus was entirely on your maximum attack speed, so I accidentally ignored the irregular changes in your rhythm. Jiang Kai continued to connect the clues. But I forgot one important thing. He glanced at him. You are the one who used information about the secret realm to you, didn't negotiate with me, and that's why you lost. It's clear you're someone who craves victory at any cost. You continue to analyze that for a glory hound like him, if he didn't go all out with his first strike, it could only mean he was testing his opponent. But once he saw a 10 out of 10 chance to win, he would definitely clear the obstacle at breakneck speed. Yet, you didn't do that. Suddenly, an imaginative, metaphorical image flashed through your mind. Just like in a past match, when facing a high-agility opponent, the terrifying attack speed you displayed would have been more than enough to finish your current opponent in a single strike. But instead, you chose to act like a seasoned hunter, playing cat and mouse after catching your prey. This makes absolutely no sense. Jiang Kai speaks his thoughts. Right after that, I quickly grasped another key point and came up with a bold hypothesis. His swordsmanship glided like a shadow, and at that moment, I even had the illusion that he could predict my every move. But was it truly an illusion? You glanced down at the sharp, flaming weapon in your hand. Perhaps you silently resolved that this was not an illusion at all. Rather than sitting around waiting for death, I might as well launch an attack to test that hypothesis myself. To verify my judgment, I used my own combat distance and attack speed as two different variables to experiment directly on you. And sure enough, the result was the same every single time. Jiang Kai explains, your Ghost Shadow Void Slash couldn't hit us directly, but at the same time, there was no way I could avoid the shockwaves from your sword aura. Suddenly, the massive blue sword aura piercing directly into Jiang Kai came back to him in a memory, reinforcing this hypothesis. Back in the present, Jiang Kai looked confidently at his crumbling opponent. You're extremely thirsty for glory. Obviously, you wouldn't have the time to play cat and mouse with me. So, my final conclusion is, Jiang Kai's eyes brightened as he spoke directly to him. You possess a special mental skill that allows you to predict your opponent's actions, he added clearly. And this is your true finishing move. A massive, mystical stream of memories appeared, and I suspect this mental skill uses your eye's ultra-high recording speed to capture every micro-movement of the muscles or the airflow on the opponent's body surface. Finally, you vividly compared it. Because of that, you can predict the trajectory of the opponent's attack in advance and immediately launch a lightning-fast counterattack. You smirked knowingly. Once I've seen through this secret, all I need to do is use a skill to paralyze your senses or disrupt your judgment, and that single moment of vulnerability will be enough to become your death knell. Tang broke into a cold sweat. Despite trembling, he stubbornly tried to argue. Is that so? But in the end, that was all just your speculation, right? Aren't you afraid you guessed wrong? Or even if you were right, you still couldn't defeat me? Don't you think you're being too confident? Jiang Kai pointed directly at his opponent, coldly declaring, the one who is too confident here is you. Then, exposing the truth, you deliberately used the name Ghost Shadow Void Slash to cover up the true nature of your mental skill, hoping to confuse your opponent's judgment. You continued to analyze calmly. To increase your kill rate afterward, you probably poured your attribute points into other stats instead of mental stats, keeping your mental power from being too high. You smirked slightly, and this is exactly what accidentally gave me a golden opportunity to break the stalemate. Tang's eyes widened, astonished, and he stammered, You gambled your life on this? However, Jiang Kai just calmly brushed past him. That's right, but the result shows I won this bet, he added coldly, and you have lost. Lost to the very ultimate technique you were most proud of. To be more precise, and then you turned your back to deliver the final blow. You lost to your own arrogant belief that you were invincible, leaving Tang completely frozen. Detang bowed his head, suddenly letting out a bitter, helpless laugh. Ha, so that's how it is. He threw his head back and laughed self-deprecatingly. I truly didn't expect this. Then he sighed, accepting reality. Come to think of it, a kid like you could actually teach me a lesson I'll never forget. He glanced at his opponent, his tone shifting from contempt to respect. Hey kid, no. Jiang Kai. Detang dropped his weapon, closed his eyes in resignation. You win. Then, he decisively gestured. Do it. Immediately, Jiang Kai did not hesitate, swinging his arm to unleash a slash, determined to tear through the air with a cold blue light. As his opponent finally collapsed, Jiang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, sheathed his weapon, and announced briefly, "It's over." At that very moment, the female MC's voice erupted through the speakers, causing the entire arena to go wild. Oh my god, did everyone see that? She screamed with excitement. Jiang Kai, from a position of having absolutely no advantage, has brilliantly found his opponent's weakness and dealt a fatal blow. This is a textbook counterkill, a classic battle among classics. The arena's giant screen displayed a brilliant image of Jiang Kai, making the audience below go crazy, screaming until their voices were hoarse. Jiang Kai, you're my hero. This match was absolutely explosive. Passionate fans humorously competed to claim him as their idol. Nobody can fight me for him. Jiang Kai is my only god from now on, they chanted in unison like thunder. Jiang Kai, Jiang Kai. Suddenly, the entire Fire God team leaped from the stands onto the field. Yuan Chu excitedly ran to the front and shouted, "That was incredible, Kai. Your performance just now completely blew my mind." Su Ai also rushed to follow him. That's right, Kai. I was so worried just now, I nearly stopped breathing. Seeing his teammates so worried about him, Jiang Kai gave a bright smile, responding sheepishly, "I'm sorry I made everyone worry." Hu Nian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Captain Kai, today you are the brightest star in this entire arena. Don't forget that I'm your #1 fan. And Wenwu also beamed, competing for attention. Me too, Captain Kai. You were insanely cool. Yuan Chu excitedly raised his fist to the sky and proposed, "All right, I've decided. Tonight, we're partying until we drop." He yelled excitedly, just waiting for Su Ai to finish comforting Kai, so they could throw a party to celebrate his victory. Leaving Jiang Kai bewildered, he hurriedly tried to stop them. Wait a minute, I feel like something is missing here. Suddenly, Yuan Chu didn't even let him get a word in. He immediately put his arm around Ba Koloi Tut's shoulder and walked straight toward the arena exit. The whole group happily followed along. Vian Chu cheered, "Let's go. Let's go now. My treat today," he shouted excitedly, while the others chimed in. "We've definitely got to have a real match today," Nguyen Vu agreed with a wide grin. Indeed, they completely ignored the poor female MC left behind, who was crying and screaming in despair. "Hey everyone, wait, I haven't even announced the official results of the match yet, don't go." Even though she was completely ignored, the female MC still had to swallow her tears and carry on, because it was her job. She shouted clearly into the mic, "And now, I officially declare that the champion of this tournament is Jiang Kai from the Fire God team." The stands erupted in thunderous cheers. The audience chanted in unison, "Jiang Kai." Jiang Kai was hoisted onto his teammates' shoulders, looking proud. He smiled and waved to his fans amidst a brilliant display of fireworks. Meanwhile, Lan stood at a distance, watching with a faint smile of admiration. She thought to herself, I really didn't expect Jiang Kai to pull off another miracle, or perhaps this kid is a miracle in himself. The next day, at the main God Guild, a member rushed into the hallway, shouting, "Everyone, come out here and look quickly. The military just sent someone to deliver our special rewards." Before the group stood a simple, small wooden box wrapped in copper, held solemnly by the messenger. The group leaned in to get a closer look. Nguyen Vu suddenly pouted in disappointment. What could possibly fit in such a tiny box? How can the military be so stingy? Hearing this, Jiang Kai laughed it off, curiously reaching out to open the lid. Come on, why don't we see what's inside first? However, as soon as the lid cracked open, 5 brilliant blue beams of light burst out, shooting straight into the air. Jiang Kai's eyes went wide, staring in surprise at the lights hovering before him. Nguyen Vu stood beside him, looking just as bewildered and silly. Hu Nian let out a gasp of amazement. Oh! So the rewards are given in the form of these magic cards? Suddenly, as he looked closely at one of the cards, Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. He hurriedly held up the glowing blue card to examine it. A brilliant blue system notification instantly appeared on the card. Congratulations, you have received the upgraded version of 9-turn Life Chaser, C rank. Jiang Kai scanned the terrifying stats of his new weapon. C rank 9-turn Life Chaser. plus 14 strength, plus 17 penetration, and plus 21 agility. Includes a set of special effects. Special Effect 1. Every time you use Life Chaser, your critical hit rate and critical damage increase by 15%, up to a maximum of 135%. After triggering a critical hit, all bonus effects of Life Chaser will reset. Special Effect 2. Armor Reduction. Every Life Chaser strike can deal damage in a small area. If you continuously attack this area with Life Chaser in a short period, the strikes will repeatedly penetrate the opponent. He stammered. Is this the upgraded version of Life Chaser? He couldn't hide his wide grin, feeling exhilarated. He had heard that some S-rank weapons were extremely rare and had various advanced evolutionary forms like C, S2, and S3. And he mused happily to himself. I never expected Life Chaser to have this second stage evolution. This is a huge surprise. Looking at the super cute chibi illustration on the screen, Jiang Kai calculated, increasing critical hit rate by 15% each time means that after 7 uses of Life Chaser, a critical hit is guaranteed. This is much more reliable than before, he nodded smugly. Combined with the continuous armor reduction effect, my win rate against high defense monsters is now even higher. But soon after, his attention was drawn to another magic card. He asked curiously, "And what is this one?" Nguyenvu immediately pointed at the card, explaining excitedly, "Kai, I know this one. This is top-tier stuff." He rambled on. "These are called Mother-Child Stones. This set consists of 1 Child Stone and 1 Mother Stone. Between 2 corresponding stones, there is always an absolute magnetic pull towards each other." Vian Chu chimed in with a proud laugh. "If you embed these into your gloves and Life Chaser, no other weapon will be able to interfere with or block your attacks anymore." Hu Nian hurriedly opened her second magic card. She cheered in excitement. "This is amazing." The girl happily pressed the treasure card to her chest, beaming. "This is exactly the material I needed for my level 41 to 60 job advancement. Spirit Mage." Fatty Nguyenvu also turned red with excitement, showing off his new treasure. "And this is the Drunken Immortal Gourd for holding wine. It increases the effectiveness of all types of wine by 30% and reduces intoxication time by 50%. However, looking at these high-quality rewards, Jiang Kai marveled to himself, these rewards are perfectly tailored for each of us. He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask anxiously, "Wait, Su Ai, what about your rewards?" Vian Chu waved his hand, smiling radiantly to reassure him. "Kai, don't worry. After all, Su Ai and I are still in the military. Our rewards were sent directly to Captain Li Biao." Su Ai, standing beside him, just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, he put his arm around Jiang Kai's shoulder and added excitedly, "You guessed right earlier. This time the rewards were completely based on our individual combat styles and needs. The military is being really generous this time." Su Ai smiled softly and added, "That's right. Actually, the person who came to deliver the rewards was sent by Lu. Lu also asked me to tell you that this was requested personally by Commander Wei." Jiang Kai was stunned for a moment, asking blankly, "Commander Wei personally requested it?" At this, Hu Nian's eyes sparkled with adoration. "Wow, it must be because of Captain Kai's reputation. Captain Kai, you are truly respected." Nguyenvu puffed out his chest proudly. "Of course, who do you think our Captain Kai is? Commander Wei really has a keen eye." Jiang Kai closed his eyes and smiled warmly, thinking to himself, "Commander Wei and Lu have really helped me a lot. Next time we meet, I must thank them properly." Suddenly, Su Ai remembered something extremely important and stepped forward to ask, "By the way, Kai, you won the final match. According to the bet, shouldn't the Azure Dragon Guild have given you the information card for the secret realm by now?" Jiang Kai replied calmly, "Don't worry, they said they would send someone to bring it in 3 days." Hu Nian suddenly lunged forward, playfully pinching Su Ai's chubby cheeks. "Su Ai, Kai finally won, so stop worrying and frowning all the time. Seeing you looking so gloomy breaks my heart." Su Ai blushed and stuttered in defense. I wasn't." Jiang Kai stood by, gently watching the lively scene of his teammates, a feeling of warm peace rising in his heart. Finally, the scene shifted to Jiangzhong City, where a grand high school stood beneath the pale golden sunlight. Jiang Kai was now wearing an active school uniform, slowly walking along the shaded path leading into the school grounds. He sighed softly as he remembered his younger sister's sorrowful face. Thinking back on Jiang An's expression, "I still feel a bit uneasy, as if the kid is hiding something in her heart. Today, I'm going to surprise Jiang An. I'll pick her up after school and get to the bottom of this." All around, the students were buzzing, excitedly making plans for after school. Hey, Where are we going after school today? The person next to him tapped his head, reminding him. You're still in the mood to play? Didn't you hear the dreaded teacher say there's a surprise quiz tomorrow? You really don't take anything seriously, do you? Slow down a bit. Jiang Kai walked up to the door of classroom 32 and knocked gently to ask around. Excuse me, is Jiang An in here? The student cleaning the classroom looked up and replied, Jiang An isn't here. Someone just called her away. I feel like I've met you somewhere before. You're Jiang An's second older brother, right? Jiang Kai broke into a sweat, nodded in confirmation, and asked anxiously, That's right, but what do you mean she was called away? Did the teachers call her to the office? Hearing that, the student bit her lip and hesitantly revealed the bad news. It's not that. Actually, recently, a group of senior students has been constantly targeting and giving Jiang An a hard time. Suddenly, Jiang Kai rushed over, grabbed the student by the shoulders, and asked in a panic, Targeting her? What do you mean by that? Seeing her tremble in fear, she began to explain about the dark force in the school. The leader of that group is named Zhao Lei. He's a troublesome student who transferred here not long ago. Word is, his father works under Huang Wei, and with that powerful backing, he does whatever he wants at school. He drags along a bunch of lackeys to cause trouble, and even the teachers can't control him anymore. Jiang An had just been taken away by two girls who always follow Zhao Lei. Just then, a chubby student came running for his life down the hallway, gasping for air, whispering to himself, Hurry, hurry, there's no time left. However, before the chubby student could take a few more steps, a foot blocked his path, causing him to tumble to the ground and let out a painful cry. The leader stepped on him, grinding his teeth and cursing cruelly. Damn it, you've got some nerve, huh? I told you to drag your ass here within 3 minutes after the bell rang, and yet you dared to ignore me? Hearing the commotion, the student with Jiang Kai looked out from the door, pointed a shaking finger, and whispered, That's Zhao Lei right there. Jiang Kai watched in silence, his eyes growing cold. Outside, the chubby student was lifted up by his collar, his face pale as he begged pitifully. No, Brother Lei, please, let me explain. Zhao Lei threw a powerful punch at the chubby student, shouting with a ferocious look. I think you're looking for a death wish. However, Jiang Kai easily caught the fist midair and asked casually, stunning the whole group, You're Zhao Lei? Do you even know who Huang Wei is? Zhao Lei roared with arrogant fury when he saw someone daring to block his path. Damn it! What blind dog dares to act so arrogant in front of me? Tired of living, are you? Jiang Kai stood tall, his green eyes staring coldly at his opponent. I'm Jiang An's older brother, Jiang Kai said firmly. Where is she right now? Zhao Lei sneered, glancing at Jiang Kai with extreme contempt. Ha! So you're that Jiang Kai who doesn't know his place, the one who dared to offend the Huang family? But why should I answer your question? He leaned in close, offering an incredibly sinister, mocking smile. Of course, if you get on your knees and beg, then bark like a dog a few times, maybe I'll take pity on you and show you the way. Jiang Kai tilted his head to the side, his voice frighteningly calm. I'm afraid you don't have the guts to handle the consequences. That remark made Zhao Lei grit his teeth, his face darkening with rage. Immediately, he furiously ordered his lackeys to attack. Still playing tough? Today I'll teach you how to spell regret. Brother Lei, don't worry, we'll beat him to a pulp for you. The noise quickly drew a crowd of curious students to the hallway. Look, there's a fight over there. Wow, who's the unlucky person this time? Daring to provoke the rich kid Zhao Lei. A lackey lunged aggressively at Jiang Kai, but he easily dodged to the side, thinking to himself, too slow. Then, he effortlessly dodged every single attack from the lackeys as if it were child's play. Two of the lackeys standing by watching the scene had their eyes wide open, mouths agape in horror. What? Next, he lightly shifted his feet, preparing to deliver the finishing moves. He launched himself into the air, delivering a decisive blow that quickly swept all of Zhao Lei's lackeys away like autumn leaves. In the end, all of Zhao Lei's lackeys were lying on the ground, groaning in pain, while Jiang Kai walked past them casually. Witnessing the uselessness of his subordinates, Zhao Lei cracked his knuckles menacingly and roared, Damn it, since you brothers don't know your place, today I'll show you who makes the rules in this school. Meanwhile, at the school's athletic field, the sunset was painting the building gold. Suddenly, a tennis ball flew straight, hitting Jiang An on the forehead and making her cry out in surprise. Two haughty senior girls with tennis rackets walked over and sneered casually. Oh, little junior, we were just asking you to help pick up the ball. Why be so careless and use your face to catch it? Exactly. If people misunderstand and think we're bullying you, that would be such a hassle. Jiang An sat on the ground, clutching her forehead, looking at her backpack tossed aside, apologizing softly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. One of the seniors kicked the backpack hard, spilling the books inside, and laughed. Knowing you're wrong is a good start. But oh my god, look at this dirty backpack. I bet the books inside are all ruined too, right? Suddenly, one of them noticed something strange in the pile of belongings and exclaimed. She picked up a photo of 3 people, pointed at it, and asked, "What's this?" Jiang saw this and scrambled to grab it back. "Give it back. That's a photo from my birthday last year. It was the first time my second brother and everyone made a cake for me by hand." However, the other senior girl held Jiang down, while the first one held the photo triumphantly. "Why are you screaming so loud? How fierce. Look at how panicked you are. Looks like we just found something very interesting." She stroked the photo with a sinister smile. "Hee hee. If you keep screaming, I can't guarantee my hand won't slip and rip this photo." Just as the tension was peaking, the phone in the girl's pocket rang incessantly. The senior girl held the phone to her ear and exclaimed in surprise, "Hello? I'm busy. What is it?" A guy named Jiang Kai came to the classroom looking for Jiang, clashed with Zhao Lei. "And they're fighting? Is there really such an idiot in this world? Who's that overconfident?" Hearing that, Jiang green eyes widened with both surprise and worry. "Is that you, big brother?" Jiang mustered all her strength and bit hard into the arm that was locking her neck, causing the senior student to shriek in pain. However, the girl quickly broke free and ran for her life, leaving the 2 senior students screaming furiously behind her. "Is that little brat crazy? How dare she bite me until I bled?" The sound of hasty footsteps echoed rapidly up the stairs leading to the classroom. Jiang ran while panting, thinking anxiously, "I have to be fast. I have to be even faster. They have so many people. My big brother will definitely be at a disadvantage." Just as she reached the hallway, she called out loudly, "Big brother." But then she was stunned to see that 2 of Trio Loi's minions were already knocked out on the floor, while her brother stood proudly facing the leader. Hearing her call, Jiang Kai turned his head and smiled affectionately as he saw his little sister. Little sister Jiang was exhausted, her knees bruised and scraped. Panting heavily, she asked anxiously, "Brother, are you okay?" Suddenly, the smile on Jiang Kai's face vanished when he looked down at the wounds covering his sister's face and her bleeding legs. He clenched his fists until his veins bulged, trying to suppress the rage rising within him. "Big brother!" Suddenly, Trio Loi gained momentum and leaped into the air, throwing a ruthless punch straight at Jiang Kai, accompanied by a fierce shout. "Even if you kneel down and beg for death now, it's too late." Jiang cried out in panic. "Big brother, watch out!" But Jiang Kai just tilted his body, ever so slightly, easily dodging the aerial punch from his opponent. Immediately, he unleashed a lightning-fast counterattack that struck Trio Loi squarely. The punch was so powerful it made the young master spit blood, his face twisted in pain. In another corner, a group of male students were groaning as they carried a pile of long tables through the hallway. "This is the 3rd trip already. The teachers in the administration office just sit around in their fancy chairs, and they force us to work like human forklifts. I wish some lightning would strike and smash this pile of tables to pieces right now. Stop dreaming and hurry up. We can only go home early if we finish moving this stuff." Just then, the 2 senior students rushed over in a panic. One of the male students shouted, "Clear the way!" The senior student who had been bitten was grinding her teeth, her face full of killing intent as she searched. "Where is that damn Jiang? She dared to bite me and make me bleed. I'm going to pull out every one of her teeth later." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the end of the hallway, making her freeze in surprise. "Wait, what is that?" As soon as she finished speaking, Trio Loi was sent flying away by Jiang Kai, dragging the 2 senior students with him straight into the pile of long tables the male students had struggled to carry, smashing everything into 100 pieces. The 3 of them collapsed on top of each other, groaning in agony amidst the ruins, while the minions panicked and cried out, "Boss Loi, Senior." In contrast, the male students who witnessed the scene were thrilled, their eyes sparkling with joy. It really, truly turned into dust. Now we don't have to move the tables anymore. Should we go buy a lottery ticket? At this moment, Jiang Kai stood tall in the middle of the hallway, his entire body radiating a terrifying black aura that made Jiang stand behind him, trembling as she watched her brother. The little girl called out softly, her voice trembling with worry, "Big brother." Meanwhile, in front of them, Trio Loi knelt on the ground, clutching his chest and panting in horror and torment. "Damn it, it hurts. I clearly trained at the Ghost Star recently, and my physical strength has increased significantly. So why couldn't I block this kid's attack? He is definitely not a loser, like the Hoang family rumors said." Just as he was lamenting, Jiang Kai slowly approached. His shadow loomed over Trio Loi, who was kneeling on the ground. Trio Loi looked up, his face completely consumed by extreme fear. Because right now, Jiang Kai's eyes were bloodshot with fury, and he uttered each word coldly. You shouldn't have bullied her. Trio Loi broke into a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, thinking to himself, this guy's killing intent is so strong it's terrifying. The crowd of students around them began to whisper excitedly. Does Jiang An really have such an awesome brother? Look at Trio Loi. He's scared white. But why does her brother look so familiar? I remember now. He's Jiang Kai, the super famous ghost star explorer. He's my brother's idol. Jiang Kai grabbed Trio Loi's jaw tightly and lifted him up, asking in a cold, emotionless voice. You just said you were the one who made the rules in this school, right? What are you going to do about it? Then, he repeatedly unleashed devastating punches into the bully's face. He had loved using tyranny and violence as his rules. Well, today I'll use your own body to help you remember clearly. Only those who are still standing have the right to set the rules. Even though the guy was screaming in his heart, who am I? Where am I? Oh God, someone save me. Just as Jiang Kai was about to deliver another fatal blow, you dare bully my family. Jiang An suddenly rushed over and held his arm tightly to stop him. Big brother, don't hit him anymore. The little girl hugged his arm tightly, her eyes welling up with tears as she begged him. Please, don't hit him anymore, brother. Hearing his little sister's cry, the killing intent around Jiang Kai instantly vanished. He snapped out of it and replied gently, all right. Sure enough, Jiang Kai immediately pulled his hand back, then turned to hug his sister's shoulder. He glanced at the rebel behind him and said, Little An, go wait for me by the stairs. I'll be out in a minute. The little girl obediently replied, okay. Once his sister was out of sight, Jiang Kai immediately turned around and glared at the two senior students who were shaking like leaves. Jiang Kai's body once again radiated a dark pressure like a demon. Come here. I have a few things to say to you both. This made the two of them cry silently, stuttering in fear. Listen, Giang, no, big brother Giang, whatever it is, let's talk about it calmly, let's talk slowly. That night, in the school infirmary, the moonlight shone brightly through the quiet window, while Jiang Kai was tenderly applying medicine for Jiang An. He used a cotton swab to gently dab medicine onto the scrapes and bruises on his sister's knees, making her wince slightly. Jiang Kai looked up, his expression full of heartache and regret, and asked softly, Little An, am I hurting you? Giang An smiled brightly and waved her hand, saying, No, big brother, it doesn't hurt at all. And speaking of which, aren't you busy with the ghost spirits? Why did you suddenly have time to come to school to pick me up today? Jiang Kai knelt by the hospital bed, asking with a stern expression, If I hadn't come to look for you today, how much longer were you planning to hide the fact that you were being bullied? You've been just like our eldest brother since you were little, always silently bearing everything on your own. However, she refused to back down, pouting as she retorted, What about you? Didn't you also hide from us how dangerous things are with the ghost spirits? Jiang Kai jumped in surprise, breaking out into a cold sweat as he started stuttering to defend himself. All because Jiang Ying had gently taken her older brother's hand and spoke in a soft voice, Big brother, even though you smile every time you come home, not even the commander of the guards dares to recklessly challenge the power of the Huang family. The money you bring home must have been earned by risking your life at Ghost Star, right? She lowered her head, pouring out her heart in distress. I just hate that I'm so useless. I can't go to Ghost Star, and I can't help you with anything, so all I can do is try my best not to let our older brother and you worry. Jiang Kai silently listened to his sister's explanation. Besides, they weren't too bad at first. They were just spreading some nonsense rumors. But recently, they've started going too far. Plus, I knew you were busy with an important competition and didn't want to bother you. Seeing her brother remain silent for a long time, Jiang Ying started to panic and pressed him for an answer. Big brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mad at me? I'm sorry. Jiang Kai said nothing, just affectionately applied a bandage to his sister's forehead and thought to himself, when did this little girl grow up so much without me even noticing? He stood up straight and firmly told her, Ying Ying, you don't need to apologize. This is absolutely not your fault. The fault lies with those jerks who bullied you. Then, Jiang Kai ruffled his sister's hair and gave her a warm, confident smile. Don't worry, the scum at Ghost Star can't kill me. From now on, every day after I finish working, I'll video call you so you don't have to worry, okay? But if you dare to hide anything from me again, our older brother and I will bring shovels to flatten that entire school. He laughed and added a philosophy. After all, it's only natural for a big brother to protect his little sister. Hearing this, Jiang Ying was so moved that her eyes welled up with tears, and she was too choked up to speak. Suddenly, Jiang Kai reached into his pocket, took out a keepsake photo, and gave it to his sister, telling her to keep it safe. It turned out to be a photo of the three siblings happily together by a birthday cake, looking so warm. Jiang Ying took the photo, smiling happily through her tears. Okay, I understand now. Thank you so much, big brother. And so, the conversation ended under a night sky, sparkling with a bright, full moon above the school, filled with the happy voices of the two siblings. All right, let's go home. Our older brother will be so happy to see us coming home together. Yes, okay. A few days later, at the distant ghost star, an old, dilapidated wooden house sat alone in the middle of a dense forest. Jiang Kai and his teammates stood inside the rotting wooden house. Nguyen Vu asked in confusion, Captain Kai, is this really the location of the secret realm that Di Tang gave us? We aren't being played by the Azure Dragon Guild, are we? This is clearly just an ordinary wooden house. That's right. I don't see any mechanisms or traps at all. Jiang Kai calmly observed the surroundings and replied, It doesn't look like a fake. Hu Nian intently followed the direction Jiang Kai pointed. Look, even though the outside of the wooden house looks dilapidated, the inside is clean without a speck of dust. It's clear that someone has already come to search and check it very thoroughly. He continued his professional analysis. Plus, I noticed the ground in the yard is uneven, as if it had been dug up and filled back in. These are definitely traces left behind when the executioners were searching for the entrance to the secret realm. Suddenly, Jiang Kai recalled the demeanor of his old rival, and someone as arrogant as Di Tang wouldn't stoop to cheap tricks even if he lost. Hearing that, Hu Nian sighed helplessly. If that's really the case, even a massive organization like the Azure Dragon Guild turned this place upside down and couldn't find the entrance. How are the three of us supposed to find it? Nguyen Vu, standing next to him, replied in a frustrated tone. That's true. Afterward, Nguyen Vu scratched his head in regret. If only Su Ai were here, it would be so much better. With her super intelligence gathering skills, she would definitely have found some clues right away. Hu Nian wistfully recalled the scene of parting with their teammates. What can we do? The army forcibly recalled both of them. Jiang Kai smiled to reassure his teammates. After all, we only borrowed Yuan Chu and Su Ai for the guild challenge match. Now that the competition is over, they have to go back to military training. Just like that, the sun gradually faded behind the trees, casting a brilliant sunset. Let's camp nearby tonight, and keep an eye on things. Agreed. Night fell. Under the cool moon and gentle breeze, Nguyen Vu was hugging a large boulder tightly, mumbling affectionately. You've lost weight lately. You don't feel as soft as before, but you're still my favorite wife. Kiss, kiss, kiss. While Jiang Kai stood alone in the cold air, he looked toward the pitch-black wooden house, thinking to himself that he had been observing for a while now, but hadn't noticed anything unusual. Could he have guessed wrong? Jiang Kai was still deep in thought, under the quiet night sky, when he felt a black shadow silently closing in from behind. Sensing a hand placed on his shoulder, he smiled slightly and said, Hu Nian, I'm not tired yet. No need to switch guard duty. You keep sleeping. However, answering him was only the sound of leaves rustling in the freezing night wind. Jiang Kai suddenly shuddered, his green eyes narrowing in alarm. Not right. He immediately turned around to defend himself, a powerful gust of wind passing by, blowing away the grass under his feet. Far away, Hu Nian was still hugging the rock, fast asleep, mumbling in his sleep full of energy. Kai, Captain Kai, leave this one to me. Deal with that monster. Taste the power of this female hero from the Ho family. Heh. Suddenly, a shadow swooped down from the sky straight toward Jiang Kai, startling him. He looked up, and inadvertently, a ghost woman's face with long, disheveled hair and ghastly red eyes was pressing right down over his head. Jiang Kai nimbly slid back, dodging the pounce, and exclaimed in surprise, Ghost woman Ben? Immediately, he launched himself into the air, activating his signature skill, Death Chaser. Sharp streams of energy shot out, tearing through the air and piercing straight into the ghost, but they passed through her body as if passing through smoke. Jiang Kai landed on the ground in shock. What? Even the Death Chaser couldn't touch her at all? The ghost glided through the air at a dizzying speed, leaving Jiang Kai behind. He watched the black shadow flying away in a panic. So fast. That was the direction of the wooden house. Without a second of hesitation, Jiang Kai immediately gave chase and activated his ocular technique to track her closely. Ghost eyes, focus. He dashed through the night like a flash, heading straight toward the old wooden house. Suddenly, Jiang Kai leaped and kicked through the window glass, charging straight inside. He landed firmly, but immediately froze in suspicion. In the dark room, a long-haired woman was quietly sitting, brushing her hair in front of a vanity mirror, emitting a faint, black mist. Looking into the mirror, the horrific face of the ghost girl, Ben, was half human and half skull, wearing a sinister smile under the moonlight. Jiang Kai dove down from above, deciding to strike first before the ghost could make a move. He channeled energy into his ghost claws and shouted the name of his technique. Extinguish! Powerful flames erupted, but as they hit the target, they once again passed straight through her ethereal body. Refusing to give up, Jiang Kai continued to pour all his strength into a wide-area attack. Full force extinguish. The intense barrage of fire engulfed the entire vanity table and the phantom of the ghost girl, Bensi. However, when the dust settled, Jiang Kai broke out into a cold sweat in terror. He had clearly aimed for her vital weak points, so how could he have caused absolutely no damage at all? He looked out the shattered window, where the dawn was just beginning to peek over the distant horizon. With no other choice, Jiang Kai pulled out a magic card that radiated a mysterious black-blue light, grinding his teeth as he told himself, "Let's try this one more time." He swung his arm, launching the card with razor-sharp energy, slashing straight toward the old vanity mirror. The next morning, Hunyan and Nguyen Vu heard the story and turned pale with fear, stuttering as they asked, "Captain Kai, what did you say? A ghost girl named Ben appeared and entered this wooden cabin last night? Ghost girl Ben?" Jiang Kai explained the situation to his teammates. "Yeah, it all happened so suddenly that I couldn't wake you all up in time. This ghost girl, Ben, is strange. After she spotted me, she didn't attack at all." Then he continued. "Instead, she ran straight into this wooden cabin and just sat there, brushing her hair in front of the mirror." Hunyan rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, and murmured, "Do you think this ghost girl, Benj, has something to do with the secret realm inside this cabin?" Jiang Kai sighed helplessly as he continued his explanation. "I thought so too, but after chasing her in here last night, no matter how I changed up my attacks, I couldn't destroy her. When dawn broke, she simply vanished on her own." He stared pensively at the empty vanity table in front of him, filled with doubt. "Vanished?" Hunyan shivered and exclaimed, "That ghost girl is just too strange." But suddenly, a loud laugh cut them off. The whole group jumped and spun around, surprised to see someone standing at the door. The man laughed loudly. "I didn't expect you guys to find her so quickly." Jiang Kai immediately went on guard, frowning as he shouted, "Who are you?" Just then, the leader stepped inside nonchalantly to introduce himself. "My name is Ngao Vu, captain of the Tang Long squad from the Green Dragon Guild, and I'm the scout responsible for exploring this secret realm." Upon hearing the name, Hu Nian crossed her arms and scolded him angrily. "Humph, so you're from the Green Dragon Guild. You clearly knew about the existence of this strange ghost girl, Ben, but you didn't bother to warn us. How malicious of you." A subordinate standing behind Ngao Vu immediately craned his neck to argue back. "Hey, what did you say?" However, Ngao Vu raised his hand to stop his subordinate and laughed it off, trying to mediate. "Haha, it's all right. What she said isn't entirely wrong. We did have our own agenda, but we only wanted to test the strength of the Godfire squad ourselves. We don't have any malicious intent." He then leisurely approached Jiang Kai and suggested, "Jiang Kai, you're actually quite impressive. I think we could try working together." But Jiang Kai coldly and flatly refused. "Thanks for the compliment, but there's no need to work together. I never partner with people I don't trust." After saying that, he immediately turned around and decisively ordered his teammates, "Hu Nian, Nguyen Vu, let's go." Nguyen Vu quickly replied, "Yeah." Once Jiang Kai's group was out of sight, Ngao Vu's henchmen immediately started grumbling in frustration. What does that kid have to be so arrogant about? He thinks he's so tough? We spent 2 whole months and still haven't cracked the secret of this realm. Does he think he's a genius or something? And his 2 teammates slept like logs. Last night the ghost girl appeared right there and they didn't even notice. Ngao Vu stroked his beard, smiling sinisterly. "Actually, I quite like that reckless spirit of Jiang Kai's. Since he doesn't know how to appreciate this chance to cooperate, let's just see what he can actually accomplish." When the second night fell along with the crescent moon, the ghost girl Ben predictably appeared out of thin air and flew into the wooden cabin. Jiang Kai immediately led his team to rush in, acting according to their plan. Outside, Ngao Vu's group was still standing on a high cliff, silently observing the cabin. A subordinate asked nervously in a low voice, "Captain, are we really not going inside to check it out?" Ngao Vu replied calmly, "No need to rush." Jiang Kai insisted on handling it himself, so let's give him the chance. Changing the scene, Nguyen Vu was inside, yelling excitedly as he charged toward the ghost with a treasure shield in hand. "My sweet wife, long time no see. I missed you so much, moi, moi, moi." However, before the fat guy could even touch the ghost, he was sent flying by a shockwave, causing Hunyan to cry out in alarm, Nguyen Vu, are you okay? The ghost girl, Benj, sat there nonchalantly, brushing her hair in front of the mirror and wearing an extremely sinister and magical smile. Hu Nian helped Nguyen Vu up and complained helplessly to Jiang Kai. I already tried using my rain summoning skill, and even Nguyen Vu's attack didn't make a dent. You were right, Captain Kai. Every single attack is completely useless against this ghost girl, Ben. Jiang Kai crossed his arms and stared intently at the phantom, deep in thought, telling himself, it really is a tough one. He looked deep into the mirror, which was emitting a strange green light. Where is the key to solving this, anyway? Suddenly, the ghost's blood-red eyes in the mirror twitched, revealing strange, ancient characters hidden deep within her pupils. Jiang Kai realized something and blurted out, did something just flash there a moment ago? While Hu Nian was holding a potion bottle behind him, trying to persuade Nguyen Vu, drink this sobering potion, quickly. Nguyen Vu downed the whole bottle in one gulp. Jiang Kai was still staring intently at the mirror, prompting Hu Nian to ask worriedly, Captain Kai, what's wrong? Jiang Kai immediately activated his visual arts, his eyes sparkling with a green light. Did you guys notice? The eyes of the ghost girl in the mirror are very abnormal. Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu glued their eyes to the mirror for a while, then shook their heads in unison. No, we don't see anything. Nguyen Vu, do you see anything? I don't see a thing either. Jiang Kai rushed forward, anxiously questioning Captain Jiang Kai. Are you sure your eyes aren't playing tricks on you? Jiang Kai replied firmly. No way. My demon eye skill couldn't possibly be wrong. Just a moment ago, in her eyes, the word terror clearly flashed for a split second. Jiang Kai mused in astonishment, his eyes narrowing with tension. He shouted a warning. Wait, it's not over yet. The next character gradually appearing in the demon's eyes was the word fear. Sure enough, a dark pressure engulfed the room as the following characters combined to form the phrase, lair. Jiang Kai watched Jiang Kai's grave expression, curiously asking, Captain Jiang, what are you muttering about? Jiang Kai thoughtfully repeated the phrase he had just deciphered. Lair, terror, lair? In front of the mirror, the demon woman Ben still wore a twisted, haunting smile, as if secretly challenging the group. The terrifying half-human, half-skull face of the demon woman suddenly pressed against the screen, hissing a single word, humans. Immediately, an invisible, overwhelming force of suction dragged Jiang Kai into the infinite void, accompanied by a hair-raising echo. You are worthy of entering the den of terror. Jiang Kai's green eyes constricted in shock at this totally unexpected turn of events. Outside the ghostly mirror, Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu could only stand and watch as their captain vanished in the blink of an eye. Both of them screamed in utter panic at the same time. Captain Kai! However, Hu Nian immediately regained her composure, rushed toward the vanity table, pointed her finger and shouted, You bastard! Give Captain Kai back to us right now. She frantically swung her weapon, intending to shatter the eerie mirror in front of her. Outside the wooden house, Gao Vu stood on a high cliff, suddenly furrowing his brows as he observed. It seemed like something had just happened inside. He quickly led his underlings from the Azure Dragon Guild to push open the door and rush in. Hey, what the hell are you all doing? Ignoring the newcomers, Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu continued to rain attacks on the emotionless mirror. You damn mirror. Where did you take Captain Kai? Seeing the chaotic scene, Gao Vu immediately ordered his subordinates. Quick, stop those two. The burly henchmen of the Dragon Tamer squad immediately rushed in, grabbing Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu's limbs to restrain them. Hu Nian struggled non-stop, screaming, Let me go! Let me go! This forced Gao Vu to issue a warning. Don't do anything stupid. This mirror might be the key clue to unlocking the secret realm. How could we let you destroy it so easily? He stood with his hands on his hips, questioning them relentlessly. Tell me exactly what just happened right now. Where is your captain? And it's strange, it's not even dawn yet, so why did that female demon suddenly vanish? Hu Nian sobbed, crying as she pointed toward the mirror. The mirror! It was the mirror! Captain Kai was sucked into that mirror. Gao Vu's eyes went wide as he gasped in shock. What? Sucked into the mirror? Suddenly, the old mirror emitted a brilliant green light, grabbing the attention of everyone present in the room. Eerie system text appeared on the mirror's surface. Personal secret realm. Den of Terror has been activated. Regardless of whether the explorer clears the secret realm or not, this realm will disappear forever afterward. Gao Vu's jaw dropped in disbelief. What is this? The mirror continued to display Jiang Kai's trial progress board. The revelation mirror would show the explorer's combat progress inside the Den of Terror. Progress, 0 out of 1 million. Time elapsed, 0 seconds. Meanwhile, inside the dark void of the mirror, Jiang Kai slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He slowly stood up, looking around the vast, pitch-black space with confusion. What is happening? Was I sucked into the mirror? Suddenly, a brilliant green system notification appeared right in front of him. Congratulations, you have entered the S-rank difficulty, Personal Secret Realm, Den of Terror. Fear stems from ignorance. Within 30 minutes, eliminate all Secret Realm creatures in the Den of Terror. The Revelation Mirror will answer your questions and help you escape the fear of the unknown. For every 10 minutes that exceed the time limit, one opportunity to ask a question will be deducted until no turns remain. After completing the challenge, you will receive a weapon of S rank or higher. Have fun with your challenge. Jiang Kai frowned and muttered, feeling tense. Is this a Secret Realm challenge? What on earth is the Revelation Mirror? And what are those horrifying creatures? Where are they hiding? The challenge had just begun, so he immediately took a stance, channeled energy into his demonic claws, and shouted, "Full power, extinguish." However, even though the flames from his demonic claws burned fiercely, he was still surrounded by a pitch-black night. Why is it still pitch black around here? Immediately, a notification board appeared with a blunt, friendly reminder. Inside this secret realm, the fire effect of your weapon is preserved, but its ability to emit light has been stripped away, which left Jiang Kai speechless. So, I have to complete this challenge without being able to see the monsters? He stood still in a defensive stance amidst the enveloping darkness, suddenly noticing countless glowing red dots like demon eyes lurking everywhere. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, focusing all his concentration on his green ocular skills. Just then, from the deep darkness, a giant swarm of spiders with hideous red eyes began to crawl out and surround him. They're coming. Jiang Kai swung his flaming blades to tear through the night, firmly telling himself, just kill them first and ask questions later. As soon as the monsters fell, the system repeatedly popped up congratulatory notifications. Congratulations. You have eliminated one Secret Realm creature. Gaining 1 experience point, he leaped into the air, continuing to unleash flaming attacks down upon the swarm of monsters below. The 1 experience point notifications flew up, continuously illuminating a corner of the combat space. Shortly after, Jiang Kai landed heroically amidst a pile of defeated monster corpses. Looking around with confidence, he breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Taking out a few dozen monsters doesn't seem that hard." However, the moment his words faded, countless demon eyes, red as willow, the wisps, suddenly blazed bright in the darkness. Jiang Kai was startled, his eyes constricting in horror as he realized something was wrong. This isn't right. A towering wall of red eyes focused its attention on him, creating an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. From within the pitch-black night, tens of thousands of giant demon spiders poured out like a hideous flood, ready to devour their prey. Panicked, Jiang Kai retreated while staring at the terrifying figures of the monsters sealing off his path. With no way back, he immediately ignited his claws and charged boldly into the enemy encirclement. Explosive energy shocks erupted one after another, blowing away swarms of monsters trying to close in. Caught in the pitch-black sea of demons surging toward him, Jiang Kai felt suffocated by their overwhelming numbers. He gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat, and muttered tensely, "Just how many of these are there? I have to be faster than this." Outside the secret realm, the magical mirror flickered with a progress notification. 771 monsters eliminated. Time elapsed, 44 seconds. Gaovu looked at the numbers on the mirror, sweat beading on his forehead, and asked in shock, "Does this mean Jiang Kai killed 77 monsters in just 44 seconds? A subordinate standing beside him also gulped in panic. The monsters in the secret realm are definitely not weak at all. Killing 77 inches 44 seconds, this guy really is a monster. He held his head in a panic and continued, Den of Terror. No wonder this place is called the Den of Terror. This is simply not a place for humans. Another underling turned pale, his voice trembling as he realized the horrific truth. Then doesn't that number mean there are up to 1 million monsters in there? Jiang Kai's face turned pale with shock upon hearing that. Her voice choked with despair. 1 million? 1 million monsters? Meanwhile, Ao Yu recalled the historic battle from years past. That year, during the battle against the Morlop Lord on the Ice Island, at least hundreds of thousands of players had to join forces just to achieve victory. Decoy stared fixedly at the mirror, feeling both awe and concern. But right now Jiang Kai was all alone. How could he possibly wipe out that many monsters? Upon hearing this, Jiang Kai couldn't take it anymore and struggled against the person holding her back. "Let me go! Quickly! Release me! I want to go in there too! I have to save Captain Jiang!" Ao Yu immediately shouted a warning at her. "You absolutely cannot go in there." Jiang Kai resisted, turning to look at him with tear-filled, helpless eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Ao Yu explained with a grave expression. Because this is a solo dungeon. He continued to explain the harsh rules of this world. Unlike ordinary dungeons, solo dungeons only allow one adventurer to enter at a time. He added a detail. The rewards in these dungeons are usually much richer, but at the same time, the adventurer doesn't just have to face unknown challenges alone, but the difficulty of those challenges is also exponentially higher. He concluded with a sigh. It's a pity, but I don't think Jiang Kai can hold out much longer. Jiang Kai was left speechless, biting her lip, standing frozen in utter helplessness. Right at that moment, inside the dungeon, tens of thousands of red-eyed demon spiders were crawling around, swarming every corner of the dark space. Jiang Kai leaped into the air once more, unleashing a brilliant flaming slash that tore through the pack of monsters crowding below. Suddenly, a giant demon spider opened its hideous mouth, spitting a stream of green venom straight at him. Luckily, Jiang Kai managed to dodge mid-air in the nick of time, evading the venomous strike and immediately counterattacking, cleaving the monster in two. The battle had dragged on for 20 minutes, and Jiang Kai wiped away his sweat, thinking to himself, 20 minutes have passed already. There are so many monsters that the system doesn't even have time to display the experience points earned. He swept his hand, clearing a circle of monsters, analyzing silently. Their health is very low, and they have almost no intelligence, so they can be taken out in a heartbeat. But there are an endless number of them. However, no matter how tired his arms grew from slashing, he realized with helplessness that even with his high attack speed, he couldn't kill them all. In a moment of carelessness, Jiang Kai was grazed by a monster's sharp claws, causing his arm to bleed. He thought, and the worst part is, my whole body is already covered in wounds. Jiang Kai stood unsteadily, trembling. He gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-chilling pain. Panting with exhaustion, he was on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a giant spider leg slammed down from above onto his leg, leaving him no time to dodge. Jiang Kai could only let out a painful scream before crashing down to the ground. Two giant demon spiders stood side by side, simultaneously firing rays of deadly energy to finish off their prey. Immediately, a sea of pitch-black demon spiders surged forward, crushing down on Jiang Kai, causing him to howl in pain. It hurts. My body is about to be crushed to pieces. Trapped and suffocated by the swarm of monsters, Jiang Kai could only grit his teeth in helplessness. Damn it. The difference in numbers is too great. This time I really can't win. His mind began to haze as his consciousness slipped into darkness. Defeated by low-level creatures like this? I really can't accept this. At that exact moment, a vibrant blue system notification window flickered repeatedly, detecting that the adventurer was in a near-death state. Jiang Kai caught sight of a card glowing like a shooting star in the sky. The death card erupted with the light of an incredibly magnificent, ancient magic circle. Exclusive item of the card god. The hidden effect of the death card, Wheel of Destiny, has been activated. Jiang Kai suddenly realized he was floating in a vast, empty, white void. What was that strange sound? He stared blankly at the brilliant light appearing before his eyes, hurriedly activating his ocular skill. Demon Eye, focus. From within the light, a stunningly beautiful goddess with white hair stepped out, holding a powerful magic card in her hand. The system window displayed a congratulatory message scrolling beside her. Congratulations, you have activated the hidden effect of the death card, Wheel of Destiny. While in a near-death state, the Wheel of Destiny will randomly select an outcome for you. Jiang Kai stared in disbelief at the goddess, who smiled cryptically at him. The hidden effect of the Wheel of Destiny from the death card? The system continued to explain. Every outcome includes both a reward and a penalty. Once the user spins the Wheel of Destiny, they agree to bear both effects. Wheel of Destiny effect. This effect can only be used once per calendar month due to the influence of the card god's double talent. Refusing to spin the wheel also counts as one use. The magic card floated in the air, challenging his courage. A double-edged effect of rewards and penalties. Huh? A glimmer of fragile hope or total destruction? Now, do you wish to spin the Wheel of Destiny? Despite the blood at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Kai wore a defiant, excited smile. Do I even have to ask? Naturally, he decisively waved his hand to command the spin, causing the enormous magic circle beneath his feet to instantly spin and emit a radiant blue energy. His entire body was enveloped in a pure white light, cleansing away all the dust and injuries from his body. He instantly spins around, radiating a brilliant blue energy. His entire body is enveloped in a pure white light, cleansing away all the dust and injuries from his frame. Jiang Kai looks on in surprise, seeing his body completely healed without a single scratch. The pain in his body has suddenly vanished. Is this my mental world? Right after that, a giant golden clock, resembling the Wheel of Fate, appears magnificently before his eyes. Is that really the Wheel of Fate? The hour hand begins to twitch, spinning around while emitting crisp ticking sounds. It's starting. The magic wheel spins so fast it creates streaks of brilliant golden light, illuminating Jiang Kai's entire mental space. The hand finally stops at a fixed position. The system board chimes. The Wheel of Fate has stopped spinning. Jiang Kai narrows his eyes, looking at the newly updated status board with a face full of anticipation. The new status is displayed in detail. Beneficial status. Rapid recovery. Your combat resource consumption will be restored in a short time. Duration. 60 minutes. Activating double talent. Rapid recovery is upgraded to extreme recovery. All consumption will be restored at the fastest speed, and your physical condition will reach its peak. Detrimental status. Exposed weakness. You will be more vulnerable to critical damage when attacked. Duration. 60 minutes. Activating double talent. Exposed weakness is upgraded to fragile physique. All damage will result in more severe consequences, and you must endure double the pain. A massive wave of warm heat suddenly floods his body. His body feels like it is being enveloped by a swirling, incredibly comfortable stream of warm water. Under his inner vision, every muscle, fiber, and bone in Jiang Kai's body is being regenerated and strengthened to the most perfect degree. Just like that, Jiang Kai throws his head back and lets out a roar of pure satisfaction as all his physical strength returns and burns fiercely like a divine flame. He snaps his eyes open, and his pupils shoot out two brilliant golden rays, incinerating the demon spiders clinging to him. Then, Jiang Kai swings his arms, throwing all the surrounding monsters away, his voice cold and murderous. Die. He holds the glowing card, slashing out a giant blue wave of sword energy that sweeps across the entire battlefield. Standing tall amidst the swarm of monsters with the card in his hand, he confidently tells himself, now that all the cards are on the table, the power of lightning and raging fire surrounding his body creates an invincible aura. This is a battle where he is betting his life. Jiang Kai swings his sword, unleashing brilliant, swirling fire dragons, tearing through the dark night of the lair. The terrifying attack creates spectacular chain explosions, crushing tens of thousands of demon spiders into dust in the blink of an eye. While frantically swinging his flaming slashes, Jiang Kai silently calculates with concern. Although his body has recovered to its peak state, with the fragile physique detrimental effect from the Wheel of Fate, if I get hit by a monster one more time, I'm as good as logged out. However, he quickly wears a confident smile. In other words, I just need to move skillfully enough to avoid getting hit, right? Jiang Kai immediately shouts his familiar technique that tears through the air, Death Chase. Streams of fiery energy shoot out like a downpour, smashing the surrounding demon spiders into 100 pieces. The powerful attack creates a massive explosion, causing dust and rocks to fly everywhere. Brilliant golden streaks sweep through every corner of the dark battlefield. Jiang Kai uses his demon claws to slice another spider in half, silently estimating that he can almost destroy them within a few seconds. Once they are ignited, especially if he is lucky enough to land a critical hit, the pile of monster corpses explodes in a chain reaction, forming towering columns of fire. He thinks excitedly that he will be able to destroy even more than that. Suddenly, he calmly stands upright to analyze the tactics. Because this is a challenge, even if there are 1,000,000 monsters, there must be a limit to it in the worst-case scenario. The duration of extreme recovery is 60 minutes. If I am forced to destroy all of them within this time, do I need to kill 300 per second? Maybe even more than that to make it in time. Standing alone in the middle of a giant sea of demon spiders moving to surround him, he shakes his head. The time for the card god can only last for 10 short seconds, after which it will fall into a very long cooldown, completely unable to cope with this current long-term war of attrition. Jiang Kai pauses for a beat, his eyes flashing with hidden meaning. Wait, looking at the pile of demon spiders exploding into fine dust, he suddenly realizes that after the upgraded version of Death Chase was absorbed by the Death card, the attack efficiency seems extremely high. Immediately, he raises the arm wearing the demon gauntlet. The Death card radiates a powerful, brilliant golden aura. Jiang Kai leaps into the air, decisively throwing the card away and shouting, "Go!" Standing at the peak, looking down at all things, he begins to count down coldly. 3. Waves of fire pour out from the card like a waterfall. He continues to count. 2. The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curls into a proud, arrogant smile. The word 1 barely leaves his lips when the entire sky and land erupt in a spectacular sea of red flames, sweeping away a series of unfortunate demon spiders. Sure enough, Jiang Kai lands leisurely amidst the floating ashes, thinking triumphantly to himself, just as I predicted. As long as the death card carries fire and incinerates a larger area. Next, I just need to wait for a critical hit during the burning process to trigger a chain reaction of continuous explosions. He narrows his eyes, looking toward the deep darkness, and wears an extremely devious smile. Keep exploding. More monsters. A moment later, thunderous explosions continue to sweep across the ruined lair. Jiang Kai glides continuously like a wind in the air, confidently calculating. The death card is controlled entirely by thought, so its attack range is far greater than 9 Calamity Death Chase. I can fully utilize this advantage to directly incinerate the entire battlefield. He unleashes giant streaks of fire, lightning, clearing out even distant targets and advancing further. Well, black smoke billows from the wreckage of thousands of demon spiders that have been roasted. Jiang Kai shrugs in frustration and mutters disdainfully, "What is going on? These guys move so slowly. At least they are monsters from an E-rank hidden realm. Can't they fight with a bit more heart and intensity?" However, not wanting to waste time, he decisively rushes into the encirclement. "Forget it. I'll just come find you guys myself." Outside the wooden house, the magic mirror displays a new progress number. 4,161,000 creatures destroyed. 20.9 seconds have passed. Hu Nian is in extreme panic, gripping the frame of the mirror. With a trembling voice, he asked Nguyen Vu, "Nguyen Vu, is this mirror broken? Why did the kill count suddenly stop?" While Ngao Vu stood nearby, Bin Thon analyzed the situation with a cold, detached air. Although only 10 seconds had passed, this was a secret realm where 1,000,000 beasts were tearing apart a single person. It was a life-or-death battle. Even a few seconds were enough to decide one's fate. The subordinate standing beside him added with a sneer, "Exactly. Given the difficulty of this secret realm, it's only natural that Jiang Kai couldn't make it through. Instead of getting so worked up, you guys should be preparing a therapy session for when he gets kicked out, just in case he has a mental breakdown from losing." Hearing this, Hu Nian turned around, both anxious and furious, and shouted, "You're the one with mental issues. The battle isn't over yet, so stop the cursed talk. I absolutely believe in Captain Kai." But the subordinate wouldn't back down. He tilted his head back and retorted, "Isn't the situation playing out right before our eyes enough to explain the problem? Not to mention, we've been camping out here for months, and yet Jiang Kai just happened to stumble into this secret realm by sheer luck. If he actually manages to clear it, I'll have nothing left to say." He then closed his eyes tightly, wore a mocking expression, and poured more cold water on the situation. But at least for now, this rare opportunity has gone to waste. Facing 1,000,000 monsters, I'll bet anything that Jiang Kai will definitely lose his life. No doubt about it. Amid the tense atmosphere, Nguyen Vu suddenly stepped forward and cut in coldly. "So, what exactly do you want to bet?" The subordinate was immediately struck dumb, just staring at the fat man with a complex look. Nguyen Vu snorted, lowered his head, glared, and demanded again, full of challenge, "I'm asking you, what exactly do you want to wager?" Cornered, the subordinate turned bright red with rage and shouted, "Humph, you guys are truly stubborn. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. If that's how it is, I'll say it right now. If Jiang Kai can actually walk out alive, I'll kneel down right here and call you all father." He stood tall, lifting his chin smugly as he looked down at Nguyen Vu. "And if not, you guys will kneel down and call me father." They glared at each other, sparks flying at close range. "You want to challenge me? You dare?" he asked, receiving a firm reply. "A bet is a bet. Why would I be afraid?" Suddenly, Hu Nian pointed toward the magical mirror, his face drained of all color, and screamed, "My God, what is happening?" Both men, fueled by their heated bet, immediately jumped and whipped around, their eyes wide with shock. A blue light began to emanate from the mirror's surface, and the progress count suddenly soared. 6,201,000 creatures eliminated. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, another heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion erupted, violently tearing through the dark void. The surrounding demon dogs could only howl helplessly in the face of the destructive power rushing toward them. As Jiang Kai floated gracefully in the air, looking down at the monsters below with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he chuckled, "So, you were all hiding here, huh?" He then waved his hands, creating consecutive explosions, chasing them while taunting, "Come on, you're supposed to be S-rank secret realm monsters. How are you this week?" Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with brilliant, excited light. "Why are you running away? Keep fighting, don't you dare stop." Colossal pillars of fire soared, completely sweeping through the areas he passed. The pathetic demon dogs tried to fight back with streaks of green toxin, but they were all completely incinerated by the flames. The entire battlefield was once again engulfed in a spectacular sea of red fire and endless chain explosions. After the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Jiang Kai landed casually, gently spinning the powerful card of death in his hand. Sure enough, the system mirror displayed a congratulatory message. All creatures in the secret realm have been eliminated. The time elapsed was 1,447 seconds, leaving the young man to click his tongue in regret. Is it over already? I still have over 30 minutes of extreme recovery status left. What a waste. Just then, a brilliant, warm golden glow suddenly shone down from high above onto Jiang Kai's position, making him turn around curiously. From within the light, a magnificent, ancient golden mirror appeared, accompanied by a captivating beauty who introduced herself. Congratulations, brave challenger. You have completed the terrifying nest trial. I am Kree, the guardian of this secret realm, and I will now begin calculating your rewards. Jiang Kai stared blankly at the beauty in front of him, silently assessing. Is this the secret realm guardian that Disung mentioned earlier? Kree smiled mysteriously and gestured with her hand. You may now ask the Mirror of Profound Secrets 5 questions within your permitted scope. Jiang Kai immediately perked up, rubbing his chin and envisioning various scenarios in his mind. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, would it be a waste to only ask about the ingredient recipe for the God Card class change? Maybe I can use this chance to uncover some of the truth about Ghostar and prepare for the coming crisis. I just don't know what the specific scope of authority is here. However, Cray suddenly poured cold water on his thoughts as she pointed to the mirror displaying a countdown of 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Please ask your questions quickly. The energy of the Mirror of Profound Secrets will be completely exhausted in 5 more minutes. Jiang Kai's face instantly shifted into a comical expression of panic. What? There's a time limit too? He quickly regained his composure and asked loudly, what is the connection between Gar and the divine beasts of Lamtin? Kree hovered in midair, her deep eyes looking down at Jiang Kai as if she were weighing the answer to his first challenging question. After waiting for a while with no reaction from the magical mirror, Jiang Kai frowned and wondered to himself. No response? Did the difficulty of this question exceed the permitted scope? Sure enough, Kree's cold voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Your first question exceeded the permitted scope of authority. You now only have 4 opportunities left to ask questions. Jiang Kai clicked his tongue, thinking, just as I expected. Then he asked, among the level 20 class change ingredients for the God card, what do natural fire, ever-changing gold, ephemeral earth, and stagnant wind respectively refer to? The magical mirror suddenly trembled, and a brilliant golden light began to swirl, frantically within its surface to find the answer. Jiang Kai glued his eyes to the mirror, shouting with excitement, it's appearing! Immediately, Kray's elegant silhouette floated in front of the mirror, guiding the mystical images that began to emerge clearly. Jiang Kai squinted, focusing intensely, and asked in surprise, wait, what is this? The image of a gigantic ancient tree burning fiercely appeared in the void, causing him to exclaim, is that the heaven fire tree? Standing before the image of the fire herb tree radiating a brilliant halo, Jiang Kai watched every subtle change with intense focus. A massive fireball suddenly condensed, emitting terrifying heat that filled his entire vision. Unexpectedly, the familiar silhouette of a female scholar appeared on the system's information board to explain. This is a fire herb tree, roughly 20 years old. Those over 35 years old can transform into a fire herb spirit. Destroying it gives a chance to drop a fire herb heart, a material used to enhance flame effects. Jiang Kai slapped his hand in realization, a smug smile spreading across his face. That's it. It doesn't need fuel. It generates fire on its own. Isn't the fire herb heart essentially natural fire? I should have thought of this back in the Blazing Ridge. The mirror's image instantly shifted to a liquid silver metal, flowing smoothly, which helped him identify it quickly. Silver steel? I remember this is a metal from Ghostar. At room temperature, it exists in a liquid state, and isn't rare at all. Who would have thought it was the ever-changing metal? Jiang Kai's eyes widened in surprise at the simple truth hidden behind such fancy names. The mirror continued to show a barren, cracked, desolate land, leaving him confused. He asked, is this a wasteland? Suddenly, he squinted, looked closer, and spotted the key detail. No, it isn't. Tiny dust particles floating in the air were slowly settling onto the barren ground, helping him realize it was fine dust. Jiang Kai burst into a hearty laugh. When fine dust lands, it accumulates into soil and sand. So, while it's still floating in midair, isn't that just ephemeral earth? However, the mirror changed once more, displaying a deep blue sky with fluffy white clouds drifting by. Jiang Kai rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The sky this time? But there seems to be nothing up there. How could this possibly relate to the stillness wind? Just a second later, his eyes lit up as he found the final answer. Wait, it's not that there's nothing. There's air. Just then, the system sent a cold notification. The mysterious mirror has completed answering your 5 questions. Jiang Kai took a few steps back, mentally organizing all the clues: fire herb heart, silver steel, fine dust, and air. So, the 4 materials for the card god's level 20 job advancement are actually such common things. It seems the most important thing is to think outside the box and see what others miss. Following this line of thought, the originless flowing water is likely. He smiled confidently amidst the pouring rain in his mind, just the most ordinary rainwater circulating between heaven and earth. Then Jiang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and stood tall with pride. So, all the answers have finally been revealed by the card god? I'm so curious to see what surprises this new class will bring after the advancement. Just then, Clay descended gracefully in front of him, raising her hand to emit a wave of warm energy. Now, I will grant you the second reward. Jiang Kai looked in surprise at the gift slowly emerging within the light. A brilliant hexagonal blue crystal appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a notification. Congratulations, you have received the SS rank weapon, Heart of Holy Light. Jiang Kai reached out to catch the hovering weapon, murmuring its name. Heart of Holy Light? Immediately, the detailed attribute board for the equipment displayed full information. Heart of Holy Light, an SS rank weapon that can be fully controlled by thought. When activated, it creates a holy halo within a half-meter radius around the target. Activate the purification effect once to purify the target's soul to a certain degree, dispelling current mental status abnormalities and granting a random chance to gain immunity against one type of mental attack. Glancing at the info board, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, analyzing the around the target part. It seems this Heart of Holy Light can be used on others, not just limited to myself, and the usage method is very convenient, just controlled by thought, exactly like the death card. He cherished the glowing crystal in his hand, silently admiring its capabilities. More importantly, it possessed an extremely rare purification effect. In his mind, an image of a demon screaming in terror flashed by. Humans have always lacked effective ways to defend against mental attacks. Just the soul-shattering scream of an elite Ben is enough to make countless adventurers falter. Jiang Kai smirked triumphantly when he saw the additional skill parameters. And now, combined with the necrotic armor I received earlier, I have 2 pieces of equipment that provide immunity to mental attacks during combat. The halo can bind targets, restricting their movement without consuming the user's energy. When charged with energy by defeating monsters, the purification state can last for 10 minutes. The binding state lasts from 3 to 180 seconds, depending on the power gap between the two. Not long after, he blinked in surprise and exclaimed, "It even has an area of effect crowd control skill?" However, although this Heart of Holy Light was a pleasant surprise, currently it seemed to focus mainly on purification and combat support. Jiang Kai still had some questions about the origin of the treasure. Then why is its SS rank so high? What? Ghostar's unique original? It came with a system note. Heart of Holy Light, Ghostar's unique level weapon. Collect Tears of the Gods through other personal secret realms to upgrade its level. After upgrading, you can unlock the second activation state. His eyes burned with excitement as he realized the true value of the item. My death card is a unique weapon exclusive to the card god. Although this Heart of Holy Light doesn't restrict classes, it is one of a kind in all of Ghostar. This means at a critical moment, it could very well become my trump card to turn the tide. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the surface of the magical mirror suddenly emitted a blinding blue light, displaying the final progress number. Progress, 1,000,000, 1,000,000. Time elapsed, 1,755 seconds. Hu Nian shouted in immense joy. "Oh my god! Nguyen Vu! Hurry and help me check. Has that number really reached 1,000,000? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Causing Nguyen Vu to shout excitedly as well. That's right, a full 1,000,000. Captain Kai must have succeeded in the challenge. The subordinate standing next to him turned pale, sweat dripping down in panic, but then argued, "What? All 1,000,000 monsters in the secret realm were wiped out by Jiang Kai? Damn it. I bet that mirror is definitely broken." Suddenly, the wooden door began to shake violently, and a brilliant blue light burst forth from the cracks, engulfing the entire room. The group could only squeeze their eyes shut and scream in terror before Jiang Kai finally stepped out. The dazzling light forced Ao Yu to shield his eyes, frowning with discomfort as he muttered out loud. Meanwhile, Hu Nian, standing beside him, couldn't hide her excitement, her eyes widening as she cheered in amazement. "What the?" From within the brilliant blue light that was slowly fading, Jiang Kai strode out heroically, making Hu Nian cheer in joy. "Captain Kai, The portal, shimmering with dust-like particles of light, dissolved completely into thin air, marking the end of a legendary quest completion. Nguyen Vu and Hu Nian immediately rushed over to surround him. The chubby guy asked breathlessly, "Captain Kai, was it true that there were 1,000,000 monsters in that terrifying home dungeon? How on earth did you wipe them all out?" The young woman chimed in, trying to take the spotlight. "Exactly. Exactly. Were there any other traps or mechanisms in the dungeon? Did that dungeon guardian give you a hard time?" Jiang Kai laughed helplessly, waving his hands to surrender to his teammates' overwhelming enthusiasm. "Hu Nian, Nguyen Vu, you two are asking so many questions at once, I can't even answer them all." Just then, a voice interrupted them. Ao Yu stepped forward from behind. Although his expression was still a bit awkward, his attitude had completely changed. "Honestly," he said, "although I don't know how you did it, and I have to admit I'm a bit reluctant to say it. Congratulations on clearing this personal dungeon." He sighed softly and reached out his hand in a gesture of goodwill. "Also, I want to apologize for my previous arrogance. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have withheld information about Bensi to test you, and I certainly shouldn't have underestimated you." Looking Jiang Kai straight in the eyes with a very serious expression, Ao Yu sincerely affirmed, "Jiang Kai, I have to admit, you are the most outstanding young adventurer I have ever met." However, Jiang Kai just smirked with a look of pride and replied calmly, "I have never needed anyone to define what kind of person I am." That cool response left Ao Yu stunned for a few seconds, but immediately after, Jiang Kai switched back to his usual friendly smile, reaching out his hand to return the gesture. "Anyway, thank you for your sincere praise. I accept your apology." Plus, he narrowed his eyes at his opponent, adding half-jokingly, "Actually, you don't look too bad yourself." Ao Yu laughed helplessly at his younger comrade's wit. They shook hands, officially putting an end to all previous grudges and suspicions. Ao Yu nodded and replied briefly and cheerfully, "Same here." The initial tension completely vanished, replaced by the laughter and chatter of everyone present. Yet one person's joy is another's misery. Hu Nian suddenly broke into a very mischievous smile. "Why do I remember someone making a bet on what they would do if Captain Kai survived and came out?" The whole group turned instantly, unanimously casting their eyes, with affection toward a shivering, sweating subordinate. Jiang Kai looked around, completely clueless about the bet made behind his back. "Hu Nian, what are you talking about? What bet?" Before he could understand what was happening, the subordinate was already crying, falling to his knees and hugging Jiang Kai's leg, yelling, "Dad!" Nguyen Vu, standing nearby, laughed heartily. A few days later, in the luxurious castle hall, Hu Nian paced anxiously in front of the closed door, worriedly asking, "Why is Captain Kai taking so long to inherit his profession? It's even longer than it took for Suai last time." Nguyen Vu hurriedly waved his hands to reassure her. "Whatever the case, Captain Kai's new profession is one of a kind. It's bound to take some time. Let's just be patient and wait." Inside the room, Jiang Kai was hovering in midair, surrounded by a massive blue magic circle that was spinning constantly. The test tubes containing precious promotion materials began to dissolve, turning into streams of pure energy that merged into the mystical formation. Immediately, the magic light burst forth, enveloping Jiang Kai's entire body in a dazzling halo. Jiang Kai opened his eyes wide, grinning with excitement as the system board displayed a success message. "Congratulations. You have completed the level 20 advancement for the card master. Your new profession is..." Behind him appeared the phantom of an elegant gentleman wearing a mysterious top hat with cards flying around, accompanied by the powerful professional title, The Deceiver. Jiang Kai stroked his chin, admiring the new notification. The Deceiver? That sounds like a profession that specializes in gambling, doesn't it? Sure enough, a stunning white-haired goddess phantom appeared, and the system continued to display. After successfully advancing, your base stats will increase by 100% due to the double talent effect, and all your current talents will also be significantly enhanced. Jiang Kai excitedly read the details of the upgraded talents. Super Double Talent. The activation rate of the double talent is now increased to 100%. Cannot be upgraded further as it has reached the maximum level. Super Critical Talent. The activation rate for 200-fold critical hits is upgraded to 0.2%. Jiang Kai realized with delight his opportunity for a breakthrough. The activation rates for both Super Double and Super Critical have increased. Even though it's just a little bit, in a desperate situation, this small difference is the dawn that turns defeat into victory. He turned to look at the system goddess phantom floating beside him and asked, "Artificial intelligence, does my new deceiver profession come with any new talents?" The goddess smiled and nodded, and the system immediately displayed the information. "Yes, The deceiver's talent is deceiving the heavens to cross the sea, helping you gain deception abilities. As a deceiver, you possess ultimate deceptive skills, becoming more proficient in using words to enchant opponents and using body language to deceive their judgment. Jiang Kai smiled smugly, silently evaluating his new skill. It must be an upgraded version of the deception state. If used skillfully, it will bring unexpected surprises. Immediately, the system notification flashed green again. Additionally, under the influence of the double talent, you will receive one random talent. The second one is Agility Enhancement, double talent activated. Jiang Kai looked in astonishment as his stats soared, especially his agility reaching 454. Agility Enhancement? My agility stat just got a permanent 40% boost. A 40% increase. If you do the math, that's even higher than the bonuses from the Shadow Steps or the Enemy Slayer buffs. He cracked his knuckles and flashed a confident grin at his battle gloves. So, you thought you could trick me? Well, let's see how this plays out. Elsewhere, at the Military Data Research Lab, an image of Jiang Kai was displayed prominently on a large monitor. The middle-aged man sat before the monitor, watching pensively before exclaiming, "Last time he was clearly only tested at the beginner level. I never expected this Jiang Kai would actually win the Guild Challenge tournament." Just then, Lan walked in wearing her military uniform and spoke clearly. "At first, when I saw this kid refuse to join the army and declare he would defeat the royal family on his own, I mocked him for not knowing his place." The assistant turned to look at her. "No source text for this, but continuing context," Lan continued, smiling self-deprecatingly, and frankly admitted, "But after the last few matches, I think I was the one acting like a frog in a well." She stepped closer to the screen, staring deeply at the portrait of Jiang Kai, and fell into thought. He had actually done it. Now, the royal family wouldn't even dare to pressure the military anymore. "Perhaps our evaluation model really needs an upgrade," the assistant said, nodding slightly in agreement. "Perhaps." Without another word, he handed her a slim tablet and changed the subject. "Oh, right. Here is the latest data on the portals of the Forbidden Land discovered so far. I have to trouble you to research and calculate their common characteristics." "Understood." Looking at the parameters on the screen, the man adjusted his glasses, his face filled with anxiety. 55 countries have already made new discoveries. It's been so long and we're still empty-handed. We're running out of time. At that moment, Lan confidently took the device, a flash of determination in her eyes. But for some reason, I have a feeling that we're about to find it too." Returning to Jiang Kai's group, night had fallen, blanketing the dense forest as the three of them walked deep into the wilderness. Hu Nian was exhausted, complaining indignantly as she walked. "I'm dead tired. We've been wandering here for so long, so why haven't we seen a single Howling Moon werewolf?" Nguyen Vu looked just as puzzled, sliding over to ask, "Captain Kai, do you think someone got here before us to grind levels and clear out the wolf pack?" Jiang Kai firmly shook his head, thinking of the danger these monsters posed. "No way. Howling Moon werewolves are completely different from normal werewolves. They can walk on two legs, which means they don't just have sharp teeth, claws, and incredible jumping ability. Their fighting style is also much more agile. They are extremely difficult to deal with." He then turned his head to patiently explain more to the chubby guy beside him. Normal small guilds wouldn't even dare to challenge this type of monster. And as for the big guilds, if they were here, the news would have definitely spread already. Suddenly, Hu Nian looked down at the ancient divination compass in her hand, which was glowing with a brilliant yellow light, and screamed in terror. "A blood moon night? How could we be this unlucky?" Seeing his teammate's expression change, Jiang Kai quickly turned back, asking anxiously, "Hu Nian, what happened?" She pointed at the sky, trembling, and explained, "Captain Kai, I was bored earlier, so I did a reading. I didn't expect tonight to be the night of the blood moon. The blood moon can awaken the ancient bloodline of the wolf clan, allowing them to transform into semi-human forms. Not only does their combat strength skyrocket, but their intelligence also increases significantly." Nguyen Vu broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, realizing the gravity of the situation. "I heard that before the blood moon appears, the werewolves hide and wait. No wonder we haven't encountered any today." Jiang Kai's expression turned extremely grave. He analyzed the situation. A pack of Howling Moon werewolves would consist of at least 100 individuals. After transforming into human form, even an average one might not be weaker than the warrior-grade armored lizard from before. In other words, under the blood-red atmosphere, Jiang Kai stared into the darkness ahead and concluded that there were at least 100 monsters here, all stronger than the warrior-grade armored lizard. Nguyen Vu was so scared he turned pale, stuttering his suggestion. "In that case, Captain Kai, should we retreat first?" Jiang Kai's eyes hardened under the red light, slowly consuming the area, and he replied coldly, "It's already too late." However, the night sky was completely dyed a terrifying crimson as a giant blood moon hung overhead, and the system immediately issued a warning. The blood moon night has begun. A cold, red wind whistled through the ancient trees, carrying a heavy killing intent that signaled a life-or-death battle was about to erupt. Amidst the red atmosphere, Hunyan was suddenly blinded by something flying at her. She squinted in annoyance as the divination compass slipped from her hand. Watching the compass fly away, she screamed in panic and regret, "Oh no, my compass." Jiang Kai and Wenwu standing beside her could only stare, confused. Yet, from deep within the dark bushes where the compass landed, a pair of eerie red eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Hunyan hurried over to retrieve her treasure, but just as she got close, she froze, realizing those glowing red eyes were glaring at her. Before she could react, a giant black shadow with sharp claws lunged from the bushes at terrifying speed. Hunyan was frozen in fear, cold sweat streaming down her pale, terrified face. On the edge of life and death, a blinding magical light descended from the sky, striking the position of the strange shadow right in front of her. Jiang Kai, covered in a fiery aura, shouted loudly to warn his teammate. "Hunyan, get out of the way, quick!" Pushed backward, Hunyan fell to the ground, but her hands accidentally hugged a small, soft creature that had been flung out. Her eyes went wide in surprise, completely stunned as she blurted out, "Huh?" Jiang Kai immediately rushed over, running and shouting anxiously, "Damn it, where is the compass? And what is this?" Hunyan was holding up a small, incredibly cute pink fox. The little fox lay in her hands, squinting and smiling innocently and mischievously, as if nothing had happened. Hunyan stared at it blankly, a dozen question marks appearing over her head, along with a speechless expression at this absurd situation. She tried to force a coaxing smile. She whispered to the small creature, "Heh, let's negotiate, okay? Spit out what's in your mouth and give it back to me, can you?" However, the little pink fox scrunched up its face, puffing out its cheeks and widening its eyes as if trying its hardest to swallow something down. After a moment of effort, it burped loudly in satisfaction and grinned, having officially turned the precious compass into its dinner. Watching the scene, Hunyan froze for a few seconds, her face darkening in despair and extreme indignation. Her rage erupted, and she frantically shook the little fox, yelling, "You little idiot! Spit it out! Return it to me right now!" Jiang Kai and Nguyen had to rush in to intervene. "Hunyan, calm down." Right at that moment, from deep within the dark forest under the blood-red moon, rapid rustling sounds echoed, signaling the arrival of the predators. Jiang Kai immediately let go, his expression becoming extremely serious as he recognized the familiar killing intent. "Wait, what is this feeling?" Looking down from above, large black shadows were trudging out of the terrifying crimson night. The system interface flashed, displaying a highly dangerous warning. Monster identified. Mutated howling moon. Werewolf. Realizing the perilous situation, Jiang Kai immediately dropped into a combat stance, barking out orders. "They're mutant werewolves. We're surrounded. Get ready to fight. Nguyen, protect Hunyan." But a crisp, sharp sound shattered the air nearby, the breaking of a wine bottle, signaling an unexpected problem. Nguyen stood there, ice shield in hand, his face flushed red, and a delirious, foolish grin on his face. "So many gorgeous beauties? Ha! I am the Wolf King of all of you. Line up, ladies. The king will handle each of you with love." Jiang Kai's face paled, sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at his teammates' reckless insanity. Disaster. Nguyen hadn't even entered his drunken fist stance, and he'd already charged in. Relying on just an ice shield against an entire pack of mutant werewolves? He didn't hesitate for a second, immediately waving over his female companion. "Hunyan, we have to go after Nguyen, he commanded, receiving a swift nod in return. "Got it." 3 massive werewolves lunged simultaneously toward the drunken man. Jiang Kai vaulted into the air, his hands gathering fiery mana for a preemptive strike. "I remember these things have high attack power, but weak defense. I need to keep up the long-range fire." A fierce, roaring torrent of fire rained down from above onto the aggressive pack, triggering a massive explosion. It completely swallowed the mutant creatures in a sea of burning flames. The system notification chimed, "Successfully eliminated level 45 mutant moonhowl werewolf." But Nguyen was already sobbing with regret. "My beauties, damn it, someone ruined the king's good time." Jiang Kai landed safely on the ground, but his expression darkened as he noticed something strange. "That's weird. There were clearly so many werewolves here. Why didn't they all swarm us at once? Wait, are they testing our strength?" Sure enough, From the dark bushes all around, rows of glowing red eyes continued to appear, growling threateningly at them. Seeing the sea of crimson in the darkness, Jiang Kai was now certain of his theory. Right on cue, he crossed his arms over his chest, unleashing his most powerful area of effect attack. Fate Seeker. Columns of fire erupted in sequence, sweeping across a massive stretch of the battlefield under the blood-red moon. However, as the smoke cleared, more giant wolf shadows emerged, moving forward in a more organized fashion than before. Hu Nian, clutching the little fox in her arms, couldn't hide her terror as she shouted, "Captain Kai, your Fate Seeker skill landed 4 critical hits this time, yet out of 17 mutant werewolves, you only took out 4? Jiang Kai bowed his head slightly, sweat dripping down his face as his eyes sharpened, intently assessing the enemy. These things are getting smarter. They're staying too spread out. I can't wipe them all out with an area attack. Hu Nian remained in shock, her face deathly pale, sweat rolling down her skin as she watched the overwhelming number of monsters closing in. Suddenly, a loud, urgent warning cut through the air. Watch out, behind you. A giant werewolf had suddenly lunged from above, aiming straight for Jiang Kai's back. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air with terrifying speed, targeting his completely unguarded back. However, in that split second between life and death, Jiang Kai's emerald green eyes flashed with a razor-sharp glint. The werewolf's heavy strike hit nothing but a fading afterimage, triggering his phantom shift talent, leaving the creature completely confused. Jiang Kai had already appeared, floating in the air against the backdrop of the giant blood moon, laughing coldly. What you see as reality is only what I allow you to see. Now, suffer the pain of death. He swung his arm, unleashing another Fate Seeker attack, sending a massive wave of fire crashing down below. The unfortunate mutant werewolf was completely engulfed and incinerated in the pillar of fire, howling in agony under the overwhelming power. The system notification pinged. Successfully eliminated level 55 mutant moonhowl werewolf. Meanwhile, Nguyen Vu was still drunk, charging toward 3 other wolves with his shield, spouting nonsense. "Haha. Beauties. Your Wolf King brother is here." The fat man laughed, his face flushed red from the alcohol, seemingly oblivious to the explosions of fire all around him. In an instant, the next 3 mutant werewolves were wiped out by the barrage. The system displayed a series of notifications for 3 more level 55 kills. Watching Nguyen Vu's back as he ran around sobbing after his imaginary beauties, Hu Nian breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. If Captain Kai hadn't acted in time, Nguyen Vu would have been killed. She turned to grab the little pink fox by the scruff of its neck, grinding her teeth in a threat. "Don't think just because you're cute, I won't do anything to you. Spit out my compass, or I'll throw you to the wolves right now." Right then, Jiang Kai noticed something wrong. His pupils contracted in shock. Seeing the pack suddenly change their attack direction, he shouted a warning to his team. "Hu Nian, 4 o'clock." Hu Nian turned around in a panic, her face turning pale as she spotted a massive black shadow lunging toward her. A fierce mutant werewolf pounced directly at her, radiating bloodlust, with the thought that it was already too late. But instead of running, Hu Nian only managed to hug the little fox tight to protect it from the monster's brutal claw swipe. A pained cry escaped her as she was slammed into the ground, the heavy impact knocking her unconscious. The pack of mutant moonhowl werewolves immediately swarmed the 2 weak targets, growling viciously. Jiang Kai was about to rush in to help, but he suddenly froze, noticing something strange. These werewolves looked afraid. It was as if they had just sensed something absolutely terrifying. Cold sweat ran down his forehead as Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Wait. The direction they're looking at is," he panicked and shouted. He looked at Hu Nian, who was lying unconscious, and the little pink fox, which had been so cute before, was now standing in front of her. Its entire body was shrouded in a strange, deep red mana, its eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light. Jiang Kai leaped forward, trying to stop whatever was happening before it was too late. Sure enough, a series of glowing crimson blades began to materialize, floating in the air around the small creature. The little fox slowly drifted upward, encased in a brilliant pink energy orb, lifting Hu Nian's unconscious body along with it. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What the? A massive source of deep red energy erupted from the little fox's body, creating a horrific magical explosion that swept across the entire area. The immense pressure blew Jiang Kai backward. He could only helplessly reach out his hand and scream through the energy storm, "Hu Nian," and a blinding red beam of light shot straight into the night sky, swallowing everything and forcing Jiang Kai into a desperate struggle for survival. Struck by the crimson energy from the magical explosion, Jiang Kai tried his best to shield himself, shouting in confusion, "What is this?" In a dreamlike dimension filled with shades of pink, Hunian was floating in the void, her lips whispering softly in a daze. Still, she tried to open her shimmering, heavy violet eyes, feebly asking the blurry figure before her, "Who are you?" Appearing through the phantasmal mist was a stunning pink-haired fox beauty, her fluffy tail swaying as her eyes glowed with a mysterious white light. The fox beauty gently reached out a pale hand, touching the cheek of the bewildered Hunian, her voice bewitching. "You've lasted longer than I expected." The fox beauty leaned down from above, hovering near Hunian's face, a playful and seductive smile on her lips. She clearly looked as frail as a rabbit, yet she was surprisingly good at acting tough. The brilliant red light slowly enveloped Hunian, lifting her unconscious body, letting her float gently in midair. But the cute little fox from earlier had now transformed into a glamorous pink-haired beastkin woman with adorable fox ears, sighing wearily. What a bother. The fox beauty flew closer to Hunian, seemingly indifferent to the world around them. She leaned in toward Hunian's wounded shoulder and gently licked the bleeding wound with her tongue, causing the unconscious girl to let out a soft moan. In reality, however, this action was meant to heal her. The fox beauty held her tight and whispered tenderly, "Just bear with it for a moment, little rabbit." Immediately after, a pastel pink energy ring suddenly expanded, making the fox beauty tilt her head in surprise. "Oh." She turned to look at Jiang Kai, who was still struggling to stand against the immense pressure, and smiled with amusement. "You can still stay conscious under my threat? You really are quite an interesting one." A devious smile spread across her face as she reached a hand toward him in challenge. "In that case, I'll play with you for a while." A radiant pink beam shot from her hand directly into Jiang Kai's forehead, plunging him into a state of limbo. His mind reeled violently as he found himself spinning upside down in midair, and he shouted in confusion, "What? Why is it so sudden?" Suddenly, Jiang Kai slammed into solid ground. His eyes widened in shock as he looked around, his eyes darting frantically with suspicion, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. What just happened? Wait, this is before him was a familiar, ruined cityscape destroyed under a fiery sunset, making him tremble as he gasped. Earth? Jiang Kai's mind was in total chaos due to this sudden change. He panicked and shouted, searching for his teammates. "Why am I here all of a sudden? Just a moment ago, I was clearly still in the spirit demon forest. Hunien, Nguyen Vu, the wolf pack. And that fox, where did they go? Hunien, Nguyen Vu." Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from afar. "Help me." It was followed by a powerful earthquake that startled Jiang Kai. He realized, this shockwave, this is definitely a giant creature weighing at least 50 tons, moving this way. Ahead, a crowd of people was fleeing in a chaotic panic. Heart-wrenching cries for help echoed everywhere. "Someone, save us. Help." From behind the ruined buildings, 3 giant, ferocious dragon heads with long, razor-sharp horns and bloodshot eyes roared as they appeared. Jiang Kai's pupils constricted in horror as he recognized the identity of this destroyer. That is a beast god. And so, the horrific scene of the apocalypse replayed before his eyes as the giant monster frantically hunted the tiny, wailing humans. Standing in the middle of the fleeing crowd, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth in helplessness. Damn it. What the hell is happening? He tried to raise his hand to release his fire ability, but the system interface remained completely silent. As expected, I can't use my skills at all. Could the system have glitched and automatically teleported me back to Earth? No. This isn't an illusion. This must be the strange power of that fox. He immediately dismissed the first theory and realized the truth. The cruelty of the beast god battlefield was clearly displayed before him, a place where the survival rate for ordinary people was near zero. Despite this, Jiang Kai still decided to charge forward into the wreckage, telling himself, as he ran and observed his surroundings anxiously, he realized another terrifying truth. Up until now, not a single superhuman has appeared to save anyone. Amidst the chaos, a mother screamed heart-wrenchingly, begging for help. "Please, save my child." This made Jiang Kai freeze. Before him, an infant was wailing on the ground right in the path of the ferocious beast pack charging toward them. His logic tore at him as he tried to calm himself. "Stay sharp. Now is not the time to play the hero. Even if this is just an illusion, I still don't know the consequences of dying here." The child's innocent, terrified cries continued to tear at his heart, stifling every practical thought in Jiang Kai's mind. Looking at the baby covered in blood and dust, memories of his own miserable past rushed back, and Jiang Kai could no longer stand by and watch. He gritted his teeth and lunged to save the child. Damn it all. Jiang Kai looked at the 3 giant heads of the monster, descending, telling himself, even if this isn't real, while the child below continued to scream. The jagged, razor-sharp jaws opened wide as if to swallow everything, making him bitterly realize that such things still happened, yet his body had already instinctively lunged to scoop up the child just before the monster's claws smashed into the ground. I can't just stand by and watch. He clutched the child tightly to his chest and ran blindly as the ferocious three-headed beast roared right on his heels. The wound on Jiang Kai's shoulder bled profusely, causing his speed to drop significantly. Damn it, I can't keep running like this. However, looking at the sobbing child in his arms, he could only mock himself. Even though I've undergone so much training in the netherworld and my physical strength has increased, once I can't use my skills, I'm ultimately just an ordinary person. The giant beast accumulated a terrifying amount of energy in its claws, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic finishing blow. The power of the strike created a deep crater, hurling both Jiang Kai and the child into a ruined abyss beneath the earth. He used one hand to cling tightly to the sharp cliff wall, groaning in pain, caught it. His other hand still held the child securely. Immediately, the giant shadow of the beast god loomed over the edge of the pit. Its blood-red, drooling maw waited to swallow the two small lives. Jiang Kai's pupils constricted as the darkness engulfed his vision. It signaled that the worst was about to happen. Both he and the baby fell freely into a crimson space, like a pool of blood. He could only manage a choked moan. Bone-deep agony surged as he was submerged in the fiery liquid, his flesh feeling as though it were rotting away. Damn it. This pain of being eaten alive, is this really just a hallucination? The child slowly drifted from his arms, and at the same time, a demonic voice echoed with a mocking tone. Look at this. This is the price you pay for trying to play the hero. A grotesque blue face with blood-red eyes appeared before him, sarcastically asking, "Who do you think you are?" Sure enough, a series of illusions of ferocious mutated werewolves surrounded him in the pool of blood, the voice continuing to echo. You were just lucky enough to take out a few pieces of trash, and now you're delusional enough to think you're an almighty savior? The poor infant suddenly burst into flames and vanished into ash right before Jiang Kai's eyes. In reality, you are completely powerless. Images of the corpses of Hu Nian, Nguyen Vu, and his other comrades also fell one by one into the endless abyss. He was just a pathetic wretch who couldn't protect anything. Jiang Kai fell into utter despair, his mind beginning to shake violently. He couldn't protect anyone at all. Meanwhile, that voice continued to pour its poisonous honey into his ears. That's right. Admit it, you can't even take care of yourself, let alone others. Suddenly, a shining, unblemished version of Jiang Kai slowly materialized, looking down from above at his blood-soaked body. Why do you still insist on worrying about other people? That radiant entity stepped forward gently, stepping on his wounds. You've been selfish from the very beginning, haven't you? The entity's gauntleted hand softly stroked Jiang Kai's blood-streaked face, coaxing him. It's so heartbreaking, but actually, you've done well enough already. Even so, Jiang Kai helplessly let the imposter hold his head, listening as it continued to whisper seductively. So, stop forcing yourself to act tough. His green eyes gradually lost focus and closed, following the lure. Just get some good rest. As darkness completely swallowed his mind, a warm, brilliant beam of light suddenly shone down from above his head. The scene changed in an instant. Jiang Kai was startled to see his mother busy setting the table, laughing and saying, "Jiang Kai, what are you spacing out for? Sit down and eat while it's still hot." His father chimed in while reading the paper. This kid must be exhausted. He's been pushing himself way too hard lately. He stood stunned in the middle of the cozy family dining room, dressed in the tattered, blood-stained armor of a warrior. He was completely frozen as his mother smiled gently and served the rice. It's true. Normally, even if he fell and got hurt to the point of tears, he'd try to hold it in and say it didn't hurt at all. His father nodded in agreement, his face filled with visible pride. That's right. Our Jiang Kai has always been a real man, after all. Watching his parents laugh and talk happily before him, Jiang Kai heard a voice echoing in his consciousness, filled with sorrow. But no matter how strong he is, at the end of the day, he is still just a child. Jiang Kai watched the two dear figures fading before his eyes, calling out hopelessly, "Mom? Dad?" His father smiled slightly, patting his head, and said warmly, "Jiang Kai, if you're too tired, you can always come home." Jiang Kai had shrunk back into a child, his eyes welling up as he looked at the hot meal in front of his parents. However, he bowed his head slightly, his small hands beginning to clench. "Come home?" Jiang Kai trembled as he made the incredibly difficult decision. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry." But his parents only smiled silently as they watched him. The cozy family atmosphere suddenly became strangely stifling. Jiang Kai slammed his hand down on the dining table, shattering the illusion that was imprisoning his mind. He stood up proudly in his tattered warrior armor and shouted, "This is my choice." His parents in the illusion exchanged meaningful glances at their son's resilient reaction. Immediately, their bodies began to dissolve into streaks of pale blue smoke. His father sighed helplessly, yet with tolerance. "What can I do? I really can't do anything for you anymore, son. That's right. You've grown up now, and have your own thoughts." His mother also smiled as she faded into nothingness, leaving behind one last blessing. "Then don't forget your initial vow and keep moving forward bravely, my dear. Mom and Dad will always be proud of you." Jiang Kai smiled confidently and replied, "Yes, I understand." The entire warm, illusory space suddenly cracked violently, like a mirror being smashed. The fake world around him completely collapsed, shattering into 100 pieces before his determined will. The image of the crying, suffering child from earlier also cracked and vanished without a trace. The giant beast roared madly before the apocalypse illusion completely dissolved. Jiang Kai stood tall in the vast emptiness as fragments of the illusionary world fell like rain around him. The fake entity standing opposite him opened his eyes wide in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. "What?" Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, looking at his opponent with fury, and coldly exposed him. "Everything here is just your pathetic little trick." The fake entity flashed. With eerie blue magic around his body, he crossed his arms, wearing a mocking smile. "That's surprising. You weren't swallowed by that illusion? Wasn't it beautiful enough?" Jiang Kai stood straight and tall, boldly declaring, "No matter how beautifully you paint it, I know full well that it's just an empty bubble. Instead of hiding inside it, I'd rather smash it to pieces myself." But his opponent only smirked mysteriously, a brilliant pink energy condensing in the palm of his hand. "Oh? A beautiful, empty bubble? Is that really so?" He licked his lips, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "That's an interesting way to put it. I like it. So, why don't you try to guess whether or not I can kill you inside this thing you call a lie?" The imposter suddenly lunged forward with sharp, flaming pink claws. The claws tore through the air, aimed straight at Jiang Kai with terrifying speed, but he quickly leaped back to dodge the strike. Then, Jiang Kai sneered coldly, his hand quickly activating a magic crystal. "Then I bet your clumsy little tricks are completely useless." He immediately unleashed his ultimate defensive skill, glowing with holy light, while simultaneously activating a special soul-cleansing effect. A brilliant golden pillar of light erupted, completely consuming and purging the pink magical aura that had been shrouding the imposter. The cool crescent moon appeared once again in the silent night sky of the primeval forest. Finally, Jiang Kai snapped out of it and realized he was back. He breathed out, "I'm back." But when he saw the chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, lying unconscious on the ground, he panicked, thinking, "Oh no, don't tell me Hu Nian was kidnapped." He looked down and was completely baffled to see that he was, carrying Hu Nian in his arms safely. Glancing at her shoulder, Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. The wound has completely healed? Could that fox spirit really have healed Hu Nian's wound? Meanwhile, Hu Nian was still fast asleep, muttering in her dream with a satisfied expression, which was so annoying it made Jiang Kai's face darken in helplessness. But what exactly was she dreaming about that made her face turn so red? Suddenly, two glowing pink energy orbs appeared, hovering in the air, accompanied by a seductive voice echoing down. "An adventurer from the divine kingdom of light, how much more interesting than I expected." Jiang Kai was startled and on guard. Recognizing that voice, he immediately took a defensive stance to protect his companions and shouted at the sky, "Who are you? If you have the guts, stop hiding." The voice from the energy orb let out a playful, mocking giggle. "You humans are always so impatient, aren't you? What a pity. With your current strength, you aren't even qualified to know my name." Jiang Kai shouted angrily, "You annoying brat." But the other party just laughed out loud and shot a brilliant beam of light straight into his eyes. "Haha, but since you're so cute, I'll give you a small gift. Remember this well. I will only say it once," she said, leaving him stunned. "What?" An ancient map glowing with golden lightning slowly appeared, floating before him, leaving Jiang Kai in shock. "Wait, what is this?" The energy orb gradually vanished into the night, leaving behind a challenging and expectant message. "It seems like the boring days are finally over. What surprises will happen next? I really can't wait anymore." Jiang Kai reached out helplessly toward the direction the pink energy orb was drifting away. "Wait," while that seductive voice echoed back to tease him. "You interesting human. Next time we meet, make sure to entertain me even more, okay?" He yelled angrily at the sky. "Hey, stop right there, you annoying brat." But the only response was the wind whistling through the leaves. The mysterious entity had completely vanished without a trace. The next morning, when Hunian woke up, her eyes went wide in disbelief. Huh? Captain Kai, are you saying that yesterday I almost lost my life and that little fox saved me? Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, probing her. Hunian, why would that fox spirit save you? Did she say anything strange to you? Do you remember anything? She scratched her head, looking confused. Ugh, that little creature could talk? How annoying. I just remember falling asleep. I don't remember anything else at all. However, right after that, a blurry memory suddenly flashed through Hunian's mind, except for that dream. In the strange dream, a charming pink-haired fox beauty was pinning her down, making her moan helplessly. The fox beauty's enchanting face leaned close to her ear, whispering seductively, "This is a thank you gift, much sweeter than blood. So, my cute little bunny, next time, don't let yourself get hurt so easily." Hunian was left dazed upon waking up. What a bizarre dream. Seeing Hunian suddenly zone out, Jiang Kai suspiciously called out to her, making her jump and blush. He asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" She quickly waved her hands, denying it all. "No, nothing at all. That dream was just really embarrassing." Just then, the chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, who was busy trying to start a fire with dry wood, hurriedly shouted, "Captain Kai, Hunian, come over and eat. If you don't hurry, the meat will be burnt to a crisp." Jiang Kai smiled and patted Hunian's shoulder in a friendly manner. "Eat first. I have something important to tell you two later," she replied happily. "Yes, sir." Immediately, the fragrant plate of grilled meat made Hunian's eyes light up with hunger. "Hey, hey, delicious meat, here I come." This made Wenvu next to her shout in a panic. "Whoa, Hunian, are you planning on eating it alive or what?" Watching his two companions who almost died yesterday bickering over food today, Jiang Kai shook his head with a bitter smile. Whenever there's good food, all their troubles just vanish. They really are a pair of weirdos. The next day, the trio trekked through forests and streams to reach a deep, hidden canyon. Rugged terrain. "We're here," Jiang Kai observed the surroundings and concluded. "According to that fox spirit's map, the coordinates we're looking for are right inside this canyon." Seeing that, Hunian looked worried and hurriedly grabbed his arm, asking, "Captain Kai, are you really planning to go in there alone without taking us with you?" Nguyen Vu also tried to stop him. "That's right, Captain Kai. You said that fox spirit was extremely cunning. What if it's a trap? Maybe we should ask for Lu's opinion and the others too?" But Jiang Kai smiled gently, refusing thoughtfully. "Lu has been buried in military paperwork lately. We can't keep bothering him with everything." He spoke in a serious tone, analyzing the situation for his companions. "Hunian, your wound has only just healed. You need more rest. As for Nguyen Vu, whenever he's tipsy, he tends to run off randomly, and in this thick fog, it would be even more dangerous." He then firmly insisted that the two of them stay outside and wait for him to return. Watching Jiang Kai's back as he stepped into the dark canyon, Hunian could only sigh and call after him. But as he waved his hand to reassure them, "Don't worry, I'm just going in to check the situation. If I see anything unusual, I'll retreat immediately." Walking through the quiet canyon, Jiang Kai frowned and calculated. Her power must definitely far exceed any monster we've encountered so far. It's very likely she's a map-level entity. The image of the fox spirit, with her unpredictable shape-shifting, reappeared in his mind. If she really wanted to kill him, there was no need to go through all those complicated games. Furthermore, compared to those strange powers, that vague, unfathomable feeling was what really bothered him. What exactly is that person aiming for? Not to mention the darkness shrouding the heart of the canyon was getting deeper, making his steps heavier. More importantly, he didn't know why, but there was a strange intuition deep in his heart. Surely, something extremely important was being hidden inside. His only companions now were the sounds of the wind whistling through the mountain crevices. 20 minutes later, reaching the end of the deep canyon, Jiang Kai finally stopped and observed. Before him suddenly appeared a crystal-clear pool, blue as jade, radiating a mystical aura. A pool? Interesting. He stood on a high ledge, looking down at the mirror-like surface. At first glance, it looked completely ordinary. To test it, Jiang Kai kicked a small pebble into the pool to see what would happen. Strangely enough, the moment the pebble touched the water, it didn't create a sound or a ripple, but simply vanished in an incredibly bizarre way. At that moment, Jiang Kai's pupils constricted in terror. He quickly stepped back to defend himself. This pool definitely had something wrong with it. Cold sweat ran down his forehead as he stared deep into the glowing depths of the lake, where a massive entity was slowly rising. What the hell is down there? Jiang Kai stood tall on the ledge, clearly feeling the impending danger. A cold, immense hatred radiated from the depths of the water. This dangerous aura was several times more terrifying than that demon fox. The surface of the pool suddenly bubbled and churned violently, startling him and making him blame himself. It's rising, damn it. Did I really just walk into a trap? Immediately, Jiang Kai turned and ran for his life, thinking, "Run! I have to get out of here." His face turned pale as an invisible chill blanketed his mind. This is strange, why am I this terrified? His heart pounded rapidly, as if it wanted to jump out of his chest. He was so scared that it felt like only fear remained in his mind. Suddenly, the terrifying memories of his first days arriving at the Underworld Star came flooding back. Even the first time he set foot on the Underworld Star and faced the monsters. The first time he felt the despair of facing death. All the fear, anger, regret, and resignation. However, Jiang Kai quickly regained his composure and narrowed his eyes in thought. But I've never felt pure fear like this before. A vague, wicked smile appeared in his consciousness, as if mocking him, as if something were intentionally amplifying his fear. If this thing is truly that strong and terrifying, why would it hide underwater like a rat? He stopped in his tracks, glancing back at the pool suspiciously. If it was trying to wait for me to get closer, why hasn't it attacked yet? Jiang Kai slowly turned back, taking probing steps toward the water's edge. The only explanation, his emerald green eyes flashed with a sharp light. All of this is just to avoid being discovered. It's nothing more than a scare tactic. He clenched his fist, activating his internal power. Sure enough, Jiang Kai swung his hand, slashing hard, creating a basic strike that split the churning water. Well then, let's see what kind of thing is playing games here. His eyes widened in shock as the water illusion vanished, leaving behind a brilliant aura beneath the lake. Wait, what is that? The system immediately sounded with a congratulatory notification. Congratulations, you have discovered the Forgotten Land Teleportation Circle. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters under the banner of the Holy Radiant Kingdom, the situation was extremely tense. Among the top 10 global nations exploring the Underworld Star, the Holy Radiant Kingdom might be the only one to miss the global tournament. Arrogant foreign officials boasted and mocked them with loud laughter. Doesn't the Holy Radiant Kingdom always brag about how great they are? If they kneel down and lick my boots clean, maybe I'll take pity on them and give them a few clues. The other noble joined in, laughing with contempt. Haha, that's right. Just kneel down, and we'll consider helping you find the teleportation circle. Even so, at the command office of Jiang Zhong, an old general with white hair clenched his fists in helplessness. Are we truly backed into a corner with no hope left? The door suddenly pushed open, and a young man with red hair rushed in, cutting off his train of thought. Commander! The old general looked up, exhausted. Xiao Li, why are you in such a rush today? Xiao Li was so moved he slammed his hand on the table, stuttering, Commander, we. Li Jiu's face lit up with extreme joy. We found the teleportation circle. The commander jumped from his chair, eyes wide, shouting in surprise. What did you say? Back in reality, at the dangerous canyon, a strict warning barrier had been erected with the sign, "Keep out behind the warning line." This isn't a tourist attraction. Nguyen Vu stealthily looked around at the solemn crowd of guards and whispered, "Oh man, so many people came to watch the spectacle." Hu Nian stood nearby, glancing at the guards, and remarked, anyone who didn't know would think a king-level creature had appeared. What can you do? Finding the connected teleportation circle is currently the top priority for the Holy Radiant Kingdom. With a military mobilization of this scale, it's bound to attract attention. She turned and nudged Jiang Kai with admiration, teasing him until his face turned red. Captain Kai, you've made a huge contribution this time. I heard finding the teleportation circle not only gets you 2,000 guild points and a cash reward, but even the leader of our Jiangzhong city gets to share in the glory. The guy could only give a shy, awkward laugh and stammered, Suddenly, the group was startled and turned around at a strange commotion behind them. From deep within the canyon, the commander led his entourage out majestically, laughing heartily. It truly is the teleportation circle. Jiang Kai, you're a great kid. You really keep surprising me. The crowd around them buzzed with excitement, pointing fingers. Look, the commander and the others are coming out. While Jiang Kai smiled friendlily in response, the commander approached. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the old general, Hu Nian chirped excitedly. You are Wei Ying, the commander and the guardian deity of our Jiangzhong city. Suddenly, a guard beside them immediately shouted sternly, How rude! How can you call the commander by his name like that? This made her shrink back in fear. However, the commander only waved his hand with a generous laugh. This isn't a formal occasion. It's fine. Besides, since you are Jiang Kai's friends, you are my friends too. Beside the commander, a handsome, blonde-haired man stepped forward with a polished smile. I've heard Commander Wei talk about Jiang Kai all the time. I'm finally meeting him today. He was Hua Tianchen, the head coach of the reserve training camp for the Temple of the War God in the Holy Kingdom of Light. Jiang Kai tilted his head, looking at the stranger with a puzzled expression. The handsome blonde man extended his hand. Sorry for being so rushed earlier, let me introduce myself properly. Greetings, Jiang Kai. I am Hua Tianchen, head coach of the reserve training camp for the Temple of the War God in the Holy Kingdom of Light. Having heard of his reputation many times, Jiang Kai quickly returned the gesture. It is an honor, Coach Hua. Immediately, Hu Nian leaned over to Nguyen Vu and whispered in awe. Even the head coach of the War God Reserve Camp knows our Captain Kai. Captain Kai really has a massive influence. Nguyen Vu nodded in agreement. Commander Wei then proudly introduced his companion. Tianchen is also the chief commander for this national championship. As soon as he heard you found the teleportation circle, he insisted on coming here with me right away. Both men looked at Jiang Kai with clear admiration. Commander Wei continued, You truly live up to the high expectations I have for you. You have been incredibly helpful. That's right, Jiang Kai. You solved our most urgent problem. Beyond the honor you rightfully earned, I have decided to give you a personal reward from me as well. Hearing this, Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu's eyes lit up like spotlights, and they shouted in excitement in unison. It was bound to be a massive cash prize. Yet, Jiang Kai's expression remained perfectly calm. He firmly declined, I don't need any additional rewards, sir. This sudden refusal caused the atmosphere to go deathly silent. Everyone stared in shock. What did you say, Captain Kai? Jiang Kai looked the old general straight in the eyes and explained slowly. Commander Wei, I am just an ordinary person. I don't have much status or influence. He placed a hand over his heart, pouring out his feelings. Ever since I stepped into the Nether Star, the Huang family has constantly oppressed me, and major guilds have tried to isolate me. All this time, it has been you and Liu Ying who resisted the pressure and did your best to protect me and my family. I will never forget that kindness and support. Hearing this, Commander Wei silently watched the young warrior, his eyes shimmering with emotion at the boy's immense maturity. Still, the old general tried to persuade him with a worried tone. Jiang Kai, don't be impulsive. I know your family's situation. You are still young, but if you go it alone on the Nether Star, your money will eventually run dry. But Jiang Kai remained firm. I am not being impulsive. A warm smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Do you remember what you said when you took me to the ruins of the safe zone to witness the superhumans fighting the divine beasts? That the rise and fall of this world is every person's responsibility? Someone has to stand up bravely and fight those monsters, right? His reminder caught the commander off guard. A memory of his own past suddenly surfaced. Jiang Kai remembered those hard days under the pouring rain. If the him from back then was just a naive child during the battle on Eternal Island, now his smile growing more confident and resolute. After walking side by side with everyone, I think I understand a little better now. Seeing that smile, Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu smiled back, affectionately admiring him. Captain Kai, they thought, deeply respecting his pride. Under the brilliant sunset, Jiang Kai sincerely expressed, Commander Wei, if not for you, I wouldn't be standing here today. You are the one who deserves a portion of this reward. Truly, his generous heart moved everyone present in the rugged canyon. Compared to those powerful, carefree superhumans, even though my strength is currently lacking and my awareness isn't quite there yet, I will still. He looked the old general in the eye, his gaze glowing with intensity. Continue fighting by your side in my own way. Commander Wei closed his eyes for a moment, a wave of indescribable emotion rising within him at the boy's conviction. Hua Tianchen, standing nearby, observed their expressions and mused, so many people would kill for a personal reward from Commander Wei, something he earned so easily, yet he keeps turning it down in front of everyone like that? The old commander stepped slowly toward Jiang Kai, and the two stood face to face in the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, Commander Wei let out a roar and threw a massive, storm-like punch straight at the boy's face. I'll give you credit for your guts, kid. This sudden turn of events terrified Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu. They turned pale as ghosts and screamed in unison, Captain Kai. But the godlike punch stopped just a hair's breadth from Jiang Kai's face. Meanwhile, the boy stood his ground, without even blinking once. Commander Wei chuckled loudly and tapped his chin with his fist, almost fondly. That stubborn streak of yours, even a team of oxen, couldn't drag you away from your convictions. Seeing that, the two teammates behind them finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. Jiang Kai maintained his calm expression, his green eyes sharp as if he had already anticipated his opponent's move. The old general laughed heartily, pulled back his hand, and nodded in approval. But it's exactly that fearless calf attitude and this stubbornness. He then clapped a hand onto Jiang Kai's shoulder in a show of camaraderie. that makes me value you so much." This sudden show of affection left Jiang Kai slightly surprised. The crowd behind them began to buzz with excitement. "No way! This is the first time I've ever heard Commander Wei praise someone like that. That punch from the commander was terrifying. If it were me, I would have wet my pants. And this kid didn't even blink?" Standing nearby, Hua Tianchen squinted at the young teenager before him, silently concluding, "It seems we've underestimated this Jiang Kai." Hu Nian happily ran over to Jiang Kai, beaming, while he blinked in embarrassment and asked, "Commander, you're not still mad at me, right? I'm your subordinate, Commander." However, the commander only offered a kind smile and began to walk away. "Don't say another word. This isn't the first or second time you've turned down my offer, kid. I respect your choice. As for the rewards you've earned, the military will issue them immediately, once the paperwork is complete." Jiang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, happily clenching his fist in agreement. "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, his two teammates behind him were also beaming with joy. The commander nodded in satisfaction, turning to gesture for him to follow. Right then, "Follow me this way." Both stepped deep into the rugged canyon. The old general clicked his tongue as he walked, lamenting, "No wonder we couldn't find it. Even after passing through here countless times, who would have guessed the teleportation circle was hidden at the bottom of the deep lake?" To prove the exact location to him, the commander suddenly condensed a stream of energy that glowed like the sun in his palm. Then, he let out a thunderous roar, swinging his hand to release an ultimate technique straight into the air, the godly divine slash. The overpowering attack caused an entire section of the rocky mountain to explode and shatter into debris, leaving Jiang Kai, who stood nearby, wide-eyed in shock. He smashed an entire mountain just like that? The commander clasped his hands behind his back and calmly explained to the young soldier, "This is force vibration. Only the martial arts disciples of our Holy Light Kingdom get the chance to obtain talents and skills related to force, allowing them to master this power." However, this information immediately made Jiang Kai think of ancient legends. Force, the mysterious primordial energy rumored to have erupted when the blue star was formed in legend? I remember that Yuan Chuzi's martial heart talent can create additional effects, and one of those, the sword aura slash, also uses force. He looked at the rubble before him, with eyes full of envy and admiration. "Still, this is the first time I've seen someone use it firsthand. It's just so powerful." The old general continued to ramble on with pride. On the international stage, martial arts disciples have dropped to 6th place in the job rankings. But I have never believed in those so-called rankings. The martial arts of the Holy Light Kingdom have been passed down for thousands of years. How could they be measured by a few cold statistics? Once force is released, the top 5 professions all have to proactively keep their distance. Gaongan Shalala ginger is spicier when it's old. He looked at Jiang Kai with eyes full of expectation. Not to mention there are new professions with infinite potential like yours. I believe that one day, no one will dare to look down on our Holy Light Kingdom again. Hearing this, Jiang Kai offered a confident smile and nodded firmly in agreement. "Yes, I believe so too." 7 days later, at the solemn military conference hall, news channels were reporting rapidly. The number of countries worldwide that had discovered the teleportation circle to the land of the forgotten had reached 65. There were only 15 spots left before reaching the 80-country limit. Breaking news. Country C has discovered a new teleportation circle, becoming the 66th country in the world to find it, right after our Holy Light Kingdom. Emergency report. Countries E and F are reportedly embroiled in border conflicts due to disputes within the land of the forgotten. In the vast military hall, hundreds of high-ranking officers were focused, listening to the strategic briefing on the large screen. Hua Tianchen stood at the podium with a very serious expression. "Based on known information and field verification by many squads in recent days, we have summarized the following key facts." Behind him, a 3D data table clearly displayed the limit number. First, adventurers who want to enter the land of the forgotten are not allowed to exceed level 60. Immediately, he tapped the screen to activate the next regulation. Second, each person is only allowed to enter the land of the forgotten teleportation circle once. Once they have fallen in battle or chosen to leave, they cannot enter a second time. Images of squads lining up to enter the teleportation portal appeared. Third, the teleportation circle uses a squad-based system. A maximum of 5 people can enter at once. Each day, only 3 groups are allowed to enter, with a minimum interval of 3 minutes between each group. At the same time, a virtual world map appeared, with 4 bright red dots, capturing everyone's attention. Fourth, there are only 4 login points inside the land of the forgotten. All countries, regardless of which teleportation circle they use, will ultimately log in through these 4 points. Hua Tianchen's face suddenly hardened with concern, as he continued loudly. And the fifth point is the most troublesome. The powerful nations that have already entered the land of the forgotten are beginning to work together to completely blockade these login points. This shocking news caused all the officers below to change their expressions and grow restless. What? He sighed helplessly and continued to explain the enemy's plot. After all, the rules only state that the global tournament will start when 80 countries have entered the land of the forgotten. It doesn't say that all 80 must participate. Eliminating an opponent means increasing one's own chances of winning. Therefore, they are taking advantage of their numbers to camp and blockade the login points, preventing other countries from entering. And what's worse is, the large screen changed to a scene of a devastating, ruined battlefield. Currently, all 21 squads dispatched by our Holy Light Kingdom have been completely wiped out. Half a month later, in a corner of the fiery wilderness of the Underworld Star, the sounds of magical explosions continued to ring out violently. A series of system notification windows continuously popped up on Jiang Kai's virtual screen. Eliminated Level 55, Moon Howling Magic Wolf X5. Level 45, Moon Howling Magic Wolf X10. Level 35, Moon Howling Magic Wolf X 150. At this moment, Jiang Kai stood amidst the fiery ashes, breathing a sigh of relief as he saw the level up notification. Congratulations, your level has increased to 21. He smiled smugly. Finally reached level 21. Unexpectedly, a virtual blue light appeared, accompanied by a sweet system notification. Your level has increased to 21. You have unlocked a new job skill. Fire Clone. Jiang Kai curiously read the skill description floating before him. The level 1 decoy clone can create up to 3 clones. Once activated, the main body automatically enters stealth mode, causing him to mutter with intrigue. Oh, so it really is a cloning type skill? He keeps scrolling down to view the accompanying attributes. The decoy clone can perfectly mimic the actions, status, equipment, and skills of the main body. However, its attacks are purely visual and cannot deal any actual damage. He frowned slightly and thought, it can't deal actual damage? Doesn't that mean once it's attacked, it can only act as a meat shield to take hits without being able to fight back? But after reading the final line, his eyes suddenly light up with excitement. When the decoy clone takes damage, it simultaneously absorbs the opponent's spent stamina and mental energy. It won't disappear automatically. After being retracted, all the absorbed energy is fully returned to the main body. So that's how it works. This isn't just a simple meat shield skill, but an energy converter. It looks like it's taking a beating on the outside, but it's actually quietly draining the opponent's energy from the inside. Jiang Kai excitedly reads the notes of the new skill in detail. The decoy clone can last for up to 10 minutes and cannot be more than 30 meters away from the main body. Stamina and mental energy absorbed by the clone cannot exceed the main body's attribute limits. You can use 3 decoy clones simultaneously or use them one by one. Consuming 500 points of mental energy can restore 1 charge of the decoy clone. After reaching level 30, the skill level can be increased, causing him to click his tongue. 500 points of mental energy. Although the consumption is quite high, given his current abilities, it will recover in about 3 to 4 days. His eyes flash with calculation as he wonders, I wonder what kind of skill I'll get under the effect of the gambler's talent double multiplier. Immediately, the system board flashes brilliantly, accompanied by a notification that the gambler's talent doubling effect has been triggered. You have received an additional random profession skill. Random skill. Kick a man when he is down. Level 1. Attack the target. For every 1% of HP the target has lost, your critical hit rate increases by 1% for all 4 basic attributes. Critical damage +1. After reaching level 30, the skill level can be increased, causing him to exclaim in excitement. The more severe the opponent's state, the crazier my attacks become. Jiang Kai stands with his arms crossed, smiling smugly. I heard that some adventurers have certain attributes that get stronger the worse they are injured. I wonder who would have the upper hand when they run into my kick a man when he is down skill. Suddenly, the communicator on his wrist rings repeatedly. He says in surprise, Is that Yuan Chu? He quickly answers the call, hearing a surprisingly tone from the other end. Kai, what are you doing? I just leveled up. Yuan Chu, aren't you guys busy training the squad? Why do you have time to call me? However, Yuan Chu's voice suddenly hesitates in a strange way, causing Jiang Kai to ask in a serious tone, What's wrong? The other end quickly laughs it off to cover up the awkwardness. Hey, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of you. I don't know why, but I really wanted to hear your voice today, making Jiang Kai cringe as he teases. Hey, why are you being so cheesy all of a sudden? Yuan Chu laughs bitterly and explains through the communicator, Is it that cheesy? I guess it's a little bit. I'm probably just tired from all the training lately. Whenever I have free time, my mind just starts wandering. Noticing his best friend's unusual behavior, Jiang Kai narrows his eyes, questioning suspiciously. Hey Yuan Chu, you're acting really weird today. Is there something else you want to tell me? But Yuan Chu quickly finds a way to dodge the question and hurriedly hangs up. Haha, no, there isn't. Alright big brother, just keep on grinding. I'm hanging up now, bye-bye. Leaving Jiang Kai standing there in a daze. In a dark path of the canyon, Yuan Chu walks silently with Su Ai and the other warriors. His face shows clear signs of sorrow. Su Ai, standing next to him, looks at her friend's sad face in confusion and calls out softly, Yuan Chu? She frowns, not understanding. Didn't you say you really missed Kai? Why didn't you talk for a bit longer? Yuan Chu bows his head and sighs. Kai knows me too well. If I said too much, he would definitely guess something. Yuan Chu's eyes are filled with sadness. He mumbles painfully, I don't want him to worry. Su Ai starts to say something anxiously, but is interrupted by him asking a casual question. Su Ai, how do you think people feel after they've been driven to madness and forced to log out? This makes her jump in shock. Then, Yuan Chuzi forces a wry smile to reassure them both. Hehe, maybe they don't know anything at all, so there's probably nothing to worry about. If I think about it that way, I suddenly don't feel afraid anymore. Su Ai stands behind him, watching his back with a heart full of pity. Because of this mission, Yuan Chu is gritting his teeth to endure it all. Memories suddenly flash back to 3 days ago. In the strategy room, Hua Tianshen stands in front of the 3 most elite squads standing in strict formation. The Tian Heng Squad, the Fierce Tiger Squad, and the Passionate Squad. The 3 captains stand straight and shout in unison with great respect toward Commander Hua. Hua Tianshen clenches his fists and announces sternly, Time is of the essence, let's get straight to the point. Sure enough, the large screen behind him turns on, displaying brutal footage of massacres. Large foreign adventurers laugh barbarically, hurling bitter insults. You bunch of scrap metal, you think you can compete with us? Listen up. Either defeat us with your strength, or a giant wearing a terrifying devil mask steps out arrogantly. Adventurer Clementine Hawkman, level 50 berserker profession, he says, stepping over the fallen. Hearing this, the surrounding minions join in with mocking laughter, and one even holds a camera to record it. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Haha, come on, give us a smile so those fools can see it clearly. On the large screen, the image of a bloodied warrior from the Holy Light Kingdom lying face down on the ground is shown clearly before all the officers. Fury erupts violently. One commander grits his teeth and shouts in resentment, I must kill them all. Hua Tianshen speaks in a deep voice to explain the origin of these painful images. A technology company has created a device that can transmit live footage from the land of oblivion back here. Despite a slight lag, the situation is clearly critical. His face hardens, filled with indignation at the heavy losses his side has suffered. Over the last 2 weeks, we've sent more than 50 squads into the Forgotten Land, and over 200 elite warriors among them were wiped out and forced to log out in such a humiliating fashion. All the officers and soldiers below fall silent in sheer fury. Long stares intensely at the screen with bloodshot eyes. Hua Tiantian points at the 3D terrain map of the Forgotten Land and speaks in a low voice. However, their sacrifice was not in vain. They have provided us with invaluable intelligence. This is the preliminary map of the Forgotten Land that we've drafted based on those reports. He looks down solemnly at the elite warriors standing at attention below him. All of you are here for a reason. I suspect you've already guessed what I'm about to say. His voice suddenly becomes sharper and more decisive than ever. You are the elite squads chosen through 27 rounds of elimination. I want you to take on this incredibly arduous mission. In 3 days, be ready to break through once again. Hearing this, the soldiers roar in unison, their morale surging as they accept the order. Understood. Hua Tiantian zooms in on the map, displaying 4 glowing letters, A, B, C, and D. We now know there are 4 spawn points in the Forgotten Land, A, B, C, and D. On the same day, teams that travel through the same teleportation circle will appear at the same spawn point. Soon after, an image of a red flag wrapped in golden lightning appears on the screen. Remember these coordinates. When the time comes, fight and retreat in perfect sync. Your goal is to plant the flag of the Holy Light Kingdom there. This is the core of our mission. An armored captain furrows his brow, asking with concern, Commander, Hua, is all this effort just to reach these coordinates and plant a flag? I think they'll definitely hunt us down relentlessly and wipe us all out. But Hua Tiantian calmly shakes his head and explains, Our overall strategy isn't a direct confrontation, but a swift breakthrough. This is a secret plan that our high-ranking officials only recently devised. The captains below widen their eyes in shock, whispering to each other, a secret plan? However, Hua Tiantian quickly presents real data to help them understand the situation. That's right. So far, 73 nations have discovered the teleportation circle, but 42 of them have taken advantage of it to enter the Forgotten Land early and blockade the spawn points. Indeed, he clenches his fist in frustration at the enemy's suppression. In this situation, it is nearly impossible for any single country to break the blockade with only its own 3 squads. At the same time, the corner of his lips curls into a knowing smile. However, this also means there are 30 other nations being pushed to the sidelines, just like us. He loudly announces the next strategic move. That is why we have reached out to those nations. 3 days from now, at 6 in the morning, each country will send its 3 strongest squads to form a temporary alliance and enter the Forgotten Land in waves. The warriors below hold their breath as he shouts clearly. The code name for this mission is Dawn. The armored captain murmurs the sacred name, his eyes burning with determination. Dawn. Hua Tiantian raises the illustrative flag and continues assigning tasks. The first squad to successfully break through will plant the flag here as a signal to lure the enemy deeper. Once successful, the remaining squads will immediately launch a coordinated attack on the 4 spawn points to secure permanent status as quickly as possible. Sure enough, a bald captain strokes his chin, nodding in agreement with the analysis. If the enemy's elite forces are drawn to the flag's location, the defense at the 4 spawn points will be relatively weak. This really is the best time to attack and seize them from the outside. The armored commander adds with concern. But this also means that once you take this mission, the squads from the Holy Light Kingdom will have to endure the enemy's most brutal attacks. Right then, Hua Tiantian slams his hand on the table, his sharp eyes fixed ahead with fierce intensity. Every nation is currently facing bottlenecks of varying degrees during their exploration. To break through these, the Forgotten Land is our best opportunity. He shouts to ignite the patriotism of his warriors. Therefore, your actions this time carry the destiny of our entire nation, the very survival of our people. I repeat once more, even if only one of you is left standing, you must carry the glory of the Holy Light Kingdom and fight to the end. Is that clear? The entire hall erupts in a desperate roar that shakes the room. Fight to the end. Never retreat. The scene suddenly shifts to the entrance of the teleportation circle, where a mystical blue vortex swirls violently. Despite standing at death's door, Su Iie anxiously tightens her grip on Yuan Chu's hand as she sees him quietly preparing to move forward. She offers a gentle, encouraging smile to give her friend strength. Yuan Chuzi, I'm sure we can do this. But he only responds with silence. After a long moment, Yuan Chu turns his head to look at her, offering a warm, confident smile. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shakes violently, and rocks fall from above, startling everyone. Ahead, the teleportation circle suddenly emits a blinding light, accompanied by an emergency notification. The first squad, including Tianheng's Iron Blood Squad, has successfully broken through. The armored commander immediately draws his sword, roaring orders to the entire army. All units, listen up. In this battle, there is no retreating, no surrendering, and no regrets. Without a moment's hesitation, he leads the army charging straight into the fiery teleportation vortex. Even if we are torn to shreds, we must complete our mission. Now, charge with me and fight side by side. 2 days later, at the guild headquarters, under the deep blue sky, Jiang Kai walks slowly along the marble corridor, with Yuan Chu's cheesy jokes still echoing in his head. It's nothing. I must just be exhausted from training lately. My mind just starts wandering whenever I'm free. His steps slowed down, his eyes narrowing with worry. Was Jiang Kai really just exhausted from training? For 2 days, I haven't been able to reach him or Toii at all. A sense of unexplainable anxiety rose within me. I couldn't stand this terrifying silence any longer. I firmly pressed the doorbell to their apartment, deciding to just confront them directly. Suddenly, before the door could even open, Honyan and Nguyen Vu came sprinting toward me from a distance, shouting in a panic as they ran. Captain Kai, something terrible has happened. Jiang Kai startled and turned around to look at his 2 breathless, bewildered teammates, asking, Honyan, Nguyen Vu, what's got you 2 so worked up? At this moment, Honhan's face was deathly pale, sweat pouring down like rain. She sobbed, We just saw a viral video on the forums. Something happened to Toii. It felt like a thunderbolt struck Jiang Kai. His eyes widened in horror. What? Faster than a flash, a trembling Honhan reached out. The communication screen displayed a clip right in front of him. As soon as the video started trending, it was immediately detected and forcibly taken down by officials from the Radiant Holy Kingdom. but she had managed to save it as quickly as possible. On the screen, a foreign adventurer with a mouthful of jagged teeth and a savage expression was pressing his face close to the lens, laughing defiantly. I bet there are quite a few people in the Radiant Holy Kingdom watching this right now, aren't there? Behind him lay the bloody scene of Su-ai, and elite warriors sprawled motionless on the rocky ground, accompanied by an arrogant declaration of war. If you truly have the guts, then feel free to come here and save them. The video of Hu Nian continued to show Su-ai kneeling in a pool of blood, while the foreign adventurer laughed gleefully. Haha, we're very reasonable people, after all. If you send a high-ranking official, with the rank of commander to come here and kneel for mercy, who knows, we might take pity and let them go. The camera immediately panned to show Yuan Chu lying gasping on a blood-stained patch of ground nearby. The guy continued his threats. Of course, that's only if you're willing to admit that you're a bunch of useless cowards who are too afraid to do anything. The henchman received the order to drag the two of them toward an ancient tree. Hey, you lot, hang these two up for me. The face of the cannibal, Clementine Haman, pressed against the screen, laughing maniacally. Then just sit there and watch their blood drip dry, drop by drop. Jiang Kai stood stunned, staring at the screen, his emerald green eyes narrowing in fury at the opponent's cruelty. What the hell is this thing? Hu Nian and Wenwu beside him could only hold their breath, watching their captain's reaction as the surrounding atmosphere suddenly sank under suffocating pressure. Instantly, Jiang Kai clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as a fire of rage flared up violently. What the hell is going on? The scene suddenly flashed back to 2 days prior in the Forgotten Land. The system broadcast a notification: "You have entered the Forgotten Land. We will provide you with simultaneous interpretation. The language you hear will be completely converted into the Radiant Holy Script." Yuan Chu looked around at the desolate forest, confused, and questioned Su-ai. Are there really no guard posts around here at all? A commander nearby quickly analyzed the situation. The Tianhang and Niet Huet teams have always been courageous and skilled warriors. Perhaps they coordinated with other alliance squads to lure the guards away already. However, the blonde female warrior remained extremely vigilant. Captain, our current entry point is Point A. Should we head toward the southeast immediately? The commander in green armor suddenly jumped when he received an urgent signal. It was Commander Hoa. The team's communication screen suddenly lit up, accompanied by a warning message. Attention, all troops. The operation had been exposed the moment the Tianhong and Niet Huet teams reached the entry point. They had been ambushed by guards, leaving the group terrified. From within the dense bushes nearby, a series of masked shadows holding sharp weapons silently closed in. The squad immediately drew their weapons, surrounding each other to protect one another against the encirclement of enemies. Sure enough, the arrogant laughter of the ambushers rang out, shattering the silent atmosphere. Ha ha, just as expected. You idiots. The moment you received the signal, you dove headfirst into your own deaths. The monster Clementine Haman led the mob, charging forward like a beast after prey. Now, let me, Clementine Haman, go on a rampage. He unleashed a lightning-fast punch, knocking a warrior away while sneering cruelly. Stay alive. Your fate will be just as miserable as your comrades. Witnessing his teammate being sent flying, warrior Nguyet Lin was so angry his eyes turned red. He swung his sword and charged in a suicide attack. Damn you, you bastard! The commander in green armor shouted in panic, trying in vain to stop him. Nguyet Lin, don't be impulsive. Get back here now. Nguyet Lin's lightning strike landed squarely on the barbarian's chest, but only created sparks as it slid over his steel-hard skin. Nguyet Lin stared in shock as his blade became stuck, trembling as he uttered, "How can this be? It didn't even scratch him?" Clementine Haman slowly leaned down to look at him with eyes as red as a demon's. "Are you trying to tickle me?" He bared his sharp teeth and laughed manically. "Oh, right, I forgot to mention. Unless you can kill me in one single blow, every wound only makes me stronger." Nguyet Lin only had time to widen his eyes and let out a desperate scream before being grabbed by the giant claws. "What?" The demon lifted him up with one hand, growling bloodthirstily. "Now it's your turn to have your head cracked open." The sound of bone snapping echoed, accompanied by tragic screams that reverberated throughout the desolate forest. Even more terrifying, fresh blood splattered, dyeing the monster's armor red under the evil sunset. Witnessing that horrific scene, the teammates behind him wailed in helplessness. Nguyet Lin. An Tran. From behind the giant barbarian, a red-haired adventurer holding a dagger smiled softly, stepping out deviously. "Hawkman, do you always have to be so crude?" The red-haired swordsman, Win Hu, stroked his gleaming blade and smirked in a twisted way. "If you scare away my lovely prey, I'll be heartbroken." The adventurer Win. Occupation. Swordsman, level 50. Right beside him, the enchantress Christina, with her incredibly hot physique, stepped forward, grumbling lazily. You two are so boring. Quit the chatter and end this quickly. The adventurer Christina. Occupation. Mage, level 50. The giant Clementine Haman turned his head, huffily arguing back. Hey Win, H. Why did you two come out? Didn't I tell you these prey were mine? The red-haired guy could only laugh it off. Heh, that won't do. Hickman, you're being too greedy. Facing the 3 level 50 monsters overflowing with pressure, sweat poured from Yuan Chu like rain, but he still gritted his teeth. These 3 are truly terrifying, but I must hold my ground. At that moment, the valiant captain in green armor raised his sword and shouted, delegating tactics to save them. Yuan Chu, break through with me. Tu Yen, protect Su Ai. The members responded with a firm shout. Understood. Yuan Chu immediately channeled his internal energy, a golden protective aura blazing around him as he roared heroically. Radiant holy warriors, stand back. I am the world's #1 war god. You bunch of trash, all of you come at me at once. He put all his strength into his legs, leaped into the air, and delivered a fatal blow to the ground, intending to suppress the enemy. The powerful attack created a horrific explosion of earth and stone, wiped out the enemy guards as they shrieked in agony. However, the red-haired swordsman, Win Hose, easily slipped away with a graceful dodge, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Oh? So this is the world's #1 god of war? Let me step in and see what you're made of. The giant, Hawkman, wasn't about to be outdone, and stomped forward to join the fray. Don't get in my way. The energy and techniques this guy has are actually quite interesting. I want to be the one to crush his skull myself. Suddenly, the blue-armored captain raised his heavy steel shield to block their path, roaring clearly. Your opponent is me! Across the battlefield, Win Hose laughed manically, swinging his sword as he charged forward, shouting a challenge. I, Win, will be the one to shred you to pieces with this screaming magic sword. But Yuan Chu did not tremble. He raised his dual blades to intercept the attack. So this is just a farce? I am the world's #1 god of war. How dare you act so arrogant? The force of the collision was so intense that Yuan Chu nearly buckled to his knees, his heart filled with terror. His power was truly monstrous. Just then, the red-haired man's figure in front of him suddenly blurred. Leaving behind a mocking, bewitching smile, he sneered. That was just an afterimage, sweetheart. Yuan Chu's missed strike cut through thin air, leaving him wide-eyed and bewildered. Then, a cold voice suddenly whispered right behind his neck. You idiot, I'm back here. With that, a brutal, cold sword slash tore straight at Yuan Chu, and blood instantly sprayed out. Yuan Chu clutched his bleeding neck in pain, gasping for breath in sheer terror. Ugh, he's too fast. My eyes couldn't even track his movements. Win Hose surged forward again with terrifying speed, raising his sword to deliver the finishing blow. Trash is still trash, no matter how much you brag. Now, you can go ahead and die. Yuan Chu stood there, utterly helpless, watching the Grim Reaper's blade plummet toward him. However, in that split second between life and death, the blue-armored captain bravely threw himself in front of him. The red-haired swordsman frowned, clicking his tongue in annoyance as his fatal blow was blocked, his blade slamming hard against the reinforced steel shield. The captain collapsed to his knees, shielding Yuan Chu behind him. Even as blood poured from his mouth, the captain gritted his teeth and roared with indomitable spirit. Did you even ask my permission before trying to kill him? Looking at his superior's sturdy back, Yuan Chu teared up and screamed in anguish, Captain! But the captain didn't look back. He firmly ordered him to retreat. Yuan Chu, wake up. Take Suai and the others and get out of here, quickly. I'll hold him off. Move. Instantly, the giant Hawkman loomed behind the captain, raising a fist covered in spiked armor to smash down on his head. Didn't you say I was your opponent? Why did you suddenly run over here? How frightening. The thunderous punch sent the commander flying, leaving Yuan Chu standing alone, completely frozen by the bloody scene. The image of the captain falling was burned into Yuan Chu's eyes as the voices of the two enemies echoed around him. Hawkman, aren't you a bit of a loser? You let this guy run over here and annoy me? Huh, I just wasn't paying attention for a second, that's all. A flash of memory involving the blue-armored commander suddenly warmed the air. Yuan Chu, to tell you the truth, I've always envied Jiang Kai. You're all members of my squad, but it seems only he can truly unlock your full potential. However, there is one thing I will never lose to him at. The captain's face softened into a gentle smile before he collapsed. It was his vow to protect his squad members until his very last breath. However, the brutal reality on Hunian's communication screen dragged Jiang Kai back to the present. forcing him to watch the spreading pool of blood and the lifeless body of his respected commander. The screen continued to show the witch, Christina, waving her hand and slicing through Ziyan's body, whispering with disdain, "Know your place." Next, the red-haired swordsman, Winhose, dove from above, driving his blade into Su Ai's head, leaving her only able to wail and call for her teammate, Sister Hua. Immediately, both Win and the barbarian Hawkman surrounded Yuan Chu. These holy light warriors really are all just pathetic trash. Let's see who gets to kill this prey first. Ha, I'm not giving him to you. Yuan Chu stood tall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with hatred. "You bastards!" Yuan Chu roared, channeling all his remaining energy into a desperate, final strike. Damn you all! The sudden, powerful counterattack caught the red-haired swordsman off guard, his eyes widening in shock. What? Meanwhile, Su Ai crawled over to Ziyan's cold body, sobbing in despair. Sister Hua, Sister Hua. Despite this, Yuan Chu stood heroically in front of her, his body covered in blood, yet still gritting his teeth. "She's gone. We have to leave. Now." He quickly pulled out a teleportation talisman, which glowed with a sinister purple light in his palm. Suddenly, Winhose wiped the blood from his face, gave a cold laugh, and lunged forward to cut off their escape. Is this really the origin energy you martial arts apprentices are so proud of? Looks like the holy light finally sent someone halfway decent. Sure enough, the giant Hawkman erupted in rage, a crimson aura covering his entire body. Trying to run? Today, all of you will die here. No one is leaving. Yuan Chu hurriedly pushed Su Ai behind him as the two monsters lunged forward, but she screamed, "Yuan Chu, watch out." Seeing the enemy rushing in, Winhose's brutal slash slammed into Yuan Chu's twin blocking blades, creating a piercing screech of metal against metal. Winhose leaned his evil face close to his and whispered with a mocking sneer, "Your energy is too weak. That last hit was just a fluke. Now, let me show you the true power of this ghostly severing blade." Yuan Chu could only groan helplessly as the dark power began to erode his body. The next wicked slash grazed Yuan Chu's shoulder, causing him to stumble. Suddenly, from behind, Hawkman landed a devastating heavy punch directly into his back. "Die, you idiot!" Yuan Chu coughed up blood and let out a tragic cry. The force of the punch sent Yuan Chu sliding across the rocky ground, blood spraying to stain the courtyard red. Su Ai wailed in helplessness as she saw her teammate fall unconscious. The witch, Christina, slowly descended, hovering right over Yuan Chu's broken body. "Enough. How long are you going to drag this fight out? Isn't it over yet?" Even worse, she flicked her wrist, firing out magical pink chains that shackled Yuan Chu to the ground. Exhausted as he was, Yuan Chu continued to struggle frantically in agony. "Let me go. Release me now," Christina smirked, her cold, triumphant laughter echoing. "Still haven't given up? Honestly, to hold out this long under siege by multiple squads of elites, you're truly formidable." Her glowing purple eyes pierced through her opponent's soul, delivering a mocking remark that extinguished all hope. "But your plan has been leaked. We've already deployed measures to counter it. Even if you stubbornly persist, what's the point?" Yet, Yuan Chu showed no fear. He lifted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, with pure disdain. Seeing this, Christina calmly closed her eyes and explained the ruthless betrayal by the Alliance. "Don't look at me with those eyes. Your Alliance's breakthrough strategy with several nations might actually increase your odds of victory, but the risk of information leaks is far greater, isn't it?" Her lips curved into a cunning smile. "For instance, one of those nations might have traded your plan just to secure a spot for themselves." Yuan Chu's pupils contracted in shock as the harsh truth hit him. Immediately after, Hawkman stepped forward and slammed his massive foot onto the boy, forcing a pained scream from his lips. Before the brute turned to ask, "Christina, what are you babbling about with this brat?" The barbarian continued to stomp brutally on Yuan Chu's back, looking smug. "Don't tell me you're developing feelings for him? Haha, what about it? Don't tell me I, Hawkman, am not as good as this useless piece of trash." Winho stood to the side, leaning on his sword with a sarcastic grin. Playing like that with a lady really isn't the behavior of a refined gentleman. Christina didn't care for his words, turning away slowly, coldly ordering, "Finish them off, quick and clean." She closed her eyes halfway, sighing with feigned regret. They are respectable opponents after all. Meanwhile, Su Ai was weeping with bloodshot eyes, and Yuan Chu was glaring with pure fury. Hawkman, however, clicked his tongue, refusing the killing blow because he still wanted to play. "What's the rush? We'll keep that little healer alive to patch our wounds." And as for this stubborn nuisance, the barbarian leaned his face inches from the camera lens, baring his sharp, menacing teeth. Keep him alive so we can keep toying with the Holy Light Kingdom. The video suddenly cut to black, leaving only the silent, dark screen in the desolate primeval forest. Finally, the reflection on the screen vanished entirely, leaving Jiang Kai's face submerged in darkness, radiating an aura that could shake the heavens. Jiang Kai silently moved to take down a patrolling guard from behind, causing the man to foam at the mouth and pass out instantly without a sound. He adjusted his stolen camouflage armor, his emerald green eyes flashing with determination. Yuan Chu, Su Ai, I will definitely save you both. At the teleportation circle defense zone, the atmosphere was incredibly somber and tense as the high-ranking female officer walked by to inspect the area. Yet, the guards standing outside the warning perimeter couldn't stop whispering. Hey, did you see the video? It's been 2 days already. Why hasn't the military organized a new breakthrough team? Organizing takes time, you know. Charging in now would just be throwing lives away. The military isn't that stupid. Damn it all. For our Holy Light Kingdom to be humiliated like this. Everyone around the world is laughing at us now. One guard gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in bitter resentment. Is there really no one who can handle monsters like that Hawkman guy? I really wish I could just charge in there and fight to the death with them. On the large screen, the image of Su Ai tied up and covered in blood appeared once more, accompanied by the painful, late apology from her older sister. Su Ai, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Lan snapped out of her sorrowful thoughts as she heard the conversation between the professor and his team drifting from afar. After we return, immediately systemize the data and get a definitive answer. Understood? She walked up to the busy professor, who was busy taking notes, and asked softly, Professor Lee, has the data collection for today been completed? Hearing this, the professor bowed his head, sighing thoughtfully as he replied, It is finished. The Nether Star itself is a massive mystery, and the teleportation array of this forgotten land only confirms that the secrets hidden behind it go far beyond our predictions. Immediately, he turned to look at Lan with a sympathetic gaze. Oh, that's right, Lan. Are you holding up all right regarding your sister and the superiors? Hearing this, Lan forced a faint smile to hide the turmoil in her heart. I understand, Professor. The military has its own strategic considerations. Being allowed to enter here at all is already more than enough. Professor Lee patted her shoulder comfortingly. Even though Su Ai is young, she is truly very brave. You should be proud to have a sister like that. As a soldier, you certainly understand the big picture better than anyone. As soon as he finished, she turned her head and gestured, Professor, let's head back, and received a firm reply. Suddenly, Lan froze as she accidentally glanced at the patrolling guard squad nearby. Wait, that person. Beneath the thick protective helmet, a pair of sharp emerald green eyes caught her gaze, leaving her stunned. Was that Jiang Kai? Sure enough, realizing his cover was blown, Jiang Kai bolted, causing the crowd to descend into chaos. Stop him! Everyone, freeze and turn around now! Jiang Kai's pupils contracted with focus as he poured all his strength into sprinting straight toward the teleportation gate. He leaped like an arrow piercing the wind, leaving the flustered guards chasing desperately behind. A commanding officer shouted an order to the person nearest the gate. Instructor, to catch him. Lan rushed forward to block his path, but Jiang Kai skillfully used an expert maneuver to slip through the gap. A corner of his lips curved into a confident smile beneath his helmet before he made his next move. Jiang Kai pulled a green smoke grenade from his belt and slammed it against the ground to create a smoke screen. A loud explosion echoed. Dense smoke immediately covered the entire area, causing the guards to cough violently. Smoke bomb? What is going on? Seizing the chaotic moment, Jiang Kai lunged straight for the blue swirling teleportation portal, but suddenly paused and looked back with a puzzled expression. Behind him, Lan stood amidst the thick dust and smoke, quietly watching the resilient silhouette of the boy as he vanished into the gate. She smiled with relief, silently placing all her faith in him. I leave everything to you. With that, Jiang Kai decisively threw himself into the blue portal and simply disappeared, leaving the soldiers in utter astonishment. Lan stood tall in the center of the stone hall, staring straight at the vortex, her eyes burning with intense hope. You must bring Su Ai back safely. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Forgotten Land, the foreign guards saw the teleportation gate light up and scrambled in defense. Look over there. Someone just logged in through the gate. Which cowardly country are these rats from this time? I guess the beating they took over the last 2 days wasn't enough to teach them a lesson. Huh. Fine. If 100 of them come, we kill all 100. If 200 come, we send all 200 to their graves. The teleportation smoke cleared, revealing the solitary yet imposing figure of Jiang Kai, leaving the enemies wide-eyed in shock. What? Only a single person from the Holy Light Kingdom? Seeing Jiang Kai charging in alone, the bearded foreign explorer sneered in contempt. Damn it, I thought some heavy hitter was coming, but it turns out, it's just a stray mutt from the Holy Light Kingdom? Hey, did you guys send a soft, useless little brat to negotiate? Is the Holy Light Kingdom out of people? Or are you all so scared that your legs are shaking? Jiang Kai simply clenched his fist, letting flames engulf his armored gauntlet. I think you've misunderstood. I didn't come here to negotiate. The foreign leader's eyes widened, then he burst into an arrogant cackle. Huh? Not here to negotiate? Then what did you show your face here for? His emerald green eyes suddenly flared with intense killing intent, and he replied coldly, I came here to kill. Instantly, Jiang Kai decisively activated his signature gambling tom skill, unleashing a torrent of violent firepower straight ahead. A terrifying pressure exploded, catching the enemy guards by surprise as they screamed in terror. A storm of flames swept all his opponents into the air, blowing them apart into pieces under Jiang Kai's overwhelming power. Meanwhile, in the solemn military conference hall of the Holy Light Kingdom, all eyes of the generals and researchers were glued to the tactical map showing the situation in the Forgotten Land. Are there really not even any guards left there? A middle-aged commander sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought as he analyzed the battle. That's right, it's the hot country. During the Dawn mission, they used excuses to cancel the plan. Only yesterday did we discover that 3 of their squads had already infiltrated the Forgotten Land. Enraged, the Supreme Commander of Sector A slammed the table and shouted, Damn it! Those treacherous invaders stole our international tournament slots, while our own people are being held hostage in the Forgotten Land, suffering a fate worse than death. However, Hua Tianchen bowed her head and nervously suggested the next move. Captain, our current login point is Point A. Should we head toward the southeast immediately? Suddenly, a soldier burst through the doors of the meeting room, shouting that someone had entered the Forgotten Land all by themselves. Hearing this, Hua Tianchen jumped, eyes widening. What is going on? Report clearly, right now. The soldier frantically tapped on the virtual screen, sweat pouring down his face as he reported. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Kai from the fire team disguised himself as a patrolman and snuck into the canyon. The Supreme Officer was furious and began scolding them relentlessly. Reckless, absolutely reckless. Where did this hot-headed kid Jiang Kai come from? Does he think he can play hero and save the world all by himself? Who does he think he is? This is just suicide. However, the next piece of information on the screen left everyone speechless. Jiang Kai stood alone amidst the ruins of the guards. Unbelievably, just 15 minutes after he entered, he had wiped out all 15 guards at entry point A. All 3 senior commanders gasped in shock, shouting in unison, filled with total disbelief. What? Commander Hua immediately regained her composure, raising her hand to give a decisive order to the leaders of all countries. Our man has successfully breached the entry point. Plan B can be activated within the next half hour. However, the bespectacled professor spoke up with concern. Plan B is no small matter. Shouldn't we double-check to avoid another hot country situation? The silver-haired officer shook his head firmly. There's no more time. There are now 74 countries that have discovered the teleportation circle to the Forgotten Land. Jiang Kai has created a favorable opening for us. We must seize this chance. Commander Hua stood up and announced clearly, That's right. Activate Plan B of Operation Dawn, gather all forces, and prepare to take over the Forgotten Land. All the officers shouted in agreement. At the same time, at the Psychological Treatment Center of the Jiangzhong Military District, sunlight shone down on the building marked with a red cross. Inside the ward, patients were gathered around a large screen showing the young man. Who is this? He doesn't look like our military personnel. A man with a cross-shaped scar on his face exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Kai? The person next to him asked, confused. Who is Jiang Kai? The young people in the back cheered excitedly. Damn, breaking news. Who is that handsome guy? Did he really go into the Forgotten Land all by himself? Suddenly, his younger sister, who had emerald green eyes like his, saw her brother emerging from the flames on the screen and whispered anxiously, Big brother. This shocking news spread rapidly everywhere. Large LED screens on high-rise buildings in the city displayed a striking headline. Breaking news. An unknown explorer from the Holy Light Kingdom has entered the Forgotten Land alone, making the citizens stop and whisper in surprise. Meanwhile, in the Forgotten Land, the foreign monsters were laughing and gloating under an ancient tree, while Su Ai and Yuan Chu were tied up and left hanging in the air. Su Ai, currently tied tightly to a branch, tilted her head to look at her teammate beside her and whispered, Yuan Chu, are you asleep? Yuan Chu looked up at Su Ai with a bruised face, his voice trembling. Su Ai, it hurts so much. Are we going to die? I'm a bit scared. Hearing this, Su Ai, though tears were streaming down her face, forced a smile to encourage her friend. Yuan Chu, be strong. You're the world's #1 war god, remember? She glanced toward the hidden camera lens in the bushes and continued. There are so many people watching us. We absolutely must not disgrace the honor of the Holy Light Kingdom soldiers. But the horrific memories of the brutal deaths of Sister Hua, the captain, and Brother Trun suddenly flooded back, making Yuan Chu shudder in panic. But I saw them brutally murder Sister Hoa. I watched as they crushed the team leaders and Tran's heads while they were still alive. Those people, especially that huge brute, he's simply a monster who cannot be killed. You closed your eyes tight, helpless, and whispered, I'm so scared. I can't take it anymore. I called out in a panic, full of anxiety. Chu, Vian Chu. Suddenly, a foreign soldier standing nearby splashed an entire cup of wine in Vian Chu's face and sneered. Don't you dare fall asleep. Wake up. If you die now, there'll be no more fun. He held a broken shard of glass, pointing it directly at the dangling Vian Chu, and mocked him. Hey, you damn cowards from the Holy Kingdom of Light, how come your pathetic comrades still haven't come to save you? The whole group of thugs behind him burst into triumphant laughter. Haha. The Holy Kingdom of Light is truly cowardly. They've been hung up for 2 whole days and still haven't dared to make a sound. The guard rushed forward aggressively, his eyes glowing red as he roared, You weaklings! Haha, wake up and start crying. Let everyone see just how tough the spines of the Holy Kingdom of Light really are. While I was screaming in panic, tears streaming down her face. At that very moment, a brilliant beam of golden fire suddenly descended from the sky. It slammed right into the head of the aggressive guard, leaving him frozen in terror. I stopped, her teary eyes staring wide at the brilliant light that had just appeared. An incredibly powerful flaming punch sent the guard rolling across the ground, to Vian Chu's utter shock. From within the blazing fire, Jiang Kai stepped out defiantly, raising his flaming hand threateningly. The spines of the Holy Kingdom of Light are at least tougher than your skulls. I gasped in amazement. Jiang Kai looked at his 2 friends hanging there, his eyes filled with heartache. Vian Chu, I am late. The surrounding guards scrambled down from the cliffs, screaming as they launched a relentless attack. Quick, inform Hickman and the others. Someone's come to rescue the hostages, kill him. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, channeling his firepower, and smiled reassuringly. Sorry, you two. Please hang in there for just a little longer. Just then, a red-haired witch stepped forward, casting dark magic with both hands and smirking coldly. Hypnotic void. Pink energy rings tightly coiled around Jiang Kai, but his system immediately responded, activating his skill, Spirit Purification. The red-haired witch broke into a cold sweat in shock, seeing Jiang Kai charge forward without a single scratch. What? It can't be hypnotized? Before she could regain her composure, Jiang Kai's flaming blades slashed straight through her breastplate, but she regained her confidence when she saw no damage, and laughed with utter contempt. Not that strong, are you? You couldn't even break my armor. However, the very next second, a massive fire dragon explosion erupted from the slash, shattering her armor and making her eyes widen in desperate screams. How is this possible? Another assassin seized the opening, splitting into clones and rushing forward with a flurry of moves. Die. Quad Shadow Slash. At the same time, a huge, fat guard leaped high into the air, swinging a massive blade down. You trash from the Holy Kingdom of Light, taste my ground-splitting slash. The dark wizard behind him wasn't idle either, roaring as he summoned magic claws of fire. Withered dark curse. Your soul shall be nailed to the deepest layer of hell. Facing 3 lethal blows from 3 different directions, Jiang Kai remained calm, falling into a professional defensive stance. He launched a lightning-fast counterattack, unleashing a wave of destructive fire that crushed all the enemy's dark magic. The enemies shrieked in horror as they saw all their attacks negated. Damn it. Why is the curse having no effect on him? Damn it. How does this guy have so many clones? His movements are too agile. What is this? A massive explosion of energy erupted, blowing away all the attackers, turning them into charred, blackened meat scattered everywhere, accompanied by a series of painful screams. But in the nearby dense thickets, the cunning eye of a sniper was still quietly lurking, waiting for a vulnerability. Then, he wore a sinister smile. He drew his bow and loaded a gleaming poison arrow. Once you're hit by my poison arrow, you're dead for sure. Seeing the arrow aimed straight at Jiang Kai, I screamed in panic. Jiang Kai, look out behind you. Jiang Kai heard the warning and instinctively turned his head, his eyes showing surprise. The poison arrow tore through the air at terrifying speed, slicing through the grass in its path. The toxic purple glow of the arrow closed in on Jiang Kai in a split second. But Jiang Kai agilely leaned back, dodging the lethal shot by a hair's breadth, making the sniper shout in fury. "You're just asking for death." The words had barely left his lips when a huge explosion kicked up dust exactly where Jiang Kai had just landed, sending rocks flying, followed by a shrill cry. I witnessed the horrific scene and began to wail, struggling and shouting, "Jiang Kai, run, leave. There are too many of them. Don't worry about us anymore. Jiang Kai, Jiang Kai." Jiang Kai lay motionless on the grass, a deep purple toxin beginning to spread across his calf. The enemies rushed forward excitedly like they had struck gold, cheering triumphantly. "He's poisoned! Charge! Don't kill him immediately. Let him fully experience the fear of death. Ha ha ha. Keep dancing, keep causing trouble. Now just lie there and wait to be minced into meat. This is the price for daring to come here to save people." Immediately, a series of brutal attacks from the guards rained down, fresh blood splashing and staining a corner of the ruined forest red. Witnessing that tragic scene from afar, I shrieked in extreme agony. Next to Vian Chu, who was also staring wide-eyed and weeping bitterly, they couldn't believe that the best friend who had just come to save them had fallen so quickly. Meanwhile, in a classroom in the real world, his younger sister, Gyang An, suddenly fainted and collapsed to the floor. The phone in her hand flew away. Seeing her fall, the surrounding students scrambled to surround her, panicking and calling out loudly, "Jiang Oan, hurry up and press her philtrum, quickly!" At the military hospital ward, the wounded comrades were so angry they were trembling, slamming their beds and shouting, "Those lunatics deserve to be hacked to death." The live screen of the battle was still showing the triumphant faces of the foreign enemies before the furious eyes of the high-ranking officers. The silver-haired officer clenched his fist so hard his knuckles cracked, grinding his teeth in rage. Commander Hoa tried to suppress his fury, turning to ask his subordinate, "How many minutes until the start of the plan?" The guard at the console hurriedly checked the countdown timer and reported, 10 minutes and 23 seconds, Commander." Commander Hoa looked up, his eyes sharp and full of murderous intent. "This time, Plan B must succeed. I want them to pay a heavy price." Back in the Forgotten Land, Vian Chu was still hanging from the tree, crying until his voice went hoarse. Jiang Kai couldn't take it anymore. Using the last of his strength, he roared in frustration at the enemies. "If you bastards have any guts, come and fight me one-on-one. If I don't mince every single one of you, I'm not your grandfather." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from high up in the tree branches. "Yuan Chu, I never expected you to have a side like this when you're sober." "I'm actually a bit touched," Jiang Kai said, causing Yuan Chu to gasp in sheer astonishment. Good heavens, that voice. It turned out Jiang Kai had been perched on a branch the whole time, crouching and grinning mockingly. "All right, quit the hollering. My life is plenty long." Su Ai looked up, her face instantly brightening as she started laughing through her tears. "Kai, you're not dead?" Yuan Chu's face turned bright red, tears and snot streaming down as he shouted with excitement. "I'm not seeing a ghost, am I?" It turned out Jiang Kai had secretly cut his bindings a while ago. He felt a little awkward under the intense gaze of his two friends. "Yuan Chu, Su Ai, if you two keep staring at my face like that, I'm afraid you're going to burn holes right through it." The three of them landed safely and hid in a thicket to catch their breath. Su Ai, still in shock, hurriedly asked, "Kai, what on earth happened? I clearly saw you get hit by that poisonous arrow. And how? How were there two of you?" Jiang Kai smiled and pointed at the original body being tortured in the distance. "That arrow only grazed my pants. The body being attacked over there is actually just a clone summoned from my new job skill." Hearing this, Yuan Chu smiled and asked curiously, "A new job? You've changed jobs?" Meanwhile, Su Ai stood nearby, looking confused. "So that was just a clone?" Jiang Kai nodded, confirming. "Exactly. About 30 seconds ago, I activated my clone skill to deceive them the moment the arrow flew toward me. At that moment, my clone pretended to be poisoned and ran away to draw the foreign soldiers' full attention, making them chase after it with cheers and roars. Don't kill him. Make him experience the terror of death first. Ha ha ha. Keep jumping. Keep making a scene now. Just lie there and wait to be minced into meat. That's the price you pay for trying to save people," Jiang Kai explained while standing beside his clone. "What you two saw was actually just one of my clones. It served as a decoy, creating the perfect opportunity for me to escape and hide in the bushes." Both friends could only gasp in absolute awe. This was too amazing, truly hard to believe. However, seeing Jiang Kai's clone gradually dissolving into particles of light, Yuan Chu anxiously reminded him. Kai, while they haven't realized it's a clone yet, let's run. If those three psychopaths catch up to us, we're definitely dead. Suayai chimed in as well. That's right, Kai. You've used up too much stamina. You can't beat that many people. On the other side of the battlefield, the guards were still completely oblivious, wildly swinging their weapons, hacking away at the fake shadow, and laughing gloatingly. Haha, you coward. You were acting so arrogant just a moment ago, weren't you? Say something. Heh, where did all that arrogance go? Why are you lying there like a dead dog now? That's the price for causing trouble. The gray-haired assassin suddenly froze in the middle of the field, eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. I keep feeling like something is wrong. He slowly turned his head toward the withered tree where the two hostages were once held, only to see the broken ropes hanging empty. His head whipped around like a spinning top in a panic as he realized the brutal truth. Faintly, in a distant thicket, the figures of Jiang Kai, Yuan Chu, and Su Ai could be seen sprinting away under the daylight. The foolish guard shouted loudly to his companions, who were still busy hacking the shadow. Damn it, stop attacking it. We've been tricked. He's over there. Realizing his location was fully exposed, Jiang Kai immediately stepped in front to push his friends away. It's too late. Yuan Chu, Su Ai, you two run first. Leave the rest to me. Yuan Chu's face turned pale as he worriedly shouted back. Wait, Kai, are you planning to face them all alone? Jiang Kai firmly shoved his friends forward and yelled, Run, don't worry, I'll catch up with you later. He then turned to face the approaching guards, sneering as he commanded, Clone, retract. The shadow that was taking the beating suddenly dissolved into countless blue particles of light, leaving the foreign soldiers stunned. One of them screamed, Block them! Don't let a single one of them escape. Yuan Chu, holding Su Ai's hand, was sprinting for his life, but couldn't help looking back, shouting anxiously, Kai, you have to come back safely. The enemies leaped down from the cliff, surrounding Jiang Kai, but he faced them calmly. Just trust me, you bunch of small fries. Next, Jiang Kai leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful, flaming slash. You're not good enough to kill me yet. A massive wave of fire swept through, causing a terrifying explosion and sending the first group of guards to their doom, accompanied by their agonizing screams. From the back, the burly enforcer Hackman with razor-sharp teeth roared in anger. A bunch of useless freeloaders. You couldn't even handle one weakling? Just then, Hackman dashed forward with wind-tearing speed, launching a surprise sneak attack that caught Jiang Kai off guard. A massive boom shook the entire forest. Jiang Kai was sent flying directly into a large rock behind him, shattering it into hundreds of pieces. The burly enforcer looked at the debris and spat on the ground in contempt. What? He's just a brat who hasn't even grown up yet? Hurry up and catch them. The underlings hurriedly bowed in obedience and quickly chased in the direction Yuan Chu had run. Yes, sir. From high up in a tree, Christina stood with his arms crossed, smiling mockingly. Oh my, those two cute kittens sure run fast while we're practicing. How naughty of them. Hearing this, the burly enforcer, Hackman, glared at him fiercely and grumbled. Humph, you should have listened to me earlier and just broken their legs. Some people's elegance is nothing but a hindrance. The red-haired Winhose glanced at the white-haired woman standing next to him and mocked. What's the point of your methods, besides getting my boots dirty? The white-haired woman with cold purple eyes retorted unpleasantly, and besides, Winhose, this is my final warning. Stop that disgusting tone of yours. All three foreign leaders stood around the base of the tree, exchanging sinister and calculating smiles. But deep in the thicket, a voice softly echoed with a mocking tone. Too bad, just missed by a little bit. Retract. The burly enforcer, Hackman, was standing triumphantly in front of the broken rock. He suddenly jolted in surprise as Jiang Kai's body, right before his eyes, began turning into particles of glowing blue light. He looked down at his own bloodied hands, but there was nothing there, not a soul in sight. What? Both Winho and the white-haired girl up in the tree had their expressions shift, their eyes widening in shock at the impossible sight. The bulky guardian Hamon's veins popped with rage as he roared in frustration. Damn it, was it back then? Turns out, the very moment the bulky guardian was scolding his subordinates, a bunch of freeloaders, and you're getting pushed around by just one weakling? Jiang Kai had cleverly swapped places with a clone to escape safely once again. Jiang Kai focused all his energy, his emerald eyes flashing with a fierce fighting spirit. The bulky guardian Haman missed his target, only able to watch in dismay as Jiang Kai's blast swept right past his face. Jiang Kai stood tall, wearing a confident smirk. Just a little more, and I would have minced you all into bits. The bulky guardian Hawkman gathered green energy in his fist, laughing in disdain. Ha, you milk-nosed brat. You're certainly full of yourself. Right after, he charged forward like a bulldozer, swinging his massive fist. "Let me crush your head and see what's inside." But the red-haired Winho standing behind him suddenly lunged forward, his hands weaving purple magic, a cold smile on his face. "Hawkman, you're too brutal, truly lacking any manners. Why don't you let me teach him the sound of bones crunching instead?" Jiang Kai nimbly flipped backward, performing an incredibly skilled aerial maneuver to dodge his opponent's lightning strike. He landed safely, sliding a long way across the clearing to regain his balance. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's emerald eyes narrowed as he sensed a new killing intent coming from above. A bewitching purple magic sword slashed straight down from the sky at where he was standing. The red-haired Winho descended from the heavens, swinging his sword at Jiang Kai with lethal intent. But Jiang Kai quickly dodged by a hair's breadth, making Winho click his tongue in disappointment. Tusk. Fast reflexes. Not done yet. Winho continued to dance with his blade, creating a frenzied purple storm. The struggle of dying prey is amusing, but knowing your place and waiting for death quietly would be wiser than trying to slip through. At the same time, the Guardian Hawkman also descended with a 1,000-pound punch. "You little brat, I'm going to flatten you like a pancake." Suddenly, the white-haired girl, Christina, flew in from afar, manipulating magical vines to wrap around him. Are these two idiots playing a hunting game? End it, quickly. Binding spell. The entire forest was suddenly engulfed by lightning and demonic vines chasing after Jiang Kai's silhouette. Hawkman smashed his fist into the ground, sending rocks flying, determined to kill the boy. But Jiang Kai quickly took off running, dodging every single attack from them by the skin of his teeth. Witnessing this, both Winho and Hawkman paused in confusion at the sudden disappearance of their prey. Seizing the opportunity, Christina immediately focused all her vibrant purple magic into her hands to deliver the finishing blow. Thorny purple vines whipped out, lightning fast, binding Jiang Kai's body and locking his movements. She laughed triumphantly, full of arrogance, seeing her prey caught. "You think my spell is inferior to those two's attacks? You've underestimated me." Even so, Jiang Kai didn't panic. He focused his burning inner power to incinerate the thorny binding vines. Christina sneered in contempt at his futile struggle. "Don't think that just burning a few vines will let you escape." Humph, how naive. A brilliant surge of fire energy from Jiang Kai's hands didn't aim for the vines but suddenly exploded right into the ground. Christina jolted, her purple pupils shrinking in horror. "Wait, his target is..." She shrieked in panic as she realized the direction of the blast. Was it the ground? A massive pillar of fire erupted from the earth, completely incinerating the witch's purple magic zone, leaving Christina screaming in the flames, unable to believe her eyes. How could this happen? Jiang Kai hopped back, calmly observing the results, while the footage of the battle was broadcast live to the military conference room. Standing before the observation screen, the chief laughed with excitement at the boy's top-tier tactics. Did Jiang Kai really choose to directly break the witch's spell? Turns out, from the start, he never intended to dodge the vines. He wanted to lure Hawkman and Winho away to isolate Christina. The Supreme Commander of Sector A also nodded, laughing triumphantly. Faking a retreat, but actually attacking this kid is too good at deceiving others. The silver-haired officer stroked his beard, smiling with pride. This kid is always good at this. Just when everyone thinks he's crazy for walking into a trap, to him, it's probably just the beginning of turning the tables. On the battlefield, Jiang Kai dove from above, throwing a barrage of fire blades at his opponents. Fire blast. A massive, overwhelming wave of fire knocked both Winho and Hawkman back in terror. Jiang Kai landed, surrounded by flickering flames. He looked coldly at Christina. "Christina, you are the only one who respects the warriors of the Holy Kingdom of Light. I will give you a quick death." In contrast, Christina tensed, gathering dark magic onto her staff, hissing through her teeth. What a joke. She pointed her staff, glowing with purple fire, straight at Jiang Kai and shouted, "Don't know who's going to die yet. Don't get cocky." Right after, a giant orange-red fireball was launched with rage, accompanied by her scream. "Your flames think they can compare to mine? Let me show you the power of nature." But Jiang Kai didn't dodge. He took a stance, preparing to charge straight at the fireball with a fist wreathed in flames and a challenging smile. "Then let's see whose flames are stronger." The fire roared intensely, lighting up the sky, seemingly wanting to devour everything around it. A blinding beam of energy suddenly tore through the thick screen of fire, sweeping straight forward. Christina broke into a cold sweat, her face showing absolute panic. How is this possible? Just how strong is his attack? I can't react in time. The beam of destructive power hurtled toward her. Christina frantically waved her staff, shouting the incantation, "In the name of the Dark Knight, wall of black magic." A purple protective shield appeared to block it. but it was immediately struck with such force that it shook violently. Yet, that shield was as thin as paper and was quickly pierced through by a blade of energy with ease. The blinding light of the attack illuminated the witch, who was trembling while bracing for impact. Christina glared as her barrier shattered, her voice shaking with bitterness. He actually broke through my dark magic. Before she could finish, she was swept away by the shockwave of the explosion, accompanied by a piercing scream. No. As the dust settled, it revealed a deep, jagged crater and the battered body of the witch. Lying motionless ahead, Jiang Kai began to slowly approach. He stood tall, looking down at the defeated enemy at his feet, and smirked, commenting, "You were a good opponent. It's just a pity you chose the wrong side." Then, Jiang Kai turned his back and walked away from the ruined crater. Behind him, though Christina was unconscious, a bizarre purple energy began to surge from her body. Suddenly, Jiang Kai stopped in confusion as his chest plate began to flicker with an abnormal glow. A cold system notification appeared. You have received the Revenge Curse status. Upon death, the witch will cast a curse on her killer. Whenever the killer uses the exact same method that killed the witch, he will take equivalent damage. Jiang Kai's eyes bulged, and he exclaimed in alarm, "What the hell is this?" His mind raced through the limited information he had. Witches were a foreign class that only appeared 3 months ago. The group was extremely mysterious and isolated, elusive and rare, with very few records even in the international archives. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, thinking, I never expected them to have a skill identical to the death retribution move of the boss in the magic vortex. Staring at his hand, he frowned in contemplation. What exactly does same method mean? Just now, when killing Christina, I used an upgraded version of Soul Chaser. If I had used the original version, would it have triggered the curse? The voice of the giant beastman Hawkman, and also Winho, suddenly echoed with mockery. Surely you've received Christina's gift by now, right? Haha. Are you regretting killing her first? What a pity. It's too late to realize it now. How shameful. It seems the goddess of fate is especially stingy today. How long can a beast without its fangs struggle in the hunter's arena? The red-haired swordsman, Winho, stepped forward to suggest. Hawkman, how about a deal? Let me handle this guy, and you can have everyone else who shows up later. The massive Hawkman grinned cunningly. Fine, but you have to save his head for me. I want to personally make it explode like fireworks. Hearing this, Winho drew his sword from its sheath, a wicked smile blossoming on his lips. No problem then. He dashed forward, cutting through the wind with murderous intent. Once a sword is drawn, it must see blood. Jiang Kai noticed the unusual movement, his pupils dilating. In a flash, Winho's sharp blade slashed through the empty air, piercing through a shadow. Seeing this, the swordsman was startled, staring in confusion, thinking, he vanished. Just then, he stood frozen, stunned as he realized Jiang Kai had slipped behind him. Even though he was put on the defensive, Winho looked back, stubbornly challenging him. You think this is enough to take me down? Immediately, he used the illusion escape skill to dodge, causing Jiang Kai to punch at empty air. Unhurried, Winho stood casually on the ground, smugly predicting his opponent's next move. Your projectile assassination move won't work anymore. You also can't use your escape skill a second time in such a short period, right? Winho, holding a sword radiating a purple dark aura, arrogantly boasted. You're pretty good to force me to use the soul-swallowing blade, something I only use to deal with level 60 elites. He then flashed a crazed smile, his voice filled with killing intent. But unfortunately, it's time for you to die. Right after, he unleashed a slash with massive energy and shouted, soul-swallowing blade, piercing strike. Jiang Kai stood in a defensive stance, ready to shift his body to dodge the incoming blade that was traveling with such speed. Jiang Kai agilely shifted to dodge, but unfortunately, the sharp blade grazed right past his side, spitting out a streak of blood along with a curse of frustration. You son of a... But with iron-willed determination and hatred, Jiang Kai suddenly reached out and flicked the card toward Winho, surprising him as he shouted, It's your turn. The card emitted a blinding light, cutting a fatal path straight through the red-haired swordsman. Winho looked down at the bloodstreak forming on his face after the light passed through, his eyes widening as he gasped. A projectile? Just like that, Jiang Kai landed gracefully on the ground, while behind him, blue and purple streaks of light collided repeatedly, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing this, Winho smirked confidently, shifting his attack style fluidly. Before my soul-swallowing blade, your weapon isn't worth mentioning. At this point, he channeled all his dark power into the blade, slashing madly forward while shouting, Then let me be the one to extinguish your final hope. He suddenly stopped. It turned out a sharp azure card had suddenly appeared in Jiang Kai's hand, blocking the dark blade head-on and causing it to show cracks. Witnessing his ultimate weapon being blocked so easily, Winho's eyes widened in panic. What? Right then, the soul-swallowing blade shattered into 100 pieces, and a red beam from the card pierced through the swordsman's chest, causing him to let out a shrill scream. Behind him, Jiang Kai calmly stepped up to the defeated enemy who was collapsing in his final moments. I heard this soul-swallowing blade of yours was a one-of-a-kind, unique weapon. He let out a bitter, mocking smirk, though it didn't seem to hold much weight. Seeing this, Winho, who was clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, turned around and roared in pain and confusion. What kind of weapon are you? Tell me. Before the words even left his lips, Jiang Kai quickly swung his card, unleashing a beam of light that slashed straight at the guy's head, sending blood spraying everywhere. In the next moment, his body slumped to the ground, completely lifeless from that lethal strike. Jiang Kai stared at the energy card hovering in his hand and whispered a final farewell. You only need to know that this is way stronger than your soul-devouring blade. Suddenly, from behind, the slow clapping of the giant Hawkman rang out, shattering the silence. He walked over slowly with a look of pure smugness. Interesting, truly interesting. You've helped me get rid of 2 powerful enemies at once. That's quite a few headaches saved for the upcoming Global Hegemony tournament. Jiang Kai tilted his head at the brute, his voice calm but filled with enough tension to ignite a war. Actually, there's an even easier way. For instance, you won't even have the chance to join that tournament. Despite this, Hawkman didn't look afraid. He just smirked slyly, acting as if the victory was already his. Is that so? I've seen through all your tricks. That's a clone skill, isn't it? Seems like it helps you reset your state. He began analyzing like a seasoned scholar, pointing at Jiang Kai. Besides, you're best at long-range attacks with hidden weapons. Glancing at his companion's corpse on the ground, the beastman clicked his tongue. Come to think of it, that idiot Winho died without even realizing Christina was killed by your darts. And even while under a revenge curse, you were able to use those darts to kill him again, all while staying perfectly unscathed. He leaned his terrifying face closer, wearing a self-satisfied grin. If I'm not mistaken, the dart you used to kill him wasn't a real dart at all, but a different weapon disguised as one. Right? Jiang Kai just stood there, watching in silence, his expression hardening as he braced himself against his enemy's unexpected insight. Seeing that his opponent remained silent, Hawkman grew even more confident in his deduction. It's fine if you don't want to admit it. I've already figured out that your attacks are all just a gamble relying on critical hits. He stroked his chin, laughing mockingly, as if he had pinned down the protagonist's fatal weakness. You definitely have a talent that grants massive critical damage. Those rapid-fire darts are just there to ensure a consistent crit rate. That's why your attacks look so intimidating. But in reality, you aren't skilled at actual combat, especially not close quarters. After hearing this, Jiang Kai kept his silence, but the giant's voice boomed again upon seeing the wounds on his body. You're injured, and your stamina is bottoming out. Seeing his opponent appearing to weaken, Hawkman grinned sinisterly. Now that I've seen through your tricks, you won't have another chance to kill me with that black dart. Suddenly, he held up a glowing card, declaring it as if he were holding the absolute truth. And I will be the final nemesis for a scavenger like you. All of a sudden, a burning red magic orb emerged from the card, releasing dark energy that writhed like tentacles. Jiang Kai broke out into a cold sweat, his pupils shrinking as he gasped. What is that? The giant reached out to catch the orb, letting the blood-red streaks of energy wrap around him and absorb into his body. At the same time, in the tournament's monitoring room, the leaders were watching the battle unfold on the big screen with wide eyes. The bearded leader yelled in horror, and the captain beside him looked just as rattled when he mentioned the berserker's blood. What did you say? The knowledgeable leader quickly explained. The berserker's blood is an exclusive magical weapon of the savage tribe. For a savage like Hawkman, the more injured he is, the stronger he becomes. That blood allows him to enter the state of berserk injury. He gulped and continued, and it triples his combat strength instantly. As soon as he finished, the whole room gasped in terror. What? Meanwhile, Hua Tian-shen, standing by the screen, broke into a cold sweat, thinking nervously. Jiang Kai, can you really hold out until Plan B succeeds? The leader wasn't faring much better. He narrowed his eyes, his face tense as he whispered, Kid, back on the battlefield. Hawkman is radiating overwhelming pressure, as the giant laughed like a madman. Haha, do you know what this is? It's the berserker's blood. It's 10,000 times stronger than that so-called unique grade soul-devouring blade. He gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with the killing intent of a demon. Now, I'm going to crush every single bone in your body. I'll show the whole world that no matter how strong those from the holy light are, they're still just trash compared to me." He roared and lunged forward with absolute confidence. His massive hand, charged with savage power, swung out, aiming straight for Jiang Kai. While the boy stood still without dodging, the giant quickly grabbed his opponent, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Did you realize you couldn't escape? Have you already accepted your fate to die like a stray dog?" Hawkman clenched his right fist, pouring all his destructive power into it. Then, enjoy what's coming next. A barrage of sledgehammer-like punches rained down on Jiang Kai without mercy, creating a crater in the ground. Not stopping there, he clasped his hands together to form a massive hammer, striking down with a lethal blow. He flashed his jagged teeth in a savage grin. "One last hit to smash your skull in." Yet, through the swirling dust and debris, Jiang Kai's bruised face suddenly curled into a sarcastic smirk. Seeing that smile, the giant's pupils contracted in shock. "Wait, what?" As the dust settled, Jiang Kai was already running ahead. Only then did the giant realize, in a fit of rage, that the thing he had poured all his effort into smashing had just been a wooden clone. In the monitoring room, a man in a hospital gown pointed at the screen excitedly. "I knew it! The one who got caught was just Jiang Kai's clone. It has to be." His two friends laughed in agreement. "That's right. If his real body had been caught, he'd be dead for sure." He was so calm, "It proves it was just a clone." The man with a cross-shaped scar on his forehead stroked his chin, acting sophisticated. "Jiang Kai is still a bit green." That acting could easily be seen through by a battle-hardened veteran, but even if the acting was a bit rough, at least he escaped Hawkman's control. He smugly advised the heir, "Next time we meet Jiang Kai, we should give him some pointers. Clones need to act a bit more panicked. That way the enemy will believe it's real." Another person immediately chimed in. "Exactly." Back to the desolate reality, Hawkman frantically lunged after the figure of Jiang Kai, who was scurrying away in the distance. "Trying to run, huh?" He quickly swatted the decoy aside, lunging forward while roaring in fury. "You're still too green to fool me!" Just then, the corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curled up. A flash of blue light streaked across his eyes as his skill activated. Ignition state. In the midst of his fierce charge, the giant's massive body suddenly stiffened in midair, his face contorting in panic. Jiang Kai's image sharpened in his pupils. He had stopped moving, standing perfectly still. A vibrant red aura radiated from his body, signaling that the stalling game was over. Time to hunt. Suddenly, Hawkman froze in a bizarre white space, his body trembling helplessly. "Ugh, damn it. My senses, they've been paralyzed." He was utterly bewildered, seeing only a blurry black silhouette of Jiang Kai standing before him. "Damn it, I can't see his movements at all." Calm and collected, Jiang Kai tossed a ladle-shaped object into the air, mocking, "A savage who can't be killed, huh?" He instantly launched himself into the air, drawing two sharp, short blades enveloped in blue lightning. With overwhelming momentum, he charged forward, roaring, "I want to see how long you can hold out." Continuous slashes rained down on Hawkman, making him howl in agony. The system interface popped up with cold blue text. "Gambler's timing. Attack speed increased by 100%. Target locked." Jiang Kai dashed like a lightning bolt, tearing through the space. Then, he spun around, wielding his blades at a dizzying speed, continuously slashing at the giant's armor. He silently analyzed. The savage tribe always focuses on physical training. Their mental strength is weak. Under the control of my deception state, I can break through his armor by constantly attacking with these two blades. After an intense skirmish with no clear conclusion, the scene suddenly shifted to the dense forest known as Login Point A. Jiang Kai stood tall amidst the lifeless corpses scattered at his feet. He gripped the hilt of his sharp katana, radiating the cold, silent aura of the sole victor. Jiang Kai stood proudly as the system interface flashed a notification. Attack speed plus 20%. Critical damage plus 15%. Equipment effect. Continuous attack activated. Armor break effect active. He transformed into a blue whirlwind, dancing with his katana, slashing relentlessly at the massive savage. Even though he was fighting hard, he frowned and muttered to himself, "What the hell? I still haven't landed a critical hit?" Seeing his opponent struggling, Hawkman grinned mockingly, shouting sarcastically, "You think you can break my armor with just those two trashy blades? Really?" Jiang Kai retorted, smirking without a hint of hesitation. "Oh, is that so? Well, this is more than enough to crack your turtle shell." He vaulted into the air and struck with a lightning-fast blow, using his stomp skill on the fallen enemy. The system coldly displayed the skill analysis. Target attacked. For every 1% of the target's HP lost, your critical rate and critical damage increase by 1%. You also gain 1% for each of your 4 base attributes. His blade swung straight down, but the giant still roared arrogantly. You trashy blood berserker, is this little trick all you've got? Hearing this, Jiang Kai continued his brutal assault, not forgetting to add a taunt. You savage, you're nothing but a mindless, rabid beast. The enraged Hawkman erupted with energy, roaring furiously. You dare insult the holy light? You hurt my friends, and you call yourself my nemesis? Ha! However, before he could finish gloating, a blinding energy blade swiped him away, sending him crashing backward. The monster's massive frame slammed into the ground, creating a crater. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Jiang Kai pointed his blade downward from midair and delivered his judgment. Then today, I will focus on destroying you, the one who claims to be my nemesis. He launched himself down, pinning his blade into the enemy like a comet, bearing unstoppable destructive power. The blade pierced the air, slamming with a thunderous force straight into the center of the savage's chest. Jiang Kai's eyes glinted with killing intent as the system announced the good news: armor broken, suffering bone-shattering pain. Hawkman gritted his teeth until they bled. Suddenly, he roared in madness, springing up and struggling in vain to counterattack. No, I can't lose. Jiang Kai tipped backward as blood sprayed everywhere, accompanied by the desperate roar of a cornered beast. I will kill you! But his pupils suddenly constricted, filled with sheer terror as death came knocking. A single, decisive slash cut through his massive body, leaving him only enough time to gasp in shock. What? At the same time, in the observation room, the fake leader's jaw dropped in amazement. Hawkman's defense was already terrifying, not to mention he was buffed by the blood berserker skill, yet Jiang Kai still managed to break his armor and strike his weak point. Standing beside him, Hua Tianshen frowned, analyzing deeply. From what I know, a high-quality katana increases attack power and speed significantly, but it doesn't directly increase critical rate or damage. He continued his deduction, looking full of suspicion. Could it be that his greatest strength isn't long-range attacks, but close combat? But is this level of power even attainable for someone with a 20-year-old profession? But the reply was a blunt denial. The old captain broke into a cold sweat, his voice deep and solemn. Jiang Kai has always been proficient in long-range combat. He spoke with a tremble, looking back at the footage where the critical hit erupted, shattering the screen. But today, when using a melee weapon, he truly unleashed a critical hit even more terrifying than himself. Perhaps even. The final assessment was cut off as the image of Jiang Kai appeared, standing tall and arrogant, seeming to become more energized the longer he fought. Back on the battlefield, Jiang Kai calmly stood looking at the mangled, bloody corpse of the giant in the hole, and sarcastically asked, "Big guy, didn't you say you loved crushing people's heads?" He smirked dangerously, raising a glowing dark magic card. "Actually, I have a hobby too. This is a great opportunity for us to trade techniques." All that remained was the head of the savage Hawkman rolling on the ground, his eyes wide open, his face pale as a sheet from the sheer terror of the demon named Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai stood tall, waving his sword downward, and declared clearly, "Remember this. Don't offend those of us who belong to the holy light." Suddenly, the radiant red card unleashed swirling, mystical dark runes, triggering the ultimate 10,000 blade strike. Then, Shmen let out a painful roar, as countless invisible blades shredded his flesh. "You bastard, what is this?" Sharp, glowing blue rays of light pierced straight into the giant, leaving him wailing in agony. "Ah, kill me. If you've got the guts, just kill me." But Jiang Kai only stared back with eerie, glowing blue eyes and a sinister smile. "What's the rush? I told you it wasn't the right time yet. Just keep enjoying this for a little longer." The scene suddenly shifted, cutting to a vast conference room at the National Y headquarters, where holographic projections were locked in a tense meeting. Sorceress Christina burst through the doors, despite 2 stern guards trying to stop her. Breathless, she pleaded with Commander Mar to immediately dispatch reinforcements to the Lost Lands. It turned out that 15 minutes ago, their surveillance screens had broadcast footage of Hawkman being brutally tortured by Jiang Kai. A pained scream echoed through the room. "Kill me!" Watching that horrific scene from behind, Christina seemed frozen, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. The witch's face was deathly pale with absolute terror, her hands shaking as she muttered to herself. "What? That kid from Holy Light actually tortured a monster like Hawkman to this extent? Even begging for death has become a luxury." Suddenly, memories flashed through her mind of Jiang Kai standing before her with flickering flames. "Christina, you are the only one who shows respect to the Holy Light warriors. I will grant you a quick death." She clutched her face, sobbing silently as the harsh truth dawned on her. At first, I thought he was just pretending to be a good person back then, but now it seems that granting me a quick death was already an act of mercy. And just like that, Dong Min swallowed hard, her eyes glued to the screen, projecting the image of Jiang Kai standing tall. That ultimate mercy, that kid is truly terrifying. Hearing this, the commander-in-chief sitting at the head of the table slammed his hand down in anger, shouting to interrupt the meeting. Christina, did I not order you to reflect on your own behavior? Who gave you permission to barge in here and ruin my meeting with these esteemed commanders-in-chief from other nations? It is extremely disrespectful. Christina panicked, trying to explain. Commander, the kid who infiltrated the Lost Lands today is no ordinary character. If Holy Light and their allies joined forces and seized this opportunity, but she was brutally cut off and silenced. Immediately, the commander's dark shadow engulfed the entire room, exuding a heavy, threatening pressure. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Christina stood stunned, bearing the weight of her superior's cold, judgmental gaze. They were our most trusted subordinates. And yet, you all were taken out one by some unknown punk from Holy Light. The commander gasped and roared with contemptuous intimidation. Do you think the people at the other login points are as useless as you? To deal with a small fry like that, there is no need to make such a fuss. The garrison units at points 3, 5, and 9 have already been dispatched. He raised his arms toward the sky, acting arrogantly before the giant glass window welcoming the dawn. In 10 minutes, they will crush him into 100 pieces. Then, he waved his hand, dismissing her without a shred of pity. Now, get out. The witch could only bow her head and slink away. Yes, sir. Back at the arena, the giant Hawkman opened his fang-filled mouth, screaming in agony. His body was shredded under invisible slashes. He completely collapsed and pleaded, "Please, let me die. I will never dare to repeat this again. I, Hawkman, will never dare to touch anyone from Holy Light again." By now, with one eye bloodshot and streaming with tears, he wailed miserably, "Please, just give me a quick death." Jiang Kai stood from above, looking down at his defeated opponent with a cold, contemptuous gaze. "I thought you had some spine, but it turns out you're just a bully who picks on the weak and cowers before the strong. You laugh at others for being trash, but you are even worse than that pile of garbage." His eyes flashed with a deadly blue light. He raised his claws, preparing to deliver the final blow. "Next time, if you meet anyone from Holy Light, remember to kneel and take a detour." Afterward, a giant blue pillar of light struck directly from the sky, completely crushing the arrogant savage's life. Finally, Jiang Kai's digital avatar gradually dissolved into cyan pixels, leaving behind an empty, blood-soaked crater. In another corner, the real Jiang Kai reached out to retrieve the magic card that had just completed its mission. Suddenly, he stiffened and coughed violently, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth due to the side effects and backlash from the previous attack, causing him immense pain. Having just taken down that guy, the kick a man while he's down effect wore off. The pain in Jiang Kai's body surged intensely, making him wince. Before he could even catch his breath, a piercing scream echoed from the darkness. "Kai, it's him! He killed Hawkman and the others!" The young man jumped in surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment, wondering what kind of trouble was about to fall on his head next. Suddenly, from the dense forest, a large, dark army emerged, slowly advancing toward the massive crater where he stood. Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat and gulped, assessing the situation. "These are garrison troops sent from other login points? Why do they all look so well equipped?" he muttered to himself, feeling annoyed, especially by the leader when he saw the arrogant commander with horned headgear step forward. The commander grinned, confidently issuing a threat. "Listen up, kid. Do you really think you alone can defeat the elites from so many nations? Us? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving in one piece." But in response to that mockery, Jiang Kai just smirked. "Is that so? At this point, I have no room to back down either." His entire body erupted with killing intent, his hands ablaze, ready for battle. He declared clearly, "You've come at just the right time. Today, I, Jiang Kai, will fight you all to the end." The enemy commander smirked contemptuously. You're at death's door, and still talking big." He gasped and widened his eyes, ordering his soldiers with a roar, "Kill him! Kill him!" Immediately, a group of allies suddenly dove down from the sky like gods descending, burning with momentum and ready to unleash flames from their hands. Jiang Kai was momentarily stunned, looking on in surprise. A familiar voice sounded, full of feigned petulance. Captain Kai goes to beat up these newbies without inviting us? You have no sense of camaraderie at all." This left the young man looking bewildered. Thunder rumbled, serving as a backdrop for the epic entrance. Jiang Kai looked up in amazement, thinking, "This voice is high in the air." The purple-haired girl raised her hand to chant, loudly announcing a super dramatic name. Supreme Universal Ultimate Rain Summoning Secret Technique. Sure enough, the secret technique took effect immediately. Magical raindrops poured down heavily, causing the enemy soldiers to panic and use their shields in vain. A hooded assassin stared in confusion, shouting, "What is this?" As he was swept up by the swirling water. The whole group was blown away, staggering, with one man screaming in despair, "Damn it! The chains are out of control!" The girl landed as lightly as a feather, while Jiang Kai stared, asking, "Huo Nian, wait, since when did your rain spell become this overpowered?" She winked playfully, laughing as she boasted, Hey, Captain Kai, it's not just you. I've just unlocked a new talent too." From above, Yuan Chu the Brave dove down, swinging his sword and creating a gust of wind, roaring majestically. The world's #1 war god, Yuan Chu, has arrived. You small fries, prepare to meet your doom. His landing created a massive golden explosion, blowing everything away. The remnants of the enemy forces could only scream, "Ah!" followed by Nguyen Vu, who charged in carrying a shield, his face flushed with excitement. "Hey there, beauties! Hey, your king has arrived. Hand over your weapons and your hearts now." Seeing that chaotic and familiar scene, Jiang Kai turned his head to call out to Nguyen Vu and the others. As he looked up at the hillside, a massive army of their own stood tall, filling the sky amidst the pouring rain. An imposing man rode on the back of a black wolf, raising his sword high as he shouted orders. It was Lu Daichuan, the captain of the Operation Dawn B mission. "Protect Jiang Kai, take the base." The crowd roared with fierce enthusiasm, cheering for the hero of Saint Dieu. "We're taking them out." With overwhelming momentum, the entire army surged down like a waterfall, sweeping away every enemy in their path. In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, a cute girl with pink hair ran desperately toward him with a bright smile. "Kai, we're not too late, are we?" Seeing the pink-haired girl appear safely, Jiang Kai asked in confusion, "Su Ai, what's going on? How did you all get here? And with so many reinforcements?" At that moment, Vian Chu stepped up from behind Tran Tin. "Actually, when you told me and Vian Chu to go first, neither of us wanted to leave you behind, but we were afraid of getting in the way. So we thought we'd retreat and hide and wait until we recovered to come back and save you." He recalled the day they had to run for their lives, shouting as they dashed, "Just hang in there a little longer. They're right on our tails. Hurry up," he added bitterly. But before we could find a hiding spot, we were cornered by the enemy. We had no choice but to keep running for our lives. Hearing the recollection of that nightmare, Su Ai still looked pale, her eyes blinking in surprise. Vian Chu excitedly continued the turning point of their lives. Who would have thought? Just as we were about to be caught, Captain Lu Daichuan suddenly appeared with an entire army, looking as majestic as a descending god. Recalling the rescue, Captain Lu had his subordinates provide immediate treatment, leaving the rest to them, and said kindly, "Your wounds are too severe. You need healing magic right now." Hu Nian popped up from nowhere, chirping happily. He even invited Hu Nian and Wen Vu to join. Then she asked worriedly, "Su Ai, Vian Chu, are you two okay? We're here to save you." The entire army of Captain Lu marched forward, looking heroic and impressive. And it wasn't just them. The allied nations of Saint Dieu, who had been driven out before, had now launched a coordinated attack. Hearing everything, Jiang Kai smiled, realizing the truth. So that was it. To gather the forces of so many nations so quickly for a second wave, it certainly wasn't a last-minute plan. It seems the military had prepared a contingency plan long ago. Suai cast green healing magic on him while smiling and saying, "Kai, if you hadn't risked your life to hold off the garrison at Point A, we wouldn't have had a chance to break through. Stop talking now. Come here, and let me heal your wounds." But Kai still frowned. "There are many strong enemies here, especially that guy named Ket. His strength is no joke. I'm a bit worried." However, she quickly grabbed his hand to reassure him. "Don't worry too much." In the distance, Captain Lu Daichuan, riding the Black Wolf, swung his sword with great power, striking an opponent and creating a dazzling flash of blue lightning. Suai smiled, proudly lifting her chin. Captain Lu is the core element of the Operation Dawn B mission. How could some green-skinned monsters like Ket make things difficult for him? Just look at everyone else. On the other side, Hu Nian with her purple hair raised both hands, shouting a spell name that was deafeningly loud. "Super-duper great blizzard. Get ready to scream. You guys." A series of freezing ice blocks rained down from the sky onto the heads of the enemy soldiers, making them scream in agony while clutching their heads. Meanwhile, the chubby Nguyen Vu was excitedly carrying his shield, charging into the enemy lines and knocking them over, laughing, "Heh heh, Little Kwang, don't try to run. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Then Vienshu leaped high, his muscles bulging, roaring with fiery intensity. The world's #1 war god has arrived. Who dares to challenge this earth-shaking stomp? He slammed onto the ground, creating a shockwave that sent the remnants of the enemy flying into the air, all of them screaming. Seeing his army being wiped out, the leader Ket gritted his teeth, sweating profusely in bitter frustration. He frantically turned around and shouted orders to his subordinates. Retreat to the base. Retreat now. But before they could run, the Allied soldiers shouted firmly. Breakthroughs at points B, C, and D are successful. We are heading straight for the fortress. Suai cheered happily next to Jiang Kai. We did it. Ket stood frozen in place, his mouth agape in panic, as he saw his comrades surrounded by their swords and spears. What? Sitting on the back of the Black Wolf, Captain Liu raised his sword high, launching the final total assault. All troops, hear my order. Today, we will show this scum what the true spirit of Saint Dieu is. The entire army surged forward like a storm. The battle cries echoed across the battlefield. Kill! Fight for Saint Dieu! The enemy was decimated, falling like wheat in a storm amidst their piercing screams. The sky began to clear, and Suai turned to Jiang Kai with her brightest smile. Kai, it's amazing. We won. Saint Dieu has been victorious. Jiang Kai smiled gently, responding to his friend. Yeah, it really is, but his voice choked, and his vision went dark. Amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body collapsed forward from exhaustion. Suai panicked and reached out to catch him, speaking anxiously. Kai. Jiang Kai. He rested his head on Suai's shoulder, eyes closed, breathing a tired sigh of relief. Understanding the burdens this young captain had just endured, Suai hugged him, her face flushed with a gentle, comforting smile. You've worked so hard. You can rest now. While Jiang Kai was lost in a deep sleep, television news outside was broadcasting shocking announcements. Breaking news. The multinational Allied forces have launched a second surprise attack today. They successfully breached 4 boss outposts in the Forgotten Land. After losing their positions, the garrison launched many counterattacks, but all were repelled by the pre-established defensive fortifications of the Allied forces. The male news anchor pointed enthusiastically at the soaring chart. The latest war report shows that the garrison has suffered heavy losses, with a casualty ratio of 3-1. Another news channel excitedly reported at 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Trung time. The second wave of Allied reinforcements has reached the Forgotten Land. Just as planned, the total combat power of the Allied forces has increased by 40%. Victory news continued to fill the sky. A confident spokesperson on the virtual screen clearly announced the latest news. The third main force of the Allied forces has completed its landing. The spokesperson declared that this battle marks the successful occupation of the Forgotten Lands by the Allied forces. In stark contrast to that celebration, inside the enemy's virtual meeting room, the commanders were bickering and blaming each other. Your people are truly useless. You couldn't even stop 2 small squads from the Allied forces. Who are you to talk? You ran away first. If you hadn't fled halfway through, our counterattack wouldn't have failed. Passing the buck. Are we? Who was it that boasted earlier, swearing that this defensive line was impenetrable? The 2 commanders glared at each other, as if they wanted to tear each other apart. In short, it's Country Y's fault. They should have sent more people from the start. Exactly. That's why everything turned out this bad. Finally, all eyes turned toward the gray-faced commander, sitting silently in the center. Your Country Y must take the most responsibility. Cornered, his eyes bloodshot with rage, he roared, You people! At the same time, under the clear blue sky, the flag of glory was raised proudly, accompanied by a stern declaration. The multinational Allied forces, led by the Saintess, announced that access to the Forgotten Lands is open starting today. This move is more inclusive than the previous blockade policy of the occupying army, and has received much more international support. At the Allied forces' temporary campsite, rows of camouflage tents were set up close together, looking peaceful and orderly. Suddenly, a blinding blue data stream flashed in the quiet forest, signaling that someone had just logged in. The guard's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately turned to run and report. Attention all squads, intruder detected. I repeat, intruder detected. Hearing the shouting, the older captain in green armor, who was just relaxing, was startled and turned to look. From the hazy mist, a lone stranger's figure approached, leaving everyone stunned and thinking to themselves, only one person came to infiltrate the Forgotten Lands? The captain stroked his beard, sweating nervously as he spoke up. This couldn't be someone else, like little brother Jiang, could it? The captain's worried gaze turned toward the tightly closed camouflage tent, and he clicked his tongue anxiously. Little brother Jiang hasn't woken up yet. If it's really someone like him, we're in big trouble. But before they could act, the intruder raised his hands in surrender and hurried to speak. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! The blond man was sweating bullets and gave a pathetic, awkward smile as he introduced himself. I'm Horace. I represent Country F. I'm here to negotiate for peace. Hearing that ridiculous reason, the captain and the guards behind him were dumbfounded, with giant question marks written all over their faces. As if that wasn't absurd enough, right next to Horace, another guy appeared while logging in, Jiang stuttering and pleading with his hands clasped together. Sorry, who is your captain? I'm Kim Truan from Country H. I represent Country H and want to negotiate peace with you all. A sharp-eyed guard recognized him and immediately snapped, pointing at him. I remember. That guy Win is a swordsman from Country F. He killed so many of our people. Country H, you say? Isn't Country H the place that shelters traitors? How do they still have the nerve to show their faces here? Seeing the tension rising, the two fake ambassadors scrambled to explain in a panic. I came here with full sincerity. Our Country F is ready to use all our resources to buy a spot in the tournament. Big brother, we were just forced by circumstances. We know we were wrong. Our Country H is ready to pay double to buy a spot in the tournament. The captain in green armor gritted his teeth and glared at the two shameless opportunists. Humph. Your countries sure are rich. You just bought one spot. And now you want to buy another? At this moment, Yuan Chu stepped forward aggressively from behind and scolded them mercilessly. Tisk, what right do you people from Country F have to speak up? And that so-called strongest swordsman, wasn't he killed by our saintess's god? Stung by the truth, the two fools immediately turned to bite at each other in broad daylight. What did you just say? I said your Country H is a bunch of useless losers. Say it again. Annoyed by the disruption, the captain shouted to break up their pathetic bickering. Too loud. Everyone shut up. The two men jumped in fright, clutching each other, trembling with fear. The captain waved his hand, ordering them to be dealt with quickly to get them out of his sight. Peace treaty? Sorry. We haven't received any notification about this. Lock them all up. The guards immediately rushed over, pinning the two unlucky guys to the ground decisively. Understood. While it was lively outside, inside the quiet tent, Jiang Kai's emerald green eyes slowly fluttered open after a long sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with the oversized faces of Nguyen-Vu and Hu Nian, who were peering down at him, excitedly cheering. Captain Kai, you're finally awake. Startled out of his wits, Jiang Kai recoiled, pulling the blanket over himself and shouting, Good grief, what on earth are you two doing? Don't tell me you've been staring at me sleeping this whole time. Seeing his reaction, both of them burst into laughter. Hu Nian kindly explained the reason. We were so worried about you. Right after we successfully broke through the defense of Point A, you were so exhausted that you fainted, and you've been sleeping for 3 whole days. Nguyen-Vu squinted his eyes with a cheeky grin and added a piece of shocking news that hit the captain's weak spot. Oh right, a few days ago, Yuan Chu said that your sister Z saw the video of you raiding the Forgotten Lands alone and was so scared she fainted at school. Hearing about his precious little sister, Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat and widened his eyes in panic. What? Z fainted? But Hu Nian quickly shot the chubby guy a glare. Nguyen-Vu, can you stop being so dramatic when you talk? Scolded. Nguyen-Vu scratched his head and waved his hands, quickly reassuring him. Don't worry, don't worry. Su Ai said the kid woke up a long time ago. She not only knows you're safe, but she also knows that you are the greatest hero who brought victory to the Saintess this time. She's very proud of her brother. Relieved of the heavy weight on his heart, Jiang Kai let out a sigh of relief, his shoulders drooping as he sat on the edge of the bed. Is that so? Seeing the atmosphere had become comfortable again, Hu Nian put her hands on her hips, gave a proud thumbs up, and winked mischievously. To celebrate our great victory, I'll tell you a secret. Do you want to hear it? Both Jiang Kai and Nguyen-Vu turned to look at her with intense curiosity. What's going on? Hu Yan's smile grew increasingly smug. With a mysterious air, she pointed her finger and brought up the past. Captain Jiang Kai, you were wondering why my rain summoning spell was suddenly so powerful, right? Do you remember? Hearing this, Jiang Kai suddenly recalled something. He turned to look at Hu Yan, asking curiously, Oh, that's right, Hu Yan. You said you had a new talent. Did you level up again? Before she could answer, the chubby guy, Nguyen-Vu, shouted impatiently, Hu Yan, stop keeping us in suspense and just tell us already. The girl with purple hair stroked her chin and began to explain with a mysterious look on her face. Honestly, ever since we left the Hun Jayat Spirit Wolf Forest, I've felt much lighter. It's really strange. Then, a few nights ago, the system suddenly announced, Congratulations. All of your base attributes have increased. As she spoke, Hu Yan raised both hands, and a purple magical aura began to condense, glowing brightly around her body. Immediately after, a dazzling system notification box appeared above her head with the words clearly displayed, "New talent acquired. Elemental control." She performed smugly, her slender fingers dancing artfully. "Look at this. With this talent, I can control natural elements like wind, lightning, and water at will. Just like this." Nguyen Vu, the chubby guy, stared wide-eyed at the swirling water orb in Hu Yan's hand and clapped in admiration. "Whoa, that's real. Hu Yan, you can actually freely control the direction of the water now." But before her smile could fade, the orb shattered, splashing water all over Nguyen Vu's face, leaving him stunned. Jiang Kai was startled, breaking into a cold sweat. Seeing his chubby friend looking like a drowned rat, Hu Yan scratched her head and laughed. Sorry, I've only just mastered basic control. To unleash a massive attack like the rainstorm from before, I still need the help of the compass." Even with his face dripping wet, Nguyen Vu still excitedly gave a thumbs up in praise. "That's awesome. Your stats increased on their own without you even leveling up, and you even picked up a new talent." She rested her chin on her hand and smiled complacently. "Heh, I didn't expect it either. Do you think it was a system glitch and I just got lucky?" Jiang Kai pondered for a moment, remembering the small spirit fox from before, and analyzed, "No, it definitely wasn't just luck. My intuition tells me this has something to do with that spirit fox. It seems like it has a special affection for you, Hu Yan." The serious atmosphere was suddenly broken by a loud rumble from Jiang Kai's empty stomach. He coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Seeing this, Nguyen Vu slapped his forehead and yelled, "Oh my god, look at us. We've been so busy chatting that Captain Jiang Kai hasn't eaten anything for 3 days. Of course he's starving." Without another word, both of them rushed outside. Nguyen Vu called back as he ran, "Captain Jiang Kai, wait for us. I'm going to go get you some delicious food right now. I know exactly what you like best." Watching the hurried backs of his two enthusiastic teammates, Jiang Kai could only offer a warm, helpless smile. Just then, the tent flap was pulled open. Mr. Luke Dai Shuyen stepped in, wearing his imposing armor, beaming with a radiant smile. "Little brother Jiang, I heard you've woken up." Jiang Kai quickly stood up to salute Mr. Luke respectfully. Mr. Luke waved his hand dismissively. "Little brother Jiang, I intended to come and meet you sooner, but I was busy reorganizing the defensive lines, and I didn't want to disturb you while you were resting." The young man offered a sincere, grateful smile from the bottom of his heart. "Mr. Luke, thank you for arriving in time to save Vian Chu, Su Ai, and me." Mr. Luke laughed heartily and patted his shoulder, affirming, "Haha, if it weren't for you risking your life, our Dawn mission plan wouldn't have succeeded. Without a doubt, you are the greatest hero of this battle." The two men shook hands warmly, but suddenly, Mr. Luke's expression became more serious. "Besides that, little brother Jiang, I actually came today to discuss 2 important matters with you." Jiang Kai looked at him, confused. Mr. Luke crossed his arms and sighed, explaining the situation. "First, some of the garrison troops we drove away have started showing their faces to ask for peace, wanting to use money to buy spots in the tournament. The higher-ups initially planned to bluntly refuse, but unfortunately, they are offering a very high price. You might not know this, but our resources on the Spirit Beast battlefield are currently exhausted and very tight." Hearing about such macro-level issues, Jiang Kai scratched his cheek awkwardly and wondered, but aren't these major decisions made by the high-level military? Is the opinion of a kid like me really that important? Luke Dai Shuyen smiled kindly, placed a hand on his shoulder, and assured him, "Haha, like I said, the Dawn mission wouldn't have succeeded without you. You carried the heaviest burden. If the military just decided to make peace without asking you, wouldn't that hurt and disappoint our hero?" Understanding the leader's intentions, Jiang Kai nodded with a bright smile. "Please, go ahead and decide. This involves the core interests of the nation, and I trust that the military knows how to carefully weigh the pros and cons." Mr. Luke nodded, satisfied with his maturity. With the first issue resolved, Jiang Kai curiously asked, "Right, so what is the second matter?" Mr. Luke put his hands behind his back, his tone becoming more formal. "The second matter is actually a direct suggestion from Commander Niguai. Although you have only just recovered from your injuries, once the Global Hegemony Tournament officially begins." Before he could finish, Mr. Luke dropped a bombshell. He hopes you can lead Vian Chu, Suai, and your entire Fire God squad to represent Thon Dieu in the tournament. This left Jiang Kai with his mouth agape, pointing at himself. Me? The image of his radiant squad fighting side by side flashed through his mind. Mr. Luke explained calmly. That's right. Vian Chu and Su Ai fought extremely bravely and excellently in the qualifiers, so their names are already firmly on the list of top candidates. The commander looks at you with high expectations, and you, with your deep experience in leading teammates into battle and your undeniable absolute strength, are the only and most perfect choice for the captain's chair. To be more convincing, Mr. Luke dangled a massive carrot to entice him. Furthermore, Commander Hoa also fully supports this. He even specifically promised that if we win a high ranking and bring back the rewards, the split will be 4,060, the military takes 40%, and 60% goes straight into your squad's pockets. Hearing about such huge benefits, Jiang Kai pondered for a moment, unable to hide his hesitation. Seeing this, Mr. Luke quickly added an explanation so he could understand the full scope. You might think your share is a bit small, but initially, only the military met the qualifications to join a tournament of this magnitude. After all, the military carries the heavy responsibility of protecting the country, so resources must be prioritized for them. If anyone could participate, the whole country would fall into chaos. Young Jiang, do you agree? Jiang Kai smiled confidently, waved his hand, and replied, Mr. Lu, please don't misunderstand. Representing Sheng Yao in the tournament is a challenge I am very willing to accept. But this is a matter of life and death. I cannot make the decision for everyone else. I want to ask for their opinions first. Mr. Lu nodded, realizing the point, and smacked his lips in agreement. You have a point. After all, your two teammates are not military personnel. They have no obligation to participate. Immediately, Jiang Kai seized the opportunity, flashing a cunning, baiting smile. Oh, that's right, Mr. Lu. If our Fire God squad decides to participate with our full roster, could I ask you for a favor first? Mr. Lu blinked in confusion, perking up his ears. Oh, what is it? 15 minutes later, Nguyen Vu and Hu Nian happily returned to the tent, carrying a tray of hot food. Captain Kai, we're back. But they stood there, confused to see the tent empty. Huh. Did Mr. Lu leave? After wiping the plates clean, Jiang Kai folded his arms and solemnly laid out the situation. That's the situation. The global hegemony tournament will be more dangerous than any competition before, so I hope the two of you will think very carefully before deciding whether or not to participate. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole tent shook violently, as if there were an earthquake, followed by excited shouting. Wow, that's amazing! Hu Nian lunged forward with bright eyes, while Nguyen Vu clutched his chest, eagerly asking for his spot. Captain Kai, I want to go! I want to go! Don't you dare leave me out of the global hegemony tournament. Then, Hu Nian waved her hands in agreement. Me too. I want to join. As long as I'm with Captain Kai and everyone else, I'm not afraid of anything at all. Seeing the excited and spirited expressions of his two teammates, Jiang Kai smiled warmly and concluded with a final thought. They truly had no idea what fear was. A month passed in a heartbeat. In a godforsaken place called Ghost Spirit in Nation RT, magical lights began to gather ominously. A tribal warrior standing and enjoying the breeze suddenly broke into a cold sweat, eyes widening in astonishment as he looked up at the sky. A massive, glowing teleportation array shot straight into the blue sky, accompanied by a resounding system announcement. Congratulations on discovering the Forgotten Land teleportation array. In another corner, a ninja completely covered in cloth quickly leaped out of a secret tunnel to get a glimpse of this momentous event. A scarred samurai, who had been hiding, also startled and drew his sword from its scabbard, full of fighting spirit, ready to engage. Even an armored knight riding a horse had to stop in his tracks before the terrifying power surging from ahead. Across the globe, the system simultaneously sent out a shocking network announcement. The requirements to begin the global hegemony tournament have been met. The tournament will officially begin in 12 hours. At point A of the Forgotten Land, the Allied guards were also looking in confusion at the virtual screen that had suddenly popped up. The system board displayed the rules, dripping with lethality. This tournament would be broadcast live in high definition. Each country can send a maximum of 3 squads, 5 people per squad. If the number of participants exceeds the limit, members from that country will die randomly. Death means logging out. Standing before the announcement that the final teleportation array had been found, the global hegemony tournament was about to begin. Jiang Kai's entire squad watched tensely. After reading the rules, Nguyen Vu broke into a cold sweat, scratching his head in frustration. Damn it, are these rules a joke? It only tells us that too many people will lead to death, but it says absolutely nothing about how to fight or how to win. The chubby Nguyen Vu scowled in suspicion. Could it really be that simple? but Hu Nian put her hands on her hips and snorted coldly to wrap it up. I bet they will only let us know the goal after the tournament actually starts. Jiang Kai wore an incredibly confident smile, calmly analyzing the situation. Hu Nian is right, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least this time, those guys who like to act smart won't be able to pull any tricks beforehand. The corners of his mouth curled into a sharp curve as he called out loudly to boost the team's morale. The entire Fire God squad stood in perfect formation, brimming with spirit. Jiang Kai waved his hand, ordering, "Rest up and gather your strength. Prepare to fight in 12 hours." The whole group shouted back in unison. Yes. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The bright red dawn began to peek through the rugged mountains, signaling that the life-or-death moment had arrived. A blinding light shone onto the system screen, accompanied by the Global Hegemony Tournament announcement. Phase 1 is about to begin. A 3-minute countdown clock appeared giant in mid-air. The system broadcast the survival rules. After the tournament begins, all participants will be randomly teleported to various locations in the Forgotten Land and will have 3 minutes to prepare. During that time, they will be immune to all damage. An image of a warrior bound by magic chains appeared to illustrate the brutal rules. After the preparation time ends, one person in each squad will be randomly imprisoned. The imprisoned person cannot take action, but can be moved and killed by others. The whirlpool of life and death continued to weigh on the players' shoulders with the final, cruel rule. For the same squad, a new member will be imprisoned every 2 hours. Once an imprisoned member is killed, another teammate will be randomly imprisoned until all members of the squad are dead. The system screen continued to display a regulation dripping with blood. Killing an opponent will earn you a salvation card. 5 salvation cards can release the imprisoned status of one teammate. The survival game became even more brutal when the system reported more grim news. After the tournament starts, a large number of commander-level monsters or higher will appear at the outer edges of the Forgotten Land. As time goes on, their range of activity will shrink inward. Along with that was the glory point rule. The tournament ends when only 3 squads remain. Rankings will be calculated based on the number of free, non-imprisoned members of the surviving squads and the number of salvation cards they hold. Blue lights simultaneously descended upon random positions on the map. The system sounded out clearly, counting down the start of the tournament. 3, 2, 1. The blinding pillar of light dissipated. Jiang Kai landed on the ground with an incredibly calm expression. The system officially announced, "The tournament has officially begun." He stood alone in the middle of a strange, dense forest. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings for any sign of movement. Seeing the other competitors being teleported to nearby areas one by one, he muttered, "Just as I thought." His emerald eyes glinted with heightened vigilance as he realized a harsh truth. Yuan Chu and the others were nowhere to be found. Darting away like a gust of wind, Jiang Kai analyzed the system's malicious plot. It had scattered everyone to isolate and imprison them one by one. He furrowed his brows, judging the cruelty of these rules. If an enemy happened to be near someone who got imprisoned, it would certainly be a life-or-death situation. On the surface, these rules seemed to test individual strength, but as he dashed through the dense forest, he realized the exact opposite was true. In reality, they were testing the team's overall strength and cohesion. He pushed his pace even harder, thinking of the worst-case scenario. If any teammate were left behind, they would be sitting ducks. That would be absolutely fatal for their entire squad. Above him, a glowing red countdown timer pulsed, urging him on. 30 seconds remaining. Jiang Kai scrambled past massive trees, his mind racing. Only 30 seconds left. He didn't know if he was the one being imprisoned, while the immortality buff was still active, but he had to find a hiding spot first, then figure out how to regroup. Gritting his teeth, he was determined to protect his team at all costs. He had to resolve their imprisonment crisis as quickly as possible. At the same time, at the Jiangzhong City Military Academy, high-ranking officials were staring intently at dozens of monitors displaying every corner of the map. A rugged commander with a thick beard scratched his head in confusion and blurted out, "What the hell is going on? Why is everyone suddenly hiding? Are they playing hide-and-seek?" The blonde commander folded his arms, lost in thought, and offered a logical assessment. Their actions were definitely linked to the tournament rules. After all, only those inside the Forgotten Land knew the specific rules of the game. "Commander Wei, what do you think?" Commander Wei, with a long scar on his face, replied solemnly. It felt like this was merely the prelude to a hunt. Despite the unfavorable and murky situation, he still placed absolute faith in his soldiers. However, the 3 squads sent by Holy Brilliance were elite teams tempered by the fires of the Red Team Wars. The screen cut to the second team, currently burning with fighting spirit. Team Shanhe, regardless, all we can do now is place 100% of our trust in our warriors. And of course, the most anticipated team of all. Back in the Forgotten Land, deep within a dense, silent thicket, Su Ai and Hu Nian were hiding behind the foliage, observing their surroundings with extreme tension, not even daring to breathe. Suddenly, a beam of blinding golden light struck right next to them, making them jump. Hu Nian reacted instantly, lunging out to set up a defensive stance, pointing and shouting at the enemy. What kind of thief dares to ambush this lady, Hu Nian? But as the dust cleared, a familiar muscular figure jumped out, cheering happily. Su Ai, Hu Nian. Finally, I found you two. Su Ai and Hu Nian stared in surprise, breathing a sigh of relief as they said in unison, Yuan Chu Zi. Yuan Chu scratched his head, grinning sheepishly to appease the two girls. Huh, I didn't scare you, did I? Su Ai asked, both relieved and curious. Yuan Chu Zi, when did you get here? He patted his chest confidently, speaking like a legend. Me? I've been here since the start. A burst of brilliant aura erupted from his body. Yuan Chu began to brag about his peak luck. Now that I think about it, my luck is truly insane. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself teleported to a bush right near our camp. After bragging, he earnestly explained his plan. I wanted to contact everyone to regroup, but I realized the communication system was cut off the moment the tournament started. His mind raced quickly, but I figured everyone would head back to camp anyway, so I just climbed a tree to hide and waited. And just like I predicted, I found you two. By the way, why are you two together? Su Ai smiled, explaining their coincidental team-up. Hu Nian and I happened to run into each other on the way, and we both guessed everyone would gather at the camp, so we came here together. Hearing this, Hu Nian stroked her chin, nodding thoughtfully. That's right. If we could figure that out, I'm sure Captain Kai and Nguyen Vu will think of it too. As long as they can move freely, they will definitely find their way here. Su Ai's eyes lit up, her hands clasped in hopeful anticipation. I'm just curious to see who arrives next. Exactly 1 minute later, the rustling of leaves echoed from a distant bush, shattering the silence. Yuan Chu immediately spun around into a defensive stance, signaling his teammates. Someone's coming. Heavy footsteps emerged. Nguyen Vu appeared, drenched in sweat, gasping as he called out joyfully, Nguyen Vu, Hu Nian, you guys really made it back here too. Just as the system's cruel countdown timer hit 0, Hu Nian and Su Ai broke into a cold sweat, looking at each other in panic, stuttering. Then who was imprisoned? Yuan Chu, standing beside them, was stunned, his eyes wide, veins bulging as he shouted in panic, Kai. Meanwhile, at an ancient, towering tree deep in the forest, Jiang Kai's figure was pressed tightly against the rough bark. He winced, looking at his hand, which was locked onto the tree trunk by an invisible force, and trembled, whispering, I can't move. My luck couldn't possibly be this bad. Right? Before he could lament his fate, Jiang Kai's pupils contracted, and he squinted to look through the leaves. Damn it over there. Surprisingly, right at the base of the tree where he was hiding, a ninja in a tight-fitting suit had appeared, also hiding carefully, making Kai jump. There's someone else. The ninja below gripped his weapon, sweat pouring down as he felt the sharp gaze from above. That guy is staring at me. When did he get so close? There wasn't a sound. High up on the branch, Jiang Kai was just as tense, his brain working at full capacity. Did he ambush this spot? Did he see me jump into the tree? The life-or-death situation made even the calm captain break a sweat, and he gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, two strangers, one up and one down, stuck on the same ancient tree in the middle of this silent forest. Suddenly, Jiang Kai blinked and noticed something strange about the other guy's stiff posture. Huh? Wait a minute. He looked closer. The ninja below him was also sprawled flat on the ground. His hands were gripping his sword, shaking violently, unable to move a muscle. Kai secretly guessed he was trapped too. Jiang Kai's lips curled into a sly, cunning smile, just as he suspected. But wait, could there be others here? Sure enough, he glanced at the rustling bushes nearby, and a blond guy was lying flat, with only his head sticking out of the grass. Kai was speechless. Facing this ridiculous situation, Jiang Kai let out a sigh, sweating as he assessed the scene. It was unbelievable that 3 people were hiding in such a tiny area, and all 3 were unlucky enough to be trapped. But immediately, his eyes grew sharper and colder than ever as he thought about the ruthless rules of the game. However, this also meant that if anyone's teammates arrived, they could easily kill the other 2 and take their 2 redemption cards. Realizing he was on the chopping block, Kai held his breath, focusing intently as he waited for what would happen next. He looked up at the patch of sky visible through the canopy, silently calling out to his trusted teammates. Yuan Chu. Where on earth are you guys? Back to Yuan Chu's group, the muscular guy was clutching the purple-haired girl's shoulders, anxiously urging her. Hu Nian, can you try to divine where Kai is? Su Ai was just as panicked beside them, while the chubby Nguyen Vu chimed in urgently. He can't move right now and is in danger. We have to find him as soon as possible. That's right. Hu Nian, hurry up and try. Without a second of hesitation, Hu Nian pulled a glowing magic compass from her robes and nodded decisively. All right, I don't know if it will be accurate, but I'll try. But before the divination could take effect, a savage laugh tore through the air, surrounding the four of them. Ha ha ha, what a small world. It's a real dead end for you. The dust cleared, revealing a group of fierce-looking assassins carrying all sorts of weapons. The leader introduced himself arrogantly. Back off, Paladin team. That guy, Jiang Kai, is your captain, right? It looks like he's the one trapped this time. Nguyen Vu immediately raised his light shield to block the front. Su Ai held her magic tool ready, and the group took a step back in defense. As the leader squinted to examine them, he sneered. You guys are from the same country. The scarred leader curled his lips into a sinister grin, toying with a sharp blade in his hand. Sharp eyes, aren't you? That brat Jiang Kai is all by himself, and now the rest of you have fallen straight into my hands. It seems the goddess of luck isn't smiling on you today. Contrary to that intimidation, Yuan Chu swung his sword and stepped forward, flashing a look of pure arrogance and contempt as he retorted. I was wondering who that was. So, you're from the same country as that Christina? What's the matter? Did you not get beaten up enough last time and have to pay reparations? Or are you here to hand over your lives to us? Struck where it hurt, the burly guy and his blue-haired female teammate were furious, gritting their teeth and snarling. If it wasn't for that brat Jiang Kai's dirty tricks, how could our nation's defense line have collapsed? And why would we be so short on resources that we had to pay to buy entry into this tournament? Today, I'm going to settle the score with you first, and then I'll go find that Jiang Kai to get back my capital and interest. Just then, from behind, an enemy assassin was dragging their teammate Tom, who was trapped and stiff on the ground, and sneered viciously. Tom, don't worry. After killing these four, we'll have 5 redemption cards, and we'll release your paralysis soon. Facing an inevitable life-or-death battle, Su Ai, Hu Nian, Nguyen Vu, and Yuan Chu all ignited their fighting spirit. Their eyes turned sharp as they prepared for combat. The scarred leader laughed triumphantly, mocking the group's isolation. Haha, without Jiang Kai, you bunch are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He led his cronies charging in like a storm, screaming to assert dominance. Today, I'll show you what a hopeless gap in power feels like. Take out the healer girl first. Seeing the spearhead pointed straight at her, Su Ai jumped in shock, her eyes widening in panic. Immediately, Yuan Chu let out a booming roar and soared into the air, unleashing his ultimate move to protect his teammates, a ground-shaking stomp. Arr! He slammed a devastating blow into the ground, creating a brilliant explosion of golden light that sent the charging enemies flying. The scarred leader backflipped and landed, sneering as he complimented the guy's toughness. Heh, you've got some muscle, I'll give you that. Boris, Robert, handle the other two. Jessica, you're with me. We're going to surround and kill this bull and the healer girl. Hearing the captain's order, the blonde girl and the burly guy lunged forward, radiating murderous intent. They shouted in unison. The burly guy pointed his weapon at Nguyen Vu and Hu Nian, laughing contemptuously. Heh, a fat guy and a fortune teller? I'll send you both to the afterlife in 3 seconds. Without hesitation, Nguyen Vu rushed forward, raising his sturdy ice shield and shouting to protect his friend. Back off! Leave this guy to me. Hu Nian, sweating bullets in the back, gritted her teeth, anxious about their disadvantage. Damn it, Nguyen Vu hasn't even had time to drink his strength potion yet. The burly guy swung his weapon down hard, mocking the chubby guy's bravery. Wow, a fat pig trying to play the hero, huh? A powerful slash landed squarely on the chubby guy's magic shield, creating a blinding flash of friction sparks. Nguyen Vu gritted his teeth, using every ounce of his strength to hold off the 1,000-pound blow, moaning in pain. Humph! Seeing his teammate in trouble, Hu Nian immediately raised her hands to channel mana, chanting a super spell, Universal Supreme Secret Art of Casting. But before she could finish, an iron chain with a hook flew from out of nowhere and coiled tightly around her magic compass, leaving her stunned. The sneaky attacker pulled the chain tight from the shadows, laughing savagely. Huh, casting for rain? Why don't you pray for a quick death instead? On the other side of the battlefield, Yuan Chu was shielding Su Ai from the relentless onslaught of the scarred leader and the blonde woman. Seeing that, The scarred leader swung his heavy sword for a lethal strike from above, aimed straight at Yuan Chu's head. With his eyes bulging at the vicious move, Su Ayayi screamed in alarm. Yuan Chu, look out! Yuan Chu snapped his head around, his pupils shrinking, and he hurriedly raised his sword to parry. The two weapons collided, creating an immensely powerful shockwave, sending sparks flying across the entire corner of the forest. The scarred leader used his overwhelming strength to pin Yuan Chu down, his eyes glowing with brutality. He leaned in close and growled, triumphantly mocking his opponent's weakness. See that? The fear in your eyes, a guy like you thinks you can protect your teammates? With that, he shoved Yuan Chu away, screaming arrogantly, go crawl back under a woman's skirt and cry. Yuan Chu grit his teeth, clenching his jaw. His eyes burned with defiance even as his body was pushed back. Unable to watch her comrade take such a beating, Su Ayayi courageously stepped forward, her red magical energy erupting, launching a counterattack. Nightmare Needle. The razor-sharp magical rays struck the scarred man's bicep, numbing him as he panicked and blurted out, "What the?" At that same moment, far away at the base of an ancient tree, Jiang Kai remained stuck against the rugged bark, deep in worried thought. It's been half an hour. I wonder how Yuan Chu and the others are doing. While lost in thought, his expression suddenly hardened, his eyes darting downward to scan for danger. Someone was coming from the bushes. A burly, bald brute parted the leaves and stepped out, his massive back blocking the view of the blond man who lay trapped and motionless on the ground. The bald man loomed over him, baring his jagged teeth in a grin like he'd just struck gold. "Ha ha, finally found one." The blond man on the ground squinted, his pupils dilating in terror at the sight of the giant's massive frame. Without a word, the bald man swung his hand down in a vicious strike, tearing through the air as blood sprayed everywhere. The miserable blond man was sliced in two while still immobilized, letting out one last desperate scream before dissolving into data. Jiang Kai, hiding in the branches, witnessed the entire thing, swallowing hard as he listened. Oh, someone else is coming. A bright gold salvation card fell from the blond man's dissolving corpse. Right then, the bald man's gaze snapped directly up to the tree branch where Jiang Kai was hiding, making him jump in shock. The ninja hiding at the base of the tree saw his companion get butchered and broke into a cold sweat, gasping in horror. Huh? The bald man walked toward the tree and thrust his sword deep into the ground, while Jiang Kai held his breath, eyes fixed on every one of his movements. Did he find me? Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the worst-case scenario. But the bald man just looked up to the sky and let out a barbaric, booming laugh. Man, I've hit the jackpot this time. Found 3 of them at once. Ha ha ha. He channeled his energy and stomped hard on the ground, slicing the ninja in two. Then, the bald man flicked his tongue to lick the blood off his blade in a grotesque, twisted display. Thanks, brother, but I'm not letting you off either. A flash of lightning, the unlucky ninja suffered the same fate as the blond man, leaving another salvation card hovering in midair. After killing his 2 easy targets, the bald man smirked triumphantly. Heh, heh, then whipped his head toward the branches, pointing his sword straight at Jiang Kai. You're next. Jiang Kai frowned, gritting his teeth in frustration at being trapped in this ridiculous, helpless position. Damn it, am I really going to die here? I can't move an inch right now, not unless Yuan Chu and the others get here in time. A spark suddenly ignited in Jiang Kai's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Can't move, huh? The bald man leaped into the air, raising his sword to strike Jiang Kai's head, laughing like a madman. Heh, die. Jiang Kai smiled calmly as a mysterious card slowly appeared and drifted away. My body can't move, but that doesn't include the death card. Jiang Kai flicked his wrist, and the death card shot out like a blue bolt of lightning, cutting across the bald man's attack and leaving him wide-eyed in panic. The death card, carrying the power of destruction, deflected the sword and pierced straight through the bald man's chest with a thunderous blast. As the dust settled, the brute dissolved into data, leaving 3 salvation cards floating among the leaves. Jiang Kai sighed with relief and retrieved the death card. He smirked. Just as he'd planned, he waved his hand and shouted, "Death card, go!" A magical vortex swirled out, sucking all 3 salvation cards inside. The brilliant gold cards fluttered through the air before landing neatly into the device on Jiang Kai's wrist. He smiled smugly. That's 3 cards now, but I need 5 to save myself. I'm still too short. His eyes glowed with confidence as he muttered, I'll get them. 5 minutes later, the rustling of leaves broke the forest's silence. A burly man carrying a spiked mace appeared. Seeing the 3 salvation cards hovering right in front of him, he gasped in amazement and then broke into a greedy laugh. No way! Damn, this luck is insane. Just got here and I already found 3 salvation cards. But his smile quickly vanished. He frowned in suspicion, carefully assessing the situation. Wait a minute, something's not right. Why are there 3 salvation cards just lying around? He looked around the base of the tree and discovered unusual traces. It was clear a battle had taken place recently. The blood wasn't even dry yet. Did they kill each other? He stepped forward cautiously, his grip tightening on his spiked mace as his brain raced. Or maybe someone survived, but was too terrified by my footsteps to pick these up while wounded. But after scanning the area again, he dismissed his theories. That's not it. An ominous feeling washed over him. He took a step back, breaking into a cold sweat as he muttered, I have a really bad feeling about this. Could it be? Before he could steady himself, a blinding death card descended from the sky, hovering just inches above his head. He jumped in shock, but the attack had already landed. Looking up at the branches, he realized the lethal intent lying in wait. It was a trap. Another salvation card fell after the brute was swiftly eliminated. Jiang Kai sat comfortably on the branch, looking at the 4 golden cards in front of him with a satisfied smile. I've got 4 salvation cards now. Just 1 more, and I'll be free. I wonder what Yuan Chu and the others are doing? Back on the brutal battlefield, Yuan Chu unleashed a thunderbolt, knocking the scarred man back and leaving him staggering. Seeing Yuan Chu's fierce counterattack, the spiky-haired man and his group, who had been watching from the sidelines, were stunned. Then, the whole crowd rushed in. Seeing that, Suai shouted anxiously, Chu! Behind you! Hearing this, he hurriedly turned his head, sweat pouring down his face, but it was too late. A blade had already pierced through Yuan Chu. Taking a heavy hit, Jiang Kai curled up, clutching his stomach as he roared in indignation. Damn it, 4 against 1? You guys are absolutely shameless. Seeing his teammate injured, the chubby guy Nguyen Vu jumped in to help, charging forward while brandishing his menacing ice shield. Lu, try a sip of my new brew. Boom! A massive mug of beer with thick white foam suddenly appeared, emitting a blinding magical glow. The green-haired guy sneered, mocking the chubby guy's stupidity. Is he trying to drown his pain in alcohol? At the end of the day, booze only gives a little false courage to cowards. Ignoring the mockery, the scar-faced guy swung his sword, delivering another brutal blow. Nguyen Vu let out a savage roar. Let's call this a farewell drink, shall we? You dare oppose us? You're digging your own graves. At the same time, the spiky-haired guy lashed out with his chain. Suddenly, a blinding golden explosion erupted from where the two stood, deflecting all their sneak attacks and shaking the entire forest. As the dust settled, Jiang Kai stood there with a majestic, awe-inspiring aura, letting out a roar of pure arrogance. I, Jiang Kai, am the #1 god of war. I will slaughter any god or demon that dares to stand in my way. Nguyen Vu, providing cover from below with a sturdy shield, chimed in. And as for me, Nguyen Vu, I have never once been inferior to anyone. Where are those pretty girls hiding? Seeing the intimidating momentum and seamless teamwork of these 2 lunatics, the blue-haired woman, the scarred man, and the spiky-haired guy all recoiled in shock, crying out in panic. What? Ignoring the enemy's astonishment, Jiang Kai erupted with power once more. Golden flames engulfed his entire body, making him look like a literal god of war. He leaped high into the air and brought his blade down in a crushing blow, creating a fiery whirlwind that sent rocks flying and cracked the very ground beneath them. The scarred man was sent flying backward, sprawled on the ground. He gritted his teeth, bracing against the shockwave, and cursed angrily. Damn it! Before he could even steady himself, Jiang Kai charged at him like a cyclone of fire. With sharp, piercing eyes, he roared, The #1 god of war is here for all of you. An immense killing intent radiated from him. His eyes burned with majestic rage. Kneel and meet your end. The scarred man was terrified, breaking out into a cold sweat as he saw the deadly blade pointed straight at him, stammering incoherently. Instantly, a terrifying wave of sword energy tore through space, slashing directly toward where the man was struggling to defend himself. The attack was so powerful it triggered a blinding explosion of light, leveling a corner of the forest and blowing away every barrier in sight. As the smoke cleared, the scarred man stared in astonishment at Nguyen Vu, who was stumbling forward while drunkenly holding his shield, muttering in disbelief. I've met countless swordsmen, but for a drunkard, your sword technique is even stranger and more refined than that of a true master. Nguyen Vu, his face beet red, hiccuped, clutching his wine jug with a smug grin, and performed his ultimate technique. Drink up, stop the chatter, and hurry up and take your clothes off. Pushed to the brink, and hearing such unsettling words, the scarred man recoiled in horror, his eyes wide with shock. How is this happening? The chubby, intoxicated Nguyen swung his sword, combined with an ice shield, charging in a wild dance that had the scarred man sweating bullets as he tried to defend. He couldn't believe his eyes. This guy seemed to turn into a completely different person after a few drinks. Regardless of the enemy's confusion, Nguyen moved with fluid precision, his eyes bloodshot and crazed. His sword style shifted between fast and slow, yet it flowed like water, leaving no trace behind. It blended perfectly with his movements. Flashing back to a few days ago, at the Allied Forces base camp, Nguyen stared blankly at a thick skill book in his hands, while Jiang Kai's voice echoed with gentle explanation. Nguyen, even though you aren't a swordsman, your talent for drunken brawling is perfectly suited for these sword skills. The heroic images of Jiang Kai and brother Lu Daichuan appeared in his mind. Kai smiled and said, "The Global Hegemony Tournament is about to begin. This is a skill book I managed to get from brother Lu for you." Brother Lu, standing nearby, generously patted his chest and laughed. "The military has plenty of resources, and I wanted to help you out. Or rather, it's a small matter for the glory of our country. Don't even mention finding a book I'd risk my life for you, brother." Wenvu remembered the moment he tremblingly held the book, eyes wide with shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. This was the legendary grade skill book that every adventurer in the swordsman class dreamed of obtaining. Invisible Sword. Returning to the manual, the prompt box explained that the invisible sword is a state of absolute focus, where techniques are no longer restricted by form. The sword becomes one with the body, flowing naturally and smoothly, in a way that is impossible to predict. Back in the present, the spiky-haired guy lunged forward with a dirty move and a lewd smile. I like a guy with so much hair." But before his smile could fade, he realized in a panic that his clothes were being shredded, and he stammered, "What the hell? Do you really dare to pull this kind of stunt at the Global Hegemony Tournament?" The chubby Nguyen let out a sly laugh, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Are you missing an undershirt?" "Oh, I get it. You did that on purpose, didn't you, my little pet?" Hearing such a provocative comment, the spiky-haired man blushed bright red and roared in protest. "Missing a shirt? I'm wearing outer armor, inner armor, and even underwear. I'm not missing anything." Ignoring his opponent's screaming, Nguyen continued to slash wildly, causing the last shreds of fabric on the spiky-haired man to fly into the air. The drunk, chubby fellow laughed, baring his teeth in a savage grin, and shouted joyfully, "That's not enough. Take it all off." Pushed to the brink of total exposure, the spiky-haired man could only cover his precious body with his hands, shrieking in despair. "No." Amidst the chaotic battlefield, lightning suddenly flashed and thunder rolled, signaling a massive magical counterattack was about to unfold. Ignoring the weather, the blue-haired woman desperately charged in, gritting her teeth with arrogance. We assassins are best at fighting in unfavorable conditions. You think these little tricks can stop us? Dream on. Kill them. Do it fast." At that moment, Su Ai raised her hands to cast a spell, gathering a violent burst of energy. Seeing this, Hunien, not to be outdone, his eyes glowing with power, declared, "I don't care what kind of assassin you are in this reign. I am a god." In the blink of an eye, purple magic orbs soared forward, aiming straight at the spiky-haired guy and the blue-haired woman, who were charging aggressively. Taking the mysterious attack head-on, the spiky-haired guy was enveloped in purple energy, only managing to clutch his face and scream in agony. "What the hell is this? My face! My face!" Not stopping there, the blue-haired woman continued to raise her magical ice block, shouting a high-sounding ultimate technique, "Defend against this. Super-rank invincible blizzard strike." Instantly, a wild gale carrying countless sharp ice blades swept both assassins into the air, leaving them to scream in despair. After the noisy battle filled with the scent of stripped clothing, about 10 minutes passed. Under the shade of the trees, Jiang Kai and the chubby Nguyen were leaning against each other with their eyes shut tight. It seemed the effects of the alcohol had finally worn off. Su Ai sat crouched beside an empty bottle of hangover cure, looking at her two teammates with a smile, and asked, "Yifei, Brother Nguyen, are you two awake?" "Just waking up." Jiang Kai looked around, confused, and asked urgently, "Where did that arrogant team go? Who won? And did we get the redemption cards?" The girl replied quickly, "Yes, we did." She happily fanned out 5 glowing gold cards. "Don't worry. We got all 5 redemption cards." Hunien walked over to Captain Kai's location. "As soon as we have the results, we can go save him." As she spoke, Hunien came running over, clutching her magic orb, shouting excitedly, "I found it! I know where Captain Kai is." Hearing the critical intel, all 3 of them were jolted awake, eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, in another gloomy part of the forest, Jiang Kai was quietly crouching, examining the smoldering embers on the ground. He furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Half an hour had passed. No new adventurers had arrived, and Jiang Kai and the others still hadn't found him. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Trees swayed and toppled over as if something massive was rampaging through. Jiang Kai quickly clung to a cliff face, cold sweat breaking out. This isn't good. The safe zone is starting to shrink. Sure enough, from the misty fog, massive, hulking silhouettes appeared, accompanied by confused mumbling. They're here. The trees were crushed to bits as the monsters revealed themselves. The system warned that these were crystal rock giants, high-level commander-class monsters at level 65, extremely formidable. The army of stone giants, with their ruthless, glowing red eyes, marched forward, trampling everything in their path, signaling that a fierce life-or-death battle was about to begin. The system chimed again with a terrifying warning. A level 88 crystal rock giant king. Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat, his face turning ghostly pale as he lamented. Even using my death card, I barely managed to take down 4 level 65 commander-class monsters. And now, a king level 1 shows up out of nowhere? This is way too dangerous. Before he could recover, the giant monster lunged forward, using its massive arm to uproot a giant tree. Watching the barbaric scene, Jiang Kai blinked, an idea forming as he muttered, "Wait a second." He squinted to assess the enemy's appearance. These guys look like they're made of stone and vines. Aside from those ruby-red eyes, they don't seem to have mouths, ears, or noses. With his tactical mind racing, Jiang Kai deduced that these earth and wood attribute monsters likely lacked both smell and hearing. If I hide well enough, they definitely won't find me. But man proposes, God disposes. The ground-shaking footsteps of the monster were stomping straight toward the tree where he was hanging. Jiang Kai started sweating, confused and panicked. Did I guess wrong? Just then, the monster punched the tree trunk with a thunderous blow, making the branches shake violently. It gripped the rough tree base with its stony hands, and with an effortless lift, pulled the entire giant tree along with Jiang Kai right out of the ground. Jiang Kai's eyes went wide, and he couldn't even speak. The monster carried the tree on its shoulder like a piece of dry firewood. Looking out, Jiang Kai was horrified to see a whole pack of stone giants marching through the forest with trees on their shoulders. Perched precariously on the canopy, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Is it using this as a new weapon? So these guys really don't have a sense of smell. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Jiang Kai sighed in relief. He had almost activated his destiny wheel to gamble on a desperate move. He pondered his situation. He remembered that, due to the confinement rule, he wouldn't easily fall off the tree. But although he was safe for now, if they spotted him, it would still be game over. Looking down at the monster's blood-red eyes, Jiang Kai scratched his head. What do I do now? Should I use the death card to cut the trunk and force it to switch to another tree? While lost in thought, he jumped as he noticed an incident ahead. The army of tree-wielding giants was stomping along the high cliffside. Suddenly, the monster beneath Jiang Kai stretched and raised the giant tree high into the sky, like it was preparing to throw a javelin. It turned out that below in the valley, 2 groups of adventurers were locked in a fierce, bloody battle. The clashing of swords rang out amidst the bloodthirsty crowd. Watching from his VIP seat in the air, Jiang Kai frowned. 2 teams are clashing. He curiously watched the monster prepare to throw the tree, wondering, this spot is blocked by rocky mountains, and these guys lack hearing and smell, so how do they know there are people over there? The crowd below was so focused on fighting that they only looked up to realize the danger, screaming in panic. Watch out! It's the crystal rock giant! Run! The monster put its back into it, its stone arm glowing brightly as it unleashed a punch. Its fist slammed into the ground like a bombshell, exploding a whole area. The people below could only stare in horror as the shadow engulfed them. A swordsman collapsed in panic, his eyes rolled back in despair. At the same time, other stone giants leaped down from the hilltop onto the battlefield while wielding their trees. The massive logs crashed down, crushing everything in their path. An unlucky guy who couldn't run in time was sent flying, letting out a single, wretched scream. Up in the tree, Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat as he realized the truth. This attack style, these guys really hunt by sensing ground vibrations. He pressed himself against the rough tree trunk, finally realizing the truth. No wonder they didn't spot me earlier. Besides being hidden by the leaves, the main reason was that I was up in the tree and not touching the ground at all. Staring at the life or death situation, Jiang Kai told himself, I can't let this crystal rock giant throw this tree. If I hit the ground, they'll definitely spot me. Down below, the survivors were scrambling back, tightening their formation to defend. The leader, face twisted in fury, screamed orders. Charge! Run if you can, just don't touch the ground. Jump high. A giant, thorny rock monster lunged forward, brandishing a tree. Following the order, a swordsman leaped desperately into the air, raising his blade toward the monster's head and shouting, "I'm going to risk it all with you." Observing the situation below, Jiang Kai silently assessed. Combat classes under level 60 have no way to deal damage to a king-level boss in a short amount of time. No sooner had he finished speaking than the swordsman flying in the air gripped his blade, his hands trembling violently under the crushing pressure. Looking closely at the trajectory of his flight, Jiang Kai suddenly realized, wait, his real goal was to shatter this tree trunk to escape. Sensing that the golden opportunity had arrived, Jiang Kai's lips curled into a sly smile. This truly was a great chance. Down below, the swordsman gritted his teeth and swung his sword hard at the trunk, shouting as he poured his remaining hope into the blow. Whether he could escape or not depended on this. But just as his blade struck home, his eyes suddenly widened in terror as he discovered a dark shadow clinging to the tree. What? Is someone there? At that very moment, a glowing card fell leisurely from above, hitting him right in the face. The blinding light from the card immediately enveloped the poor swordsman in midair. The leader had taken a critical hit, his face darkening with resentment as he hissed out each word. Someone is using the boss's hands to play dirty. Before he could even finish his sentence, the crystal stone giant swung its leg, delivering a lethal blow that sent the leader to his grave instantly. Under the brute force of the monster, the unfortunate man's body was torn apart, turning into countless shattered digital pixels, accompanied by a chilling pool of blood staining the rock. Among the remains, a glowing golden card carrying the hope of survival soared into the sky, heading straight toward the tree branch where Jiang Kai was hiding. Snatching the loot falling from the sky, Jiang Kai smiled triumphantly, looking at the 5 cards hovering around him. All 5 cards are collected. At the same time, the system interface flashed a notification. You have successfully collected 5 redemption cards. You can immediately end the imprisonment state. Would you like to end it? Without a moment's hesitation, his blue eyes gleaming with determination, he answered clearly, yes. Instantly, a burst of white energy erupted from his body, blowing away all the binding shackles in a flash. The system screen displayed another confirmation. Redemption card used successfully. You have successfully removed the imprisonment state. Feeling the agility return to every muscle, Jiang Kai clenched his fist and grinned excitedly. As expected, I can move again. However, the joy was short-lived. His expression suddenly hardened when he realized he was still stuck on the monster's weapon. The stone giant was currently clutching the massive tree trunk, preparing to unleash a destructive blow on the remaining enemies below. Seeing the monster busy with its slaughter, Jiang Kai hurriedly slid down the trunk, silently calculating. Its attention is focused on the battle. This is the perfect chance to escape. Suddenly, he paused for a beat, cold sweat breaking out as he sensed a major incident about to occur. This feeling, before he could finish, a massive, blinding beam of light from the sky suddenly struck the ground, tearing through the clouds and creating a grand magical vortex. The cold voice of the system echoed throughout the space. The first stage of the Global Hegemony Tournament has ended. The second stage begins. A digital globe map appeared, accompanied by a detailed explanation. Inside the map, the exchange area is now open. Redemption cards can be used to trade for functional items. That wasn't all. A new, cruel rule was announced. Each team will have one member who is not currently imprisoned put into an imprisonment state. This person cannot act independently, but they can be moved by others, rescued by others, and killed by others. While the shocking announcement was still ringing in their ears, the giant log was swung hard by the monster and slammed into the ground, shaking the very earth. Faster than lightning, Jiang Kai kicked off the rough wood, launching himself into the air to dodge the lethal blow. He landed safely and rolled straight into the dense bushes under the dark forest canopy, completing a spectacular escape. At the same time, in another part of the forest, Hu Nian and her teammates were running for their lives. The blue-haired girl gasped for breath as she anxiously yelled, "Hurry up! I need to regroup with Captain Kai quickly." Even so, Yuan Chu, who was running in the lead, turned deathly pale when he saw the notification. The second random imprisonment round is about to start. He panicked, shouting in despair, "It's too late! I need to find a place to hide first." In the heat of the moment, I caught sight of an exit and pointed, shouting loudly, "There's a tree hollow over there." The system's countdown began ticking down the final seconds. Yuan Chu waved his hand to urge the group, "Hurry!" The 4 of them scrambled and squeezed into the narrow tree hollow, just as the system counted down to 2. Sweat poured down their extremely tense faces as the cold voice of the system sounded the final one. But an awkward silence filled the group. There were no explosions or rays of punishment striking their heads. Immediately after, a cry of relief echoed through the trees. "It's not me." The chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and muttered his deduction. So the person in prison this time is. At that same moment, in another place, Jiang Kai's face turned black as he sighed helplessly and muttered, "I knew it." While he was awkwardly clinging to the tree trunk, the system interface displayed a flashing notification announcing he had been chosen as the prisoner for the second stage, causing him to sigh at the heavens. My luck is just too bad, isn't it? His gaze shifted down to the battlefield from before, where rays of data were vanishing, signaling the logout of an unfortunate team of adventurers. He couldn't help but shudder at that destructive power, nodding to himself in admiration. They really are commander and king-level monsters. They wiped out and eliminated this entire elite team in under a minute. Remembering the previous notification, Jiang Kai stroked his chin and thought, the rules earlier mentioned functional items. That sounds like some kind of special prop. Even though the situation was dire, his eyes still burned with the determination of a seasoned survivor. In any case, whether it's to end the imprisonment or get functional items, I need to collect redemption cards as soon as possible. Looking down at the crystal stone giant, which was obediently carrying him around, Jiang Kai smirked confidently. Let's start. Using the same old trick, I'll keep hiding in the trees and let this big guy clean up the competition for me. But just as he was feeling smug, the monster suddenly stopped, causing the log to shake violently. Jiang Kai's pupils constricted as a bad feeling arose. Huh? Could that sound be? Before he could steady himself, the spot beneath his feet began to creak. Damn it! That's the sound of cracking. The entire giant log began to be pulled up. Jiang Kai turned pale, realizing. Could it be because of the violent attack earlier? The stone people began their work of hauling the trees as before. High above, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, desperately searching for a handhold. Damn it. If I fall now, I'll become a target, and all my previous efforts will have been for nothing. Seeing the branch beneath his feet snapping, he stumbled in the open air, his voice cracking in desperation. Wait, don't mess with me right now. Below, the stone creature remained oblivious, starting to lift its tree. The very next second, the branch under Jiang Kai's feet snapped in two. The stone creature's footsteps continued to thunder by. Jiang Kai was completely speechless, cold sweat drenching his shirt in this life-or-death situation. Back to Hu Nian's group. After escaping danger, the whole team suddenly noticed something unusual. Yuan Chu frowned, puzzled. Is Team Captain Liu being imprisoned again in this phase? But hasn't he already been imprisoned before? Hu Nian crossed her arms, analyzing the situation logically. I suspect Team Captain Liu was rescued by the other two teams. He's been moving constantly since he was freed. No wonder I couldn't pinpoint his exact location when I tried divining it earlier. Yuan Chu clapped his hands, fully agreeing. Right. Lu Daxuan and the others are very strong, so that's the most likely scenario. Nguyen Vu scratched his head and sighed, lamenting his friend's fate. Team Captain Liu's luck is truly legendary. Just as he gets free, he gets thrown right back into prison. All four stood frozen in their tracks, sweat drops appearing on their heads, feeling speechless and deeply empathetic for the unluckiest captain of the year. Seeing the atmosphere dampen, Suai hurriedly clasped her hands and smiled to comfort the group. Everyone, cheer up. Even though he's a bit unlucky, this also means that Jiang Kai is likely safe. She then continued seriously. The most important thing for us now is to grasp the situation and then go regroup with him and the others. The blue-haired girl, Hu Nian, rubbed her chin in thought and nodded in agreement. Suai is right. The first phase of the tournament has ended, but we don't even know which countries were eliminated or which teams made it through. Recalling the earlier announcement, she muttered, and the new rules earlier seemed to mention something about functional items. While they were busy chatting, Suai suddenly started, her eyes wide with astonishment. The whole group turned to follow where she was pointing, stunned by a gloomy forest shrouded in a mystical purple fog. Look, what is that? Yuan Chu and the chubby Nguyen Vu widened their eyes, breaking into a cold sweat as they stammered. I remember this fog clearly, it wasn't here before. The chubby guy swallowed hard and added, I didn't see it earlier either. Could it have been created by a monster? Suai regained her composure, frowning as she assessed the situation. Doesn't look like it. She analyzed keenly. If it were a monster, it wouldn't be this quiet around here. My gut tells me we might find something important in there. Hearing that there might be good loot, Hu Nian excitedly raised her fist to the sky and shouted, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go check it out. The group carefully stepped into the mysterious forest, where the purple mist swirled, vaguely obscuring the ancient trees. Yuan Chu led the way, staring blankly at the mystical scene before them. Amidst the mist, giant stone slabs emitting a brilliant purple light appeared, looming like ancient tombstones. Immediately, a system notification appeared to congratulate them. Congratulations on successfully discovering the redemption area. It provided detailed instructions. After touching the stone slab, you can use redemption cards to exchange for corresponding functional items. Hearing this, Nguyen Vu beamed with excitement, nudging his teammates as he cheered. No way! We actually found a redemption area. Without hesitation, Hu Nian and Su Ai excitedly grabbed each other's hands and ran toward the slab. Hurry, let's see what we can exchange for. On the rough surface of the stone, magical text appeared, explaining the functions. After using a location map card, you can determine the location of all surviving team members, monsters, and the location of redemption lands on the map. Reading this, Su Ai and Hu Nian's eyes lit up as if they had struck gold. That's amazing. With this, we can avoid monsters along the way to find Jiang Kai's team. It's efficient. And once we've regrouped, we can all go find other redemption lands together. Both of them nodded excitedly. Yeah, but their joy plummeted miserably when the price tag hit them in the face. Exchange cost: 8 redemption cards. The two girls' faces soured in pain. They sighed deeply and resentfully. 8 cards? Are you robbing us? Even if I sold my life, I wouldn't have enough to exchange for that. Su Ai waved her hand in frustration. Let's go look at the others. The group dejectedly split up to walk around the other slabs to check the market prices. Sure enough, the goods were diverse, but exorbitantly expensive. Single teleportation card, 7 cards, target lock card, 6 cards, status cleanse card, 6 cards. After walking around, the group gathered before the final stone platform. Here is the last slab. A new line of text appeared. Global Intelligence Card. Receive global intelligence on participating teams and monsters in the arena every 20 minutes. You can specify up to 3 non-monster targets to obtain their specific information. The exchange cost: 5 redemption cards. The chubby Nguyen Vu scratched his head, sweating, and timidly asked the group for their opinion. 5 redemption cards, this is the cheapest one. Do you guys want to trade for it? He added, pained. Once we use it, we'll be totally broke. Hu Nian furrowed her brows, analyzing the situation realistically. But we got lucky and stumbled into this redemption land. When will we have such a good chance again? If we miss it now, we'll regret it to death. Su Ai nodded in agreement. That's right. Instead of blindly rushing to find Jiang Kai, it's better to get crucial intelligence first. After all, in this death game, having asymmetrical information is often the key to winning or losing. She turned and asked, "What do you think?" Yuan Chu's face ignited with determination. I agree. We can even use this global intelligence card to pinpoint Team Lu and Team Tran, helping them regroup with Jiang Kai sooner and join the main force. Deal closed. All 3 stepped back, leaving the stage to the protagonist. Su Ai, start. The pink-haired girl took a deep breath, waving her hand to summon 5 brilliant gold cards hovering before her. All right, let's try it. As she reached out to touch the stone wall, the 5 cards were sucked in as if by a magnet, vanishing into thin air. Su Ai strained her eyes as the slab erupted with a blinding magical light that illuminated the entire area. The system generously announced, exchange successful, global intelligence card, remaining redemption cards. Seeing this, Su Ai let out a sigh of relief and cheered happily. Success. Immediately, a massive 3D holographic globe made of energy expanded outward. A glowing coordinate grid enveloped everyone. Data tables flickered rapidly. Current survivors, 906. Number of teams, 200. Monster invasion progress, 327. Commander-level monsters, 43. King-level monsters. The activity radius is 17 kilometers from the edge of the arena. Upon reading that devastating number, Yuan Chu and Hu Nian gaped in horror. Nearly 300 people have already been eliminated? Their gazes turned solemn. They told themselves, the first phase was just minor skirmishes, but with the appearance of the rescue zone and the Sam Lang monsters, the real war is just beginning. The chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, squeezed his eyes shut, smiling bitterly while breaking into a cold sweat. Jiang Kai's team is so famous. Surely it's not just the people from Country Y looking to stir up trouble for him. On top of that, target lock cards have appeared. I dare not imagine how much danger he is in, but then he comforted himself. At least he isn't alone right now. At this moment, the system interface displayed a life or death choice. Are you sure you want to designate Team Sonha and the Red Team as targets on the global information card? Su Ai hesitated, then reached out to select it, mumbling anxiously in front of the virtual screen. I don't know how long Lu, Tran, and the others can hold out. Let's check the situation first. The world map scanned rapidly and displayed data so brutal it was terrifying. Team Sunha current survivors, 3. Red team current survivors, 2. Upon seeing those few red dots on the screen, Yuan Chu and Hun Yan widened their eyes, shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. What? The chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, clutched his head in despair, screaming in pain as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Jiang Kai? Su Ai spun around, her face deathly pale, bloodless, as she gasped out the cruel truth. Jiang Kai isn't with Lu and the others. Shifting to another scene, the system announced that Team Vun also got lucky and picked up a few important item cards. Meanwhile, in the central control room, the scouts were struggling with the tragic casualty figures for both Team Sunha and the Red Team, even though they had found their imprisoned teammates. A bearded commander frowned, questioning, "So, where exactly is Jiang Kai hiding? Why hasn't that kid appeared on camera even once this whole time?" The spiky-haired commander next to him stroked his chin, analyzing. Judging by what happened to the others, Jiang Kai must have been captured twice. This also proves that he has the ability to break out of the encirclement on his own. After all, we haven't seen anyone come to rescue him. The blonde commander smirked with interest. That's right. Although I still can't understand what kind of tricks this kid has used, he really always brings me interesting surprises. While they were talking, the bearded commander suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment, pointing at the screen and shouting, "Wait, that is." The spiky-haired commander frantically ordered the technical staff. 3 columns in row A, quickly isolate them and zoom in on the screen to see. The staff member hurriedly typed on the keyboard and replied, "Understood." Immediately, the large screen zoomed into the data, focusing straight into a dense forest where the silhouettes of strangers were stealthily advancing. The identification system immediately displayed that this was the Predator team, consisting of big shots with levels from 50 to 60, currently marching in formation. The blonde commander said in a low, sharp tone, "Quickly investigate the information on this Predator team and collect all combat data since the game began." The technical staff member broke into a cold sweat while researching and reporting. Currently, teams from all countries have suffered casualties. However, this Predator team from Country F is an extremely strange exception. The image of the captain wearing a pointed hat appeared on the screen, accompanied by shocking information. Up until now, they have maintained a record of 0 casualties. This captain, Visa, is one of the best swordsmen from Country F. Intelligence documents revealed a mind-blowing truth. According to sources, Visa voluntarily downgraded to level 40 after breaking through to level 60 a year ago, and then climbed back up to level 60 with lightning speed. From this, it can be inferred that his talent is very likely similar to, the captain's face wore a ghostly smile amidst a time magic circle, concluding with a skill name that sounded chilling just to hear, reincarnation. Hearing those 2 words, the blonde commander dropped his jaw, sweat pouring down like rain as he gasped. Reincarnation? The bearded commander couldn't keep his composure either, shouting in outrage. Does such a cheating talent really exist? This guy should only be level 60, but his true strength must far exceed that. The spiky-haired guy's face turned gray as he added another cruel truth. That's not all. I've also heard some terrifying rumors about these reincarnation-type talents. The analysis screen for Visa's stats showed only mysterious question marks. The spiky-haired guy's voice sounded steady. The scariest thing about this skill is that after each reincarnation, attribute stats are powerfully enhanced. Furthermore, the more times one reincarnates, the more terrifyingly boundless the attribute growth becomes. At the same time, in the brutal area where Team Sunha is located, a male member was struggling to carry the female captain through the dense forest. The short-haired girl winced in pain and cried out in panic, "Captain, the wound is bleeding again." The teams from Country N and Country G are so despicable, they dared to conspire to ambush us. If it weren't for them, Fuang Vai wouldn't have been imprisoned until now, and the boss wouldn't be injured. The female leader lowered her head, her gaze filled with immense sorrow mixed with determination. "The sacrifices of Triu Min and Tran Qian will not be in vain," the man replied. "Now is not the time to be sad. We have wasted too much time trying to escape this situation. Speed up, otherwise, the situation will get worse once you encounter those monsters." She hurriedly replied, "Understood." No sooner had the words left her lips than a shower of sharp, whistling arrows tore through the air from above, causing the male teammate to only be able to widen his eyes in terror. The spear wielder hurriedly lunged forward, using his weapon to deflect the attack, roaring in anger. "Who's there?" From the shadows, the predator team of the Eclipse Guild from Country F emerged. Captain Visa smirked cruelly. I didn't expect that on the way to kill Jiang Kai, I would be able to kill a few more from Team Sanha first. Beneath the pointed hat, his deep blue eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent as he arrogantly declared, My name is Visa. Remember this name well. It will be the nightmare of your lives. Facing the terrifying pressure radiating from the enemy, the spear wielder broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and muttering, This guy gives off such an intense sense of oppression. Realizing the situation was hanging by a thread, Tuzhang quickly put the young man down, deciding to risk it all. Tuzhang swung her shield and lunged straight at the enemy, bravely shouting, Big brother, I will hold them off, ignoring the panicked screams of her male teammate behind her. Tuzhang, it's dangerous. Seeing the prey offering herself up, Visa smirked, revealing the smile of a grim reaper, his voice grating as he mocked, Want to run away? Once I have my eyes on you, there is no chance of escape. Just as he finished speaking, the sword-wielding Viz darted forward like a whirlwind, arrogantly declaring, Let me play with you lot myself. Seeing the evil deity rushing in, the short-haired girl gritted her teeth against the pain. She leaped high into the air and swung her sword down with a powerful strike. But Viz's speed was freakishly fast. He glided aside with ease, leaving her stunned and gasping in midair. Below them, Jiang Kai stared in shock, unable to react to the sheer disparity in their power. Instantly, Viz swung his sword in a brutal arc that tore through the ground, creating a gruesome explosion of gore that sent the young man flying. Seeing her comrade collapse in a pool of blood, the girl screamed in sheer desperation. Driven by blind rage, Jiang Kai ignored her bleeding wounds and charged madly toward Viz, shouting, You maniac, I'll risk my life to take you down. Facing his out-of-control prey, Viz coldly channeled his aura into his blade, unleashing his ultimate technique, Blizzard Slash. The girl continued to charge with her eyes closed, ignoring the call of death, when suddenly a warning shout echoed from behind. Look out! A large hand reached out in a hurry, shoving her hard to the side to escape the trajectory of the lethal blade. The force of the slash erupted violently, shattering the ground and blasting them both away amid a cloud of dust. Stumbling on the ground, the girl looked up in a panic at the back of the person who had just saved her life. She called out in shock, Captain! The bearded captain leaped high into the air, gripping his greatsword with both hands to unleash his most powerful move, Overlord's Blade. The blade, carrying overwhelming power, tore through the air and crashed down directly onto the head of the evil Viz, who stood motionless. The strike landed, creating a staggering shockwave. The captain broke into a triumphant smile. Got him. But before the smile could fully bloom, it vanished, and his pupils shrank in absolute terror. The captain broke into a cold sweat as the bitter truth dawned on him. Damn it, it was just a decoy. While he was still hanging in the air, Viz's true form appeared freakishly high in the sky. Viz's eyes glowed with lethal energy. He gritted his teeth and shouted his finishing move, Phantom Slayer Strike. The captain and the girl below looked up at the shadow of death looming over them, their faces twisted in despair. Countless razor-sharp sword auras crisscrossed and rained down like a torrential downpour, tearing through space and leaving the victims time only to let out tragic screams. After the swift execution, Viz landed on the ground as softly as a falling leaf. Behind him, the captain knelt in the ravaged dirt, his body bleeding profusely, but his hands still stubbornly gripped his greatsword, refusing to collapse. Viz sauntered over, coldly extinguishing any flicker of hope. I told you, my prey doesn't have a way out. Whether it's you or Jiang Kai, any last words you want to say? The captain panted, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet he still smirked with arrogance, answering firmly, Jiang Kai will definitely win the championship for Saint Radiance. The smile on Viz's face vanished. He cruelly raised his arm for the final judgment. Oh, I'm afraid your last wish won't come true. A massive magical blade, glowing blood red, materialized, carrying the murderous name, Blood Execution. The blood sword cruelly pierced through the captain's chest. Fresh blood splattered, painting a stretch of the forest red. The captain's eyes went blank, his life force fully drained, as he collapsed before the ruthless attack. His body dissolved into fragmented digital data particles that rose into the air, leaving a glowing gold rescue card that fell neatly into Viz's hand. The man, wearing a triumphant smile, brought the cold-blooded massacre to an end. Standing before the three mangled corpses of the Sun Ha team, Viz gave a cold snort. He said sarcastically, Humph, the way I see it, these guys weren't even worth your help. They just make your hands dirty. The lackey beside him reported the loot excitedly. Boss, with these three, we've got 7 rescue cards now. Viz curled his lip into a devious smile, his eyes shining with a crazed ambition. Issue the command. Use the target lock card. He hissed inwardly, Jiang Kai, I can't wait to see you again. At the same time, the scene shifted to the central control room, where the blonde commander frowned and analyzed with anxiety. I remember Lu Duchuan's personal strength was outstanding, and his most recent ability assessment was S rank. Yet he was killed by this guy so easily. If he runs into him, will Jiang Kai even have a chance to win? Hearing this, the blonde commander's face turned heavy, and he could only remain in utter silence. Back at the fierce battlefield in a dense forest, where giant trees were snapped in half and lay scattered over large boulders, Jiang Kai was still struggling, clinging tightly to a towering tree, his eyes cautiously observing everything. Memories rewound to 20 minutes ago. The moment the giant smashed the old tree, Jiang Kai had leaped to grab onto this one, cold sweat drenching his forehead. His eyes widened, holding his breath as he pressed his body against the rough bark, waiting for a miracle. Below, the crystal stone giant was still calmly walking forward. It rotated its coarse stone body, its glowing red eyes darting around in search, its heavy footsteps crushing the plants around it. The next second, vines constricted and crushed the stone giant, creating shockwaves that shattered the rocks into pieces that flew everywhere. Losing its balance, the tree on the giant's back fell freely, making Jiang Kai panic for a moment. Suddenly, the system chimed with a life-saving notification. Crystal Stone Giant is in hibernation mode. Time remaining, 19 minutes and 59 seconds. Jiang Kai's eyes sharpened strangely. He calculated the time. 15 minutes have passed already. These monsters will wake up in 5 minutes. Suddenly, rustling sounds echoed. In the distance, the dim silhouettes of a group of people appeared, following one another into the foggy area. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes in caution. His keen intuition told him, someone's coming. The group that had just appeared was the Seagull team from the Ha Nation. The purple-haired captain grumbled bitterly while marching. I really don't know how Huao Chi Man and the others could have lost. With so many people, they couldn't kill Jiang Kai? If Saint Radiance hadn't led people to launch a second wave of attacks, Jiang Kai wouldn't have been able to escape. Just thinking about it makes me furious. He continued to raise his voice, acting aggressively and giving orders. Anyway, let's kill everyone from Saint Radiance first to vent our anger. After that, the rest of us can compete for the top 3. Based on our intel, Jiang Kai is nearby. Our team has been tracking him closely with the target lock card. This time, he won't be able to escape. After walking a short distance, the purple-haired man suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, pointing ahead and shouting, "Look!" Through the fog, Viz's predator team has also appeared. The purple-haired man frowned, confused. That's strange. The target should have been right around here. The teammate next to him broke into a cold sweat, whispering in a low voice, "Isn't this the predator team that refused to form an alliance earlier, claiming they wanted to take down Jiang Kai single-handedly? Now, despite many teams from different nations having lost so many members, they've been fighting alone and remained completely unscathed." The purple-haired guy sneered, jealously mocking the other's survival. Just a stroke of dumb luck. Today, I'm definitely taking Jiang Kai's head. Across from him, V calmly asked his subordinate if they'd found Jiang Kai yet. The henchman hurriedly reported, "I've checked everywhere nearby, but there's nothing. The target lock tag is clearly showing he's right here." Overhearing the conversation, the purple-haired guy from the H Nation team cursed furiously. Damn it, did that brat realize something was wrong and run away? He stepped toward the large rock beneath the massive fallen tree, looking up without realizing that Jiang Kai was pressing himself flat right above his head. Suddenly, he froze, as if sensing something amiss. His eyes widened as he muttered, "Is there someone in the tree?" His face turned pale. He looked up and shouted his enemy's name at the top of his lungs. Jiang Kai. From high above, Jiang Kai looked down at the noisy crowd with eyes as still as deep water, a confident, lopsided smirk playing on his lips. What a pity. The prey you are so desperately hunting is, in reality, the hunter. The purple-haired guy's screaming threw the whole area into chaos. A thug startled, asking urgently, "Jiang Kai? What do you mean? Where is he? Did anyone see Jiang Kai?" The purple-haired guy pointed a trembling finger straight at the top of the broken tree, yelling frantically, "Look! Jiang Kai is hiding up there." Jiang Kai stood proudly on the tree trunk. The purple-haired guy found it strange and raised a question. "Why isn't Jiang Kai moving? Is he restricted?" Vi's team also looked up, the subordinate frowning in confusion as he countered. "Restricted? No, that can't be right. His position marker was clearly moving earlier." Tong Ming saw through his enemy's ploy. The purple-haired guy went ballistic, berating Jiang Kai's cunning. "Last time you used a decoy, and this time you're pretending to be restricted? Jiang Kai, besides your cheap tricks, do you have any actual skill? The target lock is still visible. You're perfectly free to move. Stop acting. The teammate in sunglasses chimed in, bitter and spiteful. Exactly. He used a decoy before to kill Huo Kiman. Just look at his expression. He's definitely lying. Ignoring the clowns barking below, Jiang Kai remained calm, clinging tightly to the tree trunk while silently assessing the situation. At a rough estimate, there were 60 or 70 of them. The current situation wasn't in his favor. He absolutely could not let his guard down. Until then, he just had to keep them occupied. While he was calculating, Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed with intense focus. That guy. On the ground, Vi was staring up at him, a fierce, suffocating red killing intent radiating from his body, making Jiang Kai silently exclaim, "What intense bloodlust!" Vi took a step forward, drawing his Cold Dawn sword and wearing a cruel, provocative smile. There was a guy named Lu Daichuan, from St. Brilliance, right? His team was wiped out by me. He raised his sharp blade high, cruelly mocking the opponent's sacrifice. What a pity. A bunch of losers who didn't even know how to fight back. I used this blade to decapitate one and hacked 2 others to death with my sword. Vi's face twisted into a demonic grin, delivering a bloody declaration of war that pushed Jiang Kai's rage to the limit. My name is Visa. Jiang Kai, don't you want to avenge your comrades? Seeing through the enemy's cruelty, Jiang Kai's eyes turned bloodshot with absolute fury. He gritted his teeth, growling. This bastard killed Brother Lu and the others? Not giving the prey time to breathe, Vi lunged forward, swinging his razor-sharp sword and ordering his comrades. Strike. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy swept across the ground, carrying the power to plow through everything in its path. The captain cruelly pointed his sword at Jiang Kai, yelling arrogantly, "I want to see if your dirty little tricks can actually kill me." Facing the destructive attack rushing toward him, Jiang Kai still clung tightly to the tree, his skin beaded with sweat, but his eyes were unnervingly sharp. He counted the rhythm internally. This is it. As the sword energy struck, tearing through the bark, Jiang Kai sprang into action. Below, the seagull team from the H Nation was knocked off balance by the shockwave. The purple-haired captain shouted in utter confusion. What the hell is going on? While dodging, Jiang Kai glanced at the windows, displaying the countdown timer, beating like a death knell. 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. Just in time, the system's vibrant blue notification box popped up. Time remaining, 0 minutes. Hibernation mode ended. The corners of Jiang Kai's mouth curled up into the cunning smile of someone in total control. Perfect timing. Below, Vi froze, and Dongzi recoiled as he felt something unnatural from the rocks beneath their feet. Suddenly, a giant crystal stone golem awakened, breaking through its camouflage, rising with terrifying power. Right after that, an entire army of giant stone golems awoke in unison, surging upward and forming an overwhelming wall. The people below turned as white as a sheet, screaming in terror and scattering in every direction. Damn it, it's an army of crystal stone golems. No wonder the global information tag said there were monsters nearby. But I didn't see any earlier. Run. If we don't run now, we're all going to die here. Watching the remnants of the squads frantically scrambling for their lives, Jiang Kai hovered in the air, waving his hand with a cold laugh. "Want to run? The hunter hasn't given you permission yet. Death card, go." The card, carrying the power of command, tore through the wind and flew straight into the smoke-filled battlefield. It zipped forward, making the fleeing mercenaries look back in astonishment and confusion. The very next second, the card continuously pierced through their bodies. The impact, carrying destructive force, slammed into the ground, embedding deep into the fragile rock. The collision created a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion. The H Nation team, unlucky enough to take the full force of the shockwave, were tossed into the air like broken puppets, screaming in agony. Visa struggled, weaving through the stone waves, gritting his teeth in frustration as he ran. That bastard Jiang Kai. He's actually been with these monsters this whole time? Damn it. How on earth did he manage to subjugate them? While fleeing, Vi looked up, stunned, at the massive stone wall cracking and shifting. Seeing the stone golem slamming down toward his head, his eyes widened in absolute panic as death loomed near. In that split second, Vi gasped in desperation and shouted, deploying his final secret technique, wood bone decoy. Luckily for him, just as the tree smashed down, he had managed to disappear. From the dried-up stream beneath the ruined crevice, a wave of magic. A small, pale blue bird tore through the water, darting out to make its escape. High above, the remaining hunters were buried by massive boulders, tumbling helplessly into the abyss, their desperate screams silenced by the thunderous roar of the collapse. While destruction reigned below, Jiang Kai clung to a tree, glowing with a brilliant light as the system announced his victory. Redemption card successfully used. You have broken free from the imprisonment state. Reclaiming his freedom, Jiang Kai leaped high into the sky. Boldly leaving the chaotic battlefield and the hunters who were now buried deep beneath the earth, Jiang Kai smiled to himself, feeling incredibly smug. Success. He landed gracefully on a thick branch, having narrowly escaped the imprisonment light. Standing high above, looking down at the giant stone army stomping along, he thought to himself. As expected, borrowing the hand of a king-tier boss to take out the trash, those pests were dealt with faster than I thought. However, remembering Vai's crazed smile, Jiang Kai's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth in regret. It was a shame he hadn't been able to avenge Brother Liu and the others, and that he'd let that bastard get away. Still, he looked down at his hands, currently glowing with magic cards, and smiled to comfort himself. But walking away with a whole pile of redemption cards at once, this is a massive score. Meanwhile, at the military command center, a tense analysis meeting was underway. The bearded commander stood before the large screen, directing the technician. Slow the playback down to 10%. Enhance the projection analysis at the 9.2-second mark. The technician, beads of sweat on his forehead, typed furiously and replied, "Understood." The screen immediately replayed the moment Jiang Kai leaped from the tree in midair. The blonde commander's eyes widened in shock. Is that the kid, Jiang Kai? He was hiding in a tree. No wonder we couldn't find him." The spiky-haired commander smirked, nodding as if it all made sense. "So that was your plan, Jiang Kai." Seeing this, the bearded commander asked impatiently, "Commander Wei, what on earth is going on?" Commander Wei calmly explained. "That monster is called a crystal stone giant. Despite being incredibly powerful, it has a fatal weakness. It lacks both scent and hearing, relying solely on ground vibrations to track its prey." He analyzed it with a look of awe. As long as he didn't touch the ground before it locked onto a target, it would never have been able to detect him. Reviewing the entire sequence, he summarized, "When Jiang Kai was first imprisoned, he must have hidden in the tree, which is why the stone giant couldn't find him. After that, the tree accidentally became a weapon for the king-tier monster, and he could only hang on and follow its movements." The blonde commander nodded in agreement. "That's right. Even though he couldn't move while imprisoned, you all just saw that he has a secret weapon. I suspect that weapon can be controlled by thought." The bearded commander broke into a sweat, terrified, as he concluded. With the help of that powerful stone giant, he used his secret weapon to kill players, collect redemption cards, and successfully saved himself twice. For Jiang Kai to survive in such a hopeless situation, I'm truly impressed. However, Commander Wei frowned solemnly. Breaking the chains was just the beginning. The real challenge is what he and the Fire God team will have to face next. Half an hour later, in the gloomy forest, Jiang Kai was sprinting through the dense foliage. Suddenly, he froze, cold sweat breaking out as an ominous feeling washed over him. This feeling, it's starting again. As soon as he finished, a massive pillar of light tore through the sky, followed by the emotionless voice of the system. The second stage of the global championship has ended. The next stage will now begin. The map turned a blood-red color. The system coldly announced devastating news. Inside the map, the monster invasion speed had increased by 200%. Simultaneously, the shadows of countless monster swarms appeared, flooding into the map at a dizzying pace. The new rules were immediately announced. Every team would have one non-imprisoned member fall into the state of imprisonment. Those imprisoned cannot move on their own, but they can be moved by others, rescued by others, and killed by others. A giant 30-minute countdown clock appeared in the sky like a death warrant. Everyone who remained imprisoned and was not released within 30 minutes would explode and die. Not stopping there, an image of a magic card with a sparkling question mark appeared. A functional item will be added to the redemption zone. Hearing the new set of rules, Jiang Kai's face became deadly serious. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "The competition has gotten even harsher. And it's self-destructing, too? If I hadn't escaped earlier, I definitely would have exploded into pieces in 30 minutes. The system continued to ring out. The third random imprisonment cycle is about to begin. Jiang Kai broke into a sweat, scrambling to find a hiding spot. Is it going to be me again? I have to hide first. The cruel countdown timer ticked down. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Jiang Kai froze, blinking in confusion. What? This time? He looked down at his two completely free hands, his eyes brightening with pure joy as he cheered, "It's not me!" But his joy was short-lived. He suddenly stopped, letting out a gasp of surprise when he saw a brilliant pink-purple magic pillar shooting straight into the sky from the far depths of the forest. Following the vibrant purple light, the system suddenly gave a warm notification. Congratulations, you have discovered the redemption zone. Immediately after, detailed instructions were provided. Touch the stone stela and use redemption cards to exchange for the corresponding functional items. Jiang Kai looked up, curious. Is this a place of salvation? Approaching it, he scanned the rows of VIP options floating around. Location maps, single target teleportation cards, and even target lock cards. And that wasn't all there were. Debuff removal cards and global information cards that made him lick his lips in desire. The effects of these cards all seem pretty sweet. However, as he took another step forward, his feet stopped in front of a special stone stele. It was a massive card that caught his eye. Arena card. Choose an enemy and a team member to enter a deathmatch arena. Fight until one side is eliminated. The advantage is that you are immune to all external damage. Exchange price, 30 redemption cards. Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat as he did the math. 30 cards that wipes out over half of the fortune I've been working so hard to save. That's a steep price. Despite the sting in his wallet, a sly, calculating gleam flickered in his eyes. However, this exorbitant cost also meant that the system had identified its strategic value as far surpassing those measly little cards. Clenching his fist, he smirked in analysis, forcing the target into the arena. It seems this is the only attack card left in the deck. Driven more by guts than by brains, he waved his hand, summoning a pile of cards with a confident grin. I love having the initiative. With that, Jiang Kai slammed his hand onto the radiant light beacon, decisively locking in the deal. Might as well take a gamble. 3 minutes passed like a gust of wind. Jiang Kai stood there like a seasoned player, despite his meager remaining balance of redemption cards. 5. Surrounded by his newly acquired high-end loot. 1 arena card, 1 map locator card, and 1 single target teleport card. The system even thoughtfully noted that 2 additional cards had been exchanged. Looking out toward the deep forest, he let out a sigh of relief and began mapping out a plan. That settled the trouble of being imprisoned and netted him 3 handy prop cards. Now, the most important task was to quickly reunite with True 2 and the others. His eyes suddenly dimmed with worry, only wondering how unlucky they were, who among them had fallen for the imprisonment penalty this time. Meanwhile, in a field of overgrown grass, a figure lay flattened against the ground like a gecko. 3 members of the Fire God team, Yuan Chu, the pink-haired girl, and the purple-haired girl rushed over, calling out for the victim, Nguyen Vu, in confusion. The chubby Nguyen Vu lay face down in the dirt, sweating profusely, his expression 3 parts helpless and 7 parts resigned. He was simply speechless. Hu Nian Huang turned, realizing that this time, Nguyen Vu had landed on the imprisoned tile, while True 2 ground his teeth in frustration. This third phase had started too quickly. They had just barely escaped the ambush and managed to scrape together 4 redemption cards. How were they supposed to have enough money to save Nguyen Vu? Su Ai panted, her face full of exhaustion as she complained. After a series of fierce battles, everyone was drained. Under such high pressure, finding Jiang Kai was already like looking for a needle in a haystack, let alone finding a way to scrounge up more redemption cards. Just as they were in a tangled mess, a glowing green system panel suddenly slammed down in front of her. Now delivering the latest global information to you. A 3D globe image appeared, accompanied by terrifying numbers. Current survivors, 305. Number of teams, 75. Monster invasion progress, 542 commander tier monsters, 61 king tier monsters, and their range of activity was now only 38 kilometers from the edge of the competition zone. Hunian screamed in horror. Over 600 people were wiped out in the second phase? With the monster sweep speed accelerating like this, it looks like the final battle is about to come crashing down on us. Suddenly, the surrounding bushes shook violently. Yuan Chu snapped his head around and shouted, "Who's there?" A bald guy carrying a spear stepped out from the bushes with a sinister smile. "We've been stalking you for a while now. All 4 of you are injured. Plus, 1 is tied up and can barely move, and another is just a healing support low on mana. That leaves only 2 patients capable of fighting. Oh my. With 4 redemption cards gift-wrapped like this, how could we possibly refuse?" Without hesitation, the Fire God team immediately entered a defensive stance, ready to engage. Yuan Chu drew his sword and roared, "If you've got the guts, come over here and try to touch the Fire God team." Another enemy lunged out from somewhere, swinging a weapon. "Humph. You're shaking while holding that sword and you want to threaten someone? Billy, finish these bugs off quickly, and grab those redemption cards." The guy named Billy laughed boisterously. "Sure thing, I'll chop all their heads off and get that loot." At that critical, life or death moment, Magic cards glowing with a brilliant golden flame flashed down from the sky like guardian deities. A blinding explosion blasted the enemies into the air, causing them to scream in agony. The entire Fire God team stood stunned for a few seconds before simultaneously realizing who their savior was. This familiar dart, this familiar ambush style. Yuan Chu grinned from ear to ear. This familiar, aggressive counterattack. Stepping out from the misty smoke like a movie star, Jiang Kai smoothed his hair and laughed sheepishly. Sorry, I had to deal with 3 ambushes on the way, so I'm a bit late. Everyone's eyes lit up like high beams. Yuan Chu was both happy and suspicious. He pinched his own cheek, winced at the pain, and then rubbed it. Wait a second, ow, that's real. It's not a dream. But weren't you imprisoned? Jiang Kai, and the 2 girls beside him chimed in. Exactly. We searched until our eyes were blurry and couldn't find you. How did you manage to find us so easily? Jiang Kai waved his hand, his expression turning serious and urgent. It's a long story. The 3rd phase of the monster tide has accelerated by 200%. There isn't much time left. Let's save Nguyenvu first. We'll talk about my situation later. Yuan Chu's excited expression immediately settled down. He scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, but we're still exactly 1 redemption card short of a full set. Without a word, Jiang Kai reached out to the amazement of the whole team. A stack of brilliant, shimmering, golden redemption cards appeared, hitting everyone right in the eyes. With a boom, a magic circle radiating a golden light enveloped the limp body of Nguyenvu. The chubby guy sprang up as if he had springs attached, raised his hands to the sky, and shouted emotionally, I'm free. It was accompanied by the sweet confirmation from the system. Redemption card used successfully. You have been freed from the imprisoned state. The whole group was left wide-eyed and stunned, completely frozen. Yuan Chu stared at the debris scattered on the ground and stammered. What the heck? So you were tailing that giant stone golem this whole time? Yuan Chu lunged forward, hugging Jiang Kai tightly, shaking him while singing his praises to the high heavens. Only our Captain Kai has the guts the size of the sky to use a king-tier boss as a grinding tool. A king-tier boss? For crying out loud! Under the enthusiastic embrace, Jiang Kai laughed smugly. Heh, don't you guys see who your leader is? It's top tier, isn't it? Remembering the crazed appearance of Visa, Jiang Kai's eyes dimmed, and he sighed with deep regret. It's just a shame that I still haven't been able to take revenge for Brother Luke and the others with my own hands. Seeing his captain suddenly lose his mood, Yuan Chu stepped forward, patted his chest firmly, and encouraged him passionately. Captain Kai, getting revenge for Brother Luke's team isn't just your responsibility alone. You've got us brothers here too. Hu Nian, standing beside him, also clenched her fist and nodded firmly. That's right. Yuan Chu quickly opened his hand, generously giving the shimmering golden cards to Jiang Kai. By the way, Kai, these are the 4 redemption cards we sweated blood to collect so far. Jiang Kai did some quick mental math, then rubbed his chin and nodded. Nice. Plus, the 5 cards I had left over after shopping for props and the few I accidentally picked up along the way, we've got a small fortune totaling 23 cards. He carefully put them away, knitting his brows as he calculated for the future. However, we still don't know what the twisted rules of the 4th phase will be, so we'll just keep them tucked away as a safety net to be sure. Hearing that, Hu Nian tilted her head, curious. So, what are we going to do next? Jiang Kai's lips curled into a bright, confident grin. We're going to find the rest of the stragglers from the red team and draft up a brand new battle plan. At the same time, on another gloomy forest trail, fresh blood spatters on the ground signaled the dire state of the 2 red team veterans, Tran and Ha, who were hobbling along painfully. Suddenly, a figure leaped down from above, blocking their path, making the 2 old-timers jump out of their skin. Their hearts pounded and their legs shook as they cried out in confusion. It turned out the obstacle was none other than Jiang Kai, leading the Fire God team to rescue their comrades. Yuan Chu waved excitedly. Tran? Huh? Tran's eyes widened, his mouth stuttering in disbelief at this magical appearance. Little Jiang Kai, how on earth did you find us? Wait a second. Did you drop a fortune to buy that ridiculously expensive global tracking card? Jiang Kai grinned widely, nodding smugly without trying to hide it. Spot on. Hearing that, Tran let out a sigh, looking at the juniors with a mix of regret and admiration. We actually crawled past the redemption zone earlier and thought about trading for it, but it's a shame we had to sacrifice all our cards just to break that damn imprisonment status. You youngsters today really are something else, truly formidable. In the middle of their conversation, Tran suddenly remembered something important, his expression shifting to anxious worry. Oh, that's right. Where's the Sunha team? The moment their old teammates' names were mentioned, the mood plummeted to freezing. Jiang Kai hung his head, his voice choking up. Lu and the others, they've all heroically sacrificed themselves. The devastating news hit like a bolt from the blue. Tran and Ha stood frozen in their tracks, sinking into a sorrowful, heavy silence, before quickly bracing themselves to lighten the gloomy atmosphere. Jiang Kai lifted his head, his sharp eyes issuing a bold invitation. Tran, Ha, I'm planning a final sprint for the finish line, but I should warn you it's a bit risky. Are you two willing to join us and go all out? The two battered veterans exchanged a meaningful glance. It was as if a single look was enough to understand each other's hearts. Without a second's hesitation, Tran slammed his sword into the ground and laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the mountains. Ha ha ha. What is there to think about? This cruel war has already heartlessly taken 3 of our brothers. Every breath we take now is something we've clawed for. His fighting spirit surged. He swung his sword, swearing grandly, for the holy light and for the brothers who have fallen, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire ahead, this old life of mine will pave the way. Tran's passionate speech moved the entire Fire God team. Everyone felt their spirits ignite, their eyes shining with admiration. But before he could even look cool for 3 seconds, Tran clutched his chest and hunched over, spitting out a mouthful of blood due to his severe internal injuries. Cough, cough, cough. The group panicked, rushing to support him. Yuan Chu shouted in a panic, Tran, while Tran could only wipe the blood away, forcing a sheepish smile to cover his embarrassment. Cough. Sorry for making you kids laugh at me. Cold sweat poured down his face as he murmured with a sense of tragic resignation. This broken-down body of mine is surely going to become a 1,000-pound anchor dragging you guys down. Before the veteran could descend further into self-pity, Jiang Kai immediately turned and gestured for orders. Su Ai, girl with the pink hair, step up and use your healing spell immediately gently soothe their wounds. Tran. Ha. Don't you worry. I'll take care of these injuries. Just 30 minutes later, in another dense corner of the forest, the whole group had gathered. They stood bravely, perched on a massive ancient tree branch like a flock of birds taking shelter from a storm. Still unable to wrap their heads around it, Tran impatiently questioned. Jiang Kai, what exactly is special about this tree? You waited for our wounds to heal and dragged us all up here, but you still haven't told us what this plan is supposed to be. Contrary to the elder's impatience, Jiang Kai calmly laid his cards on the table. The truth is, I ran into a monster vanguard earlier. It was a horde of crystal rock giants accompanied by a massive king-level boss. I quickly used a target-locking card to pin its location, and I'm certain that boss will be leading the herd past this area soon. He curled his lips into the cunning smile of a seasoned predator. We just need to tail them closely the whole way, and we'll cleverly dodge every single fight, just drifting along until the very end. Tran heard this and nearly slipped off the tree branch, shouting in utter despair. What? Tail a king-level monster? Are you sure we're following it? Or are we heading straight to the afterlife to throw our lives away for nothing? Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead, Tran's pupils shrinking. His brain seemed to have completely shut down in the face of this reckless, suicidal plan from the young captain. Despite the cold sweat, Tran gritted his teeth and made his decision. However, given our current tattered state, if we want to hold out until the end, I'm afraid there is no choice but to close our eyes and take this gamble. Ha, standing next to him, nodded in agreement. That's right. At this point, we have to bet it all. Jiang Kai, we trust you. Seeing the 2 seniors still nervous, Yuan Chu confidently patted his chest with a thud. You two can rest easy. Following others might get you killed, but following our Kai means we're staying alive for sure. The chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, echoed firmly. Just then, the ground shook violently as a massive stone foot slammed down right next to the group. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. He lowered his voice to warn Yuan Chu, Su Ai, Hu Nian, and the 2 seniors stay as tense as a guitar string. It's here. From deep within the forest, an entire legion of rock giants rumbled forward, sweeping away everything in their path like an unstoppable road roller. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai leaped onto a high tree branch and shouted his orders. Jump, grab the tree trunks tight. As long as no one falls to the ground, they'll be blind and won't be able to detect us. The Fire God team and the Red team shouted in unison, then all transformed into ninjas, nimbly climbing up the towering trees while the monsters trudged along right beneath them. Meanwhile, in another location by a stream, the guy wearing the hood was sitting cross-legged, his body wrapped in bandages, blood oozing out miserably. He clutched his wounds, gritting his teeth, cursing bitterly. That was close. I almost didn't dodge it. But how can that brat Jiang Kai control a king-level crystal rock giant boss like that? As he was busy cursing under his breath, his pupils suddenly constricted. A chilling, murderous intent struck him, making him jump. In a flash, he dodged the attack, roaring furiously. "Get out here!" Right where he had been sitting, the large boulders were shattered by an invisible force, scattering debris everywhere. From within the dusty haze, slow footsteps approached, along with a monotonous, mocking voice. Possessing two god-tier swordmaster talents, complete reincarnation and bloodied phantom image, the figure revealed himself to be a blond man in a sharp suit, with a massive, armored bodyguard behind him. The blond man smirked. "Visa, your strength is always unfairly underestimated." Visa's face darkened, his mind racing. Information about the reincarnation technique might have leaked to some countries already, but the bloodied phantom image? I've barely used that in public more than 3 times. Seeing the blond man's smug smile, Visa broke into a cold sweat. How the hell does this guy know me inside out? Not bothering to hide his bloodlust, Visa gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who the hell are you guys?" The blond man twirled an object in his hand, curling his lip with a playful smirk. "My name is Willis." "Relax. I'm not in the mood to fight right now." He held out a glowing blue syringe and casually offered it. "This is a Tier 3 rapid recovery serum. It can replace all the blood in your body in just 3 short minutes. I begged an alchemist friend of mine for it, so consider it a gift." Seeing the look of daggers he was getting, he clicked his tongue, pretending to be hurt. "You're probably wondering why I'm being so nice, right? Or maybe you're afraid I poisoned it." Thinking that really breaks my heart. Visa remained in a state of high alert, his gaze sharp as a blade, never leaving the man. Willis, the blonde, crossed his arms with a fake gentlemanly air. "Relax, I'm not low enough to ambush a cripple. In this tournament, you must have heard the name Jiang Kai, right?" Mentioning a worthy rival, his voice was filled with regret. Rumor has it that the brat hasn't even hit level 40, yet he wiped out the entire qualifiers single-handedly. "Unfortunately, I was stuck on a mission that day and missed the chance to spar with him. It's killing me." He chuckled coldly, continuing to incite him. "Such an interesting guy. I bet you're just as interested in him as I am, aren't you?" Visa furrowed his brows and replied coldly. "So what?" Pointing directly at the wound on Visa's back, which was oozing a deep purple mana. The man confidently diagnosed him. "That wound, you can tell just by looking it was caused by a king-tier monster. 3 more minutes, and the toxins will reach your heart." He continued his psychological pressure. "If any other team catches you in this pathetic state, you can kiss your life goodbye. Do you really want to die for nothing here?" This made Visa break into a cold sweat, rendering him speechless. Walking slowly toward him, the man arrogantly declared, "In this tournament, only you and Jiang Kai are worthy of being my rivals. I'm dying of curiosity. I wonder, between the two of you, who is actually stronger?" His smile suddenly became manic and ambitious. "Because only the strongest is worthy of being my opponent." Upon hearing this, Visa clenched his fists, a flash of calculation in his eyes, and tossed the life-saving syringe forward. The man turned on his heel, looking back over his shoulder to mock his burly bodyguard. "Green, I trust our wise Mr. Visa here won't disappoint us, right?" Catching the green syringe, Visa stood silently in the woods, his mind frantically plotting a bloody plan to settle the score. Green, the bodyguard, frowned with concern and carefully asked the blonde leader, who was strolling away, "Boss, are you sure handing over supplies to an opponent is a good idea? What if it affects our ranking?" Willis stretched his body in a flamboyant way, smirked, and replied, "Ranking? What use is that meaningless thing? If it weren't for the fact that there are a few interesting opponents here and those old men in the military keep nagging me, I wouldn't have even bothered showing my face at this tournament." He licked his lips with sharp, ambitious eyes and whispered, "After all, in this country, it's been a long time since I found anyone worth warming up for. I only promised those old men I'd make it into the top 3. As for exactly what rank I get, that's for me to decide." Hearing his leader speak so recklessly, the hulking Green could only stay silent, staring wide-eyed without daring to mutter a word. Seeing his subordinate still hesitant, Willis glanced over his shoulder and growled, threatening him mercilessly. "Enough. I know you're annoyed, but you can't beat me. If you dare to question the captain's decision one more time, I'll personally send you out of this competition." Watching the arrogant back of his leader stride away, Green gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. What a cocky maniac. Back to Jiang Kai and his group. At this moment, they were still holding their breath, clinging to the tall trees like leeches, watching the massive army of stone giants marching right below. Manhwa clutched the tree bark tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but his face was radiant as he exclaimed, "This is truly insane. We've been tailing their tails this whole way without a single hitch, smooth sailing, and not a single hair of ours is harmed. The purple-haired beauty giggled, excitedly flattering them. Heh heh. Captain Kai's parasite strategy against monsters is the absolute best. Did you guys see the looks on the faces of that scaredy-cat team when they spotted us hiding in the trees before they got kicked out? Their mouths were hanging open wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. Ah ha ha. Yuan Chu laughed heartily, revealing his gap-toothed smile and slapping his thigh. I saw it. I saw it clearly. They were plotting to ambush our Holy Light team. Who would have thought we'd turn the tables and use the monsters to send them all packing? Haha, it feels so good. Unlike the lively atmosphere of the younger ones, Mr. Tran was deep in thought, tearing up, his voice dropping with regret. If I had thought of this brilliant plan sooner, perhaps no one on the red team would have lost their lives. Just as the group was perched on the trees, reminiscing, the giant stone horde below suddenly halted, all stopping in their tracks simultaneously. The pink-haired girl peered down, blinking innocently. Huh? Their movement speed seems to have slowed down. Did they walk too much and go on strike to rest? Jiang Kai immediately activated his skill, his eyes bright with seriousness as he explained, Does everyone remember what the rules said? As time nears the end, the monsters are pushed inward, gradually shrinking the area of operation for the participants. Gazing into the distance, he pointed toward a massive flow of energy swirling in the sky. Analyzing, there is an extremely powerful underground energy current vibrating not far from here. I was wondering what force was controlling the monster's invasion rhythm, and now I understand. He gave a confident smirk and stated clearly like a pro gamer, that is the death zone circle. No sooner had he spoken than the dense forest began to shake violently, as if the very ground was about to be overturned. Nguyen Vu, the chubby guy, nearly lost his grip and fell, his face turning pale as he shrieked. An earthquake? Oh my god! Jiang Kai sensed something was wrong. He whipped his head back, eyes scanning with extreme vigilance. From deep within the forest, ear-piercing roars echoed through the air. He shouted a warning. The other monsters have caught up. Thousands of blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes of various savage beasts emerged from the darkness. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, tense. The rock giants are blind, so they didn't spot us, but those monsters can. At that very moment, right before them, the rock giants, carrying massive tree trunks, stood looming at the edge of the safety zone boundary, refusing to step further, trapping the team between the barrier and the monsters. In that tense moment, Jiang Kai suddenly leaped from the tree branch and loudly commanded his teammates, Our chance is here. He landed gracefully, his entire body erupting in a brilliant, dazzling blue aura. Without missing a beat, the whole team followed their leader's signal, jumping down and landing perfectly within the safety boundary in a flash of light. Watching the giant stone figures get blocked right at the energy wall, Nguyen Vu breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow and smirking triumphantly. Just as I guessed, the monsters can't pass through. But Jiang Kai turned around, his expression solemn, throwing a bucket of cold water on the group's optimism. Once this barrier disappears, those monsters behind us will rush in all at once. Realizing the danger nipping at their heels, he waved his hand, issuing a quick order. Before this phase ends, we need to move, putting as much distance between us and those monsters as possible, the team shouted in unison. Understood, and bolted for their lives. 10 minutes later, in the eerie, silent forest, green leaves rustled as cold gusts of wind whipped past. Jiang Kai suddenly stopped, pressing his body against a massive, shady, ancient tree. He narrowed his eyes at the dense canopy in the distance, where the shadows of strangers were lurking. On a high branch, a dark figure crouched, calmly observing the movement below like a predator. Jiang Kai's pupils contracted, and he muttered a warning, the silence becoming terrifyingly heavy. The air suddenly grew thick. Nguyen Vu and Su Ai, along with all the other members, immediately broke into a cold sweat, eyes wide as they realized a major threat had emerged. Jiang Kai reached out from the darkness, igniting a murderous flame to spark the battle. He threw his throwing knives and shouted, Hu Nian. Immediately, the purple-haired girl raised her hands to summon a cyan magic circle, smiling arrogantly in response. Leave the shivering invincible blizzard to me, you fools. Dozens of sharp ice blocks rained down like a storm, piercing through the canopy and causing the hiding assassins to fall like overripe fruit, screaming in agony. Ah! Ouch! Before they could even celebrate, the ground shook violently as a spiked iron mace smashed brutally into the earth. A muscular, dark-skinned brute stepped out from behind a tree, sneering provocatively. Humph, you found us? That's just a show of force from the Water Tribe team, Cheetah Branch. From another direction, a seductive woman in a witch's hat glided out with her minions, her voice alluring and mocking. My. The Shengyao team's intuition is sharp indeed. I'll give you that. Let's officially mark the entry of the Water Mist team, Star Branch. The witch licked her red lips, casting a flirtatious glance toward him. The young captain is quick-witted, and quite handsome too. Responding to the intimidating greeting from the two enemy factions, Jiang Kai curled his lips into an extremely confident smile and retorted, "Did you really think we came here without any preparation?" Rewinding 3 minutes earlier, while the group was busy running for their lives, Su Ai had frantically opened the illusion system panel to report, "Now, I'll provide the latest global update." A holographic globe appeared, with chilling statistics. 25 participants remaining, 11 teams left. Monster invasion progress. 1,400 commander-level monsters, 100 king-level monsters, currently 298 kilometers from the edge of the competition zone. Yuan Shu frowned in shock, while Su Ai broke into a cold sweat analyzing the emergency. Only 11 teams left? With the monsters closing the circle, every team is being pushed toward the center. The deeper we go, the bloodier the battles will be. It seems the competition is reaching its climax. Back then, Jiang Kai had calmly kept running while exposing the enemy's plot. Excluding our own 2 Shengyao teams, the other 9 teams likely include groups from the same country. Teams familiar with each other's skills can easily cooperate. Hearing their leader, Su Ai clutched her chest in fear and frantically added to the terrifying hypothesis, "It's also possible that the remaining teams will form a new alliance to ambush our Shengyao team." Back to the present, Jiang Kai stood as firm as a spear, his sharp eyes scanning the area, remembering his earlier warning. This dense forest is the perfect hiding spot. The enemy could be lurking anywhere. Everyone, stay vigilant. At the first sign of movement, switch to combat mode immediately. As they were trading barbs, a noble-looking blonde man with a sword stepped out with his armored troops and snapped at the witch. "Alice, this isn't the time for daydreaming. Finish off these Shengyao weaklings first. Our 3 nations still have to determine who is the strongest." This officially brought the Flying Bird team, the Envoy team, and the Knight team into the fray. The scarred uncle, standing behind, sweated profusely, whispering to his teammate, who looked dumbfounded. Just as Jiang Kai said, they formed an alliance. Jiang Kai remained calm, facing the encirclement of the 3 powerful factions, and coldly spoke, "You've all arrived, haven't you?" But a small drop of cold sweat appeared as a doubt flashed in his mind. "Wait, I just sensed a very familiar aura." Before he could think further, the muscular dark-skinned brute from before leaped into the air, holding his giant mace high and screaming madly as he charged down. "Heh, brat, I alone am enough to smash you into a pile of minced meat." Before the hulking guy could finish his arrogant roar about mincing his opponent, a deadly, brilliant red beam suddenly tore through the air, streaking straight toward him. The strike was precise and lightning fast, leaving the burly leader only enough time to widen his eyes in terror as he felt the icy cold blade slice across his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and he collapsed with a pathetic, agonizing scream, followed by the panicked cries of his subordinates behind him. Immediately after, a sharp, crescent-shaped sword beam swept across, sending all the remaining members of the cheetah squad flying into the air. The blonde-haired knight captain stood there, leaning on his sword with a smug, cold smile. "How lucky," he mused. "That's one less troublesome rival." Just then, slow, deliberate footsteps echoed across the battlefield, accompanied by a cold voice aimed directly at the captain. "Jiang Kai, I bet you didn't see this coming." A dapper man in a blue trench coat appeared, his wide-brimmed hat obscuring half his face, while his eyes flashed with a blood-red, murderous glint. "In the end, you and that trashy Sainta squad can't escape my grasp." Standing before his teammates, Jiang Kai maintained his cold, stoic expression, and calmly replied, "So, you all are still alive. I see." From behind a tree, the arrogant, platinum-haired captain from the Dai Kingdom strolled out with his giant comrade, a mysterious smirk on his face. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, observing the 2 newcomers carefully, thinking to himself, "They don't look like they're from the Y Kingdom, do they? Especially that blonde guy. There's something about him that makes me feel strangely uneasy." Seeing their old enemies, the team immediately drew their weapons. Su Ai and the girl with purple hair shouted in fury, "Was it you who killed Lu and the others? Today, I'll avenge him." The teammates around them joined in the shouting. "That's right." The assassin in the wide-brimmed hat let out a scornful laugh and suddenly dashed forward like a bolt of blue lightning. "Too bad you all don't even deserve to kneel at my feet and beg for mercy." Jiang Kai leaped into the air to dodge the attack, heroically declaring war. "Don't be so arrogant. Your life is mine. I will take it to honor Lu's spirit." Seeing the perfect opening while the enemy was distracted, the blonde knight swung his sword, ordering his allies, The St. Du team has the numerical advantage. This is our chance, let's wipe out one of their squads first. However, the seductive witch looked annoyed, purple magic erupting from her body in a sinister display. Humph, don't tell me what to do. Immediately, a massive, dark purple magic circle enveloped Yuan Chu, Su Ai, and Nguyen Vu, catching them completely off guard. Under the influence of the demonic light, the eyes of Yuan Chu, Nguyen Vu, Su Ai, and Hu Nian all turned a delirious pink, their expressions turning vacant as they lost their will to fight. The group suddenly clutched their heads and began to sob uncontrollably, weeping with grief inside the magic sphere. Jiang Kai, who was mid-battle, turned back in shock. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, while their prey was defenseless, the enemy knights drew their swords and roared, charging forward to wipe them out completely. Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he realized the situation was dire. Damn it. Yuan Chu and the others have been hit by a mind control spell. If this keeps up, they're definitely going to die. Not wasting another second, he immediately turned and bolted toward his teammates. I have to save them first. But right at that moment, the assassin in the wide-brimmed hat descended from the sky, blocking his path with a ghostly grin. Kid, didn't I tell you that you were my prey? He swung his sharp blade and bellowed, activating his ultimate skill, Fatal Flash, Peerless Slash. Facing the near-lethal sword strike, Jiang Kai calmly shouted to activate his evasion skill, Phantom State. The assassin's blade hit its mark, but it only passed through a wisp of smoke, causing him to widen his eyes in absolute astonishment. The intense scene of the battle was being broadcast live on the virtual screen before the 3 high-ranking judges of the tournament. An old general sitting in the stands couldn't help but gasp, shouting in alarm. That was too dangerous. Jiang Kai almost got hit by that one. Back on the battlefield, the dark aura continued to grip the group, causing them to lose all awareness as they knelt on the ground, weeping miserably. Yuan Chu fell to his knees, burying his face in his hands and sobbing like a child who had committed a crime. Lord, please forgive my sins, sob. While the old judge trembled, explaining the terrifying nature of the technique. The penitent mind control magic forces people to sink uncontrollably into an abyss of infinite guilt. The more they try to resist, the heavier the guilt becomes until they completely lose the ability to fight back. Seeing the tide turn so quickly, a long-haired commander on their side jumped up, breaking into a cold sweat of worry. Jiang Kai was already struggling on his own. Damn it, was the St. Du team about to be wiped out completely? Just as the mind control magic was driving the group toward their doom, a sharp, cracking sound rang out. Nguyen Vu smashed his precious wine jar against the ground aggressively, shouting, "Penitence! My foot! I haven't done anything wrong!" The act of smashing the jar so recklessly made the 3 judges in the stands freeze for a few seconds, all of them staring in shock. The drunken state suddenly transformed Nguyen Vu into a passionate madman. His face flushed red, and his eyes shot out flames of burning desire, as he ran and shouted at the witch, "Hey there, beautiful lady! Your big brother is here." The chubby Nguyen Vu hugged his glowing shield tightly and leaped into the air with heart-shaped pink eyes aimed straight at the enemy, causing the witch to shriek in terror. What? How disgusting! Repulsed by the drunken fat man's swaying movements, the witch shrieked, "You damn fatty, get away from me!" Thanks to Nguyen Vu's artistic interruption, the mind control barrier was completely shattered. The delirious pink aura in the other's eyes vanished instantly, helping them regain their consciousness. The scar-faced uncle and his teammates looked around, confused, clutching their heads and asking, "We just got hit by a skill, how are we back?" Su Ai smiled and explained the secret behind the fat man making a scene in the back. Nguyen Vu is like that. Whenever he's drunk, he gains a natural resistance to all mental attacks. It's just like when he faced the ear-piercing scream of the Banshee. Shards of the wine jar flew across the ground, a testament to a sobering smash that turned the tide for his teammates. At that moment, Yuan Chu completely shook off his daze, his entire body erupting with a dazzling golden divine force. He launched himself into the air and roared, "Great divine power, God-slaying annihilation, 10,000 army slaughter." The fighter struck the ground with a heaven-shattering blow, creating an explosion of light that wiped out the entire enemy squad, making them vanish amidst pathetic screams. Yuan Chu stood proudly, carrying his massive greatsword on his shoulder, his whole body radiating imposing divine authority. "Anyone who dares to touch this god of war's friends first, you must answer to my blade." Witnessing this surge of power beyond control, the blonde enemy knight broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he uttered, "Is this origin energy?" Behind him, Su Ai and Hu Nian couldn't hide their excitement, cheering, "Nguyen Vu, Yuan Chu, well done." The platinum-haired teammate on the opposing side also broke into a cold sweat of unease, muttering to himself, "Damn it. Does that guy really turn into a completely different person whenever he drinks?" While the battle between his allies raged on so energetically, the arrogant platinum-haired captain still leaned calmly against the ancient tree, tilted his chin toward the brown-haired teammate beside him, and asked, "Green, who do you think is stronger between the two of them?" Green, the brown-haired boy, watched Jiang Kai's battle thoughtfully before shaking his head. "I'm not sure. Both of them look like they haven't even gone all out yet." The captain smirked cunningly and casually flipped a coin into the air. "Exactly. You've noticed it too, haven't you?" He clenched his black-gloved fist, and thick, dark purple magic began to swirl around his hand. His eyes suddenly glowed with a wicked purple light as he broke into an excited grin. "Then, it's time to wake these two sleepy cats up." Instantly, a massive pillar of light shot up from the center of the forest, tearing through the clouds and ripping the sky apart. The tournament's digital scoreboard simultaneously flashed a blinding blue message. Global Tournament. Stage 4 activated. Monster barrier disabled. The ground began to shake violently, and strong winds whipped up, scattering green leaves everywhere. Facing the massive upheaval, the platinum-haired captain smirked triumphantly. "Oh, it seems I won't have to get my hands dirty after all." From deep within the dark forest, the savage roars of hundreds of monsters echoed, accompanied by the appearance of countless glowing red eyes. Jiang Kai's face paled, cold sweat running down his cheek. "Damn it, it's those monsters. We can't possibly hold off this many high-level monster leaders." Desperate to turn the tide, he flicked his wrist, launching 3 glowing blue magic cards. "Death card, activate. We have to finish this tournament quickly." But before they could reach their target, Jiang Kai's 3 death cards merely embedded themselves into a wooden tree. He started, shocked, as he stared at the shattered magic cards. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he cursed, "Damn it, that was just a decoy." Taking advantage of the opening, the assassin in the wide-brimmed hat suddenly swooped down from above like a predatory hawk, aiming straight for Hunian's back, and laughed loudly. "Jiang Kai, want to know how my blade gets sharper every day?" Jiang Kai turned his head, his pupils constricting in terror, and he could only scream out, "Hunian, watch out." A cold sound of wind tearing echoed as the assassin's sword pierced through the girl's chest from behind. Blood splattered as he delivered his cruel commentary. "It's when it has been fed, its fill of the prey's blood." Jiang Kai's eyes widened in rage, and he rushed forward frantically to save his comrade. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shattered earth and stone, exploding into the air from the intense shockwave. From a deep, gaping fissure, a hideous, bright red giant centipede crawled out, roaring violently. A system prompt appeared. Commander-level monster. Sharp-toothed venomous centipede. Level 70. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, worried about the emergence of the giant monster, while even the assassin in the wide-brimmed hat glanced over in alarm. "Shh! These monsters are closing in too fast." But just as the assassin went to pull his sword out to retreat, he realized his blade was being held tight by Hunian, unable to budge. The purple-haired girl used both hands to grip the assassin's wrist like a vice and coughed coldly. "Cough trying to run?" Hunian raised her blood-stained face, her eyes flashing with a sinister violet light, accompanied by a chilling, bone-creeping smile. Hunter and prey, time to trade places. Seeing the insane, bloodthirsty grin on the girl before him, the arrogant assassin who had been mocking them earlier suddenly broke into a cold sweat, his face turning deathly pale with fear. This woman, in the face of imminent death, Hunian suppressed her pain and shouted to her teammate, "Su Ai, do it!" Waiting for exactly that moment, Su Ai soared into the air, her hands channeling magic, as eerie green soul orbs ignited. "I've waited too long for this." Seeing the lethal attack rushing toward him, the assassin in the hat smirked coldly. "Humph. You two aren't even combat classes anyway. You're too weak." He immediately activated his skill. Shadow steps, blood cicada sheds, its skin. A puff of green smoke exploded right where he had been standing, turning the girl's coordinated attack into a strike at nothing but empty air. Hunian stared in confusion, realizing that her hands were now holding nothing but an empty shell, and she gasped in horror. The assassin retreated, his body shrouded in an evil blood mist, laughing as he mocked them. "Consider yourselves lucky. If it weren't for the time crunch, I wouldn't have let you two die so easily." He launched an attack toward Hunian. She collapsed to the ground, exhausted, blood gushing out, causing Su Ai behind her to scream in panic. "Hunian!" Not stopping there, the cruel assassin spun around and lunged straight for Su Ai. "Tch, brat. You should worry about yourself first." Skill. Flash shadow. Unrivaled slash. In that split second, A brilliant golden beam descended from the sky, cutting off the assassin's path of attack. Jiang Kai dove down from above like a god, holding a card tightly in his hand, radiating terrifying pressure. Dual card. A massive, blinding golden pillar of light slammed into the ground, enclosing both Jiang Kai and the assassin in the wide-brimmed hat within an independent dimension. Realizing he was suddenly trapped in an energy cage, the assassin's expression shifted to pure horror. A massive hemisphere of light quickly formed, sealing them off completely from the outside world. The virtual control panel of the tournament system instantly displayed a warning. System detected. Forced binding of specified target into dual mode. Confirmed. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate for a second to press accept. Confirmed. This bastard is too dangerous. I'll settle this myself. In an instant, both were teleported straight into the virtual dueling space, leaving only fading silhouettes behind in reality, catching the assassin completely off guard. Outside the barrier, Su Ai knelt beside Hunyan, hurriedly using her glowing green healing magic to cover the wound. Hunyan, don't move. I'll heal you first. Hunyan's face had turned deathly pale. She weakly blocked her teammate. Su Ai, please, save your energy. Your healing skills might be our final trump card. Cough. Watching her dear friend's breathing grow faint, Su Ai choked back tears. No. Hunyan forced a smile, gently gripping her friend's trembling hand. Don't cry. At least we forced that bastard to use a life-saving move, right? Jiang Kai's body began to dissolve into particles of blue light, ensuring her safe retreat from the battle. She whispered her final words, coughing. Please, remember to help Kai and the others. We must win. Embracing the empty air where her friend had just vanished, Ai screamed in despair. Seeing the support character collapsing, the enemy Night Squad immediately seized the chance to surround her. The healer is the weakest link. Take her out first. From above, Yuan Chu brandished his golden flaming sword, once again embodying the warrior god descending. His earth-shattering strike created a massive shockwave, sending the enemy soldiers flying. Yuan Chu declared firmly, "Trash, like you have no right to touch her." However, the cunning blonde-haired knight had snuck behind him, coldly swinging a sword coated in purple toxins. You left your back wide open, kid. That was your biggest mistake. Skill, Venom Strike. Unfortunately for him, Yuan Chu's system responded instantly, activating a movement buff that allowed the warrior to glide away like the wind, narrowly dodging the sneak attack, and leaving the blonde knight stunned in confusion. Meanwhile, inside the virtual space of the duel card, Jiang Kai and the assassin stood facing each other, completely cut off from the chaotic battle outside by a wall of cool blue energy. The level 70 giant poison-fanged centipede lunged madly, slamming against the protective barrier and screeching in frustration. Watching the ferocious monster blocked outside the barrier, Jiang Kai stood with his arms crossed, locked in a tense one-on-one showdown with the assassin. Observing the intense situation, Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat, silently sizing up his opponent. The guy's movements were freakishly unpredictable. He couldn't afford to give him even a single breath to dodge. Opposite him, the wide-brimmed hat assassin tilted his head slightly, revealing a confident, wicked smirk. Deciding not to drag this out, Jiang Kai immediately performed a hand seal. Glowing illusion cards swirled around his body. I have to strike first. Skill. Moment of the Gambler. Skill. Demon Hand flying cards. The assassin didn't flinch. Instead, he laughed wildly. He swung his sword, drawing icy blue slashes through the air. Skill. Bloodthirsty Frozen Slash. The head-on collision between their lethal skills erupted in a shower of sparks that illuminated the virtual arena. Seeing his strongest attack countered, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth in horror. Once a critical hit lands, its power multiplies 100-fold. What? He actually neutralized my critical hit? The assassin nonchalantly swung his sword to disperse the residual energy, mocking him with disdain. Too slow. Way too slow. He leaned in with a maniacal face, laughing with glee. Jiang Kai, your speed is pathetic. Ha ha ha. The two figures dashed at each other, creating streaks of brilliant blue light within the hemispherical barrier. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, the arrogant platinum-haired captain lounged on his tattered flying carpet, enjoying the show with his brown-haired guard standing watch. The captain stroked his chin, smiling with interest. One is mysterious and unpredictable. The other moves like lightning. Interesting. I wonder which of these monsters will win. Looks like this trip wasn't a waste of effort after all. Suddenly, a jet of highly corrosive green venom shot up from the ground toward the flying carpet. With lightning-fast reflexes, the carpet performed a skillful loop in midair to dodge the toxic spit. The brown-haired guard quickly raised his hand, activating a purple magic shield to protect both of them from the venomous residue. The culprit was none other than the level 70 giant poison-fanged centipede, roaring from below with its sharp fangs exposed. Startling them, the giant monster twisted its spiked body in rage. It seemed thoroughly annoyed by those daring to hover above its head. Still, the platinum-haired captain remained unfazed, lounging comfortably and praising his guard. That trick you used to hide our presence is really convenient. Now I can go back to enjoying the show in peace. Back inside the dual barrier, Jiang Kai continuously used his illusion eyes to thoroughly analyze his opponent's movements through the rapid clash of weapons. The assassin's face twisted with malice when Jiang Kai finally realized the terrifying secret behind his technique. No, he isn't immune to critical hits upon impact. He aimed exactly at the side of my fate card, using a tiny amount of force to deflect its trajectory. Kai was shocked by his opponent's superior combat skills. Then, he used the arena's indestructible defense barrier to completely negate the remaining power of my fate card. Refusing to give up, Jiang Kai flicked his wrist and launched another glowing blue card. Go! The assassin instantly transformed into a mesmerizing purple-pink mist to deceive him. Bloodthirsty illusion skill. Jiang Kai's slash once again cut only through the fading smoke, failing to touch the enemy's skin. He slammed his hand down, gritting his teeth in frustration at the enemy's evasiveness. He escaped again? Just how many escape skills does this freak have? Even in such a confined arena, my death card can't even get close to him. To break the stalemate, Jiang Kai hurriedly summoned a protective card, emitting a warm, divine light. Skill, Holy Radiance. I'll use Holy Radiance to bind him and force him out of hiding. But just as the Holy Radiance activated, Jiang Kai's pupils suddenly constricted as he felt a freezing, murderous intent right behind his neck. From the empty shadows behind him, the assassin cunningly materialized, piercing through his body. The assassin's face twisted into a mad grin as he preached. A true swordsman always moves like a phantom. The cold blade stabbed through Jiang Kai's chest from behind. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a bloodthirsty roar. Lethal blood slash. Jiang Kai collapsed in extreme pain, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He managed a weak groan. Ignoring the fatal wound, Jiang Kai used his other hand to tighten his grip on the assassin's wrist. He poured his remaining strength into his wrist device, causing it to flare with a brilliant golden light to lock his opponent in place. The assassin, Vaya, smirked with contempt and shouted, "Heh heh, your resistance is nothing more than a pathetic struggle. The struggles of the weak are worthless in my eyes." No sooner had he finished than crimson dark energy erupted from his sword hilt, wrapping around Jiang Kai like deadly tentacles. Watching the cruel dark magic gnawing at his own body, Jiang Kai's eyes widened in horror. What? Seeing his prey struggle, Wei gloated arrogantly. Did you think the only special effect of my blade was bleeding? You want to trade your life for mine? How naive. He twisted the hilt hard, coldly activating a forbidden, ruthless skill, a blood sacrifice. A colossal surge of bloody aura erupted like a red storm, sweeping Jiang Kai into the center of destruction, leaving him no choice but to scream in agony. Witnessing the horrific scene within the barrier, Yuan Chu, Nguyen Vu, and their teammates outside all turned pale, shouting in panic. Jiang Kai, Su Aiai, who was busy dealing with the enemy, was also startled, turned her head, and shouted through tears, "Jiang Kai!" But danger was imminent. A massive monster suddenly descended from the sky right in front of Su Aiai, causing her to freeze in fear. Seeing her in danger, the scarred uncle and the guard quickly rushed over, swinging their swords to shield her while shouting, "Watch out!" Yuan Chu was so angry his eyes turned bloodshot. He charged forward crazily, wielding his greatsword and roaring, "You bastards! This is unforgivable!" The blonde knight on the enemy side seized the opening, leaped down from above, and aimed straight for Yuan Chu's head with a laugh. Heh, what a perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Nguyen Vu was struggling to block attacks from another direction, prompting an enemy soldier to mock him with disdain. Does even a fool like that think he can save someone? The witch also glided over, waving her staff, which was filled with evil magic, and coldly warned, "If you overestimate your own abilities, you will pay for it with your life." At that moment, inside the blazing barrier, one final crimson slash from Vi completely crushed Jiang Kai's remaining defenses. Vi retracted his sword, stood tall, and wore the arrogant smile of a victor. Jiang Kai knelt on the ground, his entire body drenched in blood, his breath shallow as he stood on the brink of death. The energy wall surrounding the two remained in place, cutting off any reinforcements from the outside. Seeing that tragic sight through the energy glass, Su Aiai burst into tears, unable to utter a sound. She cried out in pain, "Jiang Kai is severely wounded. Is he still alive?" She hurriedly clasped her hands to cast healing magic, frantically telling herself, Stay calm. I need to heal him immediately. However, a ruthless red system warning suddenly appeared, blocking her efforts. Your healing target is currently in a state that cannot be treated. Su Ai's eyes widened in helplessness, and she screamed in despair. What? Sitting leisurely on a flying carpet outside the barrier, the platinum-haired captain clicked his tongue and analyzed with a knowing look. That light shield seems to completely isolate them from the outside world. His life is hanging by a thread, but he can't receive any healing. It looks like Vi is still the stronger one. He stared at Jiang Kai's figure on the display screen and curled his lips into a faint, cold smile. Next time, if you run into someone from the Holy Radiance, remember to kneel and take the long way around. This guy is actually quite interesting. But immediately after, the captain's face dropped, and he sighed to the guard. But Green, I feel a little disappointed. Meanwhile, in the military conference room, the three supreme commanders were also closely monitoring every turn of the match. The silver-haired general stroked his beard and remarked with relief, even so, Jiang Kai is still under level 30. He has tried his best to fight against a top-tier warrior whose actual strength far exceeds level 60. The commander beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, the blonde commander stepped forward solemnly and said in a deep, warning voice, "Furthermore, everyone Vijia. Everyone, remember this name well. Someday in the future, he will become an extremely great threat to Holy Radiance." Back in the arena, Jiang Kai continued to endure an incredibly powerful shockwave that sent him flying, only managing a weak moan. Ugh. Seeing his opponent completely helpless, Vijia raised an eyebrow in suspicion, wondering, Huh? This guy really isn't dodging? Is he planning to just give up? Jiang Kai lay flat on the ground, breathing faintly, but his lips curled into a mysterious smile. This should be enough, right? The ground around them suddenly shook violently. As Jiang Kai clutched the gold card, his eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant green light, and his entire body erupted with an unprecedented, crazed fighting spirit. Almost immediately, a massive golden clock appeared in the sky, accompanied by a supreme system notification. You have entered a near-death state. The special hidden effect of the Wheel of Destiny death card has been activated. The Wheel of Destiny is now active. Would you like to spin? Jiang Kai responded at top speed. Spin it now. And so, the clock began to spin madly. The hand rotated continuously at a dizzying speed. The next second, the clock stopped exactly on the number 12, followed by the notification, "You have completed the lucky spin." A virtual system interface immediately displayed a series of urgent reward notifications. Received. Elemental Force Attack Talent. Duration 60 seconds. Activate Double Talent. Elemental Force Power doubled. Duration 60 seconds. Penalty. Choose one talent to disable for 10 minutes. Activate Double Talent. Choose 2 talents to disable for 10 minutes. The list of his current talents immediately appeared clearly before his eyes. Super Double, Super Critical Hit, Enhanced Movement, Stealth. Please select the talents you wish to disable. Jiang Kai, in his glowing soul state, quickly made the decision to disable Super Double and Enhanced Movement. He gritted his teeth, calculating, the Super Double talent isn't very useful in direct combat. And even if I have enhanced movement, I still can't be faster than that monster. It's better to find his opening and land an absolute super critical hit. Immediately, the system reported, Death Debt Processing complete. Super Double and Enhanced Movement have been disabled. Congratulations, you have received the Elemental Force Attack talent. It can be used for self-defense or to add elemental force damage to attacks. As the Life and Death Pact was established, Jiang Kai's entire body exploded with a blinding white light like a falling star. So brilliant it eclipsed everything around it. Although new power was surging, Jiang Kai still felt the cruel reality as his consciousness was gradually pulled back to reality. My consciousness is being dragged back to this damn reality, and my life force is still draining. Even if the Wheel of Destiny has granted me a new talent, it still can't save this collapsing body. In the midst of such despair, suddenly, countless green cross symbols carrying warm healing magic appeared, enveloping his soul. He looked down in astonishment at the red light converging on his chest, unable to help but gasp in shock. This is? Returning to the real world inside the barrier. The assassin Vijia stood calmly, watching Jiang Kai's battered body, lying motionless among the debris. Noticing something unusual, Vijia curled his lips into a sinister smile and muttered to himself, "The corpse hasn't disappeared yet. Could it be that this brat isn't dead yet?" Determined to root out the problem, he raised his razor-sharp sword, shimmering with icy, murderous intent, and coldly declared, "Invincible slash. This strike will send you to meet the King of Hell forever." Just as the god-slaying blade descended, one of Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly snapped open. his pupil burning red like a hellish flame. Wielding a miraculous restorative power, Jiang Kai pushed off the ground, vaulting backward at a terrifying speed, leaving a long, glowing red trail in the air. The moment he landed, he flicked his wrist, launching a barrage of razor-sharp blue cards that tore through the wind, roaring as he struck back. Caught off guard by the counterattack, Wei stared in shock and disbelief, frantically swinging his sword to deflect the rain of cards flying at his face. The assassin's expression twisted in total disbelief. He screamed in confusion at his prey's spectacular revival. "What the hell is this?" As he spoke, he leaped backward. By now, Jiang Kai was standing tall and imposing, his entire body wreathed in brilliant blue energy, coldly repeating his enemy's warning from earlier. "I already told you, when you see a member of the Holy Radiance, get on your knees and find another way around." That miraculous turnaround left the veteran general in the stands with his jaw dropped, stuttering in horror. "Jiang Kai, he's still alive? Am I seeing things?" The blonde commander beside him broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming in astonishment, "He's not just alive, his fighting spirit is surging like a storm. What on earth is going on?" On the battlefield, the scarred man widened his eyes and shouted, "No way, things are finally getting interesting." Facing his sworn enemy, Wei gritted his teeth and muttered, "You actually have an auto-heal talent?" Responding to his enemy's doubt, Jiang Kai remained silent, the corners of his eyes sparking with a brilliant red light, fueled by fury and a flashback pulling him back to the past. The scene rewinds to exactly 1 hour ago, when the Holy Radiance team was still standing together, safe and sound. Su Ai curiously looked at the item in the captain's hand. "Kai, what is this?" Jiang Kai held up a duel card glowing with brilliant gold light, calmly explaining to the team, "This is a duel card I had to exchange for 30 redemption cards. It can trap an enemy and an ally in an isolated space, immune to outside damage, to engage in a duel to the death." The chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, broke into a cold sweat, nervously analyzing the fatal flaw. "An isolated space? If it's immune to outside damage, doesn't that mean we can't receive any outside supplies or reinforcements? Doesn't that mean if someone is severely injured, they're just left to their fate?" Hu Nian nodded fearfully. "That's right." But Jiang Kai smiled confidently, turned to the support girl, Su Ai, and gently suggested, "Perhaps we can try using this." Su Ai carefully cradled 2 glowing petal-shaped crystals, one red, one blue, in her hands, proudly introducing them. "This is Professor Li's latest prototype, the symbiotic iris. These blue and red petals worn by 2 people can create a resonance, allowing energy to be transferred within a certain range, bypassing all spatial barriers. The current energy transfer loss is 10%. Gazing at the magical treasure, the whole group gasped in amazement. As Jiang Kai took the red petal to wear, he gave his friend a serious warning. Even though it can penetrate spatial barriers, he looked straight into Su Ai's eyes, kindly instructing his little teammate. "A 10% energy loss is a huge cost. Su Ai, unless it's absolutely necessary, try to conserve your energy and keep yourself safe." Hearing her captain's concerned instructions, Su Ai in the flashback just smiled brightly and obediently nodded in response. Yeah, back to the brutal present. Jiang Kai stood firm despite being covered in wounds. One of his eyes flashed with a bizarre, glowing red light as strength continuously surged forth. Outside the barrier, Su Ai had collapsed, completely exhausted, onto the cold ground. Even though her body had no strength left, one of her eyes still glowed with a steadfast blue light, whispering her final words of encouragement. "Kai, you must win." Immediately after, all of her remaining vitality turned into a brilliant beam of light, transmitting directly into the space to empower her teammate inside. Feeling the warm energy filling his body, Jiang Kai realized the noble sacrifice with a jolt. Su Ai, she used every last drop of her energy to transfer it to me through the symbiotic iris. Completely unaware of this miraculous assist, the assassin Wei still tilted his head back, laughing arrogantly. "Jiang Kai, you went to all that trouble to lock me in this dome of light just because you were afraid I'd go out and slaughter everyone? But you can't stop me. The moment I kill you, I'm walking out of here to wipe out every last piece of trash from your Holy Radiance team." Hearing that, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Without wasting another second, Jiang Kai waved his hand, activating his strongest ultimate technique, the Death Card. A massive blue wave of energy, carrying destructive power, shot straight toward Wei, tearing through his dark night. He stared wide-eyed, pouring all his strength into an angry roar. At that moment, the collision between the blue light and the purple-pink murderous intent created an earth-shattering explosion. A blinding light swallowed the entire narrow space inside the barrier. The power of the attack was so terrifying it pierced through everything, erupting as brilliantly as a miniature sun in the middle of the battlefield. Hidden deep within the brilliant pillar of light, that was the silhouette of the death card, unleashing its absolute power of destruction. Watching this absurd display of strength on the screen, the veteran general and the blonde commander in the stands widened his eyes in horror. Could that really be power-based energy projection? He isn't even a martial arts class user. How is that even possible? Cornered, Vi let out a crazed growl and lunged through the smoke. Trash, like you should just die like the garbage you are. This time, I'm going to crush your bones and drag you down to hell, inch by inch. The assassin poured all his strength into a massive, crimson-red slash, striking toward Jiang Kai, with overwhelming killing intent. Bloodthirsty, violent snow slash. Facing the enemy's finishing move, Jiang Kai didn't even blink, his eyes cold as he delivered a chilling judgment. Your sword is too slow. Suddenly, the feet that had been lunging toward him froze mid-stride. Vi's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat pouring down like rain. She couldn't believe the absurd scene unfolding before her. No, it's impossible. This can't be real. Are you kidding me? Right? Jiang Kai smirked, a look of extreme confidence on his face as he coldly retorted to his enemy. Do you see now who the real trash is? At that moment, the golden card tore through space with a brilliant light. I slashed at him relentlessly, forcing him to let out a series of agonizing groans. The assassin's eyes rolled back, turning dull and lifeless. A single, bitter thought lingered in his mind. He had truly lost. Blood sprayed wildly as his body collapsed entirely under the overwhelming power of his opponent. Immediately after, a surge of elemental energy froze his corpse, shattering it into thousands of shimmering blue crystal shards, officially removing the greatest threat from the battlefield. Right then, the energy slowly condensed and flew back to Jiang Kai's hand. He let out a sigh of relief, used his gloved hand to retract the power, and muttered wearily, "Finally, it's over." But the battlefield outside the barrier remained a bloody mess. The giant centipede continued to spew pools of toxic green slime, devastating countless players lying scattered on the ground. In a hidden corner, the scarred uncle from the St. Diu team was being pierced by 2 swords from enemy rebels. Blood gushed out. But despite the flesh-tearing pain, Uncle Lou still glared with bloodshot, furious eyes, roaring heroically and unyieldingly. You think you can destroy St. Diu? Facing imminent death, the scarred uncle of the St. Diu team gritted his teeth and roared, "You'll have to step over my corpse first." So what? Even if we die together, in this very moment, I am invincible. With unyielding willpower, the uncle sacrificed his life to buy a chance, transforming into a violent pillar of light that blew those 2 enemy soldiers away. Before fading away completely, he smiled with satisfaction. I leave the hope to my brothers. The rest is up to you all. Taking on the burning orange flame, Yuan Chu screamed as he charged straight at the blonde-haired knight like a fiery god of war. Yuan Chu's fierce strike tore through the armor, causing the blonde knight to cough up blood and groan. Chusi's eyes flashed with the cold gaze of a wild beast as he roared his judgment. Look closely. This is the bloody price for anyone who dares to provoke the world's #1 god of war. The blonde knight's eyes widened in terror, unable to believe he had been defeated by a mere rookie. The blade pierced through his body, and fresh blood stained the green forest red. Yuan Chu tightened his grip on the sword hilt, thrusting it deeper, and shouted in fury, "You bastard! Don't even think about it, you won't survive this!" In the distance, a giant armored rhinoceros monster burst from the ground, its red eyes glowing as it roared violently. The enemy sorceress was in an equally miserable state, her clothes tattered, covered in wounds, coughing wearily. Cough! The fatty, Nguyen Vu, started acting drunk again in the distance, his eyes glowing red in the shape of hearts as he staggered over, grinning widely. What a bombshell of a girl. Damn it. This is exciting, I like it. Before he could tease her further, a pack of dark beasts, including armored rhinoceroses and 2-headed wolves, swarmed the sorceress. Surrounded by the monsters, the sorceress turned pale and screamed in panic. Oh, damn it, it's a monster tide. On the flying carpet, the platinum-haired captain propped his chin on his hand, smiling with amusement as he watched the chaotic scene below. Oh, it seems these cute little beasts are starving. Amidst the cluttered battlefield, Jiang Kai was still lying motionless on the cold ground, while Yuan Chu was panting heavily, pulling his sword out of the blonde knight's body. As for the boy, he was also completely exhausted. The sorceress tried to use her staff to support her battered body, coughing violently. Cough! The platinum-haired captain smoothed his hair arrogantly, offering a sarcastic critique. It seems that before these humans can finish their fight, he cast a cold glance down at the monsters, which were baring their fangs and claws. My little darlings will begin their feast of slaughter soon. Just then, a divine light suddenly erupted. blasting away every obstacle in the vicinity. Yuan Shu jumped and looked back toward the light, his eyes wide in confusion. What is that? In the enemy's hand was a blue pillar of light striking hard toward Yuan Shu. The hell tide has arrived, go to hell with me, you bastard. At that very moment, a flying dagger imbued with golden light suddenly streaked toward them. It crashed into the enemy, blowing him to pieces. The light gradually faded, revealing Jiang Kai standing tall, his entire body radiating an overwhelming aura. It was over. The ferocious pack of beasts, which had been about to tear their prey apart, suddenly froze, their red eyes filled with fear at the terrifying pressure radiating from the young man. They tucked their tails in fear, whimpering weakly, before turning around and fleeing for their lives. Nguyen Vu and the sorceress stared blankly at the backs of the retreating beasts, muttering in confusion, "Is the monster tide retreating?" Suddenly, another brilliant golden pillar of light descended from the sky directly onto the center of the arena. The global system officially displayed a notification announcing the end of the match. The top 3 teams of the global war were confirmed. All survivors would have their stamina fully restored, and the results would be calculated immediately. Jiang Kai sighed in relief as a green recovery light instantly enveloped his body, healing every critical wound. Once recovered, Nguyen Vu immediately returned to his mischievous nature, jumping onto the back of the giant rhinoceros and slapping its rump with a laugh. Hey, darling, the feel, the elasticity. The sorceress was also covered in the healing light. Looking in surprise as her wounds closed up, Jiang Kai clenched his fist, feeling his power surging back, and smiled confidently. My strength, it's all back. The rhinoceros he had been teasing suddenly went mad, turning around and opening its mouth to bite Nguyen Vu, which startled the fatty, instantly sobering him up. Nguyen Vu scrambled down, screaming in terror. Ah, a monster! He ran for his life toward the captain, clutching Jiang Kai's leg and crying bitterly, making Jiang Kai sweat drop as he asked, Nguyen Vu, are you okay? The global system continued to emit a calm blue light, along with a summary notification. Next, the system will count the number of surviving members and salvation cards for each team to rank the final 3. The sultry sorceress's eyes widened slightly in surprise as she grabbed the glowing golden key that had just fallen. As the system called out the names, the new no-season team had 1 survivor, collected 38 salvation cards, ranked 3rd, and received 1 key to enter the Forgotten Lands. On the floating carpet, the platinum-haired captain and his guard casually accepted their reward. The Du water fishing team had 2 survivors, collected 98 salvation cards, ranked 2nd, and received 2 keys to enter the Forgotten Lands. The platinum-haired captain caught the 2 shimmering keys, his lips curling into a sarcastic half-smile. Well, only 2nd place? He glanced at the keys in his hand, pretending to lament to his guard in his usual mocking tone. Gren, after all my hard work, to still lose, I'm truly hurt. Just then, 3 radiant golden beams of light descended directly onto the location of Jiang Kai's team. Accompanied by the most glorious announcement, the Sacred Radiance team had 3 surviving members, collected 108 salvation cards, ranked 1st brilliantly, and received 3 keys to enter the Forgotten Land. Jiang Kai calmly raised his gloved hand to catch the 3 powerful keys hovering downward, then turned to his stunned teammates with a smile. What are you 2 just standing there for? The captain turned back, his eyes brimming with pride and arrogance as he declared, Our Sacred Radiance has won. Yuan Shu and Wen Vu still couldn't believe their ears, staring at each other and stammering. Then, like long compressed springs being released, the 3 boys rushed in and hugged each other tightly, jumping up and shouting with joy that echoed throughout the forest. We won! I knew it! At the same time, in the high-level military briefing room, the image of Jiang Kai's radiant, victorious smile was zoomed in on the panoramic screen, leaving everyone speechless with emotion. The general with a thick mustache broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock, his voice trembling as he couldn't suppress his excitement. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is it us? Sacred Radiance, did we really secure the global #1 spot? In an instant, the entire room erupted into thunderous cheers. The officers jumped up and raised their fists to celebrate like children. We won! We won! Our Sacred Radiance team has claimed the top spot. The general with a scar on his face stroked his beard, laughing heartily, nodding with pride. Well done, boys. Immediately after, the blonde commander slicked back his hair neatly, stepped forward with a stern, serious expression. Everyone, listen to me. He emphasized every word, placing his fist on his left chest, where his heart beat wildly with pride. Today's victory for Sacred Radiance cannot be separated from every single hero who fought bravely to their last breath on the battlefield. This is the undying spirit of Sacred Radiance. The commander spread his arms wide, looking up at the sky and laughing proudly. Starting from today, the name Sacred Radiance will surely resound across the world. The meeting room exploded again, and the officers simultaneously raised their fists to echo the sky-high morale. Understood. Returning to the competition area, the system continued to display images of 3 glittering treasure chests along with a closure notice. The Global Championship competition area will be temporarily closed in 10 minutes. Winning teams, please bring your keys to enter the area at 1300 on the 15th to explore the forgotten ruins and open the mysterious treasure chests. Immediately, blue beams of light rose from the contestants. Now, all the salvation cards and function cards you currently possess will be recalled by the system. In a corner of the forest, the spatial teleportation gate slowly opened. The system announced to leave the competition area as soon as possible through the portal, causing the lethargic witch to complain as she carried her magic staff inside. Finally, I can go home and take a proper bath. My clothes are disgustingly filthy. Yuan Chu draped his arm over the shoulder of the chubby Nguyen Vu, grinning and urging the captain. Let's go, Kai. Let's hurry back and share this good news with Su Ai and the others. This glory was bought with everyone's lives, making the chubby boy nod in agreement. Yeah. Jiang Kai smiled with relief, his eyes showing deep gratitude. Everyone's efforts had finally been rewarded. However, Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly flicked toward the back, and vigilance rose in his heart again. Still, those two remained a major concern. To have obtained 98 salvation cards, their strength was truly not ordinary. Jiang Kai silently analyzed the danger level of these potential enemies further. Moreover, they were able to easily form an alliance with arrogant and dangerous people like Vi. In his mind, the image of the giant centipede attacking and missing the flying carpet earlier resurfaced. I remember they seemed to have used some kind of stealth skill to erase their aggro, making themselves completely immune to monster attacks. Jiang Kai's gaze became sharp, rating the opponent before him extremely highly. I have a gut feeling that guy definitely possesses powers far deeper than his playful appearance suggests. Looking at the platinum-haired man's squinting, sinister smile, Jiang Kai drew his final conclusion. He is much more dangerous than he looks. Lost in thought, Jiang Kai suddenly froze when he noticed the back of the enemy's head facing him. Something seemed wrong. Jiang Kai's pupils suddenly contracted. He was shocked to realize a chilling truth. Could it be that he has been secretly watching me this whole time? Slow footsteps echoed on the gravel-filled ground. The platinum-haired captain leisurely approached, smiling in a friendly manner as he greeted, "Hello, Jiang Kai. I've heard of you for a long time." Jiang Kai frowned in alert, his sharp, cold eyes staring straight at the person opposite him as he retorted, "You know my name?" Willis waved his hand, smiling and appearing harmless. "Don't be so tense, my friend. Your potential has far exceeded my expectations, and your performance today was truly outstanding. Honestly speaking, I'm quite curious about your profession." Yuan Chu, standing behind, immediately spoke up to expose him. "If I remember correctly, you and Vi are on the same side, so I don't think we are friends." Jiang Kai immediately turned to signal his teammates to retreat. "Yuan Chu, Nguyen Vu, let's go. It's best not to get tangled up with someone as dangerous as that." Making Yuan Chu nod in obedience. Understood. But immediately, he flashed to stand before Jiang Kai. As Yuan Chu passed by, he didn't forget to glance back and glare at the guy, cursing loudly to vent his anger. "Hey, you shameless loser. Do you really dare to come here to cause trouble?" Suddenly, Willis lightly curled his lips in a faint smile, his palm gathering. A brilliant blue energy orb that carried unfathomable power. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Jiang Kai fired a flying dagger and shouted to warn his teammates, "Chu, get back." The energy orb tore through the air with such speed it seemed to rip space itself, narrowly dodging Jiang Kai's flying daggers. Mid-air, the orb suddenly stopped, locking onto Jiang Kai's team. Seeing the danger, Nguyen Vu and Vien Chu Hoang screamed for their leader. "Captain Kai, look out!" Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock at the absurdity of the attack's speed. He whispered to himself, "Whoa, that's fast." He instinctively reached out to block, a streak of blue light passing through him. It created a gust of wind that whipped his clothes, but he didn't suffer a scratch. As the blinding light faded, Jiang Kai stared at his palms in confusion. In the distance, Willis and his guard, Green, were calmly stepping into a blue teleportation portal. Jiang Kai's team stood silent, watching as Willis's cryptic voice echoed in their ears. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Jiang Kai." Jiang Kai frowned, deep in thought, as he received the farewell, an invitation to a future challenge from his enemy. "I truly look forward to the day we meet again." Just like that, the figures of the two mysterious men vanished into the silent spatial rift. leaving behind a mountain of unanswered questions. The moment they stepped through the portal, the guard, Green, winced and asked, "Master, what on earth did you just give to Jiang Kai? If the military finds out and questions us..." Willis glanced at him and flicked his wrist, firing a pulse of energy toward him. The guard broke into a cold sweat, standing still in the shimmering space. Willis's face darkened, casting a shadow over half his expression. His red eyes glinted with a sharp, warning glare. "Don't stick your nose into my business. I hate having to repeat myself." As quickly as a flip of a coin, he stretched his arms back, suddenly beaming with a bright smile. "Ugh, my stomach is growling. I think I'll treat myself to a feast once we get back." Seeing his captain's mood swing, the guard let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and muttering, "Whew, that was close." The scene shifted to the majestic, grand hall of the guild headquarters, with its long, sweeping staircases. As the lord stood in the hall, Vian-Chu walked over, concerned by how long their captain had been staring at the letter. "Kai, are you still thinking about that letter?" Jiang Kai nodded silently. "Humph." He held up the envelope. The surface was covered in a complex, star-shaped magical seal. Jiang Kai's hand erupted with blue energy as he tried to break it, but it was completely useless. He frowned slightly. "I don't know what's inside. I haven't been able to open it since I received it." The chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, scratched his head, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. "Captain Kai, I just remembered there's a class called an alchemical sorcerer. I heard they can create items with bizarre magical properties. This letter might have been sealed with one of their spells." The suggestion left Jiang Kai deep in thought, picturing a mysterious alchemical sorcerer chanting to create a magic circle. He muttered to himself, "Alchemical sorcerer and a magic seal?" Looking at the mysterious envelope, Vian-Chu angrily waved his hand, suspecting Willis. "That guy, Willis, is clearly no good. Who knows if he messed with that seal, Kai? Why don't we ask the military to check it for us first?" Jiang Kai shook his head, rejecting the idea, his eyes sharp as he analyzed his enemy. "No, that guy is always hiding his true strength. If he wanted me dead, he would have done it a long time ago. His power clearly surpassed mine, yet he voluntarily gave up on fighting for the top spot." He stared intently at the red wax seal, determined to uncover the truth himself. What on earth is he planning? In half a month, I'll get the answer from him personally. As they reached the great gate of the canyon, a familiar, cheerful voice rang out. "I knew I'd find you lot hiding here." Hearing the call, Jiang Kai turned in surprise to see a man in glasses and a white suit approaching with his bodyguards. "Big brother Luke? Why are you here?" Luke smirked. "Blaming you kids for being so sneaky? What do you mean? Why am I here? Do you have any idea how many people are crowding the canyon gate just to welcome their heroes back? And yet, you lot snuck back through this way to avoid the crowd?" Jiang Kai scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. "Big brother Luke, you know I don't like all that attention." Luke crossed his arms and pointed toward the main gate. "You can dodge everyone else." "But you didn't even plan on meeting Commander Nguai?" Jiang Kai was startled. "Commander Nguai is here too?" Not just Commander Nguai, but all the high-ranking officials responsible for this operation, including Commander Hoa Thien Than. They all came all the way to the canyon entrance just to welcome you. Hearing those heavy-hitting names, Nguyen Vu and Vian-Chu gasped in amazement, absolutely thrilled. "Wow, so many big shots are here? We've really become important figures now. Kai, since I joined the military, I've never seen such a grand welcome." Seeing the boys' confusion, Luke laughed and waved his hand to reassure them. All right, I know you like to keep things low-key. I told everyone to disperse the moment I saw you." Hearing the crowd had left, Jiang Kai closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted. Remembering his comrades who had just survived the life-and-death battle, he quickly asked Luke, "Oh, right, big brother Luke. I wanted to ask how are Hu Nian, Sui Ai, and the others doing? Can we go visit them?" "That's right. How is everyone holding up?" Luke tapped his fingers, calmly reassuring them about their comrades' condition. "Visiting them is fine, don't worry. All members who participated in this campaign have been receiving the military's highest level of psychological treatment since they returned. They will be fully recovered within a week." That good news made Vian-Chu and Nguyen-Vu beam with joy, finally letting go of their worries. He didn't stop there. Luke excitedly announced a special reward. Furthermore, because the Fire God team contributed so much this time, Wei Commander personally requested a special favor for you all, granting you access to the Green Channel, normally reserved for the military. Jiang Kai froze, repeating the unfamiliar term in surprise. Green Channel? Lu Jie began to explain the divine privilege of the Green Channel. That's right. To ensure missions proceed smoothly, All military personnel are granted the right to skip the queue and receive priority login to Ghost City whenever they log out. He raised a finger to emphasize the massive rewards. If this application is approved, the main God Guild will receive 100 green channel passes every year. That means, during those 100 times, even if you are killed and forced to log out, you can return to Ghost City with absolute priority. The staggering number made Yuan Chu and Wen Vu shout in excitement, their eyes gleaming as if they'd struck gold. 100 times? Yuan Chu joyfully lifted Nguyen Vu onto his shoulders, cheering loudly. Then Hunian can immediately return with Su Ai this time too. Kai, our Fire God team will be reunited very soon. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. However, Lu Ge suddenly dropped his smile, adjusted his glasses, and turned serious. Oh, and Jiang Kai, there is one more thing I think I should tell you first. Lu Ge's face sank into the shadows, his voice becoming heavy. This concerns the Xuanwu Guild. Hearing the name of their old enemy, Yuan Chu and Nguyen Vu immediately bristled, eyes widening in anger. What is it? Don't tell me those scum from the Huang family are coming to harass my brother and brother Z again? Lu Ge raised his hands to calm the Fire God boys. Don't worry. Ever since you crushed the Huang family in the guild challenge match, the Huang family has been much quieter. He began to recount the miserable fate of each member of the Huang family. I heard that Huang Wei has been acting like a madman ever since you killed him offline last time. He just huddles in the corner of his hospital room, muttering over and over, "They're all dead, they're all dead." Lu Jie continued, describing the pathetic state of Huang Da. Huang Da is trapped in a psychological trauma from being tortured and killed by you. He becomes hysterical and collapses whenever he hears your name, even screaming at doctors to leave because he doesn't want to log back into the game. Mentally bracing himself, Lu Jie spoke of the head of the Huang family. And today, when Huang Tong heard you had won the championship tournament, he described the scene where Huang Tong got so angry he vomited blood right at his desk. In a fit of extreme rage, he coughed up blood on the spot and lost consciousness, causing his subordinates to panic and shout for the chairman. Lu Jie concluded with the major internal shifts within the enemy. To avoid disrupting the entire guild's operations, the Xuanwu Guild has conducted a reshuffle, appointing and dismissing new personnel, and the position of chairman has been taken over by someone who was recently promoted. He pointed to an image of the new chairwoman and her notorious henchman. Her name is He Shishi. She is a strong woman, not very old, but extremely decisive and domineering. Standing behind her are 4 powerful henchmen, each a top-tier expert, known as the 4-season flowers people the average person would never dare to provoke. Lu Ge looked Jiang Kai straight in the eyes and gave him earnest advice. You need to be extremely careful with He Shishi. Jiang Kai frowned slightly, inwardly grasping the deeper meaning behind the older man's words. Is Lu Ge secretly warning me? Lu Jie patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder, sighing as he explained his concern. After all, He Shishi is the Huang family's cousin, so she is very likely to hold a grudge against you. However, I hope my worries are unfounded. Hearing this, Yuan Chu confidently beat his chest, swearing to protect their captain. Who cares if she's named Huang or He? If she wants to bully Kai, she'll have to go through me first. Yuan Chu then turned to Ru Zi, causing Nguyen Vu beside him to raise his fist in support. And me too. Jiang Kai laughed proudly, crossing his arms and standing tall to assert his position. Hey, you two. I am the captain of the Fire God team after all. Shouldn't the ones who should be having nightmares be those troublemakers instead? 7 days later, inside the monster hunting grounds, a level 45 elite blood-sucking mite and a level 55 warrior-class blood-sucking mite roared as they lunged from the water. A whole swarm of ferocious winged blood-sucking mites surged forward, creating a terrifying earthquake in the dense forest. But instead of fear, the chubby Nguyen Vu, fueled by his drunken state, held his shield and sword and grinned, charging straight into the swarm. Oh, my darlings, your skin is so smooth and soft. Let me, Nguyen Vu, bathe in this river of love with you all. His drunken state transformed Nguyen Vu into a true meat grinder. He spun around, unleashing brilliant golden slashes, severing the wings and heads of the lead mites in an instant. Not letting the swarm escape, Jiang Kai immediately leapt into the fray, transforming into a streak of fire amidst the crazed insects. He unleashed a series of sharp energy claws, tearing each monster apart amidst thunderous explosions. The system alerts kept popping up continuously. You have defeated Elite Blood-Sucking Mite X5. You have defeated Elite Blood-Sucking Mite X15. You have defeated Elite Blood-Sucking Devil Mite X20. Another swarm of winged mites roared in anger and attacked Jiang Kai, but he stood firm like an immovable mountain in a sea of monsters. The bodies of the mad mites radiated a bright red aura, their mouths stretched wide. They rushed frantically at Jiang Kai, yet he only smirked meaningfully, seeing that the battle had already been decided. The entertainment is over. Saying that, he leaped into the air. He held up his card of power and shouted clearly, activating ultimate skill. Death card. A massive explosion erupted, completely wiping out all remaining creatures in the area, followed by a barrage of loot notifications from the system. You have successfully defeated Elite Blood-Sucking Meaty X1. You have successfully defeated Elite Blood-Sucking Meaty X25. You have successfully defeated Elite Blood-Sucking Meaty X3. You have successfully defeated Elite Blood-Sucking Might X35. The system notification board displayed a dazzling congratulatory message before Jiang Kai's eyes as he landed neatly. Your level has increased to 31. Congratulations. Jiang Kai stared at his armored hands, softly murmuring in confusion. Has it only been 7 days, and I've already reached level 31? But I don't feel anything special at all. Suddenly, a strange light flickered in the corner of his eye. He jumped in surprise and looked up, stunned. Before his eyes, the massive, hazy silhouette of a goddess of light appeared. At that same moment, the system interface flickered with a notification. You have successfully reached level 31, activating the Super Double Talent. Here are your current base attributes. The attribute panel appears. Looking truly impressive. Strength 280, Constitution 284, Agility 552, Spirit 442. The agility boosting talent is triggered, increasing your agility by 40%. Immediately, the agility stat surges dizzily. Strength 280, Constitution 284, Agility 772, Spirit 442. Jiang Kai's eyes widen in excitement, a thrilled smile spreading across his lips. So, the Super Double Talent finally activated? He glances at the skill stats with a hint of hesitation. After the last talent upgrade, the proc rate for Super Double increased from 1% to 3%. Although there is a side effect of frail constitution that makes any injury cause double the pain, the probability has increased significantly from 1% to 133. Looking at the strength attribute hitting the 280 mark, he feels smug. Even his weakest attribute, strength, has now reached nearly 300 points, far higher than many level 40 warriors. He looks at the terrifying agility stat just added, smiling triumphantly, as his agility has now crossed the 700 point mark. For a level 40 class with excellent agility, reaching 450 points with full gear is already extremely rare. He continues to compare his stats with other players. Pride is clearly written on his face. Just with this single attribute, he has surpassed the total of all 4 attributes of other players at the same level. The image of the assassin Visa, with his eerie speed that day, flashes back into his mind. Jiang Kai narrows his eyes with determination, mumbling confidently, "If I meet that guy again, I certainly won't lose to him in terms of speed." 10 minutes later, in the quiet forest, an empty hangover potion bottle lies lonely on the clearing. Thanks to the miraculous remedy, Nguyen Vu is completely sober and has regained his natural innocence. The chubby guy cheers, showing off his new achievement. "Captain Kai, I reached level 34. Just 6 more levels and I can prepare for the next class advancement." The attribute panel pops up, confirming adventurer Nguyen Vu is a level 34 drunkard class. Jiang Kai affectionately rubs Nguyen Vu's head, smiling encouragingly. "Well done. The past few days have been tough, but you've improved very quickly." Nguyen Vu scratches his head, smiling shyly, and comments with regret. He, it's just a pity Yuan Chu had to return to the army. Otherwise, with Captain Kai's guidance, his progress would certainly have gone much further than mine." Jiang Kai crosses his arms, thoughtfully explaining about their teammate. After all, Yuan Chu is a soldier, and the military has other plans for him. He turns to pat Nguyen Vu on the shoulder, preparing to leave. Judging by the time, perhaps Hu Nian has returned by now. Let's head back to the guild. Nguyen Vu nods in agreement. Yes. The two walk along the trail between the steep cliffs, suddenly noticing an army marching heavily in the distance. Nguyen Vu sticks his head out, curiously asking, "Wow, so many soldiers. Where are they going?" Jiang Kai observes thoughtfully and explains. "That direction, I recall it seems to be the buffer zone, protected by the military, specifically established to prevent monster attacks." Jiang Kai turns his head in surprise when hearing someone call his name. Jiang Kai. Lan Lan walks over leisurely with a group of guards behind her, smiling and asking, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Kai points to Nguyen Vu standing nearby, calmly explaining the reason. "I was taking Nguyen Vu out to level up, and we just happened to pass by here on the way back." He curiously looks at the ranks of soldiers moving close to the buffer zone, silently wondering, With the military suddenly deploying so much manpower to the quarantine zone, is something important about to happen? Lan Lan crosses her arms, sternly revealing a top-secret imperial plan. 2 months from now, the army will prepare to link up with major guilds to hunt the map boss at Yuan Chuolu Peak. Hearing those four incredibly domineering words, both Jiang Kai and Wenwu widen their eyes in surprise, shouting in panic, "Hunt a map boss?" She narrows her eyes, warning in a low voice about the terror of this legendary creature. The map boss not only has an overwhelmingly higher level, but its power also far exceeds that of ordinary king-level bosses. The most terrifying thing is that every time they launch an attack, they will trigger a monster tide, leading countless ferocious beasts to flood in and attack the quarantine zone madly. Jiang Kai ponders, imagining the giant silhouette of a marine beast in his mind, worriedly assessing the countless monsters. Previously, the merman boss on the ice island was only a king-level boss, yet it nearly wiped out an army of 200,000 people. Lan Lan nods in agreement, seriously explaining more about the game's brutal rules. That's right, and the stronger the map boss, the more massive the scale of the monster tide will be. The radar screen displays a bright red number exceeding the limit, making everyone shudder. According to official statistics, the most recent monster tide reached the level of millions. Nguyen Vu shrinks back behind his captain in fear, his face pale as a sheet as he yells, "That is way too dangerous." But Lan Lan still stands tall, her eyes igniting with a steadfast flame of determination. To explore new territories and fight for survival resources, the quarantine zone absolutely cannot fall. Therefore, we have prepared to mobilize at least 5 million troops to fight against this map-wide monster tide. No matter how dangerous it is, we must fight. Jiang Kai listens in silence, his thoughtful face starting to stir with new calculations for the future. The scene shifts to the lavish and magnificent headquarters of the main god guild. Hunian runs out happily from afar, spreading her arms to welcome them. "You guys are finally back." She excitedly rushes over to hug both Jiang Kai and the chubby Nguyen Vu, cheering loudly. "I missed you guys so much." Jiang Kai smiles, teasing his close friend. "You must have felt stifled having to stay in the psychological therapy center, right?" Hunian immediately scrunches her face, pouting about her misery. "That's right, Su Iie and I have actually been perfectly fine for a long time, but the military kept making us stay for observation for a few more days. If it weren't for watching your global championship tournament videos over and over to relieve boredom, we would have died of boredom a long time ago." Thinking about the breathless duel, she tosses her chin proudly, punching the air excitedly. "Now that I remember, Jiang Kai, you were really cool when you handled that visa guy all by yourself. You truly helped me settle this score." Jiang Kai smiles gently, modestly sharing the glory of victory with his teammates. "My ability to defeat Visa was mostly thanks to your and Su Ai's hard work. I am very happy that both of you have returned safe and sound." Suddenly, a virtual notification sound rings out crisp and clear. Jiang Kai hurries to open the notification panel to check for an email applying to join the guild. Nguyen Vu peered over, his curiosity piqued as he scanned the screen filled with dozens of blinking envelopes, and let out an amazed shout. "Whoa! Are there really this many people applying to join our guild?" Jiang Kai shook his head thoughtfully as he scrolled through the list. "Honestly, ever since we won that guild challenge battle, people have been applying from time to time, but unfortunately, none of them were a great fit. Wait, this person." The virtual screen displayed a unique profile: Adventurer, Explorer, Class, Ascetic, Level 32. Jiang Kai squinted, searching his memory. "An ascetic, huh? I remember the apothecary who sold me the Green Phantom formula mentioned him. The one who discovered that formula was an ascetic." Nguyen Vu scratched his head, suddenly playing the expert as he explained this rare class. Ascetics have to head deep into the wildest, most desolate regions to train under extremely harsh conditions. Because of that, they have a high chance of discovering hidden dungeons and triggering quest chains for all sorts of classes. Hunian rested a finger on her chin, deep in thought, and quickly offered a suggestion to their leader. "Captain Kai, this guy could provide us with a lot of useful info on future dungeons. Should we take him in?" Jiang Kai smirked with a look of confident mystery. "Let's meet him first, then we'll talk." The next day, in the pristine Red Moon Forest, a massive, majestic stone mountain appeared, with a stunning waterfall cascading down in a sheet of white. At the base of the foaming waterfall, a shirtless man sat calmly in a meditative pose on a rock, letting the water pound against his rock-hard muscles. Sensing a strange presence approaching, Shen Yi suddenly snapped his crimson eyes open, fully alert. As he heard a voice, Shen Yi looked past the bushes to see Jiang Kai walking out with a friendly smile. Beside him was Hu Nian, waving cheerfully, with the chubby Nguyen Vu trailing along behind. Shen Yi slowly stood up from the pounding water and turned to greet Jiang Kai with a smile. Guild leader Jiang, you got here faster than I expected. Jiang Kai folded his arms and calmly got straight to the point. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be direct. You can join the God-tier guild, but you need to prove your loyalty and worth first. For example, by providing information on a specific dungeon. Shen Yi fell silent, his gaze flickering as he weighed the young leader's condition. The ascetic quickly regained his composure, smiled, and placed a hand on his chest. No problem, but I have one request. Please help me reach level 40 first. Hu Nian, standing nearby, frowned and scolded the arrogant recruit. I've never seen anyone as thick-skinned as you. You want to join our guild, yet you have the nerve to make demands? Shen Yi shrugged playfully. It's a two-way street. I'm volunteering to join, but I also have the right to choose not to, he added. Unless you think that's too difficult? Jiang Kai twitched his lip, a spark of intrigue flashing in his green eyes as he cut him off. Level 40, huh? Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat, smiling bitterly at Jiang Kai's nonchalant attitude. That was a bold claim. It normally took at least a year to reach level 40. Jiang Kai flashed a confident, bright-toothed grin and declared clearly, a year? 5 days at most, maybe even less. 3 days later, deep in the jungle, the corpses of countless giant monsters lay scattered across the cold ground after a lightning-fast slaughter. A brilliant red blade tore through the darkness, piercing the chest of a ferocious beast, causing it to howl in agony before collapsing. Instantly, a glowing system prompt appeared above Shen Yi's head. Extraordinary achievement. Congratulations, you have reached level 40. Shen Yi stared in disbelief at his bandage-wrapped hands and shouted with joy. Level 40, I actually hit level 40. Jiang Kai tossed away an empty potion bottle and smiled at his new comrade. Congrats. Once you find enough materials for your advancement, you'll be able to ascend again. Shen Yi looked up to the sky and laughed in excitement. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 8 levels in just 3 days? These past 3 days have given me more experience than a whole year of grueling training. Hu Nian and the chubby Nguyen Vu ran over, and she tossed her chin up to tease the new guy. So, do you realize how amazing we are now? Let's see if you still dare to underestimate Captain Kai from now on. The chubby guy nodded in agreement. Exactly. I wasn't exaggerating, our Jiang Kai really is incredible. Shen Yi bowed respectfully, placing a hand on his chest to express his absolute loyalty. Guild leader, I am completely in awe of you. I volunteer to hand over all the secret information I possess to the guild. Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. Oh, tell me. Shen Yi began recounting his shocking discovery. Do you remember when you found me meditating in front of the waterfall? Actually, there's a mysterious cave hidden right behind it, and every 6 days, a mystical orb of light appears there. Jiang Kai frowned, pondering the strange keyword. A mysterious orb? Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu widened their eyes in surprise and chimed in together. A mystical orb of light? Shen Yi nodded, looking regretful as he continued. That's right. However, the orb moves incredibly fast, and it only appears for a short 10 seconds before vanishing completely. I tried to catch it before, but ended up getting severely injured by a landslide. Jiang Kai squinted, calculating the timing, and quickly followed up. When did that orb last appear? Shen Yi placed a hand on his chin, excitedly revealing the crucial timeline. 5 days ago. I've calculated it carefully, and it will appear again tomorrow. Hu Nian turned to look at the captain with a curious gaze. Captain, this sounds like a major mystery we've never heard of before. Jiang Kai folded his arms and nodded thoughtfully. I have a feeling this could very well be a clue leading to some kind of random encounter. The young captain smirked confidently and waved his hand to issue the order. Since we've stumbled upon this, let's go check it out for ourselves. Shen Yi, Hu Nian, and Nguyen Vu all cheered in excitement, their spirits soaring as they answered in unison. The group rushed back to the massive, majestic waterfall, where the white water poured down, creating clouds of mist. They stepped deep into the damp, dark cave. Shen Yi led the way, reassuring his comrades. I used to live here. Everything is still just as it was. Nothing's been moved. It seems no one else has discovered it. Hu Nian looked up at the towering ceiling of the stone cave and exclaimed in wonder. Whoa, this cave is way bigger than I imagined. By the way, how did you even stumble upon this amazing hideout in the first place? Shen Yi recalled his arduous journey. At first, I just came up here to see if the terrain was suitable for cultivation, but I never expected to run into that orb of light. The landslide was so violent I nearly blacked out. After I came to, I started meditating to heal right under this waterfall. Shen Yi continued to explain as she walked, while Jiang Kai curiously scouted deeper ahead. After that, I never dared to provoke that orb of light again. Luckily, it didn't seem to care about me, so we've managed to live in peace all this time. Jiang Kai ran his armored fingers over the shattered cliff face, thoughtfully assessing the horrific destruction. This rock is incredibly tough, yet it was cracked and ruined by that orb. It just goes to show how dangerous that thing is, and what kind of terrifying destructive power it possesses. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's emerald green pupils contracted at a strange energy fluctuation. From deep within the dark cave, a blinding light erupted like a miniature sun. A warning shout followed. "It's coming!" Without hesitation, Jiang Kai channeled his inner energy and lunged forward, intercepting the sphere to catch it. The entire cave was instantly engulfed in a brilliant glow, with thunderous booms echoing right before the group. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Kai's forehead. He was stunned by the target's absurd speed. It was moving so fast that even he, chasing right on its heels, couldn't even graze its tail. Seeing the orb of light hurtling toward her, Hunian jolted and screamed to warn her teammates. "Watch out!" She quickly raised her golden magic disc. She attempted to cast a freezing spell, an unbeatable blizzard to block the light, but the moment the frost screen spread, Hunian's eyes went wide in disbelief. What? As her signature move showed signs of failing, the orb of light completely disregarded her efforts. It violently tore through the ice wall and shot into the air, dragging countless boulders and rocks along with it. Realizing the situation was about to go south, Jiang Kai channeled his inner energy to dash over and shield her, shouting a warning to the stunned mage. "Hunian, get down! Now!" Hunian ducked, hugging her head and cowering against the ground like an ostrich, narrowly avoiding a beam of destructive light that whistled over her head and shattered the cliffside behind her. Jiang Kai immediately ordered the team, "Block it." The sturdy Nguyen Vu shouted back clearly, "Got it." Right after, the orb zipped past Nguyen Vu and slammed into the stone wall. Then, it turned its attention toward Nguyen Vu and lunged. Meanwhile, Shen Yi clung to the cliffside, spear in hand, analyzing the situation with beads of sweat rolling down her face. Its initial destructive power wasn't this insane. It's like it knows there are so many of us here. The attack has been amplified several times over. Seeing brute force wasn't working, he had to use a special skill. Jiang Kai activated his demonic eye focus. His eyes flared with light as he muttered a risky declaration. The gambler's moment has arrived. The captain launched himself into the air like a god, aiming straight for the blinding orb to deliver a decisive blow. A small, razor-sharp weapon sliced through the wind, flying straight into the center of the massive energy sphere. But a second later, the young guildmaster's face went pale as a sheet. He shouted in agony, "It swallowed my life-saving weapon?" As if mocking Jiang Kai's pain, the orb of light erupted with even more brilliant energy, striking the wall above his head. Refusing to give up, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, determined to keep hot on his target's heels. Suddenly, a giant ice crystal materialized in midair, deflecting the huge rocks that were crashing down. At the same time, Shen Yi's sharp spear tore through the air, clearing away the debris in the way. The sturdy ice crystal swept across the space, easily crushing any obstacles falling from above. From below, Hunian, Nguyen, Vu, and Shen Yi formed a solid defensive formation and shouted in unison, "We'll provide support." High above, the orb of light continued to emit a wildly dazzling aura. Jiang Kai decided to go all in. He pulled out his trump card and roared, "The death card hasn't reached its final hour yet. Let's see if you can swallow this too." The magic card collided violently, embedding itself into the surface of the energy orb. But Jiang Kai broke out in a cold sweat again, exclaiming in shock, "What? This thing can even swallow the death card?" Immediately after, the orb fired a long beam of light and suddenly changed direction. Oh no, it's trying to escape. Not wanting to lose his precious item, Jiang Kai scrambled to pursue it into a mountain crevice. He called out, "Death card, come back to me," leaving the shouts of his teammates, Captain Kai and Guildmaster behind him. As he rushed forward, he grimaced and muttered in confusion, "Damn it. What the hell is this thing?" Unexpectedly, the floating orb slowed down, turned a strange blue, and began leaking magical fluid onto the ground. Jiang Kai froze for a moment, a glimmer of hope sparking in his eyes. I can still feel the presence of the death card in my mind. Looking closely, sure enough, a corner of the card was poking out from the blue light. It was still there. Without wasting another second, Jiang Kai extended his armored arm and lunged for the prize. This is my chance. His fingers stretched out as far as they could, coming within a hair's breadth of the magical energy. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate to throw his entire body into the erupting, blinding light. Instantly, the system window popped up with a bright red notification. Divine Realm intercepted and downgraded to a secret realm. Intruder detected, a cheater has interfered. The ultimate reward, the class-exclusive Holy Relic, has been re-established as an exclusive Holy Relic for the Gambler class. The light flickered, and the entire group was suddenly teleported to a majestic mountain range, where fog surrounded a massive tower of light called the Secret Realm of the Light God. Jiang Kai slowly opened his eyes, his emerald green pupils flickering at the completely alien landscape. Kneeling on one knee on the barren ground, he frowned and muttered his assessment. Where is this? And what the hell is a divine realm? This secret realm, the system mentioned, seems completely different from any we've encountered before. Suddenly sensing a familiar magical signature, Jiang Kai's expression shifted. Wait a minute. Looking down at the fog under his feet, he happily discovered his precious death card. In the distance, his three teammates, Hu Nian, Nguyen Vu, and Shen Yi, came running over in a panic, and he called out to confirm that everyone was accounted for. At that moment, the system chimed to explain the rules. Congratulations on entering the secret realm of the Light God. A demon army will launch an attack on the realm in 3 minutes. Your group must protect the light relic for 300 seconds. Upon mission completion, the team will receive a secret realm treasure chest along with a weapon based on each member's contribution. Note: you cannot use items with a grade higher than your current profession's S rank within this realm. Standing tall under the vast sky, the guildmaster began to quickly digest the bizarre rules he had just been given. The rest of the team arrived, unable to hide their shock, their jaws dropping in amazement. Damn it, that orb of light was actually the entrance to a secret realm? Jiang Kai tried to recall his weapon, but only found a shimmering, intangible phantom. He clicked his tongue and accepted the reality. Can't retrieve the death card? As expected, god-tier weapons couldn't be used inside this realm. Just then, Hu Nian's eyes widened, and she gasped in terror as she saw an anomaly high above. What on earth is that? A giant, radiant golden card, bearing the image of a majestic six-winged goddess descended from the clouds, leaving the whole group stunned. Could this be a decree from the god of light? Jiang Kai mused, rubbing his chin and piecing together the hints the system had just dropped. A moment ago, the system mentioned a class-exclusive weapon for the gambler, so this is likely. A confident smirk curled his lips, his sharp gaze filled with excitement as he concluded. The second card is the main god's card, the command of the god of light. Before they could celebrate their lucky find, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently, causing everyone to stagger. Captain Jiang, the ground is starting to shake. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai immediately activated his long-range observation skill, focusing his ghost eyes. The vision zoomed in, revealing a scene where the hexagonal shield protecting the mountain was being surrounded by a swarm of black, winged, demonic beasts. He cast his gaze to the foot of the mountain. A massive army of demons with fiery red skin and sharp spikes was roaring toward them. He warned in a low voice, "It's an army of demons." His subordinates immediately turned to their leader for instructions. "Guildmaster, should we head down and intercept them?" Jiang Kai firmly rejected the reckless idea. "No. If we go down to the foot of the mountain, our defensive line will be spread too thin. The four of us absolutely cannot hold a line that long." Dropping his playful demeanor, the captain took a battle stance, claws bared, and commanded clearly, "We stay right here. We block this entrance and hold them off until the mission ends." He received a determined, spirited reply. The system's countdown timer appeared brilliantly in mid-air, ticking down 10 seconds until the demonic attack. At the 10th second, a vial of magic potion was smashed on the ground, signaling that the final preparations were complete. From the 9th to the 8th second, all four stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a perfect formation. Nguyen Vu Duong took the lead with his sturdy shield, while Jiang Kai, Shen Yi, and Hu Nian stood ready with their weapons in the back. As the 7th and 6th seconds passed, Jiang Kai spread his hands, his sharp, red-glowing inner energy claws ready to tear his prey apart. From the 5th second down to 2, Shen Yi channeled her fire flame, setting her spear ablaze, while Hu Nian spun his magic disc, gathering all his ice energy. As the 1st second passed, the spatial barrier in front of them cracked like brittle glass. At 0, the barrier shattered, and a pack of giant three-headed hellhounds, mouths dripping with fangs, led the demonic army, roaring madly as they surged forward like a violent tide. Immediately, Jiang Kai launched his attack and shouted, "Heads up, everyone, the battle has begun." He charged forward heroically, his legs wreathed in flames. The lead three-headed hellhound took a direct, fiery, energy-infused kick, leaving it dazed. Jiang Kai smirked, satisfied with the power of his strike. That was a critical hit, but his smile faded when the monster suddenly backed off, only to stand back up as if nothing had happened, completely unscathed. Realizing the issue, the guildmaster cursed and immediately retreated to change tactics. Damn it, these monsters aren't afraid of fire. Everyone, switch to direct piercing attacks. Instantly, sharp streams of light pierced the air, penetrating the thick hide of the three-headed monster. Taking the lethal hit, the creature let out a pathetic howl and collapsed backward. The carcass of the hellhound became a stepping stone for countless bloodthirsty red-skinned demons, who continued to swarm forward. Not only that, but the pack of three-headed hellhounds also charged forward madly, their eyes burning with a bloodthirsty red. Facing the pressure of the overwhelming horde, Jiang Kai stood his ground, his icy, sharp eyes focused entirely on the situation. Just then, the chubby Nguyen Vu Hien leaped out with his shield, blocking in front of his boss and shouting confidently, "Oi! Your big brother is here!" His massive blue shield collided explosively with the monster's snout, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed it back. At the same time, thunder rumbled over the mountain, signaling a massive magical outburst. Hu Nian held his magic disc high to the sky, pouring all his strength into his signature move, the most powerful rain-calling technique in the universe. Instantly, a torrential waterfall cascaded down like a flash flood, sweeping away and drowning the swarm of demons trying to climb the cliff. Standing behind the defensive wall, the chubby Nguyen Vu couldn't help but taunt the monsters being washed away. "Hey beauties, where are you running to?" Seeing his subordinate getting carried away and ready to jump into the water, Jiang Kai shouted in a panic, "Shen Yi, pull him back!" Shen Yi quickly grabbed the back of the chubby guy's collar, pulling him back and advising, "Brother Nguyen Vu, calm down." Despite his struggling, the guy yelled, "Damn it, let me go! Don't ruin my fun with these beauties." Suddenly, from the murky water, mysterious, mushy, muddy limbs began to rise. Hu Nian broke into a cold sweat and turned to report to the captain. "Captain, what the hell are those things? I don't think I can stop them." Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, his pupils constricting in shock as he blurted out, "What? What was that?" A monster made entirely of thorny mud rose from the murky water, and the mage realized immediately that it was a mud slime monster. Even worse, the slimy body of this freak had the ability to instantly fuse back together, even after being sliced in half by magic. The mud slime monster tilted its head back, opening its jagged, saw-toothed maw, roaring savagely, as if to swallow the entire defensive line whole. Guided by the mud slimes, the red-skinned demonic army behind them surged forward through the water once again. Glancing at the countdown, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and surged forward, taking on the responsibility of leading the vanguard. Only 180 seconds left. I have to break their formation first. Razor-sharp energy blades tore through the air, burying themselves deep into the massive, sludge-like body of the monster on the front lines. Slammed by the high-intensity physical attack, the monster's body temporarily shattered into a puddle of mush. But things didn't get any better. The team captain broke into a cold sweat, realizing the disadvantage. "This is bad. Their reinforcements are arriving too fast, there's just no time." At this point, Jiang Kai had no choice but to use his trump card, summoning a glowing blue phantom of a fraudulent liar to enter stealth mode. Instantly, Jiang Kai began to flicker in and out of sight, leaping high over the demons' heads while barking an order behind him. "Shen Yi, release Nguyen Vu, the seals are off." Fat guy Nguyen Vu felt like a tiger that had just grown wings. Sliding on the ground with his shield, he dove straight into the demon horde, cackling playfully. "Oh, my dearest ladies, let me give you a passionate kiss." Right in front of him, a giant sludge monster was baring its fangs and claws. The monster stood there, confused and stunned by the sheer recklessness of this fleshy, chubby man. Just as the sludge monster was distracted, a massive, blinding beam of light descended from the heavens. The blade of light tore through the sludge's defenses, creating a fatal opening. At that same moment, Jiang Kai's voice rang out. "Hu Nian, take this chance and strike its blind spot." Not wasting a second, Hu Nian poured all her mana into the disc in her hands. "Behold," she declared aggressively, "the strongest, ultimate, rain-calling technique in the universe, be terrified. You useless pieces of trash!" A highly compressed magical water jet shot out with immense pressure, piercing through the sludge monster and sweeping through in a straight line, obliterating the demons behind it. However, a few clever demons used the blind spots to jump up, planning a sneak attack on the mage while she was busy casting. Before they could even touch their teammate, a series of sharp, brilliant golden slashes flew out, cutting the demons in half midair. The glowing blue phantom of Jiang Kai zoomed forward, roaring with authority. "This strike will send you to hell." Instantly, a massive blizzard exploded, freezing and knocking back a horde of demons, temporarily creating a safe zone for the group in the center. As 2 life-or-death minutes ticked by, the sky of the hidden realm began to crack like shattered glass under the terrifying pressure of the battle. Drenched in sweat, Jiang Kai leaned against his knees, panting, gritting his teeth as he reported, "I'm almost out of energy, only 33 seconds left." The fat guy, Nguyen Vu, was just as battered, chuckling deliriously from exhaustion. "Wow. What a group of hot girls, I love you all." Before the fat guy could finish dreaming, a giant demon lunged at him, baring its fangs and claws. The demon swung its razor-sharp claws downward, intent on sending the love-struck fat man to meet his ancestors. At that critical, hair-breadth moment, Jiang Kai launched himself up, activating a purification skill and delivering a blinding blow to the enemy's face. Taking the fatal hit, the demon exploded into 100 pieces mid-air. But before they could catch their breath, the system timer kept ticking. Only 10 seconds left, while more demons leaped forward to devour them. As the 9-second mark appeared, Jiang Kai's eyes sharpened, his brain racing to calculate every last move. By the 8-second mark, Nguyen Vu officially ran out of juice, collapsing onto the ground and staring at the sky, leaving his fate to the heavens. As the 7th second ticked away, Hu Nian broke into a cold sweat, clutching her magic disc and muttering anxiously, "Uh-oh." The 6th second revealed a brutal reality. In front of them, a dense sea of demons still remained, their siege blocking out the entire sky. As the 5th second closed, Jiang Kai ground his teeth in frustration, bitterly muttering, "Damn it, we're just a little bit short." The captain fell to one knee, helpless, his eyes wide with panic. Suddenly, Shen Yi glowed with a brilliant radiance like a divine arhat, bracing herself and shouting, "Vajra indestructible!" A massive beam of golden light tore through space from above, slamming down onto the ascetic's position. Shen Yi planted her sword in the ground at the center of the formation, emitting a beautiful, golden barrier that firmly blocked the thousands of demons rushing toward them. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the overwhelming spiritual power before him. "Shen Yi, are you kidding me?" Standing nearby, Hu Nian explained it like she was reading from a textbook. "That's the ascetic's innate talent, Vajra indestructible. Once activated, it can boost physical defense and grant the user immunity to all physical and mental damage. However, the user cannot move, and the immunity effect only lasts exactly 3 seconds. True to the warning, the shimmering shield began to crack under the 1,000-pound blow of the giant demon, causing the young girl to panic. "Oh no, Shen Yi can't hold out any longer." Seizing the golden opportunity, Jiang Kai sprang up like a coiled spring, shouting to launch a total assault. "This is it. Hunt them down and kill them." His hand whipped through the air, launching a sharp, turquoise energy bolt that swept straight into the demon formation. Just as the energy collided, the countdown clock above their heads stopped at 0, triggering a blinding explosion of light. Through the dissipating dust, Jiang Kai's expression shifted from tension to radiant surprise. It was from the peak of the majestic mountain a divine halo shone brilliantly, carrying absolute authority, a decree from the god of light. Shen Yi, kneeling on the ground, witnessed the miracle and called out to her team leader, "Captain Kai, look, the entire demon army has completely vanished." Enveloped in a gentle green aura, Jiang Kai beamed, eyes crinkling as he guessed. Could this be the healing effect from the god of light's decree? Before he could even finish his sentence, Hu Nian, also bathing in the green energy, exclaimed refreshed, "I can't believe it. My wounds are healing incredibly fast, and I can feel the energy in my body surging and exploding." With the battle over, Nguyen Vu sat slumped on the ground, exhausted, rubbing his head in relief, enjoying the healing light soothing his body. Standing not far away, the ascetic Shen Yi stared in confusion at her bandaged arm, which had healed in an unbelievable way, and whispered, "Am I not dead?" At that moment, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations to all challengers for completing the trial. Based on the total damage you 4 dealt to the demons, you will receive the following rewards." Hearing that it was time to split the loot, all 4 of them widened their eyes and mouths, ecstatic. The first notification panel appeared. Challenger Shen Yi receives the A-grade ascetic weapon, the Asura Mirror. The higher the difficulty of the training ground, the greater the benefits. The Asura Mirror increases the training ground's difficulty by 1 level and boosts the chance of enlightenment. In a state of enlightenment, cultivation efficiency will increase significantly. Staring at the glowing weapon card in her hand, Shen Yi couldn't hide her smug smile. Awesome. Next was the reward for the chubby challenger, Nguyen Vu. Has received an S-rank weapon for his drunken masterclass, the God's Wine Pouch. It increases alcohol tolerance by 50% and boosts the chance of entering a high-level drunken state by 30%. Nguyen Vu Sung-san cradled the wine pouch, showing it off excitedly. "This is absolutely incredible. My best gear before only boosted tolerance by 20 to 30%. But this thing adds a whole 50%, and it even increases the chance for a high-level drunken state by 30%. This is top tier. Hu Nian stood nearby, slinging an arm around the chubby guy with a bright smile. Not bad at all. Nguyen Vu has the Drunken God's wine pouch. It significantly boosts your chances of entering a drunken stupor. Before she could even finish her sentence, her notification panel flashed brilliantly. Challenger Hu Nian received a level 1 exclusive weapon, the Staff of Wind and Thunder. Reading the system prompt, Hu Nian's eyes widened, and he shouted in surprise. What? The weapon stats are massive. The Staff of Wind and Thunder, it adds 72 points to Spirit, 44 points to Strength, and 11 points to Agility. Effect 1. Increases Spirit recovery speed by 50%. Effect 2. Level 1, Lightning Strike. Use the staff to call down lightning, dealing 110,000 points of lightning damage to a designated target. Stacks up to 9 times. Effect 3. Whisper of the Wind. Level 1 allows for wind manipulation, continuously consuming spirit power. Required upgrade materials: lightning-struck wood, gale-submerged feathers. Holding the lightning-sparking divine weapon, Hu Nian tilted his head proudly and declared, "The Staff of Wind and Thunder. I, Hu Nian, finally have a level 1 exclusive weapon." Nguyen Vu gasped in awe. "No way. A level 1 weapon that can actually be upgraded. Hu Nian, you're really taking off now." Her enthusiastic support made him even more smug. It adds over 70 spirit points, and the special effects are incredible. No wonder it's a top-tier weapon. Watching his subordinates excitedly showing off their top-tier loot, Jiang Kai crossed his arms and smiled, summing it up. "Seems like everyone had a great experience, right?" As he spoke, his gaze immediately shifted toward the angel card glowing in the sky, muttering with anticipation. "So, will the exclusive weapon for my gambler class be the Relic of Light?" Responding to that expectation, a blinding pillar of light tore through the clouds and struck down directly in front of him. The system voice rang out clearly, honoring his achievement. Challenger Jiang Kai has received the gambler's exclusive holy relic, the sovereign card decree of the God of Light. Nguyen Vu was utterly astonished. Jiang Kai laughed heartily, while Hu Nian peered curiously at his boss's legendary item. Looking at the ultimate reward before him, Jiang Kai's eyes glinted with excitement. Is this for real? The card, depicting a 6-winged goddess, erupted in a dazzling golden pillar of light that overshadowed everything else. Grabbing the radiant energy, Jiang Kai playfully tossed the card, feeling the terrifying power flowing through his fingertips. The Holy Relic stat panel burst forth. Decree of the God of Light, Sovereign Card Gambler's exclusive weapon. Increases base stats by 20%, adds 50 points of armor penetration, and permanently increases critical hit rate by 15%, and critical damage by 150%. Stroking his chin in analysis, Jiang Kai pondered. The base stats are quite similar to the Death card, but the Death card has the fatal weakness of consuming too much energy. I wonder what the special effects of this decree are. Immediately, the first magical special effect appeared, popping up. After hitting a target that cannot be pierced, the decree of the God of Light will automatically bounce between obstacles. This bounce damage inherits all attack stats and consumes no additional stamina or spirit power. Reading this, Jiang Kai was overjoyed, excitedly explaining the mechanism. Each bounce carries the full damage, creating a new powerful attack. And most importantly, it costs 0 stamina or spirit. Imagining the card dealing chain damage to a horde of demons, he smugly muttered, "Spend the cost of 1 attack, but gain countless opportunities to deal damage. As long as I control it well, combined with the high critical hit rate, dealing massive damage will be a walk in the park." Clenching the sovereign card, the gambler's smile grew cunning and dangerous. Awesome. The system continued to blast information about the second destructive special effect. Divine Descent energy consumption emits an aura dealing area of effect damage, inheriting the user's full power. When defeating 100 or more enemies, it refreshes the status of the user and 4 allies, with lower total stats. Cooldown: 30 days. Finally, the third special effect solidified the Holy Relic status. Holy Relic recognized. Decree of the God of Light cannot be destroyed. Once owned, it can be summoned, thrown, and retrieved through the control of the mind. Jiang Kai stroked his chin. This third effect is just like the Death card. As for the second, it seems to be an extremely powerful team support skill that can trigger the ability to remove all negative status effects. To prove his boss's point, Hu Nian and Nguyen Vu were suddenly enveloped in a refreshing green energy, making him beam with joy. The perfect example is how our physical condition was just refreshed, as you can all see. Rereading the system panel regarding the Divine Descent skill, Jiang Kai thought to himself that this effect could restore the status of 5 people on the battlefield, including himself. Although the activation conditions and cooldown were indeed quite strict, the young leader still wore an extremely confident and smug smile. But in any case, this means I have another absurdly powerful trump card in my hand. While he was busy being self-absorbed, Hu Nian suddenly widened his eyes and pointed forward, shouting loudly, "Everyone, look! Right there on the rock ahead, a treasure chest with gold trim, sparkling with brilliant light. Just appeared, it's a treasure chest." The group rushed over like they'd seen gold falling from the sky, clamoring impatiently. "Captain Kai, hurry up and see what's inside." That's right, that's right." Jiang Kai nimbly reached out and popped the lid, and a dazzling light poured out from within. However, looking at the pile of items in the chest, the captain couldn't help but pause for a second, puzzled. Shen Yi clutched a sleek stone, her face flushed with happiness, laughing joyfully. Von Fram, black ore that can significantly increase the hardness of defensive weapons? This is the kind of top-tier material that even Milia's Rowler, master blacksmiths, only dream of. The chubby guy, Nguyen Vu, cradled a dreamy purple feather, his eyes shining like floodlights, tail feather of a king-level monster. This Dreamweaver texture is truly perfect to serve as the core for the hypnotist's exclusive weapon, the Nightmare Pocket Watch. And that wasn't all. He continued to pull out 2 vials of divine solution, shouting excitedly, "Metallic Row Slim. This is the key ingredient to craft high-grade camouflage masks. And is that the ultimate alchemical solvent? Legend has it that it can perfectly dissolve and recombine any alchemical material. The value of just this 1 vial is enough to buy out the entire busiest commercial district in Holy Light." The 2 young men pinched each other's cheeks, laughing wide-mouthed, stunned by the system's generosity. The rewards from this secret realm have truly surpassed even my wildest dreams. Am I dreaming? It's real, brother. Meanwhile, Hu Nian seemed a bit disappointed, sighing realistically. Although these are all rare high-grade materials, it seems like none of them are useful for our group right now. Even if it only provided a slight boost to my wind and thunder staff, it would still be great. Seeing his younger teammates whispering, Jiang Kai smiled and offered comfort with the mindset of an economist. The 4 pieces of gear we currently have are already pretty good. When the time comes, if we trade these materials for upgrade items and class advancement materials for everyone, it will save us a ton of trouble. Hu Nian nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling like gold coins. You're right. After all, if we sell this stash, we can rake in a decent pile of cash. Either way, our God's main guild is planning to go all out against the Xuanwu Guild anyway. Accumulating more resources is absolutely essential. Just then, a swirling blue spatial teleportation gate opened, accompanied by a system notification. The treasure chest had been distributed. Please vacate the Light Realm within 1 minute. Jiang Kai turned around, leading his crew of followers with an imposing aura as he gave the order. Everyone, it's time to continue our journey. Understood. Switching scenes to a ruined, fiery landscape. A massive, spiked beast boss, covered in sharp quills, was roaring and smashing the surrounding buildings. The monster threw its head back and roared in fury, baring its sharp, bloodthirsty fangs. Suddenly, from the dizzying heights above, a figure wielding a sword plummeted down like a comet, exuding an intense killing intent. The silver-haired female warrior swung her glowing energy blade, slashing straight down, letting out a powerful shout. Her forceful landing created a massive, devastating explosion, with dust and debris swirling and blowing everything away. At the central command room, the observers couldn't help but marvel at this performance. Truly astonishing. She's worthy of being the guild leader. Her movement speed has broken another record, and that strike is equivalent to a train crashing head-on at 250 kilometers per hour. The clicking of high heels echoed rhythmically. The female guild leader walked into the room, exuding a cold and powerful aura. The leader tossed her silver hair, tilting her face as her tech goggles covered her eyes, signaling her to listen. Walking toward the machine console, a blue-haired female assistant wearing glasses bowed and began her report. How are things going? The assistant looked serious as she presented the plan involving a familiar character with spiky hair. According to the plan, Jiang Fong was supposed to be transferred to City L, where Godbeast activities have been occurring frequently in the past few days, but our application was rejected. The silver-haired leader frowned slightly, her sharp gaze sweeping across with suspicion. Did Wei Ying interfere? The assistant nodded in confirmation. That's correct. After all, Jiang Fong has his own dedicated team at the War God Shrine in Jiangzhong City. Since Wei Ying didn't agree, we can't touch him for the time being. The female guild leader crossed her arms, her figure alluring yet radiating intense murderous intent. As the assistant continued, indeed, as a member of the Black Tortoise Guild, Jiang Feng dared to stand up and protect Jiang Kai's family. That proves he definitely has someone backing him. Guild leader, should we proceed? She smirked with a sinister, calculating look. No need to rush. Right now, there is a much better opportunity to deal with that brat Jiang Kai. 2 days later, at a magnificent and opulent guild mansion under a clear blue sky, Jiang Kai's group walked in sluggishly. Hunian stretched lazily and complained, "Oh my god, I'm exhausted. For the past few days, my bones feel like they're falling apart. I miss my beloved bed so much." The chubby kid, Nguyen Vu, clutched his stomach and groaned. "And I'm so hungry I could eat an entire cow." Jiang Kai still walked steadily with a smile, boosting his team's morale. "I know you two are tired. We don't have to return to the sunken lands to search for treasure for another 2 days, so just focus on taking care of yourselves for now." Nguyen Vu cheered happily. "Long live Captain Kai." Suddenly, the communication device on Jiang Kai's wrist blinked, signaling an alert. Hu Nian curiously poked her head over to look. Could it be someone else wanting to join our guild, Captain Kai? You've really been busy lately, haven't you? Haha. The holographic screen popped open, showing a bright red emergency notification. Emergency mission notification. The boss battle is about to erupt, and the pressure on the southeastern defense line has increased dramatically. Your main guild, War God, has been temporarily assigned to coordinate defenses with the Light Guild due to a shortage of personnel 100 players. Please confirm and receive detailed deployment orders within 1 hour. Jiang Kai frowned slightly, staring at the strange notification floating in midair. We've been assigned to join the Light Guild to participate in the battle? Hunian and Nguyen Vu looked at each other, confused. She scrunched her face in doubt. Where did this Light Guild even crawl out from? If it were a major organization, we surely would have heard the name at least once, right? The chubby kid scratched his head and chimed in. That's right. I have absolutely no memory of ever participating in a challenge against that guild. Just then, the walking encyclopedia, Shen Yi, standing behind them, spoke up to clear their confusion. Previously, when I was researching various guilds, I did notice this Light Guild. It is a brand new guild that was established half a month ago. It's actually quite powerful. The guild leader is Tran Xuanxin, a 2-star war god belonging to the War God Shrine in Jiangzhong City. Hu Nian continued to explain in detail to everyone. I heard that the War God Shrine ranks war gods from low to high based on their strength and combat achievements. 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star war gods. I never expected the leader of the Light Guild to be a 2-star expert from the War God Shrine. Nguyen Vu stroked his chin, nodding in understanding. No wonder they have such strong appeal. A brand new guild that has already recruited over 100 new members. Jiang Kai squinted into the distance, his tone becoming serious as he exposed the enemy's background. That's not all. Tran Xuanxin has another identity. He is the former leader of the Black Tortoise Guild branch. As soon as the name Black Tortoise was mentioned, Hunian and Nguyen Vu were shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? Raising a hand to his chin to deduce, Jiang Kai analyzed the opponent's moves in detail. Everyone, you just said the Light Guild was established half a month ago, right? This timing is truly interesting. Right at the moment when the new leader of Black Tortoise took office, Tran Xuanxin coincidentally left Black Tortoise and founded the Light Guild himself. The captain glanced sideways, a calculating smirk appearing on his face. And what's even more coincidental is that this time, he was assigned to lead our main guild. Hearing his boss's cryptic words, Hunian curiously asked, Captain Kai, what do you mean? Jiang Kai offered a cold smirk, exposing the shady conspiracy. Everyone rumors that Ha Thi Thi, the new leader of the Black Tortoise Guild, is incredibly talented, so how could she easily let a 2-star war god leave like that? It seems she is truly eager to deal with me now. Suddenly, the iron gate of the mansion was violently kicked open with a forceful blow. A blond man led a group of lackeys into the courtyard aggressively, head held high, speaking arrogantly. Is the War God Guild here or not? Being disturbed on his own turf, Jiang Kai turned around, snapping back in irritation. Who goes there? Seeing the imposing posture of these uninvited guests, young Hu Nian didn't hold back and cursed right to their faces. What kind of stray dog wandered in here to bark? How dare you trespass into the god's main guild? Get lost. Lu Xuan, the blonde guy from the Light Guild, smirked with disdain and retorted mockingly. A guild, you say?